Chapter 1, Don't move, you have a fever. The weather at the end of August was stifling, and the cicadas were screaming relentlessly on the branches. So hot. Lin Yao had his eyes slightly closed, and his back was already soaked with thin sweat. He pulled at the collar of his shirt, and a button flew off roughly. In public, an incredibly vulgar desire was rising. Wasn't your susceptible period just over? He panted in a muffled voice. His long fingers pressed against his wrist, his body temperature was abnormally high, as if there was an endless fire igniting from within the veins. His throat was dry. His throat itched. He felt restless. He wanted. Excuse me, student, may I interview you? What are your expectations for university life? A reporter suddenly appeared, shoving a microphone in front of his mouth. Lin Yao took a step back, creating distance, and remained silent. A long silence ensued. The reporter thought to himself, truly cool. The young man before him had a prominent nose and a striking face. Perhaps even the sunlight-favored beauty, gently outlining half-lit, half-shadowed features on that face, it was like he was the god who governed beauty. But his expression was too cold, even his single hair strand exuded an aura of, do not approach. The reporter laughed awkwardly, just say something casually. Do you plan to join any clubs? Shooting, combat, or? Lin Yao struggled with the unbearable feeling, raising a hand to tap his throat, fearing that speaking would reveal his difficulty. The reporter uncertainly spoke, Is he mute and can't speak? Lin Yao, with an unchanging expression, replied, Sympathy crossed the other person's face, deaf and mute, getting into Chongqing University must have been very hard, right? Lin Yao, The reporter nodded, understanding, gambling father, sick mother, school-going sister, broken self, pitiable. In the distance, a scream was heard. Lin Yao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a mechanical bow firing through the wind, hitting the red center of a moving target, followed by cheers. Then one arrow after another was released. 10 rings. 10 rings. 10 rings. The target moved so fast that it was hard to follow with the eyes, yet every shot was perfect without exception. Ah! Brother hit my heart. Damn, are this year's freshmen really competing like this already? Which department is this handsome guy from? Is it still possible to change majors? Amidst the surrounding clamor, in the center of the crowd stood a young man with a tall and straight posture, holding a mechanical bow with his long fingers and playing around with it. He turned his head and looked at the newly broken shooting record on the electronic board, not bad for Chongqing University's predecessors. Lin Yao's gaze grew colder. There was no way he couldn't recognize this hairstyle, bald and ash-colored. You piece of trash. Didn't you say you filled out the application for Political Science University and that you'd never see each other again? Now, running 80 kilometers here just to show off is quite leisurely. Beside him, the reporter was quickly lured away by another handsome guy, grabbing the camera and rushing over, afraid of missing good material. Xia Xingchen was obviously an excellent subject for an interview, handsome appearance, slow speech, a gentle curve to his lips, calm and composed, looking especially easy to get along with. Especially pretentious and annoying. High school brought too many grudges between the two. Every time Lin Yao looked at this person for more than 3 seconds, he wanted to knock him down for a fight to humble him. Dragging his suitcase over, Lin Yao grabbed the bow passed by the club volunteer and, amidst the voice of, classmate, do you want to try the charm of archery, stood firmly, drew the bow, tightened the string, and shot the arrow. 10 rings. 10 rings. 10 rings. As if replaying a scene earlier, the trajectory was equally precise. What was even more astonishing was that the arrow cleanly split the remaining arrows stuck on the target in two and then firmly lodged itself into the red center. Ah damn, even steel can be pierced. Too cool. Insanely stylish. The crowd watching wanted to go wild with excitement. Skilled. Xia Xingchen didn't hesitate to praise. Lin Yao put down the bow, feeling the gaze directed towards him from the other side. It was tangible and warm. It felt as if his body was ignited, the temperature skyrocketed, and the uncomfortable longing surged. The sultry wind, akin to a lover's hand, caressed his cheeks. Xia Xingchen, humiliated by the refreshed records on the spot, wasn't upset. His gaze wandered downward to Lin Yao's reddened collar. Lin classmate, what a coincidence. Lin Yao looked at the scattered broken arrows on the ground and whispered lightly, defeated opponent. Xia Xingchen smiled, no worries, being your defeated opponent isn't embarrassing. What are you doing here at Chongqing University? Watching you, I missed you. Lin Yao was most irritated by this kind of feigned casual intimacy, and it hadn't changed a bit after 3 years. The reporter who had been watching the scene widened his eyes in surprise. Weren't you mute just now? You can speak. Lin Yao. Forgot about that, how to cover up. Xia Xingchen diffused the tension, he has intermittent aphasia, it's very hard to treat. He can't talk when he's nervous, isn't he quite cute? Lin Yao's gaze cut like a blade. Your level of humiliation has significantly improved after one summer vacation. His phone vibrated, and he turned aside to pick up the call. The person on the other side cried out, Brother Lin, oh no, your enemy also got into Chongqing University. I just saw his live selfie in the gossip group, damn, he's so good looking. Ah. Such a dazzling guy. Lin Yao looked up and spotted a figure not far away, met him already, why didn't he go to political science university? I'm curious too. How come the son of a political family suddenly changed his major preference? Anyway, you've seen him. Are you at the dormitory already? No, what does it have to do with the dormitory? Nothing, I'll arrive later, the voice laughed awkwardly, if you encounter him, be gentle. I'm afraid of being splashed with blood. Lin Yao responded calmly, alright, noted. At this moment, Xia Xingchen was looking directly at him, a curve playing around his lips, seemingly laughing at nothing. Lin Yao hung up the phone and dragged his luggage toward the opposite direction. From afar, he heard the reporter ask, what's your relationship with that mute handsome man earlier? It seems you know each other. His steps paused slightly. He heard Xia Xingchen pause for a few seconds before replying dramatically, between us, an emotionally intense relationship. Lin Yao. Stupid bastard who embarrasses himself due to poor literary skills. A few drops of rain fell sporadically from the sweltering clouds, but they couldn't cool the inner restlessness. He still had something more important to do, taking a cold shower to lower his body temperature. His steps quickened. Being the first to arrive, the 4-person dormitory was empty. Lin Yao casually took off his clothes, grabbed the toiletry bag from his suitcase, rushed into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and icy water cascaded down his body like a heavy storm. After finishing all the routines, the burning heat seemed completely unrelieved. Lin Yao wiped his face with a hand, hearing the sound of someone opening the door outside. Hello, new roommate. Through the sound of water, there was a vague greeting which wasn't very clear. Lin Yao stayed under the water for a while longer before turning it off. Drenched, he went out with a towel to dry himself but realized he had forgotten to grab some clothes because of his haste. All were alphas, and future training would probably involve shared bathing facilities anyway, so there was no need for modesty. He simply wrapped a towel around himself, stepping out of the bathroom amidst the damp mist. His eyes froze. Xia Xingchen had originally been leaning against the desk, supporting his long legs lazily as he browsed through his phone screen. Upon hearing the noise, he raised his head. The bathroom steam was dispersed by the wind, revealing that beautiful yet aloof face. Smooth muscles covered his entire body evenly, with a well-built frame. His long limbs contrasted with the towel barely covering his waist. The V-line of his abs rose slightly with each breath, hinting at untamed vigor. Lin classmate, what a coincidence this is again. Xia Xingchen spoke hoarsely. It was unclear whether it was due to the high water temperature or otherwise, but the exposed skin showed varying shades of red, as if bearing marks left by someone treating him harshly and impossible to erase. Xia Xingchen's eyes deepened. How are you here? Lin Yao approached, towering over him. Xia Xingchen slightly curved his long legs and tilted his chin upward, noticing the mole on the other party's nose tip, which dangled with droplets, about to fall yet hesitant. You answer me. Lin Yao spoke coldly. Xia Xingchen's gaze remained fixed but absent-minded, looks like we're roommates. No way. Lin Yao refused. I respect the school's arrangement, Xia Xingchen said softly, besides, our relationship, staying together every day, wouldn't you think that's exciting? Exciting, enough to make the universe explode every minute. Lin Yao could hardly imagine having to share night and day with him, reluctantly giving way, if you don't move, I'll change my dormitory. Do you hate me that much? As Xia Xingchen spoke slowly, his attention was entirely captured by the droplet teetering, finally falling from the nose tip and landing on the chest, slowly sliding down towards the abs. The towel around the waist had become loose, and he couldn't help reaching out to adjust it. Lin Yao reacted faster, deflecting his outstretched hand. Their movements were a bit too big, causing the towel to completely fall off and pile up at their ankles. You. Lin Yao stood completely naked. Xia Xingchen lightly grazed his wrist, and the look in his eyes became heavy. A few seconds later, his fingers coiled around it again. Lin Yao twisted his wrist, and the other tightened his grip. It was reminiscent of their first sparring match, only this time, they were closer, skin against skin, breaths entwined. The agitation that had been suppressed earlier came rushing back, spreading rapidly through his veins, causing a light sweat to break out. Frowning, Lin Yao struggled, panting continuously, let go. Are you sick or something? Xia Xingchen straightened up, his gaze slowly scorched every exposed inch of him, heating up the hues in his eyes. This time, he used strength, pulling the person abruptly back between his slightly open legs. Don't move. You have a fever. Chapter 2, How do you want to thank me? It was really too close. Lin Yao wanted to step back again, but his legs were tightly clamped by the other's powerful ones, leaving him unable to move. His strength had been sapped by the heat, and the force he exerted now seemed like an invitation for more teasing. Shut up, it's none of your business. Xia Xingchen hummed softly and straightened himself a bit more, closing the distance between them further. He watched as a pale pink flush spread across Lin Yao's skin, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach, tempting anyone to take a bite and taste its sweet juices. Are you really an alpha? Xia Xingchen stared at him. You look like an omega in heat. Smack. A crisp, clear sound. Lin Yao lost his temper, raised his hand, and delivered a solid slap across the face. The other didn't dodge, instead, his jaw tensed and then relaxed. That should have hurt a lot. Lin Yao's combat scores were always perfect. Xia Xingchen tilted his head slightly, then turned back, grinning as he extended an invitation. Do you want to touch me some more? Lin Yao. Am I hitting you or did I hit so hard that I made you stupid? Lin Yao wiped his hand with a sneer, genuinely fearing that Xia Xingchen might lean closer just to lick him out of spite. But right now, he had no strength left, feeling weak in the knees and unstable on his feet. Even worse, he was almost entirely reliant on the pressure from Xia Xingchen's legs to stay upright, practically about to slump onto those sturdy, taut thighs. Can you shut up? Lin Yao muttered through clenched lips, let go. Xia Xingchen lightly rubbed the small of Lin Yao's back, trying to soothe him. All right, don't be angry. I'll get you a suppressant. Lin Yao rejected his offer outright. I just passed through it, I don't need anything. But you're burning up, drenched in sweat. It's time for another shower, Xia Xingchen continued, placing his fingers gently against Lin Yao's back, monitoring his temperature. If we leave this unchecked, things will only worsen. With mostly alphas around in the esteemed Chongqing University, where would we find an omega willing to help you? Xia Xingchen spoke bluntly, causing Lin Yao's cheeks to flare an even deeper shade of red. My personal life isn't as messy as yours, Lin Yao retorted. Xia Xingchen chuckled in response, defending himself. I'm actually quite restrained. During sensitive periods, I isolate myself. Lin Yao's days had been filled with studies and part-time work, leaving little room. After several seconds, realization finally dawned on him, and his ear tips blazed red. Just shut up. Despite the harsh words, Lin Yao's tone was less convincing. So innocent. Xia Xingchen found it immensely amusing. Since they'd met, their interactions usually consisted of either fighting or exchanging sarcastic barbs. To Xia Xingchen, Lin Yao had always been brash, aloof, and full of sharp edges throughout high school. But never before had he shown any hint of shyness. Xia Xingchen reached out, pinching the scarlet earlobe gently just as the door opened. They looked toward the door where a gust of wind swept in before the door slammed shut once again. Your roommate's already doing it inside. That Xia Xingchen, embracing someone gorgeous in there, didn't see their face clearly, but most clothes are off, only a pair of underwear remains. Those legs are impossibly white and long. Outside voices boomed loudly, recounting to someone else. Lin Yao glanced down at his own legs. Another voice added with admiration, young Master Xia has indeed become more promiscuous, boldly bringing an omega back to the dormitory. It's quite reckless. Lin Yao scoffed silently. He just mentioned in the interview having a friend he doesn't want to part with, the exceptionally handsome one who broke his standards. Maybe it's just a fling after all. Tensions running high though, since sleeping with two alphas can be quite stimulating. A third voice joined the discussion. Lin Yao. No way, who's sleeping with me? Once I'm dressed, I'll quietly assassinate each and every one of you. Xia Xingchen gave a faint smile, shrugged, and said, what can we do? They're spreading rumors. I'll explain it to them. With every ounce of strength, Lin Yao pushed Xia Xingchen away and bent over to retrieve fresh clothing from his luggage. Leaning forward, his spine was stretched into a smooth arc, the subtle dip in his back leading down to his waist, creating two shallow dips where fingers could easily dig in and pull him back. Xia Xingchen lowered his head, bringing his thumb and forefinger together and flicking them lightly. Unconcerned about modesty, Lin Yao changed right in front of him, covering up the exposed skin with clothing, veiling everything away. When he turned, just as his hand touched the doorknob, Xia Xingchen called out to stop him. Are you sure you want to go out? People outside will talk endlessly, how will you explain being naked in my arms? Lin Yao corrected him, I have underwear on. No difference, anyway, word's already spread that we messed around. Xia Xingchen gave a soft laugh, his tone calm as he thoughtfully said for the others' consideration, now they all mistakenly think I've brought someone back here. The rumors have already spread. If you show your face, it will surely be rumored that we two alphas are engaging in some same-sex misconduct. You'd better hide in the bathroom while I deal with them outside. Lin Yao was momentarily paused, something rare, as he asked, so, you don't care about what people say about you? Xia Xingchen nonchalantly replied, my reputation has always been bad anyway. Lin Yao's lips tightened. He didn't want to owe the other person any favors, especially from someone who had such a strained relationship with him, someone they used to fight at the mere sight of each other. Xia Xingchen noticed his hesitation and said, I've had plenty of scandals during high school, so one more won't hurt. Lin Yao had indeed heard many. One time, on his way back from work, he'd seen Xia Xingchen hugging a tipsy young girl. Back then, Lin Yao had assumed it was one of those girls mentioned in rumors, but later, he learned it was actually Xia Xingchen's cousin. However, by then their relationship had become very tense, and this explanation did little to improve Xia Xingchen's image in Lin Yao's eyes. But right now, he couldn't avoid accepting help, so Lin Yao uncomfortably moved further inside, saying, sorry to bother you, I'll go to the bathroom first. Xia Xingqian made a soft hum and straightened up, opening the door with the usual mildness in his tone. Sorry for troubling you. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Qing Boyan, the new student living here. The boy at the door glanced at Xia Xingqian's seemingly relaxed appearance, and said cautiously, I just overheard from the doorway that you were busy earlier. Did I interrupt? It's no problem, Xia Xingqian didn't explain, solidifying the other's suspicion instead. You're, Omega. The boy hesitated. He's shy and doesn't really want to come out. Xia Xingqian took a private card from his pocket. Please enjoy dinner on my account. Find a place where you can clear some space for us, or my sweetheart might refuse to come out. Lin Yao leaned against the wall, hearing everything clearly, furrowing his brows in frustration. Sweetheart, how disgusting. How could anyone stomach calling someone that? Annoyance burned through him like a raging wildfire. His breathing became agitated as his frustration grew. Unable to bear even another second, Lin Yao once again turned on the shower, trying to alleviate his suffering with the cold water falling down. Generous of you, Uncle Xia, we won't disturb you anymore. Qing Boyan quickly understood. Lin Yao faintly heard Xia Xingqian say thanks before the door shut again. Soft footsteps approached closer and closer to him. Having a fever and still taking a shower? Do you know anything about health? Xia Xingqian's voice came from somewhere beyond the fogged-up glass doors. Without being able to see his expression, Lin Yao felt an overwhelming pressure. As Lin Yao watched the door handle slowly pressing down, don't open. It opened. He stood exposed in the line of sight, the shower head above sprinkling water onto his drenched body. Caught in the weight of the other's gaze staring intently at him, his hands and feet felt inexplicably stiff, unsure where to put them. All alphas here, do you mind? Xia Xingqian asked, though he was already stepping in. Lin Yao mechanically shook his head. No, I don't mind, but, please go out. I'll finish soon. In the middle of speaking, a faint whiff of pheromones reached his nose, completely unfamiliar. They must have come from Xia Xingqian. Alphas should repel each other, but today it was strange. Lin Yao actually wanted to get closer, drawn in by the scent. Xia Xingqian also sensed it but controlled himself after just a moment, his voice deeper now. I helped you out with the trouble, and now I intend to keep up the Good Samaritan act. His eyes swept across the flushed skin of Lin Yao. To take you to the hospital, let's figure out how you'll thank me. Lin Yao flared his nostrils slightly as he pushed open the glass barrier separating them. For a moment, he was lost for words. The hand leaning on the wall started shaking, losing its grip slightly and sliding down along the damp wall. You, please leave first, and I'll thank you later. Lin Yao lost his usual arrogance, struggling to force out the words. The other refused to listen and stepped closer. With every step, the sense of pressure grew stronger. Lin Yao retreated backward, his whole back pressing against the icy tiles until there was nowhere left to retreat. Just as Xia Xingqian moved close enough, Lin Yao's legs buckled beneath him without warning. Xia Xingqian immediately caught him. Thank you. Lin Yao's head swam with dizziness. Crashing into a sturdy embrace, his senses blurred with heat. Wanting to get even closer, his arms instinctively wrapped around the broad shoulders without control. The cold water soaked through Xia Xingqian's shirt. Leaning against him, Lin Yao's breathing became uneven. So affectionate. Xia Xingqian looked down at him with softened eyes. Lin Yao, half aware, half awake, realized it was the person he despised most. He should push him away, he couldn't let the other one gain leverage over him. Get lost. Even as the words left his mouth, for some inexplicable reason, he didn't want to let go. His resistance seemed more like a clumsy invitation. So this is how you thank me. The burning breath grazed past his earlobe, making Lin Yao's whole body shiver as he heard Xia Xingqian laugh softly. Heedful little kitten. Chapter 3, Do you have a crush on me? Shut up. Lin Yao panted. Xia Xingqian was just rubbing salt into the wound. Seeing him humiliated, he probably wished to record it and play it on a loop for 3 days on the school's confession wall screen. Who are you calling a randy stray cat? As these words were said, from his cheeks to his chest, a blush of light pink was spreading rapidly. Xia Xingqian corrected, kitten. In the past, Lin Yao would already have landed a punch. But now, he could only struggle to get off him. Just as he managed to create some distance, due to weakness in his hands and feet, he fell back into Xia Xingqian's arms. So proactive. Xia Xingqian wrapped his arms around Lin Yao's waist, helping him stabilize. Looking at his movements, he deliberately misinterpreted. It turns out that Lin classmate used to always pick fights with me because he was trying to get closer by all means. Lin Yao spat, self-deception. Do you have a crush on me? Xia Xingqian laughed. The more he spoke, the more absurd it became. Lin Yao gritted his teeth and cursed, you're sick, go see a brain doctor. Xia Xingqian didn't care, loosely hooking his thin waist with his arm, alright, let's go now. You can go for blood tests, I'll go for an x-ray. Let's be hospital buddies for the day. Lin Yao had no mood to bicker. He listened intermittently while struggling to push away, finally sitting on the floor. He could only look up, his eyes still cold, staring at the towering Xiaxingchen above him, defiantly saying, I can go myself. Leave. How stubborn. Xiaxingchen got a bit of a headache, looking down at him with a neutral face. Their relationship was too strained that this person wouldn't soften towards him at all, creating unnecessary trouble. Try going out alone, he said, with your current state, you'll be asking for trouble. Lin Yao was shocked by his bold word choice, you, indecent, shameless. Xiaxingchen stayed unperturbed, not planning to change. He repeated, yes, asking for trouble. He spoke very frankly, but it was the truth, the other party simply wouldn't listen if he put it any other way. There are plenty of alphas in Chongqing. Some of them are interested in the same sex, let alone, right now, your whole body is giving off enticing hints, which can easily provoke another alpha's dominance instincts. Xiaxingchen swallowed hard, this is almost. Lin Yao disliked his descriptive terms, enticing. Me? Did a donkey kick your brain? Xiaxingchen lowered his gaze, slowly scanning over him. He truly was an extraordinary beauty. He shifted his gaze, you have 3 seconds to consider. I'm not exactly a good Samaritan either, I won't rush to do charitable things. 3. Lin Yao began to hesitate. Having been at odds for 3 years, even sparing words was a chore. Yet suddenly this guy changed character, definitely up to something fishy. But speaking practically, Xiaxingchen couldn't possibly harm him. He indeed was the safest choice. 1. Lin Yao. Are you counting wrong like your PE teacher taught you? Xiaxingchen threw a towel over his head, dry yourself, change clothes, and let's go. When he was pushed into that supercar, Lin Yao was still dazed, curled up in the seat, burning up so severely that his consciousness was hazy. Out of nowhere, he remembered their first grudge match. It was about the competition prize money, 50,000 yuan. Lin Yao was desperately short of money back then, this sum could save him. However, just before the test, one of Xiaxingchen's lackeys taunted him into a fight, delaying him for half an hour. In the end, he fell 2 points short. The championship and prize both went to Xiaxingchen. What a scumbag. Why did he need those 50,000? Lin Yao didn't believe it. Most likely, the young master acted on impulse, merely seeking entertainment. Over the next few years, their relationship deteriorated further, leaving absolutely no room for reconciliation. What's he scheming now? Xiaxingchen sensed his glance drifting over, lowering his voice, close your eyes and sleep for a while. I'll call you when we arrive. Which hospital? The expensive ones? I can't afford it. No problem, our family runs hospitals. Lin Yao. Your family runs hospitals. Such niche vocabulary. After contemplating, he weakly asked, do you plan to sell my organs once you drag me there? Xiaxingchen skillfully turned the steering wheel, do you suffer from paranoia? I think you're up to no good. I'm afraid you'll die in my dormitory, bringing bad luck and ill omens. Reasonable. Lin Yao accepted this logic, shutting up due to dizziness and blurred vision. At the hospital, they conducted examinations, drew blood, tested samples. Thanks to prior communication from Xiaxingchen, the results came out rather quickly. However, the doctor's expression wasn't very favorable. How's it going? Xiaxingchen asked. Need to notify the family, the doctor said. Which guardian of yours should we contact? Lin Yao shook his head, no one to notify. Xiaxingchen looked at him deeply, his family can't be present. Lin Yao gave him a bewildered glance, you seem to know my situation pretty well. When you get bored, you start investigating people's backgrounds, don't you? Typical rich boy behavior. He didn't have more strength to ask further and leaned against the table edge, just tell me directly, I'm an adult and I can take responsibility for myself. Concerning privacy issues, Xiaxingchen very gracefully turned and left, leaving the two alone. The door closed, and the doctor came straight to the point, you've undergone secondary differentiation, redifferentiating from an alpha into an omega. Lifting his eyes, he saw that the young man's face had abruptly turned deathly pale, evoking some sympathy in him. Lin Yao, what? Every single word seemed understood individually, but when put together, it still made no sense. Who is an omega? Lin Yao, your second gender is now omega. The doctor cruelly disclosed the truth. It's impossible, I became an alpha at 16. Lin Yao's expression was vacant, how can I secondary differentiate after just having a fever? It must be a test error. This is indeed rare, but such cases do exist. All your current symptoms indicate characteristics of secondary differentiation, and the blood tests also show that you're now 100% omega. The doctor paused, calmly informing, I heard both you and Xingchen are at the Comprehensive Battle Academy. Being an omega in actual combat is extremely disadvantageous, especially since you're the type most prone to stress response among omegas, it's not suitable for you. You might as well contact the school at the start of the semester and switch to weaponry or logistics. I won't switch, you've got it wrong. Lin Yao interrupted. The doctor sighed, unsure how to guide this young patient who appeared so proud and stubborn, like a strong bamboo that won't break under any wind. It was indeed too cruel. Leaning on the desk, dizziness and blurred vision made Lin Yao unsteady again as he muttered quietly, "Could you please give me 2 high-intensity suppressants? For you, suppressants will only provide temporary relief, secondary differentiation often comes with high-frequency heats." The doctor said, "Your symptoms are severe. Even the differentiation period has been painful, let alone the heat afterward, you won't be able to handle it. My suggestion is to find an S-class alpha with a high compatibility match to help you through." Quack, swindler. The hospital from Xie Xingchen's family really is terrible. Lin Yao hesitated not a moment, "I don't need it. Being forced with another alpha. That image is unthinkable, utterly ridiculous." Knocking sound came from the doorway, Xie Xingchen entered holding a stack of papers. "Director Cheng, here's my report, I'll leave it here. You can continue." The doctor's gaze fell on his monthly updated checkups, suddenly enlightened. "Wait a minute, these two, one has frequent omega tendencies, and the other suffers from Korsakoff syndrome, commonly known as X-addiction. From a diagnostic perspective, they both have tough constitutions to treat. But aren't they a perfect pair?" Xie Xingchen wasn't too concerned about routine physicals, glancing at Lin Yao whose body was turning red all over, consoling, "We're almost done, hang in there a bit longer." The doctor didn't want to disclose the patient's privacy, merely smiling faintly, "You too, how about taking a compatibility test?" Both lifted their heads simultaneously. Xie Xingchen smiled first, his tone slightly helpless, "Doctor, although my condition is quite hard to control, it's not to the extent that I'd grab any heat-prone alpha around, Lin classmate would beat me to death." Lin Yao turned to look at him, "You have an illness too?" Xie Xingchen didn't hide anything, casually saying, "I have core disease, commonly known as X-addiction, which is quite tough to endure every few days." The doctor added, "All suppressed by medicine. When it actually occurs, well, it's unpredictable." Lin Yao. Some sick setup out of a smut novel. And you call yourself an officer? Go be a prostitute instead. Chapter 4, I have poor willpower. The doctor, seeing his tight expression, said, "Don't misunderstand. I was just asking casually. In case of a match, it would be good for you both, leading to a lifetime of happiness." Lin Yao instantly understood the reason Xie Xingchen had pulled him over here. It was likely because he wanted to find a high-matching partner to solve his lewd problem, so he tricked himself into becoming an omega with unmet desires. This black-hearted hospital was openly engaging in prostitution. But 2 alphas matching is a ghost story. That doesn't align with physiological common sense. Lin Yao furrowed his brows, "Me and him. No need for testing, the matching rate is 0%. Xie Xingchen contradicted him, "Maybe it's 99.99%. Lin Yao didn't bother to respond, thinking about his secondary differentiation. "Also, your false report, I will file a complaint." The doctor felt it was indeed hard for him to accept the truth, helplessly saying, "The result I just mentioned is true. If you are not reassured, you can go to the military hospital next door to test again." "What to test?" Xie Xingchen asked. "Nothing." Lin Yao was getting increasingly annoyed. Xie Xingchen didn't ask further, just said, "So how should he be treated now?" The doctor tapped on the report with his fingertip, "I've already mentioned the best treatment plan. Since he refuses, we have no choice but to fall back on the suppressant for observation in the hospital. Is that okay?" Lin Yao pulled his arm out from the searing palm holding it, too hard that he lost balance. "No, I can't afford it." Xie Xingchen said, "Charge it to my account, I won't make you pay." Lin Yao wanted to say something else, but suddenly felt the light pressing down. He tried to grab the edge of the table but missed. His body slowly slid down. In the second before losing consciousness, he felt a pair of sturdy arms firmly catching him. "No worries, I'm here," he heard that person say. When he woke up again, there was an enlarged face right in front of him. After 2 seconds, he realized it was He Li, a friend who entered Chongqing University with him. Upon making eye contact, He Li suddenly shouted, "Brother Yao, you're finally awake. I thought you were dead. How did you end up here?" Lin Yao opened his heavy eyes and looked around. A private room, for fluids hanging, drops falling steadily into his vein, a nameplate hanging by the bed, Harmonious Hospital. Damn, still ended up in this boat. This room, this setup, Xie Xingchen clearly wanted him to owe a huge debt and repay it day and night, right? He Li concernedly said, "I went to the dormitory for registration and coincidentally met Xie Xingchen, who happened to be in the same dorm as us. He told me you got sick and were sent to the hospital, so I came." Before the other party could open his mouth, he continued, "However, aren't you two sworn enemies? When did you suddenly decide to tie the knot?" Lin Yao. This guy got into Chongqing University as a talent student, failing Chinese. He Li continued excitedly, "Wait, I get it. The relationship hasn't improved yet. You met at the start of the semester and started fighting each other, with him slightly winning and beating you into bed." Lin Yao. This level of intelligence would probably annoy the enemy to death during war. Lin Yao's voice was still somewhat hoarse, but the internal heat had receded significantly, sensitive period, fainted, feeling better now. "That's good. Indeed, the top-notch private hospital works fast, Healy sighed in relief. By the way, there's a new classmate in our dorm named Shin Boyan. He whispered a piece of gossip to me, saying that Xia Dog actually has taken an Omega into the dorm. Lin Yao, who was previously mistaken for an Omega. Xia Xingchen, who just walked in carrying a basket of fruit. Lin Yao coughed loudly. Healy was still chattering away. I knew it, people like him born with golden spoons in their mouths play very loosely, definitely not a good type. They say he's extremely deviant. Lin Yao couldn't take it anymore and pinched him hard with his hand hooked to the intravenous line, eliciting a pig-like scream. Who's deviant? Xia Xingchen strolled in leisurely, placing the fruit basket beside the bed. Healy wanted to commit suicide right there. Trembling, he stood up, not knowing from which part to salvage his dignity. I wasn't talking about you, I meant Xia Dog, a guy who's incredibly ugly, 1 meter tall, from the neighboring school, definitely trashy behavior, strongly condemned. Xia Xingchen hummed, taking an Omega openly in the dorm, that's indeed inappropriate. Healy felt like he could already see the 3-foot-high grass on his grave. Embarrassed, he forced a smile, they're all rumors. How is that even possible? Our Mr. Xie from the Xie family is handsome, kind-hearted, always ready to help others, and willingly send a classmate he doesn't get along with to the hospital. I'll go make him a banner of gratitude right now. Right away. As he spoke, he patted Lin Yao's hand gently, Yao brother, rest well. If necessary, take another day off. Then he bolted out of there, not daring to stay a second longer. There was no way Lin Yao could lie down again, private room, top-tier VIP, the daily fee would buy his life several times over. Grumbling internally, Lin Yao found himself face-to-face with Xia Xingchen, who he owed a favor to but couldn't express his gratitude easily. He just turned his face stiffly and muttered, thanks. Several seconds passed without a reply. Just as Lin Yao was about to turn back, he felt a slightly warm hand land on his forehead. You still have a fever, Xia Xingchen's voice was indifferent. Director Cheng said they've come up with a treatment plan, which you haven't cooperated with. Lin Yao turned his head to meet his eyes. If it's the method he proposed, then no treatment. Xia Xingchen slid his palm from Lin Yao's forehead down and pinched his pointed chin lightly, tilting it upwards. Are you always this disobedient, Lin Yao? His voice was soft, yet carried the weight of an elder's reprimand, making Lin Yao's back muscles tighten. It was akin to a lecture. Looking up, Lin Yao met the pitch-black pupils and moved his lips, I told you, it's none of your damn business. The atmosphere in the room froze once more. Xia Xingchen released him, pulled a stool, sat beside the bed, picked up an apple from the fruit basket and started peeling it slowly with a knife, staying silent. Lin Yao knew he was at fault, in the end, the other had helped. Yet between them, there was never any calm dialogue, nor did the topics flow smoothly. What symptoms do you experience when your condition flares up? It's pretty similar to how you reacted yesterday. Xia Xingchen rotated the apple lazily. Being overwhelmed, restless agitation, uncontrollable impulses to act upon it. Lin Yao. He really admired this guy, though he couldn't let embarrassment show, it would feel like losing. He decided to continue the conversation, if you want to find an Omega, isn't it easy for you? There's no need for such complicated searching and matching. Xia Xingchen gave him a glance with faint indifference, normal matches won't work. My pheromones can cause issues, even leading to death. Lin Yao blinked slowly, what kinds of issues? Staring at Lin Yao's red earlobe, Xia Xingchen had never seen someone blush so easily. A slight curve appeared on his lips, do you really want to know? Lin Yao wasn't sure. This guy often came out with shocking statements. But curiosity took over, and he rolled his throat slightly, tell me. Don't get angry afterward. You can try using less vulgar words. Xia Xingchen cautiously explained, because my pheromone level is high, once someone is influenced, they voluntarily open themselves up, becoming mindless dolls seeking only pleasure, unable to resist even if it leads to death. Even you, being such a strong alpha, wouldn't be an exception. Lin Yao. He wanted to scold him for the vulgar description, but he could feel that urge reigniting under his few casual words. Reacting instinctively, he lifted his leg to kick him, talking nonsense. Xia Xingchen's knife flickered, the tip cut his finger, blood flowing slowly out, vivid red droplets falling. Sorry. Lin Yao didn't mean to hurt him. Xia Xingchen paid no attention, nonchalantly peeling the last segment of apple skin, I already said, it's because you insisted on hearing it. The room fell silent for a moment. Lin Yao didn't say anything, curling and uncurling his fingers slightly. In just a few seconds, his palm dampened entirely. He smelled the scent coming from Xia Xingchen's bleeding wound. To seek pleasure even until death, refusing resistance, even for an alpha like you. Xia Xingchen had just said this. It happened for the second time, he hadn't lied, these pheromones were truly lethal. Although Xia Xingchen was still saying something, Lin Yao could hardly hear clearly anymore. With a bleeding finger slightly raised, Xia Xingchen loosely held the peeled apple and offered it, no problem, I'll just find a band-aid later. Lin Yao stared directly at his bloody wound. His tongue slowly ran across his lips. Xia Xingchen leaned closer, noticing the dryness of his lips and speaking in a somewhat consoling tone, you haven't eaten all day. Take it, eat one bite. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yao slightly tilted his chin upwards, sealing his bloody finger. The blood slid into his throat. It smells so good. Xia Xingchen pressed down with his fingertips, preventing the other from moving. Lin Yao, I have very little self-control. I can't resist any temptation. Chapter 5 Anywhere and Everywhere. Xia Xingchen's strength was a bit too much. Who the hell tempted you? Lin Yao felt as if he had eaten some poisonous mushrooms right now. The person before his eyes was the one he detested the most, and he avoided him like a plague. But what was he doing at this moment? Being tempted by his wound, he became flustered. But the smell of blood in his veins greatly soothed the restlessness caused by his fever. That apple had rolled onto the ground. Xia Xingchen curled his knuckles, feeling that his emotions were being influenced by him, commanding in a lower voice, Lin Yao, stop licking. I'm helping you, Lin Yao growled. He was irresistibly attracted by his pheromones but still remembered their adversarial relationship. He could only feel the blood slowly oozing from the wound. He slightly moved his Adam's apple, completely following his instincts. He sensed the taste was fading, and his breathing became disordered, hurriedly passing over the position of the wound, without any rules. What kind of help is this? Xia Xingchen warned in a low and slow tone, you're bringing out my illness. His actions at this time were too reckless. Even though his expression still looked calm, he dared to touch, extremely uninhibited. With the most innocent face, he was doing the wildest things. Xia Xingchen's illness had been long in the making since the differentiation, and it relied entirely on drug treatment. His mental power was strong, so although it was difficult, there hadn't been any incidents. However, just such simple provocation made him have extremely wicked thoughts right now. Do you remember what I just said? Xia Xingchen reminded him of the consequences in a soft voice, when the disease erupts, I won't be very rational. At this point, he was almost at the edge of losing his reason. Lin Yao regained a little clarity of consciousness. Xia Xingchen's disease could ruin people. He didn't understand why he suddenly lost his mind, finding an excuse in his plight, I'm helping you stop the bleeding, yes, this is returning your favor. Xia Xingchen didn't expose him, just saying, so you are quite helpful. Lin Yao closed his eyes, and the room was filled with a faint scent of cold fur. He himself was also somewhat uncontrollable. He turned his head, using all his strength to resist getting closer, the bleeding has stopped, take your hand away. As if he really was helping just now, with not a shred of self-interest. Xia Xingchen smiled, rubbing his fingertips against his lips slightly, the texture was excellent. He murmured, you're an alpha, why isn't your pheromone attacking me at all? Lin Yao paused his breathing. He remembered a previous mech battle, during which their respective pheromones suppressed each other, causing pain and discomfort, along with infinite desire for conquest. But now, not only did he not feel repulsed, but he actually yearned for it, absolutely crazy. Lin Yao looked at the bag of intravenous fluids, thinking to himself that it must be because someone drugged him, which explained his current irrational state. That's what he thought, and thus asked out loud, because you drugged me. Xia Xingchen twirled his fingertip, I would love to find some drugs that turn enemies into friends. But look at you, coming in so enthusiastically, provoking my sickness, it's hard for me to control myself. What shall we do? Who was being enthusiastic? Is this man even ashamed? Lin Yao rarely blushed, yet he was now red-eared and speechless. The root of his ears turned a bright red. Xia Xingchen wouldn't let up, I haven't encountered such a situation, you should be responsible. Lin Yao shut his eyes, steeled his heart, let's fight then. Xia Xingchen, what? Lin Yao, unstable in breath but clear-headed, you brought me to the hospital and paid my medical expenses, calculate how much it costs in total. I've heard you hire people as training sparring partners, I'll accompany you, 300 per round, fight until it balances out. Xia Xingchen smiled slightly, alright. The person he had been avoiding finally came willingly, truly delightful. Lin Yao glanced at him, you agreed so easily. Xia Xingchen nodded, it's inconvenient at school, but at my place, evenings, twice every weekend for now, sometimes might coincide with my sexual addiction flare-ups, and when that happens, you can just stay by my side and do nothing, which will count as time. Lin Yao felt something seemed off, but couldn't quite articulate it. Doing nothing still counted as payment. It always felt like some scam where you got dragged to the ocean bottom and killed. Xia Xingchen continued, I thought it would be better to resolve this sooner. You don't want to owe me forever and keep entangled with me, right? Lin Yao nodded, then it's settled. His gaze fell on the 4-drip bag, it was almost done, every drop was money, so he sat up, I'm about to finish. Then I'll return to school, as I still need to undergo the admission physical examination this afternoon. Xia Xingchen sat with his legs crossed, staring at the clear and moonlit face in front of him. Though their pheromones had dispersed, the heat inside him remained relentless. Can I borrow your bathroom? Is it convenient? The redness on Lin Yao's face had slightly faded, and he rang for the nurse to remove the needle, do what you want. Seeing Xia Xingchen get up, Lin Yao finally exhaled a breath of relief. So embarrassing. He really wanted to tear him limb from limb and throw him into the sea to keep him quiet, but after doing something so shameful as offering himself like this, he didn't feel like he deserved the surname Lin anymore. Lin Yao straightened his clothes and headed toward Director Cheng's office. As soon as he entered, the director spoke directly. You couldn't help but lick him. Are you still denying that you're an Omega? Physical attraction is hard to resist. I believe your compatibility should be quite good. Lin Yao. Which eye do you see that through? Director Cheng smiled. In our private hospital, we have hourly patrols, ensuring maximum stability for patients. Lin Yao processed this for 2 seconds before stiffly replying, alright, even if one nurse saw, it's fine, but he shouldn't be reporting back to you. 10. Director Cheng said without mercy. We were conducting a collective ward round, and both doctors and nurses were standing by the glass door. But since you were too engrossed in licking, we didn't disturb you. Lin Yao. His face turned grayish-white as he muttered, forget it, is there any euthanasia available? Let's just skip straight to that. Director Cheng couldn't suppress a laugh. I know you can't accept turning into an Omega. You're free to go back to school if you wish, but take care of yourself. You're still in the sensitive differentiation period. The intravenous fluids we gave you could only provide temporary relief. If some alpha's pheromones attract you strongly, you might end up going into heat inadvertently. Lin Yao went cross-eyed and sighed, then just give me euthanasia already. Smiling, Director Cheng handed him a temporary suppressant and prescribed enough for a week. For the next half hour, he rambled on about the usual things, how young people need to stay positive and avoid such dramatic talk of life and death. Lin Yao's attention was on the medical bill, which was outrageously expensive. Great, he'd have to spend several more nights with Xia Xingchen then. When he left the director's office, he originally intended to leave immediately. However, due to Chongqing being in the suburbs, in order to save on taxi fare, he decided to return to his ward to look for a ride back. The room was so quiet that the sound of the wind moving the curtains could be heard. He walked to the bathroom entrance when suddenly, the sound of water trickling caught his ears. For a moment, his heart skipped a beat. It took several seconds for him to process. Could it be that what they just said was true? Merely brushing fingers triggered his strange illness. What a random mess. There comes the day, huh, dog. Lin Yao's cheeks burned red as he activated the recording function on his phone, preparing to capture incriminating evidence and find a chance to ridicule him. Just as he swiped the screen, he heard his name called suddenly. Lin Yao. The voice was low, as though deliberately whispering close to his ear, laced with an intense and indissoluble desire. New readers, please use the comment feature with ellipses, reply to others' comments to view the original text, deletions have been made for suggestive language, this isn't smut, don't reply to me anymore. Chapter 6, Do you enjoy cheating? The voice was soft, yet it collided directly into his ears. Lin Yao was so shocked that he lost grip of his phone, and it fell to the ground with a sharp crack. The screen fractured. Replacing the phone screen is expensive, 300 for an authentic one, and as Lin Yao stroked the crack, his heart sank. Lin Yao. Xia Xingchen, hearing the commotion, sounded a little clearer now, but his tone still carried traces of desire. With strained expression, Lin Yao bent down to pick up the phone and looked toward the blurry outline of the bathroom. Through the mist, he could faintly see the superior physique of the man inside, broad shoulders, narrow waist. TSK. Even if not in high definition, the inappropriate scene that intruded upon his eyes caused Lin Yao's face to flush within seconds. You're shameless. He must know I'm outside, deliberately washing himself while taunting me with those words earlier. Are you mentally ill? Lin Yao couldn't help but speak out loud, I already said I was helping you stop the bleeding earlier. Can we just move on from this? Hearing the sound from outside, though it was far away, it seemed like it landed right beside him, making Xia Xingchen abruptly tense up to the extreme point. At a moment like this, even anger turned into flirtation. After several seconds, Xia Xingchen finally came back to his senses. So enjoyable. At first, he had been tempted by him, without any intention of dealing with it, planning to cool off with a shower instead. But involuntarily, his mind kept flashing back to that previous scene, his fantasies nearly became reality, and inappropriate words slipped out. I'm sick, please bear with me, Xia Xingchen took deep breaths to calm the heat rising within. Still, letting a spiky porcupine like him know that his remarks were not meant to humiliate or mock, but rather because of overwhelming emotion, would probably result in him not surviving through today. Lin Yao indignantly retorted, I don't care about your issues, finish up quickly and get out. Xia Xingchen smirked silently. Without further distraction, he rushed through the shower to cool down, dressed up, and once again stood before the other clean and refreshed. Their eyes met, calm in one, embarrassment in the other. I thought you'd already left, Xia Xingchen stated. Lin Yao was still recovering from what happened earlier, cursing at him, disgusting. Xia Xingchen didn't hide anything, have you not? Boys and adolescents should be normal, right? Lin Yao's neck stiffened, the exposed part of his skin turning bright red, maybe normal, but the fact that you keep mocking me at such moments makes you too shameless, why are you holding a grudge? Alright, my fault, I shouldn't have been too petty, Xia Xingchen did not over-explain, then let me drive you back to school, and this time we'll call it even. Lin Yao felt cornered, his intentions for hitching a ride exposed, stammering awkwardly, fine, I'm also very magnanimous, no more mention of it after this. Agreed. Xia Xingqian's mood improved significantly. On their way back, he completely opened the convertible top, leaving Lin Yao feeling publicly tortured, wanting to die in embarrassment. So ostentatious, this guy acting weirdly again for no reason. He raised a hand to cover his face, blocking the wind brushing past, deciding to lay down some rules with this young master. After we return to the dormitory, we will go back to being the same as before, mutually unbothered except for our weekly boxing practice. There will be no further interaction between us. Xia Xingqian replied nonchalantly, I'll try. Lin Yao turned his head and stared coldly, and don't make a fuss about our deal. Xia Xingqian mused for a moment, you like cheating. Lin Yao. Got it, so he's now into this kind of sticky, nauseating route. Respectfully acknowledged. Feeling queasy. Sliding his palm down to cover his face, Lin Yao muttered sarcastically, put the roof down. I can't stand the embarrassment. Xia Xingqian voiced a somewhat regretful response, all right. He had been planning a campus tour to let everyone see how their relationship had improved. What a pity. Lin Yao decided to stay silent. Not a single word was exchanged between them until they returned to the dormitory, reverting to the days when they used to quarrel fiercely, glaring daggers at each other. As soon as the door opened, Healy frantically pulled him aside and whispered anxiously, did he beat you again? What do you mean, again? Lin Yao responded calmly, no. Healy lamented sympathetically, I understand, losing to someone is embarrassing so you don't want to admit it. I get it. Lin Yao really wanted to knock his head open to check if his brain was full of melon rinds. Where did you come up with that conclusion? The group chat, don't believe me? Look. Healy shoved his phone at him, opening the group, AAA how much are today's melons selling for? Have you heard? XXC slept with LV's Omega. Yes, I've heard. Right in their dorm, pretty bold. Then LV returned to the dorm and stumbled upon an affair, so the two started fighting. That Omega was standing there crying, completely naked. Holy crap, how thrilling. And then? Lin Yao. He now somewhat understood how the rumor that Xia Xingqian had dated 80 OS in high school had spread. Healy had a face saying, I believed it too, and he lifted his chin, keep watching. Xia Xingqian lazily leaned against the door on the other side, watch what? Healy dared not expose himself, stammering, watching, the part-time job group chat, us kids with modest backgrounds are different from you who were born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Xia Xingqian nodded and added, so Lin Yao doesn't need one for now. Healy asked, why not? Lin Yao thought, this isn't an outsider, and explained, recently my weekend is his, I can't work. Healy's brain froze. What does, weekend belongs to him, mean? Shit, something feels off here. His expression slightly changed, Brother Lin, aren't you going crazy? You just got beaten by him and you still agree to be kept by him. God, this is like mistaking the wolf for your father. No, it's like getting secretly pregnant. Lin Yao wanted to kill him right on the spot, are you a pig? Xia Xingqian slightly lowered his head, fingers casually twirling his phone, unable to hold back a laugh. The toilet door opened, Cheng Boyan covering his mouth with both hands, I didn't hear anything, even if you don't pay me to keep quiet, I won't say anything about your passionate physical relationship. Lin Yao squeezed out the words through his teeth. It's not what you think. Healy widened his eyes, asking, then what is it? Messages were still popping up in the group, Lin Yao's face turning grimmer as he read on. Of course, LV was beaten into the hospital afterward, seriously enough to remain unconscious for 24 hours. Exciting stuff. But come to think of it, how dare commoners fight with the Lord? They have big guts. Apparently, they couldn't openly compete. But behind the scenes, their competition was heated. In high school, these two beat each other several times. Now that they share a dorm room, wouldn't they end up rolling off their beds during nighttime blackouts? Lin Yao. On the bed. Dead. There's no way he'd let it go further. Just as the dorm door opened, the counselor walked straight in with a camera, directly aiming the lens at the gossip center, the two of them. Lin Yao. The counselor smiled and said, I heard that the two of you were hospitalized because of jealousy. I believe it's probably exaggerated. Either way, why don't you two shake hands and make peace? I can report this back upstairs. It's the start of the term, please don't make things difficult for me. To make peace by shaking hands, Lin Yao felt he might not be compatible with Chongqing University's fate. Xia Xingqian was very easygoing, alright. Lin Yao was still deliberating which hand to extend when he was suddenly pulled up by the counselor, positioned in front of Xia Xingqian, staring eye to eye for a moment, feeling slightly confused. Here, one dorm friendship, a lifetime of classmate camaraderie, the counselor passionately announced, lowering his voice and saying, give each other a hug, quick. Xia Xingqian was extremely cooperative, generously offering, brother, come on. Lin Yao. Is this what making peace looks like? Before he could react, the back of his neck was grabbed by a broad hand, solidly bumping into Xia Xingqian's chest. The pecs, why so well trained? To smash stones on his chest or what? Say something, Xia Xingqian whispered in his ear. I'm your dad, Lin Yao deadpanned. Xia Xingqian ignored him, smiling and feeding him lines, say we'll share bitterness together today, and meet death tomorrow. Lin Yao gritted his teeth, you really are sick. Seemed he shouldn't have agreed to play along in the first place. Inadvertently filmed this scene on campus. Genuine and fervent, stirring and touching, so everyone should stop spreading rumors about disharmony between the two of you. The counselor satisfactorily looked at the two handsome students in the camera. Alright, that's all, hug slowly, I'm going to post the announcement. In the blink of an eye, the efficiency was surprisingly high. Once the door closed, Lin Yao pushed Xia Xingchen forcefully aside, wrinkling his brow with disdain. Healy nudged him with his elbow, lowering his voice and saying, after doing business with Xia Xingchen, you've become much gentler. If it was before, you would have already punched him in the face. Lin Yao's patience was almost gone. Told you there's nothing, any more rumors, and I'll throw you into the river to feed the crocodiles. There was still the residual warmth of the embrace on his back. This bastard only knows how to put on grand public displays, hugging that tightly. What kind of disgusting behavior was that again? Xia Xingchen, seeing the murderous look on his face, began to explain, it's not what you think. Our relationship is very pure. He came to my house as a worker. Lin Yao rarely cooperated, yes. Healy was stunned. Staring at Lin Yao's beautiful androgynous face, Healy felt deep admiration. Wow, you actually went to his house, to be the dominant one. Chapter 7, Bold Talk. Lin Yao looked puzzled. What's wrong with working? Congratulations, congratulations. Healy suppressed his excitement and said, did you just so casually punish him on the spot? Lin Yao. What nonsense are you talking? Cheng Boyan teased, are you two playing around a lot? Healy thought for a moment. Even though he disliked Xia Dog, he still felt that this brother was extremely badass. When two alphas collide, one must always submit out of love. But I didn't expect that he would be the one to endure the hardship. It must be because your skills are too good that you conquered the other side. Xia Xingchen. There weren't many people who could make him silent like this. This guy was the first. Cheng Boyan was very adept at saving face, commenting, maybe the young master is lazy and likes lying down. Xia Xingchen really wanted to give these two a bullet each. Lin Yao finally realized what was going on and turned his head to look at him. Do you think I could top him? Healy's eyes fell on Lin Yao's cold and beautiful features, being very serious, judging by appearance, not likely, but maybe you have some hidden alpha talents. Who knows? Lin Yao, what's an insulation cup? Healy gestured, it's the weapon that alphas are most proud of. Didn't you read the manga I sent you last time? Lin Yao glanced at it, closed it, it was eye-wateringly bad. Xia Xingchen's mood had improved a bit. His voice was relaxed, so, Brother Lin has quite wide-ranging private interests. However, the sight of a certain alpha classmate showing weakness yesterday is unforgettable. After thinking about this for a moment, Healy's brain was overwhelmed. Weakness. Was he countertopped again? Cheng Boyan sighed softly, am I the only one still a pure and innocent boy? I also want to find someone. Lin Yao couldn't stand it anymore and ended this absurd conversation. Stop, don't fantasize. I owe him money, so I'm accompanying him to box as payment. That's all, employer and debtor relationship. Then he stressed word by word, we two can't stand each other. There's no way we'll sleep in the same bed in this lifetime. We'll never have any intimate physical relationships. Got it? Healy revealed a regretful expression as if having eaten a rotten melon. Are you so sure? Xia Xingchen narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Yao looked at him as if looking at a lunatic, of course. If it wasn't for the thing that happened yesterday, I wouldn't possibly be staying in the same dormitory as you right now. Xia Xingchen nodded, still speaking gently, but what to do, I enjoy seeing you embarrassed. Otherwise, shall we sleep together tonight? You're sick. Lin Yao thought he should go check his brain. Their phones buzzed simultaneously. It was a reminder from their counselor to gather in the first teaching building immediately for the entrance physical examination. The notification specially stated that Alpha and Omega individuals were tested in different buildings to avoid unexpected situations due to pheromone collisions. What are you standing there for? Healy placed his hand on Lin Yao's shoulder, leaning his nose closer, sniffing randomly. Big brother Yao, aren't you in the susceptible phase? Why isn't there any smell of pheromones on your body? These two had been friends for 6 years. This guy was rather coarse, feeling absolutely no sense of harassment from this sentence. However, Xia Xingchen's eyes subtly narrowed. Feeling a heavy gaze, Lin Yao looked up, making eye contact with him. His pupil color was originally dark. When his gaze landed, it was as if a sniper rifle had locked onto its target, ready to eliminate it on the spot. What are you staring at me for? He frowned, clearly annoyed. I'm just thinking, did something unusual come up during your medical checkup yesterday? Xia Xingchen moved his eyes away. Songqing's physical checks are very strict. If even slightly unsuitable, you would be expelled. Lin Yao glanced up at him, pondering over countermeasures. This cunning son of a gun was sharp indeed, so tall yet not brainless. What riddles are you two beating? Healy asked worriedly, what disease exactly? You didn't tell me yesterday either. Lin Yao expressionlessly shook his head, minor issues of the susceptibility period, let's go for the medical examination. All members of the dorm went out together. Xia Xingchen leisurely followed behind, his gaze resting on the narrow waist ahead, easily pinchable. Indeed, he didn't know Lin Yao's report results, but judging from the abnormal reactions over the past 2 days, he guessed more or less correctly. Either he also had a sexual addiction problem like himself. Or he differentiated into an Omega completely unsuitable for the comprehensive battle academy. If it was the latter, there was no way he'd pass today's physical examination. Lin Yao was also distracted, muttering to himself, reports were already submitted before, why does it need to test the second gender again? Of course, the Comprehensive Battle Academy has always been a full alpha area, Qing Boyan said. If a real Omega accidentally drops into a group of alphas craving for contact, it's like a sweet little cake falling right into hungry wolves' mouths. What's the difference? Gender discrimination, Lin Yao scoffed lightly. Qing Boyan waved his hand and explained, it's not that. Think about it during battles, Omegas are at a disadvantage, no need to fight. Their pheromones just have to tempt and they end up in someone's arms directly, how can they possibly fight then? Xia Xingchen nodded, that's true, licking up blood and instantly making friends out of enemies isn't impossible either. Lin Yao. Such an embarrassing part of history. The inspection queue had already stretched very long but was well ordered. Xia Xingchen nudged him with his elbow, hey, do you want to go there with me first? Lin Yao glanced at him strangely, what evil plan are you concocting now? Xia Xingchen smiled and gave him an idea to control himself, instructing, the full body check requires undressing in pairs. I'm afraid someone might secretly take my pictures to sell for money. As a person who is very concerned about personal privacy, if anyone threatens me with such photos, I could agree to any request. Lin Yao commented, vain. If there were photos, there'd surely be some people wanting them in the group chat, Qing Boyan touched his chin. Spreading such photos is illegal, Lin Yao's voice was cold, anyway, what would a bunch of alphas want with his photos? He leaned in, whispering, you don't know. There are many Omegas from other schools hiding in that group chat, waiting for military academy social events. His photos would definitely sell for a high price. Xia Dog's concerns are not without reason. Lin Yao hadn't seen it, but a vision flashed in his mind. When Xia entered the shower and held onto the water soaked him, his shirt soaked through and his body contours clearly visible, indeed quite attractive. Wait, if he took photos, could he use them as leverage against Xia Xingchen to modify the physical examination report? Though it seemed despicable, there wasn't another option besides involving Xia family who wield great influence. Lin Yao pulled out the camera on his phone in his pocket and dismissed the idea the next second. Never mind, too unethical and perverted. Xia Xingchen noticed the tension beneath his calm expression and pushed him towards the medical room. Are you afraid your physique doesn't measure up to mine? I've seen yours, it's decent. Don't look down on yourself unnecessarily. Lin Yao ignored him. After entering the room, the two began loosening their clothes under the gaze of two doctors. Physical checks are usually done before admission to Zongqing, so this time around was just going through the motions. Thus, the atmosphere was relaxed. The doctor chuckled while looking at both of them, praising, your bodies are well trained. Broad shoulders, narrow waists, tall and long legs, defined muscles, anyone coming in would feel inferior. So, didn't we just find each other at par? Xia Xingchen turned around boldly and without reserve. Lin Yao went through the scanner first, bent over putting his clothes back on when his phone slipped out of his pocket. In a panic, he tried to turn off the lock screen, and the camera lens swept across Xia Xingchen's sharply defined features, a full chest, deep six-pack abs carved like sculpture, and hormones bursting forth strongly. Lin Yao. Too much competition, who could match this figure? Even glancing at it for just 2 seconds, Lin Yao felt his cheeks heat up. His fingers hovered aimlessly over the screen, failing to shut it off. Right, Lin Yao classmate, Xia Xingchen suddenly called out his name. A click later, a photo was automatically saved into the album. Lin Yao. Now he really became a freak. Xia Xingchen's intimidating face showed up on the lens. Shit. Dad phone, what the hell did you just capture? Lin Yao quickly pressed the lock screen, keeping his expression indifferent while lowering his head, hastily throwing the work shirt over his body. Xia Xingchen tilted his head to see him struggling nervously, why are you panicking? Lin Yao gulped dryly, nothing, just putting on clothes. Xia Xingchen looked at him smiling. Lin Yao felt extremely uneasy, his limbs moving awkwardly. You. Why are you leaning in so suddenly? He asked quietly, are you crazy? Xia Xingchen snickered softly, grabbing his collar and pulling down the white shirt in one swift motion. Feeling challenged this way, Lin Yao surprisingly remained still, as though petrified, his back stiffened and his whole body flushed red. Xia Xingchen lowered his eyes, turning the shirt around and sliding it over Lin Yao's head. You're dumb, you wore it inside out, he teased. Chapter 8, does this count as harassment? Lin Yao's face was almost completely red. His limbs felt stiff, like they had just been assembled. What was he fidgeting around for? And pretending to help with putting on clothes? He wasn't armless, Lin Yao could dress himself. Hand, Xia Xingchen said. With a straight face, Lin Yao raised his hand, being very obedient. Xia Xingchen chuckled. His long arms swiftly moved upward, through the sleeves of the shirt, then back down, smoothing out a wrinkle on his waist. Didn't I hear that your relationship hasn't been good? The doctor stared at their small interactions. But this seems fine, very friendly. Lin Yao stiffly denied it, it's not good. You should improve relations, then. The doctor smiled and suggested, since Xia has helped you, next it should be your turn to help him. Lin Yao. There were so many students outside still in line, what was happening here? Some kind of human-machine interaction. Xia Xinqing grabbed some clothes from the nearby stool and handed them over, then Lin Yao's help would be appreciated. The skin on Lin Yao's neck had turned crimson, awkwardness flooding his face as if it had been splashed with wine, painting it a vivid scarlet. Under so many pairs of eyes watching him, he settled for a reluctant whisper, "Are you crazy, can't you dress yourself?" Xia Xinqing lowered his head and smiled softly, without moving, "We're both male alphas, why are you so shy?" "No. Not shy." Lin Yao said word by word. "So why aren't you moving when the doctor told you to help each other?" Xia Xinqing asked lazily. Lin Yao felt it sounded like a challenge. Something wasn't right, this guy had planned it all along. Since when he casually brought up the worry about someone sneaking photos, it might have already started setting a trap, waiting here to humiliate him. Lin Yao threw the clothes onto his face in anger, "You dress yourself." Xia Xinqing suppressed laughter. "I was actually quite patient before, but are you showing ingratitude now?" Lin Yao inhaled sharply, suppressing the frustration rising inside. Revenge, this must have been carefully plotted revenge. "Could you cooperate a bit?" "Thanks," his voice was cold, his gaze deadly. It was truly awkward. Wasn't there someone who could step in? He was talking about those few people standing nearby enjoying the spectacle. Could double A's just start helping each other get dressed? If there was any chance of homosexuality involved, wouldn't this count as sexual harassment? A flurry of disordered thoughts crowded his mind, his limbs unwilling to follow commands. Lin Yao. Xia Xinqing looked down, his gaze falling on the other's crimson lips, slightly parted, revealing a tip of his tongue. Mysterious ideas popped into his head. This face had always been icy, perhaps he didn't realize how lecherous his expression appeared at this moment. "You." Lin Yao had only begun to speak when the clothes in his hands were snatched away. Without saying a word, Xia Xinqing bent his back and slipped the clothes on smoothly, instantly covering his figure neatly. Lin Yao didn't know what wind of madness he suddenly caught, but he especially enjoyed going against others. "Didn't you want me to help? What's your hurry?" Xia Xinqing tightened his abdomen slightly, then relaxed again, averting his gaze, "No need." This time, it was Lin Yao's turn to mock him, "Both males alphas, what are you shy about?" Xia Xinqing let out a light hum dismissively, "I'm a little shy, my face doesn't have much thickness, okay?" Lin Yao noticed a pale blush on his usually healthy earlobes, realizing this guy wasn't as shameless as imagined, so his own earlier loss of composure hadn't been too embarrassing. The two walked out of the examination room, and the next step was blood drawing. Lin Yao held his phone as if it were scorching hot. He sidestepped into a corner, tilting the screen towards the wall while squinting his eyes to open the photo album. Not knowing how many times he'd been struck. Even in blur, one could make out Xia Xinqing's distinctly sharp features behind. It was his fault for looking too recognizable. Lin Yao flipped the screen backward, unable to bear looking. Should he delete it? Threatening with this kind of picture, he couldn't bring it out, even harder to think of an opening line. "Hey, shall we make a deal with this?" Feeling it was such a dignified matter. "I accidentally took your picture, or else will you agree to something if I delete it?" Couldn't bring it out, with their mutually adversarial relationship, it was difficult to express. Lin Yao's face remained wooden, finding it harder to open his mouth with each passing second. "Brother Yao. Why did the two of you spend so much time in there?" Healy burst over from another queue. Lin Yao hastily pressed the lock screen button, feeling like he could just commit suicide on the spot if anyone saw. "Whose private photos were you just looking at?" Healy, with his sharp eyesight, asked. Though he hadn't seen it clearly, he had glimpsed a hint of something intimate. Xia Xinqing glanced in their direction and said meaningfully, "Private photos?" Lin Yao wanted to kill him as he kicked him and snapped, "Don't talk nonsense." "How could I possibly?" The corner of Xia Xinqing's lips slightly curved upward, not showing even a bit of being offended. "I thought you secretly took a photo of me during the examination, which is why you're so nervous." Lin Yao. "Brother, quit school and start fortune-telling business instead." Seeing that Lin Yao didn't answer, Xia Xinqing's gaze grew more significant. "If someone really took my picture and used it to threaten me, they could definitely blackmail for many things, making it easy to get whatever they wanted." Lin Yao slowly blinked once. It was a trap, he shouldn't jump into it. How could my brother Yao take such pictures? Healy looked confused, while a classmate nearby called his name. "You two go get your blood drawn quickly or else the queue will grow long again." Lin Yao stayed silent. Xia Xinqing nudged his shoulder toward the direction of the blood drawing station. "If you want to make a deal, we should do it sooner. Once the blood is really taken, problems will become very troublesome." Lin Yao turned back to look at him, their eyes locking straight on each other. This wasn't subtle hinting, it was completely laid out in front on the table. Lin Yao rarely stared this directly at Xia Xinqing. His double eyelids were narrow but deep, combining with dark pupils, masking all sorts of emotions behind an air of casual indifference. Taking photos was wrong, especially something inappropriate like this. Even if it was accidental, it still constituted an act. Lin Yao felt ashamed of himself, yet couldn't think of any alternative solution right now. Their feet paused near the entrance of the blood drawing room. As Lin Yao struggled hesitantly, the hand resting on his shoulder moved down to his neck, pressing gently, leading him to the adjacent restroom. Xia Xinqing scanned around, no one was there, and closed the door. Lin Yao tightened his lips and slid open the phone screen, the incriminating photo immediately under the other's eye line. He kept his spine rigid as he admitted boldly, I accidentally took a photo of you earlier. But I didn't mean. I don't intend to use this kind of thing to threaten you. While speaking, he clicked on the screen, intending to press delete. Xia Xinqing suddenly grabbed his phone, pulling it aside. What were you planning to trade with me? Lin Yao's earlobes turned crimson, hard to utter the words, forge my medical report. There's an issue with my pheromones, I can't pass it. Xia Xinqing looked at him, a faint smile appearing in his eyes, very honest, forging reports could get both of us expelled if anything goes wrong. After having blurted it out, the next sentence became less difficult for Lin Yao. Keeping his head slightly lowered, avoiding Xia's gaze, or, tell me how it can be handled without involving you. Xia Xinqing flipped through his phone, staring fixedly at that photo. His fingertip lingered over the picture as if lost in thought. Sensing his pause, after several long seconds without any response, Lin Yao abruptly looked up. Seeing Xia's movement made his breathing accelerate, his cheeks blazing red. I'll delete it now, I wasn't trying to capture this intentionally. He knew this thing would bring nothing but bad luck. Xia Xinqing didn't respond directly, raising an eyebrow slightly, I can help you. But the condition is. Lin Yao licked his dry lips, brought back by those few words, what's the condition? Xia Xinqing's fingertip tapped on that photo and declared generously, keep it, no deleting allowed, let it be the crown jewel of your album. I'll inspect it anytime. Lin Yao. I'd rather die. Chapter 9, Sneaky Tactics. Lin Yao suspected that he was playing a new game of humiliation. He lifted his eyes, full of disdain, I don't want to look at you, it'll give me eye disease. Even if stored on the phone, it practically dirted this album. But since he still needed something from him, these words were forcibly swallowed back. Xia Xinqing nodded, I understand. So why do you still make me keep it? Lin Yao coldly said, aren't you afraid I'll leak it privately? Xia Xinqing straightened slightly, his palms still braced on the sink behind him, saying slowly, it's mainly because I find your bashful expression when looking at these pictures quite entertaining. Lin Yao. This guy indeed liked verbal humiliations. Xia Xinqing added, it gives me great pleasure. Even though it was a deal, Lin Yao couldn't help but curse him, freak. Xia Xinqing clearly enjoyed the contrast between his restrained anger and his usual demeanor, with his ear tips red like they were blushed by rouge, making him look particularly soft and easy to bully. He slowly said, yeah, I play pretty twisted games. We've known each other for 3 years, is today the first time you realize? Lin Yao cursed again, shameless. Xia Xinqing stared at his opening and closing mouth, admiring such a beautiful lip shape but disliking the harsh words coming out of them. There was noise outside the restroom. Lin Yao remembered what he came here for and asked quietly, about that report, do I still need to give blood? No need. Xia Xinqing said while gathering himself, looking more serious now as he lowered his eyes and dialed a number, Uncle Cheng, could you please handle something for me? Submit a physical exam report for a freshman. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow, watching him closely. Rarely had he seen Xia Xinqing so proper before. During high school, they were in different classes and mostly met either at the flag-raising platform or honor board, or some troublemaking occasions off campus. Always confrontational. It was hard to imagine this person helping him repeatedly. Since the beginning of school just 2 days ago, he'd already owed him 3 favors. How strange, had he been hexed into kindness? Xia Xinqing held the phone, expression calm, he can't get checked right now. Use the one submitted before the college entrance exam, names Lin Yao, Doublewood Lin, Sun Yao. After a couple more seconds, he ended the call, thanks Uncle Cheng, goodbye. With just a few words, he resolved a tricky problem. Only now did Lin Yao truly feel the weight of what people meant jokingly referring to him as, young master. Still dazed, the cell phone screen was pushed in front of his face. Lin Yao quickly turned away, I really don't want to see it. Xia Xinqing nodded and said, then delete this one, take another. Lin Yao couldn't hold back his retort, are you exhibitionist? What's the difference with taking another one? Do you have water in your brain? Xia Xinqing held the phone and changed direction, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. He flipped the lens, aimed it at both of them, and pressed the shutter. In the lens, 2 handsome faces were close together, one sharp and angular, the other clear-eyed and elegant, both equally good-looking. Lin Yao was confused. Xia Xinqing set this photo as his screensaver, handing the phone back, not allowed to change. This is the condition of our deal. Lin Yao. Lin Yao was almost exploding, who would want to see this detested face every time they opened their phone? This guy was too sly, knowing exactly how to make someone most uncomfortable. Xia Xinqing slightly raised his eyebrows, not willing. Then I can withdraw the previous call. Lin Yao forced out words through gritted teeth, no, not, unwilling. Then no changing it. I'll check occasionally. Xia Xinqing was satisfied and reminded him, your phone has been vibrating constantly. Lin Yao glanced down and saw that somehow Healy had pulled him into a group chat with a familiar name, AAA how much are watermelons today? Breaking news, XXC shoved someone into the toilet during the medical checkup. Who? That stunning Omega he brought back to the dorm. How dare he? No. LV, feels like he can't help but fight. Ah. Weren't they deeply hugging and shaking hands reconciling in the dorm earlier? Now fighting again. That's all show. Otherwise, would you believe these two holding hands to go to the bathroom together? They've been in there for 10 minutes. Could these two be doing something else inside? Dead enemies outwardly, secret lovers inwardly. Reasonable, exciting. Reasonable, exciting. Reasonable, exciting. Lin Yao. Sometimes, being alone online can also be quite helpless. Xie Xingqian turned around, just about to open the door when he was stopped by Lin Yao. Wait. Is there any other deal? Xie Xingqian slightly raised his eyebrows. Lin Yao reverted to his usual cold-speaking manner. So many people have seen us go into the restroom together for 10 minutes without a sound. How would others think if you walk out like this? Xie Xingqian thought for a moment. They might think we're doing it fast. Or one of us isn't good enough. Lin Yao. Was his brain headquarters of District 9 landfill or what, filled with trash talk? He managed to suppress the urge to hit him. The current rumors have taken an unbelievable turn, so we need to twist it back. Directly, fight. Xie Xingqian turned around and walked back to him. Being slightly taller, he bent down a little while speaking. Do we really have to act to this extent? Lin Yao thought about the favors he owed from the other side, straightened his back, and grabbed his wrist. You beating me up will also work. Let me get some bruises, I won't resist. Just being involved with this guy was already troublesome, now more absurd gossip appeared. If brutal means could dispel everyone's suspicions, he didn't mind taking the loss. Xie Xingqian lifted his hand, using his thumb to pinch his chin, sounding somewhat displeased. It's just gossip, not real. Do you dislike being associated with me that much? Lin Yao couldn't help but smile at the foolishness of the question. His eyes had fine, upward-sloping corners, making him less cold when he smiled, instead adding a touch of cool elegance. Of course. We both dislike each other, and I'm also thinking for your benefit. Mutual dislike. Xie Xingqian pondered over these 4 words, the emotions in his eyes deepening. He grabbed the other's neck, suddenly pulling close. So, just to dissociate yourself from me, you'd rather let me be rough on you. This thought of yours is truly quite disgusting. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, catching a hint of subtext. But it passed too quickly. Before he could fully grasp the underlying emotion behind it, the door was suddenly pushed. 1 minute of coverage per breath. I am bursting inside. Ah, I'm coming in. A voice came through the door, followed by a crack opening. Lin Yao's gaze passed over Xie Xingqian's shoulder, already foreseeing the numerous direct stares that were about to meet his own. From other people's perspective, the tall boy with broad shoulders and long legs almost completely enveloped the other figure in his embrace. Only the dark short hair and prominent bridge of the nose were faintly visible, not like fighting, but more akin to a secret affair. Lin Yao reached out to push him, clearing relations. Get away, there's no time. However, Xie Xingqian remained still, his hand still on the back of Lin Yao's neck, slowly tightening the grip so he couldn't escape. Why? Dude, why? If our relationship leaked, how different is it from the end of the world? Lin Yao closed his eyes, thinking that it was over. The moment the door opened, he abruptly shut his eyes. But he felt his palm controlled by another broader hand, gripping the veins protruding on his neck. His waist was also held tightly by strong arms, pushed forward sharply, causing him to fall to the ground along with Xie Xingqian. The door opened with considerable noise, and countless pairs of eyes looked over. Holy crap, they're really fighting. Lin Yao has Xie Xingqian pinned down, someone shouted. Lin Yao spread his legs apart, kneeling on Xie Xingqian's waist, with both hands forced to strangle the other's neck. His palms burned hot. The other party was continuing the act, even raising his chin slightly as if ready to resist at any moment according to the act. It seemed quite convincing. Still, their staged fight felt strange. Wasn't punching this guy something they'd naturally want to do anyway? Lin Yao idly thought this, glancing at the scratches accidentally left earlier, and suddenly eased his force. Why are you letting go? But Xie Xingqian covered his hand with his own, pressing it back down forcefully. It looked like a fight on the surface, but in reality, it resembled something illicit. You should probably get up. Lin Yao felt the shame rise, his hand under control. Xie Xingqian smirked lightly, slowly mouthing words to him. Squeeze me, afraid you'll hurt me. Chapter 10, 2 Days and 2 Nights. In countless moments in the past, Lin Yao had wanted to drag Xie Xingqian out and beat him up. Just seeing this person made him irritated. But now, when he used that kind of gaze and tone, Lin Yao just couldn't bring himself to do it. Pinch me harder. Xie Xingqian slightly raised his chin. Despite being at a disadvantage, his tone was more like a command. Lin Yao slowly blinked, curled his 5 fingers, tightened them, and locked them firmly around Xie Xingqian's neck, which was slightly darker in complexion. How strange. But it was hard to say exactly what was odd. As usual, they were always provoking each other every few days. Fights were nothing unusual. Besides, during the high school closed physical training, they indeed engaged in several fierce close-quarters combats. Lin Yao's chest rose and fell. So, was it because he wasn't applying enough force? I'll try harder, otherwise, it feels fake, Lin Yao whispered, negotiating. Okay. Xie Xingchen readily agreed, even raising his chin slightly to make it easier for him to be choked. Lin Yao completely tightened his 5 fingers, almost fully encircling the other person's neck. He could even feel the pulse quickening in the carotid artery. Are you feeling uncomfortable? He couldn't believe he was actually saying such a consultative question. Xie Xingchen lowered his eyes and stared intently at the figure straddling him. Because of their struggle, his clothes and hair were disheveled. In this position, it really wasn't his fault for thinking all sorts of lewd thoughts. He symbolically struggled against the other's grip while smiling with evident pleasure on his face, acting as though in a drama. Do you believe I could hit you? You try hitting me if you dare. Lin Yao got into character, performing along with the act, feeling embarrassed for participating in something so bizarre, especially in public. This felt like some weird role-play with him. Don't fight. Don't fight. He Li and Cheng Boyan burst through the crowd, witnessing their tense standoff and becoming visibly uneasy. What looked like secret infidelity between two surface enemies only fueled further rumors. These two seemed bent on destroying each other's families down to the roots. Brother Yao's neck is swollen already. He Li worried about his comrade. Is it that? Did Xie? Gee. Is Xie Xingchen forcing you to do things you don't want to? Lin Yao flipped up from Xie Xingchen. No. Cheng Boyan naturally took his stance on the other side. I saw it earlier. Lin Yao dragged him inside first. Did Lin Yao start the provocation? Xie Xingchen also stood up from the ground smoothly, leaving no trace of having been suppressed moments ago. His voice was calm. No, it's fine. Everyone except the one who rushed to the cubicle gathered outside the door to watch. Only then did He Li subtly notice something off. Primarily, Lin Yao's face was too red, as if an entire box of rouge had been poured on it. Against the backdrop of his pale skin, it looked quite unnatural. Did he force kiss you? Lin Yao. Do you have nothing but tofu rubble in your brain? He Li lowered his voice. The reason I pulled you into that group chat was mainly to let you see some gossip about you two, speculating on hidden affairs. If you guessed wrong directions, maybe it's possible that Xie Dog, such a perverted guy, loves you so much but can't get it and finally forces affection onto you. Lin Yao felt a throbbing headache in his temples. Everything you said is wrong. Why are you fighting? He Li asked. Lin Yao didn't even want to find a reason. His face looks like he needs beating. It makes me mad looking at him. It sounded real enough. He Li sighed regrettably. So it's really just an ordinary rivalry without any hidden agenda. What a bore. Isn't that the only plausible relationship? Lin Yao truly didn't want a bunch of people lingering in the restroom, so he turned around and walked away. Just go home. Worried about being found out, he pretended to enter the blood test room for a circle before quietly sneaking out of the health examination building. Not entirely confident, Lin Yao went to the capital military hospital for another blood check. The second report was crystal clear as well. Secondary gender, Omega. 2 consistent results. No causes identified, no reason could be checked. The doctors simply stated it might be a rare exception. Leaning against the wall, Lin Yao wiped his face and felt dryness in his eyes, only experiencing a dull ache in his heart. He didn't know who to inform or whom to ask for help, and at this moment, a belated realization dawned on him, the confusion of truly becoming an Omega. Looking down at his phone screen, a recently taken photo caught his attention, one with him and Xie Xingchen. It was a very peculiar picture of them together. In the depths of his bad mood, he suddenly laughed. Freak. Lin Yao bought a lighter and burned the report thoroughly. Having endured too much suffering in the past, he had been destroyed and rebuilt time and time again. Thus, he accepted this change very calmly. Walking alone into the bustling crowd of people, he disappeared among them. Lin Yao returned to school. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw a pure black stretched limousine drive by and stop under a nearby dormitory building. Xie Xingchen was standing there smoking. When the car door opened, a man dressed in a suit stepped out and stood in front of him. Big brother, it's been days since I last saw you and you've become even more handsome. Xie Xingchen tapped off the ash from his cigarette but his gaze lingered on Lin Yao who was standing not far away. Xie Yunhuai's expression was indifferent. I heard you asked someone to help alter your report. Who is Lin Yao? Xie Xingchen hummed, you have good intelligence. He's my new roommate. I just did him a favor. To reward your helpfulness, I've brought you a little red flower. Xie Yunhuai smirked teasingly. Old man plans to arrange an alliance between our family and the Jiangs. Don't mess things up at such a crucial moment. Xie Xingchen slowly shifted his gaze from far to near, but his focus didn't waver. He spoke slowly. Why isn't it you they're asking to ally with? Big brother is 5 years older than me, so it shouldn't be my turn, right? Xie Yunhuai narrowed his eyes. Jiang Qiran specifically requested for you. Isn't he blind? Xie Xingchen extinguished his cigarette in the nearby trash can indifferently. My condition is well known within the family. I'm easily inclined to do some wild stuff. Xie Yunhuai chuckled. Young Master Jiang loves messing around just as much. Aren't you two the perfect match? Xie Xingchen gritted his teeth. you are truly my biological brother. Lin Yao walked by then, gripping a mineral water bottle, furrowing his brows. Although he hadn't intended to eavesdrop, he indeed overheard parts about an arranged marriage. Whoever would marry Xie Xingchen must have incredibly bad luck. Hey, let me introduce you, this is Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen suddenly said. Hearing his name called, Lin Yao was forced to turn around and met gazes with two slightly similar faces, cold and distant. What nonsense are you spouting now? This is my brother, Xie Yinhuai. We're bound to meet sooner or later, so might as well get acquainted. Xie Xingchen said. Lin Yao frowned deeper. Why should I meet your brother? But due to basic courtesy, he slightly nodded as a form of greeting. Big brother, how do you do? The physical examination report was altered for you. What's wrong? Xie Yinhuai scrutinized him directly, alpha physique, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, not weak-looking. He couldn't understand why his younger brother would offer help to someone like this person, involving homosexuality. Lin Yao stiffened his back momentarily and remained silent. He didn't want others to know that he had turned into an omega who could go into heat anytime, it was too big a vulnerability. Xie Xingchen always knew how to defuse awkward situations, 2-item stress response, unable to participate in training for half a year, so we concealed it. Xie Yinhuai looked at him and smiled. Do you even know where he got examined? Not your business. Xie Xingchen retained his usual carefree demeanor, but his tone carried a hint of seriousness. If you have nothing better to do, why not try arranging my alliance instead? Lin Yao didn't expect Xie Xingchen to cover his tracks so meticulously, and relaxed his stiffened back somewhat. He decided it was time to leave but felt somewhat out of place. Remember to come home this weekend. Xie Yinhuai changed the subject without further pursuing it. Xie Xingchen thought about it and declined. Can't make it, already made plans. Xie Yinhuai's smile was faint. Already forgotten what I just said. With the impending alliance, who exactly do you plan to meet? Xie Xingchen lowered his head, biting the cigarette tip again, muttering unclearly, someone I just met. We'll spend every Friday night together going forward, for 2 days and 2 nights, no time to spare. Truly worthy of a playboy with 80 exes. Lin Yao silently cursed inside, maintaining a blank expression as he twisted the cap open and drank water. Wait, weekends, 2 days, 2 nights. These keywords somehow sounded oddly familiar. Wasn't this strangely similar to the deal he'd struck with him to practice boxing? Xie Yinhuai was surprised and felt that perhaps he had been too lenient towards this younger brother. Are you dating? Or is it a hookup? Lin Yao. He slightly tilted his head upwards, his Adam's apple moving as he locked gazes with Xie Xingchen. His expression plainly read, explain yourself, don't involve me in this. The latter's gaze heavily landed on him, carrying a hint of mockery and an unspoken understanding visible only to the two of them, implying a secret affair. Xie Yinhuai perceived this short pause of silence and concluded that it wasn't just a fleeting fling, raising an eyebrow. So, you're really seeing someone? Before Lin Yao could open his mouth to say anything, his words were preempted. Xie Xingchen's lips curved up. Not yet, we're just ordinary friends for now. Planning to pursue him though. Chapter 11, A Tough Force to Tame. Does Mr. Xie chase people too? I wonder who's so unlucky to catch his eye. Xie Xingchen played with the lighter in his hand and raised his eyes. Such a big piece of gossip, don't you have an opinion? Lin Yao heard his tone, but couldn't tell if he was being genuine. He commented, never thought student Xie was so pure-hearted, playing at secret love. Xie Xingchen made a sound of agreement, non-committal, I'm very pure-hearted. Don't fool yourself. Even though 80 X's is a bit exaggerated, 3 or 5 are definitely not off the mark. Lin Yao wanted to mock him, but since his older brother was still around, it wouldn't be appropriate, so he swallowed his words. Xie Yinhuai also thought this was just a front and didn't take it seriously. Anyway, I've delivered the message. If you don't respond, the consequences are on you. See you. Xie Xingchen left without looking back, turning and walking away. Lin Yao stepped forward to follow behind him, pondered over the earlier conversation, and asked, do you need me to practice boxing with you this weekend when you go after that person? If not, he could do other jobs over the weekend to earn more money. I need practice, it doesn't conflict. Xie Xingchen had a faint smile on his lips. Lin Yao's expectations were dashed, leaving him in a bad mood. You're truly a time management master running around between two things. Xie Xingchen shrugged, continuing the topic, no choice, can't catch the person I want and got this embarrassing illness, full of energy with nowhere to channel it, luckily you're nice enough to accompany me in venting. Lin Yao coldly replied, in a law-abiding society, you can't force good people into bad deeds, messing around with me. After saying that, he realized that due to his current secondary split into Omega, if his pheromones were out of control and lured by his, it would be a great loss. Thus, preemptively drawing the line, there won't be any connection between us. Even if I die, it will never happen. The words were spoken too confidently. Xie Xingchen's laughter faded, making a soft TSK sound. Most of the time, his temper was pretty good, not taking offense to anything said by others, except Lin Yao always managed to hit his pressure points. If he were a little worse, a bit more malicious, he might really want to grab Lin Yao, lock him up at home, wait for his stress response to flare up, let him hunger and beg for him, and then fulfill his wishes slowly. Then pinning him down by the neck, leaning over and asking, baby, wasn't it impossible? Nothing is impossible. Just that he doesn't enjoy unilateral compulsion, prefers mutual feelings. So he kept plenty of patience, becoming that pure-hearted student Xia in the other's mouth. Realizing that he might have said something wrong, Lin Yao slightly softened his tone considering the recent debts owed, but you look down on me too. Once we clear all debts, we'll be like before. Xia Xingqian showed no interest in replying, only lazily biting another cigarette, and walked toward the windward direction. Go back first. Lin Yao's temper wasn't great, yet his ability to read people was excellent. Did I say something wrong? What's gotten into you? There's nothing, how dare I get angry at you? Xia Xingqian smiled gently, but the laughter did not reach his eyes. Lin Yao scoffed lightly, mysterious as always. Also tired of bothering with him anymore, turned around and went back to the dormitory. He entered the bathroom, took out the suppressant, and injected himself in the arm. It was the latest product from Heping Hospital, extremely effective. Yesterday one infusion suppressed the symptoms, signs were already apparent. Yet Lin Yao still felt insecure, should buy a more advanced inhibiting neck ring, or better yet, undergo the rumored omega-2 alpha surgery with only 1 in 10,000 success rate. But the money wasn't enough, far from it. Besides repaying his debt to Xia Xingqian, he had to extend his working hours. Clearing his thoughts, Lin Yao opened a chat box, typing while stepping out of the bathroom door. Lin Yao, regarding the job you mentioned before, I accept. Lang, Qinggu, can someone attending military academy still perform here? Lin Yao, no rules against it, I'm not a formal officer, I'm short on cash. Lang, Qinggu, alright, you such a premium find, I'd love it. Lang, Qinggu, come tonight, we'll wait for you. Lin Yao replied with A.K, and ran face-to-face into Xia Xingqian coming in. He carried a very faint scent of cigarettes, not unpleasant, more like the afterscent of some perfume, carelessly capturing attention. But his expression remained the same as before, as if dissatisfied about something owed. Lin Yao furrowed his brows slightly, speak your mind if there's something. Vision for those going to military school is exceptionally good. Xia Xingqian merely scanned casually and saw the words in the chat box. Come tonight, we'll wait for you. Pretty Lin classmate, planning to meet your lover? Lin Yao saw he didn't respond, and rarely asked again with patience, did I offend you? No. Xia Xingqian watched him throw the inhibitor needle into the trash can, grabbed a jacket carelessly wearing it, and was about to go out again. He spoke up again, it's going to be dark soon, still going out. Lin Yao thought it was quite amusing, do I need to report to you when I go out? His eyebrows and eyes were of the cool and aloof type, his face expressionless like frost, truly hard to approach. Xia Xingqian gave a sly smile, you don't have to, I'm going out too, might as well send you. Don't bother, I've already got enough trouble with the hospital debt, don't want to owe you any favors. Lin Yao shook the transportation card on the back of his phone, I'll take this. Xia Xingqian still followed him downstairs, for the first time thinking his flashy car was too showy, not even convenient to follow. Moreover, the other took a small path, losing track in no more than 2 minutes. He turned on auto drive, aimlessly wandering around in the city until the central control panel showed an unfamiliar number. He pressed answer. Is this Xia Xingqian? I'm Jiang Qiran, the other introduced himself, your brother gave me your contact information. Xia Xingqian hummed, interestless, the young master of the Jiang family, arranged marriage that one. Not interested. He leaned his elbow on the car window, you think about my brother. Jiang Qiran made an exasperated sound, what if I just want you? Xia Xingqian smiled also, but cold-hearted, don't waste time on me, useless. Too straightforward, how about at least look at what I look like? A direct rejection is too discouraging. Jiang Qiran said. Xia Xingqian impatiently, hang up. The background noise on the other side was chaotic, with crowds shouting, cheers. Suddenly there came an, followed by, sorry, did I hurt you? Then submerged again in endless noise. That voice was always cool, though transmitted over the phone, it easily made the heart miss a beat. It was Lin Yao's voice. However, Jiang Qiran was notorious for playing around, and late at night, he couldn't possibly end up anywhere decent. Especially since Lin Yao was currently in a sensitive period where slight provocation could lead to immediate arousal. Something wasn't right. Xia Xingqian bit his cherry-red cigarette, skid braking, sharply turning around, location, I'll be there shortly. Jiang Qiran waved his hand to tell the people nearby, no problem, not hurt. Then he smiled to the phone, Master Xia suddenly so concerned about me. Location. Xia Xingqian didn't want to make small talk. The other said a name, Langzhuang, a rather famous pleasure den in the capital with various kinds of performances catering to customers' desires. Lin Yao being so short on money, probably wasn't a customer. So, what kind of performance was he doing? Xia Xingqian's entire demeanor became grave. The speed almost reached the limit. Langzhuang operates on an invitation-only basis, but when Xia Xingqian's limited supercar arrived at the gate, a sharp-eyed bellhop recognized the second son of the Xia family and didn't dare to stop him, waving to let him enter without delay. He redialed quickly, simply and directly asking, where are you? Jiang Qiran stood smiling next to a flower bed, holding a thin cigarette between 2 fingers, flicking it in a swirl, here. Xia Xingqian braked smoothly, throwing the car key to the parking boy, then walked towards him, what were you looking at just now? Jiang Qiran looked up. Xia Xingqian was tall, even if the other stood on the steps, he still had to tilt his head slightly upwards, an unpleasant angle, yet stunningly handsome all the same. Indeed a handsome exterior, very much like his brother. Jiang Qiran admired for a few seconds, then said, "Are you here to watch the show or to watch me?" "Watch both." Xia Xingqian understood this person's nature, harshness wouldn't work, so brought out the methods from the world of fame and profit, talking like this isn't any different from the matchmaking corner. Hearing some commotion inside, Jiang Qiran snuffed out his thin cigarette. "Alright, the performance is about to start, don't delay me watching hot guys." Passing through the 13 long corridors, he said, "Originally there was supposed to be an auction of a pink transparent mermaid today, wanted to join the fun, guess what?" Xia Xingqian wasn't interested, "Don't want to guess." "You're such a boring person." Jiang Qiran was speechless, leading him into the top floor VIP room, then I bumped into a handsome guy at corridor 7, looks, how to say. When Xia Xingqian heard something related to Lin Yao, his gaze turned, continue. Jiang Qiran recalled, "Very cool aura, very light gaze, very tough to tame, quite awesome." Xia Xingqian hummed, "So?" Jiang Qiran said leisurely, "I fancy him, I want to book him for the night, what do you think?" Xia Xingqian, 6. Chapter 12, Taut Lower Back. However, Lin Yao's face was indeed exquisite. The venue suddenly became noisy, accompanied by a chorus of screams, as if the performance was about to begin. Xia Xingqian looked up and saw a central arena in the shape of a gladiator coliseum. It was a rather ordinary setup, just magnified several times, which made it seem more oppressive. Yet, at first glance, it seemed pretty mundane. Xia Xingqian, somewhat uninterested, asked, "So where is your handsome guy?" Just as he finished speaking, he noticed the performer entering the arena. Half of his face was obscured by a beast mask, revealing a half-human form, with a bulky lock around his throat, attached to a silver chain that hung over his chiseled pectorals, as if restraining some sort of wild animal. His waist displayed 2 deep ridges along the obliques, hands crossed over his chest, head bowed. He appeared poised for action. Primitive, carnal, sensual, feral, brimming with a desire to conquer. Xia Xingqian's Adam's apple twitched slightly. He liked what he saw. His eyes couldn't leave the figure, overtaken by an irresistible attraction. At this moment, not only himself but also the whole crowd was electrified. Yet, a tinge of dissatisfaction arose, his precious find was being ogled by others. "That's him, the hunk I bumped into earlier. He's absolutely stunning, isn't he?" Jiang Qiran said openly while appreciating the sight. Xia Xingqian hummed lightly in response. "He does look good," he said slowly. Jiang Qiran lamented, "I wonder what kind of hardships he's endured to take on such life-and-death performances. If he survives today, I'll go ask if I can sponsor him." "It's just a performance," Xia Xingqian responded. He had fought against Lin Yao many times before, whether it be in boxing, martial arts, or wrestling, Lin Yao was always among the top experts. Xia didn't worry about any unexpected incidents. But Jiang Qiran grinned slyly, "Not exactly. This one is life-threatening, otherwise who would watch?" Then, from the side door, came a deafening sound as a massive beast, chained, was dragged inside. It was clearly drugged, still partially unconscious, thus carried by 4 people who positioned it in the center of the ring before leaving swiftly, fearing accidental injury. Xia Xingqian adjusted his posture, no longer relaxed. He watched as Lin Yao knelt down beside the beast, hooking the end of his own heavy chain onto the neck of the monster. A short distance apart, so close that the wild creature could open its jaws and swallow him at will, Lin Yao placed his life in danger willingly. Fighting for survival under such inescapable circumstances, one of them was bound to die. It was certainly a game that spared no life. "Crazy," Xia Xingqian muttered. And around the stadium, countless screams erupted as the audience urged for the injection of the stimulant. "Inject! Inject!" echoed everywhere like a chant. The spectators were practically mad, urging the transformation of the beast into a frenzied state. Watching a combat-trained youth struggle under the claws of a ferocious beast was the entertainment for these high-class individuals, a bloody, brutal, and merciless spectacle of powerlessness. Hearing the cries, Lin Yao picked up the stimulant nearby, his hands shaking. He could see the sharp fangs of the wild beast, every slight movement caused the connected chains to clang, the eyes of the giant creature flashing wide open in an instant. Was he afraid? Of course. He wasn't fearless enough to disregard all lives, yet there was no other way. Undergoing a secondary differentiation into Omega's body constitution, attempting to induce a reversion back to Alpha through surgery had a very low success rate, and the procedure was costly. However, even if there was just a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to try. He needed to save money, lots of it. Such dangerous shows provided the fastest route to cash without selling himself out. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yao jabbed the needle into the neck of the wild beast, pushing the stimulant in slowly. "This is Z7032 stimulant, contraband goods. It's from the military and really powerful stuff." Jiang Qiran turned her head, whispering a bit of information. Xia Xingqian paid partial attention as he slid open his phone to send a message. "Send a Z7033 to Lang Zhuang, bring along a Falcon 47 now." The recipient replied cautiously, "If the league leader finds out, it won't be easy to handle." "Xia Xingqian, I'll take responsibility for the consequences." In the beast arena, the wild creature began to wake up. Under the influence of the stimulant, its eyes turned blood red, letting out a deep growl as it stood on all fours and raised its head violently. The connected chains suddenly tightened, dragging Lin Yao off the ground. With the collar around his neck as the sole support point, his breath was cut off, his fingers clawing desperately for air. Veins bulged as he struggled fiercely. Numbers on the digital screen rolled rapidly. A significant portion of the audience placed their bets on time, 10 minutes. They were confident that after 10 minutes, the wild beast would snap his white neck, causing immediate death. Xie Xingchen tilted his head and asked, "Shall we place a bet?" Seeing that he finally became a little interested, Jiang Qiran summoned the waiter and chuckled mischievously, "All right, how much do you want to bet?" Xie Xingchen handed over his card, showing 5 fingers, indicating an amount. He then added, 3 minutes. "Are you crazy?" Though Jiang Qiran thought it wasn't a big deal for this young master, she still felt it was reckless and advised against it. The money will be wasted in 3 minutes. No matter how bad he is, our handsome fighter won't collapse in just 3 minutes. Xie Xingchen kept his eyes glued on Lin Yao, replying calmly, "No, I'm betting he'll win within 3 minutes." Jiang Qiran couldn't help but laugh at his words. She pointed at Lin Yao struggling in the center and helped place the bet despite her disbelief. "Look at him now, he's red in the face and choking hard. How can he possibly win?" Xie Xingchen stayed composed. At the same moment, Lin Yao hung upside down, locking the wild beast's head with his legs. With a burst of strength, he leaped into the air. As the distance between them closed to the minimum possible, a punch landed squarely in the beast's eye, blood splattering all over. The crowd erupted in excitement, cheering wildly. Lin Yao was an indefatigable warrior, striking one punch after another, becoming fiercer as the fight went on, a performance worthy of every cent they spent. The enraged creature clawed at his forearm, leaving deep scratches that pushed the beauty of violence to its peak, driving the whole stadium to feverish anticipation. "Hurry up. Strike back." Fortunately, Lin Yao had taken a suppressant beforehand, so no pheromones leaked out from his wound. Right now, there was something more pressing, defeating the ugly monster in front of him. He was still undergoing the differentiation phase, and his stamina wouldn't last long. So exhausted. Struggling to breathe. Lin Yao looked up toward the audience, where amidst the dense crowd, he seemed to see a pair of pitch-black eyes. They felt so familiar. Could it be Xie Xingchen? A wealthy playboy certainly could end up in such hedonistic places easily. But he couldn't afford to lose here, it would be too embarrassing. He mustn't fall here. Jiang Qiran watched the increasingly violent beast fighting against the gradually weakened human and lamented, "It's almost 3 minutes. He barely has any power left to fight. Xiao Xie, if you don't change your bet now, you'll definitely lose." "Is that so?" Xie Xingchen replied indifferently. Beside him, a tall man in a black suit came and paused briefly before leaving. Xie Xingchen took hold of the delivered Falcon 47, chambered it smoothly, and tightened the trigger. The ace sniper, with perfect accuracy, didn't need to aim. He precisely locked onto the crazed beast inside the cage. "We will win." "Us?" Jiang Qiran questioned. Lin Yao grabbed the swinging iron chain with one hand, using it for leverage to step onto the beast's back. Then he lifted his leg and smashed it down forcefully onto the animal's head. In the very next instant, a silent bullet filled with Z-7033 anesthesia hit the beast's heart without anyone noticing. The savage creature let out a furious roar. The wounded warrior, drenched in blood, rode atop his conquered foe, eyes closed and breathing heavily. And then, the giant beast collapsed suddenly, with the instruments nearby showing 0 heart rate. Dead. It was unclear whether it died due to cardiac paralysis or Lin Yao's lethal strike, or perhaps both. Xie Xingchen experienced a feeling of unprecedented camaraderie and shared triumph. Holy crap, he really won within 3 minutes. Jiang Qiran rose excitedly. Such high odds. You're going to make a fortune. I said we'd win. Xie Xingchen spoke confidently while keeping his eyes fixed on the central arena. Looking at his arm wounds, the fair neck, taut lower back, and, those stubborn eyes that turned toward him, his desire surged uncontrollably. So lustful. He wanted to touch every part of him, the sweat and the wounds, whether to comfort or obsess. Xie Xingchen played absent-mindedly with the Falcon 47, looking cold, yet seething with desire underneath. Because someone mentioned that this might resemble a certain book of a similar type, I'd like to clarify in this chapter. Ignoring character development, logical chains, or anything else, just because of a common scenario or setting, the KV truly makes me uncomfortable. If you're bothered by these superficial comparisons, try reading 2 more books before forming conclusions. It's not easy creating original works, and I don't want offhand comments like, "This seems familiar," to kill my enthusiasm. If someone defines things recklessly without knowing what they're talking about, I'll consider suing for defamation. Add a sentence saying, "No malice intended," after KVNG something. And please stop mentioning titles of other works or characters. Let's show mutual respect. Seeing random abbreviations of unfamiliar protagonists' names gets annoying. Chapter 13, Changing the Game, huh? Jiang Qiran nudged him with her elbow, "Let's find him in the rest room." Xia Xingqian sat with his legs crossed, the dim lighting making it impossible to read his expression. Let's wait 2 more minutes. The performance is over. There's only one show like this a day. Jiang Qiran paused, lowering her voice, but just now, I felt like something flew past. Is someone helping him? It was a silenced bullet. Lang Zhuang had no rules against external interference based on bets, but since guns were involved, Xia Xingqian needed an excuse to explain himself to his father. The old man was too shrewd. He wasn't worried about being scolded but feared that his father might realize Lin Yao's current condition and think Xia Xingqian was trying to seduce his omega, which could lead to mandatory separation, an inconvenient situation. Xia Xingqian softly said, Qiran, can you do me a favor? Jiang Qiran arched an eyebrow, Do you not remember liking Lin Yao? Who's Lin Yao? Xia Xingqian. Mouthing off about liking someone but not even remembering the boxer's name. The one on the stage just now. Xia Xingqian paused. When we go home another day, tell my dad that because you liked Lin Yao and didn't want him to get hurt, you begged me to use the gun. What do you say? Jiang Qiran raised an eyebrow. She stared at him in shock for a few seconds, then looked incredulously toward the arena, hesitating for several moments before she finally spoke. You shot a gun in Lang Zhuang, for a random person. You're insane. Carrying firearms was permitted within the alliance's borders, but Lang Zhuang was filled with high-ranking officials and their families. For the relative of the head of the alliance to fire a gun that would be considered as suspecting to assassinate senior members. Given the tangled relationships, accidentally injuring someone would spark real chaos. Xia Xingqian smiled, showing a flirtatious demeanor typical of a rich spoiled son. I got inspired. I fancy him too. Jiang Qiran muttered, crazy. Xia Xingqian thought, how coincidental. 10 minutes ago, he described Lin Yao the same way. Two crazies, they indeed made a perfect pair. Xia Xingqian reasoned out loud, this way, even if the old man forces a marriage alliance, he'll know that our relationship is superficial, allowing us both to live separately as we please. Isn't this what you want? Fine by me. Jiang Qiran discarded her previous pretense, looking sincerely relieved at having an ally. I'll help with this favor. Xia Xingqian tucked the gun into his waistband, hiding it under his coat-tails, stood up, and walked straight toward the restroom. At this moment, Lin Yao was slumped deeply into the sofa, breathing heavily, eyes tightly shut. Just back from the brink of life and death, surviving narrowly, heart pounding. He wasn't sure whether it was due to his final all-out strike or the silenced bullet that grazed past his calf. Did Xia Xingqian pull the trigger? Impossible. There was no reason for him to stand up for him. More likely, someone from Lang Zhuang manipulated betting results internally for profit and probably didn't want things to end fatally. This seemed reasonable. The iron chain around his neck still carried traces of blood. Irritated, he untangled the lock and tossed it aside, producing metallic clangs. Before he had time to change clothes, the door opened, and he struggled to lift his eyelids, only to see the face that had just flashed through his mind appear right before him. You, cough cough cough. Lin Yao began to cough violently. For once, Xia Xingqian stayed silent, merely watching him without uttering a word. If he hadn't come tonight. Hadn't come, Lin Yao would likely have won anyway. He was a hero who could triumph through his own strength, but would have been more injured, bled more, possibly risked his life even more. Which would be even more heart-wrenching. And would also make people angrier, angry at him for treating his life carelessly. Are you tailing me? Lin Yao looked up, meeting his gaze, unable to decipher the emotions lurking in his eyes. Just coincidence, Xia Xingqian glossed over it. Lin Yao slightly nodded, makes sense. It fits where you'd be. A spendthrift, indulging in debauchery, finding amusement in the struggles of the impoverished lower class, it suited the stereotypical image of a spoiled rich kid. Xia Xingqian didn't defend himself, staring fixedly at his wound, quite a long gash. Looking closely, you really are handsome. Jiang Qiran closed the door and emerged from behind his tall figure, her face lit with a mischievous grin. Hi, I'm Jiang Qiran, Xia Xingqian's betrothed. Only then did Lin Yao notice there was someone else behind him, yet merely lifted his chin slightly. Sorry, I'm injured, can't offer proper hospitality. Just as I thought, you're cool. You don't disappoint. Jiang Qiran nudged him with her elbow. Aren't you going to say anything? Xia Xingqian glanced at him. I think you can leave now. Jiang Qiran raised an eyebrow, but I want to stay with the handsome guy I like for 2 more minutes. What should I do? Xia Xingqian was really tired of playing this boring game with him. He lowered his head slightly and whispered, at first, I wasn't quite sure about your intentions, but that phone call just now made me realize that you actually like my brother, and our marriage alliance is to provoke him, isn't it? Before entering, Xia Yinhuai had called to ask about the purpose of that gun. Qinggu was his confidant, so there was no way to hide it. Before Xia Xingqian could speak, his phone was snatched by Jiang Qiran, and his words were those they had rehearsed, but obviously, his tone carried a bit of provocation and sulking. Xia Xingqian instantly understood. Jiang Qiran turned her face away. Nonsense, I'm not that bored. I'm very good at reading people. Xia Xingqian smiled slightly. Don't worry, you help me, and I'll help you too, sister-in-law. Jiang Qiran stiffened her back and didn't move. Lin Yao watched them interact closely. It was truly annoying. If you two want to flirt, go open a room next door, 5,000 per night, I bet you can afford it. Jealous? Xia Xingqian stood up straight, smiling in a clear, moonlit manner, looking very annoying. Jealous of what? Lin Yao gritted his teeth, and as soon as he used his arm, blood seeped out a little, causing him to wince in pain. Jiang Qiran turned around, expressionless. Then you help him bandage up, I'm leaving. Xia Xingqian casually changed his title and whispered, thank you, sister-in-law. Jiang Qiran wanted to curse at him, but couldn't. She simply slammed the door and left, leaving the two of them standing and sitting awkwardly, the atmosphere heavy. Xia Xingqian picked up the medical kit beside him, opened it expressionlessly, knelt down beside him, and the sofa sank slightly. His arm was held by him, and the cold antiseptic liquid stung painfully as it was applied. Lin Yao couldn't bear being so close, struggling slightly. Don't move, Xia Xingqian finally revealed a bit of his true emotions. Do you make money without caring for your life? Lin Yao frowned, whispering low, it's none of your business. None of my business, Xia Xingqian repeated word by word, his actions swift as he wrapped the gauze around and slowly tied it before letting go. He hadn't been angry while watching his performance earlier, but now Xia Xingqian was really starting to lose his temper a bit. Disobedient, needed some education. Lin Yao had just felt a slight distance between them, allowing him to breathe some fresh air. The next second, however, he felt his neck being grabbed again, fingers entwining and tightening slowly. Xia Xingqian pulled him closer to himself. Lin Yao's breathing became heavier. What are you doing crazy now? Since Xia Xingqian appeared in this room, he couldn't understand any of this. Xia Xingqian tightened his 5 fingers, gently pinching him, forcing him to raise his head to look directly into his eyes. Lin Yao, what do you mean by it's none of my business? Your life belongs to me now. Lin Yao struggled to breathe, squeezing out a voice. What? Xia Xingqian's tiger mouth of the left hand rested under his jaw, his right hand grabbing his cold palm, slowly interlacing their fingers. Then he guided him to touch, moving down from his chest. Lin Yao tightened his jaw, lifting his foot to kick him. What nonsense are you talking now? It hurt, but Xia Xingqian didn't dodge. Instead, his breathing became heavier, pressing his palm hard and guiding it downwards, from his pectoral muscles, to his abdominal muscles, then below the waist. Did you feel it? Xia Xingqian said softly. Lin Yao's finger touched something very hard, and his whole body froze. He was led by the hand slightly scarred from handling guns to explore. And he touched it. Hawk 47, his favorite gun model, currently tucked into Xia Xingqian's waistband, which he'd only seen in military documents. It was you who made the move. Lin Yao couldn't believe it. Xia Xingqian fired the shot, helping him quickly end the battle between life and death. Xia Xingqian leaned partly over him, his body engulfed in shadowy darkness due to the light behind him. So, when I say your life belongs to me, is there a problem with that? The feeling of oppression reached its peak. Lin Yao's breathing was heavy, and he stared at him for several seconds, trying to figure out what secrets lay hidden in those dark eyes. No need, why? He suddenly laughed, not wanting to keep guessing riddles anymore, choosing instead to state it clearly. How come? Did you know that I underwent a secondary differentiation into Omega, and you're changing tactics? Xia Xingqian hesitated. So, indeed it was Omega, his guess was correct. Lin Yao pressed further, speak. Xia Xingqian looked at his tensed body and narrowed his eyes. What are you daydreaming about again? Lin Yao's bloodshot eyes made him look like a captured and injured prey trapped in a circle of despair, yet he still held on to his stubbornness. You saved me, so I have to pay the price, or maybe express gratitude by following your orders. Xia Xingqian's voice was hoarse. Yes, I want you to be good. I knew it. Lin Yao cut him off, slightly lifting his chin and accidentally bumping their noses together. The distance between them had now completely shortened. Breaths intertwined seductively, one more move would lead to a kiss. Despite appearing as if he were trying to please, Lin Yao's expression remained rebellious, his tone mocking to the extreme. Master, how do you want to play this time? Chapter 14, So, beg me. Xia Xingqian hung his eyes and stared at him intently. He had been looking at him from the audience with that defiant look just now, indeed interesting enough to catch one's attention. Lin Yao suited his taste well, arousal was a natural response, nothing embarrassing about it, and there was no need for him to hide it either. But this kind of impulse came with emotions, and was fundamentally different from what Lin Yao thought of as a plaything for bed. Lin Yao seemed to underestimate him way too much. Xia Xingqian held back his irritation with a sly smile. What do you think I would do? Lin Yao didn't expect a counter-question and immediately got tongue-tied. Xia Xingqian's fingers were still tightly clasped around his neck, tightened to a degree where it became suffocating. Do you know how dangerous it is to pull the trigger in Lang Village? If I went through all this trouble just for fun, wouldn't once be far from enough? Lin Yao's breathing quickened. Of course it won't be only once. Have you forgotten about my condition? Xia Xingqian said cruelly, I'll tie you up, not letting you go anywhere. Whenever I feel like it, you'll stay by my side until I'm satisfied. Shut up. Lin Yao kicked him with his foot, but was tightly clamped down by the strong thigh of the other person. They were already so close they could barely be separated. Xia Xingqian gazed into his eyes and continued, if you want to go to school, of course, you can, but my illness doesn't care about the setting. It could happen in class or in the dormitory, and you must unconditionally cooperate. Xia Xingqian. Lin Yao yelled angrily at his name. You're really despicable. All pixelated thoughts inside your head, right? Is this despicable? Xia Xingchen looked at his lips turn pink due to shame and anger. His Adam's apple moved. Lin Yao, this is just the beginner level, there are even more perverted ones, would you like to hear them? Lin Yao closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and said, you might as well shoot me. Xia Xingchen remained composed, that's not something I particularly want to do, nor am I planning on doing it. I don't have the fetish for forcing someone to have a relationship with me. If I want to, I'd make sure he willingly does it. The room was quiet for a moment. Lin Yao raised his eyes, confused, then why did you help me? I find full contact sparring with you quite exhilarating, replied Xia Xingchen, brushing off the heavier implications, it's hard to find a good partner who matches your style. If you die here, it'd be too boring. He then lightly mentioned an aside about Jiang Qiran shielding them from some trouble. Besides, Jiang Qiran likes you, so I helped out. Lin Yao recalled the Omega with delicate features from before, definitely a standard beauty. The connection clicked. You have a crush on him. Xia Xingchen was speechless. No. Lin Yao assumed he was being stubborn and analyzed, you like him, he likes me, and yet you're willing to help me. You're very magnanimous. At this point, Xia Xingchen simply didn't want to speak anymore to this single-cell organism. Lin Yao disliked the feeling of being passively constrained, and kicked with his foot. Let me go. Xia Xingchen gave a slight sound, ready to say something more, when the dressing room door knocked twice. He flipped off the other and lay back in the chair lazily. It was the manager, Cheng, who had arranged things beforehand, accompanied by another man dressed in a neat suit. The latter paused for a second before speaking, never expected young Master Xia to show interest today. Mr. Zhuang. Xia Xingchen may never have come here, but he certainly knew who owned Lang Manor. Recognizing him immediately indicated the identity. Still relaxed, he mildly teased, Lin's student must have some influence, to even draw the attention of the boss. Lin Yao had always communicated directly with manager Cheng. He looked up puzzled, boss. The performance today was very impressive, breaking the fastest victory record in Lang Manor history, Zhuang Lang said kindly, I naturally wanted to take a closer look. Are you interested in signing a long-term contract? Lin Yao, money isn't an issue. Before Lin Yao could respond, Xia Xingchen spoke for him, no. Lin Yao gave him a light kick on the calf, signaling silence. He, of course, understood how perilous this matter was, yet within his capabilities, it was the fastest way to earn cash. With surgery urgently needed, there was no time to delay. Can I have a bit of time to consider? Lin Yao gave himself some leeway. Zhuang Lang smiled, certainly, considering the risks involved, taking time to think is necessary. Let me know by Sunday. Lin Yao nodded, thank you. Zhuang Lang didn't linger too long, exchanging a few pleasantries before turning to leave. As he was about to close the door, he paused and turned back, of course, if you want a safer job that pays well, you can ask manager Cheng for my contact information. Lin Yao hurriedly asked out of urgency, what? Xia Xingchen looked down, holding a cigarette in his mouth, lit it. You looked pretty good today. Zhuang Lang lightly curved his lips, not saying more, and walked away. The door closed again. Lin Yao muttered to himself, what kind of job? He didn't say. Xia Xingchen bit the end of his cigarette, wisps of light smoke curling around his face, if it's safe and pays well, use your brain. Lin Yao recalled his final sentence earlier and guessed, does he want me as a sparring partner? I could spend weekends with you, and Mondays through Fridays I could either be with him or still with you. Xia Xingchen snorted slightly, idiot. Say that again. Lin Yao clenched his fists, but the bandages affected their full power. Xia Xingchen inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly after several seconds before speaking, he wants you to sleep with him, so blatant and yet you can't figure it out, if you're not a pig, who is? Lin Yao. You rich people are always thinking about dirty stuff. He half closed his eyes, trying to console himself amidst chaotic thoughts, I'll sell my artistry, not my body. I might as well practice more acting, the chances will increase then. Xia Xingchen turned his head and looked at him, why do you need the money? To have modification surgery and gland removal, omegas aren't suited for military life, and I can't. Lin Yao didn't intend to hide it and confessed, although I've consulted about it already, the success rate is very low, but I have to try. Xia Xingchen faintly smiled, so you're just finding every possible way to put your life in danger, huh? Either get beaten to death today or die on the operating table tomorrow. Lin Yao sensed that he seemed upset. But couldn't understand why. Thinking about how the other had helped him, for the first time, he patiently explained, I have my own obsession, apart from Qingqing, there's nowhere else I can go. Who says omegas can't become outstanding officers? There's no such rule in the law, said Xia Xingchen, his fingers holding the cigarette gently caressing the back of Lin Yao's neck. Look up, at me. Lin Yao's throat moved slightly as his eyes met his gaze, feeling entranced as if under some spell. These days, the condition of his body could no longer be hidden, and he had to admit, omegas at war are at a disadvantage, especially with my stress-induced tendencies, making them easier targets, which hinders combat. That's ordinary omegas, Xia Xingchen locked his eyes with him, not you. Xia Xingchen stared into his eyes, the last time you licked my hand, there was an information clash between alphas, but we didn't fight. It puzzled me until just now that I understood. Lin Yao couldn't deny the fact, so. Xia Xingqian's lips curled slightly, his fingers rubbing the back of Lin Yao's neck, almost like luring him closer. You don't have to sleep with anyone, I can mark you. During this period, weaker alpha pheromones won't disturb you anymore, and you'll become the first omega with the strongest combat ability. What do you think? Would you let me help you? Lin Yao had never considered such a path. After knowing the result, all he cared about was getting back on track, even forgetting the freshman tournament the next day and attending tonight's performance despite being injured. In reality, deep down, he knew he might not be able to go back. But Xia Xingqian's words lit up the lamp in the darkness. Would you help me? His heartstrings trembled softly. Without realizing, he instinctively leaned closer. Xia Xingqian observed his kitten-like actions, raising his hand to pinch the pale nape, wickedly using what he thought of as catnip to lure the other one closer fully. He lowered his gaze, looking at Lin Yao's slightly parted lips. Feels great, doesn't it? So beg me, and I'll help you. Chapter 15, Will you let me touch? Lin Yao was indeed genuinely tempted. Admittedly, no matter how stubborn he acted verbally, he still couldn't resist the other's pheromones, and instead, enjoyed it immensely. Xia Xingqian's hand boldly rested on the back of his neck, exuding a sense of control over his prey, so as you can see, our compatibility is indeed quite high. Lin Yao hummed faintly in response, merely tightening his grip on the other. No funny business, or I'll beat you up. Just letting you taste a bit of sweetness, Xia Xingqian coaxed gently. Isn't negotiation always like this? Give a little sugar first, then talk terms. Lin Yao raised his eyes. What's in it for you to help me? Xia Xingqian thought for a moment and came up with a logic that the other might accept. Isn't it delightful when someone you despise ends up depending on you unwillingly? Truly fitting of the young master's malevolent style. Lin Yao remained silent. Xia Xingqian leaned over to stub out his cigarette in the ashtray, then turned to look at him. So, will you beg me? This is far easier than saving money for surgery, and requires not a single penny from you. Every time we practice together, I'll even pay your wage. Just say it, Xia continued, smiling inwardly. A simple plea won't cost you anything. Think of it as free cash falling right into your hands. Lin Yao struggled fiercely, mentally preparing himself while his face flushed red. He fidgeted with the corner of Xia's coat but failed to muster any sound. It was truly difficult to utter such words. Only a few days ago, they were sworn enemies ready to cross swords. Now, here he was, having to humble himself. Fine, he admitted, understanding the pleasure Xia Xingqian sought from all this. With great difficulty, Lin Yao forced out a hoarse sound. I beg. Xia Xingqian's fingers grazed his neck as he chuckled. Is this really how Lin student pleads? Your tone and attitude need work. Lin Yao grabbed onto Xia's wrist, resisting repeatedly the urge to hit him. He tried and realized he just couldn't do it. With a deep breath, he painfully straightened his back, abandoning the enticing offer. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. When things were almost within reach, they took another turn. Xia Xingqian clicked his tongue lightly. Clearly stirred so much by the situation, yet still refusing to soften. Stubborn indeed. But I've already grown fond of this game. Xia Xingqian leaned closer. Now, two choices. Either you plead with me, and we'll have our pleasant exchange. Or I force you. After all, under such high compatibility, you'd likely find it hard to resist me. Begging all night long could well be an inevitability. Lin Yao snapped his head up to lock gazes. His features, naturally cold and aloof, were now tinged with a red hue from the influence of the pheromones, though the resolve in his gaze remained resolute, a shattered yet pitiful picture of a once untouchable flower atop a lofty peak. The insidious bastard, he cursed inside. Suppressing any pity, Xia Xingqian had to push this one step further. Only then could Lin willingly come into his protective custody, otherwise, consequences would be dire. 3. He started counting down. 2. Lin Yao's breathing became erratic. 1. The tightness around Lin Yao's lips loosened slightly as he made another attempt at forcing out a voice from his dry throat. Xia Xingqian. His expression strained, a small sound escaped this time, muffled. Please, help me. Still too stiff, with a demeanor suggesting, you kneel before me and listen to my plea. Xia Xingqian found it somewhat amusing, but decided not to torment him too much. Satisfied, he said, good job. That sounded nice. Are you done yet? Lin Yao clenched and relaxed his fists, demanding impatiently, what do you want me to call you? Brother perhaps. Xia Xingqian smirked shamelessly, adding, after all, I am older than you. Lin Yao rolled his eyes. He believed wholeheartedly now that Xia Xingqian was reveling in all this. And here he was, losing his mind by indulging in such a futile game with him. Flipping off the sofa and standing up, Lin Yao finally gained some height advantage over the other, staring coolly down. No way. If you keep this kind of attitude, I cannot accept it, nor continue playing along. Apologies. Pushed too far, he ended up failing. Sighing lightly, Xia Xingqian conceded, all right, just kidding. No title needed. Lin Yao stood rooted to the spot, still eyeing him coldly, with a rebellious air about him. A bit more distance created clarity of thoughts. Indeed, Xie Xingchen's temporary mark was not a bad idea. Even if it wasn't a long-term solution, it was a short-term, cost-free and practical option. There would be safer ways to earn money gradually. Lin Yao loosened his tense lips again. Would my pheromones alleviate your illness somewhat? Of course not. Pheromones released by highly compatible omegas would only intensify the alpha's wild side, making it harder to bear. Nevertheless, Xie Xingchen still nodded and said untruthfully, yes, my condition does require you to soothe me. Good. Lin Yao seized on his weakness. Then our deal is mutually beneficial and equal. In a sense, we're comrades in this regard. You can't. He paused briefly, expression cold as he issued a threat, if you ever entertain any despicable thoughts again, I'll beat you up. What's despicable about it? Xie Xingchen apparently had no self-awareness of his shamelessness. Citing that if I don't cooperate, you'd force an entire night with pheromones, Lin Yao said coldly, when I truly lose consciousness, you'll be the one taking, well, having me. His mouth was tough, but when speaking of such things, the keywords were always spoken vaguely. So pure-hearted, completely obedient. Xie Xingchen smiled and agreed, all right. The sudden harmony made Lin Yao somewhat uneasy. He hurriedly grabbed a sleeveless vest from the sofa and pulled it over himself. I'm going back. It only dawned on him now how long they'd chatted nakedly together. So shall we begin our mentorship for pheromone pairing today? Xie Xingchen asked. Sure. If either of us needs anything, we'll be there at each other's beck and call. All right. Even at midnight, it's fine. Lin Yao felt the word sound quite strange, yet responded with a sure. After sending several texts to someone named Jiang Qiran, Xie Xingchen got a bit more cheerful, twirling the car keys as he got up leisurely. Let's go back to the dorm, curfew's almost here. Though it was late-night club time, Lanzhuang remained lively, some venues becoming dim and invitingly ambiguous, drowning in the haze of indulgence and excess. Just glancing through, Lin Yao flushed red all the way to his neck, quickening his steps. Behind him, Xie Xingchen sent messages to Jiang Qiran cheerfully. XXC, Lin Yao is so adorable. Who would have thought someone so cool could also be so obedient? 7. You're sick. XXC, it's great getting to know you. I might share more with you if I'm in the mood sometime. XXC, wishing you succeed soon in winning over my brother. 7. Get yourself checked. Shaking his head, Lin Yao muttered under his breath, still not fond of looking at him, this guy annoyed him endlessly. After climbing into the car and loosening up a little, he became aware that the wound on his arm started hurting again. The suppressant injection given before their encounter was losing its effectiveness. The smell of cold cedar filled the cramped space. Xie Xingchen squinted slightly, accelerating more and more, pressing the gas pedal down fully. Yet the party concerned didn't notice a thing, turning around instead. You're about to lose your driving points. Xie Xingchen swallowed, replying, no worries, I've got plenty left. What goes around comes around, previously enticing others with pheromones, only to be punished by them later, fair enough. Keeping his composure, Lin Yao recalled the gun used earlier, the Hunter Eagle 47, his dream weapon. Xie Xingchen. He tried calling his name directly. Could I see the gun you used tonight? Lin Yao had only seen it in documents, never in person. Guns were very private possessions, besides which, accidents during cleaning could incur responsibility. They wouldn't typically lend them out easily. Xie Xingchen was unexpectedly generous. Not using the autopilot function to keep focus elsewhere, he steered the wheel lightly, muttering, go ahead, take it yourself. You're giving it to me. Lin Yao held onto the seatbelt, leaning forward cautiously to extend his hand towards Xie. Due to his seating position, he was trapped around the waistline, leading to a bolder action. Lowering his eyes, Xie Xingchen focused on the tousled hair atop Lin Yao's head, feeling his unrestrained nature. Red light. Xie Xingchen slammed the brakes hard. Lin Yao bumped straight into his arms. Mr. Lin, Xie Xingchen's gaze brushed past his neck as he pressed on Lin Yao's cool hand, the gun's right here. Fingers intertwined. Conditionally reflexive, Lin Yao gripped the trigger, finally touching his beloved toy, then quickly let go, fearing accidental fire. Xie Xingchen, however, noticed the hidden fondness beneath Lin Yao's eyes. Poor thing, never even touched a real gun. Lin Yao must want to be a soldier very much. Lifting his eyes slightly, Xie Xingchen caught the countdown timer of the traffic light out of the corner of his eye, participating in a meaningless roleplay with Lin Yao. General Lin, spare me a chance to live. His acting was decent, voice devoid of its usual confident laziness. A slight curl formed at Lin Yao's lips, revealing a flicker of joy. But emotions were masked swiftly, reverting quickly to his composed demeanor, except for a fleeting hint of canine teeth showing through. He swiftly tightened his grip and pressed the gun against the other's waist, his tone cool and detached. I'm arresting you. After speaking, he felt a bit childish and awkwardly withdrew his hand. Yet, Xie Xingchen raised both hands, lowering his head in compliance. All right, I've been captured by you. Chapter 16, actually, I want to chase you. Lin Yao never expected Xie Xingchen to actually cooperate. The two of them were like kids playing house when they were little, one pretending to be the officer and the other the captive. But at that age, no one wanted to be the defeated prisoner, nor had Lin Yao ever experienced such a carefree childhood. The night breeze blew, but it couldn't dispel an inexplicable heat. You. Lin Yao moved his finger away from the trigger, fearing an accidental discharge, immature. Xie Xingqian slightly adjusted his posture, hands still on the steering wheel. Commander Lin, why are you holding the gun unsteadily? Need me to teach you? Lin Yao remained expressionless, gripping the gun harder as it pressed into the muscles of his abdomen. Don't move. Aren't you afraid I might really shoot? After all, I do hate you quite a bit. Maybe I'll just kill you while I have the chance. His voice was cold, like the touch of the gun's muzzle against the skin. Come closer. Xie Xingqian's gaze lingered on his lips for a brief moment. I don't fear much. Just a tad regretful, that's all. Regret what? They hadn't even turned from enemies into lovers yet, so of course there was regret. Xie Xingqian looked at him with a profound meaning for a few seconds before lightly brushing his cheek. Let's stop this game. Sit back down, the light is about to turn green. It sounded as if he himself was acting irrationally. Lin Yao had no ground to stand on. As soon as he loosened his hand and shoved the gun back into his waistband, he smelled that faint aroma of strong liquor again. He didn't drink alcohol, so he couldn't identify its type. Control your pheromones. Lin Yao felt a wave of agitation rising, pulling at his collar slightly. Xie Xingqian stepped on the gas again, lowering the car window completely. That phrase applies to you too. The car is almost drowning me in the pine scent you're emitting. He paused, deciding to give this kid a lesson on basic biology. What you just did, with your full omega scent clinging onto me, makes alphas feel as though you're seeking mating. Mating? Is this even Chinese? Lin Yao frowned deeply. Do alphas all get this conceited? Were you truly an alpha before? Did you even pay attention in biology class? Xie Xingqian clicked his tongue. I wasn't paying attention, Lin Yao said straightforwardly. I fell asleep. Xie Xingqian commented, no wonder you lack so much knowledge on physiology. After school, I used to work to make money, sleep-deprived and exhausted. Lin Yao raised a hand to rub his temples. Why do I need to know so much about biology? It's not like I mess around with omegas. Xie Xingqian. Damn, he shouldn't have asked that extra question. He'd have to wake up in the middle of the night just to slap himself for talking nonsense. Lin Yao clearly didn't see himself as pitiable. He accepted it as the norm. Glancing sideways, he noticed that blood had seeped through the gauze on his arm. Without flinching, he fumbled inside his coat for the suppressant and injected it into his arm with practiced ease. You can ask me for a temporary marking, Xie Xingqian offered. We've agreed to mutually benefit each other, always. Lin Yao shot him a cold look. Unless absolutely necessary, I don't want to ask you for anything. Still stubborn as ever. Yet this view stirred something deep within Xie Xingqian, who silently adjusted his posture once more. Sigh, constantly having to take cold showers lately wasn't doing him any favors. He activated the autodrive function, lowered his head, and took a puff on a cigarette to unwind. Or else he'd end up suppressing himself to ruin. By the time they returned to the dormitory, it was already late, and they sneaked back carefully to avoid waking their roommates. But apparently, Healy had not learned what it meant to repay kindness with kindness, for the next morning at 6 o'clock, he banged on the door and woke everyone up, claiming it was preparation for the freshman competition. Lin Yao stuck his head out of the messy sheets, casting a sinister look. Right now, I want to beat you up to warm up. Don't, big brother Yao, Healy pulled out his trump card. I'm telling you because there's a bonus prize. 100,000. Healy added. Lin Yao retracted his murderous glare, tugging at the corner of his mouth in what could pass for his most amicable smile. What would you like for breakfast? Healy shivered. Stop it. That's kind of disgusting. I can't handle it. Wanna die, huh? Lin Yao said softly. Healy patted his chest, looking blissfully enlightened, feeling better. Cheng Boyan watched the entire scene, then turned to Mr. Xie. Are there any normal people in our dorm? Xie Xingqian lamented. None. I'm more deviant than them. Cheng Boyan. Lin Yao thought, rather self-aware. After the group finished washing up and went downstairs, the gathering place was already packed with a large crowd. The freshman competition at Chongqing Academy was always the grand event most anticipated every year. The military academy often recorded strict regulations, so it needed fresh excitement and hormonal surges to invigorate life. The freshman competition gathered the top 30 students from the entrance exams of each of the 3 schools, Command Institute, Ordnance Institute, and Comprehensive Combat Institute. This year's all-alpha lineup made it feel more like a duel among the strong. It was exhilarating. As Xie Xingqian and his group approached the competition area, they unexpectedly spotted Jiang Qiran carrying a medical kit. Xie Xingqian raised an eyebrow. Are you also part of Chongqing Academy? Jiang Qiran had swapped out his noble young master attire for a white coat that looked almost playful. Yeah, didn't your bro tell you? I'm a third-year student in the medical school, here to help with urgent injuries. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao locked eyes with him. He realized Jiang Qiran was a senior. Having met briefly in last night's situation, Lin Yao wasn't sure if Jiang wanted to be recognized, so he stayed silent. But instead, Jiang Qiran glanced at Lin Yao's sleeveless arms and scoffed. Xie Xingqian, your bandaging skills are pretty bad. That looks awful. Lin Yao nodded in agreement. I agree. Xia Xingqian cursed under his breath, ungrateful wolf. Come over here, let me redo it. You don't want the gauze to fall off while you're fighting, or the mech will sense the wound and increase its attack, Jiang Qiran gestured toward Lin Yao. Lin Yao sat down, pulling up his sleeves further to reveal the defined lines of his arms. Besides these days he hadn't really had time to make more friends, so he felt somewhat uncomfortable receiving someone else's kindness. Quietly, he said, thank you. We're not that close, yet you're still being so nice to me. So this counts as nice? This kid must have never been cared for, how pitiful. Jiang Qiran skillfully unraveled the bandages but spoke playfully, didn't he tell you? It's because I like you. Isn't it natural to be nice to someone I fancy? Lin Yao's originally expressionless face turned bright red at this direct confession. He coughed a couple of times, feeling lost. Instead, Xia Xingqian folded his arms and interjected, you're really annoying. Senior, don't joke around. Lin Yao's arm was held in place, unable to get up, making his entire body stiffen. Who says I'm joking? Jiang Qiran's almond-shaped eyes slightly curved upward. If it weren't for seeing you again, I wouldn't have bothered to come volunteer today. This is specifically so your injury from yesterday won't affect your performance. I've been waiting here to treat your wound. His words carried deep affection, leaving his intentions unclear. Even Xia Xingqian was confused. Could it be, he has genuine feelings for Lin Yao? But when Xia Yinhuai called, his reaction indicated otherwise, it must be some kind of secret affair. Then what's going on now? Without Brother Xia around, who exactly is this show for? Jiang Qiran gently wiped away any excess blood with a cotton swab, his movements tender. He teased lightly, if I were to chase after you, how would I win your heart? Lin Yao was utterly confused, Aren't you two, arranged marriage partners? How can you chase after me? Jiang Qiran slowly blinked, resembling a sly little fox, what does that matter? Your feelings are real, but his aren't. Haven't you read melodramatic novels? Arranged marriages are always fake couples putting on a show. Xia Xingqian snorted humorlessly, ha. Digging into my territory now, huh? Die. Lin Yao didn't know how to respond. Alright then, I'll rebandage you. After the competition, use your prize money to take me out for dinner. I'll wait for you at the restaurant near Langzhuang. Jiang Qiran stood up, snapping the medical box shut. I believe in you, you'll definitely win first place, right? Lin Yao nodded, yes. Well, I'll leave now. Jiang Qiran gave him a warm smile, her face appearing radiant and spirited, quite a match for Lin Yao's cold and aloof demeanor. Xia Xingqian clenched his teeth, feeling a tinge of jealousy. After saying goodbye, Lin Yao turned around to see a sinister look plastered on Xia Xingqian's face. Realizing belatedly, it was probably because Xia secretly harbored feelings for Jiang Qiran. Although he denied it before, this public sting to the heart might have hurt. But consoling him felt wrong given their complicated relationship. Picking through his thoughts, Lin Yao finally chose relatively tactful words, since he liked someone else, why not change your arranged marriage partner earlier? Xia Xingqian narrowed his eyes, examining him for several seconds. What does that mean? Are you two already eyeing each other like turtles finding mates after just 2 minutes? He lowered his head slightly and snickered lightly, 2 omegas like you two, what good could possibly come of that? Better cut that thought off early. Do you discriminate against homosexuals? Lin Yao looked up at him. Article 237 of the Alliance Law states, any verbal defamation in any setting towards any form of gender-based love is prohibited, and respect must be shown. Careful, I might report you to the police. Xia Xingqian. Chapter 17, Lin Yao saves me. Healy and Qing Boyan walked over with a few bags of milk, asking as they handed them out, Brother Yao, was that an omega beside you just now? He looks really good. Xia Xingqian was sucking on the milk bag like it was a cigarette, a suitor for your Brother Yao. Whoa, really? Healy nudged him with his elbow. This one's not bad. You should consider it. So beautiful, such fair skin, standing among a group of burly alphas is simply a stunning view. Lin Yao coughed lightly and turned to look at Xia Xingqian's expression. His features were sharp, his eye sockets deep, giving off a sense of literary rogue when he didn't smile, like now. He seemed to be radiating murderous intent. It appears he still likes Jiang Qiran, Lin Yao thought to himself, imagining it. The prideful young master being hurt by the one he loves this way is somewhat pitiful. Considering the considerable help he's given me these past couple days, Lin Yao offered up the greatest kindness he could, I won't snipe you proactively before the final round. Xia Xingqian sneered coldly, well then, I sincerely thank your mercy. Lin Yao. What kind of attitude is this? Hardly showing any kindness, he now wants to snipe him immediately. The two raised their eyes, silently making eye contact. The atmosphere feels strange, Cheng Boyan sharply sensed something amiss. While greedily drinking his milk, Healy observed their expressions, feeling that the scene was familiar. These two have been like this since high school. Every time they meet in the corridor, it's as if they want to stab each other in the waist. This vibe, you get used to it after a while. Is it really that extreme? Cheng Boyan was shocked, then as the dorm leader, I'll need to add one more task each morning from now on. What? Cheng Boyan said solemnly, count whether there's an extra body lying around. Cold joke, brother, He Li deadpanned. The broadcast system above began to announce, the freshman competition will start in 10 minutes. Non-participating students are requested to move into the spectator area immediately. Participants please exchange regular clothes for combat gear and collect relevant military equipment. For this competition, the combat zone will spread from the playground to the entire misty forest behind the mountain. During this period, there will be interference from mechanical suits, various monsters, and competitors can use specialized firearms to snipe each other. Survivors win the title, of course. We will do our utmost to ensure everyone's safety. In case anyone gets injured, emergency medical teams and helicopters will provide support. Thank you. Afterwards, several massive mechanical suits were operated and descended from the sky, coming into everyone's sight. They demonstratively fired lasers toward the same direction, instantly piercing through the aimed object. Their lethality was quite evident. To this extent, He Li, who had just changed into his bulletproof vest, trembled. I'm just a specialty student who got lucky enough to make it into the top 30. Mom, I want to go home. Lin Yao, holding a sniper rifle, was quickly observing the characteristics of those mechanical suits while cracking a joke. If you're too scared, I can eliminate you with one shot. How about that? Cool, brother, tears welled in He Li's eyes. Isn't it you who wants to go home? Lin Yao said indifferently, let me see you off. Xia Xinqing's fingers stroked the gun chamber back and forth. Alright, treating friends like this is a personal trait of Lin Yao, it made him comfortable. A few gunshots sounded, fireworks rose, and the match began. In the spectator area, people were glued to the big screen as the camera swept across each competitor's face, simultaneously displaying their student ID and names to make everyone feel more involved. The capture lens had a particular fondness for handsome men, lingering on Lin Yao's position for an additional 2 minutes. This cool-as-heck face. That perfect little mole on his nose tip, yes please, love this one. This handsome guy, haven't seen him before. Bro, how come your arm is already injured before the match even starts? Tomorrow, we must arrange for the Medical College and Combat Arts Institute to hold a social event together. 900 Omega's dreams literally. When the camera panned to the side where Xia Xinqing was, another stir and screams broke out. Such god-level beauty, there are 2 this year. Arch-enemies, they've always clashed with each other. This year's competition will be exciting. Do they know each other beforehand? What enemy literature fight thing? According to novel plots, after fighting they'll inevitably, he. Meanwhile, at the center of the field, the atmosphere was obviously not as relaxed. The mechanical suits had activated, forming the first line of defense at the entrance to the misty forest. The intersecting rays formed an intricate maze where none could step, causing much suffering for all. Fearing to be the first eliminated would be too embarrassing, yet also fearing getting injured during fights in between, accidentally losing one's life would be most regrettable. He Li carefully held the gun, painstakingly avoiding the beams shooting in his direction. As he moved towards the entrance, a sudden gust of wind swept past him. When he looked up again, 2 figures were like streaks of light, dashing towards the entrance with only faint afterimages remaining. So fast! He Li exclaimed as he watched their identical bouncing, dodging, and leaping motions, sharp like unsheathed swords. Wow damn, are these guys even human? Cheng Boyan ran over as well. Come on, quick, these 2 have drawn 6 mecha units attack. Let's take advantage of it. That reminder jolted everyone else who had been hesitant to move forward, and they all rushed toward the entrance. Upon entering the misty forest, mutual sniping mode can be activated. Note that sniping different positions corresponds to different degrees of health reduction. 0 health equals elimination. The broadcast started to explain, the walkie-talkies can switch to the public channel. Forming alliances or openly exposing others' locations is allowed. Everyone please internalize the cruelty of war so we cherish peace more. The atmosphere suddenly became tense as thick fog filled the air. Mecha units attacked nearby while wild beasts roared from afar. It felt exactly like a battlefield on a savage planet. Gunshots rang out densely. Student ID 086, Song Zirwei, health under 10%, about to be eliminated. Student ID 086 Song Zirwei, killed by Duan Zheng. Student ID 037 Qiu Ziheo, killed by Lin Yao. Student ID 015 Qin Haoshuan, killed by Lin Yao. Student ID 032 Zhang Yushuan, killed by Xia Xinqing. Student ID 088 Li Zishuan, killed by Xia Xinqing. The dense announcement sounded overhead, like demons were running rampant, enjoying the slaughter. Really made for an exciting spectacle for those watching from the observation platform. Looking at the kill records, aren't these guys using cheats? 10 minutes into the game, Lin Yao already has 13 kills, Xia Xinqing 12, Duan Jing 8, are they all insane? They don't even need the beasts, these 3 could clean up the whole battleground alone. It seems like the other dozens of freshmen aren't even part of the same competition as them. Laughable. Lin Yao had already advanced to the halfway point up the mountain where the fog was thicker, almost obscuring any clear path. Occasionally, a pair of blood-red eyes would appear. A voice screamed through the walkie-talkie, it was He Li instinctively calling for help. Lin Yao, save me. This was single-player combat, but for survival until the end, some competitors chose to form alliances early in the game, advancing together. Lin Yao sprinted to the coordinates and arrived just in time to see Healy dangling mid-air, already caught by the ferocious beast. Just like how he had fought the trapped animal in the Colosseum last night. Lifting his gun, he aimed for the heart, much like the silent pistol from the previous night, delivering a precise shot. The beast wavered, tearing at Healy's bulletproof vest. Healy struggled to escape from its mouth, his shoulder bitten and unable to move. Lin Yao grabbed onto one of the huge tentacles, flipped himself up, and delivered a powerful vertical blow with his foot directly to the beast's head. Wrapping both arms around the jaw, he pulled hard from the side, flipping the creature over. A tremendous crash echoed as the beast collapsed, scattering dust and smoke. The red eyes slowly closed, motionless. The young slayer stood high above, blood soaking through the bandage on his shoulder. Healy's mouth hung open, freaking amazing. Not really, didn't he just kill it with bare hands? Nope, he used his legs. So terrifying. Two participants who'd witnessed everything from the sidelines crept closer, whispering amongst themselves, then got taken down by one bullet each. Student ID 089 Zhang Junjie, killed by Lin Yao. Student ID 077 Chen Juanhao, killed by Lin Yao. Xia Xincheng perched comfortably atop a tree, watching from the best spectator spot as Lin Yao cautiously saved Healy. With a sigh, he said, "This kind of beauty-saving experience, I'd like it too." A confused freshman passing below looked up. "What do you want?" "Lin Yao, save me." Xia Xincheng turned his eyes away, taking down another unlucky passerby while speaking over the public channel. His voice was low, revealing no hint of urgency. If anything, there was a faint chuckle detectable. Student ID 043 Zhang Zirwei, killed by Xia Xincheng. The poor guy who passed by got sniped instantly. "Motherfucker, are you disrespecting me?" "Lin Yao, someone's trying to kill me, I'm gonna die." Xia Xincheng was perched on a tree with his long legs half bent, nonchalantly holding the walkie-talkie as if he were seeking attention. Lin Yao, are you there?" The dense fog cleared slightly. The sunlight outlined the rebellious youth, his broad hand resting casually on the sniper rifle, showing no fear of any hidden attacks from the shadows. Lin Yao turned around and tilted his head slightly upward. The tip of the sniper rifle aimed at the target on the tree, deliberately avoiding the heart, and he fired 3 consecutive shots without any expression on his face. The mechanical voice started announcing above them. Student ID 002 Xia Xinchen. Health below 10%, about to be eliminated. Xia Xingchen's walkie-talkie transmitted a cold reply. Too talkative. The almost defeated brother Chen, buddies, my wife didn't kill me directly, which means she loves me so much. Chapter 18 Unreleased Heat. The viewing platform couldn't stop laughing at the scene from the live broadcast. This move is called provocation that backfires. Ha ha ha, calling in their biggest rival to save them was such an invitation to be punished. Did they think anyone would pay attention? They did. There's just a sliver of health left. Our Lin Yao really is handsome and kind-hearted. These two going back and forth, they're probably flirting. Lin Yao put away his gun and felt a sharp pain in his arm. He then took off his coat, turning his head to check the newly bandaged gauze. Jiang Qiran's technique was excellent, it hadn't unraveled. It was just that he'd used too much force earlier, so the wound must have split slightly, with blood seeping through uncontrollably. Brother Yao, your wound. He Da's expression turned anxious but he didn't dare touch him. Forget it, you can eliminate me. I just called out reflexively and didn't mean for you to care about me. Hearing the 3 words, reflexively, Lin Yao's expression softened. He's already been saved. He reached out and retied the gauze. From here on out, it's on your own skills. Hida hummed in agreement, climbing up from the ground. He originally started walking in the opposite direction but stopped after a couple of steps. Why didn't you just snipe Xixia, just now? Lin Yao paused momentarily, glancing at the tree where he had just conducted the sniping. There was no longer any trace of movement. Retrieving his gaze, he coldly said, I'm leaving some residual blood to humiliate him. Not unworthy of you. Hida waved backward while walking backward. Brother Yao, good luck. See you at the finish line. Lin Yao lightly nodded, speaking between lifting his hand and sniping a figure trying to ambush him. However, 3 minutes later, an announcement came. Student number 019, Hida, has been eliminated by Duan Zheng. Lin Yao let out a light exclamation, feeling it wasn't worth dragging him along anymore. He moved quickly towards the mountaintop direction, deftly dodging the sweeps of the mecha while taking out 3 more people. From the frequency of announcements, there were fewer than 5 participants left in the field. Just as he was nearing the top, he heard faint sounds behind him. The noise was light, not like the sweep of a mecha or wild beasts, it seemed more likely another competitor. But there was no gunfire. Were they afraid of alarming the prey? After all, a direct sniper shot to the back would only reduce health points, not cause instant elimination. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes and without hesitation grabbed a hanging vine with one hand. He leapt, using momentum to turn himself mid-air, locking both legs around the shoulders of the opponent before applying a reverse lock, effectively pinning them down. He then single-handedly choked the person's neck, completely controlling them from head to toe. Only when recognizing who it was did he speak coolly, "Xie. So eager to die, are you? Didn't get enough earlier?" Instead of replying, Xie curled up his long legs and pulled a vial from his combat suit pocket. Then he collided his knee with Lin Yao's lower back. "Take this suppressant. Your pheromones are leaking out. This place is full of alphas, if we don't control it, you know the consequences." Lin Yao paused his grip. For several seconds, his thoughts were disordered before asking, "You carry super-effective suppressants with you?" The suppressant taken earlier from Homu was specialized for omegas and not similar to what alphas used. He somehow managed to obtain it. Was this a new trend of showing kindness to sworn enemies to improve karma? Xie hummed affirmatively, seeming to have foreseen this situation. He raised a hand to turn off the cameras on both of their bodies. "Feel free to hit me, no one will see." Onlookers watching the screen suddenly fell into chaos as the transmission went dark. Such a fantastic moment ruined by a disconnect, you bastards. I'll murder your family. You dumbass broadcaster, wish you always forget your umbrella when it rains, get food stuck in your teeth, and never find a seasoning pack in your instant noodles. How utterly annoying, isn't there something my noble VIP subscription should allow me to watch? Not fair. Lin Yao vs Xie, please switch back immediately, I want to see their duel. While the crowd was in uproar, the protagonists shared an unusually peaceful moment. Lin Yao found himself unsure of what to say, simply flipping off Xie, redonning his battle suit which wasn't easily adjustable. Lowering his head, he swiftly lifted the edge of his shirt. A sleek waist was exposed, flat abs slightly concave with barely visible bluish-green tendons. Did Xie gaze shift? Need help? No need. Lin Yao accepted the two suppressant syringes, biting off the needle heads with ease, and smoothly injected them without wrinkling his brow once. Rarely had Xie seen someone so unbothered by pain. Even the strongest alphas had physiological aversion to injections, let alone after secondary differentiation where their sensory system became increasingly delicate, akin to omegas. Lin Yao didn't even flinch, showing no sign of discomfort. Admiring his calm acceptance, Xie sighed inwardly, pondering how many hardships Lin Yao must have endured to achieve this composure. Thanks. Lin Yao's sense of gratitude and resentment were always clear, as he thanked while lowering his head to deal with the used needle. Xie hummed in agreement, no big deal. Just as they tucked it into their pocket, both heard approaching footsteps nearby. Exchanging a glance, Lin Yao instinctively grabbed the sniper rifle placed beside him and loaded a bullet. Xie looked at him with amusement still in his eyes, teasing, "Burning bridges after crossing the river. If you shoot me again, I'll be eliminated for real." Shut up. Lin Yao wouldn't do such a despicable thing. He flipped over swiftly, dodging an incoming sniper shot, grabbing a vine, and swung back to deliver a kick to the person's chest. Apparently, the opponent was also a martial arts expert, who quickly disarmed Lin Yao, turning the sniper confrontation into close combat. Xie didn't move far away, he picked a spot to watch the battle without intervening. He understood Lin Yao well, too self-respecting and too proud. Helping out at this time would only be perceived as an insult. However, this sneaky competitor was skilled in hand-to-hand combat, his moves fast, precise, making it difficult to determine the winner. After 20 rounds of exchanges, Lin Yao exerted force from his arm, interlocking the opponent's hands, flipping him to the ground. The opponent showed no signs of panic in defeat. It's time to end the game. Lin Yao stared emotionlessly at him, tightening his grip on the hand, suddenly feeling an overwhelming wave of pheromones crash down on him like 10,000 sharp knives simultaneously piercing through his skin, causing unbearable pain, making his whole body tremble uncontrollably. In just a moment of letting his guard down, the opponent flipped him over, suppressing him with one hand. You. Lin Yao's voice sounded hoarse. Using pheromones for suppression was the most conventional method. But now, as a former S-level alpha, Lin Yao had lost all advantages, enduring only the torment caused by mismatches. It felt like his internal organs were being squeezed and torn by a huge hand, making it hard to breathe. Had it not been for the suppressant provided by Xie earlier, he wouldn't have lasted even 3 seconds. Don't plan on retaliating. The opponent's fingers pressed against Lin Yao's rolling throat node, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Is it contempt, looking down on me? Or are you too weak, afraid to act? No need. Lin Yao gritted his teeth under the suffering brought on by the AO difference, opening his mouth. Without that, I can still win you. You've been cleaning up along the way, right, student Duanzheng? Stubborn to the death. Duanzheng's fingers rested on his jawline. More oppressive sensations rained down like arrows, mercilessly destroying this Omega who had just undergone differentiation. The physiological disparity was too deadly. Lin Yao's entire back was soaked with sweat. The spectators watching from the platform couldn't help but wish they could enter the match instead. Something seems off with Lin Yao. He can't handle the pheromones. What a waste. I thought he was proficient in everything, sniping and combat. But look, his pheromone game is trash. Laughable. Don't bother. Duanzheng has already taken out everyone. He will definitely win. God damn it, I want to see Lin Yao destroyed. And amidst this dense assault, Lin Yao only felt his strength slowly slipping away. He couldn't hold on any longer. But Duan Zheng had no intention of moving yet, deciding to use this method to drain the opponent's strength. Do you give up? Duan Zheng was sure of his victory. Lin Yao gave a faint scoff but said nothing, his palm facing down, attempting to gather power by bending his fingers but ended up only clutching a handful of messy dirt, much like his life thrown into chaos by secondary differentiation. Tilting his head slightly upward, Lin Yao locked gazes with Xia Xingchen sitting half on a tree, who had already aimed his sniper rifle at the person's back. No, Lin Yao's eyes were cold, mouthing silently, don't help me. If Xia Xingchen fired this shot, he himself would truly become a completely powerless Omega, a waste due to losing all combat capabilities because of an alpha's pheromones. He couldn't accept that. Lin Yao had already bitten his lower lip until it bled, the broken lips becoming even more vividly red. Let's settle this quickly. Seeing that he had weakened considerably and had no energy left to fight back, the opponent slightly loosened his grip, trying to reach for the nearby sniper rifle. Right at this moment, Lin Yao jumped up, lifting his foot to deliver a strong kick to the opponent's back. Shit! Duan Zheng cursed. The instant he wanted to counterattack, Lin Yao had already somersaulted 3 times, perfectly evading. The next second, he picked up the rifle by his feet, kneeling on one knee, and pulled the trigger towards Duan Zheng. Bang! 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 Student number 003 Duan Zheng, killed by Lin Yao. Chapter 19, Hospital or My Place. Ultimate counterattack. Lin Yao's fingers on the gun were trembling slightly. The aftereffects of pheromone suppression hit him, causing dizziness, nausea, and his body under the combat suit couldn't help but shake. Yet he was still stubbornly holding on through sheer willpower. Duan Zheng spread his limbs slowly as he fell to the ground, looking up at Lin Yao who had him in his sights, with a face full of defiance. You got lucky this time, he breathed out a long sigh. Next time, let's do an SL. Being able to counterattack without using pheromones, enduring an S-level offensive and perfectly counterattacking, it's simply the mark of a born warrior. Anytime. Lin Yao holstered his gun, speaking briefly. He raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, he must have bitten it earlier, leaving a mouthful of metallic taste. Duan Zheng retracted his pheromones. Why didn't you use pheromones? It's just you and Xia Xingchen left now. He's S-level. Just suppress a bit, and you would have lost. Lin Yao hummed in response. He didn't think he could win anyway. The alpha's dense pheromone attacks earlier had already thrown him into a disordered state. At this moment, he was using all his strength just to stand firm under the lens. If it were a long-distance sniper battle, there might have been some chances of winning. In close combat, it would be a definite loss. Xia Xingchen, come out. Lin Yao struggled to stand up, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Let's finish this quickly. Duan Zheng still maintained his original posture, raising an eyebrow slightly. He was here just now. He's been here all along. Xia Xingchen leaped down from a tree, grabbing Lin Yao by the waist and lending him strength to steady himself. Lin Yao wasn't being coy. Come on, let's start. Xia Xingchen looked at the bloodstain on his lips and felt sorry for him. If it's hand-to-hand combat, let's decide it with one move. I don't need any leniency, Lin Yao frowned. Even though he doubted he could endure even a single move in his current condition, a defeat means accepting the result, then next time he would fight back and win, there's nothing major about it. Only after confirming that Lin Yao could stand did Xia Xingchen step back 3 paces, widening the distance. His combat suit highlighted his tall and handsome figure, giving him the appearance of a spirited young man. I'm almost drained, you're injured. Deciding this quickly is a great way to resolve it. You won't think I'm stupid enough to stand there like a post waiting for you to kill me, right? Reasonable. This was the Xia Xingchen he was familiar with, no mercy, preserving himself. Lin Yao took a deep breath and nodded crisply. All right, come on. All the people on the viewing platform looked up at the big screen, anticipating how earth-shattering this final move would be. Instead, they saw Xia Xingchen opening his arms. Audience? Lin Yao. Before he could react, Lin Yao found himself lightly pulled into Xia Xingchen's embrace. It was gentle. But the heartbeat transmitted through the combat suit was thunderous. Wait, just now we met and didn't fight. Now what are you doing calling for love in the middle of the universe? Laughed so hard, suddenly realized something, dying someone with nausea in one move. Xichen brother never plays by the rules, huh? You win. I declare you win. This hug. Lin Yao will throw up 3 times every midnight thinking about it. So who said the battlefield has to be settled with physical force? What's taking advantage of the situation? See how Lin Yao gets shocked speechless. In the next second, Lin Yao reflexively gripped his arm, flipped him over, and threw him heavily onto the ground. However, Xia Xingchen showed no intention of retaliating. The heart rate monitor on the combat suit received a harsh impact, sounding an acute warning. Student number 002 Xia Xingchen, killed by Lin Yao. Lin Yao exhaled lightly and glanced down at the person lying on the ground. You. Just now, his counterattack was a subconscious act of combat. But only now did he realize that perhaps Xia Xingchen didn't want him to get hurt further and had intentionally held back. You win, Xia Xingchen said aloud. Lin Yao extended his hand and pulled the other person up, muttering quietly, forget it, tie game. I'll split the prize money with you. A smirk curved the corners of Xia Xinqing's lips. Getting a greedy person to share profits, how isn't that considered a form of relationship progression? Congratulations to student Lin Yao for achieving first place in the freshman competition, the voice of Dean Hole echoed through the microphone. At the same time, the top 10 students of the freshman competition will join the Chongqing Guard team, which directly belongs to the Alliance Army as reserve soldiers awaiting frontline summons. Lastly, thank everyone for coming today, have a pleasant start to the school year. After pulling Xia Xinqing up, Lin Yao wanted to withdraw his hand, but was instead grasped by the other person. Are you very uncomfortable? Xia Xinqing asked softly. Lin Yao nodded. It hurt like his internal organs were going to explode. Only now did he understand the doctor's suggestion, it would indeed be best if accompanied by an alpha during recovery. But he couldn't say any more words of weakness, merely pulling his hand out from the burning grasp. It's nothing. Duanjing walked by from the side and turned back, not wanting people to think he was petty for losing. He said, "Want to join us for dinner?" "No thanks," Lin Yao replied, remembering the agreement before the match. "I've made plans with a senior. I promised to use the prize money to treat him to a meal." Duanjing nodded. "All right, next time then." Xia Xinqing's expression darkened instantly. "Still thinking about Jiang Qiran? With this bad condition, you're only fixated on having dinner with her, might as well award you a banner of First Galactic Romantic." Lin Yao returned the sniper rifle and combat suit to the gathering area and saw Xia Xinqing still standing there, not leaving. "Xia Xinqing didn't move, waiting for you, come with me." Lin Yao shook the public transport card in his hand, still looking pale, seeming like even walking another 2 steps would be difficult. "I'm going to Lunzhuang to meet Senior Jiang." "Let's go to Hema first," Xia Xinqing said patiently. "I'll call Jiang Qiran shortly, then I'll take you straight to the restaurant, okay?" Lin Yao indeed wasn't feeling too well and rarely obeyed, getting into the passenger seat. But this person kept frowning deeply, as if someone had angered him. He guessed, "Is it because you didn't get first place?" Feeling down. Xia Xinqing calmly responded, "No." "So what's that sour face like I owe you 8 million about?" 8 million isn't quite. Xia Xinqing paused briefly, swallowing the rest of his words, "Not about the bonus." Lin Yao didn't want to guess, he raised his hand, pressing against his chest jumping erratically due to pheromone imbalance. "Just say it, I can't figure it out." "Do you have to go have dinner with Jiang Qiran?" Xia Xinqing cut to the chase. Lin Yao blinked blankly. So, this was the issue. Xia Xinqing clearly had a crush on Jiang Qiran, and him bypassing him to invite others for dinner did cross a line, especially when Senior Jiang had openly expressed admiration for him. Xia Xinqing's heart must have been pierced through and through. "Do you want to join?" Lin Yao turned and looked at him. "I'm not really good at handling such relationships." Xia Xinqing chuckled irritably. "Watch you two lovebirds." Lin Yao thought internally it was definitely jealousy, then. "I'll go alone." Xia Xinqing stayed silent for a few seconds before choosing to directly address the matter. "Your state is pretty poor now. You're covered in Duan Zheng's incompatible pheromones, causing you pain even breathing. Can you think about yourself for once?" Lin Yao dryly replied, "I'm just thanking him for helping me bandage up before the match. Besides, since I've already promised, I should stick to my word." Xia Xinqing lightly sked. This person appeared very cool, acting like he doesn't care about anything, but actually cared the most to cater to others' preferences, and ultimately suffering himself. He hoped Lin Yao could learn to prioritize himself. "You've been uncomfortable since halfway through the match due to Duan Zheng's mismatched pheromone suppressing you." Xia Xinqing said gently, "So, what you need right now is soothing, correct?" Lin Yao turned and looked at him. It was a red light, night had fallen, far off was a pinkish cloud lingering, close by were Xia Xinqing's pitch-black eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to detect a hint of tequila. Soothing. Unnecessary. Lin Yao's breathing went awry, yet his mouth remained stubborn. "I can hold on, it'll be fine after tonight." How stubborn. Xia Xinqing suddenly withdrew all attention, but in just that moment, he clearly felt the other becoming restless. Lin Yao stared at him, breathing chaotically. "Isn't it worse to withdraw some comfort just after receiving a bit?" Xia Xinqing stopped the car by the side and faced him levelly. "Is asking for a mark so hard?" Lin Yao's eyes became redder at the corners. As Xia Xinqing had said, without that comfort, he could have endured it. However, after experiencing the pleasure brought by a high match rate infiltrating his bones, and then it being withdrawn, he now only felt unbearable. A temporary marking from Xia Xinqing would be more effective than 10,000 suppressants. Even though unrelated to lust, just a transactional help, once starting this, it felt like bowing to him, making it difficult to put into words. Lin Yao moved his lips slightly. Either the hospital, or my place." Xia Xinqing turned his head, sparing a small amount of pheromones to lure again. "You choose." Time seemed to stand still. Lin Yao was mesmerized. Looking into his eyes, he hoarsely opened his mouth. "Your place." Chapter 20, filled with ritual. "Fine." Xia Xinqing's expression appeared more pleasant. He turned around and restarted the car. After enduring pain for over half an hour, Lin Yao finally got some relief at this moment. He tilted his head, trying hard not to lean onto the other person, but just slightly moving his nose, drawing in what made him feel comfortable as a soothing remedy. Drive a bit faster. It's late. We shouldn't make people wait. Xia Xinqing couldn't believe he turned around and said angrily through laughter, after all that talking, you still want to go? Was all of that meaningless? What else? Lin Yao was puzzled. I thought it was because you cared about the ritualistic significance of marking someone for the first time that you chose your place. It seems like Lin Yao messed up again, reading comprehension equals 0. Xia Xinqing. What is a man so direct and inflexible that he'll end up dying from frustration one day? After circling back, there's a strange feeling like being used and dismissed after offering oneself freely for a night. Xia Xinqing smirked lightly, I'm not that hung up on my first time. Lin Yao sighed in relief, neither do I care. If not, we could find somewhere on the roadside. It'll take only seconds anyway. Since you don't mind, we don't need to make a big fuss about going home. Xia Xinqing ignored him, maintaining a poker face while driving. Lin Yao frowned, wondering which words had offended the other party again. Being difficult to please is truly troublesome. He glanced at the time and asked, can you inform Brother Jiang first that we'll be a bit late? I don't have his contact information. Xia Xinqing tapped on the car's communication device, still calculatingly saying, you also don't have my contact details, when do you plan to add me? Lin Yao spoke bluntly, are we that familiar? Adding you would mean having to block you afterward, which is quite inconvenient. Xia Xinqing finally found the right moment to open his mouth, if you take me off your blacklist, I'll make the call for you. Otherwise, let Brother Jiang wait till the cows come home. Lin Yao gave up. He unlocked his phone and performed the operation without any mental burden, even cursing openly, grudge-holding, nitpicking son of a gun. Xia Xinqing replied with an approving hum, calmly accepting all accusations, yes, I am. Having known each other for 3 years, they had finally re-added each other as friends. This must have meant something huge across 9 stellar systems since Xia Xinqing managed to get out of Lin Yao's blacklist. The first unpleasant incident was undoubtedly unintentional. At the time, Xia Xinqing hadn't even seen Lin Yao yet. He merely saw a name on the unified exam score sheet, at the top. He complained to a buddy, this guy surnamed Lin beat me twice, my dad doesn't approve and gives me scolding. It was widely known how strict the alliance chief was towards his son, so Xia Xinqing just mentioned it casually. However, the buddy, lacking brain cells, remembered this grumble. On the very important match day, he arranged for someone to ambush Lin Yao at the rear entrance, delivering a beating that delayed the test. Lin Yao missed 30 minutes of the exam and failed to claim the prize, which was a significant sum of money for him. 3 months later, Xia Xinqing found out, finally understanding why Lin Yao seemed ready to beat him to death whenever they met, always bristling with hostility. He truly made Lin Yao suffer, but the apology came much too late. Back then, through a roundabout way, Xia Xinqing eventually added the other party as a friend on the social platform, explaining briefly before transferring the prize money. But almost immediately, he was blocked. Lin Yao returned with just one word. Get lost. From then on, their feud was cemented, causing even Yama to stay clear at a distance of 3 meters away. No matter how Xia Xinqing tried to be friendly afterward, Lin Yao took it all as new provocations. Given their evenly matched academic performance switching between first places frequently, they became lifelong sworn rivals unable to tolerate each other. Xia Xinqing brought up the old grievance again, it was my fault 3 years ago. You want to say it again? Lin Yao felt irritated remembering being beaten up by a gang. The first time getting injured in a fight was a humiliating black mark on his history. If you don't want to listen, I won't say it. Taking advantage of the red light break, Xia Xinqing lowered his head and sent a message to Brother Jiang. XXC, at 7:30, I'll send Lin Yao over, but I've something now. 7, where have you taken my Lin Yao? XXC, yours. 7, or yours. XXC. Lin Yao tilted his head, watching his movements, did you tell Brother Jiang? Be polite. Yes. Xia Xinqing suppressed irritation flared up again. He tossed the phone aside carelessly, making a sharp turn, parking by the side for the second time. If Lin Yao wouldn't have his way, fine. Just as Lin Yao prepared to open the car door, Xia Xinqing stretched across to press down his palm. Reflexively, Lin Yao wanted to kick. But this person knew his tricks too well and had already predicted it, pressing firmly down. What now? Lin Yao was displeased, feeling at a disadvantage, not enough from the last fight. I've apologized many times for the incident back then, it was my fault. Xia Xinqing pressed on his wrist, cleared his throat and carefully chose his words. Can you be nicer to me? Not too nice, just like an ordinary classmate would be. Lin Yao raised his eyes, his eyelashes almost brushing against the other's cheeks. I can't do that. He still hadn't learned how to speak insincerely, I really dislike you, just as I dislike all high and mighty young masters. You know that, right? Xia Xinqing hummed in acknowledgement, unfazed. Seeing the dark eyes of the other seemingly dim a bit, Lin Yao softened a little at last and added, I still find you quite annoying now, but not as much as before. You're not completely intolerable, and I accept your apology. Xia Xinqing's tightly pressed lips loosened slightly. Lin Yao lowered his gaze, looking at the hands that held him down. Back then, if you had dared to touch me, you'd have been beaten up until your limbs were separated. Xie Xingchen lightly grazed his fingers over Lin Yao's nape, chuckling, thanks to brother Xie for sparing my life. You've been acting weird all day. Lin Yao pushed him away, go back and mark already, don't waste time making others wait. Alright, let's finish this quickly here. Xie Xingchen spoke lowly, won't delay your main event. Lin Yao tensed up. Because the other had suddenly come closer. The tense atmosphere from before dissolved into a lingering charm. Feeling better? For some reason, Xie Xingchen's voice turned husky. Lin Yao gave a soundless affirmation, his palms sweating profusely, much better than when I was attacked during the competition. Next time, could you say it directly? Don't be so stubborn and make me ask. Xie Xingchen said. Lin Yao nodded, okay. Good boy. Xie Xingchen looked down at him, rarely showing tenderness. He's usually fierce, but in moments like this, he's surprisingly docile, with his eyelashes quietly drooping. Speaking gently, Lin Yao negotiated, I haven't done it before, no experience, so be gentle. Xie Xingchen's other hand grabbed his nape, moving forcefully to force eye contact while speaking softly, it's also my first time, we'll figure it out together, don't think I'm clumsy. It's rare to see you being humble. Lin Yao's breathing became a bit erratic, yet he still clarified, do as you please, but don't overdo it. After all, it's just a simple deal, he thought. Xie Xingchen didn't say anything, but his grip tightened, firmly holding onto him as if finally capturing his prey. Lin Yao felt rough stubble graze his neck. It tickled. Is it here? Xie Xingchen's hoarse voice roughly brushed against his earlobe. Lin Yao closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling, completely ensnared in his territory, chin tilted upwards, yet remaining cool. He commanded, do it. Xie Xingchen obeyed his command. Just out of long-term combat practice, Lin Yao instinctively wanted to counterattack, wanting to regain the upper hand again. But as soon as his palm touched the broad shoulder of the other, Xie Xingchen flipped his hand and pinned it behind him. Don't move. No matter what, he couldn't budge an inch. Out of control, unsure what to do, he could only tilt his chin upward slightly, his gaze unfocused on the moon far away. Harder than expected. He bit hard on his lower lip, trying to withdraw. Xie Xingchen wouldn't let him dodge. Encircling his whole person, using his fingers to pry open Lin Yao's tightly shut lips, don't hurt yourself. Lin Yao murmured lowly, how much longer? Don't know. Xie Xingchen was insatiable, pulling him closer towards himself, diving deeper. The sensation isn't enough yet, might need the whole night. Chapter 21, You Get Your Revenge. Outside the window, the neon lights were lit and the traffic became increasingly congested. Lin Yao cursed under his breath, son of a bitch. Go away. Right away, Xie Xingchen whispered. A mist spread across Lin Yao's eyes. It was as if it reflected the hazy moon far away. No matter how much he despised him in his rational mind, at this moment, he could not refuse him even a little bit. Xie Xingchen still kept his eyes lowered, tightening his fingers gripping the back of Lin Yao's neck. Lin Yao frowned. I think it's enough. Don't move. A flicker of displeasure crossed Xie Xingchen's eyes but soon disappeared. Are you retaliating against me? Lin Yao said indignantly. Do you dislike it? Xie Xingchen, almost burying his face in Lin Yao's neck, cut straight to the point, you clearly looked very pleased. What nonsense, that's an accusation. Lin Yao's cheeks turned red from shame. He pushed Xie Xingchen, kicked him, and even slapped him. It wasn't a light blow. Xie Xingchen ignored it all, treating it as flirtatious banter. Lin Yao acutely sensed the other party's oppressive nature and warned, Xie Xingchen, try again. This time, it was really anger. Behave a little. Xie Xingchen soothed him by gently rubbing the back of his head, restraining his breathing while tilting his head, showing immense restraint. Lin Yao's gaze passed over the other's shoulder, landing on the rearview mirror, where he saw himself. Are you reincarnated as a woodpecker? He spat out. Xie Xingchen sounded more amused, I already said, no experience, bear with me. It sounded deliberate. Lin Yao frowned, belatedly realizing asking for a temporary mark had been a bad move. He had thought too simply before, assuming just opening his mouth for a second would suffice to alleviate discomfort, similar to a boosted suppressant. Who knew this guy would go crazy like this? This road wouldn't work. His face full of resentment, Lin Yao regretfully stated, I must be an idiot for doing business with you. Don't you have someone you like? Can you treat another Omega this way? Xie Xingchen acted as if he hadn't heard. Lin Yao reached out and slapped his face, speak up. Xie Xingchen was used to being treated this way, still smiling with his head resting on Lin Yao's shoulder, let me take a break, make some sense. You're such a delicate Omega behaving obediently in my arms, begging for marking, no reaction would indicate functional issues. Lin Yao. Don't reason with someone who has no moral bottom line, it's embarrassing. Still, Xie Xingchen was indeed a miraculous medicine, the previous discomfort had disappeared. He even felt strong enough to knock down 3 big guys now. Xie Xingchen. Lin Yao stared at the distant moon and called his name, is this all you've got? Xie Xingchen lazily replied, Lin Yao drove the knife deeper, how about we just go to the hospital and get an injection instead? No need to ruin anything. Xia Xingchen squinted, tilting his head, not necessary. Lin Yao tilted his head slightly, itched by Xia Xingchen's stray hair but couldn't dodge it no matter how he moved left or right. You're heavy, can you please roll off first? The seemingly embracing posture they were in now could easily be considered one of the top 10 strange incidents of the year. Lin Yao, Xia Xingchen lifted his head to look at him now. His lips were very red, moisture lingered in his eyes, yet his expression remained cold. Even among Omegas, he was the spiciest one. Xia Xingchen's heartstrings trembled slightly, saying meaningfully, I remember our agreement before, it's mutually beneficial, isn't it? I've just helped you, now I need your help. Lin Yao said sarcastically, then you want to reincarnate early? Just say so. His mouth felt as though poisoned by. Xia Xingchen raised an eyebrow slightly, I'm serious. It's mutual benefit, isn't it? Lin Yao barely suppressed his urge to throw him out of the car, imitating the approach of the other person earlier by releasing a bit of pheromone. Most of the physiology classes he slept through before now left him unclear whether this method worked for Omegas. But hearing Xia Xingchen's breathing gradually deepen, his eyes looking at him took on a slightly aggressive tone. So weird. His whole body tensed, uncertain, done yet? Xia Xingchen closed his eyes briefly. Thinking about wanting to do something else, of course, it was impossible. However, letting Lin Yao go like this seemed too much of a waste, so he opened his mouth. Were you upset that I was too rough earlier? Lin Yao didn't understand why the conversation jumped there so suddenly but retorted indignant, yeah, so what? Then you retaliate against me, just like what I did earlier. Xia Xingchen tilted his head, generously exposing a vulnerable spot. You used to be an alpha, you don't need to learn marking, it should be instinctive. Lin Yao. This was such a good deal. It had to be a trap, definitely a trap. Would you really let an Omega mark you? Isn't it that Omegas can't actually mark alphas? Xia Xingchen tempted him with, how would we know unless we try? Lin Yao stared at him without saying a word. Already feeling annoyed over the secondary differentiation into an Omega, and being marked by Xia Xingchen, who always argued against him, it was a great chance for revenge, even though Lin Yao wasn't sure what this bastard's motive was. But he's a psycho, psychos' preferences were always out of the ordinary. Lin Yao pulled the person over, taking the dominant position, his usually cold voice unusually pleasant, this is what you want. Consider it as paying back your favor. Fine. Xia Xingchen placed his palm on the soft top of Lin Yao's hair, indulging in the gesture. A hint of Lin Yao's former alpha oppression reappeared on his face. Lowering his head almost retaliatory, it was ferocious like a pup snatching food. So fierce. Xia Xingchen chuckled, complaining. It's unnatural for alphas to behave this way, going against logic. Xia Xingchen slowly narrowed his eyes. Keep going, in a masochistic manner. The Omega's current actions could be considered provocative, extremely reckless, causing displeasure. However, from a certain perspective, Lin Yao's behavior was also a form of submission, bringing Xia Xingchen immense joy. What a rush. Afterwards, Lin Yao looked down from above, not forgetting to mock, alphas are nothing special either, Xia Xingchen, you're pretty bad. Xia Xingchen's lips curved up, is that all you've got? Damn. Bare-faced provocation. Lin Yao gritted his teeth, ready to continue when the car window was tapped. He turned to look outside, and Xia Xingchen pressed a button, nonchalantly lowering the window without caring if people watched them. Around them, the traffic-jammed cars lit with neon lights illuminated two handsome faces, creating a decadent beauty. You too, I've been watching you for quite some time. A traffic police officer in uniform appeared and loudly warned, even though this is a parking lane, it's still public space, you cannot do it in the car. Lin Yao's pupils widened in shock. In the car? Was he talking about their fight shaking the car apart? The officer glanced at the one below, who despite being tall and strong, had a broken neck, likely due to violence. How pitiful. Then he turned toward Lin Yao and gave a serious lecture, you must have principles, morality, civility, and order. No matter how thirsty, you shouldn't indulge on the parking lane, right? Lin Yao. He wanted to die, 800 mouths couldn't explain this clearly. Fortunately, I came quickly, otherwise, you both would have taken off your clothes already. Since the situation isn't too severe, a verbal warning will suffice this time. If it happens again, there'll be a fine. The officer slid open the screen and started recording, name. Lin Yao stayed silent, pretending to be mute. Xia Xingchen remained calm, looking up coolly at the officer. Xia Yinhuai, Yun means permission, Huai refers to Huai water. Chapter 22, The Heart That Dangled is Now Dead. Lin Yao. Would you be so heartless to use your own brother as a shield? The police officer typed in the system, and a citizen identity photo popped up. The expression was stern, the features rugged, and it bore a striking resemblance to the person standing before them, though there was still a feeling of something not quite right. Can you show me your ID? I don't have it with me, Xia Xingchen replied calmly, but the car is registered under this name. The officer entered the license plate number, and indeed, the owner's name was Xia Yinhuai. There were no apparent inconsistencies, so he believed it. He nodded and turned to the other party involved, and what about this one? Lin Yao skillfully pretended to be mute. It's not his fault, I was just looking for some excitement here. It's not like what you saw, a little education would be enough. After Xia Xingchen finished speaking, he lightly touched Lin Yao's neck with his finger, his tone brimming with pride. Look here, it's all messed up by me. He's fine, but I'm ruined. You're actually not that bad of a person. The officer coughed slightly. Mr. Xia Yinhuai, since this is your first offense, we'll just give you a warning. Don't do this again next time. Yes, I will definitely improve and restrain myself from now on. Xia Xingchen gave a standard military salute. Thank you, officer. Lin Yao was truly impressed. After such a commotion, it was impossible to continue any further. Xia Xingchen slowly lit a cigarette, leaning it out of the window. What if your brother finds out? Lin Yao looked at the officers retreating back, still somewhat uneasy. Should I explain it to him? Explain what? Xia Xingchen glanced at him, exhaling a puff of smoke lazily. That you begged me over and over? Or that I made you suffer repeatedly? Or that the two of us were caught by the police in the middle of something intense? Lin Yao. Silence thundered louder than words. It really felt like trying to communicate with a psychopath, a hopeless task. Do you have a problem or something? Lin Yao cursed him. Xia Xingchen bit his cigarette, muttering slowly, yeah, I think I do. There was something compulsive in how he kept provoking Lin Yao, always losing control each time they came together. Yet, he loved seeing Lin Yao struggle, cursing, hitting him, even slapping him. To put it simply, any reaction Lin Yao showed toward him brought him satisfaction. No boundaries, accepting everything. The more restrained they were now, the greater the gratification would be when the moment came to unravel completely. This was Xia Xingchen's rather peculiar standard, enjoying every single second with Lin Yao. Even if it was a bit abnormal, he accepted it willingly. When he quietly finished that cigarette, Lin Yao spoke up, take me to Langzhuang. It's very late already. Xia Xingchen had no excuse to keep him any longer, sharply turning the steering wheel and heading towards the destination. Upon arrival, Lin Yao zipped up his jacket to the top, barely covering himself. Opening the car door, he got out and hesitated for a moment. Do you want to come inside and say hello? A small smile curved Xia Xingchen's lips. Sure, why not? Indeed, not overly courteous. He took out a bottle of perfume from the car and sprayed it on Lin Yao. An act to cover something up that only made it look more suspicious, as if they'd been having an affair. When the two of them stepped into Langzhuang side by side, they found Jiang Qiran sitting by the window, along with Xia Yinhuai. How come your brother is here too? Having just impersonated the other man's name, Lin Yao felt a bit guilty. Xia Xingchen leaned close and whispered into his ear, what, are you worried our scandal might be discovered? Lin Yao threatened, if you dare to say anything, I'll make sure your 7th day after death falls exactly next week. That would be troublesome, then burn some photos of you. Xia Xingchen spoke carelessly, let the winds of longing reach the underworld. Lin Yao. You really don't let a single word slip to the ground. The two argued noisily as they walked and sat down. Surprisingly, it was Jiang Qiran who spoke first. I didn't plan to meet him, it was purely coincidental. Hadn't expected you. Lin Yao invited me for dinner, and both of you brothers tagging along to stir things up. Lin Yao politely said, no worries, I've just received my bonus. Originally, I should treat everyone anyway. Besides, Xia Xingchen has helped me immensely, it's fitting to thank him. As he was saying this, he began ordering dishes on the electronic menu, telling everyone not to hold back and choose what they liked. Little Mr. Lin had never been so generous before, but his heart was bleeding upon seeing the prices. 130 yuan per dish of hollow heart vegetable. Robbery. Xia Yinhuai looked inquisitively at the two newcomers. Was it coincidence that you two met too? Xia Xingchen hummed in agreement, without revealing the truth. I went to the Hemo hospital for a follow-up checkup, happened to bump into him, so I gave him a ride here on the way. Like this, Xia Yinhuai's gaze landed on his bitten neck, slowly speaking, you just finished a competition in the afternoon and still have time to mess around with an omega. You sure have a lot of energy. Xia Xingchen deflected it effortlessly, we didn't do anything, so what's the rush? How can you be sure it's an omega? Jiang Qiran thoughtfully glanced at Lin Yao who was quietly drinking water. What if it's an alpha? Young Master Xia could also be pretty wild when playing. The party involved, Lin Yao, almost sprayed tea all over. He shouldn't be here, he should be under the car. Is this what you think of me? Xia Xingchen raised an eyebrow, can you stop being so nosy? My arranged marriage partner and my own brother. I don't want to gossip either, but the gossip came knocking. Xia Yinhuai threw his phone onto the table, somewhat irritated. The screen displayed a traffic police reminder message. Mr. Xia Yinhuai, at 1822 on September 13th on Ganjing West Avenue No. 19, you and your companion were suspected of engaging in indecent behavior inside the vehicle, hence a written warning is issued. We hope that you will self-regulate and maintain good conduct as a responsible citizen. Lin Yao. He would take the fact of marking each other to his grave. Xia Xingchen let out a sound, showing no remorse, sorry for borrowing your name. Do you know I was in the middle of a presentation when I received this message? How embarrassing is that? Xia Yinhuai's forehead throbbed in anger. What's the difference between this and saying I did it openly on the street? Lin Yao pinched his tiger mouth trying to hold back laughter, while the other two couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Qiran hummed lightly, deserved, who made you do so many bad things, this is karma. Sorry. Xia Xingqian's tone had a hint of regret, but there was no car sex, we didn't even have time to take off our clothes. Xia Yinhuai leaned back against the chair, thoughtful, you drove my sports car, right? I'll retrieve the driving record to see the truth. Lin Yao. Being not good at talking, he could only force himself to speak up, isn't this inappropriate, after all, it's your younger brother's privacy. Xia Xingqian chimed in, exactly, it's just using your name to take the blame, why ask so many questions? Since you've already taken the blame, could you tell me the name of the person you messed around with? Xia Yinhuai calmly picked up the chopsticks, after all, you're going to marry little Seven, you can't just bully someone like that in front of everyone. For once, Xia Xingqian remained silent. Lin Yao was also adeptly pretending to be mute. How could he explain this? This was unexplainable. It really turned into an affair. Just at that moment, the server nearby slipped, spilling half a bowl of soup on Lin Yao who was sitting at the far edge. There was a clang as the plate fell on the ground. Xia Xingqian reacted quickly, pulling the person towards his embrace, yet some parts still got wet. Sorry sir, truly sorry, I didn't hold it steady. The server panicked and wiped with a towel, take it off, I'll go wash it for you. No need. Lin Yao slightly tilted his neck, neatly took off his jacket and threw it aside, it's fine, it's not expensive. When he looked up again, two pairs of eyes were staring directly at him, filled with penetrating scrutiny. What are you looking at? Lin Yao was puzzled. Xia Xingqian's gaze also landed on the back of his neck, where there were tooth marks, inadvertently revealed to the public. You should put on band-aids. He sighed. Only then did Lin Yao realize. Finished. It's out. The affair has been exposed. Jiang Qiran supported her chin and commented idly, wow, are those red spots on your neck mosquito bites? Lin Yao. The heart that dangled is now dead. Chapter 23, This Pure Innocence. At this moment, the perfume sprayed on his body became a clumsy cover-up. How was he supposed to explain it? Lin Yao was tongue-tied, having laid out the evidence himself in broad daylight. He just hung his head, silently wiping with a napkin. Xia Yinhuai sent the waiter away first and glanced toward the opposite side, did you bite? Xia Xingqian quickly denied it, of course not, I'm flirting with the Omega I have a crush on. Did classmate Lin Yao also find an Omega? Lin Yao hummed in agreement, blushing red from lying, what a coincidence. Do you also have an Omega? Jiang Qiran said with regret, I like you so much, why don't you consider me? Upon hearing these words, the Xia brothers looked up together, speaking at the same time. Xia Yinhuai, do you like Lin Yao again? Wasn't it my younger brother last week? Xia Xingqian, are you really into him or are you just pretending? Jiang Qiran innocently said, yeah, why not? I am naturally fickle-hearted. Moreover, with a face like Lin Yao's, it's no surprise that people would fall for him. Why are both of you overreacting like that? Xia Yinhuai, flower crazy. Xia Xingqian, cool. The former mocking, the latter speechless. Lin Yao kept his head down and dryly said, thank you for liking me. Very polite. After saying that, he wiped his face again and excused himself, but there isn't anything worth liking about me. My personality is bad, I'm all prickly, and I lack any sense of taste. Besides, I've been, randomly messing around with Omegas. He also fabricated a new false accusation as though adding fuel to the fire. Xia Xingqian thought inside that if this wasn't worthy of affection, it was too endearing, cute yet unaware, making him want to kiss him till he died. Jiang Qiran blinked with his bright, playful eyes and pursued, so, did you really mess around with an Omega today? How did it go? Where did it happen? Was your technique good? With Xia Xingqian. In the car. Mutual biting. Average skills. And even left marks on him. Could he say this? Of course not. Lin Yao's face immediately flushed red. Xia Xingqian leaned against the seat, opening his mouth, you should stop tormenting him. Let me tell you how I messed around with my Omega which led to my older brother getting scolded by the police. Initially, it was only to divert the topic, but Xia Yinhuai had a calm expression, go ahead, I'd like to listen too. Lin Yao. The calendar probably said it was an unlucky day for going out. All the embarrassing moments this year were exhausted in one day. Just wanted to reincarnate immediately upon leaving. Xia Xingqian selectively recounted, mixing truth and lies, my condition flared up, and since being in the car wasn't ideal for doing much, I just slightly consoled him. Because I couldn't do more but still had cravings, I let him bite me slightly to quench my desire, that's it. Lin Yao squinted his eyes. Quench his desire. Weren't they just talking about giving him a chance to retaliate? Such a flirt, definitely not well-intentioned. Jiang Qiran stuffed a piece of watermelon into his mouth, wow, thrilling. You managed to find an Omega who can handle it, that's great. Xia Yinhuai didn't inquire further about who, just said, however, stopping at the right moment shows impressive self-control. Xia Xingqian lazily responded, rare to hear you say something human. Xia Yinhuai leisurely finished the soup in front of him before softly saying, at least I'm your older brother, I've seen what your episodes look like. It must hurt. Lin Yao slowly blinked. If such a cold-faced elder brother could say, pity, then the situation must have been truly dire. But in recent days, Xie Xingqian has shown remarkable restraint. Even when he claimed verbally that his condition was about to flare up, he seemed almost effortless. Lin Yao rarely asked another question. His condition, sounds like the Omega's pheromones are also effective. Why didn't someone help him find a matching partner to soothe him before? Xie Yinhuai nonchalantly asked first, can we talk about it? Xie Xingqian slightly shrugged, sure, among ourselves. Trials have been done, but weaker Omegas would be forced into endless sensitive periods and wouldn't be able to endure. Xie Yunhui explained, purging through consolation is merely drinking poison to quench thirst. He would demand more because of the Omega's proximity. If unvented, he could only control it through self-mutilation. Self-mutilation. This, he never mentioned. What a liar, Xie Xingqian. Therefore, releasing pheromones when he's near would lead him into greater agony, or rather, he has become so sick that he started to enjoy this physiological self-abuse. A bit pitiful. He actually felt sympathy for Xie Xingqian. With someone still opposite, he lowered his head, sending a message to the person who had just been released from the blacklist. 01, even if our compatibility is high, just a temporary mark won't make you feel better, right? On the table, Xie Xingqian's phone vibrated. He looked at the incoming message, then glanced at the person sitting next to him. The one he'd blocked for 3 years was now reaching out, and while they were together at the same time, it felt strange but pleasant. He swiped open without denying it. XXC, not really. I just wanted to help you. XXC, a temporary mark could make you feel better, couldn't it? Lin Yao fell silent. The faint sense of guilt that had arisen in his heart grew heavier. They had agreed on an exchange, so his conscience had been clear. But now it felt like he was benefiting unfairly. He had bitten into the other's neck without consent and owed him a debt of gratitude without realizing it, making him look like a cold-blooded ingrate. It was better when they used to clash without entanglement. He would punch or curse as he pleased, with no mental burden. Lin Yao looked at his reply, feeling irritated. 01, then how can I help make you more comfortable? 01, I don't like owing people favors, let me find a way to repay you. This feeling of pressing send only for the phone beside to vibrate immediately created a subtle tension. He turned off the screen and saw the two people opposite looking at him with curiosity again. Jiang Qiran rested his chin on his hand, you and your Omega really have a good relationship. Even while eating, you're sending sweet messages. Not really, it's not that good, Lin Yao held his phone and mumbled nonsense. We might break up tomorrow. Xie Xingqian judged him, you're a playboy. Lin Yao could steer the topic back to its start, warning Jiang Qiran, yes, I'm a playboy, so don't like me. Xie Xingqian couldn't stop laughing. Lin Yao glimpsed the man next to him, whose broad palm was casually playing with the phone. Despite having read the messages, he didn't reply, which was truly annoying. What did that mean? Was he trying to make him guilty enough to wake up in the middle of the night slapping himself? For the first time, he sent the other party several consecutive messages. 01, stop pretending you didn't see it. 01, I know you've read it, reply. Just after Lin Yao finished sending, he saw Xie Xingqian's fingers swiftly typing words on the keyboard. This time, there was a nearly instant reply. The phone buzzed several times in succession as the replies came one by one. As for the content, he really wanted to yell, pervert, once more. XXC, alright, let me seriously answer you. This condition of mine is quite troublesome unless done directly. XXC, of course, there are other ways too. Lin Yao saw him slowly typing each character and enumerating several options, causing his temperature to rise again for what seemed like the 100th time today. Damn, beast. Feet 2. Too perverted, how does he know so many bizarre tricks? Regardless, let him die suffering from his own ailment. XXC, French kiss, embrace, or kisses can relieve symptoms. XXC, or holding hands, want to try. XXC, if these aren't possible, then don't say you want to help anymore. Seeing the last line, Lin Yao's eyes widened. Holding hands, how suddenly so pure. He thought of Xie Xingqian's temporary mark, the inhibitor he carried around, the silencer gun from Lang Village. Regardless of his motives, he inadvertently helped him a lot. Disliking him and repaying favors didn't conflict, Lin Yao reasoned. 01, fine, when you're uncomfortable next time, let's try holding hands. It's just skin contact, there's nothing wrong with that. He replied this way. When he regained his senses, he noticed the person next to him looking at him, his posture still relaxed, but his eyes deeply meaningful, teasing. Lin Yao started regretting it. He must be waiting for him to look foolish, indeed falling for it, one shouldn't be too kind. Are the two of you hiding something? That's not normal. Jiang Qiran squinted, investigating. Lin Yao sat upright, earnestly saying, no, you're mistaken. In the midst of speaking, he felt the tablecloth move slightly as something lightly grazed his little finger, followed immediately by a scorching heat covering the back of his hand. His heart skipped a beat. Lin Yao turned his head, anxiously looking at Xie Xingqian. Not now. Can't you look at the situation? During their eye contact, he felt his palm flipped over, the other's long fingers slowly intertwining. Nothing much, just felt like the illness subsided suddenly, Xia Xingqian said lazily, so I'm in a very pleasant mood. Amidst the crowd in public, the surrounding remained bustling with people coming and going, while the exquisite tablecloth concealed everything. They were shoulder to shoulder, in the most secretive corner. Their actions were awkward yet tender, fingers interlacing. Lin Yao's heart beat like thunder. Chapter 24, Then You Teach Me. Lin Yao had never held hands with anyone, let alone experienced intertwining fingers. His fingers were stiff, and he could clearly feel the warmth of the palm and the strength of the fingers. Both boys had high body temperatures, Xia Xingqian's was even higher, so much so that it left Lin Yao struggling to catch his breath. What are you doing? He lowered his voice. The other party didn't respond but did not release his hand either. Actually, since the temporary mark, Xia Xingqian had exuded an air of suppressed aggression, but he still spoke gently, making people momentarily believe that he wouldn't overstep boundaries. But apparently not. When marking earlier, the force of the bite on the gland, despite lacking experience, made Lin Yao sense a faint sense of losing control. Beneath his calm demeanor, there was turmoil within. Seemed tense. Are you uncomfortable? Xia Xingqian opened first with a gentle tone. If only his hand wasn't tightly gripping beneath the tablecloth. No. Lin Yao bent his fingers slightly. I'm fine. In reality, it wasn't such a big deal, just holding hands. Once they were done repaying this favor, he wouldn't feel burdened anymore. No problem, no problem, no problem. Damn, is it appropriate for two straight guys to hold hands like this? Even though Lin Yao had differentiated into an omega, he still retained the steel-straight thinking of being heterosexual alpha male and believed this wasn't much different from gay coupling. Instantly, he broke out in goosebumps all over. Just as he was about to pull his hand away, Xia Xingqian tightened his grip firmly. Why aren't you two eating? Jiang Qiran noticed their immobility, picking them each a piece of spare rib. After competing all day, aren't you tired? With his left hand held by Xia Xingqian, Lin Yao could only pick up food with his right hand and stuff it into his mouth, chewing awkwardly. The action was particularly clumsy. He ate a couple of bites, and his hand went numb, forcing him to lie unconvincingly, I'm full. He couldn't comprehend how those couples who held hands all day and embraced under the dorm building handled it. Lin Yao thought despairingly. There was a brief silence during the meal, and everyone ate their own food. Before long, the plates were nearly empty. Xia Yinhuai glanced down at his phone for a while then turned the screen around, sharing, videos of your match today have been edited. In the footage, when Xia Xingqian extended his arms, Lin Yao performed a back suplex, throwing him onto the ground. The slow motion combined with an intense stare accompanied by a sorrowful background music filled with a heavy sense of fate. The title was overly poetic. Ayo, look up at me. An instant embrace with you, and I'm without regrets for life. Another love not to be script. How ridiculous. Xia Xingqian reflected briefly, quite satisfied with the editor's and writer's work. Who's this up main? Very tasteful, I've decided to tip them 20,000 yuan. Lin Yao didn't see how any of this related to the two of them. What kind of cringe pain literature is this? These students nowadays must be too free due to insufficient summer homework. The view count is really high, Xing Ao, this CP name has a similar vibe to one from a game called Trace Nunu I played in ancient times, said Jiang Qiran. Upon hearing this, Xia Xingqian once again showed satisfaction, not a bad name, knowing to place me first, tip another 20,000. Lin Yao thought he had a brain disorder, you're rich enough to waste money. I respect the fruits of the original creator's labor. Xia Xingqian mumbled the editor's name, Sweet Pearl, she's an omega from our school, right? He didn't bother arguing further, just wished the other would loosen his hand. Still holding on tight, his hand was practically being smothered to death. Jiang Qiran scrolled upward casually, holy crap, the video where Lin Yao kicked Duan Zheng is even more popular. It tops the ghost zone. Your skills are pretty sharp, very handsome. The competitive spirit in Xia Xingqian arose, why isn't our Xing Ao topping the list? You call me Ao again and see what happens. Lin Yao gritted his teeth, I'll kick you directly onto the headline of the ghost zone. As they were talking, he felt his fingers being lightly pinched, as if Xia Xingqian was pouting. Ao, be gentler with me. Out of nowhere, Lin Yao interpreted a subtext from his actions and felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, so disgusting. Lin Yao couldn't stand it anymore and took the phone, painstakingly typing secretly. 01, first, I'm not Ao. 01, second, can you find a hidden place to hold hands? XXC, it's already hidden, almost like an affair. XXC, as you said, we can hold hands, but we need to adapt a bit first. Xia Xingqian responded this way. Using his left hand to type, it looked smooth enough, but after exchanging a few more messages, even someone dull would notice something amiss. Lin Yao had no choice but to pull the tablecloth inward slightly, maintaining an expressionless face looking straight ahead. He couldn't be sure if it was an illusion, but he felt the slightly calloused fingertips brush against the back of his hand, slow and seductive, this time like a caress with a hint of flirtation. Damn. Lin Yao instinctively blurted out, feeling a numbness creep into his shoulder. What started as an innocent handshake between two straight men had turned into something that bordered on sexual harassment. It was clear that someone behaving so strangely would act bizarre in any situation. What's wrong? Xia Yinhui looked up at him. Damn, this chair is pretty comfortable to lean on. Lin Yao pressed back a little more, gripping Xia Xingchen's hand tightly as a warning. Xia Xingchen's lips curled slightly in a smug smile. The quality here in Langzhuang is indeed the best. If you feel comfortable, then sit longer. Every word fell deliberately, like a challenge. Yet the fingers holding onto Lin Yao's were gentle, brushing softly as though playing with a claw-sharp cat with a cat wand. Lin Yao gritted his teeth, nearly pinching red marks into Xia Xingchen's hand, truly ready to unleash his temper. Oh, the little kitten's fur was standing on end. Lin Yao could no longer bear it and silently mouthed, "Let go if you don't want to die." He even felt a fleeting pang of guilt just moments before for thinking about Xia Xingchen being sick, caring more about him than helping grandmas cross the road. Just as he thought this, Xia Xingchen suddenly released his grip. The broad palm pulled away, leaving an unexpectedly hollow emptiness behind. Hastily, Lin Yao withdrew his hand from beneath the tablecloth, placing it neatly atop the table as if poorly attempting to prove nothing happened. Totally protesting too much. Embarrassment made time pass slowly. He repeatedly watched the video of himself kicking Duanzheng, unaware that someone nearby stared intently enough to burn a hole in the screen. Xia Xingchen raised a hand and tugged casually at his collar, addressing no one in particular. "I shouldn't have come tonight. I should have spent the night with my Omega. Now my condition has really flared up." Lin Yao. Your so-called Omega almost snapped your hand in two, yet you still claim you need to be together. Xia Yinhui glanced at him without bothering about his fiancé sitting beside them, then go find him. It's not good to keep it bottled up. Jiang Qiran laughed, do I count as a decoration now? Is there anyone caring for me? Plastic arranged marriages were exactly like this, pretending wasn't even worth the effort. He's quarreling with me, Xia Xingchen complained openly. After marking, he wouldn't let me touch him anymore, resisting even holding hands. What else can we do? Bitingly sarcastic, alluding to something deeper. Lin Yao snorted lightly, expressing his inner thoughts, that's because you're acting too dog-like. Of course, he doesn't want to deal with you. How should I behave then, for my Omega to get along better with me? Xia Xingchen turned his head slowly toward Lin Yao. Under the tablecloth, his legs were slightly parted, his knee bumping lightly against Lin Yao's thigh. Yao Yao, teach me, Xia Xingchen requested gently. Chapter 25, So Soft When Drunk. There was no denying that Xia Xingchen's voice, so seductive and husky, could easily melt the hearts of many. His tone was deep, magnetic, and utterly captivating. When he called out a nickname with such charm, it made one's spine tingle. But, what help would that be? He was just the Omega Xia Xingchen had accused of being promiscuous. And how could he even think Xia Xingchen's voice was appealing? He probably had hollow cabbage worth 130 yuan per plate on his mind. Xia Xingchen nudged him with his knee again, his voice carrying laughter, Yao Yao. It was unbearable. This guy was absolutely like the gossip said, a playboy who played around everywhere, someone skilled at having affairs among countless Omegas. Lin Yao suddenly coughed, reaching for a cup to drink water, downing it all in one gulp before realizing something was off. It was bitter, the strong smell of alcohol spreading across his lips. If he were to compare, Xia Xingchen's pheromones smelled better than the alcohol. Wait. What was he thinking? They didn't smell good at all. It must have been due to that temporary mark, it was so terrifying. The moment his mouth opened and bit down, he seemed brainwashed, causing even his sense of aesthetics to mutate. Getting so worked up about a nickname, and already drinking. Xia Xingchen noticed his inability to handle alcohol and poured a cup of tea to offer. Why are you drinking so hastily? Lin Yao tilted his head back and gulped down the tea to suppress the alcohol taste before threatening, try saying those two words again. Now, Xia Xingchen had one big virtue, he followed his heart and never backed down. Without any change in expression, Yao Yao. Lin Yao glared at him. The alcohol numbed his tongue, preventing him from hurling insults. Xia Xingchen's lips curved slightly, alright, I'll listen to you. And yet he sounded so deliberately annoying. A duo watching the scene from across the table couldn't help but laugh. Xia Yinhui looked rather serious, as if approving a project with an underling, nodding his approval, go ahead and kick him. If he gets injured, put it on my tab, I won't bother you. Even his own brother gave permission. Has everyone finished eating? Lin Yao wiped the knife and fork in front of him, I'll pay the bill, then find a spot without surveillance cameras to settle things with him on the way back. Jiang Qiran rested his chin on his palm, fine. Send me the funeral home address tomorrow. I still need to attend the ceremony out of respect for my fiancé. Lin Yao's eyes flashed menacingly, got it. Teasing Lin Yao was really amusing. Although he appeared calm, he'd been riled up for quite a while. Xia Xingchen kept laughing quietly with his head down. The only reason Lin Yao hadn't acted yet wasn't because he harbored any pity toward this person. His tolerance for alcohol was truly terrible. After gulping down that glass of wine just moments ago, within minutes, his head started spinning, dizziness setting in. If he stayed another 10 minutes, he'd likely enter an uncontrollable drunken state. He valued his dignity and dreaded embarrassment. If he lost control and created some embarrassing history, finding work in Langzhuang would be difficult afterward. An ever-resilient working man. Thus, he forced himself to stay focused, waving over a waiter to bring the bill. Seeing the numbers, half of the intoxication instantly disappeared. A 13,000 yuan meal. Directly stealing it would have been cheaper, yet they were nice enough to give him a few dishes. How thoughtful. Lin Yao read it 5 times, still unable to breathe through the heartache. A bonus of 10,000 yuan, needing to shell out 3,000 more, it was even more than what he spent on food in a year. Jiang Qiran checked the itemized list and his face showed regret. Sorry, I didn't look at the price of the wine. Otherwise, I would have covered the cost. Next time, let's just eat by the school gate. Rich young men indeed lacked such habits, and it wasn't Jiang Qiran's fault. Lin Yao, inexperienced with such luxury, heard of such expensive alcohol for the first time. He stared at the empty cup he mistakenly drank from, feeling pained while consoling himself. I drank the wine too, so it's fine. We agreed that I would pay, thank you for helping me bandage up. All the effort in the game went to waste. Calculating the remaining balance, snatching his money felt worse than death itself. Xie Xingchen signaled to his brother with a glance, didn't I remember having a voucher for a discount? Brother, check for me, membership number 0120. They had never come here for consumption, yet the fabrication was so convincing. Xia Yinhuai nodded slightly. Brothers pulling stunts together weren't new. Since childhood, they had deceived their old man countless times, smooth as silk. After paying, Xia Yinhuai returned and said, Xingchen's voucher covered 11,000 yuan. You just need to cover the rest. Lin Yao handed over his card, now much more relaxed. Accepting Xia Xingchen's money brought less psychological burden since the young master was wealthy. Let's go, the dormitory is closing soon. Xia Xingchen stood up, picking up the dirty coat for him, following behind. The group bid farewell at the restaurant's entrance. Lin Yao was heading back to the dormitory, so he hitched a ride with Xia Xingchen, but his expression remained icy as he sat in the passenger seat, eyeing the teetotaler classmate, like he'd just hired a designated driver. Dizzy? Xia Xingchen turned around while reversing the car and asked him. Lin Yao didn't easily show intoxication on his face, he was also a decent drinker, except that his voice had become softer than usual, a little bit. How much is, a little bit? Lin Yao didn't speak but extended his left hand, bending his index finger and thumb together then apart, this much. Adorning such a cold demeanor yet making childish gestures, Xie Xingqian almost melted right there. No one had told him how soft this cool guy could get when drunk. He stared at the lamppost ahead and suddenly thought of something serious. Do you know my pheromones are like tequila? Would you feel dizzy during marking? Lin Yao looked at him for several seconds in a daze, caught off guard by the question. Several seconds later, he finally replied, when you bit me, your breathing sped up, and your hands and feet went numb, like being drunk. Xie Xingchen's lips curved into a smirk, his tone turning lewd. Then if I released more pheromones next time, would you let me do whatever I want with you? Lin Yao nodded seriously, that's likely. Unaware how these words placed him squarely in the tiger's jaws, submitting himself became an invitation full of imagination. Xie Xingchen's gaze slowly swept across his face, moist eyes, cherry-red lips, and the mark he'd made on his neck. He was so close, yet his scent was hidden beneath the perfume covering it all up. It wasn't pleasant. He should be entirely stained with his own fragrance, letting everyone know this person belonged to Xie Xingchen alone. Why does your look make it seem like you're going to devour me? Lin Yao frowned. He sensed the others stare as though seeing a wild canine in some camp before, a tall, imposing presence, seemingly gentle but actually devouring raw meat, craving fresh blood, never letting go once its teeth sunk into prey. And himself? It seemed he'd become that targeted prey. His innate wariness caused a ripple of unease. Xie Xingchen laughed, praising, even when drunk, you're still pretty sensitive. Lin Yao sniffed lightly and turned away, using his palm to shield his face. His palms were broad, but his face narrow, and he easily concealed it fully from prying eyes. What are you doing? Don't look at me. As he said this, he irritably lowered his hand, revealing a pair of ferocious-looking eyes. Xie Xingchen watched his flustered movements, exclaiming, Yao Yao, you're so cute. Many times over already. Don't call me Yao Yao. Baring his fangs, bristling fur like an annoyed kitten, he wanted to be patted. At a red light, Xie Xingchen hit the brakes and grabbed the man from the passenger side closer. Lin Yao became even more alert, speaking unclearly since he covered his mouth, you can't, look at me. The red light timer showed 57 seconds remaining. Xie Xingchen ruffled his disheveled hair, then moved his hand down, gripping his nape firmly so he couldn't escape. Not looking, can I kiss you instead? Chapter 26, If You Kiss Me Again. Lin Yao held his palm tighter, no, you're not allowed to. Damn it, this person really has a head full of obscene and dirty thoughts. And anyway, he doesn't even like me, so why should he kiss me? The red light was counting down, with 30 seconds remaining. Xie Xingchen looked at him with great interest, didn't you want to repay my temporary mark? We've tried holding hands, so shouldn't we take it one step further? Lin Yao's mind felt foggy. It was true that the temporary mark had given him an advantage, it had felt incredibly good. As a person, one should know gratitude. But there was still a thread of rationality left in him, and he slowly said, we two can't kiss. We're both alphas, no, I'm an omega now, but nobody knows yet, we can't kiss. Xia Xinqing said, then how about kissing somewhere else? The red light countdown was at 20 seconds. Lin Yao's brain felt a bit stuck. Where? You choose. Xia Xinqing wondered if he was being too cruel, taking advantage of his drunken state. Lin Yao couldn't think of any answers. The countdown had already dwindled to 10 seconds. Lin Yao's breathing became a little rapid, not sure if it was from tension or because his palm was covering his face too tightly. He saw the cars behind had turned on their turning lights and were about to start moving, so he struggled to sit back. Let me go back. The car is moving, it's about to move. Xia Xinqing leaned down, staring into his eyes, and a light kiss landed on the back of Lin Yao's hand. So light it was almost accidental, as though through the palm he was actually kissing him. Lin Yao could feel a clear shudder go through him, his whole body going rigid. Lin Yao's cheeks flushed red, the back of his hand burning hot, and he pulled back. You. Cheater, just now he clearly said no. Yet he'd opened his eyes and kissed him. Sorry, since you didn't say, I had to choose for myself. Xia Xinqing stretched out his hand, passing over Lin Yao's waist, resting it under the steering wheel. Then he said, sit properly. Lin Yao. Wasn't it you who pulled me over? Now what are you playing at? But his head was too dizzy, the person in front of him had doubled into two, and his mouth wasn't very cooperative, unable to scold well. So he reached out and slapped his face. Devoid of his usual fierce force, the slap was soft and flimsy, almost like foreplay. Xia Xinqing turned his head to look at him and threatened, if you hit me again, I'll kiss your lips. Terrified, Lin Yao immediately sat back, gripping the seatbelt with both hands, looking straight ahead. Never drinking again. Can't beat him, can't insult him either, so annoying. There was some distance between the school parking lot and the dormitory. When they got off the car, Lin Yao's steps had already started to waver. But after sleeping in the car for a while, his consciousness remained clear, although his thoughts jumped around intermittently, returning to earlier moments. Suddenly realizing something, he turned his head to settle accounts with Xia Xinqing. You, scammer, you tricked me. Xia Xinqing held his hand, feeling dizzier than when he got into the car, his tone somewhat exasperated. Do you really get drunk with just one cup? That alcohol was indeed quite strong, more than 50 degrees. No one would normally chug a large glass of it all at once, but to be so completely drunk was beyond expectations. Not drunk, I'm walking straight, Lin Yao declared haughtily. Look, parade march soldier. Xia Xinqing lowered his gaze, seeing his legs were almost entangled like twine, and then helped straighten him up again. Now there are only the two of us, I want to settle accounts with you, Lin Yao said solemnly. Xia Xinqing affirmed with enthusiasm, skillfully finding sweetness in the details. Even drunk, you remember wanting to settle accounts with Xia Xinqing, huh? It seems your mind is always full of me. Lin Yao coldly stared at him, like watching a fool. If it weren't for his unsteady walk, he might have seemed quite formidable. You deceived me in many ways. You deceived me saying the temporary mark would help you. You tricked me saying pheromones could calm you. You teased me when we held hands. I will never trust you again, bad guy. Rarely talkative when drunk, his cheeks were flushed from alcohol, his thoughts sharp yet his words slurred. I haven't deceived you, it works. Xia Xinqing lifted his hand, gently patting his head. You being by my side is more useful than any medicine. Lin Yao stared directly at him, slightly tilting his chin upward, his eyes clouded as if he didn't quite understand the meaning of these words. Standing at 183 centimeters with an excellent physique, lean and long-legged, even alone among alphas, Lin Yao stood out remarkably. Still, compared to Xia Xinqing's 1 meter 90 frame, there was a noticeable height difference. I don't understand, you're deceiving me again. Xia Xinqing bent his gaze toward him, his hand still resting on top of his head. Despite having such a sharp personality, his hair was exceptionally soft, and he couldn't resist rubbing it a few more times. Really? You've deceived me, you've deceived me. Lin Yao was a little dazed, the light and shadow in front of him flickered. He murmured to himself, everyone has deceived me. Mom and Dad didn't come to pick me up. I waited, and when I turned 18, they still didn't come. His disjointed words hit Xia Xinqing's heart like a stab. I'm sorry, Xia Xinqing extended his hand to hold the man steady and then eased him onto his back, speaking in a voice one would use with a child, then no holding hands. The bad guy will carry you back, okay? Lin Yao stood there motionless. So stubborn. This persistence was engraved in his bones, even drunk, he remained firm. There was still quite a long stretch left to get back to the dormitory, so Xia Xinqing said again, have you ever ridden a horse? Get on, let's play. Finally, Lin Yao complied, sitting stiffly on his back, his arms wrapping around the other person's heated neck. Go. The corner of Xia Xinqing's mouth curved slightly, as he hooked Lin Yao's legs to make him sit more comfortably. Over the past 3 years, he had never imagined that their relationship could ease to what it was now, it was already a pleasant surprise. But people always have endless desires. At first, just seeing from afar was fine. Later, being able to talk a few words made him very happy. Then, after embracing, he wanted to kiss, touching his neck made him yearn to touch more. What he wanted most was his heart. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt Lin Yao lean down, his breath tinged with alcohol falling on his ear. Uncomfortable. Xia Xinqing tightened his grip but couldn't see his expression. Lin Yao turned his head, grabbing the other's ear and pulling him closer until their lips met. I'll tell you a secret. Xia Xinqing hummed softly, stopping in his steps for the first time, strangely nervous. Tell me. The night was silent except for the soft rustling of the trees swaying in the gentle breeze, masking the hurried heartbeats. Lin Yao held his neck tightly, flashing back to the first time he saw Xia Xinqing. It wasn't the day he was beaten black and blue by Xia's minions before the exam, it was even earlier. He worked a temporary job and happened to pass by Xia Xinqing's 15th birthday party. Probably a family celebration, only the closest relatives and friends were invited, making it lively, laughter echoing frequently. Lin Yao wasn't envious of the elaborate cake or decorations at the scene, but of the many heartfelt eyes looking at the main guest during his wish-making moment, filled with blessings. Afterward, this highly admired young master didn't need to do any dirty work himself, a mere casual complaint, and his friends gathered a bunch of people to beat him till he was bloodied and bruised. With wounds bleeding, Lin Yao couldn't afford to go to the hospital because he hadn't earned his bonus. On the sleepless nights from pain, lying shivering in an empty basement, he couldn't help but think how much he disliked Xia Xinqing. Just because he occasionally outperformed Xia Xinqing in exams meant nothing, did it? If not for Xia Xinqing, perhaps he wouldn't have realized how broken his life could become. The reason I hate Xia Xinqing the most is, Lin Yao paused, feeling his eyelids ache. He closed them, forcing the slight sting back inside, hating that so many people love him. Yet me? I have nothing. Though Lin Yao's tone was restrained, Xia Xinqing understood immediately. A sharp ache spread through his heart. Lin Yao whispered quietly, really, I particularly hate him. Xia Xinqing's throat tightened. After deliberating countless times on his words, he finally solemnly said, someone will love you, Lin Yao, someone will love you more than anything else. Chapter 27 The chaos was too thrilling. Lin Yao's head rested against his neck. No, you're lying to me again. How could anyone possibly love him? If they did. During all those times when he was starving, when he fell gravely ill but couldn't afford medicine, when bullied by upperclassmen, when falsely accused of stealing and unable to defend himself, during every family reunion holiday. Such a person should have already appeared. Even if being bullied he could fight back with fists, working odd jobs when there was no money, struggling to grow up without depending on anyone. Even the name, Lin Yao, was one he gave himself. Unaware of his family name, he just escaped from that place where his code was Yug 01, they called him 01. When registering names in the community, at the age of 10, after mumbling for a long time due to his limited knowledge of words, he picked a phonetic resemblance. He didn't need love. He occasionally felt a bit envious, but it wasn't a necessity. Xia Xinqing tightened his arms, unusually lacking his usual carefree demeanor. I may have lied to you many times before, but not this time. His tone was pretty serious, sincere to some extent. But to Lin Yao, those words were merely casual comfort, akin to saying, the weather will clear soon, when caught in the rain without an umbrella, or seeing wilting flowers and dried willows while saying, they'll be fine in spring, mere polite expressions under specific circumstances. Lin Yao buried his head into the warm neck, threatening like an uncouth child, I'll vomit on you. Xia Xinqing knew Lin Yao didn't want to continue this topic. Even when drunk, he refrained from sentimentality, teasingly said, you puke once, I kiss you once. Disgusting. Lin Yao pinched his neck viciously, glaring while threatening, are you enjoying finding new ways to annoy me? Satisfied now? Xia Xinqing simply asked, do you want a kiss right now? Don't make me sick. Lin Yao shivered all over, covering his mouth, I'm serious, you probably just want to irritate Jiang Qiran because she likes me. Damn it, how many times do I have to tell you, I don't like Jiang Qiran. Xia Xinqing genuinely lost his patience, letting out a curse. After a pause, he retorted, why don't you ask who I secretly admire? Lin Yao made an oh sound, lightly bumping his forehead against Xia Xinqing's shoulder, utterly cold, don't care. 3 icy words. Xia Xinqing. Falling for such a stoic guy would be the hardest challenge in Master Xia's life. Xia Xinqing still couldn't let go, not curious at all. Lin Yao maintained a dignified indifference, no. Fine then. Roughly rounding up, it equated to a confession being rejected before it even began. Truly impressive. As they neared the dormitory building, Xia Xinqing put him down gently against the wall, whispering, stay here and don't move. Going to buy me oranges? Lin Yao, hair disheveled, widened his eyes, you thinking you're my dad? That convoluted line of thought deserved admiration. Xia Xinqing was left speechless for a moment, raising his hand to gently pat his face, laughing, being your dad isn't impossible, but not now. Just wait. Lin Yao slapped him back, not holding back at all, why are you hitting me? Xia Xinqing paused for a few seconds, pinching his cheek, lacking sense of proportion. He turned into the nearby mini supermarket, grabbing a box of Band-Aids, a bottle of sober-up pills, and mineral water. As he paid, he noticed several different brands of condoms lined up at the counter. Buying these kinds of things so late is like trying too hard to hide, you know. The cashier was particularly enthusiastic, pulling out 2 boxes, take them. These new ones are extra large, specially arrived stock, I don't recommend them to just anyone. Xia Xinqing smiled, not necessary yet. You can prepare anyway. What if one day things heat up, wouldn't that be disappointing? No doubt the sales champion successfully persuaded Xia to take 2 large-sized boxes. Without concealment, he put them in a plastic bag, which he swayed as he went out looking for Lin Yao. The little one was obediently waiting for him, adhering strictly to his instruction not to move, standing stiffly by the wall root like a sentry. Xia handed him the bag, picking out the band-aids from inside, touching the tip of his fingers lightly to his neck. Tilt your head, I'll cover the bite marks for you. Lin Yao complied, his gaze however fixating on the few brightly packaged items, reaching out to grab one, reading in the dim light, extra large, super thin, ribbed, refreshing. Just then, 2 classmates passed by. Xia quickly covered Lin Yao's mouth, sighing helplessly, you're really drunk, ancestor. What about your yen %, and those dry, %? Lin Yao said furiously, taking advantage of me being drunk to sleep with me. Xia held his hand tighter, saying, if you speak louder, the whole Comprehensive Combat Academy will know we're going to have a one-night stand. Lin Yao let out an, sound. Xia continued, you're still an alpha in public. AA's random hookup is too stimulating. But why did you buy them? If you're gonna mess around, don't involve me. Lin Yao finally broke free from his grip, breathing heavily. No choice, the cashier was too enthusiastic. Let's support the night shift workers. Xia shoved the 2 boxes into his coat pocket and then broke the sober-up pills, twisted open the water bottle to feed him. Take 2, it'll help you sleep better when we get back. Lin Yao took them, drank it all down, and finished the whole bottle of water in gulps. Staring at him for a while, he got dizzy again and decided not to care anymore. Let's go back. Xia raised his hand to wipe off the water on his lips. Okay. When they returned to the dormitory, Cheng Boyan had already fallen asleep, but Healy was still awake. Seeing both of them coming back one after another, he quickly sat up from the bed. Recently, he kept having hallucinations. It was terrifying how this duo could be together so often. He jumped down from the upper bunk, reaching out to steady Lin Yao as he entered, lowering his voice. The group chat said that you guys bought condoms and fought over the spiral ones, right? Xia raised an eyebrow slightly, huh? Lin Yao was dizzy, what? There's someone else's scent on you. Healy came closer, sniffing around. Did you grab some condoms to fool around? Wait, did it end so quickly? You just bought them 10 minutes ago. Lin Yao, dizzy, said. No, I just drank alcohol. Not right. Besides whiskey. Healy hung his head, sniffed toward his gland area, identifying, there's tequila, is that an alpha's pheromone? Cheng Boyan mumbled in his sleep, tequila. That's amazing, give me some. Lin Yao frowned. Shouldn't you be a military dog, Xiao He, with such a sharp nose? As Xia watched Healy's movements closely, he felt an invasion of his territory and grabbed his collar, pulling him away, muttering deep in his throat, what are you sniffing? Even though this guy looked sweet, he was still an alpha, with distinctions between alphas and omegas. Healy felt a bit wronged, turning back to explain, I'm checking if Brother Yao has been stepping out behind my back. Xia narrowed his eyes, disliking his word choices greatly. Forget it. Lin Yao seemed used to it, raising his hand slightly to mess his hair, leave me alone, I drank too much, I'm going to throw up. Instead, he looked more like an alpha comforting a sweet little omega. Healy's face crumpled together, very anxious, taking slow steps, then let me accompany you to shower. I'll just stand by, what if you faint in there? Lin Yao, who had become slow due to drinking, nodded without reacting. Xia said, he can shower by himself. Why not? Why not? Healy wasn't happy, boldly arguing, we've been to the bathhouse together before, we're close friends, even the crown prince can't meddle this far. Xia kept a straight lip, expressionless. His heavy gaze fell, with pitch-black pupils, extremely oppressive, making Healy shiver. Oh my god, Xiao He, you really have guts challenging King Yama. Prepare for the 7th-day ceremony next week. Go to sleep soon, the lights are about to be turned off. Lin Yao, rarely gentle, pushed him to the bedside, I'm fine, fully conscious. Are you really clear-headed? Healy murmured, when have you ever been so nice to me? Lin Yao gave a perfunctory reply, grabbing pajamas from the wardrobe and went straight to the shower room, not giving him more chances. He left Healy and Master Xia standing there, glaring at each other. Originally, the room hadn't lit up any lamps, shadows making people look more towering. Healy, guilt-ridden and cowardly, faced the 1.9-meter alpha, losing all spirit immediately. I was just worried about Brother Yao. Xia hummed in acknowledgement, concerned about the person in the bathroom, taking some clean clothes and heading towards the bathroom. Thinking about their drunken brotherhood, Healy clenched his teeth and reached out to grab him anyway, trembling as he said, no, bro, if you want to beat him up, do it when he's sober, okay? Accumulate some virtue. Man, his mouth knows no boundaries, he said the wrong thing again. It's not that you have no virtues. Healy was making things worse as he kept talking nonsense, I just think it's really dishonorable to beat someone when they're drunk. Shit. It's not that you don't have. Healy wanted to slap himself, and with great force, he pulled the other back, in short, unless you step over my dead body, you can't go. Xie Xingqian clicked his tongue, turned around, and lifted him by carrying his legs up, throwing him back onto the upper bunk. The action was a bit rough, and the 2 boxes in the coat pocket fell out all at once. Healy hung on the railing looking down. Oh my mother. 2 boxes, spiral, extra large, ultra thin, cooling sensation. Xie Xingqian picked them up and stuffed them back into his pocket. Then, he casually grabbed some pajamas and walked toward the bathroom. I'm not hitting him, aren't you afraid he'll pass out? I'll keep an eye on him. Healy helplessly watched as Xie Xingqian pushed open the bathroom door and slowly closed it behind him. Wait a minute. There was something off about this. Were sworn enemies who fought daily suddenly this kind-hearted? A flash of lightning struck inside Healy's brain as he raised his hand to cover his mouth, as if realizing something terrible. So you're watching him, why take the condoms in? Chapter 28 Let me smell. Is he going to take advantage of her while she's drunk? 1 box wasn't enough, and he took 2 more boxes. This is too reckless. No, Lin Yao must know about this thing. The news in the group has always been exaggerated, so could it be possible that they bought it together? 2 mortal enemies who want to fight each other every time they meet suddenly buy this kind of stuff. Muttering halfway through, Healy involuntarily shivered all over. This is more terrible than rape. Am I having a nightmare? He slapped himself hard, and it hurt. Worried about accidents, Healy carefully climbed down the ladder again and tiptoed to the edge of the bathroom door. I know eavesdropping is wrong, but I'm just worried about Brother Yao. Oh Buddha, please don't punish me. If you want to punish someone, blame Xingqian for trying to watch people shower. His student ID number is unknown, his school number is 002, from Chongqing Military Academy Comprehensive Battle College, and he lives in bed number 1 of room 606. Buddha, if you have to punish someone, don't pick the wrong person. After muttering silently with his hands together, Healy stretched his neck, and cautiously leaned towards the bathroom, listening through the foggy glass. The sound of dripping water fell incessantly onto the floor. What are you doing here? Lin Yao's voice was faint. Xingqian's voice carried a hint of laughter. Have we not seen each other before? Why block me? Healy, what? 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 Not to mention, when did you 2 reveal your true selves to each other behind my back? Healy cried out in despair inside. Then what happened yesterday in the toilet? You 2 were playing way too aggressively, right? We're all part of your plan, aren't we? Can't stand. It was Xingqian's voice, then came the rustling sound of taking off a coat. I'll pull you. I can do it myself. Lin Yao complained, you're so annoying, don't touch me. Squeeze the body wash, give it to me, finish sooner and go to sleep earlier, Xingqian said softly, it's very late. Healy had a blank expression. Alright, you 2 can keep being secretive and intimate behind closed doors. The water trickled and hit the ground. Involuntary images appeared in his mind. Skin color difference, height difference, body type difference. As an experienced movie watcher, Healy couldn't help but associate everything in his head. Those sworn enemies knocking each other didn't amount to much. Just as he moved half a step away, he heard Lin Yao's irritated voice coming through. Don't mess with me. Lin Yao spoke again, Xingqian, get out. Don't move, it will be done soon. If you move again, I'll beat you up. Then something clattered on the ground. Something seemed wrong, like they were about to fight. Drunk as Brother Yao was, there's no way he'd win. If anything happens, it would be a big sin on him. After careful consideration, Healy gulped, closed his eyes, and abruptly burst into the room shouting, don't mess with Brother Yao. At 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, the voice echoed in the quiet room. Cheng Boyan, sleeping in the bed, turned over, beat you, you dirty guy, I'm a hero. An awkward atmosphere filled the bathroom. For the first time, Lin Yao felt a bit flustered. How did you come in? Xingqian turned around and looked at him, also quite surprised. Didn't I tell you to sleep? They both looked toward the door. I'm awake now, I'm awake. If you force him again, I'll call the dorm manager, Healy muttered, covering his face while carefully opening his eyes halfway, and then paused. Lin Yao stood next to the sink wrapped in a bath towel, wet with water. His muscles were defined, his hair was drenched, still full of foam on his head. Xingqian's coat was taken off and put aside, and his work uniform was almost soaked, but he was still dressed well. He tilted his head slightly, his clearly outlined fingers sank into Lin Yao's damp black hair, one hand supported by the washstand, and he seriously helped wash Lin Yao's hair. The scene was bizarre yet harmonious. Healy. Even forcing him to wash his hair is not allowed. Xingqian chuckled. Healy blinked and stuttered, are the protective gear prepared? Did I come too fast and you didn't have time to use them? Xingqian scoffed lightly, according to the speed you rushed in within 5 minutes, indeed there wasn't enough time. Healy. What a disgrace. He never expected to hear such trash talk from Master Xingqian. Lin Yao lowered his head, the water flowed into his eyes, making him uncomfortable, so he patted Xingqian's hand back and his voice was muffled, if you want to wash, just wash. Close your eyes, it might flow into your eyes soon. Xingqian's techniques and voice were overly gentle. Healy thought himself redundant. He was slow to react, but obviously had a clear understanding of his own situation, so he slowly backed off. Sorry for disturbing, please continue. No one paid attention to him. After lying back in bed again, he realized something was off. Even if nothing happened, just washing hair was strange. Lin Yao's hair couldn't be touched by anyone. There was a time when someone accidentally patted his head and nearly got his wrist twisted. So why did he allow Xie Xingchen to touch him, even though he claimed he hated it? Something wasn't right. Something was really not right. How could Lin Yao let Xie Dog, the person he hated the most, touch him? As a loyal hater, having cursed at Xie Xingchen for 3 years, he now felt the pain of betrayal. He closed his eyes and muttered to himself, I'm so angry, tomorrow I will cut 3 more videos where you two end up tragically, break up, both of you better break up. When Lin Yao came out after blow-drying his hair, the last bit of energy that he had been clinging to was gone. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow without waiting for Xie Xingchen to finish his shower. The dormitory had already become quiet, with only occasional cicada sounds from afar. But perhaps due to the alcohol, he felt a headache even in his sleep. Rarely seen before, he dreamed about the hell he hadn't dreamed of for a long time. CG01, blood normal, pulse normal, all body functions are normal, can continue injection experiments. No. Please. Leave me alone. I want mommy. 01, be good, or we'll increase the sedative dose. Don't. Hurts. It hurts. My head hurts, uncle. 01, do not talk, do not move, keep breathing steady. Sniff. Sniff sniff. Let me go. Let me go. His headache worsened, every organ feeling as if it were being clenched tightly, causing unbearable bone-deep pain. Lin Yao broke out in a cold sweat. Dazedly, he found himself back on yesterday's competition field. At the moment he was attacked by Duanzheng, experiencing excruciating pain like every previous experiment, tearing apart his heart and bones. No. With his eyes still closed, Lin Yao suddenly woke up. When he opened them, he was momentarily dazed, then realized he was in his dormitory bed, surrounded by silence. It's safe, you're safe, Lin Yao curled up into a ball, hugging his knees and muttering to himself, it's all over. The discomfort caused earlier by Duanzheng returned with a vengeance. He wanted to vomit. Tilting his head, he smelled the faint traces left on his wrist by Xie Xingchen. It wasn't enough. Sitting up, he looked toward the opposite bed, Xie Xingchen's bed. Lin Yao started to feel restless. That person wasn't there, no one knew where they had gone. Yet, his pillow, his bedding, his clothes that had been worn created a secure and protective harbor. No. Can't go there. Though he thought this in his mind, Lin Yao subconsciously moved over, wrapping himself tightly in that pile of fabric, immersing himself within it. Just for a while, just a little while, he murmured, ultimately giving in to his instinct. He constructed a nest out of Xie Xingchen's clothes, curling up into a tight ball like a newborn pup, finding peace only in the warmth of its nest. After finishing 2 cigarettes in the corridor, Xie Xingchen managed to calm the restlessness that plagued him throughout the night. Returning to the room, closing the door, preparing to get into bed, he noticed his blanket bulging. Upon lifting it quickly, he saw a peaceful yet pale sleeping face, lashes slightly drooping, eyebrows furrowed. Hiding in his jacket and under the blanket, like a homeless kitten. Lin Yao, you've gotten into the wrong bed. Xie Xingchen bent down, gently patting his back, lowering his voice to the softest possible. Before he could say another word, he felt long arms emerge from beneath the covers. Like vines, they wound around his waist. I told you, my self-control is terrible. Xie Xingchen sighed slightly, discarding the cigarette. Closing his eyes briefly, he reopened them without making a sound, when suddenly, he heard the other speak again. Xie Xingchen, come here. Lin Yao completely burrowed into his embrace, speaking dreamily, me. Chapter 29, You're really messy. Lin Yao did not struggle at all. If he were still awake, he would probably have kicked the person off the upper bunk with a single foot. But tonight was different. Whether it was from drinking, having a nightmare, or being utterly exhausted from the competition, he had become very compliant. Xie Xingchen's fingers grazed his cheek as he whispered softly, this time I didn't force you, you came over by yourself. Lin Yao tilted his head up, tightening his fingers as if holding onto the last piece of floating wood. Xie Xingchen tore off the band-aid. Lin Yao let out a light groan. As soon as that vague sound escaped, Xie Xingchen covered his mouth with his hand, turning the sound into an even more suppressed nasal tone. Do you want others to hear? Don't make a sound. Their neighbors Qing Boyan and Healy probably already fell asleep, their steady breathing accompanied occasionally by murmurs and dreams. Yet, they were crowded on the same small bed, their cheeks brushing against each other. In such a scenario, adrenaline surged rapidly. Xie Xingchen looked down at him, with his palm pressing lightly against Lin Yao's slightly open mouth, his eyes glistening faintly. Poor thing. Xie Xingchen kissed his skin like someone afflicted with madness, unable to make a sound. His hand barely moved, and he saw Lin Yao's eye corners gradually turn red. Normally, whenever Lin Yao hit him or slapped his face, he accepted it happily, not for the pain but just because he liked Lin Yao's touch. Xie Xingchen. Lin Yao called his name in a low voice. That's right, just like now. Xie Xingchen enjoyed watching all of Lin Yao's expressions, whether they were arrogant or fragile like this moment. He really liked them all. Xie Xingchen slowly fed him the antidote until he saw the furrowed brows relax. Feeling better? Xie Xingchen asked. Lin Yao, half asleep and dazed, mumbled an affirmative. Xie Xingchen felt happy, his fingers entwined with Lin Yao's soft hair, enjoying this quiet moment of intimacy. There were others in the dormitory, and between alphas there was always an innate hostility. Xie Xingchen didn't dare to be too reckless. So, he prolonged the process considerably. He applied slight force so that the other wouldn't move randomly, becoming rather wicked. Xie Xingchen. Lin Yao called his name, dissatisfied with his restriction. Let go. Pretty good, still knowing who's next to you. Xie Xingchen looked down at him. Yao Yao, not at all obedient. Lin Yao leaned closer again, behaving defiantly. But instead of any excessive action, he still restrained himself and only kissed Lin Yao's side neck. Be a good boy. Lin Yao furrowed his brows, seemingly resisting the nickname, yet obeyed him due to the brief binding caused by the marking. Xie Xingchen closed his eyes, his head leaning on the white shoulder, slowing down his breathing. A mental self-torture. Amidst this longing that could not be satisfied, there was a morbid sense of restraint that brought pleasure. Cheng Boyan woke up in the middle of the night to urinate, and after passing their bed, he paused in his steps. The tall alpha's arm was wrapped around, while the face inside his arms turned pink, revealing only a pair of beautiful water-laden eyes. Must have been dreaming about some scenes from movies. Shit, why does this actor look so familiar? Cheng Boyan leaned closer, observing carefully from the side of the bed for quite a while before laughing, seeing things double. Have you two also entered the industry? Xie Xingchen remained calm, maintaining eye contact with him for several seconds in a hypnotic way. It's your eyes playing tricks, go back to sleep. Yeah, the son of the union president going to perform in AVs, it's impossible. Cheng Boyan turned around and went back to his bunk. Son of the union president, Xie. When dawn was almost breaking, Xie Xingchen helped Lin Yao change the band-aid and then sent him back to his own quilt. Unable to sleep, he simply got up and took a shower. After injecting himself with 2 doses of suppressant, he resumed his normal appearance. Just his mood was truly bad. He decided to go outside and pack breakfast for 4 people. On his way back with the food, he encountered Lin Yao waking up. Their eyes met, and Lin Yao suddenly seemed disoriented. Thoughts of last night's scene of running into the bed flashed through his mind, making him think it must have been a dream. Just thinking about that image made him shiver. Didn't you come back last night? Xie Xingchen didn't intend to tell him and responded nonchalantly, I went out once. Lin Yao hummed an acknowledgement, climbed down the ladder to the bathroom. Passing the mirror, he touched his neck. It hurt a little, as if someone had bullied him. He peeled it open to look, and it seemed even more prominent than before. This. Lin Yao rubbed it and said uncertainly, was it this obvious last night? The swelling is almost beyond what the band-aid can cover. Xie Xingchen's lips curled slightly. Sorry, maybe I didn't control my strength well. Next time, I'll be gentler. Next time. Lin Yao looked at him with full caution. There won't be a next time. Xie Xingchen said meaningfully, are you sure? Maybe I just lie there and you'll come over on your own. Lin Yao replied coldly, you should donate your brain. The Chongqing lab is starting a new project to study how stupid an alpha can be. Xie Xingchen handed him the breakfast with a smile, alright, eat first and then we'll see about donating. He Li sat up with messy hair and noticed Lin Yao, who had suddenly become flustered while unpacking his meal box and raised his hand to cover his neck. He asked suspiciously, what are you covering? Nothing. Lin Yao was bad at lying, and his eyes darted around as he said, come down for food. He Li narrowed his eyes and jumped off the top bunk, grabbing Lin Yao by the wrist, wait, I saw it. Something red and swollen. Lin Yao covered himself tightly and asserted firmly, you're blind. Cheng Boyan came out of the bathroom, recalling, I actually saw Lin Yao in Xingchen's arms last night. He told me that I must be hallucinating. That image, it was like seeing a ghost. Good thing it was all a dream. He Li's face turned pale. Damn, this might not be a hallucination after all. Hold on, there were 2 other people still breathing in the dorm, yet somehow they managed to sleep together like lovers. Was that fair? Feeding others hallucinogens is illegal. He Li glared at someone, sarcastically saying, if someone makes a mistake, everyone, whether rich or poor, is equally guilty. It must have been Xie Xingchen slipping something into their Yeshenlin's mouth, which caused him to behave so irrationally, turning from enemies to lovers. Xie Xingchen broke apart a pair of chopsticks quietly, handing them to He Li, your mouth can't even be shut by food, don't make such a racket in the morning. This dream of yours was too disgusting. Lin Yao was still stuck on what happened earlier, absolutely certain, looking out at the bright sunny sky, the chance of me sleeping in his arms is even lower than it raining right now. Just as he finished speaking, thunder roared and clouds swirled, light drizzle began pattering against the glass windows. Splashing, splashing, it sounded like slaps in the face. Lin Yao. Xie Xingchen couldn't help but laugh, the gods are here to witness. He Li shoved his hand away, revealing the vivid red mark prominent against his pale neck. The evidence was undeniable, the heavens would crumble. He shook his Yashinlin brother sorrowfully. You really slept with him. You've been tainted. You've been tainted. Chapter 30, That Bite on Your Neck. Lin Yao's head throbbed from the commotion. Tearing a new band-aid and applying it, he retorted, no way. How could I sleep with him? Did you drop your brain into the toilet bowl? The bite was real, but no cuddling happened, so it wasn't exactly a lie. Besides, Lin Yao said expressionlessly, I'm an alpha. Healy Xin added, do you know how utterly humiliated I feel? One badass alpha bitten by another. So what about that mark on your neck? Healy squinted suspiciously, mocking, was it really a dog? The red mark was clearly ambiguous, it looked like a hickey. Hard to ignore. Xia Xingchen lowered his gaze, smirking inwardly. With little experience, Lin Yao bluffed awkwardly, it's a bite, from fighting, not what you're thinking. Yeah, right, they replied sarcastically. Healy, catching a hint of mild dragon fruit scent on him, concluded slyly, I knew something happened between you two behind my back. Watch out, I'll always stalk you. To Lin Yao, this was merely a temporary marking, which would fade in a few days. There's no way he'd ever sleep with Xia Xingchen. 3 minutes later, after brushing his teeth, Lin Yao quickly finished breakfast and sprayed half a bottle of perfume onto himself to barely suppress the intensifying pheromones. For the first class of the morning at the training ground, Healy dragged him along early, afraid they might reconnect with Xia again. On the way, Healy kept talking non-stop, you can't fool around with Xia Xingchen, do you forget what he used to do to you? Had someone beat you up until your nose and face were swollen, stole your prize money, took your ranking, he was such an arrogant bastard. I haven't forgotten, Lin Yao responded coolly. So, Healy angrily swiped open his phone and found an unusual record, checking several times in disbelief before exclaiming, holy crap, some idiot named Xia Xingchen gave me 40k as a tip. Lin Yao hadn't expected that the video was cut by Healy. Even more surprising, Xia Xingchen actually rewarded for his casual compliment, how swift he acted. Pointing at the name, Lin Yao couldn't believe his ears, what? You, an alpha, called yourself little sweet pear. Is that even a problem? Who says alphas can't be sweet? Plus, acting cute draws fans more easily. Seeing the amount, Healy counted repeatedly, did you see this moron? A measly video gets rewarded 40k. And using this ridiculous name, he must be a crazy fan of Xia Xingchen, right? Because who would use their real name online? Inwardly, Lin Yao smirked, what a moron, that really is Xia Xingchen. 40k. Why didn't he tip me? Thinking of last night's meal, the final discount only covered 3k, still leaving him feeling pained. Healy opened the private message section of the back end, frowning, turns out they're not a crazy fan, but rather a CP fan of you too, suggesting next time we make some sweeter videos. Too intrusive, they want us to betray our style. Just return the money, Lin Yao suggested simply. 40k, oh 40k. Wavering over wealth, Healy hesitated dramatically yet stubbornly insisted, returning it would make me look too low class. Should I keep cutting B videos instead? Lin Yao stated seriously, alright, rename Little Sweet Pear to Fruit Weasel. Even beasts understand emotions. He'll get it. Gazing meaningfully at Lin Yao, Healy said earnestly, brother, you swear creatively dirty. Lin Yao slightly curved his lips and cast his eyes ahead where Xia Xingchen strode confidently in the standard dark blue battle suit everyone owned, a sharp contrast against his lithe frame moving vigorously. Pretty damn handsome. Probably boosted by the combat uniform, Lin Yao thought aimlessly. The next second, a passerby beside them stopped suddenly, grabbed the collar of Healy's shirt and yanked harshly, you're the one who made the ridiculous video about my hero Zheng. Healy, huh? Did the internet catch up so fast? Wah 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 let go. His throat gripped, Healy panicked, yelling, Yao brother, save me. I've been following you guys the whole way. Not mistaken, yes, you stupid piece of sh*t. The person growled viciously, eavesdropping aggressively. Lin Yao looked over, and there were several people standing together. In the center was Duan Zheng, with whom he had clashed during a competition, and it seemed Duan's subordinate who took the lead. Li Mao, be more polite, Duan Zheng spoke up. Boss Duan, so many people mocked you in the comments under that video made by him, isn't it fair to teach him a lesson? Li Mao said angrily, I'm not satisfied until I beat him 3 times. Duan Zheng's expression appeared calm enough, but there was clearly a shadow of gloom crossing his face. He had been too angry last night to eat any dinner. The pheromone suppression should have been an assured win, yet at the last moment, Lin Yao had kicked him away in a humiliating pose, which was embarrassing enough. He had thought it would be put behind after the freshman competition, but instead, it was turned into a meme, skyrocketed onto the trending list, tarnishing the excellent student's reputation entirely. The 2 men before him were originally without grudges or grievances, but now they felt like nails stuck in his eyes that bothered him endlessly. In public, we'd appear like bullies, Duan Zheng feigned indifference with a half-smile, let him go. Lin Yao's eyelid twitched slightly. He always had an acute sensitivity towards this kind of sentiment, and his tone became unusually gentle, Xia wasn't intentional, we'll delete it right away. Healy, apologize. Sorry, I edited it for fun, never thought it would become so popular. Healy muttered inwardly, damn, just wanted to mess around on the internet, didn't expect to get caught red-handed by the original owner, such bad luck lately, gotta worship Buddha soon. Trembling nervously, he immediately bent down deeply to bow 90 degrees. Hope you can overlook it and show great generosity. I will make amends by offering you a heroic editing of your figure, oh no, 10 pieces. It's guaranteed to flood Star Network, what do you say? Duan Zheng. It felt even more disgraceful, as if hiring water armies to defend himself. Looking at the act of submission where his head touched the ground, Li Mao couldn't hold back his anger. Are you mourning Boss Duan? That video has been recreated countless times already, what's the point of deleting it now? It's better than letting it escalate further. Lin Yao directly snatched He Li's phone, quickly pressed delete, and said, raising his head, that's done. Unexpected by his quick actions, Li Mao widened his eyes and cursed softly, damn, forgot to record it. Now without evidence, it would seem tyrannical to continue challenging them. He mumbled and threatened, wait, I'll settle accounts with you later. Taking it as an empty threat, Healy didn't think retaliation would come so fast. When they arrived at the training field, each student received a mecha unit, and the professor first had students try simple operations for practice. As soon as Healy started moving a few steps forward, a green mecha from ahead charged straight toward him at rapid speed. Shit, retreat, which one is retreat? He attempted to dodge but grew incredibly panicked due to unfamiliarity with the controls. Lifting his eyes, all he saw was the person inside the cockpit, the same guy who confronted him earlier. And Lin Yao was far, far away, unable to intervene effectively in time. There was no time left. In a rush, Healy fumbled with the controls, and retreating turned into moving forward, charging directly into the other. A loud boom echoed. After the immense collision, the huge impact caused both mechas to topple over violently. Ouch! Healy, together with his damaged mecha, lay upside down, feeling the heavy weight pressing on him. Li Mao jeered, useless piece of trash. Gasping for breath underneath the weight, Healy shouted, get off me. But the other showed absolutely no intention of moving. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yao turned around and reached their side in just a few strides. With delicate maneuvering, he picked up Li Mao from above and tossed him aside. He maintained composure while giving the other an out, Li classmate, if you're not proficient in operating the mecha, you can practice more in a place with fewer classmates around, to avoid unintentionally hurting others. The commotion drew attention, every gaze at the training ground swept over in their direction. You two are accomplices, weren't you the one who directed him to make that video? Li Mao, being thrown along with his mecha as if dumped like garbage, lost face and retaliated, stepping forward purposefully and bumping into Lin Yao, you accidentally won against Boss Duan and couldn't wait to brag about it to the entire world, huh? Lin Yao remained composed. If accusing someone of slander, please produce evidence. Standing up, Li Mao took a couple of deliberate steps closer and collided with him again, sorry, my skills are limited, completely uncontrollable. With mechanical clashes ringing loudly and sharply piercing everyone's ears, an eerie silence enveloped the whole field. Tensions were high. Lin Yao breathed rhythmically, telling himself silently, this time Healy made a mistake first. Endure again, don't resort to violence. Seeing Lin Yao showed no intention to counterattack, Li Mao grew more conceited. Continuously ramming into him multiple times, nearly cornering Lin Yao, he bumped again, then again, over and over. Lin classmate is pretty weak too, doesn't even know how to counterattack, just like me, seems unable to control his arms, oh dear. Lin Yao sensed his intent to attack, his pupils contracted as he was already backed into the corner, leaving no room for evasion. As Li Mao spoke, he took 2 steps back and, in the instant he swung his silver whip, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him. A scorching heat rushed over his back, igniting it in flames, before he was violently kicked away. Ah, damn, who the fuck is attacking from behind? Li Mao cursed, rolling 10 meters away with his armor fragmented into pieces. He was forcibly ejected from the side and curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. Xie Xingchen lifted his mechanical arm, holding the person aloft. In the midst of the other's terrified screams, Xie Xingchen's voice carried an air of indifference. If you're weak, then practice more. Let me teach you. Chapter 31, Help from the Immature Ghost. Li Mao was dangling in the air, controlled by a massive mechanical claw attached to an exoskeleton that moved up and down erratically, like being on a 10-meter drop tower without safety belts. His face went pale with fear as he screamed upwards, put me down. Help. Xie Xingchen is going to kill me. Every swing brought another cry. Xie Xingchen had no moral compass when he wanted to be cruel. Every shout made Li Mao experience weightlessness again, creating an almost rhythmic performance. Lin Yao glanced up briefly, meeting Xie Xingchen's eyes in midair, and laughed while cursing, you childish ghost. The childish ghost will help you take revenge, Xie Xingchen responded over the communicator. As his friend was being manhandled this way, Duan Zheng ran furiously towards them, trying to rescue him. But Xie Xingchen was far too agile, swinging Li Mao around before leaping aside mockingly patting his head. Comrade Li said he's bad at technical things. All he did was walk, yet he bumped into people multiple times. I'm helping him practice, students should help each other, right? Why are you trying to stop us, Comrade Duan? Xie Xingchen said slowly, could it be that you don't want your friend to improve? That's truly malicious. These words left Duanjing speechless out of anger. You aren't saying anything, does that mean you agree? Xie Xingqian shook Li Mao, who was suspended in the air, sighing, your friendship seems awfully superficial. The mockery made Duanjing so furious he raised his hand and initiated a laser attack directly. Boom. Xie Xingqian dodged sharply, and the strike hit an innocent mech behind, watching curiously instead. The civilian had no time to dodge, leaving half their mechanical arm pierced. Xie Xingqian mocked again, it seems Comrade Duan also needs more practice. The sniper ranked 3rd performs at this level, pity the student caught in the crossfire. You. Duanjing gritted his teeth and lifted his hand again, launching a barrage of continuous attacks in his direction. Xie Xingqian quickly evaded with his hostage, jumping about the field like a cat on the prowl. He didn't retaliate or fight back, just teasing, enjoying the spectacle of frustration as the hits missed every time. Inside the training area, chaos reigned due to the sudden attack. Most were freshmen who had never seen such commotion, scrambling everywhere, bumping into each other awkwardly. There were those who, unfortunately, struck, twisted in pain. Lin Yao helplessly trailed behind them, dealing with the aftermath one after another. Seeing him causing pandemonium like this, Lin Yao finally opened the communication device and interrupted him, that's enough. Xie Xingqian turned off the intercom, dissipating his anger, as you wish. The antics ended. The silver mech, which had just been showing off its skills in the field, suddenly stopped moving, bounced high, turned smoothly in the air, and leapt back down. After casually throwing Li Mao aside onto the edge of the arena, it sped like lightning right in front of Duanjing. Before Duanjing even realized what happened, Xie Xingqian grabbed him by the throat, lifting him halfway in the air before smashing him forcefully to the ground. With a loud boom, the steel mech crumpled under Xie Xingqian's pressure. The lesson is over. Work harder next time, Comrade Duan. Xie Xingqian looked down disdainfully at his defeated opponent and spoke softly. Holy shit, these combos, they're too flashy. It's like he skipped 4 years ahead of us just to crush the first-year students. Looking back at the rookie tournament, I thought his second place was a facade, but clearly he's far better than the third. I can't imagine how much stronger Lin Yao, who's ranked number 1, must be. Voices erupted chaotically around the scene. The doors to the training yard pushed open, and a stern voice cut through the racket, what's all this noise? I've only been gone for 10 minutes, and look at the mess. Li Mao lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his leg and howling, Dean Hua, you have to do something for me. Dean. Xie Xingqian. He's bullying the weak. He's oppressing me, the weaker one. My calf is broken. Damn, he really has the guts to say that. He widened his eyes and mimicked Li Mao by lying on the ground, shouting even louder, Dean Hua. You have to take care of this. Li Mao. He's oppressing the weak. He's bullying the less able. My head got hit so hard I'm probably brain damaged now. Lin Yao. Xie Xingqian could only marvel at the absurdity, impressive. Li Mao crawled over, grabbing onto Director Hua's legs, sniveling pitifully, he even kept swinging me in the air earlier. I'm not brave, so I was utterly terrified. I might now have deep psychological trauma, my military career is ruined because of this. This consequence is truly severe, how will the Alliance cope with losing such an outstanding officer? Lin Yao stepped out of the mech and coolly commented, if your mental resilience is so weak, quitting early would be the best contribution you can make to the Alliance. You, Li Mao swallowed his abusive words, damn it, he couldn't argue back, so he turned and shook the principal instead, Principal, they not only bullied me but also Duanjing. They're all in cahoots and do nothing but evil. Oh great lord, you must take care of this for me. Hua couldn't bear the noise any longer, his gaze paused for a long time on the mess before him, shattered remains scattered everywhere. His eyes darkened. The latest generation A-level experimental models that had just been donated were destroyed with just 2 punches, it was heart-wrenching. He shouted loudly, who did this? Xie Xingqian. Duanjing struggled out from the wreckage, furiously wiping his face. If you don't believe me, check the recorder. Xie Xingqian removed his mask, I had my reasons too, Principal. My hands acted without my control and went straight toward Li classmate and Duan classmate. It's probably because my skills are still unrefined, I cannot manage my attacks well yet. I'm truly inexperienced. The sarcastic tone reached its peak. You clearly intended to attack me, trying to kill me. Duanjing lost face again after merely 2 days, his face turning darker than iron. Xie Xingqian smiled innocently, you must have misunderstood, it never happened. Everyone stuck to their own story while Hua's eyes gravely moved between the few individuals. He waved a large hand, all of you come to my office. Lin Yao, who was worried, still followed along, his mind filled with the thought, what a bloodbath caused by a single video. Are you unhappy that I helped you vent? Xie Xingqian leaned closer as he trailed behind Lin Yao, bumping his arm against him. I fear this won't end. Lin Yao whispered, after all, resentment has been created, if. Xie Xingqian turned to look at him curiously, didn't you always beat me up in every league competition until I was dead? Didn't you fear that our enmity would go on endlessly? Lin Yao. Xia Xingchen paused a few seconds before uttering slowly, or, perhaps your real goal in doing so is to grab my attention in every possible way, just like the outdated techniques in ancient idol dramas. Lin Yao was genuinely speechless. You really need to spend some time clearing your head. In the office, everyone tried to clarify what had happened, but each one had their own version, insisting the other party had committed greater faults, resulting in endless arguments. Hua sifted through the information, piecing together the true course of events, taking a sip of tea. Thus, all are wrong in their own ways. You should reflect on yourselves, apologize to those whom you believe you owe an apology to. I will make a campus-wide announcement, explaining the accidental injuries to our fellow students. He paused briefly. If you think you're faultless, then refer the case to the Judiciary Committee, which would bring no good outcome. It implied that minor conflicts should be resolved within the school. Blowing it out of proportion would embarrass everyone. As he said this, he activated the broadcasting button, briefly recounting the ins and outs of the event. In matters like these, whoever speaks first gains the upper hand. Healy immediately bowed low and slid to kneel. Duanjing classmate, sorry, I shouldn't have edited the video showing you being kicked and posted it online. Next time, I'll surely consider more deeply your delicate self-esteem and inability to accept failure. I'm wrong. Duanjing felt as if he'd been stabbed again in front of everyone. Do not swear. Hua nodded, evaluating, very reasonable, heartfelt. Next. Li Mao sat upright with his back stiff, unwilling but compelled to lower his head. Sorry, I shouldn't have provoked Healy and Lin Yao classmate. My sense of righteousness for friends clouded my judgment, and next time, I will certainly think thrice. Healy rolled his eyes, muttering, your apology isn't sincere. Duanjing chimed in, nor should I have rashly attacked classmate Xia Xingchen. In the heat of the moment, I forgot the rules of the training field. I am willing to receive punishment. Then, unseen by the principal, he glanced contemptuously at Xia Xingchen making silent lips mouthing, idiot. Of course, the broadcast didn't record this, leading to even more internal resentment. Xia Xingchen wore an aloof expression. Lin Yao noticed this, faintly narrowing his eyes, needing to help young Master Xia let off steam or the latter would be displeased again. Everyone seems to have a pretty decent attitude here. Hua looked at the broken machinery coldly, laughing sarcastically, and you, what's your explanation? Xia Xingchen stood with his hands in his pockets, leisurely replying, I wasn't wrong. I was rescuing Lin Yao classmate from danger. Blind reasoning. Hua glared fiercely. Defending myself when attacked by Duanzheng, thus retaliating, no mistake there. Obstinate to the end. Hua slammed his table. Helping test the new school mechs, it's just their quality that made them break with one punch. Still, not wrong. Healy muttered, cool. Li Mao retorted, faking cool. Duanzheng couldn't hold himself and swore out loud, idiot. Hua was almost out of breath, do you really want me to call Principal Xia and tell him? Li Mao, shaking his head with an eerie tone, said, so disrespectful to the principal, you're doomed, your parents are going to be called. What should I tell him? Xia Xingchen placed a black card on the table, his tone relaxed, thus, regarding the baseline test results, I've decided to sponsor a small amount to purchase a few more high-quality mechs for donation to the school. What do you think? An icy silence fell over the entire room. As Hua quickly slipped the card into his pocket, he patted Xia Xingchen's shoulder and smiled. Tell him that his son is simply too considerate and excellent. Amazing. Chapter 32, You're really good to me, Yao Yao. Healy looked at the black gold card and shook his head several times, the way of throwing money is so familiar. Why can't there be one more rich person like this in the world? Lin Yao commented, rich young masters who spend money extravagantly are all like this. How do you know that the person who spent 40,000 yuan is a man? Healy raised his head, ah. Could it be Xia Xingchen himself? Lin Yao coughed lightly, impossible, who goes online using their real name? Hua Er was very satisfied with the result, patted everyone's shoulders, well, isn't this matter resolved happily? Go back to class. I still have something to do, that's all. I also want to apologize. Lin Yao suddenly spoke as he looked at Duanzheng. Since Xia Xingchen had helped him to such an extent and was scolded for no reason, it was only proper to respond. Hua Er turned around, looking at him curiously, I don't think Lin classmate did anything wrong in the whole matter. You've done well, there's no need to over-apologize. Yes. Lin Yao looked at Duanzheng and leaned towards the microphone, speaking slowly, Duan classmate, I'm sorry. Duanzheng looked perplexed and stopped his steps, A faint smile appeared on Lin Yao's cool face as he spoke, sorry, I didn't kick you away in the most elegant posture. I'll pay attention next time. His face usually lacks vivid expressions, but now, with shining pupils and lips curved upwards as he stared at others, he emitted a devilish aura of playing with people within his control. Duanzheng stood dumbfounded for several seconds before cursing under his breath, fuck. Everyone listening to the broadcast was already ecstatic, chatting incessantly on the training ground. Ha ha ha, let me borrow this kind of venomous mouth. In comparison, Duanzheng's and Li Mao's insincere apologies earlier seemed like clowns. At the start of school, it's already this exciting. We have some interesting things to look forward to this semester. Die laughing, Hua Dean, after such a rise and fall today, is your heart okay? They might kill you. What's there to get angry about? Isn't it easy to secure new sponsorship again? No wonder he can be the dean. You're at level 1, he's in the stratosphere. Outside the office, after they apologized to each other, they still didn't like each other and silently returned to the training ground. Healy quietly gave Lin Yao a thumbs up and lowered his voice, that final sarcasm, cool, I like it. Don't worry, I'll cut another account and edit more videos that tarnish his image. Never mind, just stop while ahead, Lin Yao said as he straightened his combat uniform. Initially, it was their fault. However, Li Mao and Duanjing crossing the line during the incident on the training ground was unacceptable. Healy pouted, if you want to avoid trouble, why make sarcastic remarks earlier? Wasn't I following your main idea? That's. Lin Yao subconsciously replied, because he called Xia Xingchen stupid. Healy couldn't figure out the necessary connection, so. Lin Yao also found it unbelievable that he actually took sides for someone else, furrowing his brows, there's no so. I just acted on impulse. Xia Xingchen came from behind, wrapping his arm around his shoulder, because he cursed at me, so you helped me defend my dignity. You're really good to me, Yao Yao. Healy made a face of vomiting. Yao Yao, how dare he say that out loud? I'm going to throw up. My ears are dirty. Don't be disgusting, Lin Yao said as he gradually got used to this name and didn't bother correcting it. He threw his hand off his shoulder and explained faintly, it's just returning the favor for helping me today. Xia Xingchen observed his expression, noticing his ear roots getting increasingly red under direct gaze, is that all? Not even the slightest bit of emotion. Lin Yao raised his hand, rubbing the burning earlobes, and belatedly felt somewhat uncomfortable. He turned toward the bathroom and walked quickly, as cold as usual, of course, or do you think I'd show goodwill to mend our broken relationship? Don't dream. This somehow sounded more like a grumpy confession when heard backwards, which was probably the most precise translation. Xia Xingchen's laughter grew louder, filled with delight, so you want to mend our relationship. Alright, I understand. We'll both work together to make it happen. Healy held his head with both hands, wearing a mask of pain. No, if you mend the relationship, what am I, the toxic single person, supposed to do? Lin Yao opened the door of the restroom and looked back at him, don't act crazy. Xia Xingchen lazily adjusted his combat uniform and tilted his head, then as the first step to mending the relationship, would you like to go to the toilet with me? Are you in elementary school, Xia Xingchen? Lin Yao couldn't bear it anymore and kicked him with his foot, I was going to go anyway, get out of my way. Xia Xingchen followed behind him, step by step, what's wrong? Haven't we been together before, last time we even? Then he casually closed the door, leaving Healy outside like an unwelcome third wheel. Healy covered his face with his hand, shaking his head as he retreated towards the training ground, walked away, I can't take it, I really can't bear to see this. Behind him, Li Mao came out of the restroom, his face heavy as he muttered something to Duanjing. The latter hesitated for several seconds before nodding slightly, do it this way. Li Mao said slowly, even if not completely ruining your reputation, it's definitely more embarrassing than your video. Duanjing shoved his hands into his pockets, passing by the restroom door with a faint glance, is there no one else inside? Don't leave any traces, or we'll be utterly screwed. No, I just came out. It's empty, Li Mao sneered lightly, today's matter can't be settled with just a few words. Inside the restroom, the awkward atmosphere spread. Lin Yao truly lacked experience in using the toilet with others. It always felt as if that person standing next to him sucked all the air out of the space, making it incredibly thin. He shouldn't have opened his mouth. Getting involved with this guy brought nothing but trouble, Lin Yao thought chaotically. Did you delete my nudes? Xia Xingchen lowered his head, unzipping his pants, his tone casual. Upon hearing these words, combined with the situation at hand, Lin Yao's hand trembled, almost peeing his pants. Angrily, he exclaimed, can you please shut up? Can't we chat a bit? Last time I said I needed to check regularly. If they're deleted, now would be a good time to retake them, Xia Xingchen said. Lin Yao was about to explode, turning his head to glare at him, can you stop talking about this while your pants are halfway off? Are you really that bothered? During puberty, a lot of boys compare themselves, Xia Xingchen was calm and composed, glancing sideways with a smile, it's pretty good, don't be insecure. Lin Yao's cheeks rapidly flushed red. He turned his head to the other side and refused to look at him, if you say another word, I'll throw you into the toilet. Who has such a perverted topic when using the restroom together? After this fierce threat, Xia Xingchen actually stopped speaking. The quieter it got, the more awkward it became. Lin Yao slowly finished what he had to do, washed his hands, and prepared to go out, only to find Xia Xingchen standing at the door without a word. What's with the days? Let's go out. Xia Xingchen made a mute gesture, pointing at him and then at himself, shaking his head helplessly. Lin Yao. He understood. That threat earlier, speak again, and I'll throw you into the toilet. Usually, he didn't seem so obedient, which annoyed him. Too lazy to ask, Lin Yao reached out to press the restroom door handle. A click, it wouldn't budge, locked. He tried turning it multiple times. All he heard was the mechanical sound, and it was impossible to open. Lin Yao kicked him lightly with his foot, what's going on? Speak. Someone did something bad. Xia Xingchen explained the situation briefly. Phones aren't allowed during training, and we can't call for help. Lin Yao was smart enough to instantly understand, leaning against the doorframe and relaxing, Duan Zheng's group. If it were deliberate, they'd indeed be stuck for some time. It was stuffy. He irritably tugged at the collar of his combat uniform, unbuttoning 3 buttons. Since the temporary marking, he always felt something was off with his body, unable to resist sticking close to the other person. Xia Xingchen hummed in response, supporting his arm on the door as his gaze passed over the large exposed skin. It shone white and bright, like fine jade. The repressed desires from last night surged layer upon layer. He lowered his head, so tall yet humbly bending his body, resting his head on Lin Yao's shoulder, like a large dog seeking comfort. What's wrong with you again? After fighting too intensely, I suddenly feel dizzy. Lin Yao. His hands hung at both sides, resisting the urge to push the other person away. And then, warm breath brushed past his ear. Something grazed his earlobe, very hot. The words were practically whispered by Xia Xingchen nibbling on his ear. The lock's broken. We'll have to stay in here for the whole day. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Chapter 33, The illness is about to flare up. Lin Yao tilted his head and felt the other's breathing, shallow and deep, on his neck. Impatiently, he said, how much longer are you going to lean? Xia Xingchen boldly grabbed Lin Yao's waistband on his combat suit without touching him directly. He pleaded, I helped get your revenge, I sponsored you, I exhausted myself and spent money, but you're still being harsh on me. Lin Yao felt as if a hound had leapt on him. Fine, you win from the moral high ground. I'll endure it. Xia Xingchen lowered his stance, praise me. Don't breathe into my ear. Lin Yao's ears were extremely ticklish, even slight touches could make his back tingle all the way down to his tailbone. With every extra word he spoke, his back grew tighter. Xia Xingchen leaned closer, whispering softly, why won't you praise me? Lin Yao couldn't bear how Xia was speaking, as if he were pinching his ears while kissing them. Just picturing the scene turned him red hot. He tried to dodge by turning away while racking his brain for compliments. Your operation skills are great, mentally stable, also rich. You're a 3-good youth. Xia Xingchen laughed at Lin Yao's lack of creative vocabulary. You sure know how to give compliments. How come you're so good at it? Is he trying to flatter me to death? Lin Yao pushed him away, stepping back with an excuse. My shoulder feels numb, why don't you lie on the edge of the sink? What about you? I'll kick the door. Lin Yao shoved him to the side, gripped the doorknob, and as he pulled it outward, kicked it hard simultaneously. With a clang, the smooth door caved inwards with a large dent. Xia Xingchen let out a soft sound of admiration. Such immense force. It seems he held back when slapping me before. He obviously doesn't want to hurt me. Not noticing what the other person was thinking, Lin Yao remained expressionless and gave another clang, making the big dent form a larger arc, yet it didn't budge an inch. Leaning against the edge of the sink, Xia Xingchen rationally analyzed, don't waste your effort. This door is specially made. Think about it. Now is indeed the best opportunity for them to retaliate. Lin Yao looked up, why? No phones allowed during training, so we can't call for help, and the principal's office is located far away in the staff area where fewer people come. Moreover, after the school-wide announcement just now, everyone will think they wouldn't dare act this recklessly. Instead, doing the opposite suits them perfectly. Perhaps it was an impromptu decision, but they seized a perfect opportunity. Hold on, Lin Yao wasn't someone who would sit idle. He circled the restroom to investigate. The closed indoor space, equipped with a new air system, had only one small window. On this side, backed by the mountain behind, it was quiet and open, rarely visited by anyone. Xia Xingchen, leaning casually against the sink, said, no worries, the night shift cleaner will come over. We'd be out within 8 hours. Lin Yao. 8 hours, sounds easy. He could hardly imagine having to face-to-face glare at the guy he once hated most. No seats available, standing too long made his legs ache, so he climbed onto the sink, hands braced on the sides, bored out of his mind. Xia Xingchen stood opposite him, left hand formed a fist in front of him. During the fight, my hand hurt a bit. Can you blow on it for me? Lin Yao lost his patience. If you keep acting disgusting, I'm really going to flush you down the toilet right now. We've got 8 hours, gotta find some fun. Shut up. Alright. Since childhood, Lin Yao grew up alone, used to solitude, and thus didn't feel each second dragging. Many quiet days and nights passed this way for him. Bearing loneliness was the first lesson he learned in childhood. He leaned slightly on the edge of the wash basin, eyes slightly drooping, silently reviewing the military political theory required for the upcoming midterm exams from the first page. Xia Xingchen quietly observed him for a while, then suddenly thought of something, beginning to unbutton his combat uniform. Lin Yao noticed his action and frowned deeply. What kind of nonsense are you pulling? Xia Xingchen sighed helplessly. We can't totally sit idle either. There's a lighter in my pocket. If I burn part of my clothes and throw it out, maybe someone passing by will notice, and there might be rescue. As long as you don't burn yourself, it's fine. Lin Yao replied indifferently. There was a click as slender fingers flicked open the lighter, a cluster of sapphire blue flames shot up, lighting the battle uniform still sitting in the sink that bore his name. After burning half of it, he doused it with water and threw it out of the window. However, not long after, when he went to check again, the piece of clothing was already nowhere to be found. Seems like they've decided not to let us out, Xia Xingchen chuckled lightly. This feud is really settled now. Hardly too, neither of you came looking for us after we disappeared for so long. Lin Yao said warily, I think, it won't be as simple as just locking us up. It's a huge hassle just to shut us in for a few hours, there's no need for such antics. Xia Xingchen hummed, keeping silent and unbuttoned 2 more buttons on his shirt. Lin Yao stared with wide eyes, are you taking it off again? Can you at least mind your appearance? Xia Xingchen whispered softly, no, I feel suffocated. Only then did Lin Yao notice that something was indeed off about him. His nostrils flared as he muttered, do you smell anything strange? Xia Xingchen gave a light laugh, as if amused by his naivety. My pheromones, haven't you identified them after sniffing so many times? What are you doing releasing pheromones all of a sudden? Lin Yao jumped down from the sink and covered his neck. You already marked me yesterday, I won't do it again. Xia Xingchen fell silent for several seconds, his gaze falling on the bottom of the door as he whispered, you're right, locking us up is only the first step. What do you mean? Lin Yao noticed the unrest in his eyes. He had guessed, but still wanted confirmation, what's wrong with you? Xia Xingchen lowered his eyes and began unbuttoning his shirt. A bit of movement exposed his bronze skin and well-defined abs, which rose and fell with each breath, revealing even more tensile lines. Annoyed, Xia Xingchen directly discarded the shirt to the side. For the first time, the face that always looked calm revealed an expression of losing control, the illness is about to flare up, and I have no medication. He took several steps back, leaning against the corner wall, trying to widen the distance between them as much as possible, explaining quietly, they might have used an inducer. For other alphas, it could lead to an advanced susceptibility period, but this thing is extremely lethal to me. Lin Yao was speechless. Xia Xingchen's illness had been mentioned countless times, and everyone knew how terrible it was. But usually, he restrained himself very well, often making people forget that he suffered from such tormenting conditions. What would happen with a high-compatibility alpha and omega confined in the same room when he lost his mind? He didn't dare to imagine. Xia Xingchen squatted down by the wall, obvious veins protruding on his muscular arms, raising his eyes slightly. Looking at the tense Lin Yao, he reassured him, be glad you're an omega who can overpower the whole world. If I do anything improper. Lin Yao gazed blankly at him, anxiety creeping into his heart unexpectedly. Xia Xingchen curved his lips, looking composed, beat me to death here, and I won't fight back. Chapter 34, Fairy Lures to Crime. Lin Yao rarely saw him look so proper. Xia Xingchen, who was usually cocky and carefree, always said something nonsensical around him, teasing others without discipline. Even the previous temporary mark was obtained through his coaxing and deceiving. But now, he leaned against the corner of the wall, unable to suppress the twitching muscles on his face while still trying to console himself. If I overstep, you can beat me to death and I won't fight back. Lin Yao felt as if something had lightly pierced his heart, sharp yet painful. He took 2 steps forward to observe his condition but was stopped by a sudden shout from the other side. Don't move. Don't come closer. Are you in a lot of pain? Lin Yao sympathetically asked, we can't get out right now. How am I supposed to help you? Xia Xingchen fell silent, merely gazing at him deeply with an intense stare akin to a beast eyeing its prey. I think it's best for you to stay far away from me. Xia Xingchen raised his hand, pressing his thumb against the back of his neck, enduring the pain to remain conscious. He said, Lin Yao, I'm not scaring you. I don't know why they carried this stuff, but the dosage is strong. I'm really unsure if I can hold out. Lin Yao no longer spoke, just standing nearby, watching him intently with knitted eyebrows. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, Xia Xingchen sprang up, burying himself repeatedly into the sink, lowering his temperature with cold water. His black hair was completely drenched, droplets scattered all over him, leaving large patches of wetness. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. The light outside flickered between bright and dim, making it impossible to discern the time. Still, no one came to open that door. Lin Yao noticed that his bitten lower lip was already bloodied, his handbags filled with self-inflicted scratch marks, a sight both shocking and heartbreaking. He finally understood what Xia Yunhui had mentioned earlier, seeing this would make anyone feel compassionate. Only a few hours ago, Xia Xingchen was full of confidence and enthusiasm while demolishing the mech. Now, he appeared utterly dispirited. Who, amidst this agony, wasn't affected? To some extent, they were both suffering similarly. Lin Yao tentatively suggested, why don't you think of a way yourself? Xia Xingchen gave a faint laugh, blood oozing from the corner of his lips. In the shadow, his silhouette illuminated only partially revealed a breathtakingly shattered look. Are you not shy anymore? Lin Yao carefully chose his words, I can't just sit here and watch you like this. Xia Xingchen picked the part he liked to hear, afraid I'll die. You're still cracking jokes. Worry surfaced in Lin Yao's eyes, I'm genuinely afraid you won't make it. Xia Xingqian chuckled again, leaning his head back against the wall, his eyes half closed as his gaze swept over Lin Yao's worried expression. It's good. He has started to care. He spoke slowly, if we can't get out, my pheromones will fall into total disorder. You've just differentiated, you won't be able to handle it. Lin Yao's pupils flickered. Is he afraid I'll lose control too? You bastard, couldn't you be more selfish when necessary? Omega-scarring alpha scum are everywhere on the streets, and anyway, given the situation now, it's understandable under the circumstances. Lin Yao took a deep breath and decisively made a decision. Approaching a few steps closer, he tore off the band-aid, exposing his neck. Mark me again. I let you do it. I won't resist. Let you vent until you're satisfied. Xia Xingqian stared at him fixedly. The person he loved was the best in the world. Stubborn, kind-hearted, even extending a helping hand to those he once despised most. But the more this happened, the less he wanted to ruin such goodwill. Never mind, I don't need it. Xia Xingqian licked the blood off the corner of his mouth, bullying an Omega. It would be pretty embarrassing if it got out. Lin Yao was truly infuriated. Helping him indirectly before, deliberately teasing people, holding hands, now that he offered himself willingly for reassurance, this person actually refused. Their relationship, whether in the past or present, seemed entirely adversarial, but in reality, most of it was controlled by Xia Xingqian. And yet, Lin Yao didn't like this kind of control. Amidst the tense atmosphere, he took slow steps toward the other, crouching down in front of him, their eyes meeting. I told you to back off. Xia Xingqian slightly tilted his chin upward, his tone growing colder. Can't you understand? But Lin Yao remained stubborn. What goes around comes around, just as you said. Whether as a soldier or a human being, he couldn't stand by and watch someone die. Truly. Xia Xingqian bit back more vicious words at the last moment, instead pronouncing them with deliberate slowness, stupid. Lin Yao remained as coldly composed as usual, his thin eyelids drooping slightly. Yet, anticipation of what was about to happen tinged his face with the faintest blush. He approached slowly, stopping just an inch away from the other. Xia Xingqian, you said before that comforting wouldn't work. It could only be resolved in a few ways. Kissing and such, right? Lin Yao had a good memory, he could recite verbatim even the text message he'd skimmed hurriedly out of embarrassment. With every word he spoke, he could feel the alpha before him growing more excited. Do you understand what you're saying? Xia Xingqian averted his gaze, staring at the Omega he couldn't resist. Another glance would drive him mad. It took all his strength to barely maintain control. Then suddenly standing up, he pushed Lin Yao into a stall. Go inside, and don't come out until we can leave. Lin Yao effortlessly broke free, seizing the upper hand. Xia Xingqian tried again to lock him in the stall, but the other was stubbornly resisting, returning blows after just a few exchanges. He couldn't win. In a deep voice, he demanded, Lin Yao, you, listen to me. Lin Yao gave him a faint smile. Given how much you've helped me in the past, I'll help you this time too. Xia Xingqian didn't say a word. What method do you want me to use to soothe you? Lin Yao raised a hand, pressing it against Xia Xingqian's chin, forcing him to lower his head and look directly at him. Or should I choose for you? A fairy. Luring him to fall into sin. Xia Xingqian pulled him into his arms, pinning his hands to the wall. Lowering his head, he breathed heavily as he bit down on the crimson earlobe and growled fiercely, you really, deserve a beating. Chapter 35, Tensions Rise. Lin Yao turned to look at him. His heart raced as if it would leap out of his throat. You came. In truth, Lin Yao himself wasn't sure how far he could go for Xia Xingqian. Fully accepting him was still beyond his reach. Yet Xia Xingqian, who seemed like he had captured his prey but held back to an extreme degree, was riddled with contradictions. You. Lin Yao tilted his chin, why are you dilly-dallying? Do you guess what differences we might have? Xia Xing's voice lowered, why can you soothe me but I cannot soothe myself? For a moment, Lin Yao was lost in thought, caught off guard by the question and unable to think of an answer. He simply looked at him in confusion. So that's why you're dumb, you wouldn't even know if someone tricked you. Xia Xingqian let go of him, I deceived you, I am a man who deceives others. Don't believe me. No, that's not how it is. If it were truly as he said, the alpha would already be impossible to restrain by now, enduring for hours until near death without moving further. Lin Yao was clear-headed, Xia Xingqian must have had his reasons for speaking this way then. There was no need to make such elaborate detours or lies so blatantly. Looking into his pitch-black eyes, Lin Yao spoke slowly, we learned in biology class that Ao's pheromones can transfer through sweat, saliva, and bodily fluids. Simple emission is too weak to affect you, only the liquid forms can calm you down. Hand-holding has the weakest effect, kissing has a little more, and the best method remains. Well, did I understand correctly? Xia Xingqian roughly wiped his face and sighed helplessly, weren't you sleeping through biology class? I'm a top student, I remember everything with my eyes closed. Lin Yao reached out, grabbed his neck, and pulled him close, his tone light and composed. His fingers trembled slightly, seemingly reaching a decision. Closing his eyes abruptly, the next second, he leaned up and kissed the other's lips. Xia Xingqian's pupils contracted sharply. Lin Yao moved so quickly that when Xie Xingqian tried to retreat, it was as though Lin Yao had predicted it. His hand suddenly tightened its grip, preventing any escape. Lin Yao. Xie Xingqian called his name softly. Ignoring the call, Lin Yao clung tightly to him, pulling closer. Their relationship was as always full of tension, resembling a battle even now. When one retreated, the other advanced, when one attacked, the other defended. Yet, whether in the past or present, Lin Yao usually had the upper hand. Open your mouth, Lin Yao said in a low voice, open it, Xie Xingqian. All throughout, Xie Xingqian kept his eyes open. Gazing over Lin Yao's still chilly expression, he found himself incapable of resisting, eventually surrendering to his true feelings. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. As Xie Xingqian continued apologizing in low tones, he reversed their positions, pulling Lin Yao into his arms. Alphas inherently possessed an overwhelming presence. Xie Xingqian was at his most domineering, making Lin Yao somewhat overwhelmed. Outside the restroom, Li Mao and another henchman were on stakeout duty, fidgeting anxiously while staring blankly at the door. Xie Xingqian's aggressiveness is just too strong, damn uncomfortable. I can barely stand up, it's hard to breathe. The assistant, holding the camera, was shaking. How long do we have to wait? My legs are numb, I can't take it anymore. Li Mao looked up at the door with a large dent from being kicked and stroked his chin thoughtfully. They've been in there for 5 hours already. Why hasn't there been any movement yet? The assistant was incredibly nervous, constantly touching the back of his head, his gaze drifting. Wouldn't the charge of a high official's son forcing a classmate be a bit excessive? Especially here at military school, it would likely lead to expulsion. Initially, they just intended to scare people as a form of punishment. The inducer could also be written off as having accidentally fallen and shattered, but unexpectedly, it proved highly effective on Xie Xingqian. Once started, there's no going back. Li Mao, staring at Duan Zheng's inquiry message, felt somewhat panicked. It wasn't me who told him to do something like this. With how skilled Lin Yao is, why isn't there a single sound coming from inside? As he muttered these words, he lowered his head to send a message. Everything is normal. I'll force the door open in 10 minutes. Have you brought the classmate over? Duan Zheng replied. Yep, discussed with the professor about visiting the backyard, heading over right now. Hunching against the door, the assistant whispered loudly, Lin Yao seems to have said something. Can't hear clearly. Instantly energized, Li Mao shoved his phone into his pocket and went over to eavesdrop, muttering, 2 alphas not fighting each other isn't natural at all. That Lin Yao guy, cold and detached with that small face, is capable of kicking away 10 people with just one leg. While talking, he pressed his ear against the doorboard. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Shit, you scared the hell out of me. Li Mao muttered a curse under his breath. Listening for more sounds, he pondered aloud, is Lin Yao an alpha? He doesn't seem like one. The lackey was also puzzled, yeah, but those grunts sound pretty intense. Li Mao was getting anxious and sent another message to Duan Zheng. 3 minutes, hurry up. I'm worried we'll miss it, and I still need to film. K, coming now, you two stay hidden. Li Mao grabbed the back of the lackey's collar and lowered his voice, let's go, find a spot to squat and record. The lackey wiped his hand across his face and realized 2 streaks of nosebleed had leaked. Li Mao, what the hell is wrong with you? Are you that inexperienced? Acting so restless? Muttering curses, the two walked away, while inside the restroom, Lin Yao whispered, they're gone. Did we pull it off convincingly? Very convincing, they should be fooled. Xie Xingqian praised. For the sake of realism in their act earlier, Xie Xingqian had lifted him up. Now the performance was over, they looked at each other momentarily before looking away. Alright, put me down. Though they should have parted by now, Lin Yao felt captivated by a restless urge. Before he could evade, his eyes caught the dark turbulence swirling in Xie Xingqian's pupils. There was no time to escape. Before he knew it, he was kissed again, hearing the hoarse murmur, not finished yet, once more. Chapter 36, Blow and It Won't Hurt. Still want to kiss? Not enough yet. By the time she realized what was happening, her ears were already bright red. Lin Yao had never imagined that an alpha could be so clingy. That's probably enough, right? No. The other side was utterly domineering, as if trying to devour him whole. But it only went so far. Both erotic and restrained, it went no further than a passionate kiss. He poured all his madness into this one act, making it hard to resist. Lin Yao warned, that's enough. You said you'd help me, Xie Xingqian replied with a newfound sense of taste for teasing, pushing it to its limits. It was you who initiated the kiss. Lin Yao. Yes, it was all his fault for helping out of kindness, and now he had landed himself in this mess. It was truly fatal. If you keep this up, you're going to make me sick too. Lin Yao's face was red with embarrassment. That's perfect, isn't it? With the time, place, and circumstances all in our favor, and no one around to disturb us. Xie Xingqian spoke the most vulgar words while harboring the purest thoughts in his heart. After this moment, there might never be another chance to kiss him again. So with every soft touch of their lips, he placed all his feelings there earnestly. Lin Yao's scalp tingled as he softly protested, Xie Xingqian, don't do this. What? 10 minutes ago, you told me I could pick any way I wanted. Xiaxingchen was unreasonably stubborn. This was something he hadn't even dared to imagine before. For the first time, he realized how soft the lips of someone so usually cold could be. Reluctantly pulling away, Xiaxingchen looked up at the dampness in Lin Yao's eyes. With one hand holding Lin Yao's narrow waist and the other lifting gently, he wiped the sensitive, slightly red corners of Lin Yao's eyes. How dare I make my archenemy cry by kissing him? Go to hell. Lin Yao's cheeks flushed crimson as he cursed, I didn't cry. You didn't cry. You're just the fiercest kitty in the galaxy, with the sharpest claws. At such an age, to still use baby talk, how nauseating. Lin Yao thought this guy really had no shame, could still joke around like this. Clearly, he must have recovered somewhat. Let go. He started counting down in his mind, waiting until he guessed the students were almost close enough, then Xiaxingchen finally moved him aside. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Yao began considering their next move. After resting for a bit, he finally opened his mouth slowly, what should we do next? Whatever you want them to think we're doing, I'll play along with you. Xiaxingchen reached out, grabbing Lin Yao's wrist and pushed him towards the sink. But before that, wash your face. Lin Yao raised his eyes to look at himself in the mirror. His lips seemed stained with rouge, and from the corner of his eyes down to his neck, everything had a light flush. His eyes held a moist glimmer. No wonder. Xiaxingchen said he had kissed him to tears. He truly looked like a delicate omega. You sure are rough when you kiss. He muttered curses under his breath. You were the one who initiated it, Xiaxingchen smirked at the corner of his lips, and you made me open my mouth. Now, I'm telling you to shut it. Lin Yao lowered his head, turned on the faucet, splashing water onto his face in an attempt to cool off, his brain racing. How could they blow this matter out of proportion? It would need to involve Xiaxingchen. And also, they couldn't expose his secondary differentiation into an omega. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Yao lifted his head from the cold water and stared into the mirror at him, gradually regaining his composure. What happens when two alphas are both induced simultaneously? A fight to the death, right? Xiaxingchen nodded, in a hostile relationship, of course, they would fight till one dies. It wasn't much different from using stimulants. Lin Yao remembered the rogue beast back in Langzhuang. Looking at the slightly bleeding lower lip of Xiaxingchen, it indeed carried some battle-damage charm. Lowering his head, Lin Yao took off his combat suit, loosened his shirt collar and tore it apart, exposing the not fully healed wound left from the previous giant beast attack, which conveniently came in handy. Xiaxingchen's pupils tightened as he reached out and grabbed Lin Yao's wrist. There's no need to fake it to this extent. Lin Yao slightly arched his eyebrows with an arrogant tone, if we're not ruthless enough, how can we completely ruin the other person? If it hadn't been him today but anyone else trapped with Xiaxingchen, the outcome would have been unimaginable. They were despicable, they wanted Xiaxingchen's future to be destroyed, so they needed to show no mercy. Xiaxingchen kept silent, his lips tightly sealed. Lin Yao tore off the bandage on his shoulder, rolled it up and threw it into the toilet bowl, flushing it away. He pressed his thumb on the non-healed wound, mercilessly tearing it open, causing fresh blood to instantly flow and mix with water. Xiaxingchen was heartbroken but could do nothing to stop it. His entire face sank into shadow, his expression gloomy. Lin Yao gave him a carefree smile. Alright, now it's your turn to act. Knock me down. When the bathroom door opened, the students of Zhongzhan Academy were shocked by the scene before them. Xiaxingchen bent over, his hand pressing against Lin Yao's neck. Fresh blood stains were all over his shirt, as if he had just barely escaped death. His clothes were torn, blood spreading everywhere, the sight was utterly brutal. And Lin Yao, lying on the ground, tilted his head slightly upward, his gaze fixed on the other's cracked lips. This moment was reminiscent of their famed displays during the medical checkup, but this time there was an unspoken understanding between them. Strangle me already, don't hesitate, Lin Yao said quietly. It was the same line Xiaxingchen had used to tease him earlier, and now it was being thrown back at him word for word. But Xiaxingchen only felt his hand trembling, looking at the raw wounds on Lin Yao, feeling his heart twist in agony. Surely it hurt, it must have been excruciating, but still Lin Yao went through with it to help him take revenge. What is going on here? Professor Wu erupted in fury. Xiaxingchen, Lin Yao, what exactly is happening between you two? Xiaxingchen raised his eyes, breathing heavily as he glanced around at everyone before speaking slowly. Someone used the Z7032 stimulant in school, then locked us inside for 5 or 6 hours, wanting to watch us tear each other apart. Z7032, infamous contraband. Whoever used this would not only be expelled from the military but also brought before a military tribunal for trial. Duanjing widened his eyes and quickly sent a text message to Li Mao. Didn't you say it was just regular induced estrus? How dare you touch Z7032? Li Mao stood far away recording the scene, already confused about their condition. Now, he was even more bewildered and anxiously typed back. No, I didn't. They're slandering us. I really didn't. How could I possibly get my hands on that stuff? Private use is punishable by trial. I know some components of the stimulant overlap with estrus agents. I can send you the vial so you can check it. Brother Zheng, believe me, I really didn't. As soon as the code was mentioned, everyone's probing gazes shifted to respect, and Professor Wu exclaimed in astonishment, under such a powerful stimulant, all you suffered were just some minor external injuries. Xie Xingchen rolled off Lin Yao and panted several times, trying to regain his composure. Yes, we did our best to suppress our instincts. Professor Wu froze. What kind of incredible willpower must they possess to resist physiological manipulation? After a few seconds, he finally reacted. Their states are unstable. Call an ambulance immediately. Lin Yao and Xie Xingchen were separately carried onto stretchers, loaded into the ambulance on either side, heading to the hospital. However, Lin Yao's mind kept replaying Xie Xingchen's previous words. Yes, we did our best to suppress our instincts. That sentence was the only truth amid all the lies. Even under those extreme conditions, Xie Xingchen hadn't done anything further to him. The medical staff sat up front, leaving them both alone in the rear of the ambulance where they exchanged silent glances. Lin Yao felt a faint ripple of emotion pass through him, fleeting and gone. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Xie Xingchen moving toward him. What are you doing? Worried about being discovered by the medical staff, Lin Yao silently mouthed the words, don't move. Xie Xingchen leaned down, gazing tenderly at the split wound on Lin Yao's skin before placing a soft kiss there. Blow and it won't hurt. Chapter 37, Am I Not Capable? Lin Yao looked at him in confusion, unsure of his current behavior. Does it hurt a lot? Xie Xingchen frowned, looking up at him. Lin Yao opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, shaking his head slightly. Not really, it's not that bad. He had endured far worse torture, this was just an insignificant injury. However, he saw Xie Xingchen remain silent and simply blow lightly from a distance, bringing a cool breeze that seemed to cover the torn wound as if the pain really lessened. This reminded Lin Yao of when he was 10 years old. He'd been robbed of his wages, returned home with bruises, and on his way past the park, he'd seen a child fall off the slide and injure their leg. The child's mother knelt down, cleaning the wound while gently blowing on it, blow away the pain. At the time, Lin Yao didn't understand what this meant. He stood there for a long time, just admiring how the child had a mother, then lowered his head to wipe the blood dripping from his nose with the corner of his shirt. Only now did he realize belatedly that this gesture was a way to comfort someone, a form of soothing. It wasn't until Lin Yao was 18 that he learned what had become common knowledge to everyone else. And yet, suddenly, he felt sorrow. If he hadn't known these things, he wouldn't have realized how pitiful he was. But in this moment, he started feeling sorry for himself, for all the countless times he had been injured without anyone caring. Lin Yao turned his head and quietly said, stop moving around. Lie down properly. We're almost at the hospital. Xie Xingchen replied with an before obediently laying back on the stretcher next to him. They were directly sent to the Himu hospital where Director Cheng, the primary physician and sole person aware of everything, was beside himself with anxiety. Just looking at the two being carried in, his temples throbbed. Running his hands through his hair, he leaned close to Lin Yao's ear and asked, why so much blood? This is too brutal. The more restrained it is, the more. Lin Yao coldly lifted his hand, helping put back Cheng's displaced wig piece. You don't need to thank me. Director Cheng looked around, touched his hair, and lowered his voice. Shall I examine you shortly? Is there any tearing? Pain? Any signs of clotting? Given your underdeveloped state, pregnancy is unlikely, but caution is still advised. For the first time subjected to such questioning, Lin Yao coughed twice sharply. No. 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 Answering several questions consecutively. You shouldn't feel embarrassed, I'm a doctor, it's routine questioning. Director Cheng waved his hand. I've already spoken with Professor Wu who gave a brief account of the situation. It seems both of you were induced by stimulants and became very stimulated. Lin Yao gritted his teeth, correcting word by word, we just fought. Yeah, I get it, Director Cheng tapped his department chest badge. Every day, there are people like you injured due to uncontrolled alphas. There are no less than a dozen cases every day. Xie Xingchen lay sprawled out on the bed, sighing, isn't there something you could check for me first? Other than the wound on his arm, he seems completely fine. You don't look too bad either. Director Cheng turned around, his gaze meeting Xie Xingchen's dark pupils, pausing briefly, did you, actually manage? These words carried an inexplicable undertone of, are you incapable, making the situation seem mocking. Only then did Xie Xingchen loosen his tautness, saying in a hoarse voice, please send me to the isolation room. In at most 2 hours, I will lose control. Nurse, take Lin Yao to be examined for stopping the bleeding and bandaging. Director Cheng, hearing Xie Xingchen voluntarily requesting isolation for the first time, grew serious. As for Xingchen here, I'll handle it personally. Lin Yao wasn't sure what isolation implied, but he acutely sensed something wasn't right. During those few hours locked in the restroom, there was only a kiss, one that Lin Yao initiated himself. He had thought it was because Xie Xingchen was powerful enough to restrain himself, but it now appeared that he was nearing losing control. As soon as the bandage treatment ended, a pair of leather shoes appeared before him. Before even seeing the person, Lin Yao already felt overwhelming pressure. Looking upward, his eyes traveled from expensive shoes, to a well-tailored suit, finally stopping at thin lips and indifferent eyes that looked strangely familiar, as though he'd seen them somewhere before. Hello, I am Xie Xingchen's father, Xie Hengji. Lowering his eyes slightly, the man came straight to the point. You and Xingchen have been old rivals, so I recognize you somewhat. But you used to be an alpha, recently differentiated into an omega, correct? All the effort of keeping it hidden was let out so casually. Lin Yao's gaze moved past his broad shoulders, uncertain where to look or whom to seek help from. He was too naive, thinking that a few small lies could deceive everyone. But the Himu private hospital was property of the Xie family. Even if Xie Xingchen had quickly erased the test results, how could he possibly hide it from his own father? Denial? There was no room to struggle at all. He didn't know what the man intended to do, perhaps use the physical examination report as leverage or fabricate some story to get him expelled from Chongqing. The most powerful man in the alliance could easily control everything. Please don't tell the school. Lin Yao displayed humility on his face for the first time, reaching out to grab the neatly pressed sleeve cuffs but hesitated, awkwardly pulling back his hand. What would you have me do? Smart boy, I like dealing with intelligent people. Xie Hengji smiled faintly and said, I've investigated you. You have no parents, no background, no identity. Where were you born? Lin Yao's eyes wavered momentarily before he shook his head, saying, I don't remember. I've forgotten. Let me come straight to the point. Xingchen's current condition is dire. He fell ill but refuses to touch any omega. Since differentiation, he's been relying solely on medication and sheer willpower. As a father, I don't want to see my son suffer so much. Xie Hengji looked into the cold, beautiful face in front of him and continued softly. This time, it pushed him into an extremely out-of-control state. The fact that he can restrain himself from touching you is a miracle. It only meant that love had reached its peak, making him reluctant. But Xie Hengji didn't care about love, he only cared about utility. So, he said bluntly, it shows you're special to him. Hence, I arranged a compatibility test between the two of you. As expected, your match rate is 100%. Lin Yao's pupils widened in shock. He had thought their match rate might be high, but he hadn't expected such perfect compatibility. At this point, unease started to build inside him. His voice quivered as he asked hesitantly, so, you hope I. His fingers gripped the edge of the hospital bed tightly, turning pale white just like his sallow face. Unable to find the right words, he still couldn't bring himself to say the next part. Xie Hengji filled in for him. Xingchen has a verbal engagement with the Jiang family. Officially, he has his own omega and shouldn't look for anyone else. But little Jiang isn't suitable for something like this. Therefore, I want you to take her place. Your compatibility is excellent, you won't get pregnant, and your physical constitution is good enough to endure it, which allows you to calm him down to the fullest extent. Lin Yao felt his heart being crushed and trampled repeatedly. What dignity, what respectability, none of it mattered now. Jiang Qiran was a noble young master, unsuitable for rough treatment, while he was an orphan without parents or attention, thus disposable. He wanted to curse, reject with cold disdain, but the superior person had already exploited his biggest weakness. If he refused, he'd be kicked out of Chongqing, and his hard-earned new life would revert to square one. Besides, he had something more important to accomplish and couldn't afford any accidents. How detestable these high and mighty individuals were. They could ruin someone's life just by snapping their fingers. You don't have much time to consider, only 1 hour. Xie Hengji raised his wrist to check the watch. Lin Yao closed his eyes briefly, reopened them, and resumed his usual composure. No need to consider. I'll do it. Excellent. I've said it before, I enjoy dealing with smart children. Xie Hengji raised his hand, gently stroking his hair as if he were an elder. As long as you fulfill your role, I'll ensure a smooth path for you in the military. However, there is another thing you should be aware of. Lin Yao looked up, his lashes trembling slightly as he asked, what is it? Once a 100% match undergoes 3 markings, you'll never be able to accept another alpha again. However, Xingchen will never marry you. Xie Hengji's voice turned cruel, you'd only become his on-demand sex toy, destined to spend your entire life alone. Can you accept that? Lin Yao's lips quivered slightly. Within a minute, he decided the course of his life. I can accept it. Chapter 38, Let me help you. Xie Hengji looked at him appreciatively. Decisive and calm, able to weigh the pros and cons clearly. If Lin Yao were a young master from a prestigious family, he would have been more than willing to consider him as Xie Xingchen's partner. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Each person has their own fate. He had only felt a fleeting moment of regret in his heart before returning to his usual composure. Are you sure? I don't like forcing people to do things. Everyone says I'm quite autocratic, but I think I'm actually quite humane. What do you think? You love your son very much. A bitter taste flickered across Lin Yao's tongue. I envy that. Just like several years ago when he accidentally overheard Xie Xingchen's birthday celebration, both Xie Hengji and the other Omega father looked at their son with pride and blessings. Back then, Lin Yao was jealous, so incredibly jealous. Now, this blade of familial affection had turned back on him, yet he felt nothing but numbness. Xie Hengji nodded approvingly, satisfied with his own actions. Regarding this incident, I will let my subordinates handle it. You don't need to worry too much, focus on doing what you should do. However, I hope you keep our agreement a secret from everyone, including Xingchen. Likewise, I will absolutely keep confidential the fact that you are an Omega. Lin Yao really felt amused. What a great and dignified father. Truly, paternal love is as silent as a mountain, and now he understood it. A smirk of ridicule crossed his lips. How can you ensure confidentiality? He's so smart, how could he not guess? Xia Hengji calmly looked at him for a moment, not directly telling him what to do, but instead said, "You're smart enough, you'll certainly come up with a reasonable excuse." It was a clever way to handle the negotiation, masterfully deflecting responsibility. He was testing, evaluating the obedience and loyalty of this long-term pawn. Are you not afraid? A wild idea flashed through Lin Yao's mind. Biting his teeth as if retaliating against Xia Hengji, he threatened, "Are you not afraid that during the 100% compatibility match, he might fall in love with me?" Inside, he mocked himself again. It was impossible, the #1 joke of the year. If not for the high pheromone compatibility. If he hadn't experienced secondary differentiation. If they were still those alphas who couldn't stand each other as they once were, they probably would still be clashing violently every time they met in the training field. If everything were normal, that would be best. Xia Hengji wouldn't be able to manipulate him anymore. Since experiencing secondary differentiation, Lin Yao hated himself even more for being an Omega. Having a weakness made him weak, but he could only struggle on to survive. It doesn't matter if he does fall in love. So what? Xia Hengji replied indifferently, children consider love, but adults value mutual benefits. Xingchen is mature beyond his years and understands this principle. He enjoys wealth and social status, and this is the sacrifice he should make. Lin Yao faintly curled the corner of his lips, "You're right. That makes sense." As Xia Hengji was about to leave, he added one last sentence, "Give me your account details, and I'll transfer the money to compensate you." Lin Yao froze. Again, he tasted the bitterness of having his self-respect trampled underfoot. "I don't need it," Lin Yao responded sharply. "As long as you don't sabotage me, I already feel immensely grateful." Lin Yao agreed to such unreasonable demands, not because there wasn't room for an Omega in the prestigious military academy. He could fight, he could compete, he could become that unique, strong individual capable of rivaling alphas. But Xia Hengji had countless ways to make him yield. If circling back around leads to the same outcome, it would all be futile effort. Better to accept early, knowing full well the reality. Marriage and partners, he neither needed nor deserved them anyway. Lin Yao slightly bowed his head and stepped out ahead of Xia Hengji. At the door, he encountered Xia Yunhuai and Jiang Qiran rushing over, along with Dean Hao and Professor Wu. No surprise, worthy of the second son of the Xia family, everything came with immense prestige. "Are you alright?" Jiang Qiran grabbed his wrist and pulled him aside in the corridor. "What did the old man say to you?" Lin Yao dared not look into the concerned eyes of the other. He felt utterly despicable. Regardless of whether Jiang Qiran truly cared for Xia Xingchen or not, on the surface, they were already set to be partners. By agreeing secretly behind the scenes, Lin Yao felt guilty, conflicted, and unable to open his mouth. "Did he threaten you?" Jiang Qiran furrowed her brows. "Or is he planning to settle accounts with you? I heard you and Xia Xingchen clashed pretty badly in the restroom." Lin Yao shook his head. "No, we were both restrained. Just minor injuries. The uncle, he just wanted to know more about his son's situation inside. He asked a few questions." Jiang Qiran sighed in relief and cursed under his breath, "All thanks to that damn Li Mao, causing all these troubles. It's unfair for both of you." It was the first time Lin Yao had heard him use such vulgar language, and the tension on his lips loosened a bit, curling up slightly. Jiang Qiran exhaled slowly with a troubled expression, "But, how far out of control did Xia Xingchen go? As his nominal fiancé, should I go comfort him? Ugh, just imagining that makes my skin crawl. The doctor said he has calmed down already, so you don't need to worry about that." Xia Yunhuai walked over from the side, casting a faint glance at him. "Didn't you like him before? Why are you resisting now?" Jiang Qiran looked back at him, "Because I've already fallen for Lin Yao, naturally I'm resistant." "Then why did you agree to the engagement?" "Because the union between the Xia family and the Jiang family was decided long ago. Between the two sons, I didn't fancy choosing you." Xia Yunhuai stared at him for several seconds. "Well, thank you then." Lin Yao stood to the side, his mind a chaotic mess, quiet and reserved. "Does it hurt, your hand injury?" Jiang Qiran reached out to check the bandage that Lin Yao had rewrapped, muttering, "What a terrible job. Awful skills. The hospital run by your family really is trash." Lin Yao couldn't help but laugh softly, murmuring, "I think so too." Xia Hengji truly handled things flawlessly, even keeping it secret from Xia Yunhuai. In less than half an hour, everyone was asked to leave, and Lin Yao was taken to a specially designated isolation ward. Behind the very secluded hospital, it was solemn and quiet. The corridor was empty, yet lights for surveillance cameras glimmered everywhere. "Go in, be careful, he might hurt you." A particularly friendly reminder before entering. Lin Yao looked up and saw the flashing red dot above, whispering, "Can you turn off the surveillance? Give me a little dignity, I won't fight or harm him." Xia Hengji nodded slightly as if approving. Lin Yao took 2 deep breaths, paced forward steadily, entered the password, went through 2 layers of mechanical doors, and finally entered the so-called isolation room. Even earlier in the restroom, he had thought that if Xia Xingchen were near death from agony, he would be willing to sacrifice himself to save him. A soldier's duty inherently included helping every citizen in need. If it had really come to the last step, it would have been acceptable because it was for saving someone. But now, it was compromising himself, trampling on himself, repeatedly losing his dignity in the future, starting from an entirely different point. Before he even got close, his legs began trembling uncontrollably, only able to barely stand steady through sheer willpower. And the alpha lying on the bed precisely noticed him. "I've come." Lin Yao met his gaze. "Looks like helping you earlier hasn't made you much better." Xia Xingchen was completely different from the afternoon, his eyes cold, his face expressionless, wearing a specially designed bite inhibitor around his mouth. He looked cold, sharp-edged, filled with destructive desire. "What are you here for?" His voice sounded even hoarser. Xia Xingchen's voice was indifferent. "Lin Yao, get out." But the other refused to listen, getting closer and closer until finally sitting daringly beside him on the bed. "You look terrible." Pale fingers traced across the alpha's Adam's apple. Xia Xingchen raised his eyes. "Who let you in?" "Get out." "Are you deaf?" Lin Yao shook his head, silently looking at him, looking at this pitiful controlled alpha. "Naturally, I'm here to do a good deed. I've come to help you." He leaned down, his finger reaching the switch of the bite inhibitor. The icy touch spread from his fingertips to his heart, causing him to feel tense about the unknown ahead. Xia Xingchen grabbed his hand, painfully forcing each finger apart, speaking word by word. "I said, please get out, go away." It was the first time he had used such harsh words. Fearing the beast within breaking loose the next second. Yet Lin Yao merely smiled faintly, uttering 2 words, "Not leaving." So stubborn. Enjoying going against him. Absolutely disobedient. Xia Xingchen abruptly flipped and yanked Lin Yao's wrist, pulling him up from the bed, heading towards the door, using a frightening amount of force. Lin Yao broke free, reaching to press the metallic button. Click. The iron muzzle hit the ground, resonating in the silent night. Xia Xingchen stared fixedly at him, his eyes darkening. Just as he reached out to push him away, Lin Yao acted quicker, pinning his arms behind his back. Suddenly, he forcefully pushed the person against the wall and kissed them. "Come on, take me." Don't worry, dear readers, there's no need to fear. There will be some conflicts due to their class differences, which might feel a little sour but will add more tension. Trust me, Brother Chenzi's love is truly remarkable. He's Mom's excellent eldest son. Chapter 39, A Real Lunatic. Xia Xingchen's pupils shrank. A faint scent of blood spread between the two. Unable to break free, he closed his eyes and cursed, "Are you crazy?" "No, do I have to take care of myself?" Lin Yao switched to restraining him with one hand while the other swiftly undid the buttons without hesitation. His eyes were open and determined. Xia Xingchen pushed him away forcefully, turning his head to snap the lock on his mask shut. "You don't need to help me this far." Lin Yao thought, no wonder Xia Heng let him play freely, because Xia Xingchen was too hard to fool. In the past, he would often say revealing things casually, yet deep down he respected others more than anyone else. With his background, tens of thousands of Omegas were willing to offer themselves to him, yet he didn't touch them at all. Now, for his former archenemy to be so forward, it didn't seem right. Lin Yao looked down and tried to stay calm. "It's not entirely about helping you. The inducer made my reactive period come earlier. We're mutually solving each other's problems, it's mutually beneficial." He paused and chose a very fitting relationship status given their current roles. Simply put, we're fuck buddies, neither taking advantage of the other. That was reasonable, right? Xia Xingchen should be able to accept it. Originally, when he proposed a temporary mark, it was also based on the principle of mutual assistance. You couldn't bear it, right? Now I want to as well, so let's not waste time. As Lin Yao spoke these words, trying to appear nonchalant, his complexion was deathly pale. The room wasn't lit, so their expressions were blurred in the dimness, hidden rather well. Only the varying depths of their breathing revealed that neither was calm. Xia Xingchen stared fiercely into his eyes and adjusted the clasp on the mask to its tightest setting. Lin Yao probably didn't realize himself, but he had an unconscious little habit. Whenever he said something contrary to his heart, his lips would momentarily tighten before relaxing, then he would speak. He was lying. Xia Xingchen was currently in a disturbed phase and had no extra rationality to think why Lin Yao was acting this way, but there must be some unmentionable reason that drove him to step here so resolutely. "I can't, you might need to lead." The elegant Omega lifted his eyes. Lin Yao's fair skin flashed clearly before his eyes, and he reached out to embrace the broad shoulders of the other man. Xia Xingchen was wearing a patient uniform from Hehe Private Hospital, which made it easier to proceed. If kissing the mouth was impossible, then they'd move somewhere else. Lin Yao lowered his gaze, and his lips brushed against the cold metal object. After pausing for just a moment, he began slowly moving downward, throat, collarbone, chest, abs. Just as he was about to kneel down completely, Xia Xingchen's heavy breathing led him to pinch Lin Yao's jaw tightly. "What a lunatic." The alpha muttered hoarsely and reached out to stop him. Lin Yao tried to speak but mumbled incomprehensibly. Xie Xingqian's movements carried restrained anger, applying force to keep him from lowering his head. For a few seconds, breathing became difficult. Lin Yao painfully closed his eyes. Yet, he still wanted to reach out to pull the other man's hospital gown. However, before succeeding, Lin Yao was yanked up from the ground and taken to the nearby patient bed, treated like a toy with no compassion. Alphas in their violent state really had great strength, no wonder Xie Heng said Xiao Jian wasn't suitable. Such a delicate Omega would probably already be screaming in pain at this point. When Lin Yao was thrown onto the somewhat hard hospital bed, these thoughts crossed his mind. His chin was pinched by Xie Xingqian, forcing him to raise his head high. Tension in his neck made breathing rough, and physiological tears began pooling in his eyes. Yet, he still smiled and looked at him. So you like playing like this, I'll go along with it. Xie Xingqian didn't say anything, just slowly tightened his 5 fingers. Depriving him of air bit by bit until it grew scarce. Do you want to continue? Xie Xingqian loomed over him, eyes slightly lowering, most of his expression obscured by the mask and unclear. Continue. Lin Yao stretched out his hands, attempting to pull the person down, wishing to embrace at least for a pitiful moment of tenderness. He disliked being in such a disadvantaged position. But Xie Xingqian wouldn't allow it, keeping his hands in place without moving. As if issuing the final warning, back in Langzhuang, I told you. If I want to play with an Omega, it's not as simple as you think. His palm finally loosened from gripping the throat. Lin Yao arched his back after gasping for large breaths, followed by sudden coughing. In the next second, the arms hanging loosely on either side were clasped together, lifted upward with force, once again making him unable to move. Xie Xingqian leaned down, his tone light and casual, I'll lock you in this isolation area where no one can enter, day and night. Even if you get injured and bleed, I won't let you take another step out. Lin Yao felt a strong acidity at the bottom of his eyes, but still maintained a calm expression, all talk and no action, aren't you incapable? Xie Xingqian's cheek twitched. His gaze scanned over Lin Yao's red eyes and trembling lashes. Yet, even at this point, he was still being stubborn. He really didn't know what it would take to drive him away. So, using the wrist he had grabbed, he flipped him over so that he wouldn't have to look into his eyes anymore. The tall alpha body almost completely covered the Omega within his territory. It was as if a wild beast had captured its prey, and finally began to indulge without restraint. Lin Yao couldn't see anything, only feeling the cool mask pressed against the back of his neck, like some sort of instrument of punishment, measuring where to start first to see his most pitiful state. The alpha's breath brushed against his neck, he wanted to dodge but couldn't. He could only remain still, becoming the obedient unconscious plaything described by Xie Heng, left to be toyed with. Even though he had known it would come to this all along, and had never been treated gently, why did he still want to cry? Lin Yao painfully lifted his chin, looking vaguely at the moonlight outside the window through blurry vision. What a beautiful moon tonight. If he could just sit by the window and watch the moon, perhaps he wanted to cry because he couldn't see the moon. How come you haven't? Before he could finish his sentence, there was a beeping sound, followed by a clang as the metal hit the ground. It had begun. Lin Yao suddenly closed his eyes, only to be flipped over again, this time with the utmost tenderness. For several seconds, there was no other movement, so he reopened his eyes in confusion, only to see Xie Xingqian's face, deep features, a cold expression, and still an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, in those dark eyes swirled the gentlest moonlight. Lin Yao turned his head, and the tears he had tried so hard to suppress streamed rapidly down, soaking the bed. Xie Xingqian sighed, slightly leaning down, and kissed the dampness spreading from the corner of his eyes. Whatever grievance you have, tell your big brother. Chapter 40, Ambiguity and Glamour. Brother. He actually referred to himself like that. Although he had seen his birthday on the honor board before, which was indeed several months older than him, but, it was too sappy. Why aren't you talking? Xie Xingqian lowered his voice, I scared you just now, didn't I? If I don't leave an impression on you, you won't learn. Lin Yao stared at him fixedly, lips tightly closed, finding it hard to express. It was, but he wasn't in the habit of sharing his grievances with others. The first condition he exchanged with Xie Hengji was to keep it a secret from Xie Xingqian. How could he explain this? Moreover, they had disliked each other for 3 years, tried various provocations, suffered punches, and cursed behind each other's backs. Could trust be delivered just because of the recent sudden familiarity? They were blood-related father and son, what were they? Xie Xingqian's fingertips rubbed the back of his neck as he whispered, okay, then let me guess. You nod or shake your head. He wondered why he could maintain such calmness at this time. If it weren't for Director Cheng and Xie Hengji repeatedly emphasizing the importance of safety, Lin Yao would feel that it was as relaxed as all the previous playful jokes. Lin Yao shook his head, unwilling to say more. Their eyes met in a dead silence. Time ticked away, without any further motion. Lin Yao raised his body, grabbed his neck, wanting to bring him closer, wanting to continue what they were doing earlier, but was avoided. If I don't cooperate, your goal cannot be achieved, right? Besides, you will need me to comfort you later, won't you? Xie Xingqian's fingertips massaged his eyelids, I know our relationship is bad, but now, you can only trust me, or try to trust me. Lin Yao's lips tightened, then loosened, still silent, but with a hint of relaxation in his heart. If Xie Xingchen didn't cooperate, the deal would fall through, being treated as a discarded pawn by the Xie family, and he would still be targeted by Xie Hengji. It was better to take a risk and change teammates. I'll give you another chance. Nod or shake your head. Xie Xingchen suppressed his breath, speculating, did someone come and tell you something? A nod. The words changed your mind, which made you enter the quarantine area and decide to do this with me. Another nod. But fundamentally speaking, you're not in heat, nor need comfort, and also not entirely willing to do this thing, are you? After hesitating for several seconds, Lin Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Xie Xingchen looked at him quietly, this style was too familiar. After calming down, he blurted out a name, Xie Hengji. Lin Yao didn't expect him to guess so quickly, suddenly losing his reaction. But the silence at this moment already revealed the answer. Xie Xingchen understood the old man's methods quite well and guessed about 78% of the situation. Did you only agree to accompany me in this, nothing else? For example, being my little bride or something? When he said this, there was no trace of his usual carefree tone, sounding pretty serious. Of course not. Lin Yao finally lost control and angrily cursed, neither of the father-son pair is good. You look much cuter now compared to your noble death-defying look just now, Xie Xingchen said indifferently, reaching out to pinch his cheeks. Lin Yao turned his head away from his intimacy. A slap landed on his abs. Xie Xingchen looked down, emitting a muffled sound. Lin Yao abruptly pulled his hand back. Xie Xingchen muttered, didn't you forget that I am an alpha who can hardly control myself? Don't touch me randomly. I didn't touch, I slapped. Xie Xingchen felt the residual touch, laughing, but I would still feel good. Lin Yao. Letting such a pervert bear alone was truly a torture from heaven, all the bitterness he had eaten in 18 years concentrated here. Xie Xingchen took the needle from the bedside to inject the suppressant, since you've agreed with him, you can't blow your cover. Stay here, I will act along with you and deceive my father. Then, you. Lin Yao started feeling uneasy in conscience, recalling what he said before. Human preferences differ, perhaps Xie Xingchen liked this. So he lifted his own hand, settling for less, if not, I'll slap you a few more times, let you feel good. Xie Xingchen fell silent. Throwing the quilt over his head, covering him tightly, you'd better not do anything. My willpower is limited. Exploding. Just while frightening people, several times he almost couldn't control himself from going further. But it's unacceptable. As long as Lin Yao shows 1% unwillingness, he would stop. Lin Yao raised his head from the messy blanket, opening his mouth. Xie Xingchen said, don't even breathe. Your breathing is tempting me. Lin Yao. It was also hard to endure just doing nothing. As if he originally wanted to help, but now made things worse. He just watched as Xie Xingchen injected himself needle by needle, leaving his arm covered with tiny puncture marks. Then Xie Xingchen tilted his head back, his gaze vacant, as if lost in thought about something. Lin Yao tried to help a few times but was refused each time. The bedside call button rang. Xingchen, the doctor should go check on your condition, hurry up and finish, Xie Hengji's voice said. Xie Xingchen closed his eyes and cursed under his breath. Suddenly reaching out, he pulled the person out of the blanket again, whispering, that old man probably timed it deliberately, checking if we've been, really fucking perverted, you need to act. When he was locked in the restroom, Lin Yao already had some experience, so this was familiar territory. Finally able to be of some use, Lin Yao lifted the messy blankets and straddled Xie Xingchen with one leg. What kind of act do you want to perform? He sat directly on the alpha without any fear for his life. Xie Xingchen stared at him, his gaze dropping to his shoulder, using the blanket to cover appropriately, looking convincingly real. His muscles were beautiful, evenly distributed thin muscles, well-proportioned and slim. His waist was very slender, narrow enough to be held in one hand. This type. Xie Xingchen whispered quietly, aren't you the type who likes to take control? Lin Yao supported himself with both hands, appearing completely unruffled from above yet visibly flustered. Move, Xie Xingchen's voice was like sandpaper grinding. Lin Yao blushed deeply, saying, I don't know how to move. Looking into each other's eyes, chaos reigned. Then let me handle it. Xie Xingchen gripped tightly, almost making his knuckles white, and when the mechanical door opened, he moved intensely, towards Lin Yao. Chapter 41, A Bit of Green on the Head. Director Cheng held the medical record in his hand, stammering. Xie Hengji sat across from him, legs crossed, and said softly, well. Very, so I didn't dare to approach and measure his current condition. Director Cheng recalled the scene he had just witnessed, his old face turning red. When the automatic door opened, he saw the young man slightly tilting his chin, with a pair of tan hands resting on his pale waist, hands with clear knuckles, full of strength. Faint finger marks could be seen left on the skin. The alpha probably feared injuring someone and still wore a bite suppressor to restrain himself. But with the veins standing out, it was evident that he was extremely excited. Director Cheng cautiously asked, even Lian Yinhuai needs to be kept in the dark about this matter. Of course, Xie Hengji glanced up, warning, if you dare spread this around, you know the consequences. Just consider Lin Yao as medicine and add him to Xingchen's treatment list. Understand? Director Cheng recalled their first meeting with Lin Yao, feeling somewhat sorry for the youth. That kid had claimed the hospital made a mistake in testing, outright rejecting the possibility of matching with Xie. The cold and stubborn expression back then was vivid in his mind. And now, being caught in such a situation, he had personally delivered himself to become a tool. Yet, wasn't he also controlled and pressured by others? He merely nodded slightly, understood. Xie Hengji tapped his fingertips on the desk. So how many days will a situation like this last? Not sure. It could take at least 3 days or as long as a week. It's more severe than an ordinary susceptible period and requires continuous observation and monitoring, Director Cheng said. Xie Hengji stood up and strode towards the office door, instructing the assistant waiting outside, later, bring their phones and some change of clothes here. They've been locked in for quite a while, it's getting boring. As for Li Mao, give him a few more days. We'll deal with it after Xingchen returns to school. He paused. It won't mean much without allowing him to witness the process personally. Alright, President of the Alliance. Director Cheng stayed on duty until midnight. When Xingchen pressed the call button, he entered carrying the luggage box brought by the assistant along with some medicines, walking very lightly. Lin Yao was lying sprawled over Xingchen, covered by a thin blanket, only revealing his messy hair. Truly, worthy of an S-level alpha's fighting capacity. Is he unconscious? Director Cheng placed the suitcase aside, taking out the detector and lowering his voice to the lowest. Let's check. Xingchen skillfully looped it around his wrist, looking down at the person lying in his arms softly. He's asleep. While waiting, he recalled earlier, still feeling agitated. It started as acting, but things got out of hand pretty quickly. Not just him, even Lin Yao seemed to be bewitched. Who could hold back? Certainly not him. After Director Cheng left the room, he removed the mask and kissed the person passionately, holding them tightly against his body. Lin Yao appeared aloof and dispassionate but was actually incredibly easy to provoke. Embarrassed and at a loss. His earlobes were completely red, pushing the other's shoulder, trying to evade. Xingchen gave him a hand. You breathe so beautifully, darling, he nibbled on the other's shoulder, praising softly. Controlling the one he loved brought immense spiritual pleasure surpassing everything. Perhaps because of the intense nerve-wracking situation all day, once he relaxed, Lin Yao fell asleep until now. Your current hormone indicators are still abnormally high. How many times has this happened already? Why hasn't it decreased even a bit? Director Cheng felt he had hit a professional plateau, a perfectly matched Omega Plus R specially developed suppressant, and yet there's absolutely no sign of decline. Does this make sense? Xingchen also felt helpless and frustrated. He leaned his head back against the edge of the bed and earnestly suggested, you should increase the dosage. I'm afraid he can't endure it. Otherwise, under the current circumstances, he and Lin Yao would have to stay locked in this isolation room forever. As a middle-aged man, Director Cheng was deeply hurt. Are you showing off? Or hinting that my medical skills are too poor, and I should switch careers? Xingchen, you're really fragile. Deeply burdened to work late into the night, Director Cheng injected him decisively and patted Lin Yao's back. You should wake up and supplement some nutrition, or you won't make it through tomorrow. Don't wake him. Xingchen frowned unhappily. After years as his chief physician, this youth always spoke calmly and gently, rarely showing such territorial possessiveness as displayed now. It was as if any further movement would lead to the merciless tearing apart of this intruder. After all, he was only 18 years old. Yet, he already exuded the innate oppressive aura of an S-class alpha. Director Cheng's back trembled as he placed the nutritional solution on the bedside table, then remembered to feed it to him. I'll leave. Xingchen lifted his hand and pressed his temple lightly, speaking softly, sorry, I didn't mean to intimidate you. No problem, it's understandable. I'll come again tomorrow. Cheng relaxed his tense expression somewhat and pulled 2 phones out from his pocket. Your father had someone bring these over. They're here now. Xingchen acknowledged with a hum, watching the mechanical door open and close before tightening his arms around Lin Yao, pulling him closer into his embrace. The phone at the bedside started vibrating. He raised an eye to see Lin Yao's phone ringing, a strange number with no saved label at midnight. Xingchen swiped and disconnected the call without hesitation. Not 2 seconds passed before the phone rang again. Disconnect, ring, this repeated several times. Lin Yao's sleep was disturbed, his voice muffled as his eyes remained closed. What's all this fuss about? Someone's looking for you. They've called 5 times already. Who could possibly be looking for you in the middle of the night? Xingchen said maliciously, pretending to complain. I finally fell asleep and got woken up again. As he spoke, the phone rang yet again, sounding like it wouldn't stop until answered. This time, Xingchen directly slid the screen and held the phone next to Lin Yao's ear, saying coldly, answer it. Speak. Tossed around too much, Lin Yao was already thoroughly annoyed. He pulled the blanket over his head and mumbled, so annoying. Can't you let me sleep? A faint smile curled at the corner of Xingchen's lips. Regardless of who was on the other side, he transmitted a message. Did you hear that? Stop disturbing our sleep. Goodbye. On the other end of the line, Jiang Qiran stared at his phone, silent for 3 seconds. Not sure if he heard correctly, but the voice was unmistakably familiar. It sounded exactly like a certain alpha who was locked in the isolation room due to his heat cycle. Who would have thought he'd stumble upon such gossip involving his own fiancée? Next to him, Xia Yinhuai smoked a cigarette, asking, was the call picked up? What happened? Jiang Qiran extracted a delicate finger, lit another cigarette from his pack, deeply inhaled, then exhaled slowly. I think there's a little green on his head. Chapter 42, How to Spoil You. Xia Yinhuai was completely puzzled. What? Who betrayed you? Jiang Qiran tapped off his cigarette ash, looking melancholy. It depends on how you interpret it. He quite liked Lin Yao, not in the way lovers admire each other, but more as a fondness for becoming good friends. And Xie Xingqian, though they shared no deep feelings, he at least ought to act properly as her nominal fiancé. These two, however, had somehow ended up on the same bed. It must have been a misunderstanding, absolutely an illusion. What do you mean? Xia Yinhuai stood nearby, the faintly familiar sound of a reply reaching his ears. I thought I just heard Xingqian. It's not, absolutely impossible. Jiang Qiran quickly extinguished any speculations budding in his mind. Recalling his own slip from earlier, Xia Yinhuai squinted. Then who has betrayed you? Lin Yao, he's sleeping with that Omega from his last fling, and told me not to disturb them. Jiang Qiran, biting his cigarette, looked at him with a beautiful gaze. Am I not allowed to feel sad? Xia Yinhuai frowned. Do you really like him? Is this not just a joke? Jiang Qiran paused a few seconds, his eyes slightly tilted upwards, laughing coolly. Else why not like you? Xia Yinhuai. He lowered his eyes, about to dial Xie Xingqian's number, but Jiang Qiran stopped him by placing his hand on him. What? I'm sad because of being betrayed. Drink with me. Jiang Qiran threw the cigarette butt into his hand and straightened the adjacent car door. Getting into the car, remembering Xie Hengji's style, he still sent a warning text message to Lin Yao before leaving. This is Jiang Qiran. Seeing you haven't returned to school, I was worried about your safety and tried calling. Found your number. Looks like I caught you fooling around with Xie Xingqian. Be careful not to be discovered again. The next day, when Lin Yao saw this message, it was already mid-morning. Supporting his head, he could hardly recall what happened the previous night. Not to mention, how did Jiang Qiran find out? In his deal with Xie Hengji, the most crucial 2 points were, finding a plausible reason for comforting Omegas and making sure Xie Xingqian and Xiao Jiang knew nothing about it. Lin Yao. Perfect, mission utterly failed. Annoyed, Lin Yao tugged at his hair, ramming his curved knees repeatedly in regret. Finished. How am I supposed to explain this? Danced right in front of the official fiancé. After analyzing the words in the text further. Be careful not to be found. Meaning if it happens again, he might get eliminated for consorting with Xie Xingqian, right? From the tone alone, clearly anger. Nope, explanation needed, clear separation immediately required. With his brain all over the place, Lin Yao saved the phone number and called back, timidly opening the conversation amidst silence. Senior Jiang, I drank too much last night. Did I say anything that caused you to misunderstand? So you were drunk. Jiang Qiran's tone was lethargic. You went berserk and ran to the quarantine zone after drinking? Lin Yao denied outright. I wasn't in the quarantine zone. Jiang Qiran sarcastically spoke up. Then whose alpha used your phone last night telling me not to disturb their sleep? Sounded so much like Xie Xingqian. Lin Yao. You heard wrong, it wasn't him. It was my random hookup. His voice does indeed sound somewhat similar. Lin Yao, who was usually bad with words and lying, was now completely stuck for ideas. I dislike Xie Xingqian so much, how could I possibly sleep on the same bed as him? Absolutely impossible. As soon as he said this, he looked up and saw someone standing in front of him, water dripping from their hair, looking grim. Just a moment ago, he was in the shower room, appeared out of nowhere. Crap, didn't I use the word dislike just now? Lin Yao felt his chest tighten. Although he did say that word frequently in the past because he genuinely disliked, even loathed him, never wanting to see him. Until now, seems, his face started to look more tolerable. Even the disheartened expression on his face now made him worry about his sadness uneasily. On the phone, Jiang Qiran was still questioning, do you really dislike him? Didn't hear you mention it before. Last time, I saw both of you eating together, seemed fine. Yes, no lie. Under the heavy shadow of the other's gaze, Lin Yao felt for the first time what it meant to have his scalp tingling. We've always clashed, argue every time we meet. The recent peace was all fake. After all living in the same dorm, we need to pretend somewhat. The more words he spoke, the more gloomy that person's expression became. Lin Yao mouthed silently to him, I deceived him. Xie Xingqian didn't care at all and took this as his heartfelt confession. With a cold face, he put the patient gown back on. When the young master got upset, his temper flared up, releasing pheromones without restraint, making Lin Yao's limbs go soft. Oddly enough, Jiang Qiran was quite intrigued by this, and even asked, is that true? Next time when I tease him back, what tricks do you want me to use on him? I'll help you. Pretty soon, we'll get engaged. Don't you want to see him humiliated at our engagement banquet? In the past, with an additional ally like this, Lin Yao would definitely be filled with all sorts of wicked thoughts. But after last night, when he felt so wronged and isolated, Xie Xingqian chose to stand by his side and against his father. That moment was truly moving. He wasn't heartless and couldn't stay indifferent. Alright, being the bigger man, I'll let it slide for now and not bother with him. Lin Yao could no longer tell any more lies and hurriedly found an excuse. My head still hurts a little. Thank you, senior, for your concern. But please rest assured, there's really nothing between us. I know about your upcoming alliance, I wouldn't possibly do something like that. Jiang Qiran was in a good mood and grinned cheerfully. Alright, then you rest well. I'll look for you later. After hanging up the phone, the room fell eerily quiet. Xia Xingqian said nothing, transforming back into the restrained yet violent alpha from the night before when he opened the door, sharp and cold. Lin Yao tossed the phone aside and struggled to explain. I exaggerated just so he wouldn't misunderstand. You should be able to understand, right? Understood. Xia Xingqian nodded lightly and pressed the bedside call button. Director Cheng, I'm not feeling well. Give me an inhibitor. Afterward, he glanced at Lin Yao, with a faint gaze. I'll find some excuse to tell my father. For now, since you're not needed, you can go back. You may leave. Lin Yao shook his head. No, I'm staying here with you. Xia Xingqian gave a slight, self-mocking smirk. You hate me, and yet you're still here. Doesn't that irritate you? Besides, we already acted out last night, so it won't slip up. You're safe. Even if he was slow, he could feel that his unintentional words had hurt the other person. Lin Yao's mind was in utter chaos. Quickly getting down from the bed, he moved rapidly in front of him and realized how tall he truly was. Even though he himself stood out among the alphas, he still needed to tilt his head slightly to look at him. Say all the hateful things you want to say now, Xia Xingqian said indifferently, you really have no conscience. Lin Yao's eyelashes trembled. He enunciated every word carefully, earnestly. No, I don't hate you anymore, really. Xia Xingqian ignored him, pressing the call button again, his expression cold as he urged someone to come. Then, he felt his clothes corner being pulled. I'm sorry, I spoke irresponsibly, I really know I was wrong. His usually cool voice carried a touch of awkwardness, as he wasn't skilled at apologizing, making him appear pitiful. Xia Xingqian's heartstrings quivered. Turning back, he saw the normally arrogant youth bowing his head, looking like a restless child who made a mistake, pulling at him repeatedly. Don't be mad. Xia Xingqian, how do I spoil you? Chapter 43, The Difficulty of a Lovesick Brain. What do I need to do to make you feel better? These words actually came out of Lin Yao's mouth. Him, knowing how to comfort someone. A daydream. Xia Xingqian bent down and pressed the call button again. Director Cheng, where are you? Your patient is already starting to experience hallucinations and delusions. If you don't come over soon, it might worsen into schizophrenia. Just wait, I have another patient. I'll be over once I finish with them, Director Cheng replied. What symptoms led you to this conclusion? Xia Xingqian said expressionlessly. I heard Lin Yao saying in a particularly gentle tone that he wants to comfort me. Lin Yao. One moment of outgoing behavior leading to a lifetime of inferiority. The communicator on the other end, Director Cheng. Literally, go prepare an MRI for Xia Xingqian's brain. Then he said to the patient being examined, let's continue, open your mouth, let me check your tongue coating. That kid has some serious mental issues, lovesick nonsense, not something that can be fixed easily. The call disconnected. Xia Xingqian turned around, adjusting the bite inhibitor at the back of his head while still looking indifferently at him. Why haven't you left yet? Lin Yao thought, this was Xia Xingqian's way of showing that he was extremely upset. Ignoring, coldness, brushing off concerns like feathers, all these indicated his previous words had hurt too deeply. I want to comfort you. His mouth stumbled awkwardly, good at cursing but inexperienced in coquettish speech, resulting in something awkward. Xia Xingqian looked down, lifting his hands to place on both temples, shaking his head slightly. Did water get into your ears last night? Why are you talking nonsense? Lin Yao felt nauseous from the shaking. Director Cheng's diagnosis was correct, this person really had some significant mental issues. He couldn't hear nice words, needed a few scolding sentences before feeling satisfied, did he? Xia Xingqian saw his facial expressions changing every second, thinking staying here would definitely cause physical discomfort. He sighed. Reaching out, he shoved his phone into Lin Yao's pocket and pushed him toward the door. Stop pretending, go. With no choice, Lin Yao was pushed out the door, unable to say more before the mechanical door closed again. He raised his hand and scratched his messy hair, standing outside the isolation zone to cool down. Not sure where to go, he noticed a black car with the license plate X00001 stopped at the entrance, and Xia Hengji got out and locked eyes with him. Lin Yao inexplicably started to feel nervous. Uncle. Why are you standing outside? Xia Hengji inspected him from top to bottom, messy hair, puffy eyes, open shirt, and several rather deep bite marks on his neck, signs of what was evidently a restless night. Truly fitting, an alpha, after such a restless night and still able to walk normally, clearly demonstrating excellent physical fitness. Lin Yao kept his lips tightly straight, he said, it's enough, he doesn't need it for now. Previously, Director Cheng mentioned that it would take at least 3 days. After only one night, how could it possibly be over so quickly? Xia Hengji became suspicious. Did you reveal yourself? No, he hasn't suspected anything. What excuse did you use? Said that my heat cycle was triggered as well, requiring mutual help. He didn't refuse, so we decided to become long-term casual friends. This was the story they had agreed on last night. But due to his earlier harsh words which upset the person, Lin Yao was uncertain if Xie Xingchen would still assist him. Lying made him quite uneasy inside. Xie Hengji nodded, you are indeed clever. Since Xingchen doesn't need you anymore, just go home first, ready whenever called upon. Although his voice remained calm, like discussing what to eat in the morning, each sentence stung his thin pride. Lin Yao responded lightly, of course, I promised, I will fulfill the agreement. Xiao Wen, send him back, Xie Hengji called out to his assistant, I'll go check on Xingchen. As Lin Yao turned back, unexpectedly he saw Xie Xingchen standing by the window on the second-floor isolation room. He had unfastened the bite inhibitor, biting a cigarette, and the light smoke dispersed, blurring his expression. All Lin Yao could see was his drooping eyelids, staring in his direction, lost in thought, as if isolating himself completely from the world with utter indifference. Lin Yao moved his lips slightly. He excelled at opposing others, fighting, mocking sarcastically, yet was especially inept at reconciling relationships. No one had taught him, nor had he practiced. In the end, he said nothing, lowering his head and climbing into the car. Upon returning to the dorm, Lin Yao had barely opened the door when He pounced on him, hugging him tightly and crying out, "Ho, brother Yao has finally come back. Huo. Ho, all thanks to that bastardly Mao who knocked me out right after we left the office, otherwise I would have burst in there no matter what, to save you from that dog Xie. We could have wiped them out together. Huo. Ho, listening to other classmates describe the scene at the restroom, I thought you were dying. Whoa. Crying and snotting simultaneously, He turned his head, grabbed some tissues for a quick wipe, then buried his face back into Lin Yao's chest to continue crying. Lin Yao was getting a headache from the racket. What story did it morph into this time? They said you and Xie Xingchen inside, wielding knives, stabbed each other until blood flowed everywhere. It was horrifying. You're stronger, so you subdued him. Poor Xie ended up pitifully, with his internal organs all exposed, still being treated in the emergency room. Lin Yao. Thankfully, their military academy wasn't a media school, or the entire alliance would have been ruined by their gossip. How many times do I have to tell you, that's not what happened? Cheng Boyan looked disdainful, you really are spreading rumors. They both entered quarantine zones due to their pheromones going haywire. Hearing such an unassuming guess, Lin Yao slowly turned his head, how do you know that? Cheng Boyan replied offhandedly, my dad is the principal of Himu Private School. He told me while returning from his night shift. Big revelations often only need the simplest language. Lin Yao looked at him incredulously several times, what a small world. Once this layer of relationship was revealed, he recalled the director's hair and sincerely prayed, I hope you don't inherit his baldness. Cheng Boyan hit a nerve, extremely defensive, you're bald, your whole family is bald. Shit, your dad is the renowned doctor from Himu Private. Rumor says he earns loads. Healy sniffed, immediately distracted by the new scandal, so, you're actually a second-generation rich kid? That's why do you think I can study here? Cheng Boyan sounded truly grateful, thanks to him, enabling my education here. Me? Purely a connections client. Healy stopped crying, wiping away tears and complimenting, impressive. It's the first time I see someone so proud about being a connections client. The two started chatting animatedly on the sidelines. Staring at Cheng Boyan for several seconds, Lin Yao wanted to say something but didn't. We two are too loud. Brother Yao just returned from the hospital, he definitely needs rest. Healy covered the chattering Cheng Boyan's mouth with his hand, alright, stop talking. Let Brother Yao sleep. At the moment, Lin Yao was thinking about Xie Xingchen and couldn't fall asleep. Tossing and turning in bed, he got up twice to eat, then went back to bed again, wasting much time. His mind was restless, and he still hadn't figured out a solution. He opened the chat box, unsure of what to say. Apologies weren't being heard, and he also avoided seeing the person face to face. Fine then, let's send a message. The last time they communicated, it was himself who blocked the other party. How awkward. 01, you. How are you doing after more than 10 hours? 10 minutes passed, silence like stone into the sea. As soon as he opened the dynamic section, he saw Xie Xingchen post a picture accompanied by text. A sumptuous dinner for one. An extravagant feast delivered from somewhere unknown. Lin Yao clenched his teeth in irritation, fine, not responding to messages but still posting status updates. So capable, aren't you? He angrily liked it to remind the other person that he'd noticed they were online. Don't ignore me or you'll regret it. Returning expressionlessly to the chat box, after another 10 minutes, Xie Xingchen still didn't reply. Ignoring indeed. That was bad enough, but even worse, he suddenly changed his profile picture to something brightly colored, making sure everyone noticed. This was outright provocation, openly telling the other side, yes, I'm angry, read and not reply. Damn it damn it damn it. Lin Yao pulled his hair in anguish, muttering to himself, why is this guy so hard to pacify? So annoying. Don't feel like soothing him anymore. Chapter 44, 3 Wishes. Lin Yao didn't share any common friends with him, so naturally, he couldn't see his replies to others. For the first time, Lin Yao took the initiative and unwillingly sent a second message to him. 01. How many injections did you take today? Do you still feel uncomfortable? Another 5 minutes passed before a line of text appeared at the top, indicating that the other party was typing. Lin Yao sat up in bed, solemnly waiting for the reply, with a serious expression just like when he checked his college entrance exam scores. But after 5 minutes, there was still no response. Come on, are you going to write an essay scolding me? Lin Yao began to list all the bad things Xie Xingchen had done in the past in his mind. You're not that good either. However, after 3 minutes of careful thought, there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Lin Yao fell into deep thought. Apart from the time his friend brought people to block and beat him up, it seemed that Xie Xingchen hadn't done anything particularly immoral afterwards. Combat itself has wins and losses, the competition for first or second place is intense, all very legitimate competitions. It seemed that apart from the initial conflict, it was mainly one-sided disdain for him. Lin Yao. His phone vibrated. There were no words, only a very ordinary emoticon. Smile face. Lin Yao couldn't stand it anymore, and with a blank look, typed on the keyboard, "What did you type just now? If you want to scold me, go ahead, no problem." This time the other side didn't respond, but instead sent a voice message. Cheng Boyan and Healy were sitting across each other playing a gunfight game online, wearing headphones and signing with their hands for fear of disturbing others. Lin Yao put the phone to his ear and heard the lazy voice coming through the receiver, "So you're a lurker. Otherwise, how would you know I was writing an essay about you?" Lin Yao felt awkward at being caught out, but could only stubbornly bluff, "I just happened to see it." "What? Are you afraid I'm unhappy?" Xie Xingchen sent 2 more voice messages, "Do you feel too guilty and can't bear it?" I'm sorry," Lin Yao sincerely apologized, "I was wrong, please don't be angry." Healy vaguely heard Lin Yao speaking, grabbed one of the headphones, and just in time heard the last sentence, then quietly slipped the earplug back over. Signing to the person beside him, "I think I've been staying up too long, I'm hearing things." Cheng Boyan tilted his head, "Huh." Healy shook his head pitifully, placing his hands together. He, Brother Yao, is actually cooing and cajoling. While making this gesture, his whole body twisted as he squirmed around on the other person, causing Cheng Boyan to get goosebumps all over. Lowering his voice, he said, "No way. Really? I heard him say, I really made a mistake, please don't be mad." Healy, wearing headphones, exaggerated the sound echoing throughout the dormitory in a fake tone. Everyone fell silent. Cheng Boyan took off his headphones, crossed his arms, and rubbed them back and forth. "Brother, you're making me sick." Lin Yao spoke up calmly, "Healy, do you also want your organs punctured and end up in the ER?" "I'm sorry, Brother Yao, please don't be angry, it is a bit nauseating." Healy muttered while rushing to the toilet in a vomiting stance. When Lin Yao looked down again, he saw Xie Xingchen leave only one text message. "Took 4 injections today, feeling dizzy, going to sleep." Lin Yao read this sentence over and over again, looked at Cheng Boyan sitting below, and tentatively opened his mouth. "Boyan, can I ask you a favor?" Wow, the big villain who always met with cold faces actually called his nickname. Cheng Boyan stood up quickly, "Say it. Can you ask your dad about Xie Xingchen's condition every day?" I'm a bit worried." Lin Yao bit his teeth, finally saying it with difficulty, "Afraid I hit him too hard and have to take responsibility." After all, Xie Xingchen would certainly report good news but hide the bad. Cheng Boyan thought in his heart, "See, this is what we call seniority. Beat someone up, and then comfort them afterwards." Puffing his chest out, he said very chivalrously, "That's right. Being assigned to the same dormitory is fate, why argue and fight all the time? You having this concern shows you've matured and become sensible. Leave it to me, I will definitely make peace between you both." Lin Yao. However, they decided to temporarily cease fire. In the following days, Cheng Boyan would sneakily inquire about Xie Xingchen's condition every day, and then secretly inform Lin Yao. Xie Xingchen took 3 suppressant injections today and sneaked in 3 cigarettes. Probably holding back 8 out of 10 times. Xie Xingchen slept until noon today and skipped lunch, eating very little for dinner. He had no appetite. Today, Xie Xingchen gave my dad the cold shoulder all afternoon, complaining that his treatment hasn't improved. No one was there to comfort him, it was truly pitiful. Lin Yao thought about visiting him again, but going alone might not win him any favor. So, he dropped subtle hints and suggested, "Shouldn't we show some care for our classmate?" "Right, why didn't I think of that?" Cheng Boyan nodded. "You two should sort it out face to face. You're both young, this grudge can be smoothed over." Healy scoffed from the side, "Something's off, Brother Yao, you've changed." Lin Yao felt inexplicably guilty. "What do you mean? Isn't this because I'm afraid I hit him too hard and left him permanently injured?" He first cursed Xie Xingchen to have a flat tire when stepping out without an umbrella during rain or find his instant noodles missing seasoning. Healy said with a chilling voice, "Back then, you weren't this kind." Lin Yao sighed inwardly. "That was different, didn't he deserve it since I was at fault?" Cheng Boyan was quick on his feet. After saying those words, he immediately turned around, bought 3 huge bouquets of flowers, called a car, and led everyone to the isolation room. Lin Yao held the bouquet of roses, his face uncharacteristically grim. Seriously, who brings this stuff when visiting someone sick? There were only roses left, so here we are. Cheng Boyan shook the flowers in his hand. No big deal, it's the gesture that counts. As Xie Xingchen's biggest hater, he wore an unwilling expression, plucking thorns from the roses while repeatedly emphasizing, I'm coming only for Brother Yao, absolutely not willingly. All along, Lin Yao was organizing his thoughts. This time, he must resolve this conflict thoroughly, allowing them to return to their usual state of rivalry without any burden. But as Director Cheng led them inside and opened the door, they made eye contact for just a moment, and Lin Yao completely forgot what he was going to say. After nearly a week of separation, the person before him looked noticeably thinner, yet still handsome. His condition seemed better than before, he wasn't wearing a bite guard anymore. However, the forearm exposed from the rolled-up patient gown was covered with countless needle marks, revealing the hardship of the past days. Cheng Boyan was talkative, chatting non-stop beside Xie Xingchen, who occasionally responded or glanced at the Omega in the corner holding the roses in silence. I need to use the restroom and would like someone to accompany me, Xie Xingchen hinted. Recently, I've been eating less, afraid I'll faint. Lin Yao quickly set the flowers aside. Let me come. Saying so, he hurriedly went forward to help Xie Xingchen up from the bed. As his fingers gripped Xie's arm, he clearly felt how much weight he had lost. In the gaze of two others, they slowly moved step by step toward the restroom. Strange, how does Brother Yao know where the restroom is? He Li scratched his head in confusion, standing in the vast single-patient room. Lin Yao kept his head down, silent as ever, serving as a crutch. When they finally entered and closed the door behind them, he was immediately pressed against it by Xie Xingchen. The distance that had felt impossibly far moments ago now became intimately close, even allowing him to catch the faint scent of lingering dragon fruit tequila on his breath. You've gone crazy, Lin Yao muttered nervously, pushing at Xie Xingchen weakly, there's someone outside. His words sounded like secret lovers. Xie Xingchen gazed down at him, genuinely smiling. You came to see me voluntarily. He missed him after a few days apart. His warm breath brushed against Lin Yao's face, leaving no escape. I told you, I apologized sincerely. If I said something wrong, I will take responsibility and admit fault. How sincere exactly? As long as you stop being angry, I'll agree to anything. Anything? Xie Xingchen wore an amused expression, his tone heavy with meaning. Looks like you're digging your own grave. Lin Yao opened his mouth to speak but stammered quietly, you shouldn't trick me like that. Just as these words escaped, he felt his nape being grasped firmly, a familiar desire awakening within. It's quite surprising how well you seem to view me now, Xie Xingchen smirked as he fondly caressed the skin under his fingers, watching Lin Yao's flustered expression. You're not worried I might act out on my urges and do something inappropriate here? What? Felt frustrated for several days now, wishing I'd done more than just that night. Xie Xingchen's tone carried regretful longing, I should have marked every inch of you with my possession. Lin Yao stiffened his back as he sensed Xie's fingers nearing the gland area. That spot had already healed, and the previous bite marks faded. During the dry rep period, alphas will have an extremely strong possessive desire for the omega they've marked, as was taught in our physiology class. Xie Xingchen must think that the omega has betrayed him. Lin Yao turned his head, exposing a large patch of skin under the alpha's gaze. Do you want to mark me again? Aye. But it had been said before, after 3 markings, he would no longer be able to leave the other person. Before he could finish speaking, he felt Xie Xingchen's breath gradually lower down. He remembered the cool sensation of the bite guard from before, but this time it transformed into warm lips. Lin Yao half closed his eyes, with his lashes quivering slightly. Listening to the noisy voices outside, his voice almost turned into a whisper, but there are people outside, so go easy. Too innocent, but right now, I'm not interested in just biting your neck. Xie Xingchen stayed still, tilting his head slightly and whispering by his ear. Promise me 3 wishes, and I'll forgive you. Chapter 45, I'll listen to Lin Yao. Lin Yao laughed in exasperation. 3 wishes, do you think you're throwing coins into a fountain? Because they were standing too close, his breath tickled Lin Yao's ear as he spoke, making him instinctively reach out to push Lin Yao away. But considering the awkward tension between them over the past week, Lin Yao forcibly swallowed his retort and said lightly, why don't you tell me first? You have to promise first. Xie Xingchen cursed himself inwardly, this spoiled brat has caught onto bullying people at every opportunity. On the surface though, he was unfazed, enjoying this rare upper hand, otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Lin Yao clenched and then unclenched his fists. Fine, no problem. He could bear with it for now. Once Lin Yao recovered from his illness, he would get back at him by pummeling him during their martial arts practice at home. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yao gave the most benevolent smile he'd ever had, alright, as long as it's not too excessive. Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze, his hand loosely hanging around Lin Yao's waist. Watching Lin Yao concede, he wanted even more to tease him. My first wish is that we kiss every morning for 30 minutes. Lin Yao felt like his world crumbled. He quickly covered the other's mouth with his hand, fearing that any more outrageous words might be heard by those outside. I think Director Cheng was right, you are indeed very ill, and your mind isn't clear. Xie Xingchen maintained a calm tone, I'm not sick. I'm serious. He had been thinking about this matter every morning for the past week. As soon as he thought about it, he needed to shower. Lin Yao wore an expression of utmost seriousness, trying to understand his intent. It's because after you temporarily marked me once, the information pheromones caused chaos in your linguistic system. Here's your chance, change it. Twice. Huh? What? Xie Xingqian confessed, I said, I've marked you twice. Lin Yao was utterly confused. Besides the time in the car, last time when I came to the isolation room, you didn't bite. That night when we got back from the car, you climbed into my bed later that evening, and I added another mark. Xie Xingqian emphasized on the word climb, slowly recounting the scene. You took my clothes, snatched my blanket, hugged my waist, and let me bite you. Lin Yao. Impossible. He definitely had issues with hallucinations. Seeing Lin Yao's face full of confusion, Xie Xingqian summed up, you were too proactive and overly clingy. You know how I am, I have no boundaries, so I couldn't resist temptation and naturally added another mark. After saying that, he grinned proudly, twice, your blood probably still contains some of my information pheromones. Lin Yao inhaled sharply, finally recalling his neck's extreme redness from that morning. It was all because of this person. However, wasn't Xie Xingqian unaware that after marking 3 times? Or maybe he did know, which is why, a week ago, when he was so out of control, all he did was embrace and kiss Lin Yao, doing nothing else. Lin Yao seemed dazed. Do you know how well our compatibility matches? I know, 100%, the old man mentioned it. Xie Xingqian said casually, rest assured, I won't mark you a 3rd time. Next time, if you need it, we can find another way to exchange information pheromones. Lin Yao, what? Back to the first wish, kissing each morning for 30 minutes. Xie Xingqian stated, it benefits both of us. Lin Yao. Previously, Xie Xingqian had only kissed him under unavoidable circumstances. How many normal people would make out with their roommate, especially using tongue? Just imagining it made his skin crawl. He shook his head, sure that he couldn't do it. If you keep going on like this, we won't be able to keep talking. Can you ask for something reasonable? Yao Gu. Yao Gu. Did you fall into the toilet? He Li's voice called out urgently from outside the door, stop fighting, come out. Lin Yao pushed him gently, quickly finish up and go out. We'll discuss the wishes later. Xie Xingqian stood upright, his hand resting on the belt, exclaiming, you look at me, feeling a bit shy. Are you even capable of being shy? Yao Gu. Yao Gu. Make a sound. Don't get killed. He Li's voice drew closer, nearly pressed against the door. Lin Yao turned around, speaking quietly, it's not the first time we've gone to the bathroom together, hurry up. Xie Xingqian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Closing the glass door behind him, he bent down to take care of business. When the two finally opened the door and came out, seeing the commotion at the doorway left them momentarily speechless. Apart from Qing Boyan and He Li who came to visit, Director Hua, a large group of classmates from the Comprehensive Battle Academy, and even Duan Zheng and Li Mao were waiting outside. Also, there was a crowd of medical staff led by Director Cheng. Lin Yao. That is to say, just now when all these people suddenly showed up waiting outside, he and Xie Xingqian were in the bathroom for 20 minutes. Are you done peeing? Director Cheng cheerfully asked, your classmates are really polite. They know the isolation area should not be noisy, so none of them made a sound. Lin Yao closed his eyes, feeling like asking Director Cheng for euthanasia. Xie Xingqian found it amusing, so, where did all of you magic folks pop out from? It's my fault, He Li knelt down and apologized, I posted a status on WeChat on my way here, but I mistakenly switched accounts. Instead of my private one, it went to the school confession wall. Lin Yao. Another account? How many fake online identities do you actually have? Yes, I am one of the anonymous users under Pure Heart confession wall. Anyway, everyone knows you're in the isolation ward and want to feel the warmth of visitors, so they all enthusiastically came. He Li gave an awkward smile. It's not a secret anyway, Xie Xingqian nodded slightly, thank you all. I'm still a bit uncomfortable, so let's dismiss. He Li hesitated, wanting to say something more. You're such a good person, I can't bear to speak ill of you anymore. Hearing this, the crowd didn't know whether to leave or stay, standing there in indecision. Duan Zheng kicked Li Mao's knee, and Li Mao immediately knelt down. With so many people watching, Li Mao finally broke down, sobbing, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have challenged you two with mecha at the training ground, and I shouldn't have abused the inducer that got you both into pheromone chaos. I was wrong. Punish me however you wish, but I truly did not use Z7032. This week, I couldn't eat or sleep, repenting every night for what I've done. Li Mao crawled on his knees from far away toward them, reaching out to grab Lin Yao's pants, only to be nimbly dodged. There was nothing left but to hang his head low, crying as he said, I know I've hurt you, physically and mentally, unforgivably. But I really didn't use Z7032. It's a banned substance. If it ever gets to the military court, I would never become a soldier. How can I admit something I didn't do? Lin Yao remained silent, merely lowering his gaze upon him. It was hard to articulate the complex emotions within him at that moment, a jumble of feelings. Back in middle school, he had been falsely accused of stealing money because he was poor. Whenever something was lost, he would instinctively be suspected. He didn't know how to resolve the issue back then, so every time someone spoke sarcastically to him, he would punch whoever slandered him. But it was useless, people would just think it was anger masking guilt. Thus, things escalated. He was isolated by all the boys in his class. When girls from other classes sent him love letters, they would be warned, he's a thief. What's the use of being handsome if your hands aren't clean? This label followed him for 3 years. But back then, Healy sat beside him, holding breakfast with a smiling face. I believe you. It was the first time Lin Yao felt warmth, and since then, no matter how many stupid things this guy did, he would always protect him and take care of everything. Because during his darkest, loneliest moments, this person reached out to him and kept him from falling further into darkness. His own act of retaliation through fighting and Li Mao's embarrassment-driven revenge were essentially the same thing. Even though either party was wrong, slander was the most contemptible way to resolve any dispute. Please tell the truth to the academy, alright? Sorry, I genuinely know I was wrong. Li Mao paid no heed to the onlookers, repeatedly smashing his forehead against the floor, creating loud echoing sounds. The room fell silent with quiet tension. Xie Xingchen wasn't sure what Lin Yao was thinking, but he noticed the hesitation on his face. By nature, he was very cold-hearted towards those who committed heinous acts. Tenfold punishment would be deserved. And even if this handling method was inappropriate, there could be other forms of retribution. Yet, Lin Yao seemed conflicted. If he wished to be lenient for Lin Yao's sake, then he was willing. Xie Xingchen lifted his hand and gently pinched Lin Yao's neck. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Lin Yao was startled by the sudden touch, turned his head, and their gazes instantly collided. With so many people around, he momentarily forgot about their supposed surface-level estrangement and did not pull away. He was just wondering why, when it was Xie Xingchen who suffered greater trauma, was his opinion being asked? Could he express his thoughts? Even if the words were spoken, would anyone really care? Lin Yao opened his mouth but hesitated, unable to continue. The main concern is that student Xie Xingchen is more seriously injured. How do you suggest we handle this? Dean Hua spoke up. Xie Xingchen gave a gentle smile, his finger lightly grazing the back of Lin Yao's pale neck as if to soothe him. Then he turned to the crowd and calmly handed over the decision-making power. I'll go with whatever Lin Yao says. His word counts. Chapter 46, What do you want? Tracing it back, the whole issue originally stemmed from Healy's creation of an extremely grotesque video. After that, it spiraled out of control endlessly. Previously, we mentioned he used Z7032, it was a misunderstanding, our judgment was wrong. Lin Yao spoke very rationally. Initially, this incident started with Healy being in the wrong, and we made a mistake. But later, Li Mao and Duanjing retaliated in much more severe ways, and I don't think Duanjing can shoulder all the blame by blaming his friend. Unexpectedly, the matter dragged him back into the situation again, causing Duanjing's expression to sour instantly. What do you want? The last time it was indeed just a regular inducing agent, but it still caused irreversible damage to Xie Xingchen. So, I think. He paused for a moment, noticing everyone looking at him expectantly. It wasn't like before when everyone would subconsciously remember and look up to him after getting first place. This was the first time he had been valued as the focus of decision-making power. It was the respect Xie Xingchen gave him that allowed this to happen. Lin Yao cleared his throat, seriously considered the matter, then said, I've heard that there are frequent wars on the barren planet lately, and they need logistical support. If punishment must be given, let them volunteer on the barren planet. Healy will go as a journalist. Barren Star. Duanjing frowned deeply. That desolate place. I don't want to go. Isn't this exile? Li Mao, however, acted as if he'd been granted a reprieve, continuously bowing. Agreed, I'm willing to go. As long as I'm not expelled from military service, even 6 months is fine. You can go yourself, but don't drag me along. Duanjing expressed strong disdain. Pig brain. Dean Hua actually smiled, saying slowly, Mr. Lin certainly has leadership potential. Originally, all the top 30 freshmen in your competition automatically formed the Chongqing Guard team, and this time the school planned to select some students. You've unintentionally helped me finalize the candidates beforehand. He paused, couldn't help laughing aloud because of how coincidentally accurate it was. You, Xie Xingchen, and Duanjing, since you're the top 3, you're definitely included anyway. Duanjing? He turned his head, looking utterly speechless. Wait, can I withdraw now? Of course not, Dean Hua retracted the smile. A soldier's primary rule is to obey orders. That should be clear to you. Duanjing looked away, muttering something vulgar under his breath. Lin Yao slightly nodded, even taking pleasure in participating in this trip. No problem. I'd be happy to supervise these 2 guys if necessary. Hearing this, Xie Xingchen jumped on the chance, readily agreeing, I have no issues either. However, Dean, supervisors and those being punished should have differences, right? For instance, my companion Lin Yao and I deserve an ultimate luxurious spacecraft with independent suites. Of course, considering cost savings for the academy, we could share one room. Just relieved to avoid a court-martial, Li Mao agreed easily now. Alright, you can even make me sleep in the restroom. Duanjing completely lost his composure and maintained a respectful distance. The hell? Can't you have some backbone? To punish, we absolutely need old discarded models of flying craft without proper accommodation. It's not a vacation after all. Xiaxingchen was particularly cruel. People sitting in confinement only get so much space in terms of bed area. This is already quite lenient. Duan Zheng. Why did he ever think it wise to provoke Xiaxingchen? Lin Yao couldn't hold back, and quietly chuckled. Cheng Boyan finally caught on and slapped his forehead. Hold on. All three of us from the dormitory are going, and I cannot be left behind. Do you have a problem? Cheng Director raised a hand to touch his hair, quite worried. Don't die out there. I am going. Cheng Boyan stood up straight. As the dorm leader, I will enter and leave together with my roommate. That person, you haven't done anything wrong nor placed among the top 30 in the contest, so you really shouldn't go, Healy whispered as a reminder. Cheng Boyan habitually looked towards his dad. Dad, can you pull strings or use influence to arrange things through a backdoor? You fool. Get out here. A pen thrown by Cheng Director almost hit him directly on the head. Okay, the visiting time for the patient exceeds half an hour already. Everyone, hurry up and disperse. When the doctor called to dismiss them, the others left accordingly. Lin Yao followed the group downstairs. Just as he reached the bottom floor, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He pulled it out and unlocked it, seeing a message from Xiaxingchen. XXC, these past few days were terrible. Haven't tasted anything good at all. Terrible, isn't it? 01 The seafood and delicacies sent that day were terrible. The young master really doesn't know the suffering of the common people. XXC Those were pictures found online, showing a rough life but a beautifully decorated social circle. 01. Lin Yao sighed slightly, deciding not to argue with the patient anymore. 01 What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it. Xiaxingchen's lips curled slightly as he thought about when he could receive such treatment. Being sick was truly great. He casually mentioned a few dishes available at nearby restaurants, actually not caring what to eat. Instead, he stood by the window, watching Lin Yao bid farewell to everyone else and then walk alone into the restaurant. The view from Xiaxingchen's room was excellent, and he often stood here gazing out the window during his confinement. But today was different, more pleasant than every other time he had stood by this window, because he could see Lin Yao. Watching him place an order, pay indifferently, carry a large bag of food across the street lights and return before walking into the courtyard of the quarantine zone. At first, saying he wanted 3 wishes was just a joke without any specific thoughts, merely intending to tease him. But now, there were definite desires. As Lin Yao walked through the tree-lined path of the quarantine area, getting closer to the building, he felt his phone vibrate. It was a call from Xiaxingchen. Sliding to answer, he spoke helplessly. You shouldn't be hungry enough to be unable to wait even half an hour. I've made up my mind. 3 wishes, I want to redeem them with you now. Xiaxingchen stood by the window, looking down as Lin Yao approached slowly. Look up, at me. Lin Yao tilted his chin up and saw him standing by the window. Don't say anything vulgar or lowbrow. Be decent. Xiaxingchen agreed. My first wish, whenever you're unhappy, you have to tell me. Lin Yao paused for a moment, startled by his seriousness. Unexpectedly, the request wasn't what he expected, it was prioritizing his own feelings instead. Because he knew how hard it was to speak up, to analyze himself deeply, did he choose to use his first precious opportunity to exchange for this? He blinked slowly, feeling the evening breeze brush across his flushed face. Alright, Lin Yao nodded in agreement. What's next? Xiaxingchen looked at him, standing under the gentle sunlight, softening his tone. My second wish, to see you every day. Lin Yao gripped his phone tightly before loosening his fingers again. The once distant relationship, where they both hoped never to meet each other, had one day transformed into something like this. He joked, this is your way of punishing me, right? Seriously, I don't even want to see you every day. Once a week would also work, just like you came to see me today. Xiaxingchen compromised. Lin Yao agreed softly, I'll try my best. What's the third? Xiaxingchen stared at him, letting his gaze slowly traverse every inch of his body, intertwining lascivious, pure, crazy desires. He feared frightening him. He needed to get close quietly, let him willingly fall into the trap. My third wish. I'll tell you another time when the weather's nice. Chapter 47, Want me to share with you. The journey to the desolate planet was set for the autumn break. Firstly, it would minimally interfere with everyone's school courses, and they'd return just in time for the midterm exams. Secondly, Xiaxingchen had suffered a major blow this time. He had spent almost half a month in quarantine, missing both his cultural classes and training sessions. The rumor that someone had stabbed him through the waist seemed all the more credible. There were even uninformed Omega admirers who had jointly petitioned for a letter, requesting Commander Chong Qing treat students humanely, and restore peace and quiet for Xiaxingchen to recover. This caused quite a stir. To quell public opinion, the school had no choice but to have Xiaxingchen record a video to personally clear up the rumors, which then played on repeat across the various screens of the school. Thank you to all my classmates for your concern, but rumors stop with wise men, and debunking must come from myself. Lin Yao and I are currently enjoying a harmonious relationship. Lin Yao was holding a sniper rifle practicing shooting when he saw this video. The sudden appearance of Xia Xingqian's face on the overhead screen almost made him shoot a bullet right into He Li's forehead. My god, you've changed. You actually wanted to assassinate me because of Xia. He Li jumped 3 meters away in fear. Before Lin Yao could speak, he heard Xia Xingqian continue. He sends me his class notes every day. He Li looked completely disbelieving. You're doing such useless acts of kindness. Lin Yao explained. He said if I fail a subject, as my former rival, it will make me lose face. He takes pictures of the sunrise for me every day on the way to school. He Li narrowed his eyes. It's getting kinda romantic between you two, I'm almost ready to ship you. Lin Yao stammered. He said the sleep suppressant makes him sleep poorly, and he doesn't want to miss the sunrise. And he delivers food to me every 3 days. He Li let out a cold laugh. Lin Yao. It absolutely wasn't his own choice. Because of one of those damn wishes, he had to see Xia once a week at least. He couldn't possibly break the promise in the first week. He Li snatched the sniper rifle from Lin Yao's hands and cried pitifully, Bro Lin, let me kill myself. Maybe being poisoned leads to a bad end, I really can't take it anymore. All of these things aren't about feeling guilty and trying to make amends for injuring him. It's out of deep concern from Lin Yao for me. So, please stop spreading the rumors that Lin Yao injured me. I'm physically and mentally fit for the expedition, and I wish to accompany Lin Yao in following the Chongqing Guard team to the desolate planet to rescue our compatriots. Don't mess up my schedule, thank you. The last line hit so hard that it sent chills down people's spines. Are these two really so harmonious now? I don't know, maybe that's what they call making up after fighting. You bastard, that's a phrase used for married couples. Perhaps they've developed feelings living together in the same dormitory. After all, there isn't much hatred between them. What can they do anyway? It might also be due to the forceful demands of President Hua. If it gets out that comrades are killing each other, that's serious business. People around whispered among themselves, casting furtive glances toward the center of discussion. Lin Yao reached out and reclaimed the gun held by He Li, expression cold, this gun serves another purpose. When Xia comes back, I'll shoot him dead. That guy has been acting reckless lately, leaning on his illness too much. Friendly experience card expires here. Hey, behind you. He Li stopped midway, hesitantly silencing himself. Lin Yao, harboring the thought of slaying someone, turned sharply. The tip of the sniper rifle was immediately pressed against the newcomer's shoulder. After only a second's hesitation, he smoothly retracted it. The person before him was dressed in civilian clothes unlike the combat suits everyone else wore, a black coat, broad-shouldered, understated in color yet somehow radiating an air akin to peacock feathers flaunting proudly. Lin Yao felt alarmed inside and cursed aloud, do you want to die? Rushing straight at the gun barrel like that. If it had really gone off, we'd both be buried together. Another few days hadn't passed, and Xia Xingqian truly missed hearing this mouth, exactly this flavor. Joint burial sounds not bad at all, he slightly arched his eyebrows. Then he looked up at the video playing on loop and explained, President will mostly ask me to highlight more of your good qualities. I didn't realize how much there is until this, accidentally saying too much. But everything is true, it's not my fault, right? He merely wanted everyone to know how good Lin Yao was to him, why should he be blamed? Lin Yao steadied his breathing, not your fault. He stared into Xia Xingqian's eyes, shifting his arm further away before pulling the trigger. Bang, a bullseye with eyes closed. The next time you talk nonsense, that will be your head, Lin Yao warned. He Li glanced over and, wow, the target had been shattered. His brother Yao was really good at shooting, next time, he should cut a solo cool moment video for him to boost his stats. Xia Xingqian nodded with a smile still on his face, alright, then to make up for my mistake, I'll go back with you to pack. You're even trying to take packing away from me, that's my job, He Li said with an indignant expression. On the first day of school, I was the one who came with him. Xia Xingqian glanced aside, his tone gentle, then thank you for taking care of him. He Li. The other party ignored your mockery and delivered an honest blow. Why are you so polite thanking on his behalf? Ugh, it's infuriating. I don't have much luggage, just the stuff in the dormitory. No need to pack. Lin Yao picked up the gun, returned it to the borrowing counter, and signed his name. Xia Xingqian stood nearby with his hands in the pockets of his coat, then will you come with me? I have quite a few things to get, all at home. You'd better stop while you can. Why should I accompany you? Before, you agreed to 2 days and nights of practice as debt repayment, but you haven't gone once. Shouldn't people be honest? Lin Yao. Your meticulousness is truly despicable. He didn't know why this guy had so much leverage over him, and scrawled his signature fiercely on the form, fine, let's go. Even when they arrived at his house, Lin Yao still didn't understand why the guy had dragged him along. He stared at the crystal chandelier hanging in the living room, suddenly realizing, showing off wealth. Everywhere he looked, there was evidence of immense wealth, down to the tissue box on the table, which was inlaid with gold and jade. Is your dad corrupt? Lin Yao asked straightforwardly. Isn't the union leader on a salary? How can you be so rich? You must be taking money from shady places. If he could put him in jail, wouldn't he no longer have to be threatened? Lin Yao seriously considered the possibility. Xia Xingqian knew what he was thinking and sighed regretfully. Not really, I also have another Omega father who does legitimate business, and indeed, we're wealthy. Lin Yao. I'll fight against you rich people. If only he had this kind of tissue box before, maybe he wouldn't have had to sleep in the basement. Xie Xingchen looked into his eyes and smiled suggestively. If you want, I can give you all of mine. Lin Yao paused. Though poor, he still had pride, he would rather die than be humiliated. He straightened his back and said arrogantly, sorry, I don't need your little crumbs of charity. Chapter 48, because I want to. Xie Xingchen thought to himself. His image in Lin Yao's mind might have improved a little, but it was really only that much. Probably just enough to go from a situation where they'd want to assassinate each other on sight before, to now maybe sharing a bit of conscience and charity. Xie Xingchen apologized, you're pretty good, got some backbone. It's me who shouldn't have insulted you with money. Good that you know. Lin Yao's expression remained cold as he glanced down at the gold-encrusted jade tissue box again. Extravagant waste. Xie Xingchen opened a huge suitcase and began stuffing things from a nearby storage cabinet into it, talking as he did so. This time we're led by Dinhua. Since you don't have much to bring, once I'm done we can head back to school and set off immediately. Lin Yao sent a message to Healy informing him, alright, got it. As he raised his head again, he noticed the items packed inside the suitcase, 4 sets of pajamas, 2 pairs of slippers, 2 toothbrushes, 2 cups. It looked like a moving operation, and everything was in pairs. It's not a vacation. Why bother having more than one set for rotation? Lin Yao couldn't tolerate this lordly attitude of his. If you're this delicate, just stay home and recuperate. Right as he prepared to continue critiquing, a few pillowcases were shoved into his hands, and Xie Xingchen said, pick one. Which kind do you prefer to sleep on? Lin Yao. Seeing Lin Yao's puzzled face, Xie Xingchen explained, we'll be gone for quite a while this time, and it's a remote barren planet. Accommodations may not be comfortable, so we should prepare wherever possible for comfort. Not sleeping well would only cause more trouble. Are these, for me? Lin Yao was taken aback. Or do you think I asked you over here just to show off wealth? Xie Xingchen chuckled humorously. Seriously, do you actually think that's all I want? Lin Yao. Sorry, up until 3 minutes ago, that was exactly what he thought. Now, feeling slightly mischievous and guilty for projecting base motives onto someone with better intentions, he found himself rather embarrassed. He lowered his head and casually picked one among several colors. It felt very smooth and soft despite being unable to identify the brand. Still, it radiated high-quality material. I don't know the difference, so, just this one will do. I live roughly, not picky about anything, Lin Yao truthfully stated. Even a park bench could allow him to sleep until sunrise. Well then, let's bring them all. Change daily. Eventually, you'll figure out which you like best. Xie Xingchen spoke nonchalantly, folding all of them neatly into the case. Lin Yao was momentarily speechless. After several seconds, he tentatively asked, so, does that mean the toiletries and stuff you brought also include my share? The moment those words left his mouth, he saw the other lift his head and look at him silently. Perhaps mistaken. Or maybe due to their recent odd relationship dynamics warping his perception, Lin Yao quickly turned away, muttering coldly, never mind, I was making a bad joke. And then he felt warmth from another palm lightly rub the top of his head. They're for you. Xie Xingchen smiled. I'm glad you even considered it. Unable to endure his pet-like mannerism anymore, Lin Yao froze. Moving was wrong, staying still also felt weird. But worse, this guy seemed addicted to touching, fingers twirling repeatedly through his hair and playing around incessantly without any signs of stopping. Finally, Lin Yao snapped and kicked him, saying, the last person who touched my head nearly broke a bone. Last one wasn't me. Didn't I wash your hair that one time? Then it was the one before last, Lin Yao gritted out through clenched teeth. Xie Xingchen laughed uncontrollably, withdrew his hand, and pulled out a mountain of other supplies for selection, ranging from color, style, and material. Lin Yao felt like he was browsing a furniture store instead. It took close to an hour, and they finally returned to the school pushing 2 large suitcases filled to the brim. His own belongings, however, were minimal. A small black hand-carry bag sufficed, compact and easy to carry. Cheng Boyan had begged Director Cheng for almost a week, managing to secure his place in this team through connections. Apart from himself and Xie Xingchen, Lin Yao remained expressionless as usual, and the 3 others punished for misconduct walked gloomily along. Seriously annoying, just thinking about going to that godforsaken place makes me irritable, Duanjing scowled, visibly annoyed upon seeing nothing but irritating faces accompanying him, exuding pure displeasure across his entire body. Duan, if you keep this attitude, this trip won't be pleasant for you, warned Huier. Based on Xie Xingchen's prior suggestion, we're using small aircrafts this time, paired up 2 by 2. So you 3 get that one. Li Mao raised his eyes and saw 4 aircrafts, each with distinct shapes. But evidently, there was one in the middle that looked broken, old, and peeling, seeming like it'd fall apart the moment it started. He hesitantly asked, is the old one fine? It won't fall apart mid-flight, will it? Huier pondered for several seconds and very seriously said, generally, no, but this aircraft is rather ancient. There's a 1% chance. Duanjing. Shit. Huier faintly smiled, alright, everyone, please pair up by yourselves, we're ready to depart. He Li immediately moved closer to Lin Yao, I'll go with you. My driving skills are not great, so please bear with me. Before Lin Yao could even agree, Xia Xingchen pulled him over, he goes with me. Why? He Li thought his courage was growing, daring to contest someone from the Xia family, but still mustered the nerve, I'm more familiar with him. Cheng Boyan came through your connections, so you two know each other better. Any problem? Xia Xingchen. No issues, perfectly reasonable, left speechless. Lin Yao glanced at him, unsure if his just-restored body could endure a long drive. Can you drive? Of course. Xia Xingchen replied, if you don't want to, I can take care of the whole trip. Lin Yao, concerned that Cheng Boyan might also lack proficiency, then said, then I'll go with He Li, you two be careful. Xia Xingchen. He then started haggling with the clingy person, He Li, would you like a more comfortable journey? He Li nodded eagerly like a chicken pecking, definitely. Being assigned to such a hard place while having to handle filming on top of it, he'd rather die. I'll give you the high-quality pajamas, pillowcases, toiletries I brought, along with the best flight craft in exchange for me being paired with Lin Yao. Xia Xingchen proposed. Recalling how he packed back home, Lin Yao could see that Xia Xingchen was always quality conscious, so why give all of this away now? Still, Lin Yao reminded him, the sleeping spots on the barren planet may not even have bed covers. Are you sure? I can compromise. Xia Xingchen turned his head and continued enticing He Li, all excellent stuff, lightweight yet smooth, you'll definitely love them. He Li was craving the high-end bedding set but felt unscrupulous abandoning a buddy. He hesitated, looking troubled. Instinctively sensing a trap, he became cautious, why do you absolutely need to be in Yao's group? What sinister plan are you brewing? Give me a reasonable reason. Everyone stopped walking, curious to find out. The previous two who had been beating each other senseless not long ago were not only suddenly making peace, but also sticking together like glue. Lin Yao also turned his head, thinking it might be because Xia Xingchen feared needing omega pheromones during the trip for reassurance. With his hands in his pockets, hair ruffled by the wind, revealing sharp brows and eyes, his tone casual but brash. No reason. Because I want to. Chapter 49, A Hidden Secret. Lin Yao had no idea what wind he was blowing again. What do you mean, no reason, just because I want to? Try being more aloof. Do you think the world revolves around your whims? Xia Xingchen glanced in his direction and immediately turned the corner, never mind then. Lin Yao was taken aback. What was this half-spoken, hidden expression supposed to mean? Are you ill or what? All about saving face at the cost of suffering silently. After some thought, Lin Yao still chose a very tactful way to ask, are you feeling unwell? Xia Xingchen denied it, no, I feel fine. I'll be in your group, Lin Yao said coldly, thinking that if Xia got sick on the way, he would be dragging everyone down. Xia Xingchen's expression brightened, then let's do it your way. With these casual few sentences, He Li subtly felt as if there was a barrier isolating everyone else outside their little bubble, speaking codes only they understood. He Li's attitude collapsed slightly, his expression turning into a bitter gourd, fine, I get it now. You two are a team, forget me. Anyway, I'm also being exiled, this is my punishment, I understand. Lin Yao. It's not like that. How could he tell everyone outright that Xia Xingchen had some sort of condition that might flare up any time? He Li saw him opening his mouth but unable to articulate any clear justification, so he waved him off, alright, I get it, I'll back out. Cheng Boyan, let's go. But dude, I'm also new at this, Cheng Boyan panicked. I'm just here to learn from experience, I don't want to die young. No problem, if we crash and die, so be it. Anyway, my heart is colder than ice at the northernmost point right now, He Li snorted lightly and left. Cheng Boyan sent a heavy-hearted message to his father. Only when I've grown up do I understand your painstaking efforts. Sorry Dad, I've been stubborn. If I have another chance, I will respect you in the next life. The moment Director Cheng stepped out of the operating room. Totally lost, he immediately called Hor to inquire further. After understanding everything clearly, he once again initiated his network connections demanding the hospital director take the two rookies for the flight. Hor, given his good relationship with Xia Hengji, didn't dare say anything but agreed. After hanging up the phone, he dragged his face along, you two follow me, board the aircraft, take off. Cheng Boyan's face lit up happily as he sent another message to Director Cheng. Dad, I'll respect you again when I come back. I'm alive again. He Li linked arms with Cheng Boyan, strutting proudly past Lin Yao, huffed softly, and said again as he passed Xia Xingchen, remember to give me the stuff. Xia Xingchen's lips curved slightly, no problem. When Lin Yao followed him onto the aircraft, he still didn't understand how things had escalated to this point and felt quite annoyed. Did I make He Li angry? Xia Xingchen was helping place soft cushions and pillows in the cockpit for him, his mood exceptionally good, seems like it, but he'd better get used to it sooner. Get used to what? Getting used to the teammate who will fight alongside you being me. Xia Xingchen paused briefly, and only me. Lin Yao was stunned. A teammate? Since childhood, he had fought alone. Even after meeting Xie Xingchen later, he had always seen him as standing on the opposite side of every situation, with no possibility of aligning their stances. And now, he said they were to be teammates. Lin Yao stared at him fixedly for several seconds before laughing. Isn't it because you're afraid of dying, so you want someone skilled in fighting with you? This time, Xie Xingchen didn't jest with the typical, yes, instead with an extremely serious expression. Lin Yao, we are mutually protective partners, you need to think about that carefully. He lowered his eyes, opened the dashboard in front of him, calmly pushing the lever. If you have nothing to do, try to soothe Healy using the communicator. Lin Yao pressed the button, emitting a scratchy sound, then turned it off. Expression blank, I don't know what to say. Just say what you originally wanted to say. Xie Xingchen smoothly lifted the aircraft while entering the clouds at a very stable and comfortable angle. Tell him that you're worried about me, fearing I might not feel well, hence you chose our group, not excluding him. Lin Yao. Wasn't this guy learning mind reading in the last half-month? Terrifying. He turned his face away, his earlobes flushing slightly. I'm not worried about you. Xie Xingchen hummed, already having anticipated his response. You're worried that if I get sick, I'll be a burden to everyone, so you selflessly decided to stay with me. Lin Yao. He couldn't bear it anymore, he wanted to get off. He couldn't spend another minute with this guy, it was too terrifying. But as he glanced out the side, they were already in the troposphere, jumping would be certain death. Closing his eyes and tilting his head back, Lin Yao muttered, I'm tired, I'm going to sleep for a while. You can take over later. For some reason, despite sitting in a cramped seat with bent legs and an awkward posture, leaning against the soft cushion behind his neck, Lin Yao slept exceptionally comfortably, as if he were floating into the clouds outside the window. He didn't know how long he had slept when he was awoken by the noisy chatter from the communicator. Jesus, isn't this just gorgeous? I'm on a wild photo spree here. Ching Boyan, come pose for me. A man like you needs legendary photos of your life. It was definitely Healy talking. Duanjing mocked coldly, you bumpkin. Never been aboard a starship before, have you? Could someone take a picture of me through the cockpit? After being thoroughly beaten earlier, Li Mao had become extremely polite. I'd like to post it back home. Healy, whose temper flared up quickly but subsided just as fast, shouted, then make Duanjing, that moron, move aside, he's blocking your shot. An eerie silence followed. With his eyes still closed, Lin Yao smiled faintly and murmured quietly, they're so noisy. When he opened his eyes again, he noticed that Xie Xingchen had switched to autopilot and was standing at the edge of the spacecraft's cabin, gazing through the glass into the distance, lost in thought. Lin Yao opened his mouth to say something but then thought better of it and chose not to disturb him. Instead, he stared at his silhouette for a while until Xie Xingchen turned around, awake. Lin Yao nodded and checked the flight time on the dashboard. It had already been 10 hours, sorry, I slept for too long. We agreed to swap shifts. I prefer your old self, who used to snap at me all the time. This politeness makes me uncomfortable. I realized you're actually kind of twisted. Xie Xingchen gestured for him to come closer and said softly, come here, the view outside is beautiful. Lin Yao had never traveled far. Since childhood, he had been locked inside a small lab and later a dark basement. Throughout his life, he had been confined to tight spaces, suffocating without relief. Even though the current cabin was still narrow, looking at the endless starry sky before him made him feel an unprecedented sense of freedom. It's truly beautiful. Look there, next to the sun, there's a dim star, Xie Xingchen pointed with his hand. It's not very bright, you have to focus for a long time to notice it. Following his direction, Lin Yao looked out silently, you even noticed these unremarkable little stars. Xie Xingchen, with absolutely no intention of showing off his wealth, said delicately, because I bought that star. Lin Yao. He should have known better than to ask. These rich people always manage to ruin things for others. Xie Xingchen turned Lin Yao's head back to its original position and whispered, take a closer look. Being held firmly in place, Lin Yao had no choice but to stare intently for a long while. When his patience was about to wear thin, he finally saw a flicker from that spot, a tiny light. And yet, because of his attention, it felt like it shone brighter than the sun in that moment. I saw it. I saw it. It's flashing. Look, it flashed again. Lin Yao instinctively grabbed his arm, thrilled like a child tasting candy for the first time. Xie Xingchen hummed and lowered his gaze toward him. On that star, there's a hidden secret. Chapter 50, Unable to Resist. Lin Yao's gaze was still ahead, but he was a little curious. What secret? Already said it's a secret, how could I easily tell anyone? Xie Xingchen said slowly, when our relationship becomes more harmonious, when you and I are no longer strangers to each other, I'll tell you. Not telling is not telling, what suspense? Lin Yao wiped the expression off his face, coldly glanced at him, just for that very provoking sentence of yours, I estimate we won't be harmonious in this lifetime. Xie Xingchen let out a sound of AI and sighed slightly. Getting too cocky again, irritated someone. Lin Yao stared at that dark star for a while, turned around, sat back in the cockpit, lowering his eyes to look at the numbers on the dashboard. The simulated flight machine had been driven countless times during previous training sessions, with always perfect test flight scores, but actually had little practical experience. The whole academy also had a big heart, pulling out several freshmen just entering university. Seeing there were still over half an hour until reaching the destination, he switched back to manual mode. Xia Xingchen returned to his previous seat, his head resting on the cushion Lin Yao had just used, feeling it still retained warmth. It was quite comfortable. Just then, they saw He Li's aircraft fly alongside in parallel. Turning his head he noticed He Li pressing against the window of the cabin, shouting loudly into the communicator, "Look at my brother Yao. So handsome. Actually driving with one hand. He who doesn't even have a driving license for terrestrial vehicles, can drive an aircraft." Lin Yao clenched his teeth and ground out, "Shut up." Cheng Boyan started talking nonsense. "Even I have one, just got it last week, started the exam last year, failed the subject 4 times, barely passed low-altitude flying. Waste of space." Duanjing scolded him, "I obtained mine in the 3rd year of high school." "Wow, you got it in your 3rd year of high school, you're so amazing." He Li initiated a sarcastic attack, "I got it as soon as I turned 18 in my 2nd year of high school, you moron." Li Mao asked, "How come you can get it so early?" He Li fearlessly answered, "Because I repeated a grade due to poor grades, duh. Didn't you know I got admitted to Chongqing as a talent student?" Xia Xingchen turned to look at him, couldn't help but laugh. Is little Lin Yao because he has just come of age, so hasn't had time to learn? Being told the truth, Lin Yao clenched his teeth and ground out, "You're only a few months older than me, what's so great about that?" Xia Xingchen was extremely pleased. "Do you remember my birthday? You really care about your sworn enemy." Lin Yao deliberately did a dive, almost pulling the person out of their seat, only stabilizing again to say, "Your ugly face used to always be on the honor wall, beside was personal information, blind people couldn't miss it." Xia Xingchen only picked the things he liked to hear. You often looked at my picture." Lin Yao. Cheng Boyan spoke up, "So actually Lin Yao is the youngest among us, right? Then why do you call him brother Yao, He Li? If you round up, you're 2 years older than him, what a thick-skinned guy." He Li sighed, "Brother Yao forced me to." Lin Yao. He really decided that before today ended, he wouldn't say another word to anyone. Until they reached that dilapidated backup area on the wasteland, he remained silent. He Li was still asking by the side, "What's wrong with brother Yao? Is it because we flew too high that he had some kind of reaction?" After handing over the promised item to the other party, Xia Xingchen kindly reminded, "I suggest you shut up now, otherwise you might be assassinated tonight." Though He Li didn't understand, he obediently made a zipping motion across his lips. Hu College said, "It's already late tonight, there are no immediate plans, everyone go rest according to 2 per room. This environment is harsh, bear with it, for all of you, it will be an unforgettable experience." Duanjing lifted his hand to smack down a huge blood-sucking mosquito, sneering, "Truly unforgettable." Li Mao reached out to pull him, "Talk less, if you piss them off, they could kill you and bury you here and no one would know. Young man, you've really grown up, I officially reconcile with you." He Li stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder. Lin Yao was too lazy to speak, mainly because the conversation on the communicator was too embarrassing, still not recovered from it, pushed the luggage and entered the room. The preventive warnings beforehand weren't wasted, it was indeed small, and narrow. Turning around could cause collisions, 2 rather crude single military beds, a small shower room, these were all the facilities. Xia Xingchen opened the suitcase, took out bedding prepared earlier for him, "You set up your own, I'm going to shower first." Lin Yao grunted, slowly unfolding the silk, or whatever material, bed cover. It seemed completely out of place for this environment. But then, Xia Xingchen handed the other set to He Li. Could the young master endure the uncomfortable-looking bedsheet? He quickly finished laying out his bedding and sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Before long, he saw Xia Xingchen come out after a quick shower, standing up and saying, "It's my turn." The room was cramped, they nearly bumped shoulders when passing by each other. Lin Yao caught a faint whiff of the shower gel from him. It certainly wasn't provided here, it had to be a high-end product he brought himself. This delicate young master, who even brought his own shower gel, made Lin Yao doubt again if Xia Xingchen could make it through the night in that worn-out military-style bed. When he shut the bathroom door, Xia Xingchen gripped the wrinkled sheet and wiped his face with his hand. "It's worse than I imagined, can't bear it." After just a second of hesitation, he unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle he brought, deftly pouring the water onto his single bed. The moisture instantly spread over a large patch, rendering it impossible to sleep on. Xia Xingchen crouched on the bed, one leg bent while the other lazily stretched out, idly shaking the water bottle, deep in thought. As soon as Lin Yao came out, he noticed his peculiar sitting posture. "What's wrong?" Xia Xingchen turned sideways, showing the results of his earlier action, sounding regretful, "Drove too long today, my hands are a bit shaky. Just wanted to drink some water, but ended up spilling it all." A big wet spot had soaked into the dark green bedspread, making it impossible to lie down. Lin Yao frowned, "Where will you sleep tonight?" "I'll sleep on the floor," Xia Xingchen said slowly, observing his expression, "or squeeze in the aircraft, no problem, don't worry about me." Lin Yao stared at him for several seconds, like trying to discern the truth. Xia Xingchen rose swiftly, grabbing a small pillow to head out. "You sleep, I'm leaving, good night." Just as he reached the door, he felt his arm being pulled, so he stopped and looked back. "What?" Lin Yao stared at the narrow single bed, repeatedly doubting whether this was the right decision. But that silk bed cover, so out of place in this room, kept reminding him to be a little kinder. Come squeeze with me. Lin Yao lightly coughed, although it might be tight, it's still better than curling up in the aircraft seat. It would be truly difficult for someone who is 190 centimeters tall to sleep there. Xie Xingchen stared at him for several seconds. Is that appropriate? A second later, he nodded, all right. Before Lin Yao realized what happened, Xie Xingchen had already sprawled across the bed, turning to one side and patting it. Come, let's sleep. Lin Yao. He only felt weird but couldn't quite put his finger on why, so he slowly lay down. He turned sideways, reaching to turn off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. With both of them being tall, they were even more cramped on the narrow bed. After accidentally bumping into the other person multiple times, Lin Yao suddenly found himself grabbed tightly around the waist. What are you doing? His voice was low. Xie Xingchen's palm patted gently, easing his stiffness. If you keep moving, we won't be able to sleep tonight. Then he added another sentence, this way, we won't fall off. Yet, how could anyone sleep like this? Lin Yao felt short of breath. Too close, let me go, I won't move. Xie Xingchen didn't listen, just lowering his head as if to confirm something about ownership. He didn't know what came over him. Just instinctively, he wanted to pull the other closer upon touching him. Even though he had injected 3 suppressant shots before coming out to avoid any accidents. Now it seemed like none of them worked. Lin Yao's chin pressed against Xie Xingchen's shoulder, hesitantly asking, what's wrong with you? Due to the proximity, Lin Yao could feel Xie Xingchen's heat. Despite it being a cold night. Xie Xingchen didn't say anything, just shook his head. Did your condition recur? Lin Yao slowly blinked, fixing his gaze on the ceiling, cautiously asking, I try to comfort you. Useless, stop messing around. Xie Xingchen felt that this situation was probably becoming normal. He shouldn't take advantage of Lin Yao every time. So he propped himself on the bed's edge, preparing to get up. I'll sleep in the aircraft. What was this? Self-inflicted suffering, he should have not spilled that water. In the dark, he felt for the suppressant at the bedside and injected himself again. But it seemed useless still. Lin Yao stared at him, the dim room making it seem as though he could see into the dark depths of his eyes, like the faint dark star that had previously flickered in the darkness, momentarily shaking one's heart. He reached out, grabbing the other person's pajamas, slowly pulling them closer. So, can we make it work with a kiss? He didn't know what else to do. Anyway, for the two of them, this was no different than giving artificial respiration after nearly drowning. Xie Xingchen remained silent, only pressing his lower lip tight, staring steadily at him for a few seconds. It's not that serious. You don't have to. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yao already tilted his head and kissed over. He grazed the slightly dry lower lip, gradually passing on the antidote. Xie Xingchen felt the long-awaited pleasure. Unable to help himself, he caressed Lin Yao's nape, responding deeply. Just a moment. Lin Yao had never seen such intensity, trying to turn away and dodge. But his entire body was firmly held by a tight grip around his wrist, completely unable to move. Even so, Lin Yao didn't forget to pass on the antidote, this soft yet helpless little gesture brushing against the heart like a feather, truly adorable. Just let go once more then. Xie Xingchen couldn't resist kissing deeper. Chapter 51, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lin Yao was driven dizzy and breathless by his antics. He could only breathe slightly by lifting his chin to draw a little thin air. He thought that if it was this urgent, Xie Xingchen's condition must really be quite bad. Good boy. Xie Xingchen hoarsely praised him. Lin Yao rarely listened so obediently. He wasn't used to being close to anyone. Just after being restrained for a few seconds, he instinctively wanted to resist, raising his hand to knock the other down, an inborn stubbornness and defiance ingrained since childhood. But as soon as his hand touched the broad shoulder and lightly pushed, he felt the sudden pause from the other side, and ended up feeling reluctant. Finally, he relaxed. Feeling his tolerance, Xie Xingchen's heart nearly melted. The burning fingers pinched his crimson earlobe while whispering, why are you so well-behaved, Yao Yao? Ah, can he not speak like this at such moments? It's unbearable. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yao's brain felt like it was about to explode. I am helping others. Not listening. Xie Xingchen only picked what he liked to hear. Lin Yao tightened his fingers but couldn't help it, ending up grabbing the other. Xie Xingchen sharply drew in a breath, feeling a slight sting. Only then did he slowly loosen his hold, looking down to see a red, long mark. You've truly become a wild kitten now. Xie Xingchen seemed unconcerned, smiling instead. In the dark, Lin Yao strained to observe his expression uncertainly, asking, are you feeling better now? Xie Xingchen hummed with satisfaction, replying, thanks for your hospitality. Then he added, it was sweet. Lin Yao. He wanted to argue that no matter how he tasted himself, he couldn't find sweetness. But saying it would be too embarrassing, so he couldn't open his mouth. Instead, he lifted his hand to cover his face, muttering, you're seriously sick. The other didn't respond. Lin Yao froze, his palm still not moved down, yet feeling his lips sealed again. This time, it was like pecking kisses, but this kissing method was far too persistent, leaving him legless. Unable to bear it, he tried to turn away, only to discover his head being held firmly by a hand. Immobile. Just when he could barely hold on any longer, the top alarm suddenly blared loudly, causing both of them to abruptly snap out of their daze, opening their eyes to lock gazes. Still Xiaxingchen reacted first, backing off slightly. We probably need to go on duty, there might be post-war situations needing assistance. War is war, soldiers are soldiers. No matter how much personal sentiment they have, once the assembly bell rings, obedience is key. Lin Yao steadied his breathing, softly asking, "Can you go now?" Xiaxingchen was still hot, but the pheromones earlier had indeed calmed his restlessness somewhat. Thus, he nodded, yes. Both climbed off the bed, quickly changing back into their uniforms, zipping up to the very top before rushing to the gathering point. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. As everyone else was sleeping soundly, they arrived, all groggy with yawns. Alongside them were some army volunteers originally stationed on the Baron Star. "I can't believe this. We've been asleep for just half an hour." Duanjing frowned deeply, asking, "Where are we going?" Hole kept his eyes lowered, always keeping an eye on information transmitted from the front lines, solemnly stating, "Wait here, ready to rescue at any moment." "Then why call us out so early?" Duanjing put his hands in his pockets, slouching, ridiculous. Given his family background, Hole refrained from scolding him directly. "What's the fuss about? Are you waiting to be punished, treating this as a vacation?" Cheng Boyan, full of respect for the battlefield, couldn't resist interjecting, "Exactly, when you die, no one will even collect your body." "You." Duanjing was livid. "Fine, everyone's against me, whatever." "Fucking idiot," Healy muttered, holding the recorder strictly in charge of documentation, letting the lens sweep through the neatly lined-up formation before stopping on Lin Yao. "Big bro Yao, did you get bitten by a poisonous mosquito?" Lin Yao raised his hand to touch his lips, finding them a bit warm. Memories of the scene prior flashed in his mind, heating up his ears as well. He whispered quietly, "No, what's wrong with my mouth?" "Then why is it swollen like that?" "Swollen? That's impossible." After several seconds, Lin Yao suddenly realized what had happened before the assembly. Silently, he glanced sideways at the originator beside him, pursing his lips and said bitterly, "There seems to be a poisonous mosquito, very toxic, and it only knows to bite around the mouth recklessly." Grinding his teeth, he almost wanted to cut the person into pieces with a knife. Xiaxingchen stifled a laugh, turning his head without uttering a sound. "I have mosquito repellent spray in my bag. I'll give it to you when I come back," Cheng Boyan offered enthusiastically. Through gritted teeth, Lin Yao squeezed out the words, "All right, thank you." Healy zoomed in the camera on the plump, red lips and gave commentary from the sidelines. "In a desolate location at the farthest edge of the 9-star systems, the environment is quite harsh. As we can see from our volunteer Lin Yao, just one night after landing here, his mouth has already swelled up from poisonous mosquito bites. It's pitiful." "Cut that part out." Lin Yao's face revealed a murderous expression. "Why? This shows your excellent qualities enduring hardship in battle." Healy leaned in, lowering his voice, "If you want to get promoted, just going to the front line isn't enough. You need a good positive image. I'm helping you." Lin Yao internally thought he didn't really want this bizarre material. Xiaxingchen stifled laughter, yet dared not laugh out loud for fear of provoking someone into beating him up. "What are you so happy about?" Lin Yao keenly picked up on his mood. "Nothing, am I laughing? My expression is clearly very serious." Xiaxingchen tightly pursed his lips, but couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth curving upward. He had no intention of enjoying some distant disaster as mere entertainment, just thinking about the other person's initiative filled him with too much delight that was impossible to hide. Lin Yao stared at his micro-expressions, getting furious. "You ungrateful dog, showing no gratitude when I softened and helped relieve your condition. Good deed goes unrewarded, next time, absolutely, won't help voluntarily again." Xiaxingchen sighed and explained, "I'm not laughing." Lin Yao lifted his hand to cover his ears, looking cold, "I can't hear you." Great, their relationship which had been difficult to ease back just crashed again. Hole watched the post-war information updating in real time and calmly spoke, "Everyone, group freely into 2 teams, 1 team heads south to assist medical personnel, 1 team goes north to record the post-war scene." Lin Yao, still sporting his swollen lips, took another recording device from Hole's hand, grabbed Healy, and walked toward the military vehicle. "I'll go north with you." Xiaxingchen cautiously called out, "Yao Yao. You try calling me double names again." Lin Yao turned around, eyes sharp like daggers. You triggered his landmine, he hates being called that way most. After boasting how well he knew Brother Yao, Healy was thrilled that Lin Yao had come back to his side and beamed like a victorious concubine winning the palace intrigue. Xiaxingchen, feeling irked over there, started abusing Duanjing and Li Mao. "The 2 of you will handle the stretchers later." "What about you?" Duanjing didn't want to do manual labor. "Me? I know how to clean wounds and bandage them." "Do you?" Xiaxingchen's tone was calm. "Duanjing. You sure are full of arrogance." They split up and headed towards the post-war area where the war had ended, but due to its vast range, each station was nearly 10 kilometers apart. Healy reluctantly divided tasks, "Then you are responsible for recording this section, and I'll head to the battle site ahead. I'll come back later to pick you up." "Alright, see you back at the gathering point." Lin Yao said softly. Lin Yao got out of the car alone, watching the SUV disappear from sight as he turned on the bright headlights illuminating the night. Just as he saw the ground covered with corpses and blood, all emotions turned into nothingness. Suddenly, he began shaking uncontrollably. His hands trembled, the camera shook, surrounded by fragmented bodies, memories of the fire 8 years ago in the lab came flooding back. The same as now, covered in blood, grotesque faces, charred bodies, scattered everywhere. Run, Ling Yi. Run fast. Don't look back. Someone screamed. He managed to escape back then, stumbling, fighting tooth and nail. Scenes he had forgotten came rushing back like a tidal wave. Lin Yao stood rooted to the spot, his feet feeling like they were glued down with lead, watching Healy get further and further away while being unable to move an inch. Not knowing how long it lasted, when he finally reacted, he found tears streaming down his face. Hole is asking how things are on your end. Xie Xingchen's voice came through the communicator in Lin Yao's hand. Lin Yao, do you hear me? There were noisy background sounds behind him, voices came faintly mixed with hurried tones of medical personnel. Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen calling Lin Yao. 1 minute passed, there was still no response. Lin Yao's trembling hands left him hoarse, suddenly unable to utter a word. Lin Yao, Cheng Boyan calling Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen is looking for you. Lin Yao, Li Mao calling Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen is looking for you. Lin Yao, Duan Zheng calling Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen. Xie Xingchen is looking for you. Brother Yao. Why aren't you talking? What's wrong? Just wait, I'm coming back immediately. Lin Yao, give me your location, I'm coming right away. Xie Xingchen urgently opened his mouth. Lin Yao seemed to have returned to the moment after that big fire, when he suffered from intermittent aphasia for half a year and couldn't utter a word, could only send his location with trembling fingers using all his strength. It doesn't matter, you must face it, in the future, you will face such scenes countless times, you must face it. Lin Yao kept giving himself psychological hints, listening to the calls in the communicator one by one, yet unable to say a word. Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen is looking for you, please respond. Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen is looking for you, please respond. Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen is looking for you, please respond. Unable to respond, Lin Yao felt an unbearable headache. The communicator slipped from his hand as his legs went weak, and he fell backward. Thinking he would touch the cold ground and be piled up with those corpses, but instead, he fell into a warm embrace. Xie Xingchen covered his eyes with one hand, the other wet with tears. Lin Yao, don't be afraid, I'm here. More words than expected, came a little late, the next chapter will also be delayed. Chapter 52, Stay with me. Lin Yao reached out to grab his clothes, his fingers turning white. Where does it hurt? Xie Xingchen looked at his pale face, his heart tightening. Lin Yao pulled his hand away from his eyes, pointed to his mouth, and shook his head. He opened his mouth wide, indicating he couldn't make a sound. Xie Xingchen had driven here alone, he picked up Lin Yao's communicator and clipped it into his pocket, then bent down and scooped him up in his arms. It's okay. The first time facing a war scene, your reaction is normal. It's not a big deal, don't feel ashamed. Lin Yao silently looked at him, his eyes reddening, filled with gratitude. Thank you, for protecting my dignity. It was indeed embarrassing. Who would have thought that an excellent student who scored full marks in every military training exercise would almost fail the psychological checkup? A soldier experiencing stress upon seeing bodies everywhere was, in itself, quite ironic. Lin Yao managed to utter one word, his voice hoarse. I will overcome this. I will definitely overcome this. Don't talk anymore. Wait for me for 5 minutes. I'll finish the recording, then take you back, alright? Xie Xingchen ruffled his short hair soaked with cold sweat. Close your eyes, don't think about anything. Lin Yao obeyed, slowly closing his eyes. Yet instead of darkness, he saw nothing but blazing fire. Xie Xingchen observed his expression while picking up the communicator and commanding, Healy, don't come over. Stay where you are and continue with the task. I found Lin Yao. Just bad communication signals, he's fine. Hui Yuan, we're having a minor issue here. I can't return temporarily. Please arrange someone else to take over my simple bandaging position. Duan Zheng, Li Mao, you two continue escorting the stretcher. Cheng Boyan is responsible for supervision and updating me on progress. Confirm receipt. Healy received. Li Mao received. Cheng Boyan received. Duan Zheng, received. No one had appointed him as the leader, yet he naturally commanded respect and obedience, arranging everything orderly before jumping off the vehicle, taking the camera and finishing the unfinished work. Lin Yao listened to his commands, opening his eyes again, watching his silhouette through the glass, his broad shoulders seemed capable of bearing everything. He envied Xie Xingchen's calmness and composure, as if there was no fear in his heart. Unlike himself. Seemingly indestructible on the surface, yet actually ridden with scars inside. Lin Yao forced himself to look at those soldiers' corpses, observing the faces of those who died young defending their territory, much like the test subjects in the lab, all young and strong lives, quietly fading away. After escaping from that place, he had nowhere to go, and fearing he'd have nightmares alone, he slept in the park, alongside stray cats. Back then, he was unable to speak, but the little kittens didn't need voices either. They peacefully coexisted for half a year until community workers found him and helped him gradually return to normal social life. What are you thinking about? Xia Shichen returned with the camera, touching his forehead. You're still sweating so much. Lin Yao's heart raced intensely, as if about to collapse. He took out his phone and typed, confessing openly for the first time. First direct exposure to that scene has slightly shocked me. Temporarily unable to speak, but it will be fine soon. Xia Shichen softly said, it's fine, then let's not talk. I'll take you back to rest. Before driving, he sent a message to Director Cheng for consultation. XXC, what's the condition when suddenly losing one's voice in the war zone? Director Cheng happened to be working night shifts and replied instantly. Hema Qingshu, if losing voice in that specific situation, it might be PTSD, triggered by the scenario. Hema Qingshu, Lin Yao. Bullseye. XXC, yes, it's him. Looks like his condition isn't good. XXC, medical resources here are scarce, and doctors are also in short supply, making it difficult to find suitable treatment. Hema Qingshu, treatment duration is unpredictable too. Maybe he'll wake up fine tomorrow, it's probably a physiological trigger, an acute stress response disorder. XXC, okay, noted. He turned the steering wheel, falling silent during the return journey. Some people get dizzy at the sight of blood, some are afraid of heights, but for Lin Yao, such an outstanding military recruit to react this way, it's hard to imagine what severe psychological trauma he must have experienced. Xia Shichen only felt heartbroken. For the first time, he was at a loss, unsure how to alleviate his pain. Xia Shichen's palms were burning hot as he gripped Lin Yao's icy fingers, joking with him, looks like my illness flared up at just the right moment. You're freezing, and I'm heating you up, we can help each other. Lin Yao managed a strained smile. Yet, he felt his cold limbs gradually warming up, and though it was still pitch black in the dead of night, it seemed as if dawn was slowly approaching. Xia Shichen wrapped Lin Yao's fingers within his own warm hands, transferring his body heat. I'll talk to you, just listen. I didn't sleep all night, so I'm feeling drowsy driving. Stay with me for a bit. Lin Yao's attention shifted slightly, and he nodded gently. When I arrived today, I bet I looked pretty cool piloting that aircraft, huh? But you wouldn't believe how awkward I was when I first tried flying. Lin Yao turned to look at him, surprised. I couldn't balance properly, and I almost crashed the moment I took off. It was a terrifying fall from such heights, it nearly caught fire, scaring me half to death. After that, for a long time, I had an intense fear of heights and wouldn't touch anything related to flying. Because I feared flying, I never considered applying to military university at first. And with my dad being involved in politics, attending political science university seemed like the natural choice. But later, after spending a whole year overcoming that fear, I eventually applied to Chongqing. Xia Shichen mixed his genuine stories with comforting words. It was true that he once feared heights, but his decision to attend Chongqing wasn't because he overcame that fear, it was because of Lin Yao. He didn't want to risk losing sight of the person he loved forever. So he faced and conquered his fears, painfully altering his career path. Xia Shichen spoke softly, everyone has something they're afraid of. Even me. So it's perfectly normal, and you don't need to feel ashamed or embarrassed about it. Lin Yao's eyes became moist, and he could only turn away, struggling hard to keep his emotions in check. The SUV slowed down as it left the highway, continuing for a while until it reached a vast beach. You don't have to be invincible, do you know that? Xia Shichen let go of his hand, parking the car steadily, speaking lightly, even if you have just a tiny bit of fear, in my eyes, you are still incredibly amazing Lin Yao who always surpasses me on tests. Lin Yao stared at him intently, feeling as though a piece of his heart had collapsed. He still felt very cold. The night was too dark, and the sun hadn't risen yet, there wasn't any warmth to gather. He didn't understand why the car stopped here or what they were waiting for. Lin Yao didn't ask, just gazed silently at him for a long time while the sky remained completely black. We'll wait together for sunrise, Xia Shichen said, seemingly knowing what Lin Yao wanted to ask, and I'll stay with you the entire time. Lin Yao blinked slowly, recalling Xia Shinchen's first wish. Whenever you're upset in the future, tell me. After hesitating for nearly half a minute, Lin Yao fought through the lump in his throat and finally raised his hand, extending it toward him, leaving it hovering in the air. He silently formed the word, hug me. He thought Xia Shichen wouldn't hear or understand, already retracting his arm despondently, when the next second, without hesitation, he was pulled into Xia Shinchen's embrace. Lin Yao's nose tingled, and as he raised his head, the horizon brightened with light in the distance. Good night, big yellow duckies. Today is pure love. Chapter 53, He's Actually Shy. The seaside wind was strong, and with the window open, Lin Yao caught the scent of salty breeze. Cold. Xia Shichen noticed him shaking slightly. Lin Yao shook his head slightly, hesitated for a few seconds, then lightly nodded again following his instincts. Xia Shichen half embraced him, unzipped his team uniform jacket, opened it up, and enveloped Lin Yao completely, loving the moment of vulnerability he displayed. Lin Yao slightly trembled. The cold was driven away, leaving only the warmth of the rising sun on his skin. He looked at the rolling clouds in the sky, his mind drifting far away. Now, he was sure, Xia was indeed an excellent person, a comrade in arms who wouldn't abandon him even while fighting side by side, a friend who would show up with a can of beer when feeling lonely. Back then, by mistake, they had become sworn enemies who couldn't stand each other. They missed opportunities to understand each other, thinking only that Xia mocked him from a high stance and found him detestable. And at this very moment, on this unfamiliar barren planet, because of the tight embrace allowing him to feel the vigorous heartbeat of the other person, Lin Yao woke up from his previous nightmare and felt the sensation of being alive. Not the stiff life of the undead, but truly alive, full of vitality. Feeling better? Xia asked. Lin Yao nodded, but his fingers were still lightly gripping onto Xia coat, unwilling to let go. Xia observed his subtle action and thought it unbearably cute. No one's rushing you. Stay a little longer. This sea is probably the only remaining beauty of the barren star, everything else has been polluted pretty thoroughly. Lin Yao didn't understand how he could talk to himself without any awkwardness. Voices started coming through the communicator intermittently. Li Mao, Duanjing finished all stretcher transfers. Cheng Boyan completed supervision tasks. He Li completed post-war photography tasks. All personnel returned to base. Xia pressed the radio, saying softly, Xia and Lin Yao will join in half an hour. A chorus of acknowledgements came in response. Seemingly at this moment, they suddenly transitioned from students to highly trained soldiers. Lin Yao released his hand, sat up straight, and typed a message on his phone for him to read. Let's go back, but how are we going to explain this to them, that I can't speak? Xia sat upright in the driver's seat, started reversing the car, speaking casually, just say you accidentally swallowed a bug, it made you nauseous, and now you don't want to talk. Lin Yao's eyes widened instantly as he silently glared at him. Are you serious? Make it more absurd. Unhappy with this excuse? Xia quite enjoyed playing games, teasingly taking his time, then just say you saw a ghost, screamed too loudly, and hurt your throat. Lin Yao. Unable to speak, he decided to take action and reached out to pinch his arm. Xia didn't dodge, allowing him to do as he pleased, enjoying this unrestrained reaction from him. Lin Yao kept a serious expression, muttering silently, have you practiced? Your arms are so hard. Are you insulting me? Xia seemed to be reading his mind, Xia is such a pain, his arms are so solid I wish I could crush him. So annoying. Lin Yao loudly retorted, no. But there was no sound, only a puff of air, entirely lacking momentum. He grabbed a handful of hair in frustration, annoyed at not being able to speak for the first time. In the past, when he was at school, if Li wasn't around, he could likely stay quiet from morning to night without uttering a word. Now, however, he always felt pent up unless he argued with Xia a bit. Xia suppressed a laugh, defending himself, I was just trying to shift your focus away from that issue. Did it work? Lin Yao emitted a light snort. Indeed, it worked, it shifted his focus. Now he wanted to punch him down to the ground. When they returned to the gathering area, the others were already there, seemingly having worked hard for several hours, sweat pouring off them as though they'd stepped out of a steam room. Senior brother Yao, is your communication device broken? Didn't you hear everyone calling you earlier? That's so cool, Li eagerly shared with him, it was the first time I heard such formal calls between comrades, and I was even a little moved. Bits and pieces of those voices flashed through Lin Yao's mind, and he nodded. Li stared at him intently for several seconds, slowly asking, why aren't you talking to me? Did I upset you? Lin Yao shook his head. Then at least acknowledge me, you're making me anxious. Li scratched his head cluelessly, like a confused military dog pacing back and forth, is it because I didn't run back to find you? Xia told me to stay put. Lin Yao was utterly frantic, unable to speak, and could only seek help from the side. Xia grabbed Li by the nape of the neck, pulling him aside like lifting a dog, explaining at a distance, he temporarily can't speak, he coughed up blood, his voice is hoarse. This serious? You were fine when we split up, right? Are you seriously dying from some incurable disease that makes you cough up blood? Cheng Boyan swiped open his phone with a solemn face, wait, I'll get my dad to fly over. Lin Yao couldn't help but chuckle slightly and mouthed the words, no need. Xia locked his phone screen with a bit of frustration, do you really want to send your old man to an early grave? I've already asked him. There's nothing wrong, just rest properly. You guys eat first, I'll be back in a while, Li said anxiously after staring at him for several seconds without saying a word, then turned around and rushed out. Where's he going? Cheng Boyan was confused, pushing Lin Yao into the unified cafeteria as he chattered on incessantly, wait, I'll fetch your food. Li, drenched in sweat, placed a bottle of pear syrup on the table, I got this from the medical team. After you eat, you can soothe your throat. If you don't feel like talking, don't talk. You barely speak anyway. Cheng Boyan pushed the plate towards him, lowering his voice proudly, the food here is pretty bad too, this is the last plate of fermented bean paste chicken feet, snatched away from countless starving people, all for you. Thanks. Lin Yao felt a collapsed portion of his heart expanding, revealing cracks where sunlight shone through. Xia Xingqian noticed he had been sitting there unmoved for quite a few seconds without responding, and concern rose within him. He gently bumped his knee against Lin Yao's knee. Why aren't you moving? Are your arms numb? Do you need me to feed you? He feared Lin Yao might have severe reactions to the vast amounts of bodies and blood, having witnessed too graphic a scene, leading to a loss of appetite and physical nausea. When these words reached He Li's ears, they seemed terrifying, prompting an urgent reply. At a time like this, you're still mocking Brother Yao. Of course he's in a terrible mood since he can't talk. Are you looking for a beating? Isn't it just like mocking a blind person by asking if they see? But right after those words left his mouth, he looked up and saw Lin Yao's lips curl slightly upward, his ears turning a faint pink. He shook his head ever so lightly. Seriously, no need. A hint of a curve played on Xia Xingqian's lips. I'm serious, I don't mind losing face. Lin Yao, tightening his lips, shook his head repeatedly, yet his earlobes reddened to the point of dripping blood. He Li was utterly astounded. The expression, the reaction, the spreading blush across his skin, expressions never seen in 6 years of knowing him. Surely, it couldn't be shyness. Lin Yao who could take down 10 men at once shy. Lin Yao with a perpetually stoic expression and deathly glare shy. Lin Yao who wanted nothing more than to kick Xia Xingqian's but shy. That would be scarier than the Big Bang itself. Reaching out, he grabbed Qin Boyan's arm and mumbled, "Dude, pinch me. I must be hallucinating from staying up late." Aw. Though Qin Boyan didn't know why, he obliged without hesitation, pinching so hard that the cafeteria echoed with pig-like screams. With clenched teeth and a throbbing pain in his lungs, He Li struggled to believe what he saw, forcing himself to search online. Would coughing up blood make one's ears turn pink? Chapter 54 Try calling my name. He Luo's phone flashed with a barrage of replies. If you have hemoptysis, it is suggested to see a doctor in time, and don't rely on online diagnosis. He scoffed lightly and leaned closer to Qin Boyan, lowering his voice. Your father is a doctor, you should have picked up something useful. If someone coughs up blood, will their ears turn red? Maybe, Qin Boyan thought seriously for a few seconds. Some people can cough until their faces are red and necks thick, blood vessels exploding. I once saw that outside the emergency room, it was quite scary. He Luo exhaled with slight relief. A family of medical professionals' knowledge is definitely more reliable than what's on the internet. Good thing, his brother Yao isn't seriously ill, it's just his ears turning red from coughing. He Luo tore open a wet tissue and handed it over with great consideration. Brother Yao, wipe your ears and cool down. People who don't know would think you're blushing. Lin Yao. Right now, he really wanted to suggest military schools give emotional intelligence tests before recruitment. This one must have a negative score. At least, unable to speak means he can pretend to be mute. Xia Xingqian turned his head, his gaze falling on Lin Yao's earlobe, as if contemplating something. Feeling the gaze, Lin Yao frowned, lowering his head to cram chicken claws into his mouth. Look at me all you want, have you never seen a shy person before? You don't talk, so how could this person understand you? If you look again, I'll beat you up. 3 minutes later, Lin Yao fiercely typed words on the memo pad and showed it to him as a threat. Xia Xingqian, I'll look for another 3 seconds. Lin Yao kept chewing on the chicken claw. Seeing his appetite was good, Xia Xingqian slowly retracted his gaze and sipped porridge while lowering his head. Halfway through eating, He followed a man in uniform, stopping beside their table. Everyone, stand up. Upon hearing the command, everyone swiftly put down their bowls and chopsticks. Lin Yao quickly swallowed the meat and stood up. This gentleman is the leader of Huangxing, General Pei Zhang, who personally led the troops to fight against the enemy. He formally introduced them. These are the volunteers from our Chongqing area who worked all night. Pei Zhang, with eyebrows like swords and star-like eyes, had sharp features but an upright presence after listening, raising his hand and giving them a neat salute. Thank you for coming such a long way to help. I am infinitely grateful, Mr. Pei. I dare not, my lifespan might decrease because of this. He Luo couldn't bear such high-rank etiquette and kept shaking his hands. General Pei, you've worked hard. Huangxing differs significantly from most of the star systems within the alliance. It operates independently yet holds crucial voting power. It was once the must-contest territory for various political centers, now growing increasingly barren, yet General Pei Zhang remains its ruler. Surprisingly, he himself led the troops into battle. Recalling the scenes of carnage, Lin Yao felt sorrowful, thus showing profound respect. Unable to speak at this moment, he simply raised his hand and returned a military salute to express his respect. What's the name of this volunteer? Pei Zhang fixed his eyes on him and asked slowly. Lin Yao, the first-place winner in our Chongqing novice competition, extremely skilled, he said without holding back praise. His shooting, flight, and mech suits all scored full marks. After hearing this, Pei Zhang smiled faintly, his sharp features softening. With talents so remarkable, if we had warriors like this joining our army, it surely would boost morale. Lin Yao opened his mouth, unable to utter a sound, which appeared impolite, and could only smile and nod. Just joking around, probably no one would come to such a remote place. Pei Zhang stared at him for a few more seconds before raising his hand to pat him. Work hard, rest well today, and tomorrow we still need your help. Lin Yao looked at his eyes intently, catching a very familiar whiff of scent, yet couldn't remember where he had encountered it. Have I met him before? It should be impossible, as he has never been here. He gave a brief summary of the rescue status and began, I need to have a meeting with General Pei. Xie Xingchen, starting now, I officially appoint you as the captain for this trip, responsible for all members' actions. Xie Xingchen stood tall, saluting with a raised hand, received. Time was pressing. After staying briefly, both Pei Yizhong and He turned and left. Even after they disappeared from view, Lin Yao remained dazed in thought. What's wrong? Xie Xingchen asked. Lin Yao shook his head, still unable to recall where that very faint smell originated. He pointed at the empty bowl and mouthed, I'm full. Still silent, Xie Xingchen understood and said, rising, then everyone returned to their rooms and rest, awaiting the next orders. Ah, finally, I can sleep comfortably with silk bedding set. He hugged his head with both hands, passing by Xie Xingchen's side and showing off without any restraint, thank you so much. No wonder this is the bedsheet personally chosen by the young master, your taste is really great. Xie Xingchen glanced at him indifferently, thinking in his heart that he wasn't lacking a bed to sleep in, but still holding on to brother Yao. Still retaining some kindness, not wanting to hurt the only friend of Lin Yao, he held back his words after hesitating for a moment. With a polite smile, he said, if you like it, then good. Cheng Boyan followed up with praise, it's indeed very comfortable, smooth and soft. Compared to those Hardasrak-issued bedding sets, it's like fine powder. Xie Xingchen raised an eyebrow, did you sleep on it too? Cheng Boyan nodded, reminiscing, since I couldn't stand the bed anymore, Healy let me squeeze in with him. The bed was just a bit small, almost making me fall off. Xie Xingchen. It seemed weirdly normal when they described it. Was this reasonable? No wonder Lin Yao didn't feel anything remotely romantic, as all the people around him were straight guys with no sense of boundaries. As they were chatting by the door, Lin Yao turned around and entered the room first. After washing his hands, he stood in front of the narrow bathroom mirror, mouth wide open, trying to check his throat. When Xie Xingchen came in and closed the door, he saw Lin Yao tilting his head upwards, awkwardly inspecting himself. What's wrong? Lin Yao typed on the notepad for him to see, I still want to see if I can recover soon, it can't go on like this forever. He was very anxious. And he feared that it might never get better if it continued like this. So he lifted his hand and probed his throat with his fingers, attempting to assess the condition of his inflamed tonsils, but his movements looked far too rough. Xie Xingchen exclaimed softly and reached out to grab his arm, stopping him, don't mess around recklessly. I've learned a little bit about medicine, let me help you take a look. Lin Yao nodded, waiting while Xie Xingchen washed his hands. After drying his hands with a towel, Xie Xingchen adjusted Lin Yao to face him, eyes lowered as his fingers gently gripped Lin Yao's chin, open. Lin Yao followed the command and did so. The lighting in the room wasn't very bright. Xie Xingchen slightly tilted his neck, leaning closer, using his thumb to lift Lin Yao's chin higher. Lowering his gaze, he observed carefully for several seconds and offered a compliment, your tongue coating looks quite healthy. Hearing such professional terms, Lin Yao's back tensed up, experiencing the same nervousness one would have during a doctor's examination. Don't move your tongue around, press down. Xie Xingchen squinted, trying to find the best angle for light, speaking softly, it's too dark, I can't see clearly. As he spoke, warm breath touched Lin Yao's face. With his head tilted back slightly, Lin Yao felt ticklish and tried to turn away. Stay still. Xie Xingchen's palm firmly controlled him, pressing his lower lip while whispering gently, open wider. Upon touching his finger, Lin Yao produced a faint, unclear sound. It was extremely subtle but instantly noticed by Xie Xingchen. Could he make a sound because his throat was stimulated? Xie Xingchen paused for a second, noticing something in Lin Yao's expression. Compassion flickered in his eyes, yet his action was resolute as he pressed a little harder, make a sound, try calling my name. Xie. Because of the other person's movement, Lin Yao's back tightened. By the time his eyes reddened slightly at the corners, he could only manage difficult pronunciation. Xing. A touch of panic appeared on his usually cold face, making him beautifully vulnerable, tempting enough to tease. But right now, there were more important matters. Xie Xingchen raised Lin Yao's chin to its maximum height. His long fingers pressed on Lin Yao's lower lip as he commanded, very good, call again. Chapter 55 Please have some candy. This action, as if his throat had been grabbed, left Lin Yao feeling a sense of losing control. He raised his hand, pinching into the firm arm of his opponent, attempting to turn and resist. However, the other party was extremely strong, clamping down on his jaw, so he didn't dare to make any sudden moves. Let go. The pronunciation was still unclear, but having gone from completely speechless to barely making a sound could already be considered an improvement. Call my name. Xie Xingchen ignored him and merely tilted his head slightly with infinite patience. Xie, Xing, then what? Lin Yao glanced at him from the corner of his eye, unable to struggle as his Adam's apple kept moving up and down. After quite some time, he finally managed to squeak out the last word. Chen. I heard that, very good, Xie Xingchen smiled at the corners of his mouth, feeling pleasure. Unable to say anything else but still able to call his name gave a particularly special thrill. Xie Xingchen looked at Lin Yao's moist eyes, seeing his frown and whispered, do you think I'm bullying you? How could he even ask such a question? Are you not bullying me? With an obvious look of satisfaction throughout the entire exchange, starting from the beginning. Lin Yao's lips moved, unable to speak, he chose not to. He opened his mouth and bit down decisively. If he had known they would practice speaking in such an embarrassing way, he would never have let Xie Xingchen help check his progress. Xie Xingchen hissed in pain, feeling numbness around his chest area too. He rubbed his fingers against Lin Yao's lips before pulling back, his tone decisive, even if you bite me, we must keep trying. It seems this method is useful, we'll find time every day to practice a few times. Lin Yao. Unorthodox methods, pompous reasons, repeat offenses, continued provocation. No problem, just beat him up a little. As soon as the other person straightened up a bit and pulled away a little, Lin Yao grabbed his arm, twisted it behind his back, kneed him, and pressed him against the door. A combat-perfect contestant with excellent locking techniques, easily preventing others from moving. Really angry? Xie Xingchen turned his head, looking at his expression in the mirror and admitted, alright, I admit there's a tiny bit of teasing you involved, but it only takes up 1%. The main focus is still helping you. Go die. This word was clear and concise. Okay, successfully squeezed out another word smoothly, a medical miracle. Xie Xingchen, despite being in an awkward position, did not resist, only said, Yao Yao, your hands hurt. Lin Yao didn't listen, remained expressionless and tightened his grip firmly. Previously going back and forth with all kinds of vile behavior, this guy clearly deserved it. Xie Xingchen hadn't thought about fighting back but knew it wouldn't work continuing like this, thus starting to apologize earnestly. Next time, I'll go easy, I was too rough, it's my fault. Lin Yao chuckled lightly and ignored him. Xie Xingchen tried appealing emotionally, I haven't slept all night, I'm tired. Lin Yao slightly loosened his grip. Xie Xingchen persisted further, come on, take your revenge on me, then release me, alright? Lin Yao tilted his head slightly, You also press your finger into my mouth, we square our accounts, and you can mock me. Xie Xingchen knew he felt embarrassed and made the proposal. Lin Yao thought for 2 seconds, it was reasonable. He switched to binding the other person's wrists with his left hand while keeping the knees in position, curving his right hand's index and middle fingers together to retaliate by mimicking the rude act done earlier to him. Just as he stuck it in, all he could think was why should he do such an unimaginable thing, it felt weird. Something wasn't right, he'd been led astray. No. Yes. Xie Xingchen listened carefully as he slowly articulated word by word, so, are you saying no or yes? Lin Yao found playing this dull game tiring. He thought, forget it, wanting to retreat and disengage, vaguely sensing something soft touch him. It took Lin Yao 2 seconds to realize. Xie Xingchen, unintentionally, licked his hand. Too bizarre, just touched, yet his heart inexplicably tingled with strange sensations, eerie indeed. Damn, definitely couldn't compete with a psycho on low standards. Lin Yao wanted to withdraw his hand, but the other one opened his mouth and bit down on it. Xie Xingchen mumbled indistinctly, weren't you seeking retaliation? Lin Yao shook his head, no. He drove his knee upward, striking forcefully once to conclude his act of revenge. Then he released his hand and stepped back a few steps gracefully. When washing his hands and walking out past him, he couldn't hold himself back anymore, and kicked him on the calf again. Lin Yao usually spoke little, and now he was basically voiceless, making the room seem even quieter. His calm face showed no expression as he lay on a simple chair beside him, reading military and political textbooks. It was intense, even at such a time, he didn't forget to review for the midterm exams. Xie Xingchen gave a slight sniff, recalling Lin Yao's absent-mindedness when he saw Pei Yizhong earlier, then sent a message to Uncle Cheng. XXC, can you help me find out about Pei Yizhong's background? XXC, and his records of entering and leaving the capital over the last 10 years. Soon, the other side sent over a long resume and passage records. In recent 3 years, there was only one appearance, and the one before that had been traced back 8 years. Why don't you sleep? Seeing him furrowing his brows nearby, Lin Yao typed on the notepad and pushed it over. Xie Xingchen directly handed over the information he had just found and explained, I noticed your strange expression just now and asked someone to check, but I didn't find anything particularly useful. However, when Lin Yao saw that mass of information, his eyes locked onto the date 8 years ago when Pei appeared, and his pupils contracted sharply. It was the day of the laboratory fire. It was too coincidental. Why was he there? And for what purpose did he go? Lin Yao suddenly turned pale, his lips trembling, but his thoughts were muddled. Was he the manipulator behind the lab or the arsonist responsible for that fire? Did you see him back then, but don't remember? Xie Xingchen said slowly. Lin Yao, I guess your trauma-related stress disorder is also linked to events from 8 years ago. Lin Yao lightly nodded. But he couldn't explain to the other person how prolonged and painful that past had been, it was a humiliating period difficult to mention. Xie Xingchen observed his expression and consoled, it's okay, if you don't want to say, you don't have to. But if you want to move past it completely, you need to tell me so I can help you. Lin Yao lifted his gaze, looking at him fixedly for several seconds, like hesitating, struggling to make a very painful decision. Xie Xingchen didn't urge him, just waited patiently. Seeing that his lips had turned white, he bent down and opened his suitcase, rummaging through it to find a bag of candy originally meant for scared children during post-war volunteer work. It ended up coming in handy here. Do you want some candy? Eating it will cheer you up. Xia peeled one open, handing it to him, saying to lighten the atmosphere, today we'll use this bag of candy to cheer up other kids, but first, let's cheer up the one right in front of us who looks unhappy. Lin Yao looked down, placed the candy in his palm into his mouth, and bit it, producing an acidic sweetness that burst in his mouth, bringing short-term joy indeed. It seemed appeasing people could involve feeding them candy, something he noted silently in his heart. Then under Xia watchful eyes, Lin Yao took a deep breath, typing a few words on his phone, and passed it over. Upon confirming this person would not harm him, he willingly exposed his shameful secrets and vulnerabilities. Tr. Ust. Lin Yao struggled to speak, you. Xia lowered his gaze, finally seeing the secret Lin Yao had steadfastly guarded. On AA, CG01. The former seemed like an acronym for some organization, while the latter was likely his experiment number. Lin Yao pointed at the number, then at himself, me. Suddenly, Xia realized, CG, Children Group, 01, Lin Yao. Previously, he only knew that Lin Yao had no parents, never realizing even his name originated from a code. No need for much explanation, one could easily imagine the cruelty and pain endured by a child given an experiment number. Have you always grown up here? Lin Yao, Xia struggled to ask. After seeing the nod, it felt as though his heart was tightly gripped by a large hand before being abruptly released, the pain made it hard to breathe. You. Xia felt like he was the one rendered speechless now. Over these past few years, he tried repeatedly and fruitlessly to find Lin Yao's parents, and now he learned it was the most cruel situation imaginable. When Lin Yao saw Xia eyes redden suddenly, with bloodshot veins forming underneath, becoming increasingly irritable and uneasy. It left Lin Yao somewhat at a loss. He had imagined various possible reactions from Xia but not this one. Could it be compassion for him? He didn't want Xia to feel unhappy too. He wanted to comfort him. So he grabbed the bag of candies, picked one, peeled it, hesitated for a second, then raised his hand and popped it into his mouth. Eat. Lin Yao raised his hand to cover his eyes and struggled to say, no, crying. Chapter 56, Hormonal Explosion. Lin Yao felt a dampness in the palm of his hand. He never thought that the first time he saw Xia cry would be because of himself. Before college, they didn't interact much, their encounters were mostly at honor boards, under the national flag, and during martial arts training. But this person had always been full of vitality and energy. In the past, Lin Yao wondered if someone who was so well off and naturally talented probably didn't have any worries. Always appearing effortlessly cool and assured of success. But now, just because he had written down a single symbol, this was the reaction. Lin Yao looked at him in a daze, seeing how his palm blocked part of his face but couldn't hide the sadness. I didn't know you went through such a hard time before, Xia said softly. It's even worse than I imagined. It must have been really tough to endure. If you hadn't escaped, what would you do? Lin Yao was very anxious. He took his hand down and reached out for Xia to look at it. It's all over now. Suddenly seeing all those burnt corpses reminded me of the past, but it's okay. I'll get better soon. How can I help you? What can I do to help you? Xia realized for the first time that there was nothing he could actually do. He had promised that as long as Lin Yao confessed what happened, he would help. But faced with the reality laid bare before him, he found himself powerless. He couldn't go back in time to save Lin Yao, nor could he resolve his emotional trauma. You've already helped me a lot. Thank you. Xia wiped his face with his hand and solemnly spoke, I'll help you find the truth, uncover the masterminds behind the lab, no matter how long it takes, I'll help you take revenge. Lin Yao looked at him blankly for several seconds and then smiled, saying, all right. Xia stood up, ruffled his hair, and quietly said, keep reading. I'll go have a cigarette. He took the pack of cigarettes and walked out, standing by the corridor, lighting one, inhaling deeply a few times to suppress the moisture in his eyes before bowing his head and typing into a special intelligence website. However, he couldn't believe that in almost every place where information flowed freely, he couldn't find anything about the lab on AA upper level. It seemed like someone was covering everything up and erasing its existence completely from the world. The jumble of disorganized clues tangled together, like a knotted ball of yarn, seemingly impossible to untangle quickly. This secret was tied closely to Lin Yao, and he didn't dare entrust it to anyone else. It had to start with Pei Zhong. He sent a message to Ho, Director, may we have an opportunity to have dinner with General Pei. Both Yao and I greatly admire him and wish to learn more from him. After a while, the reply came, now that the war has just ended, General Pei is very busy. We can only arrange tomorrow's breakfast. Breakfast will do, Xia replied with a good. He stubbed out his cigarette, prepared to return. As he passed He Li's room, the other party just opened the door, their eyes meeting in an awkward silence. Just as He Li was about to close the door again, Xia spoke first, do you have any way to make Lin Yao happy? He Li stared at him for a few seconds, hesitated, and then said, punch you. Xia. Seeing his bewildered expression, He Li grew bold, sticking out his chest and explained, if you got punched, he'd definitely be happy. You don't know, in high school, the time he talked the most was when he was cursing you. His daily motto was wanting to beat that pretentious dog senseless. His biggest dream was to cripple you and see you beg. Xiaxingchen. He was dead serious and struck right at the heart of the issue. Yes, the pretentious dog, that's you. You're really asking for it. Cheng Boyan rushed out of the room and covered his mouth, trying to smooth things over. He's not thinking straight after staying up all night. Don't take it seriously. Xiaxingchen thought for a few seconds and nodded. That makes sense. Cheng Boyan was stunned for a few seconds. What makes sense? Let Lin Yao punch me once, Xiaxingchen mused aloud. Let him vent some of the anger bottled inside. Maybe it'll help improve his mood. Cheng Boyan. Your patient's having brain problems, Dad, you're going to lose your bonus. He was also shocked. He thought to himself that maybe he'd been too harsh with his words, driving the other person to talk nonsense. That was quite a sin since his original intention was just to mock, not push someone to mental instability. He quickly pushed Cheng Boyan's hand away, knelt down, bowed deeply, and apologized. Sorry, I talked without thinking, my brain froze up, I slandered you falsely, made stuff up, don't take it seriously. Book me a boxing ring, I'll go call Lin Yao, Xiaxingchen said casually. In a bit, you two come be the audience. Consider it a day-off bonus. What, he was even inviting them to watch him get beat up. He looked at his retreating figure and shivered. Has he really been driven crazy by me? Cheng Boyan's expression turned serious. I think so. But they still carried out the request. There was a boxing ring nearby that had closed for a long time because of frequent recent warfare. Cheng Boyan transferred some money, and the owner gleefully agreed to open for half a day. When He saw Lin Yao come out of the room, he worried even more. His aura seemed very low, not saying a word. No, his brother Yao couldn't talk anyway. Would he really kill someone there? Brother Yao, go easy on him later, He advised subtly. After all, people grow up, and I feel Xie Dog isn't as hateful as before. Cheng Boyan also tried to mediate. Yeah, those were childhood years. Some unpleasantness is normal. Don't go, let's eat something nice instead. Lin Yao smiled slightly but didn't explain, just walking straight toward the gym direction. He felt that not only himself, but Xiaxingchen needed an outlet too. He shouldn't bear these burdens alone, especially not for things that had already happened. So, they came to an agreement immediately. Cheng Boyan and He sat by the side of the boxing gym, their faces serious as they watched the two standing in the center of the octagonal ring changing into equipment. One black, one white, identical sports shorts paired with gloves, both were half-naked, opposing each other, freely showcasing smooth muscle lines and bursting testosterone, like wild leopards or wolves fiercely competing for territory. Even before starting, it was adrenaline-inducing. Xiaxingchen got into a standard defense position, nodding slightly while raising his eyelids. Come on, let's start. Lin Yao lightly nodded, initiating an attack with a graceful sidekick. Xiaxingchen dodged quickly, missing, then spun around again with a hook punch. His movements were crisp and clean, leaving no room for hesitation. No, they're really going all out. He bit his fingers nervously. This doesn't look good, I think I've caused trouble. Xiaxingchen isn't getting beaten one-sidedly, he's using techniques, avoiding being battered into immobility, Cheng Boyan observed, eyes locked on the brutal fight with tightened fists. But neither of them are holding back, it's quite intense. The entire venue was overly silent, except for the sound of fists cutting through the air, hitting flesh, groans, heavy breathing, and repeated cries of, again. Half an hour passed, yet the two showed no signs of stopping. It became increasingly fierce, sweat-soaked bodies wrestling. Lin Yao was drenched in sweat but felt extremely exhilarated. In the past, he and Xiaxingchen fought countless times due to similar points rankings, always thinking about nothing but winning. But today was different. He just enjoyed every collision, every touch with him, it was effortless. Xiaxingchen stared at him, the gloom that accumulated since returning from the battlefield finally dissipated somewhat. The moment he restrained him closely, he whispered, feeling good? Very good. There was no need to think about anything, every punch was a release. Lin Yao nodded crisply without wasting any time, grabbing the other's arm and throwing him down with a back throw, pinning him with his legs locked tight. Lin Yao pressed against his shoulder, breathless and looked down at him. You suck. Pinned beneath him, Xiaxingchen raised his eyes to see the sweat drop from Lin Yao's damp hair tips, his chest rising and falling unevenly. Lin Yao, you look really handsome when you box. As soon as this was said, it completely disrupted Lin Yao's rhythm. His breathing and strength both faltered. Xiaxingchen took off his gloves, flipped Lin Yao under him again, using the same move to return everything done earlier. His broad palm gripped Lin Yao's pale neck, exerting strong dominance, filled with complete control. Until the end, how would you know who wins or loses? Lin Yao's chest rose and fell, driven by competitiveness, glaring at his eyes angrily. Xiaxingchen, you're too despicable. Not acceptable, let's restart. Xiaxingchen couldn't believe he kept staring at him for several seconds, brushing his fingertips over his cherry-red lips. Good boy, curse some more. Chapter 57, 3 Seconds of Meeting. He sat in the empty audience seating, covering his mouth and muttering 3 OMG. Cheng Boyan's ears hurt from his noise. What's wrong with you now? Brother Yao can speak again. And so fluently. He got angry enough to talk after being annoyed by Xie Dog. This would be groundbreaking in the entire field of medicine. He couldn't believe it, thought he was hearing things, and furiously started digging into his ears. There are many cases in medicine where people make sounds under stimulation. Cheng Boyan turned his head slightly. Why shout so fiercely? Plus, why do you say, OMG, twice? He Li. Dude, you really made me speechless. It was the first time anyone noticed someone counting exclamation words like that. But when his eyes fell back on the center of the ring, he instinctively shouted again, OMG, Xie Dog is really bold. He actually reached out to rub Brother Yao's mouth. A man who shouldn't even have a single hair touched, let alone his mouth, he's done for, he's going to get beaten. Sure enough, the next second, Lin Yao grabbed the hand pinching his neck and exerted just enough force to make the other person let go. Then he flipped over and pressed him down again. With considerable strength, their combined weight falling onto the stage raised fine dust. Healy looked smug, I knew it. Look, he's getting punished hard. Brother Yao is awesome. Cheng Boyan stared at Lin Yao's exceptionally handsome face, and his thoughts went somewhere strange. Being this handsome but so aggressive, wouldn't it be hard to find a wife? It's none of your business, Healy said unhappily. Do we have to get married anyway? Can't my brother Yao remain alone and splendid? What kind of outdated thinking is that? Cheng Boyan was left speechless by the rebuttal and raised his hands in surrender. Sorry, I'm wrong, I was just saying it offhand. Healy sniffed lightly, picked up his phone, and took a picture of Lin Yao's MVP winning scream. So damn cool. On the stage, the two were still entangled in position. To onlookers, the close combat seemed perfectly reasonable regardless of how violent or oppressive it was. But only the parties involved could feel the sudden heat rising between them as their skins touched. Do you enjoy being scolded? Shameless. Cunning. Tricky. Satisfied yet? Do you deserve it? Xie Xingchen listened and realized he could indeed talk fluently now, and was relieved because his accidental approach had worked. Satisfied, cursing me has made me feel thoroughly relaxed. Freak. That word described him best. Lin Yao's breathing became unstable as he resisted stubbornly with his arm pressed against Xie Xingchen's jaw, determined to win. Still, I won this one-on-one fight. He was strong, using powerful moves, and this time Xie Xingchen willingly accepted defeat. He loosened the strength in his limbs, lying sprawled out on the stage while watching Lin Yao's mouth open and close, and commented, finally did good. What's good? I need to pin you for 10 seconds to end the match. So you don't cheat again. Lin Yao hadn't caught on yet, worried that this person might still try to cheat, and pressed him firmly, almost as if he wanted to wrap himself around him like an octopus. You can talk now, Xie Xingchen spread his arms letting him press, laughing, are you dumb? Lin Yao paused for a moment, dazed from not having spoken all day, did I speak? Only upon hearing his own voice did he confirm, I did. Xie Xingchen bent his knees and lightly nudged his lower back, reminding him, how long do you plan to keep pressing me? Although I don't really mind, there are 2 spectators after all. Wouldn't it be inappropriate? He turned his head and saw Healy tightly clenching his fists on the stands, cheering him on, appropriate, very appropriate. You should pin him for half an hour and make him beg for mercy. Cheng Boyan sighed, genuinely curious about how such a loose-tongued person stayed alive. It was just because Xie Xingchen really had a good temper. If it was someone like Duanzheng who held grudges, this person would have been dead secretly many times already. Lin Yao's lips faintly curved upward, pressing down harder with his arms, did you hear that? Beg for mercy. This action caused their bare upper bodies to nearly completely adhere together. Xie Xingchen felt a current coursing through him, and he pushed Lin Yao's approaching stomach. Lin Yao sensed his attempt to struggle and leaned down, pressing even harder, preventing any movement. I knew you would try to cheat. Xie Xingchen sighed faintly. Unavoidably, he turned his head and whispered into Lin Yao's ear, his lips grazing his earlobe, if you keep pressing, you might bring out my illness. Lin Yao slowly blinked. The originally arrogant martial arts move suddenly became cramped, his voice lowered as he scolded him, what's wrong with you? Why do you get randy at the slightest disagreement? Can I help it? Xie Xingchen's gaze swept over his lips, collarbone, the beautiful lines of his lean muscles, and the posture pressing down on him, all so flirtatious and proactive. This really couldn't be helped, could it? In the first half of their match, Xie Xingchen was truly focused solely on fighting against him. He had only wanted to sweat it out, but who knew Lin Yao would be this driven by competitiveness, constantly rubbing up against him. Xie Xingchen suddenly recalled a similar scene from 3 years ago. Back then, he still didn't know why Lin Yao hated him. They were chosen by the teacher for a combat performance because they had the same score. Lin Yao back then was much like now, no, colder, prouder, his expression frozen stiff, his attacks reaching their maximum intensity. He seemed to hate Xie Xingchen so much or was completely consumed by the idea of victory that every move was aimed to drive his opponent into a corner. Xie Xingchen had countless sparring partners throughout his life, but none of his peers could ever match him as evenly as Lin Yao did. Admiration and excitement struck his heart, stimulating every drop of blood in his body, leaving him exhilarated. After more than an hour of wrestling, Lin Yao finally knocked him down. Looking down from above, he spat out coldly, worthless. Xie Xingchen always kept his pheromones under control well. But in that 1 second when Lin Yao came closer, staring into those beautiful eyes looking downward at him, his heartbeat went haywire, abruptly losing control. There was absolutely no warning. Agave pheromones spread unchecked throughout the training field, causing surrounding alpha spectators unbearable pain, creating chaos. But Lin Yao simply lowered his eyes slightly, his tone filled with disdain. Only weaklings would resort to such inferior tactics as using pheromones to dominate during competition. Sorry, it doesn't work on me. Then, he labeled his terrible rival thus: alphas who can't control their pheromones are nothing but dogs in heat. Lin Yao got up without sparing him a glance, then left. Only Xie Xingchen himself knew the truth. It wasn't just some final act of resistance. The sudden approach of another alpha caused his disease, which he had been medicating for, to suddenly erupt. He even had to ask for leave and was hospitalized for an entire week. Perhaps it wasn't related to being a second gender. Alphas usually just repel each other, and Xie Xingchen couldn't figure out the reason. But starting from that time, he began to notice Lin Yao. And then, uncontrollably, started feeding wild cats in the park for him, walking through the dark alleys with him, waiting for him in the early morning hours after his shifts, leveling up his points so they would be exactly equal, looking forward to seeing him again on the arena platform. Every past moment, just like right now. How do you get randy at the slightest disagreement? After every fight, Lin Yao cursed him repeatedly this way. Yes, facing Lin Yao, his thoughts were base and shameful. From adolescence to adulthood, hundreds of nights were controlled by desire, drenched in sweat, tortured to sleeplessness. Yet, every daybreak afterward, he would clean up the mess and move on. Looking forward to meeting Lin Yao every day on long corridors, catching sight of each other for just 3 fleeting seconds as they passed. Chapter 58, or you can give it a try. For 3 years, Xie Xingchen had attempted countless times to get closer to the other side. But Lin Yao initially held too much hostility towards him. Perhaps, he was naturally averse to people like himself, always avoiding him, so no matter what he did, it was all in vain. Each deliberate attempt at closeness would be considered as a new provocation by him. It was almost an impossible situation. Had it not been for the unexpected secondary differentiation into Omega, even switching dorms would have made Lin Yao move away, and they probably would have remained in a relationship where their paths wouldn't cross. Every time he thought of this, Xie Xingchen felt both heartache and his own despicable nature. He pitied how proud Lin Yao was, yet due to just a second gender, had to endure so many hardships and sufferings. It was vile how he had to exploit his weakness, using strong methods to inch closer, one step at a time, with great difficulty. But how could he explain? It wasn't because Lin Yao had turned into an Omega that Xie Xingchen started liking him, nor was it purely due to their 100% compatibility from a physiological standpoint. From the very first meeting long ago, he couldn't stop falling head over heels. Lin Yao was, until now, the most unsolvable problem he had ever encountered. But he was willing to spend a long time searching for the best solution. What's on your mind? Lin Yao watched as he stared at him without blinking, lightly tapping his cheek to pull him back to attention. Can I get up? There seemed to be something not quite right pressing against him. In the past, biology classes he slept through were rudely compensated by Xie Xingchen in odd forms, and suddenly realized, you really don't know anything. Xie Xingchen came to his senses. The past and present overlapped. The face which used to lack any emotion, appeared now lively. His tone was calm, as if it had already become routine. Do you think why I have to take suppressants every day? Lin Yao moved his lips ambiguously, saying indistinctly, didn't I release some pheromones last night? So pure. Lin Yao might not know, but sitting half naked on top of him carried enormous allure. Facing an alpha who'd been pent up for years in hormonal explosion, even a single touch would ignite fire. Xie Xingchen's voice revealed regret, just kissing for that short while wasn't enough. Lin Yao thought inwardly how greedy Xie Xingchen was. The key is we're not alone. Can't you control it? Pull yourself back together. Looking at his concerned expression, Xie Xingchen slightly nodded. All right, let me try reciting a calming mantra. He looked composed, but Lin Yao, knowing the truth, felt like sitting on needles, unsure whether to rise or stay pressed down. Brother Yao, I've already taken your pictures and videos, you can get up. He shook the mobile phone screen, fighting naked for so long and sweating, I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. Lin Yao's chest rose and fell, his legs spread apart as he knelt halfway, his thighs twitched once, truly too scared to get up. Otherwise, how could he explain it to those two rubberneckers? That Xie Xingchen had a sexual addiction, he couldn't say. Even worse, that he triggered it with boxing, leaving them to imagine what they would think. A way needed to be found to send those two guys away. Lin Yao, being no good at speaking, spent a good amount of time turning over possibilities before barely coming up with an excuse. Healy, I'm thirsty, can the two of you help fetch 2 bottles of water? I brought some, knew you would definitely run out. Cheng Boyan took out 2 bottles from his bag and started toward the platform. Lin Yao cast a somewhat nervous look at Xie Xingchen. How could this guy remain completely unbothered? What was he thinking? This was embarrassing. Did he possibly have another hidden abnormal preference? What should we do? Lin Yao quietly tried to inch back, intending to block him a bit, but unexpectedly, his waist was suddenly grabbed, emitting a soft sound. Xie Xingchen lowered his voice, his tone suppressing impatience. Why are you moving around so much? Just when things were nearly settled into quietness, this small rub caused everything to reignite for a second time. Lin Yao refused. Forget it, my throat still hurts. Healy squinted his eyes and nudged Qin Boyan with his arm. Don't you think Brother Yao is acting a little strange? Isn't his competitiveness a bit excessive? Pressing someone for 10 minutes and not letting go. Maybe, Qin Boyan commented. Xie Xingchen has a pretty good temper too, yet he lets Lin Yao dominate him like that. How about you go tell Lin Yao that it's probably enough and he should get up? People need dignity too, Qin Boyan suggested. Seeing their tense postures, Healy whispered, I don't dare, I'm afraid of getting beaten. After differentiating into an alpha, Xie Xingchen developed a pathological sexual addiction. During the days when he couldn't release his urges, he had already learned how to control his desires. But it was painful, without suppressants, every time he would resort to self-inflicted physical pain to suppress his urges. He bit down hard on the soft flesh inside his mouth, mercilessly causing sharp stabs of pain that led to the fading of his desire. Xie Xingchen closed his eyes for a moment and tapped Lin Yao's thigh to remind him, that's enough, you can get up now. Lin Yao looked at him in confusion. Just moments ago, he was so energetic, but within just a few minutes, everything settled. Was this normal? Is Xie Xingchen inadequate? What expression is that? Get up, Xie Xingchen licked the wound inside his lips as the pain made him momentarily devoid of desire. Lin Yao got up with his legs bent, his gaze involuntarily falling on Xie Xingchen's black sport pants, thoughts racing through his mind. The previous nude photo, one that surpassed those from adult manga, had it all been staged then? Suddenly enlightened, could this be the reason why he never sought out Omegas? Afraid of exposing his shortcomings, which might shame Master Xie, so he relied on suppressants to handle it all. At first, Lin Yao somewhat pitied him for constantly holding back every 2 or 3 days, but now learning the truth, it felt quite peculiar. You. Lin Yao hesitated, then decided to tell the audience first, we're going to change clothes, wait a moment. Healy was still happily editing the photos, not looking up, sure thing, don't fight again inside there. Today's portion of grappling has ended, come back tomorrow if you want to fight. Qin Boyan watched Healy's skilled operation and whispered, sometimes I really think you might like Lin Yao, you seem way too focused on him. Don't defile our pure relationship, Healy responded incredulously, besides, do you think I'd dare to like Brother Yao? Starting a double alpha romance? I'm old-fashioned, I must find a sweet and cute Omega in the future. Qin Boyan slightly raised an eyebrow and commented, then good luck to you. On the stage, Lin Yao gave Xie Xingchen a tug, and they walked shoulder to shoulder toward the dressing room. Having just unraveled a shocking secret, his eyes couldn't help but wander to a certain spot. When he glanced for the third time, Xie Xingchen was bending down to tie the drawstring on his sport pants, sensing the gaze, he looked up, what are you looking at? Nothing. Lin Yao quickly slipped the top over his head, absolutely nothing. This was classic, 30 Tales of Silver isn't here. Xie Xingchen stopped what he was doing, what's with all the furtiveness? Just say what's on your mind. Lin Yao hesitated for several seconds, carefully choosing his words, you were just like that, and now so soon. Don't you need to go somewhere to take care of things? I'll endure it until I go back home, I'm used to it. Xie Xingchen slowly tied the drawstring and picked up the shirt beside him, why suddenly so curious about such matters? Weren't you usually more shy? Since the topic was brought up, Lin Yao coughed loudly and tried to stay calm, I think. You're not acting right, Xie Xingchen stared at him, if something's wrong, just say it. Lin Yao thought, if there truly was a problem, wouldn't it be wise to get it treated? There's no way Xie Xingchen's condition stems from a hardware issue, it's most likely due to having bottled it up for too long, leading to negative consequences. Taking a deep breath, despite having slightly flushed ears, he said earnestly, I think, if you can't manage it, you should seek specialized medical advice back home. Don't delay. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xie Xingchen dropped the clothes he was holding and stepped towards him. Being tall, with light shining against him, each step closer exuded immense pressure. Crap, their recent harmonious relationship has loosened their tongues far too much. Sorry, my bad for prying, Lin Yao licked his dry lips and picked up the nearby jacket, let's go back. Just as he took a step to the side, someone grabbed his wrist, pulled him back, and pushed him against the full-length mirror in the dressing room. Lin Yao's breath caught in his throat, oh no, did he say something wrong? Is it coming to blows? He saw Xie Xingchen lean forward slightly, with a smile that seemed genuine yet suppressed with fire. He grabbed Lin Yao's wrist and pressed it downward toward the waistband of his pants. Not capable, huh? Perhaps you can give it a try. Chapter 59, How to Prove It. In the instant Lin Yao's fingers were about to touch the fabric, he jerked his hand back with force, his cheeks flushed red. Are you sick? I'm not touching it. Then let's try something else, Xie Xingchen said expressionlessly, what do you want to use? For some reason, it gave Lin Yao the wrong impression that he wasn't capable. How absurd. If he was incapable, would he need to take suppressants every day? What else? Lin Yao paused for a moment, and memories of the text messages Xie Xingqian sent earlier flashed through his mind, using legs and other things, which made his entire face feel like it was burning in an instant. You're a pervert, I don't want to. Aren't you questioning whether I can perform? Xie Xingqian leaned closer, his breath almost touching Lin Yao's face when he bowed slightly. I have to prove myself. He paused briefly, recalling the expressions on Lin Yao's face all this while, then continued calmly, otherwise, every time you look at me, I always feel like there's a hint of mockery in your eyes. Lin Yao. This guy really had an overwhelming desire to win. Trying to pull his wrist out of Xie Xingqian's grasp, Lin Yao resisted. But Xie Xingqian wouldn't give in and tightly held onto his wrist, appearing as though he were genuinely angry. What I said back then was understandable, Lin Yao tried to explain stubbornly, I saw how quickly you went down, so I made a mistaken judgment. It was too bizarre, he never imagined there'd come a day when he'd be discussing such performance issues with Xie Xingqian. Xie Xingqian looked down slightly, saying, I don't care, you need to give me a chance to prove myself. Over and over again, it just wouldn't resolve itself, and Lin Yao was about to explode. He frowned and said, why are you insistent on proving yourself to me? Even if you were impotent, so what? I wouldn't mock you anyway. Xie Xingqian. Lin Yao. Damn, what did they mean by speaking without thinking? The room fell into silence for a long time. Xie Xingqian raised his hand, pulling his lips apart to show him the wound inside that he had just bitten through. See? It's where I bit. Lin Yao moved closer and stared for several seconds before confirming, oral ulcer. Try eating lightly tonight. Xie Xingqian. Turns out people really do laugh nervously when speechless. Lin Yao moved his lips slightly, leaning his back against the cool floor-to-ceiling mirror. All his earlier arrogance from the fight on the ring had completely vanished, let's go outside first. Otherwise, He Li will start asking questions. Xie Xingqian stared at him for a moment. Not done yet. He turned around, pinching Lin Yao's cheeks hard, and grabbed his coat, saying, we'll talk more when we get home. Lin Yao followed behind, putting on his coat while walking out and sighing slightly. Apparently, he still hadn't learned how to deal with others, annoying them within 3 sentences. He Li stood by the door, looking puzzled at Lin Yao. When you got off the arena earlier, you looked all tough as if you'd taken everyone down, why do you seem deflated now? I suggest you stop asking. Lin Yao said, showing utter despair. If you knew the reason, I'd kill you, Xie Xingqian replied casually. He Li was about to speak when Qin Boyan pulled him aside and whispered, don't ask. It must be related to male dignity. Though the voice wasn't too loud, the last few words were somewhat muffled. Still, male dignity stung. Xie Xingqian stood with his hands in his pockets, giving a slight snort. Lin Yao looked around uneasily, his face full of awkwardness. They took a stroll towards the temporary district. Along the way, everywhere was filled with post-war desolation, ruined buildings, broken structures. At one street corner sat a ragged woman and her sobbing child. It was quite common for households to be left with only women and children since their husbands had gone to war. Feeling saddened, Lin Yao pulled out a handful of candies he had sneakily brought along before they left, and gathered up his courage to squat in front of the little kid. He had never offered such kindness to strangers before, previously, he was more like a hedgehog, ready to prick anyone who came near. Therefore, right now, he felt somewhat nervous. Here, eat it, sweet ones. He opened his palm to reveal several shiny fruit-flavored candies. He Li covered his mouth, utterly shocked, my god, is this still Big Brother Yao? Was he hit too hard during the fight? Xie Xingqian looked very satisfied, that's my teaching. He Li gave him a thumbs up, awesome, simply reformed. In his gaze, however, he could see Lin Yao trying hard to wear a kind expression, gently saying, won't you eat it? My mom said not to eat anything from strangers, the child replied with a pout, fully alert. Lin Yao froze, feeling both awkward and flustered. How different from what he had expected. Getting rejected, it was rather embarrassing. Just as he was about to stand up, his shoulder was pressed down by Xie Xingqian. Leaning closer, Xie spoke gently, then has your mom ever told you whether the military personnel of the Union are good or bad? Good. The child responded brightly, revealing 2 missing front teeth, they helped us drive away the bad people, they're all good. Xie Xingqian took out a reserve officer's ID from Lin Yao's team uniform pocket, see this? This big brother is also an officer in the Union. He is here to help you. Therefore, it's fine to take sweets from a good guy. Upon hearing this, that little white chubby hand immediately snatched the candies in Lin Yao's palm, thank you, big brother. Lin Yao felt the light touch of small fingers on his palm, and his heart twitched. He bent his head again and took all the candy out of his pocket, I still have more, all for you. You fool, can't you see his teeth are almost falling out and yet he still eats? Xie Xingqian pulled Lin Yao up from the ground, then patted the little boy's head gently, don't worry, soon your life will return to normal. Lin Yao looked at him dazedly, feeling this Xie Xingqian was vastly different from usual. It reminded him of a certain time before, when he accidentally met Xie Xingqian feeding cats in the park. Different from the lofty demeanor of the young master, Xie Xingqian bent over and poured the cat food he brought with him into a small bowl, very patiently moving a little distance away, squatting and waiting for the cats to come over. That moment made Lin Yao feel that Xie Xingqian wasn't as detestable as imagined. And now, watching Xie Xingchen chatting warmly with the little child, his heart beat softly and slowly, indescribably. Let's go, take care of yourself and your mom, Xie Xingchen smiled. Bye-bye, big brother, the child lightly tugged on the corner of Lin Yao's clothes, thanks for the candy, wishing you happiness every day. Lin Yao replied quietly, thanks, I wish you happiness too. With a lazy posture, Xie Xingchen continued walking side by side, how about it, does opening up feel great? Lin Yao moved his lips, remembering the incident in the locker room earlier, muttering, but I spoke too openly just now, which upset you. Xie Xingchen ground his teeth, suppressing his temper, never mind, say what you want to me. However, remember, we'll settle accounts when we get back. The slightly melted expression Lin Yao had from thinking Xie Xingchen was kind returned to stiffness. Well done, the diversity of humanity. The kindness and gentleness combined with a tendency to seek revenge were perfectly embodied in Xie Xingchen. When they arrived at the door of the room, Lin Yao looked at Healy for help, can I hang out in your room? Playing around all night without sleep, aren't you tired? Healy said apologetically, I'm so exhausted, you should catch some rest, your throat just recovered, better have a good rest. Lin Yao. With a calm expression, Xie Xingchen spoke, go ahead, let's return to the room. Lin Yao's face turned ashen gray, unwillingly dragging toward the dormitory direction, not knowing how Xie Xingchen would prove himself. Surely he wouldn't really help him deal with it, that'd be crazy. Lin Yao would rather help at the medical center right now than stay in the same room with this person. However, Xie Xingchen, who had been holding grudges along the way, had no patience anymore, perhaps because he thought Lin Yao was moving too slowly. He grabbed Lin Yao, pulling him inside with a snap, closing the door with a click. Lin Yao rolled his throat, pretending to forget about the previous incident, and turned around saying, a bit tired, I'm going to sleep. Before he even stepped toward the bathroom, he was pushed to the wall by Xie Xingchen. As the other person approached closely, the oppression became extreme. Lin Yao leaned against the wall, feeling his approach, smelling faintly like awaiting prey. You. Before he could make a sound, he felt his knee pressed, suddenly getting closer. All Xie Xingchen did in 3 seconds of hugging him. Definitely full of vitality. Alright, I know you're capable, the best. There was no sign of stopping there, and only now did Lin Yao realize he meant business, his breathing involuntarily becoming rapid at the thought. You bastard, messing around means death for him. Yet, he felt the other's broad palm gripping the back of his neck, exerting slight pressure to force him to look at the clock on the wall. Xie Xingchen lowered his head, his lips lightly brushing against the trembling earlobe. Lin Yao, starting now, shall we count down the time for me? Chapter 60, Bad Timing. Lin Yao looked at the clock on the wall, the minute hand pointed to the number 3, and the hour hand paused. Wait, what was he timing? Was this even understandable? His entire body was held by Xie Xingchen, his back leaning against the slightly cool wall, his breathing scattered and uneven. The other person's full strength was pressing onto him, heavily. Lin Yao could only raise his head slightly, his brow furrowing as he rejected the suggestion, Xie Xingchen, can you act human for once? I can. Xie Xingchen confined him in his arms, preventing him from escaping. His responses were unrelated to any preceding statements, but his reaction to certain words was quite intense. You want me to say you're not capable? Try it. Lin Yao. Impossible to communicate. It was his fault, discussing such topics shouldn't have trampled on a man's dignity. Now it seemed even Xie Xingchen, who cared little about anything, couldn't stop dwelling on this matter. After some time passed, Xie Xingchen continued to hold him tightly. His tensed muscles restrained Lin Yao, being particularly stubborn. Lin Yao suppressed the urge to kick him away and said coldly, what exactly do you want? Xie Xingchen raised his knee, his tone flat, you tell me. The underlying message was clear, no resolution until the goal was achieved. Both were very obstinate. They locked eyes, tension building as the atmosphere grew stiff between them. Lin Yao was genuinely afraid of suffocating him. No normal person could withstand such repeated antics, let alone someone with special physical conditions. Fine, what was the point arguing with a pervert? Alright. Lin Yao felt his breath land on his face, causing an unbearable itch, so he turned his head and said, you go inside, I'll keep time for you. Even Lin Yao thought he must be crazy to agree to such unreasonable demands. Xie Xingchen straightened up, his lips curling into a smirk, mocking him, are you listening? Lin Yao could not tolerate his straightforwardness and retorted sharply, or what? Should I watch you? Despite his ears turning red, his expression remained calm. Xie Xingchen couldn't help but rub his cheek playfully, acting magnanimously, you can watch. I have no objections, happy to give you a front row seat. This way, the result will be fair, transparent, and just. You'll be my witness. Anyone hearing this might think they were participating in some sort of endurance contest, making serious nonsense sound proper. Lin Yao was truly amazed by how vulgar Xie Xingchen could be. Covering his face with his hand, he couldn't help but curse, do your family members know how perverted you are? Xie Xingchen's gaze swept over his clean-cut face, pausing at the mole on his nose before moving to his lips opening and closing, feeling an urge to kiss him. But now, there was no excuse left. Seeing that Lin Yao wasn't speaking, Xie Xingchen internally admitted that getting sick might indeed not be his fault and perhaps he'd gone too far in provoking him. Stiffening his neck, his prideful but soft-hearted side showed as he pushed the other away. I'm tired of looking. If you're going, then go. Xie Xingqian quietly gazed at him for a moment. No matter what, Lin Yao was lowering his boundaries for him, a realization that brought immense satisfaction. You're too lenient with me, Yao Yao. Xie Xingqian's fingertip grazed over his gland, hesitating for a few seconds before reluctantly pulling back. Lin Yao's words were concise, go to hell. Indeed, Xie Xingqian had no moral limits, and after all this back and forth, he really did enter the bathroom without bothering to lock the door, clearly not intending to conceal anything. Lin Yao glanced at the clock while still throwing out sarcastic comments, don't cheat. Not gonna. Xie Xingqian, having just turned on the faucet, propped himself against the wall and chuckled. The original promise was weird to begin with. Lin Yao glanced at the clock, grabbed a military political book that was halfway read beside him, and started flipping through it seriously, though it was hard to concentrate. He unconsciously thought about their previous incident at the hospital. At that time, because he had licked his bloody wound, Xie Xingqian had confidently entered the bathroom, as if nothing unusual happened. Did he have no sense of shame? Wouldn't he feel awkward if others heard him? Lin Yao flipped through the book aimlessly, not absorbing any words, yet his ears easily caught the faint movements from inside, finding it strange and wanting to leave. However, just as he stood up, his eyes scanned the time on the wall, and he silently sat back down. If Xie Xingqian came out and found him gone, he would surely say it didn't count and would insist on restarting the timer. Troublesome. Lin Yao furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath, he's definitely insane. He didn't know how long he had been flipping through the book, retaining none of its content. Lin Yao. Xie Xingqian suddenly called his name, his voice low and hoarse. Lin Yao reached up to rub his ear, which was tingling horribly, feeling incredibly agitated. Stop calling me. How irritating. Why talkative at a time like this? There was a sudden knock at the door, causing Lin Yao to freeze mid-motion, inexplicably feeling the tension of a thief caught in the act. Xie Xingqian seemed restrained, producing no other sounds besides his initial call of Lin Yao's name. The gentle splashing of water from the bathroom drowned out everything, yet Lin Yao feared they had exposed something unintended. He shuffled toward the door, making deliberate noise with his shoes, only to see the dean standing outside. It felt like being caught red-handed by an authority figure, filling him with even more unease. I heard you weren't feeling well, so I came by to check on you, said Dean Hor as he stepped directly into the room. Where's Xie Xingqian? Lin Yao blinked slowly and dryly responded, he's taking a shower. Hor found a stool and sat down, casually picking up Lin Yao's book to flip through it. Then I'll wait for him to finish. You're quite diligent, still reading even while volunteering. Yeah, habit, Lin Yao replied half-heartedly, glancing at the slightly ajar bathroom door, wondering why it hadn't ended yet. Dean Hor seemed unusually chatty today, continuing, General Pei mentioned you this afternoon, saying you two clicked instantly. Is that so? I thought he was a great person too. Lin Yao absent-mindedly closed off the conversation with one sentence, not fond of small talk. Right now, he truly wished Xie Xingqian were here. That man had top-notch social skills and never let the situation turn awkward. But Xie Xingqian was busy doing something Lin Yao couldn't fully fathom. Hor tapped lightly on the intercom, I'll summon everyone over now. We can have a quick summary meeting here. Hold on, a meeting here. Lin Yao turned back toward the bathroom. Great. He now knew how impressive Xie Xingqian really was. Inside for ages, water continuously flowing without any sign of stopping, and worst of all, when Xie rushed in, he didn't grab any clean clothes. If they delayed much longer, soon there'd be a crowd witnessing his nudity. Lin Yao quickly tried to improvise, Xie Xingqian doesn't like others sitting on his bed. Besides, our room's too small for everyone. Can we gather downstairs instead? But everyone stays on this floor, it'd be convenient along the way, Hor rejected Lin Yao's suggestion. Lin Yao gripped his phone tightly and suddenly stood up. Dean, I'm still not feeling well. Could we reschedule the summary for later tonight? Rarely lying, Lin Yao appeared stiff and tense. Dean Hor paused, observing his expression carefully and deciding he wasn't faking it. Rising to leave, he said, all right. I'll inform everyone. Rest well during dinner time. Lin Yao watched the dean leave the room, finally exhaling the breath he'd been holding since earlier. He grabbed the bathroom doorknob and pushed it open, complaining loudly, didn't you hear Dean Hor come in? Are you ever done? As soon as he entered, a humid fog enveloped his face. The confined space had its glass door steamed up, obscuring visibility, but faint outlines were still visible. Xie Xingqian was already irked by the situation, his tolerance limit high, yet usually controlled by inhibitors. This state of suspension made him feel extremely restless, plus the sting of the cut inside his lip. Until Lin Yao burst through the door. Xie Xingqian turned his head, seeing the equally blurred figure behind the glass door, feeling like every bit of his frustration melted away the instant Lin Yao appeared. Call my name, Lin Yao, Xie Xingqian murmured lowly. Confused, Lin Yao hesitated for a few seconds before complying, Xie Xingqian. The voice light and detached, but it sent tingles through him. Xie Xingqian hummed softly in response, suppressing his erratic breathing, you can go back to keeping time now. Startled for a couple of seconds, Lin Yao fled hastily, slamming the door shut behind him. Raising his head, he noticed the minute hand still pointed steadfastly at 3, unmoving, the hour hand. What was it exactly? With a quiet tsk, Lin Yao muttered, this clock broke at the wrong moment, wasting effort. It wasn't broken. Chapter 61, I'll give it a try. Lin Yao unilaterally found himself in a slightly awkward situation. He really couldn't recall where the hour hand was at that time, but the minute hand had clearly been moving slowly under his gaze. The clock wasn't broken, and he figured it had to be off by at least an hour. No matter how you calculated it, it was still him wrongfully accusing others, confidently sending someone to see a specialist, highly embarrassing. After Xie Xingchen finished his shower and stepped out, water dripped from his hair, yet he looked refreshingly spirited. Did you time it? Lin Yao internally admitted he hadn't paid attention to the hour hand, but it made no difference. He subtly reminded, but did physiology class mention anything about being ill if it goes on too long? Xie Xingchen. Lately, Lin Yao had rendered Xie Xingchen silent quite a number of times. Slightly hunched over, Xie Xingchen reached up with an expression of frustration and pinched his cheeks. Are you deliberately going against me, hoping that I'm troubled? No, did I say something wrong again? Right, Lin Yao's face contorted as he spoke with difficulty. He shot back another rhetorical question and then answered himself, yes, we're definitely meant for constant confrontation, we'll never coexist peacefully. Xie Xingchen remained silent and his expression grew somber. It was then that Lin Yao realized he'd truly said the wrong thing. Previously, it was all light-hearted teasing, but this comment sounded very disingenuous, especially after Xie Xingchen had helped arrange a dinner meeting with Pei Zhang. Lin Yao offered an apology, that's not what I meant. I'm just not used to our current way of interacting yet. Xie Xingchen calmly responded, it's okay, take your time with the things you're not good at. Even though he said this, there was still underlying irritation. That night, he stubbornly went back to sleep in his extremely uncomfortable single bed, clearly indicating that Lin Yao should reflect deeply. At 3 in the morning, Lin Yao couldn't sleep either. In the middle of the night, he placed orders for books titled 300 Sentences to Improve Emotional Intelligence, How to Make Friends Correctly, and 100 Ways to Skillfully Handle Awkward Situations. The next day, when they were out, Xie Xingchen rarely said a word on their walk. He just kept looking at his phone, unsure whether he was reading news or ignoring Lin Yao. Did you sleep well last night? Lin Yao initiated a conversation. Xie Xingchen gave him a faint glance, saying coolly, not well. The quilt was damp, and the pillowcase was rough. Recalling the initial touch of the military-issue bedding, Lin Yao felt he'd indeed given Xie Xingchen some discomfort. So, he asked, why didn't you come sleep with me? Xie Xingchen replied with a pointed meaning, I was worried you'd find me distasteful since you claimed you're more used to arguing with me. Lin Yao. There was no need for any book like 300 Sentences to Improve Emotional Intelligence. He already had a top master in front of him who could make him feel guilty with just one sentence. He thought for a moment and extended an invitation, then tonight, sleep with me. Xie Xingchen declined, no, I'll just sleep alone. I'd rather you have a good night's rest. This statement, when it reached his ears, was quite subtle, giving Lin Yao the impression of being controlled, though he couldn't precisely explain why. His sense of guilt reached its peak. When they arrived at their destination, Pei Zhang came out personally to greet them, dragging along his entire family. What they thought would be a simple breakfast left both of them confused as they entered and sat down, thinking it was overly formal. Sorry, due to recent busy official duties, only mornings allow me the time to meet with both of you. Pei Zhang reached over to serve Lin Yao soup, introducing everyone, this is my wife, Lin Han. By coincidence, she shares your surname. And this is my daughter, Pei Xiang. Lin Yao endured the warm gazes of everyone present and politely nodded, nice to meet you, Mrs. Lin. I'm Lin Yao. When Pei Zhang looked toward Xie Xingchen, his tone reverted to a businesslike one, yesterday you weren't introduced, and later Hole told me you're Xie Heng's son. I've heard a lot about you. Xie Xingchen thought inwardly, how could someone like him gain such fame? But this General Pei seemed somewhat unwelcoming through his words. Lin Yao also sensed the discomfort, pushing the bowl of soup in front of Xie Xingchen gently and said softly, you drink first. Lin Yao and the second son of the Xie family seemed to have a pretty good relationship, Pei Zhang probed while observing them, you even got him to invite me for dinner. Uncertain of what exactly he implied, Lin Yao observed Xie Xingchen's expression carefully, refraining from upsetting him again, of course, we get along well, we're teammates who fight side by side. Upon hearing these words, the young master who had sulked all night finally cracked a small smile. Pei Zhang nodded his head, showing no clear emotion on his face, if I may ask, when is your birthday? You look around the same age as our Xiangsang. Xie Xingchen narrowed his eyes. If he starts asking about birth details, could it be that he wants to introduce Lin Yao to someone? This seems like a banquet with ulterior motives. Lin Yao honestly answered, if I'm not mistaken, it's July 20th. Lin Han's expression showed pleasant surprise, what a coincidence. It's the same day as our Xiangsang's birthday. This must be fate. Xie Xingchen sipped his soup, clearly in no good mood. So, they had already taken a liking to Lin Yao and were considering bringing him into the family as their son-in-law. Same birth date. What was so great about it? And why didn't anyone care that Lin Yao was older by 8 months and 7 days? Lin Yao moved his lips but wasn't sure how to explain. This birthday was the date marked during an experiment, and he wasn't even certain if it was real. He could only say, I'm not quite sure if it's this day, someone else told me. Then we'll just take it as this day. Next time you have your birthday, we'll celebrate it together, Pei Xiang chimed in enthusiastically. Xie Xingchen leisurely finished his bowl of soup and pushed the empty one toward Lin Yao. Do you want more? Lin Yao glanced at him, quickly sensing something amiss in his tone. He softened his voice. What do you want? Xie Xingchen gave his orders like a general: broth, abalone porridge, crab roe noodles, pastries, all of them. Lin Yao. Seriously, wouldn't he burst from eating so much? Pei Xiang also handed over her bowl. Lin Yao, can you help me serve some porridge, please? Because they were the same age, calling each other by their first names added an extra layer of intimacy. This scene felt somewhat baffling, and Lin Yao was thoroughly confused. But out of politeness and social decorum, he first accepted Pei Xiang's bowl. Once he served her and returned to serving Xie Xingchen, the master started throwing tantrums again. I'm full, don't want to eat anymore. As he spoke, he pulled the bowl back, acting as though it contained nothing. But he didn't forget their purpose for coming here. Xie Xingchen bluntly asked, General Pei, have you ever been to Capital Star? It's developing well. If you're going there next time, I could be your local guide. I went 3 years ago. Before that, it was 8 years ago, Pei Yizhong said frankly. The alliance has consistently marginalized Deserted Star these past few years. Going around without official duties would just invite trouble, better to stay home. Surprisingly, he wasn't lying, showing an air of righteousness mixed with indifference. Lin Yao and Xie Xingchen exchanged glances, the latter shaking his head. The lab matter was highly confidential, and asking wouldn't yield useful answers. They'd need to strengthen their connection and investigate step by step. Lin Yao thought for a moment, then asked, can I get your contact information? Pei Yizhong nodded, accommodatingly responding, sure, my entire family can be added. Xie Xingchen slightly flicked his finger, good, except for himself who felt out of place. This meal provided little useful information, instead giving him an unexpected rival out of nowhere. His mood sank. When it ended, Pei Yizhong offered to send them off with a guard, but Xie Xingchen insisted on walking. Lin Yao apologized with a smile, then I'll accompany him for a walk and call a cab later. It was really nice meeting you and Mrs. Lin today, and Pei Xiang too. See you next time. You've really advanced fast in socializing recently. When only the two of them remained, Xie Xingchen walked hands in his pockets, his tone casual. I brushed up on the 300 sentences to improve emotional intelligence last night. Lin Yao confessed sheepishly. Xie Xingchen tilted his head to look at him. You seem to like that Pei someone a lot. Pei Yizhong. Or Pei Xiang. They're more approachable than I imagined, and it's such a coincidence, Lin Yao replied. Seeing Xie Xingchen's darkening expression, he couldn't decipher it, so he simply asked outright, you've been unhappy all day, why is that? Xie Xingchen was straightforward, staring directly into his eyes without concealment. I don't like you getting close to others. Whether it's Healy, Cheng Boyan, Jiang Qiran, or that girl we just met today with the same birthday, all of them, I dislike it. Lin Yao wanted to argue, he'd known Healy longer and naturally couldn't grow distant. But in this moment, inexplicably, he didn't want to hurt his feelings further with other words. Xie Xingchen's possessiveness was strong, he knew this very well. Even in such a hostile relationship, for both of them, they were still irreplaceable in unique ways. But now things had changed, from being irreplaceable to becoming ordinary friends, leaving them both unsure. Lin Yao nodded solemnly, I'll try to make you the most important person. Don't be angry. Chapter 62 Blood Boiling. The most important person. Xie Xingchen caught the key phrase. It was hard to get him to say such a weighty statement, so he didn't want it to pass by lightly. How does one count as important? Lin Yao was stumped. He was awkward and slow. No one had taught him how to interact with others. Over the years, his only friend Healy was also someone who had pursued him relentlessly. For so long, he still couldn't learn how to please people, nor could he act cute. Even when it came to comforting someone, he could only say something ambiguous like that without knowing how to define it further. It's fine, Xie Xingchen patiently guided him. To me, the meaning of most important can have many interpretations. You must share all your feelings with me first. You should subconsciously consider me your most trusted person. Except for yourself, I should come before everyone else. And learn to love me. Xie Xingchen paused briefly, omitting the last sentence. Lin Yao, I don't know if there's a problem with my understanding. Is the person you referred to as the most important this kind of meaning? Lin Yao carefully dissected each word, turning it over and over in his mind. The lab work and his past were things he had never mentioned to anyone, but the fact that he was willing to tell Xie Xingchen about this already represented placing him in a very significant and trustworthy position. But this person was simply greedy, even this wasn't enough, and they insisted on getting an official verbal affirmation. Lin Yao hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded seriously, yes, that's what I mean. A smile tugged at the corner of Xie Xingchen's lips, unable to conceal his immense happiness. He took a step closer to him, raised his hand, and gently ruffled his nape. I'm really very happy. Lin Yao endured the pain as his fingers combed through his hair, his whole body stiff. Would this ever end? Xie Xingqian's hand did not retreat yet and continued, "Can I touch your head so recklessly from now on?" Lin Yao closed his eyes for a moment, resisting the urge to kick him. "Don't take advantage of the situation." Xie Xingqian repeated something he had said before, "He Li cannot touch you, and neither can others. So how do we differentiate between me and them, and how can we reflect your utmost importance and uniqueness?" Sly thinking, logical genius. Lin Yao gritted his teeth and forced out 3 words, "You can touch." Xie Xingqian knew very well how to seize the opportunity. For how long? 3 minutes, 10 minutes, or an entire night? I need to know where your limit is so that I won't make you angry. Lin Yao. You're almost touching my limits right now, hold on, just a little longer. Lin Yao took a deep breath, enduring the tingling sensation from the gentle touches in his hair. There's no time limit, however long you want. Xie Xingqian lowered his gaze to look at his expression, his lips tightened, his eyes like knives, teasing him further would really make him snap. He understood the art of moderation quite well. Thus, his palm slid down, lightly brushing against Lin Yao's neck before pulling back. I've now felt a bit of being treated as the most important. Lin Yao wanted to kick him into the river nearby to feed the fish. Xie Xingqian said leisurely, "Let's go for a walk. We'll be plunged back into arduous work soon." Lin Yao hadn't spoken yet when suddenly the communication devices strapped to both their bodies blared loudly. A large number of guards suddenly poured out from near General Pei Yizhong's residence, instantly freezing the relaxed atmosphere. This mouth, how eloquent it has become. Xie Xingqian picked up the communicator, and the voice of Hua Er came through, "All personnel in the battle preparation area gather immediately. There's an emergency situation. Please wear bulletproof vests, bring your firearms. If your life is endangered, you may fire in self-defense." Lin Yao exchanged glances with him, and both froze for a second. A long line of military vehicles rushed toward them, with Pei Yizhong sitting in the front passenger seat of the lead vehicle. He signaled for the 2 of them to board. Hua Er said, "You are going to the battle prep zone, and so am I, get in the car." They'd always known General Pei went to the front lines personally, but at this moment, they finally grasped it concretely. After days of support, Lin Yao tentatively asked, "Is it the enemy army attacking again?" "Not this time." Pei Yizhong lifted his hand to rub his temple. "The enemy has retreated. This time it's our own people." Xie Xingqian questioned, "What do you mean? Is there internal strife?" "You'll know once you get there." Pei Yizhong whispered low, "This isn't the first time. After the war, we suffered massive casualties. Each time before we fully regroup, our soldiers suddenly begin to slaughter each other." He hung his head, his face full of grief, because every time there are heavy casualties, it's called the blood plague. That state of madness is like an epidemic, spreading extremely fast and impossible to stop. We can only shoot to kill. And up until now, we haven't found the cause. In terms of methods, it was incredibly cruel and bloody. So, Lin Yao spoke with concern, "We go there to kill our own people? Is there no other way?" Pei Yizhong turned around and looked at him while explaining, "The deserted planet wasn't always called the desolate planet, it was once known as Nahan Star. With the highest population density and independent autonomy, it was a key location for political votes. But starting from one unknown day, people began disappearing, vanishing without a trace. When they returned, their bodies were stronger, and most naturally became soldiers before the first blood plague broke out. Thus, the former glory of Nahan Star waned into today's desolation, even its name becoming synonymous with wasteland." Lin Yao spoke slowly, "This must be man-made. But who could possibly be behind this operation?" Pei Yizhong glanced at Xie Xingqian meaningfully. "From my perspective, whoever benefits is likely the one pulling the strings. However, without evidence, we wouldn't dare say so recklessly. Politics, votes, the selection of the highest authority in the alliance by vote, these concepts made it easy to connect the dots." Xie Xingqian, being so sharp, immediately caught the implication in Pei Yizhong's words and remained silent. Lin Yao also picked up on the underlying message, turning to glance at the person sitting next to him. He lightly patted the back of his hand as a gesture of comfort. Of course, he knew how detestable Xie Hengji was. Treating him like a toy or a bargaining chip to cure Xie Xingqian's illness, completely shattering his self-respect with cold-hearted tactics, all while probably committing numerous secretive misdeeds. But at the end of the day, he was good to Xie Xingqian. As his father, their shared bloodline connected them deeply. While contemplating some comforting words, Xie Xingqian unexpectedly responded in an open manner, "If you're referring to my father, if he committed wrongs, I'd personally send him to the court for judgment." Lin Yao was taken aback. "You're truly a filial son," Pei Yizhong said ambiguously, not sure whether it was praise or sarcasm. "We're here. Brother Yao, why did you two take the general's car?" He Li quickly handed over their bulletproof vests and firearms, lowering his voice, "Be careful. It's quite bloody. This is my first time directly facing such a scene. Because they're all our own people, the military didn't dare deploy mecha units. It's all close-range hand-to-hand combat, frenzied slaughters. I almost vomited." Xie Xingqian worriedly looked at Lin Yao, "Would you like to rest for a couple more days?" After all, just recently he had experienced intermittent aphasia due to the corpses after battle, barely recovering. They feared triggering any secondary psychological obstacles. Lin Yao took a deep breath. Compared to last time, he could already overcome his fear and face it directly. It wasn't that big of a deal. Fastening his bulletproof vest, he said, I can't be a coward for the rest of my life. He gripped the sniper rifle, walking confidently at the front into what was originally the outdoor pre-battle camp. It was now saturated with the heavy scent of blood mixed faintly with another smell, intertwining in a way that made his heart race wildly. Did you catch a whiff of something? Lin Yao asked quietly, targeting and killing the infected blood plague sufferers with perfect accuracy. Blood, Xia Xingchen replied as he looked at Lin Yao. Are you detecting anything else? Lin Yao softly hummed in response, feeling inexplicably sensitive to the particular air of excitement, restless and seemingly controlled by some unseen force. It was hot, agitating, making his blood boil. Even though shooting at long distances, his hand remained steady, firing while speaking, I'm not sure, but maybe some alpha-released pheromones, which makes me somewhat restless. Xia Xingchen calculated the timeline, since their last marking, enough time had passed that it should have lost effect. However, he couldn't mark Lin Yao a third time. To do so would bind them together for life, no matter how willing Lin Yao might be. He couldn't allow it. Slowly releasing his own pheromones, Xia Xingchen lifted a hand and grabbed his shoulder, come with me. Fighting side by side, both excelled as expert snipers. Their elimination of the blood plague victims was swift and efficient, each shot perfectly aimed to explode heads. Corpses lay everywhere. Closing and then reopening his eyes, Lin Yao, besides a slightly accelerated breathing, had already conquered his previous paralyzing fear upon encountering corpses. With steely determination, after eliminating the final few targets ahead, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, his temples pulsing violently as if about to burst. What's wrong? Xia Xingchen turned to look at him. Suddenly retreating 2 steps, Lin Yao pointed the sniper rifle at Xia Xingchen, his finger firmly on the trigger. Xia Xingchen's heart plummeted. Lin Yao, what are you doing? Lin Yao's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would explode, his vision distorting into a kaleidoscope of colors, converging to the red center of the shooting range target. He fired, hitting the mark. Lin Yao, look at me, Xia Xingchen tried to step closer but was stopped by the cold muzzle of the sniper rifle against his chest. Pull the trigger. Aim for the red heart, just like during training. A voice seemed to whisper in his ear. Lin Yao quickly shut his eyes, catching a faint scent of agave, and regained a moment of clarity. But his finger had already pulled the trigger. Xia Xingchen. Get out of the way. Reacting fast, he jerked the gun to the right, altering the direction. The bullet deviated from its initial path and struck a blood plague victim who was slaughtering others nearby, splattering blood everywhere. Lin Yao's heart raced wildly, trembling uncontrollably. When he opened his eyes again, all he saw was Xia Xingchen standing still in the same spot. In a calm voice, he asked, Lin Yao, were you just trying to kill me? Chapter 63, Are you real? Lin Yao shook his head, his lips pale. No, I didn't want to do that. But in fact, he did aim a gun at his comrades. Just like the close relationships among the combat zone's former brothers and allies that had now deteriorated into bloodthirsty enemies who fought each other with madness. I didn't, Xia Xingchen. His voice trembled, his face ashen. How could he explain that his brain seemed controlled in that moment, causing him to act instinctively without thinking? Only now did he start to feel fear. If there hadn't been that final moment of clarity, he didn't dare to imagine what would have happened. Shit, Brother Yao, your aim is so good. Healy hadn't seen the initial scene, only witnessed Lin Yao's sniper rifle hitting its target perfectly, 1 bullet to the head. Cheng Boyan noticed something off about his complexion and approached quickly. What's wrong with you? Lin Yao moved his lips, not knowing how to describe it. He felt an intense chill coursing through his body. Did he really almost kill Xia Xingchen just now? How could he even contemplate doing such a thing? He felt 1,000 words stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered or explained. Xia Xingchen just stared at him silently, lost in thought. Lin Yao and Xia Xingchen have cleared the south side, please continue forward. Commander Hui instructed, everyone, let me reiterate, infected warriors can no longer be called warriors but are instead enemies who harm their comrades. Shoot them on sight. Xia Xingchen cast a deep look at Lin Yao, then changed direction, stepping boldly into the fight. With a gun in hand, he executed each enemy with ruthless efficiency, 1 gunshot per kill. Lin Yao handed over his sniper rifle to Duan Zheng and took down the short knife hanging from his body. I'll use this. Duan Zheng looked incredulously at him. Are you crazy? A short knife isn't comparable to a gun. If you're attacked, you won't have time to run. Just use this. Lin Yao whispered. He dared not use the gun for the moment, fearing another accident might occur. If that happened, he'd regret it for life. Fortunately, after the battle zone recovered its firearms, they mainly relied on close combat techniques. The struggle became more animalistic, a primal battle over territory. Lin Yao's fighting skills were impeccable. Even with just a short knife, he was incredibly fast in bringing down his opponents and silencing them. Tense-lipped, he executed his tasks using the most brutal military tactics possible. When it was over, he raised his head and saw Xia Xingchen in the distance. He was working alongside guards brought by Pei Zhong, cleaning up the north side efficiently with 1 clean shot per enemy. He appeared calm on the surface, in control, but deep down, there was a heavy shadow of gloom in his eyes. That faint smell lingered again, assaulting his heart. Xiaxingchen. Lin Yao subconsciously called his name, wanting to suppress the unsettling restlessness with his pheromones, yet hesitated because of what happened earlier. His legs involuntarily moved toward him, turning the sharp knife in his hands into a harmful weapon once again. No, absolutely not. Lin Yao bit his lower lip until it bled, barely managing to retain some semblance of sanity. Xiaxingchen, hide, get out of the way, he struggled to speak. Once again, his behavior went beyond his control. His limbs were pulled, and the compulsion became irresistible. After Xiaxingchen sniped a new target, he turned around and cast a calm gaze at Lin Yao. Seeing him approach with the knife pointed at himself, his expression grew colder. Something wasn't right. If the first instance was accidental, this was the second time, certainly no coincidence. It was as if Lin Yao had also turned into a blood plague carrier. Lin Yao, stay alert, Xiaxingchen reached out to grab him, but the blade pressed against his chest again. The bulletproof vest deflected the attack, yet Lin Yao swiped his arm towards his side. Xiaxingchen firmly grasped the knife handle, preventing him from moving further. Lin Yao, it's me, Xiaxingchen. Are you sure you want to hurt me? You just said I'm the most important person to you. So soon you've decided to go against that? Lin Yao's breathing grew heavy, his strength surging like an adrenaline rush, yet he felt completely powerless, like a marionette puppet being manipulated. Every word sank deeply into his mind. No, Xiaxingchen was the most important person to him, and he couldn't do this. But he couldn't help but still try to harm him. What should he do? Blood was already spreading in Lin Yao's mouth, yet resistance remained futile. Lin Yao, if you stab me, I won't dodge. Lin Yao, if you kill me, you'll regret it. Xiaxingchen could feel the force grow exponentially strong, nearly impossible to control. As they struggled, the hand holding the knife broke free but surprisingly did not pierce him as expected. Instead, he stabbed his left arm in reverse, and blood instantly gushed out. Yo, you. Xiaxingchen's lips trembled. To avoid hurting him, he couldn't believe that Lin Yao had used a way to harm himself like this. The pain was sobering. Frowning, Lin Yao relied on the wound in his arm to keep his sanity. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you, I'm sorry, Xiaxingchen, I'm sorry. Xiaxingchen's heart tightened as he suddenly lifted Lin Yao into his arms, speaking into the communicator. Lin Yao is injured, requesting support. Because the combat area was quite large, everyone had scattered widely. Unexpectedly, the first ones to arrive were Pei Yizhong's guards. I'll take him to the military hospital, follow me. Looking at the remnants of the battlefield, Xiaxingchen thought for 2 seconds before handing Lin Yao over. After I finish here, I'll come to see him. Thanks for taking care of him. Lin Yao had been harsh on himself. The wound wasn't shallow, but luckily it hadn't hit the bone. However, due to previous mutism and sudden consciousness confusion, he fell into a long-lasting high fever that wouldn't break. After Xiaxingchen helped suppress all the infected with the main force, he urged He Li and others to go back and rest first while he stayed outside the ward through the night. With him was Pei Yizhong, who had also returned from the battlefield. I've always found it strange, why do you seem so concerned about Lin Yao? Xiaxingchen asked quietly, what's your real intention? Pei Yizhong looked through the glass door towards the person lying inside. I feel a connection with him, he seems familiar. Xiaxingchen felt this reason was hard to fault and sounded official enough. He hummed, because of the leader of the alliance, you're still wary of me. Pei Yizhong glanced at him, isn't it true that you're wary of me too? As for Lin Yao ending up like this, I think you should know something. Of course he knew, but he couldn't say it. It was a secret Lin Yao had carefully hidden for years. No one was allowed to uncover his scars. Xiaxingchen replied calmly, it was just because of the chaotic pheromones causing discomfort at the scene, you're overthinking it. The patient has woken up, the nurse rushed out to announce. As Pei Yizhong was about to turn around, the other added, he refuses to see anyone else, only Xiaxingchen. Xiaxingchen slightly nodded, I'll go in first, thank you for providing the best medical support. Upon pushing open the door, Xiaxingchen saw Lin Yao staring at him without blinking, like a shattered glass doll that had been glued back together, making him ache. Do you still feel unwell? Xiaxingchen approached, placing his palm on Lin Yao's forehead, you're still a bit hot. Lin Yao's lips moved slightly, his eyes turning red, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I don't know what happened to me, I'm sorry. When he woke up, all he could feel was boundless fear. All he remembered was the moment when the sniper rifle aimed at Xiaxingchen, leaving him frozen with fear and trembling. Not until Xiaxingchen walked through the door did his racing heart slowly settle down. Thank goodness you're okay, otherwise I. Lin Yao grabbed his wrist, circling it, are you hurt anywhere? Let me check. I'm fine, quite healthy. But how about you? Xiaxingchen stared at the blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his arm, sighing softly, why did you have to be so brutal to yourself? Does it hurt? Lin Yao continued to look up at him, feeling as if he were dreaming, without any sense of reality. He didn't know what he needed to do to alleviate the panic in his heart. Reaching out, Lin Yao pulled Xiaxingchen closer, his fingers brushing over his hairline, slowly moving down to his eyebrows, nose, lips, then further down. Shoulders, chest, abdomen, as if confirming every inch was safe and sound. Xia Xingchen could feel his lingering fear, nervousness, helplessness, and regret, otherwise, he wouldn't dare act this boldly. Are you real? Lin Yao mumbled, I can't determine, Xia Xingchen, are you real? Or am I dreaming? Not sure. Xia Xingchen whispered, do you want me to undress for you to touch? It was real. Apart from him, no one else would say such things. Lin Yao relaxed into the pillow, swatting at him while cursing under his breath, you're really vulgar. Chapter 64, What are you doing? The two looked at each other, for once without the usual tension. There was a sense of relief after having survived some kind of ordeal. Lin Yao stared at him for a moment before regaining his composure. Is this hospital safe? I'm worried my identity as an Omega might be exposed. Xia Xingchen nodded slightly. The doctor was personally found by General Pei. He only helped with stopping the bleeding. If he has any medical ethics, your examination won't involve any identification of secondary gender. Alright, Lin Yao cleared his throat, trying to explain the situation candidly. I think they were all test subjects on AA. Because some mechanism was triggered, they would prioritize harming people important to them, which led to that self-destructive scene. Xia Xingchen excelled at identifying key points, leaning back lazily into the nearby recliner, his mood slightly improved. So, your subconscious already recognizes me as the most important person. Lin Yao. This guy had completely misinterpreted the point. His lips tightened, aren't you angry? At the moment when he woke up just now, all he could think about was Xia Xingchen's calm face. Lin Yao, were you just about to kill me? This sentence bombarded his brain like a tightening curse, causing his headache and heart palpitations, as if trapped in a nightmare. He lowered his eyes, repentant, I almost attacked you. Xia Xingchen hummed, his tone casual, you've always hated me before, but at most, you're just a little rough during combat. Cool but soft-hearted, how could you genuinely want to kill me? I have a brain, and I'm not incapable of making such judgments. It was the feeling of being trusted unconditionally. Something lightly struck his heart, thumping wildly. Not good at expressing himself, Lin Yao stared at him for a long time before lightly nodding, thank you. Too polite, unlike his usual self. Xia Xingchen sighed inwardly, thinking he must have been really frightened, turning the usually cool guy into a scared kitten needing soothing. Before he could say something, there was a knock on the door, and half of Pei Yizhong's face appeared through the glass window. Lin Yao, may I come in? Xia Xingchen made a light TSK sound, clearly unhappy, he cares about you too much. Isn't he seriously considering introducing Pei Xiong to you? Confused, Lin Yao didn't understand why this name would suddenly pop up, Pei Xiong. We're both Omegas, how can we be together? Article 237 of the Alliance Law, no derogatory comments should be made in any venue against relationships of any gender combinations, or the police will come arrest me. Xia Xingchen's memory was incredible. Back then, when Jiang Qiran said he wanted to pursue you, you accused me of discriminating against homosexuals. Lin Yao. Was this guy reincarnated as a contrarian, and so skilled at bringing up old grievances, leaving no room for argument? Outside, the sky grew dim, and Lin Yao glanced at Pei Yizhong still standing upright by the doorway, speaking softly, let him in, maybe there's something important. Xia Xingchen hummed, slowly getting up and bluntly saying, looks like I'll meet my future father-in-law soon, eager to send me away. What is he even talking about? Seriously doubted if his head got hit, leading to mental instability. I don't like Pei Xiong. Lin Yao frowned at his nonsense, why would you even have such a strange idea? Even if I end up alone forever, I won't voluntarily expose my Omega identity. That's stupid. Hearing this, Xia Xingchen's expression finally relaxed. Perfect, among peers, aside from himself, no one else will know. His mood became cheerful, and he took large strides towards opening the door of the ward, a bit more polite this time, sorry, our chat went a bit long, making you wait. The ward was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and a faint pheromone scent wafted around. When Pei Yizhong entered, he furrowed his brows slightly. He placed the food he had just bought on the bedside table, performing every action and speaking quietly, you've slept all day. You should eat something. Being cared for like this by General Pei, the leader of the Stellar Union, seemed bizarre, and Lin Yao's thought strayed off following Xia Xingchen's track. Does he really intend to set me up with Pei Xiong? No, I need to make it clear to him. With difficulty, Lin Yao sat up, cheeks flushed with slight fever, carefully weighing his words, there's no need for you to treat me so kindly, I've long grown accustomed to it. These are minor injuries, there's no need to go to such lengths. What kind of life did you lead before? Pei Yizhong asked softly, and what about your parents? Lin Yao shook his head, voice calm, no, I don't have parents. Pei Yizhong paused, staring at him for a long time before saying, sorry, if you'd like, you can consider me, as your father. Lin Yao blinked blankly. Is Xia Xingchen really that good at reading people? How crude is this suggestion? What's the difference between this and directly sending someone over as a son-in-law? No, he certainly doesn't want to marry Pei Xiong. General Pei, thank you for your kindness, but I'm used to being alone, I can't get close to others, so it's better not to, Lin Yao said softly. I'm a bit tired and want to sleep some more. It wasn't exactly a lie. Affected by the previous preparation zone smell, his head was muddled, and he urgently wanted to do something to suppress the growing irritation. Pei Yizhong looked into his eyes. They were stubborn, like a wild creature grown amidst chaos, brimming with an indomitable spirit. He both liked and pitied him. Nodding, he didn't force the issue, simply saying, "All right, I understand. Then tomorrow, I'll bring my wife and Pei Xiang to see you." Alarm bells rang in Lin Yao's heart. He couldn't think of any other excuse, so his gaze flicked toward Xie Xingchen standing by the door and clutched onto him like a lifeline. "Tomorrow is no good." "What's wrong?" "Tomorrow, I have to review military politics with Xie Xingchen. There's an exam coming up." "So you're quite studious, studying even when you're sick." "What about the day after tomorrow?" "The day after tomorrow, the next day, and the following days, I'll be doing group assignments with Xie Xingchen. Then after you're discharged from the hospital." Lin Yao's eyes were resolute. "Since the blood plague personnel have been cleared out and post-war work has resumed normally, we'll prepare to return immediately after discharge. You're busy with official duties, so let's say goodbye here in advance." Pei Yizhong stared at him for several seconds, sighing lightly. "Okay, take care of yourself. I originally intended to ask why you were injured, but now I see that you probably don't want to talk about it. Never mind then." As Lin Yao watched him rise and leave, he exhaled deeply, sinking back into the pillow. He reached out and grabbed the electronic thermometer on the bedside table, pressing it against his forehead and waiting for the reading while observing through half-closed eyes what Pei Yizhong and Xie Xingchen were saying at the doorway. "If I don't agree, are they going to consider marrying me off to Xie Xingchen? But Xie Xingchen already has Jiang Qiran. Xie Heng said their marriage alliance is a foregone conclusion, they will definitely get married sooner or later." Lin Yao lowered his gaze, unable to decipher his feelings, hearing a beep signaling the thermometer had finished its readout. He glanced at the number. 39.2 degrees, he was still running a high fever. "Forget it, I'll sleep some more." Lin Yao returned the thermometer to the bedside table and focused his eyes on the food that had just been brought over. No appetite, didn't feel like eating, so he slowly slid down into the soft blanket. However, he hadn't closed his eyes for 2 seconds when he felt a chill fall on his head. His shoulder was grabbed, pulled out from under the blanket by Xie Xingchen, who placed an ice towel on his forehead, an unknown source of cooling, providing great comfort. Lin Yao lifted his chin slightly, wanting more. But the other person held him firmly, preventing movement. He narrowed his eyes, unpleased, reaching out to grab Xie Xingchen's wrist and pulling it towards himself, frowning in complaint. "You're so annoying. I heard you want to work with me for 3 days. Lin Yao could feel the pulse on the wrist gripping him thumping powerfully, as if infected by his own fever. The heat which had just subsided began to rise again, warming his cheeks. Xie Xingchen paused momentarily, taunting, "Group assignments, huh? I didn't know about that." Lin Yao's breathing became slightly erratic. "I have a headache, stop talking." Yet Xie Xingchen wouldn't let him off. "What do you plan to do over these 3 days? Tell me." Chapter 65, Speak When Comfortable. No matter how simple-minded Lin Yao was, he wasn't completely ignorant. Even though he had been shocked many times by this person's straightforward and bold remarks, he was still surprised now. "What else can you and I do?" He felt the cool temperature on his forehead, but his body temperature was still burning high. His nose touched Xie Xingchen's wrist as he slightly raised his head, catching a hint of tequila. Once tasting something delicious, one craves more. But Xie Xingchen wouldn't let go of his little braid and didn't want to start this conversation. So, he could only secretly raise his chin a little higher, trying to sneak another whiff. "There are plenty of things we can do," Xie Xingchen said, lifting his hand to replace the cool towel with another. Because of the sudden departure from the previous touch, Lin Yao's jaw remained slightly elevated, revealing an interrupted dissatisfaction. "Such as fighting, martial arts, verbal sparring, physical training, none were realistic with current injuries." Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze, his tone sobering up from jest. "For instance, we should properly discuss what to do if you enter your sensitive period and I can't give you a third marking." Lin Yao fell silent for several seconds before speaking. "Shouldn't we instead be discussing how to suppress the blood plague and look for its source? This won't be rushed. If it were so simple, Pei Zhong, even in Decade Huang Star, being a general these past few years would have found a reason. Do you think it'd be that easy for us to break through?" Xie Xingchen analyzed. Lin Yao grunted, his thoughts clear. "Then hurry and collect air concentration samples from the preparation zone, gather odors, and draw a few tubes of my blood samples. They'll definitely come in handy." At the time, he had continuously smelled a certain scent, like some kind of induced control. Thoughts align here. "I've already arranged for someone to collect the samples." Xie Xingchen swiped his phone screen and showed him proudly. It was the report on the blood samples transported back to the capital by aircraft while Lin Yao was unconscious. The results were hurriedly produced within those hours. "I haven't told Director Cheng about your experiment side effects, but based on the hormones in your blood right now, he deduced that you're gradually entering a stress period, which is also why you have persistent fever." Sympathetically, he continued, "There will be slight symptoms over these days, which you might endure. After another week, you'll enter a much harder to control stage. Since differentiating into Omega, because of suppressants and Xia Xingqian's markings, except for that first day, Lin Yao hadn't truly experienced the agony of going into heat. This time out, most challenges revolved around overcoming lingering shadows left from the original experiment, only for more misfortunes to follow endlessly. Upon seeing the report, Lin Yao's headache intensified significantly. Can suppressing agents not work? Right after saying it, his nostrils flared as he sniffed at Xia Xingqian's wrist. Unable to resist, he lifted his head a little closer towards him, like a kitten sensing catnip. Xia Xingqian observed his movements and subtly emitted some calming vibes. I don't know, I haven't met any Omegas with such experiences either. I'm just letting you know beforehand so you can prepare. Lin Yao hummed in acknowledgement, thinking there wasn't much preparation possible anyway other than toughing it out. If Xia Xingqian, battling his severe disease every couple of days, could push through, Lin Yao knew he possessed strong willpower, sure enough to get past it. Only at the moment did he feel drowsy, his eyelids heavy. Sleep. I'll stay with you. Not leaving. Xia Xingqian kept one hand holding the towel on his forehead while lazily sliding the other across his phone screen to pass the time. Lin Yao closed his eyes, feeling both comfort and security, soon slipping into a peaceful slumber again. He Li and Qing Boyan came over to change shifts during the day, urging Xia Xingqian, who had pulled an all-nighter, to return home for rest. Their rotation had them acting as if Lin Yao were in critical condition. Really no need for you to stay. It's just a minor injury on my arm, Lin Yao dismissed lightly, considering even staying in the hospital for days somewhat superfluous. In truth, he was more curious about the specific scent from the battle site and why it caused such loss of control. Healy held a camera aimed at his face, expression solemn. Say that sentence again. It'd be perfect for editing into the opening clip of this Huang Star trip, extremely cool. Lin Yao. The light blinked from the lens Healy gripped, whispering, say it. If my injury wasn't so severe, I wouldn't have almost died here. Lin Yao opened his mouth and started babbling nonsense. Healy pondered, nodded, alright, this emphasizes the harshness of this actual combat experience, paired with the post-battle desolation footage I recorded. The title can be set as, The Shocking Life and Death Battle That Startled 30 Million People, Rivers of Blood. Lin Yao. This guy truly has talent as a director, coming to Comprehensive Combat Academy seems like a waste of such skills. As for Qing Boyan beside him, having been brutally beaten in his first real combat experience, he was unable to summon any spirit. He looked utterly dispirited, so bloody and brutal. Even Lin Yao got injured, who gave me the courage to come through connections. But you are tough to beat. Yesterday, I discovered your advantage, being thrown down 3 times by others and still able to get up again, that's too strong. Healy gave him a thumbs up. Qing Boyan tugged at the corner of his lips and said helplessly, I really thank you. Lin Yao thought about the blood plague, thinking about the vast and complex network of relationships behind it. If there were truly trustworthy people, he could hand over his remaining experimental body to them for research. But so far, he hadn't found a researcher he trusted. He moved his lips and suggested, if you aren't suitable for actual combat, why don't you consider transferring to the medical school for research? Chongqing has opportunities for department transfer before the end of the first semester. I do have this plan. Originally, I had dreams of being a brave hero on the front line, but now I realize some people just aren't suited for frontline work. This time, I've experienced it, my dream is shattered. Qing Boyan sighed, I'll fill out the application when we go back. With my father helping, the progress will be quick enough. Healy turned his head, looked at him for a moment, and rarely showed a troubled expression, I haven't decided what to study yet. The Comprehensive Combat Academy isn't suitable for me, only fit for elder brother Yao and Mr. Xia, these all-around outstanding talents. Duanzheng that moron might, marginally, qualify too if they can fight. Hey, you're growing up, starting to think about your academic direction. Qing Boyan patted his head. You're calling me a deserter. Healy angrily pressed the shutter button, looking at Lin Yao in the lens and sighing, still so handsome even when sick, looks really good. Lin Yao stared at him intently. Last night, Xia Xingqian stayed with him the whole night, constantly changing the cold towels, yet his fever never fully subsided. His palms were scorching hot. He felt hot and stuffy. Seeing that the two in front of him didn't have any intention of leaving and were casually chatting while eating fruit, Lin Yao began to feel anxious. It's getting close to evening, you should call Xia Xingqian to take over. With no other choice, Lin Yao could only speak up to send them away. In a few more minutes, he feared he would completely lose control. You actually want Mr. Xia around, you really have changed. Healy widened his eyes in disbelief. Lin Yao tried to find an excuse uncomfortably, no, it's not that, I just found an opportunity to use him, right? Gotta put him to good use. For such a full of loopholes reason, those two actually believed it, nodding repeatedly and saying they'd bring the person over immediately. After they left, Lin Yao wiped off the sweat that seeped out with a towel. Xia Xingqian's reminder last night wasn't wrong, the aftermath of the blood plague brought a long sensitive period. Now, it was just the beginning, merely the start. He threw off the hospital gown and tossed it onto the sink, then went into the bathroom. There were bandaged wounds on his hands, so he reluctantly removed the showerhead and set the water temperature to its lowest. He rinsed for 10 minutes under the drizzling water, hearing the sound of the ward door opening amidst the water sounds. Lin Yao. It was Xie Xingchen speaking. Just a moment, I'm showering. Lin Yao's voice was very light, unsure whether Xie Xingchen heard it clearly or not. He simply increased the shower head pressure to its maximum. Are you feeling unwell? Xie Xingchen extended his hand and softly pushed down on the door handle. I'm coming in, the room reeks. Perfectly matched, Xie Xingchen wasn't feeling great either. He pushed the door open and saw the wet Omega standing under the shower head. Don't get the wound wet. Xie Xingchen quickly went over and took the shower head away. Without the cool water, Lin Yao furrowed his brows, turning back and grabbing his wrist, shoving him aside. I helped you before, so it's reciprocity, this time it's your turn. He was still retaining some rationality, still knowing how to exchange favors. Xie Xingchen hummed, being pinned against the wall by Lin Yao, how am I supposed to help? Lin Yao gripped his wrist tightly, his face looking like someone who wanted to knock another person down roughly. Give me comfort, just like this, that's fine. It was rare for him to actively request something. But at this moment, he lowered his eyes, the corners of his eyes moist. He really wanted someone to bully him. Xie Xingchen paused for a second, pushing him back against the icy wall. Don't do anything extra. Lin Yao turned his head, sounding displeased. Xie Xingchen bent his knee, lightly bumping him with a significant meaning, just simple comfort, you won't be able to endure. Lin Yao wanted to push his hand away, struggling and resisting, but couldn't budge him. The innate sense of oppression from an alpha was fully revealed at this moment. It's not the first time, so why are you blushing? Xie Xingchen lowered his head and gently bit his red earlobe. If it feels good, let out a moan, I like hearing it. Chapter 66, thinking of something that made his face red. Lin Yao raised his hand to cover his reddening face. Leaning against the cold wall on his back, he felt immobile. Though it was all the same, why did the sensation feel so different? Perhaps his real gun training had been more intensive, leaving a bit of a callus on his fingertips that could be quite irritable. My face is so red, Xie Xingchen's gaze passed over his trembling eyelashes. It was the same last time in the quarantine area, don't you remember? Fragmentary images flashed through Lin Yao's mind as he gritted his teeth and struggled to speak, I forgot. Xie Xingchen played with every emotion of his counterpart, in excessively high spirits. The memory that can retain knowledge points while sleeping in biology class is so easily forgotten, I have trouble believing it. Just as Lin Yao was about to retort, he heard him whisper lowly, if you forgot, I'll help you remember. He could always feel Xie Xingchen's breath hovering around his neck, very nervous, fearing he would leave the final mark. Thus, his nerves were taut. But there wasn't any, none from start to finish. Predestined omegas and alphas are mutually attracted like bonds, Xie Xingchen's torment couldn't be less than his own, yet he held himself back. With an upward tilt of his eyes, Lin Yao's heart raced wildly. Not knowing what to say, it took a long while for him to force out a sentence, you're pretty skilled. Unexpectedly receiving such an evaluation, Xie Xingchen washed his hands indifferently while saying, practicing often naturally makes me proficient. After so much time, Lin Yao still couldn't adapt to his straightforwardness. Are you feeling better? Xie Xingchen's gaze fell lightly, we should probably set a timer for you so you have a concept instead of just saying someone isn't good. Lin Yao. What they say about boomerangs eventually landing right back where they started. Never mind, no point in arguing with him. At least Xie Xingchen's arrival made the stress response less unbearable. The air still lingered with the scent of cold cypress and agave. He swallowed hard, sensing the comfort akin to lying under the sun in the warmth, thank you. So polite, it feels like you're about to throw me $500 next second. Xie Xingchen paused briefly, then said seriously, am I worth 500? It took Lin Yao several seconds to react before cursing loudly, go away. He grabbed a towel, hastily dried off his body, and changed back into the hospital gown. Just as he was about to walk out, Xie Xingchen caught his collar again and pulled him back. Your hair is soaking wet. Dry it first before lying down. The hairdryer plugged and buzzed on. Lin Yao felt his strong fingers combing through his hair, causing a tingling sensation. And this very hand had done something else just moments ago. Though he normally hated others touching his hair. He shouldn't have agreed to let him touch it without limit earlier. Tightening and opening your mouth 3 times now, thinking of cursing at me. Xie Xingchen looked at him in the mirror, precisely capturing those tiny actions. Expressionless, Lin Yao tensed up all over due to his fingers touching his scalp. Why should I curse you when you helped me with that and also dried my hair? I'm not that ungrateful. What exactly did I help you with? Xie Xingchen counter-questioned. Embarrassed, Lin Yao found it hard to say aloud. Clearly, this sly fellow thought he had some leverage over him, which was why he talked so arrogantly today. His hair had already become fluffy. Lin Yao snatched the hairdryer, unplugged it, placed it steadily aside, then turned around and gave Xie Xingchen a kick, finally releasing some frustration. Don't think because you helped me, I can't retaliate. Lin Yao maintained his expression, trying to rationalize the matter. Anyway, I helped you last time, so we're even. Actually, he wasn't sleepy but extremely alert, though profoundly awkward. They had mentioned long ago that they both had issues and their relationship revolved around mutual assistance. But truly implementing these things left him feeling strange. Now, residual shivers of numbness still lingered on his back. Lin Yao lay down under the blanket, watching the person standing on the other side of the ward, and spoke softly, "You don't need to stay with me tonight, go home." "So, by calling me here through Healy, you only treated me as a tool." Xia Shichen took out the military politics book from the adjacent handbag. "I actually thought you wanted to review with me, so I brought 2 books. Lin Yao slowly blinked. For a moment, he didn't know if he was being serious or sarcastic. "Can you sleep?" Xia Shichen asked, pondering for half a minute, feeling this matter was most suitable for geniuses like him to pass the time. Lin Yao shook his head. A textbook was pushed into his hands. It was the annotated version. Even someone as studious as him found this highly absurd. Was there really anyone who studied during special times after doing that sort of thing? Yes, indeed. He suspected that Xia Shichen was using this bizarre method to suppress the desire aroused by his own pheromones, which couldn't be resolved. The room's light was dim and yellow, with one person sitting and the other lying down, each holding a book. It was weird, extremely weird. Lin Yao's focus wasn't on the highlighted key points but rather on the corner of his vision, where he noticed Xia Shichen's weak-colored large hand, wide palm, fingers casually flicking the pen for underlining without any real intent. That very hand, had it just helped him? Lin Yao flipped the book over his face. He now found it hard to look directly at Xia Shichen's hands. "I think you should go back. I'm really sleepy." His voice sounded muffled from beneath the book, giving an effect as if reading lulled him into sleepiness. Xia Shichen's hand reached out, tapping lightly on his forehead with fingertips. "If you're truly tired, then sleep." As Lin Yao felt the touch of the finger pads brushing against his skin, his back stiffened. He silently decided he needed to keep his distance from Xia Shichen in the next few days. Mostly, keep his distance from those hands. Otherwise, inappropriate images kept popping up in his mind, nearly driving him crazy. After enduring 3 arduous days in the hospital, Lin Yao could no longer bear it and checked himself out. When he returned to camp, Hole was there with a group of people eating breakfast. "How did you get discharged so soon? How are you feeling?" Hole was deeply apologetic about Lin Yao's injury this time. A bunch of freshmen were just brought out to see the world, yet things went awry, and General Pei cared a lot, making it quite difficult to explain. Lin Yao shook his head and sat down at the farthest edge. "No worries, it's just a minor wound anyway." He handed over a peeled egg and inserted a straw into unopened soy milk. "Come on, have some nourishment." Lin Yao drank 2 mouthfuls and only then realized someone was missing. Where was Xia Shichen? He hadn't seen him for a few days and didn't know what he was busy with. "Since Lin Yao is out of the hospital, we'll prepare to return home this afternoon," said Hole. "Everyone performed excellently this time, and everyone gets 5 extra credits upon return." He paused and looked at Li Mao who was smiling broadly. "You're evened out, no additional credit. Duan Zhen, due to frequent swearing, will lose 10 credits. Duan Zhen, see, awesome." Lin Yao tried not to laugh, then saw a familiar hand drop right before him, wheat-colored, slender joints, gripping his soy milk. This hand, the one that kept reappearing in his mind. When it bent, stretched, or exerted force, the veins on his arms popped out. Lin Yao's back stiffened again. How could it have been 3 whole days already, and seeing this hand immediately reminded him of that day's scene. Apparently, newbies couldn't handle such torment, it was literally killing him. "This isn't nutritious, let's switch." Xia Shichen was saying, trying to move the soy milk and switch it with bird's nest soup. He lay, however, also became quite audacious lately, and indignantly pushed Xia Shichen's hand away to defend his soy milk. "How's it not nutritious? It was freshly ground from beans, made specifically for Brother Yao, he deserves to drink it." His actions were a bit rough, causing some of the soy milk to spill and stain Xia Shichen's hand. Cheng Boyan closed his eyes. "Sorry, let me grab some tissues for you," he said remorsefully, blaming him for fighting over a cup of soy milk. Lin Yao raised his eyes. In his sight, drops of white liquid dripped slowly off the tips of those tanned fingers. Damn. It simply wouldn't end. Xia Shichen picked up a wet tissue and calmly wiped off the stains on his hands. "Lin classmate, thinking about something again, huh? Why's your face red?" Chapter 67 Accompanying her boyfriend. Why was she blushing? Could this be said in public? Lin Yao angrily turned her gaze away, and it landed on the annoying Duan Zheng. Very good, the heat on her face had decreased a little. "You're mistaken." His voice was very calm and convincing as he spoke. He Qin, however, propped her chin up and stared at him. This time, there should be no mistake. In a second, his pale complexion rapidly turned pink, visibly quick. There was no coughing blood, no fighting, and certainly no sudden fever. "Why do you have such a reaction?" He Qin tried to analyze Brother Yao's psychological state. "Is it because he didn't give you soy milk to drink?" Xia Xingchen wanted to suggest that Chong Qing add an examination of discernment when entering school. Even Cheng Boyan with his thick nerves felt something was off. With a suspicious look towards that cool guy who basically had no expression since the start of school, all over a cup of soy milk, could it really get heated like that? Lin Yao lowered his head and unwrapped the bird's nest soup. "My fever hasn't completely subsided yet, I'm hot." He Qin was fixated on his soy milk and reached out to touch him. "Wait for me, I'll go buy you another cold soy milk, it will feel better than this bird's nest." Cheng Boyan scrutinized him for several seconds and commented, I found your career direction, Special Operations Forces, with guts and speed, very suitable. He didn't care about this, isn't he laughing happily? Mr. Xie is not the kind of person with such a small heart. He Qin lifted her chin, pointed towards Xie Xingchen, and stood up to buy new soy milk. Xie Xingchen sat opposite and continued wiping his hands, acting like a programmed A above. You. Lin Yao uttered one sound and paused again. It couldn't be helped if someone wanted to wipe their hands, too domineering, but why did he make such a pure action look so lustful? The motion of Xie Xingchen's hand stopped for a moment as he raised his eyes. What about me? Lin Yao took a deep breath and spoke slowly, what are you busy with these days? Xie Xingchen pulled out another wet tissue from the pack, displaying it as though presenting an exhibit, and slowly wrapped it around his index finger. Busy doing many things, handling military equipment with my hands, writing reports by hand, and also made some small crafts for the kids while I had spare time. His pronunciation was very focused, emphasizing 3 consecutive hand words. Even Duan Zheng caught the keyword. Does the young master need to personally handle these tasks? Lin Yao. At this moment, he was absolutely sure that Xie Xingchen was being deliberate. Noticing his embarrassment due to that incident, repeated mentions of old grievances were simply cruel. He Qin came back with a new soy milk cup, looked at Xie Xingchen's actions, and directly broke it. No way, does spilling a bit of soy milk warrant such exaggeration? You've been wiping for almost 5 minutes. Lin Yao was very thankful for her mouth for the first time. Please criticize more. He Qin, serious-faced, do you have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Can't stand anything on your hands. Lin Yao, drinking soy milk, nearly choked to death. Fine, well said, still don't say it anymore. No OCD, but maintaining cleanliness is important, otherwise, it won't be convenient when it needs to be used. Xie Xingchen finally threw the wet wipes into the trash can. Just lifting his eyes, he saw the person opposite glaring fiercely at him, their eyes sharp as blades. Classmate Lin, am I wrong about anything I said, saying it while pushing the bowl of bird's nest soup back to his face. Lin Yao forced a smile but didn't feel happy inside. Nothing wrong, it's very correct. So, during the return journey, would you kindly use your precious hands to drive the whole way? He Qin wore an expression of, look, I told you not to provoke him, I already told you, he prefers drinking soy milk over bird's nest. Several people joked around chatting. Lin Yao simply decided not to talk, hastily finishing his breakfast. Only then did he react slowly. Why did he have to take the same aircraft back with him? Yes, definitely not, must change teammates. Otherwise, he'd have to see those hands for the entire journey. He chose carefully and looked at Duan Zheng, who had decent skills, calmly opening his mouth. I'll go with you on the return journey. Duan Zheng frowned unhappily. How about it, not feeling enough punishment on the way here? Are you planning to torture me on the way back? Hearing this, He Qin also became excited, nodding in agreement. I agree, let these 2 guys follow either Brother Yao or Xie Dog closely, experiencing the curses and humiliations of strong individuals from close range. Duan Zheng's face darkened. See, super challenging. Cheng Boyan exchanged glances with He Qin and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Only Xie Xingchen sighed lightly. Good, too much teasing has scared them away. When they were packing up after the meal and getting ready with their flying machines, just as they were thinking of how to bring people back again, Pei Yizhong arrived grandiosely once more with his wife and daughter. Xie Xingchen muttered lightly, today probably isn't suitable for going out. Lin Yao only thought he was awkward due to the strained relationship between Xie Heng and Pei Yizhong, so decided not to comment. Hua said that you guys are leaving today, so I brought some small souvenirs for everyone. Lin Han called for the aunt to bring down items in various sizes and distributed them one by one. Everyone has traveled a long way, you've worked hard. We welcome all of you to visit again next time. Thank you, General's wife. You truly have beauty and kindness, and your daughter is exceptionally pretty and charming, a wonderful family gene pool, Healy flattered easily. It's a beauty inherited every 3,000 years. You actually managed to compliment someone besides Lin Yao today. Cheng Boyan remarked sarcastically. Healy smiled slyly, taking over the gifts with big gestures. I just somehow feel a strong connection, like meeting an old friend at first sight. Xie Xingchen had his hands in his pockets, appearing cold and indifferent. Fine, on the verge of departure, you still don't forget to befriend Lin Yao's good friends. The sound of your scheming could reach me out in outer space. Pei Xiang approached Lin Yao, softly saying, there wasn't an opportunity this time, but when I enter university in the capital region, I'll come visit you at the military academy, alright? Xie Xingchen slowly said, he's very busy, may not have time to take you around sightseeing. Yes, I'm very busy. Lin Yao felt his scalp tingling. That day, he thought he had made it clear already, yet surprisingly, Pei Yizhong brought his wife and daughter to see them off, leaving him unsure of how to decline politely. The smile on Pei Xiang's face dimmed somewhat, becoming uneasy. So, do you really dislike me? Or am I too forward and scare you? Directly pointed out like this, Lin Yao looked at her expression and gently shook his head, soft-hearted after all. Not exactly, it's mainly. But what kind of reason could possibly dispel this mysterious familiarity? Unable to think of any. Healy dragged everyone towards the flying machine side, shouting, let's go put our things away first, you two can chat leisurely. Afterwards, he whispered to Cheng Boyan, "This girl is beautiful, considering marrying my brother Yao despite it being somewhat beneath her. My brother Yao doesn't seem fond of this type." Cheng Boyan turned back, seeing Lin Yao trying desperately to create a distance of at least 3 meters from the other party. "Don't meddle unnecessarily or risk getting beaten." Healy closed his gaping mouth, grumbling, "She doesn't even meet his standards. What kind of woman does he like then, with such high eyesight, destined to die alone without a partner?" As everyone was boarding the flying machine gradually, Xie Xingchen remained standing in place, unmoving. It seemed he was determined to wait until Lin Yao settled this dilemma properly. Hearing his words cut short, Pei Xiong pressed further, "What exactly is the main thing? How to dissuade their matchmaking ideas? It would have to involve, not being single. The main point is busyness." Over and over, Lin Yao gave the same answer, watching as everyone else left, the vicinity growing empty. Just as he glanced up, he caught sight of Xie Xingchen standing not far away. His gaze was faint, like a detached bystander watching a play unfold, yet curious, seemingly expecting to hear some absurd excuse. Lin Yao locked eyes with him, silently imploring for a hint, some help coming up with a more official justification. And the usually talkative Xie Xingchen remained entirely silent. His gaze weighed heavily upon Lin Yao, incomprehensible. Pei Xiong persisted, "Is university life in the first year also that busy?" "Busy with what?" Lin Yao gritted his teeth and pulled out a decisive move, "All my time will be spent accompanying my boyfriend." Chapter 68, Fighting and Falling in Love Again. Such an ordinary sentence left everyone on the scene, including Xie Xingchen, silent for a moment. He looked at Lin Yao, his eyebrows slightly raised, with an expression of inquiry. Accompany her boyfriend? When did Lin Yao become so good at lying? It was hard to imagine what someone as calm as him would be like when dating. Pei Xiong widened her eyes, "You have a boyfriend? Is he male? An Omega from the military academy? Is he handsome?" Lin Yao only felt that he had dug himself a big hole. He didn't even have a concrete idea to draw from. If anything, he only knew one Omega at the military academy, Jiang Qiran, Xie Xingchen's betrothed. He had never thought about what kind of partner he would want in the future. The idea of dating always seemed very distant from his life. In the past, there were often Omegas from the same school who would confess their feelings to him, while Healy would sarcastically comment, "If you can't find an Omega, just don't end up in a double alpha relationship." "Double alpha is better than alpha Omega," Lin Yao had replied at the time, while busy working on problems for the final exams with Xie Xingchen. He wasn't being gender discriminatory, but he felt that Omegas were generally delicate and tender-hearted, while his character wasn't the best, and he didn't know how to be gentle. With alphas, they could just get into a fight when tempers flared, they were tough and quick to let go of grudges. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yao inadvertently glanced at Xie Xingchen standing nearby, feeling a slight jolt in his heart. Realizing he hadn't yet answered, he mumbled vaguely, "Not the pretty type." "Yes, someone I met at the military academy, a classmate." The more he said, the guiltier he felt. Where was he supposed to conjure up such a person? Lin Han nudged Pei Yizhong curiously, and tentatively asked, "Why didn't your boyfriend come with you this time?" Lin Yao really couldn't think of any more excuses, it was getting too ridiculous, he got injured in a competition before, and he's still in the hospital. That was reasonable enough to pass. Pei Yizhong stared at his expression, hesitating to say something, but still gave a reminder, "You're too naive, don't get tricked by others." Lin Yao moved his lips, "No. We have great feelings for each other, I trust him." As he spoke, he began to believe it himself, wondering how this line of questioning would ever end. He furrowed his brows, feeling a bit irritated. "Alright, our whole family is planning to travel to Huanqing next month, we'll pass through your place. Let's schedule a meeting then." Pei Yizhong brought the conversation back to its original topic. "Lin Yao. Your travel records over the last decade show you've only left 3 years ago, and before that 8 years ago. You avoid certain places like the plague, yet suddenly want to go traveling. That's weird. I need to take care of my boyfriend at the hospital, he's going to be bedridden for 100 days due to a tendon injury." Lin Yao practically wrote refusal all over his face. "Then we'll visit your boyfriend at the hospital along the way." Pei Yizhong glanced at the time. "Alright, no more interruptions, see you. Smooth travels." Lin Yao. "Well, figure out something else when it actually comes to that." He finally managed a natural smile, nodding, "See you then, nice to meet your family." Pei Yizhong was truly good at easing awkwardness, spreading his arms, "Since we enjoyed ourselves, let's part ways with a hug." Lin Yao's body stiffened, also spreading his arms, moving closer. He wasn't used to getting close to people, his closest relationships among peers were only just starting to build rapport with some roommates recently. Interacting with elders. Zero experience. How embarrassing and socially mortifying. And worst of all, Xie Xingchen stood watching the whole spectacle, bound to laugh at him later. Somehow enduring 5 seconds, Lin Yao recoiled backward like a spring, saluting, "General, farewell." Then he turned and walked briskly toward the spacecraft, not wanting to stay even a second longer. Pei Yizhong sighed lightly, not sure who he was speaking to, "Never mind, there will be another day." Seeing him leave, Xie Xingchen gave them a slight nod before following, asking, "Who is this boyfriend of yours?" Lin Yao pretended not to hear, walking straight towards Duanzheng's broken-down spacecraft, its appearance precarious, giving off vibes of possibly falling out of the sky at any moment. "Aren't you coming back with me?" Xia Xingchen asked again. "No," Lin Yao answered clearly, pulling open the sliding door and jumping up inside with a firm grip on the handle. Xia Xingchen clicked his tongue, dissatisfied. He followed and jumped on, and with the three of them not being particularly slim, the space inside the originally small-sized spacecraft seemed even more cramped. Duanzheng turned around with a look of utter bewilderment. "Why do you come here to crowd me?" "I've come to care for the disabled." Xia Xingchen said this with a calm tone, stretching out his hand and picking someone up from the cockpit, saying, "You go to our craft." Duanzheng flashed the first smile of this arduous journey, his eyes lighting up. There's such a good thing as this. Anyone who wanted to be a soldier had some kind of fascination with military equipment. Those were the latest top-notch flying apparatus from Chongqing, and military ships wouldn't easily use them. These kinds of small high-tech aircrafts limited in production were essentially traps for rookies. Lin Yao frowned at him, his gaze flickering over the large hand with knuckles standing out as he refused. "I don't want to be in your group." Xia Xingchen stood higher than him, his eyes lowered, and his voice very cold. "You repay kindness with hostility, ruthless without emotion." Before he finished the last word, Lin Yao kicked him hard. Unrestrained mouth, deserving to be beaten. Xia Xingchen didn't hit back but instead explained reasonably to him, "I have better flight skills than Duanzheng, you'll be more comfortable, yet you kick me for thinking of you. You're heartless." Duanzheng got up from the cockpit and stood aside watching, only feeling that the battle was fierce. The archenemies truly got along with a lot of fire, it felt like the spaceship might explode at any second. "What are you two delaying for?" Hor opened the communicator and called out, "Get ready to set sail." Hearing the prompt, Duanzheng didn't bother listening to their arguments anymore, seizing the chance to pull open the sliding door and jump down, then locked it behind him, sealing it completely. Not giving anyone a chance to change their mind, he took large strides towards that dreamy-looking spacecraft. "Shit, how did you come?" Li Mao originally thought he would team up with Xia Xingchen and had prepared to keep quiet for 10 hours when seeing an acquaintance, almost wanting to cry. "I beat Xia Xingchen up, and he gave way," Duanzheng boasted quite smoothly. "Let me try out this awesome new product." Only He Li was greatly concerned. "Whose punishment is this? How could you let Brother Yao sit on that broken-down machine? I felt its wings were about to shatter when we took off." Before he finished speaking, he saw the old, dilapidated spacecraft suddenly rise straight up from flat ground, colliding with the clouds in a steep line so smooth and fluent that it looked nothing like a model from 10 years ago. "I now think the fault lies with the driver, not the spacecraft." He Li marveled. And Lin Yao, who just experienced the sudden takeoff, had a serious expression. "Are you retaliating against me?" "Nope," Xia Xingchen skillfully operated the controls, with a very candid tone. "If we don't fly soon, I'm afraid you'll run away." Lin Yao. "You're unbelievably blunt without holding anything back at all." Just unsure why after that aggressive takeoff, his heartbeat became rapid, and his body temperature, which had barely gone down, started to feel scorching again. His vision unintentionally fell on the hands resting on the control panel. This hand really, never ending. Sooner or later, I'll want to cover it up with gloves. Lin Yao abruptly closed his eyes, no longer looking at it. Unsure of how much time passed, feeling breathing landing on his face, upon opening his eyes, he saw Xia Xingchen's face magnified right before him. "Do you have some illness?" Lin Yao's peripheral vision saw the light indicating the autopilot mode on the control panel, frowning while pushing him. "Do you have the habit of watching people sleep?" Xia Xingchen didn't move, staring at him with unwavering eyes. "It's just that during the boring flight earlier, I was pondering over a question." Lin Yao couldn't bear him getting so close, feeling stifled, his voice low too. "What? You just said you were accompanying your boyfriend." Made up, to fool them, Lin Yao thought he was going to make another joke about the bathroom incident, but hearing this actually made him sigh in relief, answering crisply. Xia Xingchen hummed, investigating closely by staring at his minute expressions, the straight lips, and the mole on the tip of his nose. "I'm just curious why you blurted out boyfriend at that moment." "Lin Yao. Why is your focus so strange?" Xia Xingchen appeared intent on digging into the root of things. "Why not girlfriend? There are many Omega girls, you used to be an Alpha, shouldn't you like those kinds?" Lin Yao thought in his heart, how the hell would he know? Sweat had already accumulated on the palm of his hands, and his breathing became slightly quicker. "Already told you, fabricated nonsense, what's with your nitpicking?" Xia Xingchen, for some unknown reason today, wouldn't let go of this topic, as if discussing a group assignment with utmost seriousness. "You must have thought about it, that's why you blurted it out instinctively. Psychology calls this subconscious reflection. Showing off how well educated you are, huh?" Lin Yao remained silent but felt his unyielding gaze, the bottom of his eyes like a deep sea, swirling and indulging. They were very close, so close that their breaths could intertwine. And behind him lay the vast, boundless Milky Way. "Why a boyfriend?" Xia Xingchen asked again. Lin Yao stared into his pitch-black eyes, momentarily stunned, wanting to evade but realizing he was strapped to the co-pilot seat by the safety belt, abducted among these stars and had to give an answer. Yet, even he didn't know the answer. Lin Yao looked into his eyes, trying to fathom his own heart. "Maybe, if I must have a partner, I hope we complement and resemble each other, fight fiercely yet love deeply." Hearing this, Xie Xingchen felt a thunderous roar, his heart suddenly collapsing. Chapter 69, Don't Leave Me Behind. Complementary yet similar, fighting and loving at the same time. Xie Xingchen thought inwardly, was this about him? Was he confessing his feelings to him? But looking at Lin Yao's perfectly serious expression, he fell into deep thought again. It didn't seem like a confession. Even if it was a roundabout hint or suggestion, it didn't quite fit either. It might just be an offhand comment, yet his heart was pounding because of this light remark. How unimpressive. Xie Xingchen thought for a moment, carefully choosing his words before implying, so am I your ideal type? Lin Yao snapped back to reality, his pupils light refocused. You? My ideal type? Impossible. What kind of daydream are you having? How could this guy be so shamelessly narcissistic as to think it applied to him? Isn't it? The feeling you described sounds a lot like me. Xie Xingchen stared at him for a few seconds, pointing it out directly. Just hearing this possibility from him was like walking in a desert for a long time and then encountering sweet dew. Lin Yao had never been loved from childhood and didn't understand what love was. The process from discovering to confirming would be extremely slow, but Xie Xingchen had already mentally prepared for it. The process wasn't hard to endure, compared to the distant yearning without result in the past. Every time Lin Yao opened up a little more, he felt rewarded. But Lin Yao found it hard to imagine the possibility of dating Xie Xingchen, thinking it utterly absurd. I think you haven't woken up yet. He paused, then raised his hand to rub his temples, or maybe I haven't woken up yet. Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous dialogue come up? Suddenly, the control panel behind them started flashing continuously, emitting repeated alarms. Attention, course deviation. Attention, power overload. Attention, descent rate has exceeded preset value, immediate inspection required. The spacecraft seemed to have been caught in some unknown magnetic field, spinning and plunging at an awkward angle. An anxious voice came through the communicator, calling out, Xie Xingchen, what's happening over there? Duanjing cursed, damn, when we were told that there's a chance this thing might fall, we didn't expect it to really drop. What terrible quality. Brother Yao, can you hear me? Healy anxiously called out. What are you standing around for? Switch to manual operation. Lin Yao pushed Xie Xingchen off, who had been leaning on him but saw beads of cold sweat suddenly appearing on his forehead, lips strained, body stiffened. He completely lost his earlier ease, fingers gripping both sides of his seat with knuckles whitening from the force. As the spaceship veered off track, falling abruptly like a meteor. Afraid of heights, Xie Xingchen had mentioned it before. Because during his first test flight, nearly crashing made him fear flying so much that he initially planned to attend Jing University instead of coming to Chongqing University. But he had casually said he had overcome it, so no one took it seriously. Now it seems that he only used sheer willpower to suppress his psychological barriers during regular flights and hadn't fully conquered the illness. Just wait, 2 seconds, Xie Xingchen whispered. He closed his eyes, trying to erase the memory of the failed first trial flight from his mind, but repeatedly relived the second when the aircraft hit the ground, sparks flying everywhere. In the very next moment escaping, an explosion happened right behind him. You rest here, I'll take over. Lin Yao wiped the sweat off his forehead, swiftly unbuckled his safety belt, flipped Xie Xingchen to the co-pilot seat and strapped him securely, returning to the control panel. Looking back at the driving record just now, Xie Xingchen's settings had not been flawed at all. So what went wrong? The spacecraft swayed, almost unable to remain stable. Lin Yao pulled the control stick upward, striving hard to escape that inexplicable gravitational pull, which was extremely difficult. Huadin, gravitational changes in this star domain, we've probably been drawn into it. Lin Yao looked calm, trying his best to stop the rotating spacecraft. The situation isn't looking good. We need to prepare for an emergency landing. Lin Yao glanced at the numbers on the control panel, muttering, if we keep descending like this, the windshield will shatter, and we'll both be done for. Xie Xingchen turned his head to look at him, seeing him operate calmly despite the chaos, easing his anxiety. In that case, my life is in your hands, he smiled, but even dying doesn't matter. Last time Lin Yao had a gun, saying he'd shoot himself, asking if it would leave regrets. At the time, Xie was pondering, of course it would, regretting that they couldn't become lovers from enemies. But at this moment, if truly destined to meet their end together in space, he oddly found it romantic. Apparently, the pilot beside him had an allergy to romance. Lin Yao frowned, I'm here, so we won't die. After speaking, he added coldly, if you keep saying things like this, I will really hit you. While saying this, he had already struggled to drive the small damaged spacecraft out of that uncontrollable star domain. However, due to continuous flipping and losing control, its 2 wings had started falling off, and there was also a danger of the windshield breaking. A strange communication number appeared in the communicator's channel. Lin Yao clicked to answer, hello. I'm Xie Hengji. Hua said your spacecraft has malfunctioned, is it you driving? His tone was calm. Aha, it's me now. Lin Yao clicked on the best emergency landing point on the screen, but numerous planets of various sizes flickered on the map, making it hard to decide. Xie Hengji sent a coordinate of a star system towards his instrument. Go to Rose Star, it's closest to your current position, I'll find someone for rescue as soon as possible. He paused, showing a bit of fatherly care in his tone, yet remained authoritative. Xingchen is afraid of heights. I believe in your skills to land safely, I expect you to bring him back safely. Lin Yao glanced at Xia Xingqian sitting next to him with eyes closed tightly, breathing rapidly, looking in poor condition. Ignoring the commanding tone from the other side, he replied indifferently, got it, won't die. After lifting his hand to end the call, Lin Yao drove toward the marked planet location, taking advantage of the loss of control speed. As they gradually approached Rose Star from the Milky Way, the gravity grew immense, as if dragging them down, squashing their internal organs together. Even Lin Yao started feeling discomfort. Wah, brother Yao, brother, are you still okay? Lin Yao, sit, Yuation. Can't hear us? Please, spawned. The calls from teammates in the channel were unclear, noise started appearing in the communicator. The spacecraft plummeted toward Rose Star's surface at a terrifying speed. Lin Yao held his breath, continuously telling himself, it's alright, we can do it. As long as the speed was pulled back to maximum, avoiding that blue ocean area on the map, they could make an emergency landing on the pinkish land. Xia Xingqian restrained his almost exploding heartbeat, looked at the instrument panel, and made a judgment, left hand second gear, right hand reduce by 1, till 27 degrees, descend. Lin Yao turned his head to look at him, then returned his sight, received. Intense roaring sounds filled the air as they crashed through cloud layers from the vast sky, descending, rapidly plummeting. Xia Xingqian lifted his hand to cover his face, feeling ear-piercing pain, darkness before his eyes, heartache as if pierced by 10,000 needles. Lin Yao's arms gripping the control stick bulged obvious veins, the broken spacecraft slid across the blue sea at a tilted speed. The damp sea breeze rushed through the cracked windshield into the cockpit during the swift descent, and with a bang, it crashed into the pink beach. Collision, explosion, emergency braking, rolling. Lin Yao was ejected from the cockpit during the roll, quickly unfastening Xia Xingqian's safety belt as the spaceship's sliding door locked and couldn't open. As the nose collided with the ground, it created a large crack. The dashboard sizzled, about to catch fire. Get out. Lin Yao grabbed Xia Xingqian, disregarding the renewed bleeding from the wounds on his arm, tightly hugged him by his waist, rolling out using the collision force. At the moment they landed safely, the cabin suddenly caught fire. Lin Yao raised his hand to cover Xia Xingqian's eyes, just like last time when he shielded his own fear. It's fine now, we're alive. He murmured, only to discover his voice was trembling. But he realized Xia Xingqian did not respond. Perhaps due to the impact from the fall, blood seeped out from his forehead. Lin Yao hoisted him up, putting some safe distance from a potential explosion before gently placing him down on the ground. Seeing Xia Xingqian's tightly closed eyes, spasming body, stiff as if unable to hear what he was saying, like suddenly fainting. Xia Xingqian, can you hear me? He knelt halfway, hands overlapping in an attempt to perform CPR. No response. For the first time, Lin Yao felt utterly flustered, pressing frantically, hating himself for not knowing more medical knowledge. Besides this, he couldn't do anything else. Would you dare to try dying just like that? I won't let you go even if you become a ghost. Speechless, mute, right? Lin Yao pressed once, cursed once, hoping for his reply, but received none. He lowered his eyes while panting, pressing his fingers firmly against the chin to force the lips open, took a deep breath, leaned down, and passed over his breath. Once, twice, again and again, refusing to give up. Xia Xingqian, I've always been the one who gets left behind. You're not allowed to leave me again. He murmured close to the other's lips, you can't. Suddenly, the back of his head was tightly gripped, and he was kissed forcefully, leaving him astonished. Xia Xingqian's bloody fingers ran through his soft hair and gently rubbed it. Not going to leave. With you here, I won't die. Chapter 70, Tell me your reason. Lin Yao tasted the flavor of blood. It was bitter, and astringent. Xia Xingqian. He whispered the other's name, wanting to retreat at this point. However, the other person gripped his palm even tighter at this moment. Don't dodge. Xia Xingqian was forceful. Lin Yao relaxed, responding passionately. They kissed intensely, as if it were the last indulgence before the end of the world. It also seemed like they were confirming, notifying, and comforting each other that they were still alive. Lin Yao looked at him for a fleeting moment, and his fingers touched the sticky trail on his forehead. You're still bleeding. Xia Xingqian grunted, showing complete disregard, did I scare you? Recalling the earlier scene where no matter how he pressed the heart, Xia didn't wake up, Lin Yao was still fearful, I'm afraid you'll die just like that, and I'll feel guilty. It won't happen. I've had a big fortune since childhood, survived several brushes with death. Xia Xingqian casually passed over the subject, raising his hand to caress Lin Yao's swollen lower lip, you just stole a kiss from me. That was CPR, Lin Yao frowned, can you act more seriously? Are you sick? Xia Xingqian wanted to say, whether it was their past mutual help or now, serious relationships except between lovers could not possibly involve such intertwined kissing. Stupid, benefiting and counting money for others. The fire from the spacecraft spread a burnt smell, blazing, merging with the rose-red beach like one large flame. Lin Yao stared at that side and suddenly spoke out, damn, the launcher malfunctioned when we fell just now, they can't find the location. The place where they fell was in the ocean area, a desolate no-man's land nearby without any birds flying by, only silent winds, slow ticking seconds, and the rose-red heaven and earth. Lin Yao has never been someone who would sit idly by awaiting death. As a child, he would struggle to escape during fires, and after becoming an omega in the second differentiation, he was adapting vigorously. So right now, there is absolutely no way he'd wait around for the seconds to pass and the blood to flow dry. I'll try to see if I can send a signal. He intended to return to the spacecraft but was pulled back by Xie. He shook his head. It might explode at any time, don't go. Lin Yao stood there, lowering his eyes to look at him, speaking coldly, then shall we just wait to die here? Starve to death, thirst to death, or get sunburned to death because we don't know when the solar storm will come? As he spoke, he could only feel his blood boiling, almost entering estrus, and unsure whether it was due to the different magnetic field here, making him feel so hot that his heartbeat was speeding up, about to overload. Or, perhaps, he died due to heat during estrus without suppressants. He made up his mind and said softly, before it explodes, I'll try again. Xie disagreed with him, pulling the person back and struggling to stand up, then I'll go. You stay here, don't move. At this moment, both of them were stubborn, looking into each other's eyes, neither willing to back down while the fire continued to spread. Clearly, it was no longer suitable to enter and attempt pressing the control panel to send signals. Xie sighed, ultimately still compromising, grabbing his wrist and taking large strides toward the direction of the fire. Fine, let's go together, die together if necessary. The two quickly ran back to the position of the spacecraft. The control panel was already broken into pieces, and the map showed that the actual landing position differed significantly from the expected location, making rescue difficult. Lin Yao picked up the communicator that had fallen under the cockpit. The luggage was also lost somewhere due to the crash, leaving behind only a box of gifts sent off by Peizhong, which contained food and drink and could allow them to survive for a couple more days in this deserted wilderness. Zzz. The communicator emitted chaotic static noise. Lin Yao tried adjusting several channels, calling out quietly, unknown coordinates on Rose Star, requesting rescue, waiting for response. No one responded. Xie bent down, hugging the gift box, walking aimlessly along the rose-colored sand with Lin Yao. Rose Star seemed completely different from the places they had visited before, not like a barren star in chaos and desolation, but rather like an unexplored, primitive star system. However, Lin Yao felt familiar. In his memory, he seemed to have seen such a rose-red scenery once. What's wrong? Xie noticed his paused expression. I always feel like I've seen this kind of scene somewhere. Lin Yao closed his eyes, recalling images from the previous AA-level laboratory, a small lab filled with countless needles and a palm-sized window. That window wouldn't easily open, but one time, Lin Yao unknowingly injected with some medication and gained increased strength, tearing away the cover of the window. What he saw then was exactly such a large expanse of rose-red. For the first time, he thought the outside world was so beautiful. I had a lot of my memories cleared out, leaving only fragments. When I escaped from the lab during the big fire, I was in the capital, so naturally, I assumed it all happened there. Lin Yao turned to look at him, but there was one time when I was unconscious for a long period, maybe transferred. Xie immediately understood his meaning. You mean, you've been here before, and most of your time was spent on Rose Star. Only by chance did things go awry during the transfer, letting you escape just then. Lin Yao nodded. By some twist of fate, they stumbled upon the location of the lab, this place. How fortuitous. However, after traveling for a long while, apart from endless sea and rosy skies, there were no signs of any structures or people, like stepping into an unknown pink dreamland. Lin Yao stopped, pulling at his collar. Xie, did you take suppressants along the way? I took it last night. Xie wiped the blood off his forehead. Turning around, he found Lin Yao staring intently at his wound, licking his lower lip slightly. He looked straight at the other person and analyzed, there's a strong magnetic field here, which affects hormones. If AA Lab selected this location, it must be due to this reason. The magnetic field is helpful for conducting experiments. But Lin Yao couldn't hear any of that. Slowly approaching him, he froze. His face reflected inner conflict. Being controlled by hormones was such a terrible feeling. Xie reached out to pinch the back of his neck, asking, what do you want? My suppressant only lasts for a day. If there's no rescue tomorrow, I don't know what will happen. Lin Yao still maintained some sanity, so we need to figure out a way to send out a signal. They couldn't let their shared irrationality lead to an even worse situation. What's wrong? Xie saw the damp mist in his eyes, increasing the pressure on his neck. In heat? He always used straightforward language. Lin Yao shook his head in denial but couldn't help staring at Xie bloody fingers. No, let's keep going. He desperately needed to find a place to cool down. Without one, he might really turn back and dive into that ocean to regain clarity. He disliked the feeling of being controlled, he hated it. Yet, Xie suddenly drew closer, coaxed with slow allure. What do you want? Lin Yao shook his head, expression obstinate. Nothing. While talking, he felt Xie draw nearer. Retract your pheromones. I said, I don't need them right now. Recalling the past incident of Xie's assistance, Lin Yao didn't wish to confront it again. He disliked losing control over himself and didn't want a repeat performance, especially not in the middle of nowhere while waiting for rescue. Xia Xingchen stayed silent, leaning low with his breath tickling his face intermittently. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yao pushed away the hand that clamped his neck, careful not to aggravate the wound, and shoved him onto the ground with irritation clouding his voice due to the chaotic hormones. Don't use your pheromones to entice me. Do you think I won't hit you because you're injured? Trapped amidst the rosy soft sand, Xia Xingchen almost drowned beneath waves of uncontainable desire, unable to resist the overwhelming pull towards the man straddling him. He lifted his gaze, sighing in resignation. Dear, your pheromones were the ones tempting me first. Show some logic. Chapter 71, Don't worry about me. Lin Yao was momentarily speechless. He wasn't sure whether it was because of the casual, darling, that slipped out of his mouth, or because he teased Lin Yao first. Was it really that intense? He couldn't smell it himself, all he could feel was the oppressive heaviness of mezcal, which made him instinctively want to rebel. You can't control yourself. Lin Yao looked down and tried to loosen his collar to catch a whiff of his own pheromones. Xia Xingchen observed his movements and raised an eyebrow slightly. We're a perfect 100% match, yet your pheromones are overwhelming. Why would you think I wouldn't be affected? This left Lin Yao speechless. Xia Xingchen was already sick, injured even, yet he had calmly accepted being thrown to the ground despite Lin Yao's misunderstanding. Lin Yao knew how just a few words could instill guilt in someone. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything, Lin Yao muttered lowly. He wasn't the same naive, clueless alpha he used to be, nor was this like their earlier days when a simple kiss would suffice. They were two people with health conditions but a high compatibility. What might happen here in this desolate place was obvious. But this thought scared him, he still wasn't ready to become anyone's omega. Are you afraid? Xia Xingchen saw through him. Afraid that I'll lose control and take you right here on the beach? There's no one around, no matter how loud you scream, no one will hear. Xia Xingchen. Lin Yao couldn't help shouting his name, and the echo carried his exasperation across the empty beach. I won't. I promise you, I won't, Xia Xingchen reassured him by lightly stroking his waist. Even if I have to endure until I die, I wouldn't let you become an unwilling omega in the traditional sense. Lin Yao stared at him, speechless. For some reason, he believed that if Xia Xingchen said it, he would truly follow through. Xia Xingchen's hand pressed against Lin Yao's lower back through his clothing as he considerately said, but you're going to be uncomfortable. You're already in a sensitive period, and the magnetic field will make it worse. I'll try my best to help you get through this comfortably. Remember your reaction in the shower that day? I think my technique isn't bad. His tone was gentle, almost completely unashamed, like he was recommending a massage therapist. Number 8 technician offers excellent service, why don't you give it another try? What did you say? Lin Yao had had enough. He flipped over and got up from Xia Xingchen's body, picked up the gift box, and continued walking forward, coldly saying, if you say one more word, I'll cut off your tongue and throw it into the sea. Xia Xingchen slowly rose, lazily replying, so aggressive. They walked along the coastline for what felt like ages until they finally spotted an abandoned wooden shack, dusty, with only a simple bed frame and wobbly wooden door inside, empty but better than sleeping outside. Lin Yao took off his jacket, wetted it in the ocean, and wiped down the space briefly. Xia Xingchen fiddled with the communicator and signal-less phone sitting idly by the doorway. Nothing seemed to work. Xia Xingchen turned on the camera function of the phone, pointing it toward Lin Yao inside the room. Ladies and gentlemen, this man is called Shaolin. He appeared mysteriously in this shack. Was it due to moral decay, twisted human nature, or hidden love for me? Let's uncover this together. Did he possess you? Lin Yao glanced at him coldly, unimpressed. Boring. Xia Xingchen let out a sigh, sprawled his legs wide as he reclined, and remarked casually, it's better to find something to do instead of doing nothing. If no one comes to rescue us, you're going to spend the rest of your life dealing with me every day. Lin Yao locked eyes with his pitch-black ones, thinking how genuinely expectant his expression seemed. Sitting on the crude wooden bed, Lin Yao could feel his body temperature, which had barely come down after 3 days in the hospital, rising again. He felt annoyed. Xia Xingchen, just punch me. You've burned your mind. Xia Xingchen stood up and touched his forehead. Their body temperatures were both scorchingly hot. Why do you immediately resort to fighting with me whenever we argue? Lin Yao thought to himself, what else can I do? He couldn't possibly admit that hormones were driving him crazy, making him want to embrace Xia Xingchen, kiss him, pounce on him. It was insane, like he turned into some beast. He remained silent for a moment, then instructed gruffly, check what's in the gift box. I'm hungry. The gifts were likely prepared by Lin Han, 1 box per person, but clearly Lin Yao's box was much richer than Xia Xingchen's. It contained instant bird's nest, delicacies from the mountains and seas, local pastries, enough food for a week, and even an exquisitely detailed pure gold safety lock. Lin Yao toyed with the lock between his fingers. It looked like something he'd worn as a child, making him smile faintly. Do you have one? No, I even feel like my gift is just the leftover scraps after yours was chosen. Xia Xingchen flipped through his box casually, sighing in resignation, the difference in treatment is too obvious. Lin Yao's lips curled slightly at the corners as he shook the bird's nest in his hand, mimicking Xia Xingqian's tone with a mocking undertone, beg me. The bastard, of course, had no limits. He leaned both hands on the edge of the bed, dried blood still smudged across his forehead, adding an air of rugged handsomeness, beg me, feed me. Lin Yao. What does it mean to get more demanding after already having one's way? Xia Xingqian maintained the pose, his tone earnest, I've begged you already, can't you show a little mercy for an injured person? I really owe you from a past life. Lin Yao gritted his teeth, cursing while deftly tearing open the container, wishing to pour the whole thing into Xia Xingqian's mouth. But even during such moments, the gentleman always remained proper and elegant, savoring each bite slowly without wolfing down anything. You should eat some too. Xia Xingqian didn't mind sharing a spoon with him at all. Lin Yao hesitated for a moment, thinking that they'd already kissed. Under these harsh conditions, it wasn't worth being picky anymore, so the two shared that bowl. As he repeated the action, he could feel Xia Xingqian's mezcal scent wrapping around him again, becoming harder to resist, his breathing turning faster and more ragged. Damn magnetic field. Isn't your dad supposed to be so powerful? Why is the rescue operation so inefficient? Lin Yao criticized coldly, even the head of the alliance isn't that great. Xia Xingqian observed his annoyed expression, then gently pinched his earlobe, softly calming him, don't worry, help will come soon. He's even more anxious than you are. You can eat it yourself, your hands aren't injured. Lin Yao was still irritable. Closing his eyes, he struggled to suppress the high fever within, murmuring quietly, tired, let me sleep for a bit. Unexpectedly, Xia Xingqian complied easily, grunting in agreement as he took over the half-eaten bird's nest and squatted by the door. A moment of silence filled the room. Curled up on the hard wooden bed, Lin Yao clenched the soft tissue inside his cheek with his teeth, trying to stimulate some pain to stay alert. His fingers couldn't control themselves any longer, they reached for the buttons on his shirt. It was unbearably hot and suffocating. Yet having made a tough statement earlier to Xia Xingqian, even asking for just a bit of pheromones felt impossible now. Can't sleep. You've been moving constantly. Xia Xingqian's voice came from the doorway. Lin Yao, biting the soft tissue in his cheek, responded vaguely, I won't be able to fall asleep unless you stop talking. 10 minutes passed, excruciatingly awake. Xia Xingqian seemed busy with something, making not a sound. The world fell silent, leaving Lin Yao feeling as if he were alone. Against his better judgment, his fingers unzipped the jacket and undid the top button slowly, preparing to move on to the next when a tanned hand stopped him. Xia Xingqian. Lin Yao struggled to turn around, only to find himself enveloped in a broad chest from behind. Hot enough to fry eggs, you plan to burn yourself out without giving in to me, do you? Xia Xingqian's voice remained light, yet intent, let me help you. Unbuttoned skin met the cool breeze, alleviating his fiery heat momentarily. Despite the relief, Lin Yao resisted, struggling to push him away, his voice strained but insistent, leave me alone, I don't need your help. Xia Xingqian stayed silent but held him firmly by the shoulders, pinning his limbs down to prevent movement. With half-lowered eyes, he looked down sympathetically at the person gasping painfully, unable even to form coherent words in anguish, and coincidentally, when it came to pushing boundaries with Lin Yao, he never played by any rules. Don't like using your hands? Let me try something else. Chapter 72, Your wife is amazing. Lin Yao's breathing was irregular, what else? Xia Xingqian, with his dark eyes staring at him, commented, don't understand. Are you that innocent? Lin Yao looked at his lips and suddenly realized what he meant. He gritted his teeth, no way. Xia Xingqian ignored him. Disgusting. Lin Yao reached out to block him, frowning, are you crazy? Not disgusting, you just took a shower before leaving home. Xia Xingqian whispered softly. This was the first time Lin Yao experienced the sensitive period after secondary differentiation. It was just like when he initially differentiated into an alpha and suffered symptoms. It was definitely very hard to bear. He still remembered how drenched in sweat and unable to alleviate the pain, leading to self-abuse. But later on, getting used to it and taking regular suppressants made his life seem no different from an ordinary person. But he couldn't bear to see Lin Yao suffer the same pain. Xia Xingqian. Lin Yao merely stared at his moving lips, feeling as if he had been thrown into an exploding gas can. Hot, suffocating, breaking out in a thin layer of sweat all over his body. You don't have to help me by going to such lengths to cancel out my feelings. He said in a low voice. The pride of heaven, Xia Xingqian, should not stoop to do this kind of thing. Save your strength for later. Xia Xingqian lowered his eyes and rasped out. I don't need it. Lin Yao broke free from his grip, dragged him down from the bed, and pushed him towards the door. Fortunately, the wooden house wasn't big, just a few steps away. You. Xia Xingqian turned around and only saw flushed faces. Get out. Lin Yao abruptly closed the door, leaning against the wooden panel, breathing heavily. You're not allowed to come in. And Xia Xingqian, who was driven out, supported his forehead with his hand. Despite being separated by a thin wooden door, they resonated in their suffering and heartbeats. The world was quiet. Xia Xingqian ultimately respected his opinion and gave him space, then I'll go take a walk and return later. Alright, watch out for safety. Lin Yao lowered his head, only feeling the lingering warmth from his kiss on his abdomen. Xia Xingchen picked up the communicator at the doorway and walked along the beach for a long stretch, trying to find a signal transmission point. Switching channels, there was nothing but the crackling of static. Just as he was preparing to turn back, he noticed something fluffy struggling in the soft sand ahead. Its pink body blended with the rose-colored beach, almost unnoticeable. "Save me, handsome, save me." It flapped its wings, shrieking sharply. Xia Xingchen raised an eyebrow, it could talk, and had a sweet mouth. He went over, bent down, and lifted the little thing up, examining it closely while unsure whether to call it a bird or something else. "Looks pretty healthy, so what's wrong with you?" "I got my brain all fuzzy from bumping it, now my legs feel weak, and I can't fly." The pink bird replied, letting its wings fall on his wrist seriously. "I diagnose, either you've fallen in love, or you're horny, given your heartbeats exceeding normal rate and your body hormones skyrocketing." Xia Xingchen. He brushed aside those pink wings, studying it. "What the hell are you?" "The latest batch of companion robots they've developed, capable of interstellar flight, highly advanced." It puffed its chest out boastfully about itself. "I'm the smartest one, that's why I escaped." "They?" Xia Xingchen caught the key word, his expression turning serious. "Is there a laboratory nearby?" "Yes, conducting all sorts of bizarre experiments, filled with perverts." The pink bird automatically categorized itself among them. "I am too." Could it be the branch of the upper AA lab where Lin Yao had once stayed? The capital branch had been destroyed by fire, yet this place still existed. How convenient. Xia Xingchen lowered his head, meeting gazes with the little lump in his palm. "Let's make a deal." "Go on. I'll adopt you, give you the best food and drink back home, you won't be sold afterward, enjoying all kinds of wealth and honor. But you must tell me everything you know about the lab." However, the other party was highly vigilant, scrutinizing the bloodstain on his forehead and the dirty uniform. "How do I know you have money? How can I ensure you won't abuse me? And how can I believe you won't sell me off to someone else? Mind you, I'm expensive." Xia Xingchen pulled out his phone, attempting to check his bank account balance. No internet, couldn't load. For the first time, the second son of the Xia family understood what it felt like to be short of funds. Looking up at the rose-red sky, he thought to himself, would it be stupid to point at that dark star and say, "See, that's mine"? What an idiot. Cheater. The little pink bird saw the troubled look on his face and mocked him like someone from home, equally arrogant and sharp-tongued. "You're broke, stop dreaming about keeping me." Xia Xingchen maintained a calm expression and made a move to throw it back where he found it. "Then you'd better wait for death out here in the wilderness. Wishing you find a rich master of your dreams in a year." The man and the bird locked eyes in silent confrontation. "Alright, I'll take a gamble based on your vibe." The little pink bird gripped his palm. "Let's go. Give me a name." "You'll have someone else name you when we get back," Xia Xingchen said coolly. The little pink bird dragged out its tone. "Oh, it's your wife. You really don't just have no money but also suffer from severe henpecking." Xia Xingchen chuckled softly, chatting with it to pass the time. "You are quite smart, no wonder only you managed to escape. But don't call him wife, he would be angry. Lin Yao was such a cool person, surely he'd turn hostile, not to mention they hadn't even caught up yet, no formal relationship established, so that wasn't appropriate." The little pink bird kept chirping away. "I just can't wait to see how someone like you could even find a wife." Xia Xingchen. "What do you mean by, someone like me?" He began doubting if bringing this thing home was the right decision. Thus, he pinched the back of the bird's neck to remind it, "Behave once we get back. Lin Yao is nowhere as patient as I am, he might chop you into pieces in a second." The little pink bird puffed out its chest proudly. "Impossible, I'm universally adored, flowers bloom around me. For 3 consecutive years, I've been voted as the most popular mechanical pet in the lab. If not for the pricing issue, I'd have been sold long ago." Xia Xingchen shrugged indifferently. "Keep bragging then." When they reached the wooden house, it was already eerily quiet inside, with only the sound of the sea breeze remaining. "Lin Yao." Xia Xingchen stood at the door calling his name. "How are you feeling now?" No one answered. It wasn't clear if he fell asleep or passed out. Xia Xingchen waited by the door for a while longer, still no response. Worried beyond reason, he forcefully pushed the creaky wooden door open. It crumbled easily like paper, bursting open. On the simple wooden bed, Lin Yao's hair was damp, clothes completely stripped off. His back was turned towards him, revealing 2 faint waist dimples. The dark green military pants hung loosely, exposing a sliver of pale skin. Appearing to have fallen into some kind of deep slumber. Xia Xingchen's expression darkened slightly. So unguarded, what if someone had come in? "Wow, your wife looks impressive." The little pink bird exclaimed. "Let me check him out." Its legs were broken, unable to fly, so it painstakingly crawled over there, obstinately determined to appreciate the handsome guy's beauty. With unwavering perseverance, it clung to the bedpost and climbed upward. Xia Xingchen was just about to drape his coat over Lin Yao's back when he casually tossed the little bird onto the bed. The little pink bird jumped over to the other side, its tiny wings lightly brushing against Lin Yao's cheek, the soft feathery touch tickling. In his haze, Lin Yao heard someone enter, but due to the awkward distance finally easing, only fatigue remained, unwilling to open his eyes. Heart rate too high, hormones too high, he's currently in the sensitive period. The little pink bird lifted its head and spoke, noticing too late that someone had motioned for silence. You missed the signal. He seems to have woken up. What the heck? It sounded annoying and incessant, so loud. Lin Yao turned his head, unable to avoid the sensation any longer. Forced to open his eyes, all he saw was a tuft of pink fluff directly before him, its tiny wings fluttering against his pulse. Your wife is in her sensitive period, and you're just standing there like an idiot. Hurry up and consummate the relationship. Lin Yao, his face devoid of any expression, squished it into his palm. What did you say? The reckless little bird repeated, hurry up and consummate the relationship. Xia Xingchen. You're dead. And probably me too. Chapter 73, So Satisfied. Lin Yao reached out and tightly grabbed it in his palm, tightening his grip. Xia Xingchen, where did you find this stupid thing? Found it. Xia Xingchen coughed lightly. I'm telling the truth. The little pink bird struggled fiercely. Your wife is so terrifying. Lin Yao turned his head and looked at Xia Xingchen standing by the bed, his tone displeased from being woken up. Get rid of it, or I'll throw it into the sea. The little pink bird trembled all over, sensing the murderous intent, and instantly dared not make a sound. Xia Xingchen reached out to take it and placed it in his coat pocket, whispering, shut up, don't talk anymore, or I can't save you. Then he raised his hand and placed it on Lin Yao's forehead, brushing aside his wet hair as if a doctor was examining him. The fever has subsided a bit. It seems the release was effective. How many times? Lin Yao. The little pink bird covered its ears with its hands. Brother, you're more straightforward than me. If he dares to answer, I wouldn't dare to listen. Xia Xingchen lowered his eyes, his fingers brushing aside Lin Yao's damp hair, as if asking whether breakfast had been eaten today. I'm asking you. Lin Yao was wearing his oversized team uniform jacket. He entwined his fingers with the other's wrist to pull it down, answering honestly, twice. Give a detailed description. Time intervals. What were you thinking about back then? Is it because I'm not as useful as you? Lin Yao. With a series of questions, Lin Yao was left almost defenseless, momentarily recalling an hour ago. He was in such a torturous state, and inexplicably, Xia Xingchen's face flashed through his mind. His pitch-black eyes, sharp features, with a gaze that carried an irresistible pressure. How could he think of him? Crazy, absolutely maddening. And now, the face in his mind overlaps with the one in front of him, leaving Lin Yao inexplicably guilty. Do you understand what privacy is? Do you have to ask? Xia Xingchen wore an expression of calmness. I care about you. Lin Yao's lips tightened, shifting his gaze to the magenta sky outside the door. Can you respect some boundaries? The little pink bird sighed slightly. Lin Yao vented his anger on it, coldly asking, why haven't you thrown this thing away yet? It can't be thrown away for now. It escaped from the lab and still has uses. Xia Xingchen suddenly pinched the little pink bird's belly as a warning, placing it back in front of Lin Yao. I speculate that AA's laboratory now appears normal on the surface but actually conducts research under a false pretense. Lin Yao looked down at it, escaped from the laboratory. Yes, master, we two look very compatible. The little pink bird immediately realized who the boss was in this household, holding its head high, saying, at first glance, you seem more powerful than that pauper. Pauper? Lin Yao countered. How could these two words have any relation to Mr. Xie? Him. The little pink bird pointed with its wings toward Xia Xingchen, but my main reason for staying here is because I've been charmed by the master. If you want to know about the lab, I will tell you everything I know. Xia Xingchen made a light, tisk sound. No wonder it's been rated the most beloved mechanical pet for 3 consecutive years. Its ability to read the winds and observe people's feelings is unparalleled. Lin Yao finally took the boisterous fool seriously. Speak. The little pink bird nudged his finger with its wings, fawningly saying, you give me a name first. Once our master-pet relationship is bonded, I'll speak. Lin Yao raised his eyes, looking at the towering figure blocking the light at the door, coldly saying, Xia Di. He wanted to call it Xia Dislike, but restrained himself from hurting anyone's feelings and stopped. Both the bird and Xia Xingchen fell silent. This name was brutally mocking. You and Xia Di are bonded as master and pet. It will forever be loyal to you. If you unilaterally dissolve the bond, it will enter self-destruct mode, carrying all your information and ensuring absolute confidentiality and peace of mind. A different robotic voice rang out when speaking to the pink-furred creature. Upon hearing the reminder, Lin Yao frowned. Isn't this a form of moral coercion? He just wanted to probe for some information and get rid of the stupid bird. Naming it would mean lifelong responsibility, to thievery. Xia Di fluttered its wings, bitterly complaining, you aren't planning to be a scum master who abandons their pet after having relations, are you? Lin Yao. For no apparent reason, this bird inexplicably reminded him of Xia Xingchen. Depends on your behavior. Lin Yao got straight to the point. Talk. What's happening in the lab? Xia Di changed his position, lying down comfortably and showing his round belly. The lab is on the farthest east of Rose Star. It has 20 floors both above and below ground. Of course, pets like me can only stay in the lower level basement, which is the 3rd level underground. Who's the boss? I don't know. What's the lab's official name? I don't know. What else is researched on other floors? I don't know. Lin Yao's temple began to throb as he fought the urge to strangle it. Then what do you know? Xie said confidently, the lab is on the farthest east of Rose Star with a total of 20 floors, easy to find. If you want to go, I can show you the way. Lin Yao. Knowing just an address doesn't mean you should be so proud. He raised a hand to press against his forehead and shoved the pink bird into Xie Xingchen's hands. You brought back this moron, deal with it yourself. Master, are you abandoning me? I am Xie that you named personally. It quickly switched its tone, I'm the top-level pet that can cross stars for flight. Upon hearing the key word, Lin Yao raised his eyes, hope ignited, can you cross stars? Can you go back to the capital and call for rescue? Xie flapped its wings awkwardly, not at the moment. I hit my head while escaping from the lab, now I can't fly and need a few days to recover. Lin Yao. Don't get mad, Xie Xingchen lifted his hand and patted his back through the coat. Why waste your anger on something stupid? If you abandon it, it'll self-destruct on the spot. That would be pretty pitiful. You brought it back. Lin Yao grumbled resentfully. Take care of it yourself then. Xie Xingchen's lips curved slightly. Tough mouth but soft heart. Alright, I'll keep it. Lin Yao himself felt like he was throwing a tantrum, inexplicably ending up in this mess, getting irritated due to the stress of being outdoors. Unexpectedly, the other party actually agreed, leaving him momentarily stunned. He slowly blinked, pulling the team uniform tighter around him, then. I'll sleep a bit more. We can sleep together. Xie couldn't help but interject. You two are a couple, right? Why separate beds? Lin Yao gritted his teeth, enunciating each word clearly, it's not what you think. Xie Xingchen reached out and adjusted Lin Yao's unzipped pants, smiling, even if we aren't that kind of relationship, can I still sleep? I'm a bit tired too. Lin Yao stiffened all over at his sudden action, feeling both awkward and slow. His mind blanked out, sleep then, we've slept together before anyway. Xie Xingchen hummed softly, looking down at him, we've slept together before, why are you nervous now? Lin Yao tightened his lips, recalling the dreamlike murmurs after relieving stress earlier, unsure whether he had really called Xie Xingchen's name. He feared there might be skin contact during half-dreams and saying things that shouldn't be said. After all, they were currently in a sensitive situation where his mind was truly unclear. He spoke quietly, does this thing have any other functions apart from measuring heartbeat and pulse? Like recording audio or video? Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Xie held its head high, proudly saying, not really, I can also conduct psychological analysis based on your physical condition and facial reactions. Lin Yao glanced at him, then analyze me now. You're practically screaming excitement from head to toe about wanting to have a great night with Xie Xingchen. Lin Yao. Chapter 74, Heart Racing Wildly. Xie Xingchen turned his head slightly and smirked, you're this excited about sleeping with me? Xie, Lin Yao called his name, stretching out his hand to pinch the plump belly, warning, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll dismantle you. Xie Xingchen informed in an educational tone, one punch from him, and there will be no remains left of Xie Dai after a violent dismantling. Just see, even the way they address each other reflects intimacy. Xie Dai felt utterly wronged, flapping its small wings up and down while loudly asserting, I didn't make a mistake. I'm just straightforward when I speak, but I never lie. My programming doesn't allow me to tell lies. Lin Yao looked at him faintly. How could one possibly die of pleasure from just sleeping with Xie Xingchen? Clearly, it was worry causing disordered thoughts and nightmares leading to social death. Your program is too terrible, and your analysis has issues, Lin Yao said ruthlessly, no wonder after hitting your head, you can't fly, your cerebellum has shrunk, and you don't use your limbs. Xie Dai. In these glorious 3 years, how had it ever suffered such verbal humiliation? It used its wings to cover its eyes, struggling out of Lin Yao's grip with difficulty, then crawled over slowly, grabbing the hem of Xie Xingchen's clothes. You old. Even the word, wife, wasn't dared to say anymore, fearing being beaten. He's so mean, he scolded me, woo 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 woo. Xie Xingchen sighed in disbelief, classmate Lin, are you bullying a bird? Lin Yao thought privately that this guy was too good at pretending, changing personalities in a second. Speaking calmly, I'm just telling him the truth. If you insist on siding with him, there's nothing I can do. Xie Dai held its head high and chest puffed out. This would be mutual training for both master and pet robot. It can't be that as the master, one can do whatever they please. No, I stand by you, Xie Xingchen regretfully bent down, lifting Xie Dai outside, placing it near the door that was almost broken, because you made him unhappy, you have to sleep here, Xie Dai. Sorry. Xie Dai. Sorry. How could such cold words come from a mouth at 37 degrees? On the surface, it affectionately calls Xie Dai, but the actions were cruel. Xie Dai squatted by the creaky wooden door, feeling the coastal wind, and deeply melancholic. It seemed like it chose the wrong master, there was no place for it in this home. But the system had already bound together, nowhere to go. So it pitifully peeked inside through a little window. Alas, bird life is tough, sighed Xie Dai. Lin Yao appeared very tired, possibly tormented by stress reactions, wrapped in a loose team uniform jacket, side-lying, eyes closed, falling into slumber once again. And beside him, lying down similarly semi-reclined was Xie Xingchen, his arms stretched out serving as a pillow. Understood, to stay in this home, one needs to win Lin Yao's favor. Xie Dai sighed again, hobbling outward, spending several hours gathering a large amount of pink fruits from the nearby forest. Then, like offering treasures, it arranged them in a circle around Lin Yao and Xie Xingchen. Then it took Xie Xingchen's phone and took a picture, happily waiting for praise. Lin Yao slept fitfully for a while and finally felt the inner heat subside temporarily. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the stupid bird shaking the screen back and forth. Do you like it? Do you like it? Do you like it? Xie Dai twisted and turned, I did it especially for you too. Lin Yao lowered his gaze to look at the photo. The two of them lay stiff, surrounded by a circle of pink, resembling burial scenes very much. He couldn't be bothered to comment sarcastically, reaching out to cover Xie Dai's mouth, carefully getting up without waking the person still asleep beside him. Although the movement was quiet, Xie Xingchen remained alert. He woke up instantly, looking at the two for a moment, then half-supported himself to sit up. Seeing the ring of pink fruits next to him, he commented, Are the two of you arranging my funeral? Xie Dai. See, I also think it resembles a funeral. Lin Yao handed over the phone, completely not suspecting himself of forming cliques. It even took a group photo, cursing us to die. Seeing both standing on the same side, Xie Dai widened its eyes, Heaven help me, don't wrongfully accuse me. Wasn't I creating romance for you too? I went through all this effort carrying so many fruits, I can't even fly because my leg is injured. Is there any conscience? After seeing the group photo, Xie Xingchen immediately forgave this flower-like arrangement and accepted the photo. It's quite nice looking, set it as the screensaver before the phone runs out of power. You truly have bizarre aesthetics. Lin Yao turned his head, looking at the fat bird waiting earnestly for compliments, don't bother next time. If your leg is injured, take good care of it. Xie Dai understood, this was giving it a way out, which was not easy. Xie Dai, with starry eyes, quickly used its wings to sketch a big heart in the air. Once I can fly again, I'll go to Wish Island and fetch you the most advanced wishing gemstone, which can make any wish come true. Lin Yao froze for several seconds, actually seriously contemplating the possibility before realizing how ridiculous it was. Could this Wish Island transform him from an Omega back to an Alpha? Apparently not. Where on earth is there such a gem that grants any wish? Did you grow up watching cartoons in the lab? After pausing, he added, that's just a deserted island, there's nothing there. It truly exists. Xie Dai persisted, emphasizing as it placed its wing over Lin Yao's pulse, bluntly saying, and based on your reaction analysis, you actually want it, very much so. If you want something, just say it, what's the problem? I don't want it. Relying on others is not as reliable as relying on yourself. Lin Yao gave a faint tug at his lips. Xie Xingchen observed his expression, you don't want it? I didn't even believe in Santa Claus when I was little, why should I believe this now? He rose and slipped back into his clothes. Come on, take me to the lab. Compared to those fanciful illusions, he would much rather get to the truth as soon as possible. As they chatted, Xie Xingchen had already put back Lin Yao's discarded coat and followed them out. The two humans and one bird stepped onto the rose-colored beach, heading towards their destination. Just as Xie Dai mentioned earlier, the lab was an extremely grand building, 20 stories tall, visible from afar. From the outside, it looked like any other wealthy family structure from the capital star. The only difference was its entirely mirrored exterior, bearing no name or logo. The back door in the underground parking lot is the way in, Xie Dai whispered lowly. The fat security guard there slacks off every day, that's how I managed to escape during that time. From the moment Lin Yao entered the building, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was like returning to where he grew up, a different exterior, a different layout, but similar sense that made him feel as though all the air in his chest was being sucked away. Feeling unwell. Xie Xingchen noticed his breathing becoming rapid. Still okay. Lin Yao scrutinized the separated sections, each ostentatiously conducting experiments, all pretentious yet fruitless searches like fishing for needles in the ocean. Just as he was about to turn around, he was suddenly caught by Xie Xingchen, who forcefully pulled him behind a narrow corner. He turned his head and saw someone unexpected getting out of a car in the parking lot, the head of Lang Zhuang, Zhuang Lang himself. What's he doing here? Lin Yao muttered to himself. A buyer? Or a shareholder? Lang Zhuang indeed provided many exotic toys for the wealthy to indulge in. If they were considered buyers or intermediaries, it seemed reasonable. Xie Xingchen covered his mouth and quietly warned, don't make a sound. Lin Yao fixed his gaze on Zhuang Lang, trying to decipher some lip movements while he was making a phone call. But after 3 minutes, he got absolutely nothing. He then realized the force on his body was loosened only because his entire self was pressed against Xie Xingchen's broad back, his wide hand covering his face. Lin Yao slowly blinked. Suddenly, he recalled that night in the quarantine area when Xie Xingchen did exactly this, embracing him from behind, covering his lips to help him, and even leaning down to kiss his shoulder, indulging his craving. Omega during heat periods really do have strange thoughts. He despised himself. Let go. Lin Yao closed his eyes, not daring to move too loudly, signaling with a light bite to Xie Xingchen's palm. But instead of releasing him, Xie Xingchen tightened his grip and lowered his head, whispering, don't squirm. We'll be discovered if we're seen. His voice was soft, murmuring close to his earlobe as if afraid of being overheard, almost turning into a whisper. Lin Yao's head was forced to tilt backward, resting against his shoulder, pondering whether it was hormones influencing him, or simply the warmth of this simple hug. Right then, his heart raced wildly. Xia Xingqian sensed the heat under his palm and glanced down at him. So hot, why are you feverish again? Xia Dai, held tightly within Lin Yao's hand, nearly suffocated, struggling to say, I-is-I-n-h-h-e-a-t. Chapter 75, I really like it. You, really, are, flirting. Held by the neck by Lin Yao, Xia Dai was almost suffocating. He sometimes really hated his default settings. Why couldn't he learn to tell a little lie? Though their master had an accelerated heartbeat and difficulty breathing, and appeared to be thoroughly enjoying it, such words absolutely should not be spoken. Xia Dai couldn't control himself from blurting things out. Wrong, wrong. Xia Dai felt that this time he was truly going to be choked to death. Zhuang Lang stepped onto the elevator and pressed the 9th floor. Xia Xingqian released the person in his arms and glanced down. His eyes were sharp as knives, glaring once again at that bird. Though pretending to have a cold expression, he was adorable to the extreme. What are you rambling about? Lin Yao said coldly. I didn't say anything. You were. Halfway through, Xia Dai covered his mouth, struggling to change direction, temperature rising. You were actually flirting, with a fever. Lin Yao finally seemed satisfied with this explanation, because I'm still in the stress period, occasional spikes in temperature are normal. It was absolutely not because of Xia Xingqian's brief embrace. Xia Dai was drenched in cold sweat. To make a mechanical pet forcibly revise its statements demonstrated incredible intimidation. Clearly, in the face of death, survival instincts became quite lively. Do you feel unwell? Should we go back first? Xia Xingqian looked intently at the ascending elevator and murmured, there's surveillance inside. We cannot show our faces. Xia Dai raised his wings, exuding confidence. Mimicking their lowered voices, he said, I can quietly fly up there. There are lots of pink birds randomly flying around in the lab, but they have recall functions. I secretly disabled it, haha. You guys wait outside. I'll check it out. Alright, this will be handed over to you, the strongest bird king, Xia Xingqian praised convincingly. You're good with words, guess you've got some merits, said Xia Dai confidently before limping off. Lin Yao clicked his tongue lightly, sighing, fine, since this stupid bird has proved somewhat useful, I'll let it slide for now. The two of them exited from the underground parking lot and found a secluded spot to wait for the scout to return. Is it reliable? Lin Yao thought of that reckless idiot bird and frowned, if there's surveillance on it, our movements might be exposed. Xia Xingqian measured his forehead temperature with his hand and astonishingly found that it had dropped back to normal. Feeling reassured, he reasoned, if someone really wanted to monitor us, instruments could be installed anywhere in the cabin and we'd already be exposed. If it managed to disable the recall function, the surveillance would have been removed long ago. After pondering for a bit, Lin Yao agreed. Waiting was boring, so his gaze fell on Xia Xingqian next to him. The sky was still dark, as it was around 3 or 4 in the morning, casting only faint light on his profile. His focus locked on. This guy, when silent, wasn't all that bad looking. What are you looking at? Xia Xingqian sensed his gaze but didn't turn around. Instead, he continued fiddling with the communication device that lacked a signal. Lin Yao quickly shifted his gaze far off into the sea. I'm looking at the Wish Island Xia Dai mentioned. Xia Xingqian glanced at him, didn't you say you don't believe? Now you're looking. Of course, he couldn't admit that he just lost himself staring. It was too strange, similar to the erratic heartbeat he felt during that hug earlier. Lin Yao could only look at the blurry island in the distance. Even if I don't believe, I'm curious whether what he said about the island is true. A wishing crystal, sounds absurd. If you want to know, why don't we go and see together? Xia Xingqian said. Not going. It's like Santa Claus, surely fake, Lin Yao said indifferently. That's because at the age of 12 or so, he had worked under the table jobs crawling into the costumes of Santa to give out gifts to children. Watching the joy on the children's faces, he remained unmoved. There's no Santa Claus in this world. When he was younger, he used to anticipate it too, but ended up disappointed, realizing it was just a scam. Shaking unstably, Xia Dai burst back in, flapping its wings towards Xia Xingqian's hand. Quick, hurry up, almost got caught. Once they fled back to the wooden cabin, it was still trembling uncontrollably, acting as though it barely escaped with its life. They seemed to be conspiring about something. A large crowd came in the middle of the night. I also saw many pink birds being equipped with listening devices. I guessed. Lin Yao glared at it. Anything else? Zhuang Lang, what did that man do just now? Xia Dai spread both its wings helplessly. Don't know. What else are other labs doing? Don't know. Where are the bugged pink birds being sent? Don't know. Lin Yao breathed in and out twice, trying his best to put on a kind expression. No problem, it's already great to be able to probe one piece of information. Ah, this expression, is it end-of-life care? Am I about to be killed because I'm too useless? Xia Dai trembled as it clutched onto Xia Xingqian's clothes. Save me, please save me. Lin Yao raised his hand to prop up the corner of his mouth, revealing confusion. Do I look that terrifying? Xia Xingqian just laughed silently with his head down, demonstrating true emotional intelligence by knowing when to keep quiet. Xia Dai had also learned its lesson, raising its hand to cover its own mouth, afraid that more heretical words might slip out. To mend relations, Lin Yao patted the wooden bed and lay back down. It's not bright yet, the mission's done, come over and get some sleep. The body during the heat period was very weak, he had finally experienced the weakness of omegas. An inexplicable connection formed with Xia Xingqian, who had been hospitalized for a week at that time. Xia Dai's eyes widened as it slowly stepped forward, crouching beside his cheek cautiously. It saw Lin Yao close his eyes in relaxation. He's actually sleeping, the handsome guy really is handsome, so good looking. His eyelashes are long, his nose is straight, and his skin looks good even from this close, want to lick. Xia Xingqian reached out and pinched its tongue, making silent threats with his lips, don't mess around. I'll go out for a bit, you stay here and watch over him. Understood. Xia Dai saluted and attentively watched Lin Yao sleep nearby. When he doesn't speak, he's practically a beautiful god. 3 hours passed, and Lin Yao hadn't woken up. Xia Dai quietly moved 2 steps forward, resting its head against Lin Yao's cheek. Finally got to snuggle with a handsome guy, so nice. Lin Yao had light sleep, he woke up as soon as there was contact. He stared at the bundle of fluff that came near and looked around, where's Xia Xingqian? Xia Dai kept rubbing its head against his cheek, looking extremely happy, not back yet. How do you know nothing every time I ask? Lin Yao grabbed it, climbing off the bed to walk to the door of the wooden house. The sky was still dim, but a streak of rose-colored light appeared far away. Lin Yao casually sat at the doorstep, propping his legs lazily, fiddling absent-mindedly with the fur on Xia Dai's head. He didn't seem to be waiting for sunrise or for someone. Xia Xingqian wouldn't have secretly called for help and just left us here, right? Xia Dai suddenly sounded alert. No, Lin Yao firmly replied before pausing, probably not. Xia Dai squirmed around with a smitten expression, you trust him so much, you definitely love him. You're just being at Sundra. Lin Yao. Did they implant you with Cupid's program? Do you need to meddle? Afraid of getting beaten if he said any more, Xia Dai looked up at the sky, talking nonsense about other things. The sun is rising, so beautiful. Lin Yao gazed into the distance. A gap tore through the dim sky, bright light spilling out with a trace of pink, connecting to an endless sea. It was truly beautiful. And in the surging waves, a blurry figure suddenly appeared, growing closer, becoming clearer. Lin Yao abruptly stood up, the dazed Xia Dai on his lap fell to the ground, dizzy as it climbed back onto his palm. Are you going to kill me, dear master? Lin Yao rushed over, seeing Xia Xingqian emerge from the sea, swimming back to him with all his might. Between the waves were his strong bronze arms and rippling shoulders and back, full of strength. What did you run to the sea for? He spoke for the first time in such a loud voice, resonating in the vast emptiness. Xia Xingqian didn't reply, quickly swimming to shore, wiping his wet hair back carelessly to reveal sharp features. Water dripped from his whole body, from his chin to his abdomen, drop by drop, but he smiled brilliantly at him, filled with youthful spirit. Look what I found for you. Lin Yao was stunned, a pink crystal stone lay in his damp palm. Wishing crystal. I knew this thing existed, you actually went to Wish Island, how far did you swim? Xia Dai got excited, jumping around and shaking Lin Yao's clothes, you hit the jackpot. Wishing crystal eh. But Lin Yao stayed silent, staring blankly at him. Xia Xingqian ran towards him in big strides, carrying the damp wind, smiling and saying, dumbfounded. Why aren't you speaking? Don't you like it? Xia Dai's wings rested on its owner's pulse point, which was beating wildly, unbelievably looking up, shocked, you absolutely must have fallen for. Lin Yao covered its mouth, whispering, shut up, I know. The crystal stone from Wish Island doesn't necessarily grant wishes. But just like how there isn't a Santa Claus in the world, yet people still willingly dress up as him, and today, he had finally become the one who received the gift. He looked at the pink crystal shimmering with water droplets, then glanced up at Xia Xingqian who awaited his answer, his heartbeat drowning out the sound of the wind. I like it, I really do. Please leave some compliments to celebrate Yao Yao's enlightenment as you pass by. Chapter 76, You're Not Quite Right. Lin Yao felt the weight of the crystal in his palm. The fingers, still wet with seawater, brushed over his skin, feeling cold. If you like it, then keep it safe. Xia Xingqian observed Lin Yao's reaction and sighed with relief, thinking to himself that all the effort hadn't been wasted. When we get back, find someone to make a pendant so you can carry it with you. Lin Yao struggled to describe how he felt at this moment. It was as if he were floating lightly on the pink clouds at the edge of the sky, trapped in a dream from which he couldn't wake. But it wasn't a dream. Xia Dai's pointed beak kept poking at the back of his hand, finally making him understand the importance of knowing when to soften up in life. Let go of me, let go of me. I won't say anything more. Are you about to crush it? Why are you so excited? Xia Xingqian rarely saw Lin Yao lost in thought for so long. He tilted his head slightly to look at him, asking gently, thinking about your wish? As he spoke, a droplet slid from his chin, falling onto Lin Yao's open palm. The wound on his forehead hadn't healed yet, and it had gotten wet again from the seawater. It was almost suicidal. Lin Yao wanted to scold him but couldn't bring himself to do it, feeling that such words would ruin the atmosphere. Do I like Xie Xingqian? He'd never felt drawn to anyone before. Once upon a time, he thought he'd never understand this kind of feeling. But when Xie Xingqian ran toward him just now, he realized, it was love. Yeah, I'm thinking about my wish, but I haven't come up with one yet. Lin Yao was still stuck in a daze, answering robotically. Was this abnormal? An enemy he once wished to beat to death on the arena, someone whose mere 3 seconds of eye contact used to trigger fights, someone who took a long time to transition from foe to friend, had somehow stirred feelings within him. And the random ideal type he'd once joked about, being both complementary and similar, battling fiercely yet loving each other, seemed to align perfectly here. Oh no! Lin Yao covered his face with his hand, unable to believe it. This was terrifying. What did Xie Xingqian think? Isn't it a little much, looking so pained because you can't think of a wish? Xie Xingqian, wearing nothing but shorts with his upper body bare, shivered slightly as the wind blew. Lifting his hand, he hooked Lin Yao's shoulder to walk back. I was trying to make you happy. Don't ruin the intention. Lin Yao's whole body tensed. It was the first time he noticed how intimate it felt to have someone's arm around him. The cool skin fresh out of the water touched the back of his heated neck, creating a stimulating contrast between warmth and cold. You only took one. Why didn't you take more? He finally came up with a reasonable topic. Xie Xingqian glanced at him, speaking in a voice akin to soothing a child. Unique things feel more precious. If you're greedy, wishes don't work. Anyway, I picked the most beautiful shaped one. There won't be a better one than this. If you went there anyway, why didn't you grab one for me too? Xie Dai finally regained some energy, voicing his frustration loudly. My leg's injury isn't healing fast enough. Xie Xingqian looked down at him arrogantly. You? We've only known each other for a day. It probably doesn't warrant such an effort, does it? Be realistic. Xie Dai. Fine, if you want to put it that way, I'll stop helping you altogether. Let you die single, you'll never have a wife. Isn't that true? Xie Xingqian reminded him of the current situation. Besides, you've accepted Lin Yao as your master already. Do birds need any extra wishes? Don't be greedy. Xie Dai, unable to contain himself, screamed in protest. Fine, you're high and mighty, you're extraordinary. Lin Yao's lips curved slightly. Although he didn't know how long this affection would last, or if it was merely the bridge effect of their predicament in the wilderness, he decided to treat Xie Xingqian a little better. He had been too aggressive in the past, and it needed to change. Entering the wooden house, Lin Yao circled inside, laying out a bunch of food from his own collection in front of Xie Xingqian, softening his tone. Are you hungry? Xie Xingqian. Instantly adjusting his posture to appear proper, he stared at the other person in disbelief. Is this really Lin Yao attempting a forced, kindly smile? Lin Yao bowed his head, helped him unwrap a large box of pastries, picked a flavor he might like, and handed it to him. You insisted on going despite having a forehead injury, so I'll clean your wound later. Xie Xingqian exchanged a glance with Xie Dai. Was this sarcastic criticism aimed at him for causing trouble? Xie Dai turned away, muttering proudly, serves you right. After being disrespectful to me, you'll never hear another noble and useful heartfelt word from the great Xie Dai. Confused, though enjoying this rare display of attentiveness from Lin Yao, Xie Xingqian leaned in, slightly opening his mouth, taking a bite of the pastry offered by Lin Yao, nearly choking. Lin Yao then looked down to find water, twisting the cap off and handing it to him. Drink. Swallowing like a bull drinking water, Xie Xingqian continued to stare intently at him without blinking, as if trying to burn 2 holes through his face. Xie Xingqian felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Had his brain been damaged by a fever during the time he was gone? Why was there such a huge difference before and after he returned? Or perhaps, because he hadn't told him about his departure earlier, Lin Yao was upset and intentionally being sarcastic? Xie Xingqian's expression turned solemn as he took a couple of sips from the water handed to him, carefully choosing his words. Weren't you happy about getting the wishing crystal? I'm happy, Lin Yao nodded. Doesn't my face show it? Though still maintaining his usual composed demeanor, this time the corners of his lips were slightly lifted, a smile less strained and more genuine. Xie Xingqian hesitated for a moment before smiling and saying, right, so is this warmth you're showing me now an act of gratitude? Lin Yao simply grunted in response, growing somewhat tense under his stare. This side of him felt rather novel to Xie Xingqian, who chuckled, no need, it's not like it's something precious. You don't have to overreact. Lin Yao thought to himself, okay, clearly he doesn't appreciate being shown kindness this way. Nearby, Xie Dai indignantly pecked at the pastry with its beak, choking after a few bites and croaking out, I forgot. I can't eat human food. But no one paid attention. With both wings clutching its own plump neck, Xie Dai wheezed, I'm dying. Can someone help? Robotic birds don't die, Lin Yao remarked offhandedly, yet kindly lifted it by its legs and gave it a few quick shakes in the air. Better now. Dizzy and disoriented, Xie Dai grumbled, you've almost shaken all my internal parts loose. Xie Xingqian was satisfied. Yes, this method, this familiar operation, this was definitely back to normal Lin Yao. As he ate breakfast, he watched Lin Yao wash the pink fruits Xie Dai had brought back and pop them into his mouth one by one. Don't eat yourself poisoned, Xie Xingchen warned. These things are like wild mushrooms, they could send you into hallucinations without notice. How could they be poisonous? You two standing united against me just love pointing out my flaws. Xie Dai seethed, pacing back and forth on the table. He ate loads of these when he was waiting for you this morning. If they were toxic, he'd already have shown symptoms. Lin Yao nodded in agreement, exactly. There were no medical supplies in the wooden house, only a small pack of wet wipes that came with some gifts. He opened it and stood in front of Xie Xingchen, lowering his head and quietly instructing, close your eyes, it might hurt a bit. Xie Xingchen tilted his chin up slightly but refused to comply, no need, just leave it as is. Close your eyes, Lin Yao couldn't bear the intensity of his gaze, his back stiffening as he commanded firmly, do it. These simple 2 words carried the weight of an order to kneel. Xie Xingchen obeyed just before Lin Yao lost his temper. Yet he could feel a light, cool touch gently wiping around the wound, the motion unusually gentle. If one had to speculate on the emotion behind it, it seemed tinged with slight compassion. After a minute, when the movement stopped, Xie Xingchen opened his eyes to see Lin Yao leaning down, softly blowing on the wound. A little breath will make it stop hurting. It was exactly what Xie Xingchen had said to Lin Yao when he was injured earlier, now word for word returned to him. Lin Yao was acting very strange today. Too kind, too considerate. Unusual to the point that it didn't resemble him at all, or, more accurately, unlike the man from just 3 hours ago. Xie Xingchen watched as Lin Yao sat back down, continuing to eat the fruits one by one. Suddenly standing up, he grabbed Lin Yao's jaw. What's wrong? Unable to control his speech due to the grip on his jaw, Lin Yao's words came out muffled. Xie Xingchen reached in and scooped out the unchewed fruit from Lin Yao's mouth, pinching his tongue seriously as he admonished, don't eat randomly. You've probably been poisoned for hours now, it's really abnormal. Chapter 77, Someone's Got My Back. Lin Yao's mouth was pinched by him, and he mumbled in defense, what poisoning? I'm fine, very clear-headed. Poisoned people always think there's nothing wrong with their brains. Xie Xingchen looked down at him and gestured a number with his fingers, what's this? Mocking me? Fine, calm down, take a deep breath, don't get mad. Lin Yao spoke softly, too. Xie Xingchen added another finger, how about now? Lin Yao clenched his temper, 3. Xie Xingchen held up his whole hand and wiggled it in front of Lin Yao again, another one. Seems like common sense is intact after all. Unable to endure any further, Lin Yao bit Xie Xingchen's finger hard, mercilessly, and coldly cursed, Xie Xingchen, are you insane? Do you think I'm mentally challenged? Xie Xingchen laughed uncontrollably and rubbed his fingers along Lin Yao's plump lower lip, feeling quite content. That's more like you, just now you looked possessed or something, very scary. Lin Yao. Some people are just naturally good at taking abuse. They won't be happy until you scold them. He suddenly doubted his own judgment. Did my heart skip a beat? It might be a myocardial infarction. Xie Xingchen still pinched Lin Yao's chin, teasing, don't really go dumb from eating too many fruits, and then without doctors around, you'll just be running back and forth on the island like an idiot. If you say one more word. Lin Yao glanced at the pink crystal on the table, his heartstrings trembling slightly, even the wishing gemstone can't save you. Xie Xingchen leaned down, his tone filled with regret, I thought it could at least serve as an immunity card once. Because of this action, the distance between the two of them suddenly grew closer. Lin Yao fell silent again, holding his breath and looking at him, looking into his pitch-black eyes. The door of the wooden house was suddenly opened. Both turned their heads to see a group of guards standing at the doorway with Pei Yizhong following behind. With so many eyes looking over, silence engulfed the room. The postures of those inside, one sitting, one standing, seemed somewhat ambiguous, as if they had just kissed. Xie Xingchen, on top of everything, was almost entirely naked, wearing only shorts. It seemed like they stopped in the middle of a passionate moment, quite stimulating. Lin Yao. He quickly swatted away Xie Xingchen's hand that was still pinching his chin. Did we interrupt something important? Pei Yizhong's expression was also quite awkward. He had come urgently to find someone but never expected to witness this scene. He lifted his hand to signal for the people nearby to retreat and explained, Director Hu said your spacecraft malfunctioned, losing its position. With such vast land on Rose Star and few people, even the head of the Alliance might not be enough. So I came along with my team. To reach here within a day without location signals already demonstrated remarkable speed. Xie Xingchen let go of Lin Yao and stood up neatly, showing not a hint of embarrassment, not delayed at all. We just came back from playing in the sea after swimming. Didn't expect General Pei to find us before the old man, quite impressive. He may not care about his own son much. Pei Yizhong lightly commented, glancing at Lin Yao, are you injured? Should we send you both back? In this embarrassing situation, meeting again, Lin Yao quickly got up, no injury. Then please excuse the trouble, sir. When Xie Xingchen was pulling his long pants back on, Xie Hengji arrived later with others, observing his actions, and slightly squinted his eyes. Such a debauched person, still seeking pleasure even at this time, disgraced all the way out into outer space. General Pei, haven't seen you for many years, Xie Hengji turned around to greet, suddenly getting so passionate about these younger generations makes me truly grateful for your concern. After all, they returned from your place. It's necessary to escort them home safely, I still have a little conscience. Since you're here, Xie Xingchen doesn't need extra care from me. Pei Yizhong turned around, lazy even to utter a word more, Lin Yao, follow me. As soon as those words were spoken, Lin Yao felt for the first time the strength that comes from having someone backing him up. He gave Xie Hengji a glance and casually picked up the pink crystal on the table, keeping it in his hand. Shi Dai locked himself in Lin Yao's coat pocket, covering his head to avoid being caught again. However, why aren't these two returning on the same spacecraft? Just enjoyed a sweet day together, it felt like a couple going through a divorce, worrying about who the kid should stay with. Lin Yao made the decision for him. Pressing his palm down once, he shoved him completely into his pocket and turned to tell Xie Xingchen, then I'll go with General Pei. After all, he really couldn't stand the sight of Xie Hengji's gloomy face anymore. One didn't know what other ugly words would come next. As Xie Xingchen watched Lin Yao leaving, he grabbed his not yet worn coat and followed, I'll go with you. Xie Hengji cleared his throat lightly, looking displeased, are you treating your dad like a ghost? General Pei is a guest, so I need to accompany him and be a good host. Xie Xingchen spoke perfectly without slipping up in front of others, though his quick step seemed to reveal estrangement between father and son. Pei Yizhong's spacecraft was quite large, comfortably holding dozens of people. The neatly lined police officers sat in the front row, while they were at the back, the atmosphere tense. There were still nearly 10 hours before returning, and Pei Yizhong had noticed his embarrassment, so he didn't make things difficult. There are bunk beds at the back. If you haven't rested well, go take a nap. Lin Yao thought inwardly that he had just slept for a long time and wasn't tired at all, but still had to pretend to sleep. But seeing this opportunity, he quickly seized it, pretending to yawn very deliberately, I'm sleepy, I'll go lie down. Xie Xingchen was about to get up when Pei Yizhong stopped him, you stay here a moment first. Is there something else, General? Xie Xingchen raised an eyebrow, still feeling that Pei Yizhong's attention on Lin Yao was overly high. After watching Lin Yao's figure enter the compartment, Pei Yizhong directly asked, was the boyfriend he mentioned earlier you? Xie Xingchen was startled for a second, thinking that he would indeed like to associate himself, but smiled instead, I don't know, probably, isn't this just some celebrity gossip you care about, General? I consider Lin Yao as my own son, and I want to warn you. Your father wouldn't agree to you too, absolutely not. Pei Yizhong said calmly, if you like him enough, be prepared to sever ties with your father. Otherwise, don't mess around with Lin Yao. Xie Xingchen stared at him for a moment, linking together a series of odd behaviors, suddenly coming up with a bold guess, do you wish to adopt him as a son or do you think he actually is your son? He realized that he had misunderstood, thinking that Pei wanted a son-in-law to join the family. Every time they appeared, Pei Xiang's warmth, coincidental birthdays, inexplicable closeness, all of these suggested possible blood relations, right? Pei Yizhong remained silent. His silence spoke volumes. Xie Xingchen stared into his eyes and asked, so where were you when Lin Yao was being bullied? This late arrival of making amends, isn't it too late? While Pei Xiang was living in luxury, he was handing out flyers, sleeping in basements, and hadn't waited 18 years for parents who only showed up now. Isn't it ironic? No, he was taken away shortly after birth, and I've been looking for him, searching for 10 years, Pei Yizhong revealed a painful past with a moving throat. 8 years ago, the laboratory exploded in a massive fire, and that's when we found him, only to receive news of his death. We even have his tombstone at home. At that time, the body was charred and carbonized, disintegrating at a touch, making DNA extraction impossible. But both he and the guard close to him had identification tags on their wrists and necklaces specially made by our family. Everything indicated that he was our child, and we buried him the day we brought him home. So, Lin Yao left items that could verify his identity to another kid and faked his own death. Xie Xingchen couldn't imagine that a 10-year-old child, to escape from being pursued any further, meticulously designed an escape route while panicking through flames. But he didn't know that due to this move, by accident, it caused him to miss out on the father who had come to look for him. Xie Xingchen finally understood why Pei Yizhong hesitated to recognize Lin Yao, not because of guilt for being late, but because he feared Lin Yao might regret his initial decision more painfully. He fell into a prolonged silence. Pei Yizhong wiped his face with his hand, cracks of pain appearing on his usually calm expression, I don't know who the people behind the lab are. After the fire, no evidence has ever been left. Lin Yao has endured too much hardship already. I don't want him to suffer emotional torment. I'm telling you this because I believe you're a good kid and should know what will harm him the least, right? You want me to stop here with him? Not exactly, I want you to decide. Between Lin Yao and Xie Hengji, you can only choose one, Pei Yizhong said, before you've made up your mind, I suggest you don't give him any illusions. Xie Xingchen suddenly laughed, his tone incredibly certain, then of course I'd choose Lin Yao. Do I even need to ask? His straightforward answer surprised Pei Yizhong somewhat, what? Xie Xingchen's expression was calm, but his voice wasn't steady, my father has 2 sons. Even without me, he still has Xie Yinhuai. But Lin Yao only has me. Without me, he'll have nothing. Pei Yizhong's eyes reddened, and after a long pause, he nodded approvingly, good, I understand. I didn't misjudge you. Keep what we talked about today confidential from him for now. I hope to let him gradually accept this in a more gentle way. Originally thinking that the father had heartlessly abandoned his child, Xia Xingchen never imagined such a situation would arise. He wiped his face with his hand. This matter is indeed difficult to handle. Lin Yao has gotten used to being alone, and it took a lot of time just for me to get closer to him. You should be mentally prepared. I know. Pei Zhong slightly lifted his chin. Go be with him. Xia Xingchen stood at the door, taking a moment to adjust his emotions before pushing the door open with a smile. Lin Yao and Xia Dian were arguing over something. Even basic knowledge like this you don't know. Was the person who set your program illiterate? Lin Yao mocked coldly. Xia Dian jumped up and down, shouting in protest, I'm a companion robot pet, not an intelligent encyclopedia. Your expectations are too high. Idiot. After cursing, Lin Yao turned his head towards the person standing at the door. What did he say to you, talking for so long? What do you think? Xia Xingchen sauntered in lazily, looking down at him from above. You keep changing ways to bully Xia Dian. Don't make him socially withdrawn. Lin Yao directly ignored the latter part, speculating on the reason why Pei Zhong sought him out, hesitating. He won't be planning to introduce Pei Xiang to you, will he? How can this old man have such ideas again, constantly wanting to arrange someone else's marriage? Xia Xingchen furrowed his brow as he looked at his expression, slightly bending down to get closer to him. Lin Yao tensed up under the abrupt proximity, feeling Xia Xingchen's breath brush against his face. Xia Dian covered his eyes with his hand, his mouth forming an "oh" shape. Wow, they're going to kiss. Lin Yao's fingers tightened, wrinkling the bedsheet beneath him. Is that right? What else could he possibly say? I always feel that his enthusiasm isn't quite normal. Even if he wants to marry Pei Xiang off to me, why does it bother you so much? Xia Xingchen stared into his eyes, inching closer slowly, his voice calm. Yao Yao, you're jealous, aren't you? Chapter 78 Farewell. Lin Yao shot back, whose jealousy am I supposed to feel? Yours? Or Pei Xiang's? I'm asking you, how would I know? Xia Xingchen probed while scrutinizing him intently. Lin Yao replied, no. Xia Xingchen continued, did you not feel jealous of Pei Xiang, or did you not feel jealous of me? He kept digging deep. This person's insight was far too keen, but Lin Yao didn't feel that this was a good time to be honest. He had just realized his own feelings the day before. He wasn't even sure how long they could last. On top of that, Xia Xingchen still had a pending engagement with Jiang Qiran. Even without Pei Xiang, his romantic life wasn't something he could easily control. Lin Yao thought, if he could have concrete evidence that he had fallen in love with Xia Xingchen. Then, before Xia Xingchen formed any ties with others, he would make a move. Nothing for now, Lin Yao said. For now, Xia Xingchen mused over these two words and suddenly smiled. Alright, I get it. Lin Yao furrowed his brow as he looked at him. What do you think you figured out? Xia Xingchen reached out slowly and pinched his cheek. Lin classmate, my reading comprehension is perfect. There was a term they'd learned in middle school, called mutual understanding without words. In a fleeting moment, Lin Yao felt those four characters perfectly described this moment. It was quite ambiguous, yet it seemed already very clear. He was grateful that Xia Xingchen hadn't pursued it further. But realizing that this conversation should be unrelated to Pei Xiang, he was still curious. So, what exactly did General Pei tell you? About you, Xia Xingchen decided to help his future father-in-law with a little favor. He wants to recognize you as a godson but fears that if he directly asks, you'd refuse. So he found a roundabout way through me to devise some plan. Xia Dapu flapped its wings, jumping up and down excitedly. Perfect. The general's son paired with the head of the Federation, perfect match. Shut up, Lin Yao grabbed the stupid bird and placed it on the table, utterly puzzled. Why me? Is it because I'm an orphan? Xia Xingchen made a sound of agreement, trying to reveal a bit of the truth. You don't have parents, and his son passed away at a young age, so upon seeing you, he felt a sense of déjà vu. There isn't anything else implied. He doesn't want you to be a son-in-law either. It's purely that he's seeking a form of solace. His family isn't bad, right? Recalling the meticulously prepared gifts, Lin Yao hesitated a bit before speaking, but, we're not close, it seems odd. Still longing for family, isn't that true? Xia Xingchen observed his expression, feeling a twinge of pain, and tried guiding him. You don't need to do anything. Just consider him an ordinary elder. If he treats you kindly, then just accept it without any guilt. Do I not need to give anything back? Lin Yao lifted his gaze toward him. I don't think I can give him much. Xia Xingchen firmly told him, no need. Your mere existence here is already reciprocation for him. Lin Yao had never heard such words before. He always believed that any kind of love in the world was reciprocal, and one might even have to pay more to receive a tiny bit. That's why he often consoled himself in the past. Since he was born aloof by nature, it saved him trouble conveniently. But now, Xia Xingchen was telling him, there's no need. Just by existing, there will be people who love you. This concept absolutely shattered his worldview. Lin Yao still felt somewhat uneasy. I fear I won't do well, I lack experience interacting with elders. I told you, you don't have to do anything, Xia Xingchen laughed, the general has eaten many years' worth of rice more than you, and anyway, he needs you more than you need him. These are things he'll contemplate. After much contemplation, Lin Yao lightly nodded, relaxing slightly, then, can you let him know, let's try. I'll also try regarding him as my godfather. Because he had never used similar words, pronouncing them was exceedingly difficult, and after saying it, he turned his face away. He will definitely be pleased, Xia Xingchen laughed, I'll tell him. Lin Yao stared at the stars outside the cabin, lost in thought, falling into a long silence. Xia Xingchen didn't disturb him further, turning around to report the results to Pei Yizhong, exuding an almost proud demeanor. See, Lin Yao listens to me especially well now. Pei Yizhong regarded him respectfully, you're truly talented. Of course, Xia Xingchen unabashedly claimed all the credit and shared his experience, don't stay stuck in the Han star forever. Find opportunities to loom in front of him, build presence, and when the time comes, recognition of fatherhood with a touching embrace, too moving. Pei Yizhong. Is this guy the type who uses persistence to reel in a son? However, he didn't mention Huangxing, that name everyone teased and belittled, but used its original respectful name instead, which was indeed very commendable. Alright, I'll follow your advice. Pei Yizhong now felt thoroughly satisfied with him and bluntly said, your only flaw is being Xia Hengji's son. That old man is just. Xia Xingchen sighed, helplessly saying, you can't choose your own father, I have no control over that. Lin Yao still had no idea what had happened, but when the spacecraft stopped at Chongqing, seeing all the students of the entire school and swarms of journalists, and also many other students from different schools who came to watch the spectacle, it almost made his hair stand on end. What's going on? He almost wanted to crack up, thinking of turning back to Rose Star and hiding there for the rest of his life. Weren't we supposed to return quietly? Xia Xingchen hadn't expected that Hui Academy would give them such a big face either, explaining, after all, managing to return safely even though the spacecraft malfunctioned isn't common in the entire Union, especially for 2 freshmen. Next year's recruitment campaign for Chongqing will benefit. Lin Yao. If it weren't for that 10-year-old broken-down spacecraft, would they have really crashed? And now they're using this as publicity. Publicizing that the fatality rate among freshmen is as high as 1 per 1,000. He descended with a cold expression, spotting Healy far away carrying an enormous flag, weaving through the crowd while running toward him, shouting, my bro Yao. So badass. We survived solely because of his perfect emergency landing. Seeing someone, he pointed at the enlarged photo on the flag and said, Lin Yao, my iron buddy, student number 001. Next to the photo, bold capital letters read, who's the strongest among Chongqing students? Look at me, Lin Yao, the rookie king. Lin Yao. Lin Yao truly wanted to die. Finally connected to the internet, Xia Xingchen casually scrolled through videos, marveling, no wonder you have the best hardcore fan ever. In one night, they edited 30 stunning personal clips. Where did he get so much footage? God knows. Lin Yao looked at Healy rushing forward and lowered his voice, put this embarrassing thing away. Wu bro Yao, I thought you were dead, and I'd never see you again. Healy threw the several-meter-large flag into Qin Boyan's arms who followed along like a dog, then hugged Lin Yao, aw scared me to death, I knelt in front of the Buddha all day yesterday, praying for you not to die. Lin Yao's heart softened, kneeled all day. This guy, crying while kneeling, even the temple staff started persuading him to let go of worldly matters and embrace Buddhism. Qin Boyan said helplessly, it's the first time I've seen someone cry so hard. Did you pray for me? Xia Xingchen asked. Nope. Healy was particularly merciless, but you guys returned at the wrong time, another day later and you could have avoided the exams. Now, rumor has it that the close combat test this afternoon is led by a crazy master, one arm can break yours easily. Lin Yao chuckled, do I need to avoid the exam? Healy shook his head, spreading the freshest gossip from the group chat, you don't know, this guy is extremely insane, looks big and rough, ugly and hideous, yet incredibly strong and impartial. One punch can crush your skull. You're still recovering, otherwise, fake sick and take leave. Lin Yao shook his head, I won't. With so many reporters here, if your head gets smashed open, it'd be embarrassing. Healy advised, just endure it, don't confront this psycho head-on. Hey, that's how our Chongqing students shine. Hua, who was nearby giving an interview, looked radiant. Moreover, this year, we have invited a hero of great renown to be our specially appointed honorary dean, participating in the student assessments today. We hope to see all of you there. Pei Yizhong adjusted his military uniform, stepping down from the spaceship, patting Healy's head as he passed by, when it's your turn, the psycho will give you some leeway. No worries about getting your head split open. Healy wore a look of bewilderment, not reacting fast enough. Him. Why is General Pei here? Xia Xingchen inwardly remarked how quick his future father-in-law was acting. He sighed lightly, sending a condolence banner on behalf of Xiao He. Let me reintroduce you. That psycho you were just talking about is General Pei Yizhong, the newly appointed honorary dean of Chongqing, and your bro Yao's recently recognized godfather, Xiao He, R.I.P. Healy. Chapter 79, really like Xia Xingchen. Healy was incredulous, staring at the interviewee Pei Yizhong while clutching his head in anguish. Damn, my brain is about to explode. Was he threatening me just now? Was he? General should not be so petty, right? Qing Boyan's face was full of helplessness. Sorry, my father's connections are not enough to retract the defamation against the general. Healy cradled his head and looked at Lin Yao with a distorted expression. You, him, godfather. I only missed a day, how does it feel like missing 50 episodes of drama? It's a long story. Lin Yao also didn't know how to explain. Healy raised his finger and pointed at Xie Xingqian, clearly upset about losing his title as an elite friend. Then why does he know everything? Lin Yao felt uneasy for some reason, especially after verbally abusing Xie Xingqian for 3 years in front of his good friend. Hasn't he been around me lately and forced down on Rose Star? Isn't it normal that he knows? Is this normal? This isn't normal, right? Healy's round eyes darted everywhere and sniffed around Xie Xingqian. Something's off about you. I can smell the pheromones on you, dragon tongue orchid. A voice cuts into the conversation. They've done it already, long ago, someone inserted. Lin Yao took a sharp breath, almost forgetting about this talkative person. Why are all these chatterboxes around me? It's too noisy. What have they done? Healy followed the sound to find a pinkish bird, asking, what is this? Are birds speaking now? Xie Dai stood proudly on Lin Yao's palm and declared, Xie Dai, am the product of Xie Xingqian and Lin Yao's love. On Rose Star, they really went crazy. Before the sentence was finished, Lin Yao covered the bird's mouth again, his heart almost stopping. It's all nonsense. He bumped his head and became a little neurotic. No way, it feels like I've missed 100 episodes. Healy turned to Qing Boyan, did you see this episode? Qing Boyan shrugged, going along with Healy, I'm not an esteemed VIP member of V+P, I've watched fewer episodes than you. Xie Dai swelled with pride, jumping onto Healy and grabbing his sleeve, boasting, my name was given by Lin Yao, I'm their most beloved treasure. Not possible. Healy thought the world was caving in, seriously analyzing, with Brother Yao's cold demeanor, how could he keep a pet and give it a name? Your name, Xie Dai, was probably given by Xie Xingqian. Stop pretending. Not true, Lin Yao gave me my name himself. Xie Dai held his head high, squaring up to him, I even bound with him via a lifelong system, envious, aren't you? Healy pinched its neck and shook it back and forth, no way, undo the binding quickly. Unless I commit suicide, otherwise we're stuck together forever. So just kill yourself right here. Lin Yao turned away and hurriedly left the crowd, walking towards the dormitory, muttering softly, I can't take it anymore, it's too noisy. See you later. After returning, taking a comfortable shower, changing clothes, and injecting suppressant drugs, he still didn't feel completely at ease. It was his first time in heat, which felt similar to the susceptible period but different in many ways. His emotions were restless and angry, yet more filled with desire. Sometimes, when Xie Xingqian accidentally touched him, it made him want to cling closer, almost like a weirdo. Do you want to go for the exam in the afternoon? After the interview, Xie Xingqian came back and saw Lin Yao deep in thought in front of the desk, while Healy and Xie Dai continued arguing beside. Why wouldn't I? Why not? Lin Yao was perplexed, frowning, I'm not so delicate. Xie Xingqian glanced at the two arguing beside them, implying something, we used to fight those frequent 1v1 combat matches in the afternoon where pheromones could freely flow. There were times before when I couldn't control myself. Lin Yao. Back then, he had mocked Xie Xingqian for being unable to control his pheromones. Who would have known he had a condition hard to control, what a shame. But back then, when he was an alpha, no matter how strong the pheromones were, there wasn't much physical reaction. Now, during Omega's heat phase, being in such situations is indeed disadvantageous. Lin Yao coughed lightly, I've taken the suppressants, I should be able to endure. Xie Xingqian gazed worriedly at him for several seconds, reminding subtly, if not, I'll provide my pheromones. The S-class alpha pheromones can suppress everything, making them almost a remedy at times like this. However, they could no longer engage in temporary marking. If they were to do it, they would need to resort to the old method. With Healy and Qing Boyan nearby, Lin Yao's cheeks burned with embarrassment as he mumbled vaguely, let's talk about it later. What is there to talk about? Healy leaned in, shaking Xie Dai back and forth smugly, saying, this stupid bird has been beaten into submission by me. Speak up. Xie Dai reluctantly muttered sarcastically, you and Lin Yao are the best couple in the world. Xie Xingqian. He also wanted to take Xie Dai and beat him for some reason, raised so useless, what a traitor. Lin Yao was completely oblivious to the tension behind him, his mind fully focused on the afternoon examination. Before heading to the training ground, he hastily reviewed numerous precautions regarding omegas. Protect the glands. Control the pheromones. Absolutely must not be aroused by other alpha pheromones. Fortunately, the 1v1 combat pairings worked similarly to before, automatically matching students with similar student IDs based on their grades. He was still grouped with Xie Xingqian, scheduled last, with a long and dull waiting period ahead. View, this guy's pheromones smell awful. Healy's nose was sharp, reacting quickly, not discriminating against any smell, but using such a bad smell in an exam. Truly asking for infamy. What kind of smell is this, ethanethiol? Qing Boyan analyzed carefully, then raised his hand to cover his nose, no wonder it's known as the worst odor. So nauseating. Lin Yao frowned, not due to the scent but from the pheromone attacks. It seemed that all the candidates wanted to gain favor with the new examiner, Pei Zhang. Today's pheromone suppression was particularly unrestrained. This wasn't the first time someone had used this trick. Though spacious, the venue was crowded, and with the mix of different pheromones, Lin Yao became increasingly irritable, unable to focus. Xie Xingchen glanced sideways, his fingers brushing against Lin Yao's wrist. "How are you doing?" Lin Yao's expression was far from pleasant. "I don't like it." These alpha's pheromone levels weren't high enough to heavily suppress him, yet he still disliked them, even feeling nauseous, like being forced to eat something unpleasant and wanting to vomit. "Come with me." Xie Xingchen lightly pulled him away, meeting Pei Zhang's eyes for a second before stepping out. After about half a minute, Lin Yao also turned to leave the training ground, being dragged into an empty classroom by Xie Xingchen. "What are you doing?" Lin Yao emerged, finally feeling some relief from the oppressive mood clouding his chest. He took a slight breath, raising his head. Xie Xingchen leaned against the door handle, closing the door as he looked at Lin Yao and smiled. "I thought you'd know why I called you here." "You don't know, right?" Lin Yao hesitated, slowly realizing that he intended to help relieve his discomfort. During previous instances when Xie Xingchen fell ill, Lin Yao had helped him several times through kisses, the fastest and most effective way. Back then, his intentions were pure, genuinely helping without any ulterior motives, like giving artificial respiration, just touching lips. And now, as Xie Xingchen gazed at him, his eyes falling gently but firmly locking onto Lin Yao, the atmosphere changed significantly. His gaze felt as if it had temperature, burning hot, making one feel weak in the knees simply by looking. Lin Yao's throat rolled slightly as he swallowed down his uneasiness, pretending to appear nonchalant, willing to help. "Then let's go for it." Xie Xingchen stared at him and smiled lightly. Playing calm. He reached out to grasp the belt outside Lin Yao's training uniform, pulling him forward sharply, dragging both clothing and person over. "Classmate Lin, how many minutes do you want?" His tone was especially polite, seemingly offering a pure act of kindness, akin to asking how much sugar you'd like in your milk tea. With his nose tip pressed against Xie Xingchen's, Lin Yao didn't know where to put his hands, but tried to maintain a poised front, speaking calmly. "I helped you earlier. Now, it's your turn." "Ah, understood. I remember." Xie Xingchen softly brushed against his nose tip, slightly lowering his head, feigning a non-exploitative attitude. "I remember correctly, 10 minutes should do. I'm always a man of virtue, so 15 minutes should repay you nicely, right? There's no need for that long." Before Lin Yao finished his sentence, Xie Xingchen kissed him, silencing him. All former discomfort disappeared, replaced solely by light, floating comfort. Lin Yao loved his pheromones. He also adored Xie Xingchen. In a daze, Lin Yao thought, kissing the person you like truly felt this good. Seeing that Lin Yao maintained a very reserved posture throughout, Xie Xingchen pinched the nape of his neck gently, forcing him to tilt his head up for acceptance, whispering, "Open your mouth." Lin Yao obeyed silently. Out of instinct, he couldn't help but stretch out his tongue to tease Xie Xingchen. Xie Xingchen's breathing suddenly became heavier. He lowered his head and tangled with him, muttering, "You're really in heat, tempting me to lose my mind." Chapter 80, What are you playing? Lin Yao's performance was still somewhat awkward. However, because he now understood his own feelings, compared to his previous shyness, he became bolder. Under the guise of seeking pheromones, he kissed the person he liked in broad daylight. Xie Xingchen's fingers rubbed through his hair, as he kissed Lin lightly and whispered, "So, Lin classmate, have you graduated already? Are you trying to bribe me before the exam?" If it wasn't for needing to save energy for the upcoming fight, he would have gone to take a shower to cool down. An aggressive Lin Yao was truly too hot to handle. "What?" Lin Yao feigned misunderstanding. "You're really good at kissing, very seductive, and extremely passionate," said Xie Xingchen honestly, feeling the current intimacy. "It doesn't feel like mutual help, instead, it feels like you're flirting with me." Lin Yao tightened his fingers, touching the button on Xie's uniform, breathing rapidly but did not deny it. "Just give me some more pheromones, then we'll leave. General Pei is still there, so we can't be away for too long." Xie Xingchen smiled again. For someone to come out and kiss in front of his father, Lin's student was uniquely bold in the alliance. If his father knew the truth, he would probably be too embarrassed to see anyone for a month. "What are you spacing out for?" Lin Yao was unhappy with his pause and bit his lip gently. "Too fierce," Xie Xingchen stroked his lower back and teased, "Are you going to be this fierce in the competition later?" Lin Yao grunted an affirmative while being comforted by the pheromones yet spoke mercilessly, "Of course, no cheating allowed." Regretfully ending this private moment of kissing, Xie Xingchen gave prior notice, "I won't go easy on you either, so you better try your best." After the soothing, Lin Yao took 3 steps back, looked at him steadily, slightly lifted the corner of his lips, and said, "See you on the field." Xie Xingchen was leaning against the wall cooling down, lifting his hand to cover his heart. Shit, the charm was tempting, and the smile was far too handsome. "Lin student, that's cheating." They came out one after another and returned at different times, thus few classmates noticed except for Pei Zhang who glanced at Lin Yao while scoring, and He Li whose eyes were always on him. "Brother Yao, why is your mouth swollen?" He Li leaned closer, sniffing, and, "How come that guy's smell is on you again?" Sometimes Lin Yao really admired his keen sense of smell. "Is it?" Maybe when I went to the restroom earlier, I accidentally brushed past him. His lie was becoming increasingly skillful. He brushed against you. He Li's expression turned unpleasant. Why didn't you keep 3 meters away from him? Why did you brush up against him? Lin Yao struggled to justify himself, because soon we're gonna be on the same team for the sparring. We've both exchanged harsh words. Reasonable, He Li nodded seriously. This is the second time since high school that you two have met in an exam. Even though the examiner will focus on actions and reactions rather than results, you must beat him up. Without any care about having just kissed someone moments ago, Lin Yao nodded, of course. At this point, the martial arts session was still conducted group by group. The pheromones were running rampant, making things a little uncomfortable, but it was much better after the recent soothing. A perfect match in pheromone soothing was indeed a lifeline for Omega during heat period. By the time Xia Xingqian came back, all the previous group exams had been completed. Lin Yao glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. This long? Xia Xingqian was completely at ease and pointedly said, yeah, didn't you time it? Don't you know how long it was? Lin Yao never expected that the topic would come up again on the stage, the shameless dog. He lost the lingering tenderness from moments ago and coldly took the initiative, delivering a right hook to take the lead. As Xia Xingqian had indeed said, he held nothing back, responding immediately with equal vigor. The classmates who had just finished their match just stood there trembling. Holy crap, this is the first time I've seen these two guys spar close up, feels like one punch and my head could burst. The last rookie match was too restrained, this is actually pretty awesome. Still, their relationship doesn't seem too good. Anyway, the result won't affect the scores, but they're fighting so fiercely as if wanting to kill each other. So, this morning people said the two of them forced landed on Rose Planet together, maybe they had several rounds there. Pei Yizhong appreciated their duel with admiration. Technique, speed, reaction, and presence, each aspect was top-notch. They were the most impressive candidates among the students observed today, evenly matched in every way. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Xia Xingqian liked Lin Yao so much. Even with the entanglement of their private relationship, they still gave it their all at times like these. Perhaps strong individuals always favored a thoroughly satisfying encounter. Lin Yao gritted his lips and flipped the other person over, pinning them down in a very tricky position with limbs locked. He said arrogantly from above, still no improvement. Dust flew around as the carefree youth resembled the old Lin Yao before, not affected in the slightest by the second differentiation. Xia Xingqian raised his gaze but couldn't counterattack due to lack of strength. He sighed and remarked, in terms of fighting techniques, I seem to rarely win against you, though there's still competition in other aspects. Lin Yao made a hum sound. He could feel that Xia Xingqian hadn't held back due to him being an Omega, making him feel pleased. Compared to the past, it was indeed more challenging to defeat him, his stamina was lacking and he was panting, but it didn't matter, he would practice more. When the long-distance shooting test concluded, He Li had become so exhausted he wanted to faint, holding his head and yelling, damn, which school puts 3 subjects together? I want to die. While muttering, he headed towards the venue exit but noticed Lin Yao standing still. What's up? I have something to discuss with General Pei, Lin Yao said. Xia Xingqian leisurely glanced at him and stopped his steps out of the venue. Witnessing both of them pausing, He Li narrowed his eyes as that subtle sensation re-emerged. The two of you are finding each other. Is there a problem? Although Xia Xingqian didn't know what Lin Yao was about to do, he felt he should stay and thus found an excuse shamelessly. We need to debrief our previous combat session. Qing Boyan, who was extremely perceptive, already sensed the wrongness and pulled He Li away. If you stay any longer, General Pei might start bothering you. Damn, see ya, gotta run. Hearing this, He Li bolted away quicker than anyone else. Xia Xingqian turned his head, looking at Lin Yao, grinning. After the exam, coming to beg daddy? Not. Lin Yao thought inwardly that this man couldn't be serious for even 2 minutes. Do you think I can tell him about my Omega identity? Unexpectedly, Xia Xingqian was stunned for several seconds. Recalling how much manpower General Pei Yizhong expended on searching on Rose Star, plus the fact he stayed behind to serve as the principal for this reason, he easily touched the tender heartstrings of this child. Lin Yao was always like this, seeming cold, but upon someone extending goodwill, he would immediately withdraw his claws like a little cat and reveal his soft underbelly. It surprised him that Lin Yao would first consult him on such a matter, and this tiny detail made Xia Xingqian feel delighted. He slightly nodded, deciding for the other side. General Pei is very upright. I think it's fine. Relieved, Lin Yao loosened his expression. All right, then I'll tell him. Remember to call him daddy, he will be happy, Xia Xingqian reminded. Then he stood beside the venue entrance, waiting for his boyfriend. Daddy, daddy. Lin Yao was exceedingly nervous, taking deep breaths multiple times before finally approaching General Pei Yizhong, who was organizing his documents. The words kept sliding in his mouth, almost scalding. Dad. Yes, what's wrong? Automatically ignoring the initial word, General Pei Yizhong almost shed tears, nearly dropping his files. Lin Yao stammered, I wanted to tell you something. I mean. Previously, I differentiated again from an alpha into an omega. Pei Yizhong paused while organizing his documents, momentarily stunned. An omega, huh? Whose omega could beat an S-class alpha into submission? Reflecting on the earlier lethal fight against Xie Xingchen, he instantly felt sympathy. Just how competitive must one be to force themselves like that? Lin Yao cleared his throat, stating his purpose. I came to ask you to help me train in pheromones. The compatibility between Xie Xingchen and me is too high, and his pheromones can only soothe or make me aroused. You are also S-class, and we don't match. However, you will highly suppress me, making you suitable as a sparring partner. He looked down, revealing his own shortfalls. I've always had battlefield issues. Additionally, as an Omega, I am easily influenced by pheromones, and this cannot continue. I must overcome this, and I hope you can help me. I genuinely desire to become a soldier. In just a few sentences, General Pei Yizhong fully understood everything but remained silent. His eyes were filled solely with sympathy. Yet, he also felt exceptionally proud. Being his son meant having tenacity and honor. After a while, he cautiously warned, if you can't even resist the pheromones of an ordinary alpha, mine will only make you suffer so much that you can't catch your breath. I can practice with you, but once we start, it will be hell mode. Can you accept that? I can. Lin Yao nodded firmly. Pei Yizhong didn't say much more either, tossing the nearby sniper rifle into his hands and resuming his usual sternness when training soldiers. Talking is useless. Give it a try first. If you last over 3 minutes, then we'll see. Lin Yao understood, holding the gun to aim at the bullseye. Just as he locked onto it, an overwhelming wave of pheromones suddenly crashed down on him without warning. It was more than 10 times stronger than Duan Zhang's pheromones from the freshman competition. This is only 1/10 of the concentration. Pei Yizhong reminded himself that he hadn't gone too far, giving a sharp command, aim, shoot. Lin Yao's hands were shaking severely. His heart felt like being crushed and repeatedly trampled by a large hand, unable to catch his breath. Sweat soaked his back, and his entire body almost lost control and wanted to kneel down. Even though Xie Xingchen's pheromones should have helped him block quite a bit, he still endured excruciating pain, drilling into his core. What are you hesitating about? Shoot. Pei Yizhong said. Upon receiving the order, Lin Yao gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger based on his instincts. A perfect score of 10 rings, before dropping the gun. He was then caught midair by Xie Xingchen, who came rushing in from the doorway and tossed him aside. Since he had been far away, he didn't hear their conversation, yet at this moment, upon encountering similar pheromones, he also started feeling restless, unable to suppress it. Looking at Lin Yao, drenched in cold sweat, clearly bullied by these powerful pheromones, his protective instinct kicked in. Hey, what are you two playing at? Xie Xingchen softly clicked his tongue, embracing Lin Yao protectively as he spoke sternly, General Pei, if you keep bullying people like this, I'm going to take one son back from you. Lin Yao, enduring the painful contraction of his heart, turned around and pushed him off, shut up and go play somewhere else. Instantly losing his momentum from questioning earlier, Xie Xingchen's tone turned pitiful, Yao Yao, would you really scold me for the sake of a godfather? Pei Yizhong, having been inadvertently shown a display of affection. Do you want to act like that again? Are you asking for a beating? Chapter 81, Drinking Poison to Quench Thirst. Lin Yao endured his physical discomfort while also having to placate this oversized infant, suppressing his temper and saying, I didn't yell at you. You told me to shut up, Xie Xingchen repeated verbatim, and to go stand in a corner. Lin Yao's temple throbbed. That's not what I meant. Pei Yizhong was genuinely unable to take it anymore, the young couple's display of affection was killing him. He cleared his throat lightly, are we still practicing? If all you're thinking about is kissing, then I'm leaving. Lin Yao. Heaven, is it really so hard to see through without breaking it? How can everyone around here be so straightforward? Who will save him? He raised his hand to roughly wipe his mouth, which had been bitten and swollen by Xie Xingchen, picked up the sniper rifle back into his hands, and murmured softly, let's give it a try, 3 minutes. I'll pass your beginner test. In the middle of speaking, he felt that the pheromones grew even stronger, as if locked in his throat, causing unbearable pain throughout his entire body. Shooting, 3 minutes, start. Pei Yizhong was very strict. In just a moment, Xie Xingchen understood. Lin Yao found himself a master here for training practice using the most primitive yet effective method. He didn't want to rely on his pheromones to soothe every time. Though slightly irritated, Xie Xingchen made a light sound of dissatisfaction and consoled himself. No problem, if Lin Yao doesn't want pheromones, he could still practice techniques to make him feel good. But Pei Yizhong's pheromones not only exerted pressure on Lin Yao but also brought about physiological challenges. Alpha's natural suppression led to strong confrontations. Under such forceful pressure, it was easy to develop extremely destructive tendencies. Hold the gun steady. Pei Yizhong raised his hand to help control the sniper rifle, which couldn't stop shaking, while observing Lin Yao's reaction. It hurt, painfully enough to make sweat bead up on his forehead, and his whole body trembled. But his willpower was incredibly resilient. Even amidst such agony, every shot fired hit dead center. Can you keep going? Yes. Lin Yao grabbed the hem of his clothes and wiped his face haphazardly before refocusing. Xie Xingchen stood behind him, looking indifferently at his movements, focusing on the back of his neck. This person belonged to him, yet his body was drenched with someone else's potent pheromones. Even though he knew it was his biological father, he still felt displeased, wanting to cover all the traces with his own pheromones. However, he'd already marked temporarily twice, it couldn't happen a third time. He was frustrated, extremely frustrated. Every moment his eyes were fixed on Lin Yao, it became uncontrollable, driven by an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. He muttered lowly to the two still practicing, "I'm going out for a cigarette." Lin Yao turned his head distractedly, glanced at him, and asked worriedly, "Not feeling well?" Xia Xinqing responded affirmatively, jokingly laughing, "General Pei's pheromones are truly powerful, they're making me somewhat uncomfortable. Let me step back for now." Lin Yao suddenly noticed the subtle expressions on his face, the smile didn't reach his eyes, his sharp Adam's apple moved up and down, hesitating as if there was more to say. "You, wait outside for me," Lin Yao said, turning his head. Xia Xinqing agreed with a soft, His gaze lingered on the pale neck of the other party for a moment. He lightly nodded, then turned and walked out. Lin Yao redirected his attention back to the bullseye but was somewhat distracted. "Your pheromones are truly remarkable, affecting both of us. This is my talent, which is why I personally go to the battlefield to protect Nansheng." Pei Yizhong explained, "If you can persist under my training, perhaps you can avoid being suppressed by others' pheromones. But it's a long process, you need to prepare mentally." Lin Yao's lips went pale as he nodded in agreement, "Okay." The 3 minutes seemed impossibly long. His sweat ran down his neck, soaking his training uniform, yet he continued holding the gun steadfastly. Shoot, shoot, continuous shooting. Despite the difficulty, he still maintained perfect 10-ring hits. "That's enough for today." Pei Yizhong looked at the excellent shooting record, finally taking pity on him. "Take a break and come back tomorrow." Lin Yao exhaled heavily, his throat dry, seeking affirmation, "Am I still okay?" "You're amazing. Even after secondary differentiation into Omega, your physical fitness is top-notch," Pei Yizhong praised generously. "What you need to do now is adapt to your new body, control it and command it." Lin Yao felt a lump in his throat, not knowing how to respond. Before Xia Xingqian had told him that the law did not prohibit Omegas from becoming officers, which were the most encouraging words he'd heard since then. "I'll try my best, thank you, Godfather." Lin Yao bowed deeply. "Foolish child, what are you thanking me for?" Pei Yizhong's hand hovered above his head, hesitating for a few seconds before lightly patting his shoulder. "You've worked hard. Go find him." Lin Yao looked up, somewhat bewildered. Pei Yizhong had a look on his face as if he saw through everything and said openly, "Xia Xingqian, aren't you worried about him? Go ahead." "Oh, then I'll leave first. I will come to the training room to find you tomorrow." Lin Yao wiped the sweat off his forehead. Although his body still felt overloaded, his steps became light-hearted. However, just before he reached the door, he received a message from Xia Xingqian. "XXC, I'm going home today." 01, what's wrong? "XXC, I'm not feeling well, afraid of scaring you." Lin Yao stared at these words and thought of the expression he wore when he left earlier, and was momentarily dazed. 01, is your illness recurring? "XXC, no, don't worry. I'll be back to the dormitory tomorrow." "No. Then why was everything fine just moments ago while joking around, suddenly he wants to go home?" Lin Yao stood at the entrance of the venue and reviewed Xia Xingqian's reactions after entering. At first, everything was fine until the information pheromones collided with General Pei's. It is normal for alphas to be hostile towards each other, especially between the strong ones. Was it because the sense of oppression was too heavy, so it caused physical discomfort due to feeling suppressed? 01, let me see you. "I am on my way." "XXC, don't come here." 01, I'll stay with you for a while and return to the dormitory tonight. Seeing these words, Xia Xingqian bit his cigarette and leaned his head back on the sofa. Amidst the smoke, all he could think about was one phrase, offering oneself to danger. He wasn't in a sensitive period, having taken suppressants without any episodes, yet according to reason, it shouldn't have gotten this bad. But he simply couldn't control the urge to mark Lin Yao. In the past, he thought self-abuse would help with restraint. Now, he was scared of harming the other party, so he even dared not get close. After all, Lin Yao was still in the sensitive period. If he were to continue long-term pheromone training with Pei Yizhong, they might need to maintain some distance for a while. Xia Xingqian bit his cigarette tightly, furrowing his brows as he typed. "XXC, really, listen carefully this time." However, the stubborn person on the other side didn't seem to know how to follow instructions, and directly sent over a message. 01, on my way. Xia Xingqian chuckled out of frustration. Sometimes being overly action-oriented isn't always a good thing. He wanted to call Healy to drag the person away but stopped his fingers from pressing the button when thinking of the subsequent mountain of explanations. Irritated, he tossed the phone aside and stubbed out the cigarette. After enduring for half an hour, just imagining that section of white neck made him restless, so he blurted out something harsh. "XXC, go back, I won't open the door. Even if you come, I won't see you." 01, climbing in through the window. As soon as Xia Xingqian received the message, he looked up to find the Omega who was pale-faced earlier from the pheromones pressure had now regained his usual coldness, pulling the living room window outward and leaping inside. Xia Xingqian. Living on the ground floor sometimes wasn't such a great thing. Eyeing each other, Xia Xingchen caught a whiff of Pei Zhong's heavy pheromones lingering on him from afar. Even the father figure gets jealous. He covered his face with a hand, exclaiming wearily, "Are you really idle? You took an exam all afternoon and did that godforsaken pheromone training. Aren't you tired? Where does it hurt?" Lin Yao ignored his question, standing between his legs, pushing aside his hands, lowering his gaze to meet his eyes. Xia Xingchen sat with his legs sprawled wide open, looking up at him nonchalantly. "Everywhere hurts." An utterly dejected appearance. Lin Yao bent closer, his voice gentle, "Then how can I help you?" He didn't want to see the other party suffer like this. As they drew nearer, Xia Xingchen smelled other scents on him, his tone turning indifferent. "Go back to school, keep a distance from me, that's helping me." "No." Lin Yao really defied him, "Unless you tell me, I'm not leaving." Xia Xingchen grabbed his wrist and pulled it violently, forcing Lin Yao to sit on his left leg. Lin Yao stiffened for a moment, wanting to evade, but then he felt hot fingers pinching his neck. "What's wrong with you?" he asked. "You're really disobedient." Xia Xingchen pulled him into his arms and lightly smelled his hair. "I want to mark you, but we both know we can't." The third time would result in a lifelong bond, a taboo they were both well aware of. Lin Yao's hands rested on his shoulders as he indulged him. "All you want is to cover the pheromones. Since marking isn't an option, you can." He struggled to suppress his embarrassment and forced out the remaining words in barely audible whispers. "Can, do it by." This novel suggestion was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, ultimately even more tormenting. Yet it stirred something deep within Xia Xingchen, causing his grip to tighten suddenly, a flicker of excitement glinting in his eyes. Beyond the discussion, Dark Star Eternal Brilliance. Chapter 82, I Shouldn't Be Here. Lin Yao felt like he was on fire. What? What kind of dark joke is this? Initially, it was just about the area around the neck, but Lin Yao never imagined this guy would be so perverse. He felt like he'd been thrown into a sauna during the hottest days of summer, almost exploding from the heat. Xia Xingchen stared at him and said, "Yes, otherwise how do we cover everything? Are you a dog? This way of marking territory?" Xia Xingchen nodded. "I don't like the idea of other people's pheromones on you, they're too strong. We can't just mark them all at once. We have to gradually cover them with agave scent." "Even Dad's pheromones bother you?" Lin Yao felt exasperated. "Even my father." Xia Xingchen looked down slightly frowning. "So, can we proceed?" His tone was very sincere, making Lin Yao feel that he wasn't joking. In that moment of distraction, they realized how close they were. The heat of their skin passed through their thin clothes. The distance was too close. "No." Lin Yao feared what he might actually do, hesitated, and carefully weighed his words, being extremely precise. Certain areas are not allowed. After all, the last time Xia Xingchen went so far, Lin Yao was scared enough to almost kick him into the sea. Surprisingly, instead of slapping him and cursing, Xia Xingchen asked curiously, "Which ones?" "I'll try to avoid them." Lin Yao. He had thought after so many boundary-pushing conversations with Xia Xingchen, he'd toughen up a bit, but still couldn't handle this guy's straightforwardness. "Just, inappropriate places are off limits." "Inappropriate? You mean ticklish spots? How about your calves? Your waist? Your hands?" Xia Xingchen questioned one by one, his tone filled with amusement. Upon hearing those, Lin Yao felt mortified. Suddenly, Lin Yao stood up, breathing heavily. "I just finished training, I'm all sweaty. Let's talk later. The bathroom is over there, do you want to take a shower first?" Xia Xingchen leaned back against the sofa, looking at him with raised eyes. "You came here on your own." There was no ambiguity in his statement. Clearly implying that Lin Yao insisted on coming here yet now seemed unwilling, sarcasm in its purest form. Lin Yao's face flushed red. It was a twisted concept, pushing boundaries shamelessly. Xia Xingchen observed his expression without changing his posture, speaking lightly. "Are you scared? Go back then." Lin Yao didn't move from where he stood. It was odd. Lin Yao noticed that every time he was with Xia Xingchen, he particularly liked arguing with him, likely because of some deeply ingrained competitiveness and refusal to lose. He tightened his lips for a moment before relaxing them again. "Where's the bathroom?" "I'll shower first, we can talk later." Now it was Xia Xingchen's turn to fall silent. "Really going through with it, huh, Mr. Lin? Stubborn much?" As Lin Yao passed by him, he paused, glanced down at him disdainfully. "Got any pajamas?" Xia Xingchen sighed, not knowing who this was torturing, feeling like he had taken on a grandfather figure. Expressionless, he got up and led him to the master bedroom, pulling out a brand new bathrobe from the cabinet and handed it to him softly. "Are you deliberately doing this?" "What am I deliberately doing?" Lin Yao's eyes fixed intently on him. Xia Xingchen quietly clicked his tongue and refrained from continuing their earlier conversation. "Take your shower." The bathroom door closed. Lin Yao removed his sweat-soaked workout clothes. It was scorching and suffocating. Motionless, he lost himself in thought, staring at his reflection in the mirror. Xia Xingchen's discomfort with Pei Zhong's pheromone stemmed from an alpha's innate possessiveness. It was tormenting, something that could neither be marked nor touched. If licking could make him feel better. Lin Yao turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on his face to cool down. Water dripped onto the wet counter as he slowly scanned the spots mentioned earlier by Xie in the mirror. Reaching the final step seemed impossible due to Omega psychological barriers, but licking? That's fine, nothing major. Hands, okay, waist, probably fine, calves. Lin Yao swallowed hard. It did seem a little perverted. Even through the filter of affection, things like this were impossible to suddenly accept. He stepped into the shower, repeating mental affirmations while muttering under his breath, why does it have to be such sensitive areas? When I was an alpha, I wasn't that perverted. Downstairs, Xie had no idea he was being criticized in such a way. Overwhelmed with regret, he lit a cigarette. Should have known better than letting Lin Yao come over. Looking up, he gazed at the living room window, contemplating when to find someone to nail it shut. His phone buzzed, a message from Director Cheng arrived. Harmony Cheng, here are the inhibitors you asked for. I've had Boyan deliver them to you. Harmony Cheng, also, the results of the blood samples from some soldiers that you asked me to check on last time are out. I've let him take those as well. Xie alright, I'm waiting at home. Xie slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, thinking he should have known better than letting Cheng Boyan come over and talk before sending Lin Yao back. A little while later, the doorbell rang, and he got up to answer it. How come you didn't go back to school? As Cheng Boyan stepped in, his sharp senses quickly detected pheromones lingering in the air, raising an eyebrow, there's someone else in your place. Xie glanced upstairs and grinned, yeah, taking a shower. Cheng Boyan adopted a gossipy look, smirking teasingly, you brought someone over, yet you're asking for suppressants, worried about wearing this person out? Get out, Xie tilted his chin, signaling for Cheng Boyan to sit down. He took over the thick report and started to flip through it, did your dad hand this information straight to my old man? Not likely, at least there's still such a thing as professional ethics. Cheng Boyan was still trying to identify the source of the pheromones in the air. They were familiar but he couldn't quite place where he'd smelled them before. If Healy was here, with that nose, he would surely recognize it right away. Xie looked through the stack of documents in his hand and thought, even after the secondary differentiation reports regarding Lin Yao were deleted, they still somehow slipped through. The old man could get access to any information no matter what Director Cheng tried to hide. He focused on Cheng Boyan, his tone growing serious, so, you filled out the department transfer forms upon your return? Cheng Boyan nodded, though he was somewhat curious, why do you and Lin Yao both care so much about my department change? Are you two equally concerned about my future? Maybe because we think alike. Xie put it straightforwardly, after you switch over to research work, we'll have a more reliable person. There's a very special blood sample, one I wouldn't dare give even to your father. The sample was taken during the period when Lin Yao was first induced and controlled during the blood epidemic cleaning operation. The batch later shipped to Director Cheng had mostly lost its induction factors, which made the previous set of samples particularly precious. Giving it to Director Cheng would mean risking issues if the old man found out. Remembering something abnormal back then, Cheng Boyan realized, Lin Yao's? Xie studied Cheng Boyan's expression for 2 seconds, confirming he hadn't misjudged. So, pretending to be dumb all the time, Xie remarked, seems like you're playing dumb alongside Healy, but actually quite clever. It belongs to him. After transferring, you will have your own lab. I hope you can analyze this sample. Will you? With a cheeky smile, Cheng Boyan responded, but I'm just a freshman, might not be good enough, and you're okay trusting me? Cheng Boyan, gold medal winner in high school biology competitions, gold medalist in national contests, team leader in the biological analysis laboratory, ranked consistently within the top 3 of your high school over 3 years, but you didn't want to study medicine like Cheng Shu. You insisted on coming to Chongqing Comprehensive Warfare Academy via connections, even though it's a field you clearly weren't skilled at. Xie laid bare the information he knew, analyzing, you didn't want to follow Cheng Shu's path, working for my dad, did you? Even after changing departments, you didn't opt for medical school, finally settling on biological research. Young master sure knows how to investigate people without provocation. Cheng Boyan dropped the casual attitude, sighing, this isn't just due to being pressured by authority until I gave up, evidence shows, you really just can't excel in something you're unsuited for. Lin Yao's sample is very important. I hope you take it seriously, Xie said earnestly, it's related to, possibly tied to his past. Cheng Boyan hummed in response, refraining from further words and simply nodding, understood. The two fell silent for a moment as Xie heard movements from upstairs, preparing to tell Cheng Boyan to take Lin Yao away. Unexpectedly, that hothead opened the door upstairs and called out directly, Xie come up. Xie Cheng Boyan. Raising his head, Cheng Boyan saw the door partially open beside the staircase on the 2nd floor. Lin Yao, fresh out of the shower, had damp hair and a half-open bathrobe revealing white skin marked with deep and light red blotches, appearing temptingly desirable. Shit. Every time he'd seen Lin Yao in their dorms, the latter was always cool and aloof, treating everyone like trash. This was the first time seeing him in such a state. With Xie What are they going upstairs for? Is it what I think it means? Their eyes met, and Lin Yao froze stiffly. Where did you suddenly pop out from? Cheng Boyan internally groaned, thinking he probably shouldn't be witnessing this scene. After a long pause, he carefully phrased his question, so, does Healy know about your situation? Chapter 83 Dessert After Dinner. To be honest, Cheng Boyan could barely imagine Healy's expression. That guy always praised Lin Yao's unique beauty, but now he was this ambiguous with his biggest rival. Good heavens. This term was too flirtatious and definitely not innocent no matter how you look at it. Roommates are playing around too much. He truly thought that Healy would jump off a building. Lin Yao closed his eyes, pale as he tried to defend himself. It's not what you think. That sentence just now was absolutely the most regrettable thing he ever wanted to take back in his life. I'll leave you two alone. Cheng Boyan got up tactfully. It is quite a shock beyond my understanding, but don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Hold him back. Lin Yao's face was full of despair. You can't leave. Xia Xingchen stood up and dragged the person who was about to walk out back, helplessly saying, forget it, since you're here, let's have dinner together first. This matter isn't something that can be explained in a few words. Cheng Boyan was thoroughly confused, feeling like a 1,000-watt light bulb glaring everywhere, completely rejecting, having dinner with both of you, is this appropriate? Won't it cause problems? It won't cause any problem. We weren't planning on doing anything anyway. Lin Yao gritted his teeth, wanting to turn back and change into his training uniform, but they were all sweaty so he didn't want to wear them. So he could only hold on to the silk robe in total frustration. He really couldn't believe that Xia Xingchen didn't even inform him that someone was coming over, making him look so foolish. Seeing that someone was clearly angry, Xia Xingchen remained silent, bowing his head while ordering takeout from the nearby restaurant. Lin Yao pulled out a chair and sat down opposite him, emphasizing each word. What did you hear just now? Could he say? Definitely, he would be assassinated after speaking. What did you say? Cheng Boyan shook his head, taking out his ears. Oh, I didn't hear clearly anything, my hearing has been bad since returning from the wasteland. Lin Yao, calm-faced, said, are you trying to fool me like an idiot like Healy? Cheng Boyan was also extremely embarrassed, sighing, no, then what do you expect me to say? I just came to deliver some medicine, and chatted with Xia Xingchen for a long time, and he didn't mention that you were here. Even if I had 3 heads, I wouldn't have imagined that you two would get together. Please mind your words. Lin Yao closed his eyes for a moment. We didn't do anything. Then, does he one-sidedly act as your dog? Cheng Boyan really thought that this term was incredibly vivid. If it's this way, Healy might barely accept it. Xia Xingchen was laughing quietly with his head down. Lin Yao kicked him slightly, still feeling utterly humiliated and wanting to die. Explain yourself. Xia Xingchen thought at first he should take Lin Yao's secret of being an omega to his grave, but now more and more people knew. He started by telling Lin Yao, I will give him your blood sample, so there's no hiding the second gender anymore. Lin Yao nodded lightly, understood. Xia Xingchen casually said, he is an omega too. Our compatibility is 100%, so temporarily we are helping each other by using each other's pheromones to cure our diseases. Cheng Boyan looked at Lin Yao, as if listening to a foreign language, repeatedly confirming, Omega? You. The Omega who practically wiped out nearly 100 heads in the last practical test. The Omega who pounded an S-class alpha in the afternoon examination. Yes, not many know yet. My dad, your dad, his godfather, and then it's you, Xia Xingchen said, so, please keep it confidential. Cheng Boyan completely lost his usual lightheartedness. He covered his face with his hand, truly feeling a bit hopeless. Wait, let me catch my breath. Hearing the doorbell ring, Xia Xingchen stood up, let me go get the food first. Lin Yao pushed aside his hand and, staring into his eyes with a deathly glare, emphasized again, do not utter another word to Healy. I won't, he'd want to die if he heard. Even if you two haven't, well, you know, it's almost the same, Cheng Boyan asked curiously, will this 100% compatibility really not develop feelings between you two? Lin Yao paused for a beat, not contradicting, I don't know. Cheng Boyan, shit. Every time he asked, he got a bombshell. Judging from his indecisive manner, it wasn't hard to guess that he was already moved by affection. Cheng Boyan tilted his head toward Xia Xingchen who was outside talking to the delivery man, then turned back. After careful consideration of his words, he finally whispered, I won't give any opinions, it's between the two of you, but you're an omega. No matter what, protect yourself. Alphas naturally have the upper hand in relationships, so you might suffer a little. Lin Yao didn't expect he would tell him this. He was selected for the sample study because on the way back from Rose Star, Xia Xingchen brought up Cheng Boyan's background. Cheng Boyan had chosen to study medicine at Heimu Private School rather than attach himself to aristocracy for career advancement. He gave up all his former brilliant achievements, pretending to be naive and saying he had a hero's dream. Through connections, he entered Comprehensive Combat Academy, deliberately exposing his weaknesses in frontline operations, causing Director Cheng to worry about his safety. Taking such a roundabout route, eventually exchanging it for a true passion for biology, meant that this person with a truly independent personality could not be too bad. And at this moment, Lin Yao also felt his kindness, we should be able to become good friends. You have something over me, so you'll just have to become a good friend, Cheng Boyan smiled. Lin Yao paused quietly for a second, sincerely said, you look much more normal when you're not faking dumbness and overreacting. Cheng Boyan responded with an equally sincere advice coming out. Last time you said you hoped I would follow my dad and not bald. I really wanted to tell you then, could you go take some emotional intelligence courses? Seriously, your words have too much destructive power. Get lost. Lin Yao cut cleanly and crisply. Lost. Cheng Boyan glanced at his phone, smiling as he stood up and passed by Xia Xingchen carrying the takeaway. The two of you eat. I'm heading back. Healy has already called 30 times, it's driving me crazy. Before the door closed, Lin Yao emphasized for the third time, not a word to him. Cheng Boyan almost swore a vow, I won't say anything. Just let Xia Xingchen fawn over you, dismissed. Lin Yao. He really wanted to deal with this witness right here and then bury him. Xia Xingchen laughed as he unpacked the meal box. Seems like you're pretty scared of Healy. I'm afraid he'll stab you with a knife, dragging me into trouble by association. Lin Yao took the chopsticks and bowls, looking down to eat while still feeling ashamed, his ears burning hotly. Xia Xingchen was also very quiet while eating. Facing each other across the table, both ate with battle speed efficiency, finishing quickly. I'll head back. Lin Yao lifted his hand to rub his ear, remembering the previous scene and still finding it maddening. As he passed by Xia Xingchen, he was blocked by a foot. Lin Yao lowered his eyes, expression calm and indifferent. What is it? Weren't you letting me fawn over you upstairs? Now that dinner is finished, time for dessert. Xia Xingchen raised his eyes, insinuatingly. Can you stop speaking such indecent words so seriously? Lin Yao couldn't stand it anymore, trying to turn around, but the sash of his bathrobe was tugged. With a little movement, it came undone. Xia Xingchen casually threw the sash aside, still holding him back. How can you go back on your word? Unable to endure any longer, Lin Yao reached out to grab his collar, dragging and pulling him away from the dining area onto the sofa, voice agitated. You're really bothering me. Fine, come on. Xia Xingchen locked his hands around Lin Yao's lower back, forcing him closer, burying his face in the white neck. Then I won't hold back. Lin Yao only felt the gentle touch creeping down his neck, his voice trembling. Can you please, not be so? Xia Xingchen paused. Yao Yao, tell me, how far is too far? Lin Yao, eyes lowered, still defined his limit, waist. Xia Xingchen's voice turned hoarse. Chapter 84, Angry Yao Yao. Lin Yao originally thought it wasn't a big deal, just something to endure. In reality, ticklishness, itchiness, numbness. And Xia Xingchen went as far as sniffing him lightly, like marking territory like a dog, with great satisfaction. You smell like me now. Lin Yao gritted his teeth and said, then get off me. Not going anywhere. Xia Xingchen was reluctant to let go of him after catching him this time, not wanting to let him go so easily. Lin Yao's obedience gave him immense pleasure. His possessiveness was fully satisfied. From behind, the curve of the shoulder blades was very sharp, not at all frail, due to long-term training, forming resilient lines. The spine curved gracefully, and the narrow waist was taut, dotted with red spots here and there. It was simply. Xia Xingchen cursed internally. Did he know how tempting he looked right now? Yao Yao, feeling pretty good, he complimented in a low voice. But compliance had its limits. Lin Yao flipped his hand and gripped Xia's wrist, flipping over and said, Are you done yet? Xia Xingchen's expression was partially blocked, but the gleam of hidden laughter could still be seen in his eyes. You're mad. Lin Yao leaned down, pressing on his shoulder hard, and said, What do you think? His thin eyelids hung slightly drooping, with a hint of red. Yet beneath it lay coldness, creating a contradictory beauty. Xia Xingchen raised his hand and tapped that spot generously. Let's go again until your anger dissipates. Lin Yao's favorite thing to do was oppose him. If Xia asked for something, he deliberately didn't do it, instead giving his face a light slap, as if reminding Xia to stop when appropriate. He stood up, straightening the disheveled bathrobe, and quietly said, Lend me your training suit, I'm heading back. It wasn't very convenient for Xia Xingchen at the moment. He tilted his head slightly, directing him, upstairs, left closet, find it yourself. Lin Yao's gaze lazily fell on his abdomen, having finally retrieved a sense of reclaiming control from being bullied earlier. With a smirk, he mocked him, serves you right. Yeah, it's my fault. But it doesn't matter, he'll dare to do it next time too. Xia Xingchen watched him go upstairs with his eyes, observing as the figure disappeared behind the door. When Lin Yao came out again, he had already changed back into the unified training suit. Being wider-shouldered than Lin Yao, the suit fit loosely around him, transforming from tightly fitted lines to loose, comfortable covering. Watching this made one feel uneasy. Are you not worried Huoli will discover? Xia Xingchen asked. Discover what? Lin Yao frowned, checking for any flaws on himself. I've covered everything thoroughly. Xia Xingchen reminded him, my training uniform is one size bigger than yours. Lin Yao didn't care, he can't tell. After saying that, he glanced at the man sitting sprawled on the couch who had seemingly not forgotten why he had come, and asked softly, feeling better now? Xia Xingchen subtly picked up on Lin Yao's indulgence. Ever since he gifted him the crystal stone, Lin Yao's attitude towards him had gradually shifted. Although superficially he remained aloof, whether it was their kiss before the afternoon exam or earlier. Xia Xingchen could sense that Lin Yao's boundaries were dropping again and again because of him. Was it liking? Or maybe further, starting to develop feelings. Xie Xingqian stared intently at him, without revealing much. There was affection, yet concealed, implying it wasn't enough. He'd waited 3 years, not rushing for the time being. What he wanted was more than trivial games. He intended to make Lin Yao willingly, wholeheartedly belong to him, steadfast to such an extent that no matter what situation arose, they would never separate. Feeling a bit better, just one issue. Xie Xingqian stood up, walking with him to the entrance hall, gently scraping his fingers against the nape of Lin Yao's neck. Do you plan to train with Uncle Pei in the long run? Uncle Pei. Not calling him general anymore, quite bold. Lin Yao turned and looked at him, responding with a hum, so what? Xie Xingqian spoke calmly, meaning every day your body will carry his pheromones, correct? Lin Yao reacted after a second, cursing him, aiming higher, huh? Want another round? It's fine, I can hold out. Xie Xingqian patted his head lightly. I'm not very comfortable right now, I'll arrange a car to send you home. During the return journey, Lin Yao sat silently in the car, cursing Xie Xingqian under his breath. How could those subtextual meanings not be understood? Every day of training meant daily traces of someone else's pheromones on his body, something he disliked. However, coming here every single day would be completely absurd, unbearable. Lin Yao mumbled to himself, still, I shouldn't be too lenient with him, need to know where to stop. The chauffeur of the car ahead heard his words and turned to look at him through the rearview mirror, chiming in, just now, that was your boyfriend, right? Quite handsome, I bet there are a lot of omegas chasing after him. In situations like this, Lin Yao usually kept silent. But today after being licked and bullied for half an hour by someone, he wanted to beat him up and said nonsense, plenty, dated 80 omegas before. Wow. A player, you better be careful. The driver looked very experienced, you look good too, don't settle for less. Occasionally show that you're also popular, make him feel a little urgency. Lin Yao felt confused, is this useful? Yes, which man doesn't like their partner to be attractive? It's called the desire to conquer. The driver raised an eyebrow at him, you'll understand when you grow up a few years from now. Lin Yao fell into deep thought. Dating is so troublesome. If he wants to stir things up, should he find an alpha or an omega? He didn't come up with any conclusions until he got out of the car and stopped caring. Before entering the dormitory, he saw Qing Boyan waiting outside squatting, their eyes meeting made it rather awkward. But Qing Boyan handed over a bottle first, a pheromone blocker. He said your body smells too much like him, and Huoli might suspect something. There's such thing. Lin Yao took it and sprayed all over himself like a showerhead, then suddenly realized. Not so, if there was this stuff, he could have sprayed it to cover Pei Zhong's scent after training every day. Xie Xingqian obviously knew, what's going on today. On purpose to see his joke. What a dog thing. And because of him, lowering his bottom line, funny. Lin Yao tightened his expression, nearly crushing the bottle of blocker. You can't hide that murderous gaze of yours. Qing Boyan still doubted the identity of the Omega who did him in, exclaiming, which behaves like that. Lin Yao shoved the bottle back to him, voice coldly, tell Xie Xingqian to remember to wear a bulletproof vest to school, otherwise, don't get killed during tomorrow's sniper class by mistake. Qing Boyan looked down while typing and watched for fun. Yuri done, seems like you've pissed him off. Just as they pushed open the dormitory door, Healy clung on like a puppy, Brother Yao, where were you off to alone? I sent you messages but you didn't reply. Look what I brought you for dinner. I didn't notice. Lin Yao slid his phone open, the time he sent the message happened to be when Xie Xingqian had him pinned down on the sofa. That was guilt. He walked in while undoing the coat of his training suit. What kind of dinner, did you call Qing Boyan 30 times just for this? How do you know I called him many times? Healy caught the key point. Lin Yao. Qing Boyan. Too dumb, I didn't say a word, how come you explode with chat? No excuse came to mind, Lin Yao could only seek help with his eyes, quickly, help. Qing Boyan started joking around fluently and pretended to be foolish, hooking his arm and dragging him back to the computer. We just chatted at the door. Don't bother Brother Yao eating. Come on, online, let me play with you. Healy fell for it easily, not sensing any problems. Who's leading who? Watch me, sweet pair, dominate the game. Lin Yao exhaled lightly. Good thing there's really only one idiot in this dorm, easy to fool. With a flurry of clicking sounds nearby, he took off Xie Xingqian's training suit, folded it neatly, and placed it aside, then changed into pajamas. His phone buzzed. Sliding it open, a voice note from Xie Xingqian. Lin Yao turned around and saw Healy with one broken headphone on, intensely battling Qing Boyan, then directly opened the voice note. Xie Xingqian's voice came through. Yao Yao, are you mad? Not trying to make fun of you, give me some attention. Healy took off the broken headphone, turning his head, looking completely perplexed. Why does Xie Xingqian use such a disgustingly sweet tone to call you Yao Yao? Lin Yao's fingers paused on the text message, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. Healy abruptly stood up, making a firm statement. Understood, this is Xie Dog's new way of provoking. Let's beat him up tomorrow. Chapter 85, So You Try. Lin Yao was really upset this time, for quite a while. He probably felt humiliated, he had plucked up the courage only to find himself deceived, which infuriated him. Xia Xingchen took 2 days off for a medical checkup. When he returned to school, the person he needed to cajole had disappeared. He followed Pei Zhong and stayed in a small villa on the mountain for a week, ignoring classes and unread messages, focusing solely on training, very aloof and elegant. Even General Pei's recent glances at him were unusually profound. As if he were looking at the scum who let his son down. How wronged he felt, utterly wronged. Better if He Li had found out. Xia Xingchen bit his cigarette, confiding his grievances to Qing Boyan, the only one who knew everything. Why deliver that pheromone-blocking agent? Qing Boyan was polite, so, you two didn't do anything, during those half hours. Just like that. Xia Xingchen coughed slightly. Being an alpha as well, Qing Boyan understood implicitly, you played it too flashy, bastard. In the afternoon's military theory class, you take He Li away. He's sticking to Lin Yao like glue every day, guarding me like I'm a burglar, said Xia Xingchen, watching the chat box that blocked him, slowly extinguishing the cigarette. No chance to apologize. I'm already out of the comprehensive warfare department, and our courses are different now. How can I do it? Qing Boyan smiled innocently, joking, tie him up. Think about it. You really? Xia Xingchen narrowed his eyes, recalling the scene from the start of the semester. Back then, I misjudged you, thought you were an empty-headed gossipmonger, someone so useless that you deserved expulsion from the comprehensive warfare department. Qing Boyan did not answer, just lowered his head to send a message. 2 p.m., I'll take He Li away. Thanks. Xia Xingchen was pleased. At 1:30, he carried lunch prepared by the chef and, with a book in hand, went to wait at the entrance of the teaching building. With He Li absent, Lin Yao came early and chose a seat at the far back corner. Had your meal? Xia Xingchen approached, placed the lunchbox in front of him, leaning against the chair in the front row and looking down. Lately, training with Pei Zhong has been arduous, the father-in-law spared no mercy. He looked thinner, making his features even more cold and aloof. Lin Yao raised his eyes, cutting to the core immediately. Where did you send He Li? He Li. How would I know? Xia Xingchen raised an eyebrow subtly. I'm not familiar with him. I don't even have his number. Lin Yao's tone was calm. Stop pretending. Xia Xingchen arranged the lunchbox while looking down and passed the chopsticks over, whispering, Boyan needs him for something. When did the two of you become such good friends? Lin Yao refused to take the chopsticks. After Qing Boyan stopped acting. How come he gets more and more like you, full of bad ideas? Xia Xingchen laughed uncontrollably. That really has nothing to do with me. Eat a little, you've lost weight. The food was indeed tempting, all dishes that he loved, perfectly presented. Lin Yao became a little tempted. Without hesitation, he reached out to take the chopsticks and silently began eating. Xia Xingchen stared at him, saying leisurely, still mad at me? Lin Yao ignored him. Xia Xingchen pressed further, sitting next to him, not covering his collar at all, openly casual. The bite marks you left are still there, and I didn't get mad. If you must, give me some more. It wasn't yet time for class, so there weren't many people in the classroom. But discussing such a topic was bold enough. Lin Yao nearly choked, shocked and uneasy. Do you want to die? When are you adding me back as a friend? Not happening. What about the wish stone you gave me? Where is it? Thrown away. Definitely a lie, unbelievable. After class, don't go to Uncle Pei's place, I'll take you out to play. Hearing this, Lin Yao remembered something, pausing suddenly, turning his head to say, not going to father today, I made plans with a classmate. This caused Xia Xingchen to pause for a moment. Which classmate? Lin Yao held his bowl drinking soup, speaking casually, someone you don't know. A few days ago when we were practicing shooting, they came up to chat and wanted me to teach them. So you agreed? Xia Xingchen asked. Lin Yao nodded, his tone calm, since I need training anyway, occasionally helping others helps build karma. Xia Xingchen. For a moment, he couldn't tell if Lin Yao was innocent or deliberately teasing him. If it was meant to make him jealous. You've changed, haven't you? Xia Xingchen was about to say something when he saw a boy outside the door who seemed rather cheerful. Raising his hand to greet Lin Yao, and upon a turn of his head, that usually expressionless face actually showed a hint of a smile. Will you come over after class? The other party's tone was light-hearted. What about He Li? Lin Yao answered while tidying up the tableware, he might be busy, I'll message him later. Xia Xingchen. You three are quite familiar with each other now. He slightly raised his eyes and caught the other's gaze, his look carrying a bit of pressure. Yet, the other party still smiled brilliantly. Excuse me, may I sit next to Lin Yao? I want to ask him some questions. Lin Yao turned around and said gently, a rare warmth in his tone, let him have the seat. Xia Xingchen. Hearing such a kind word from you, the 9-star systems must be spinning backward. With a composed expression, Xia Xingchen shifted aside and took a picture from above, sending it to Qing Boyan. XXC, who is this guy? Boyan, seems like a new classmate He Li met. Called Li something, admires Lin Yao quite a bit. They've been hanging out these past few days. He's decent looking, and quite popular at his neighboring school. XXC, why didn't you say earlier? Boyan, do you care about such random people? XXC. Xia Xingchen looked coldly at the two who were explaining problems, quite caring, especially since Lin Yao had just been throwing tantrums at him. He turned his head and softened his tone for them as if teaching became second nature. Such an easy problem, anyone could solve it, what was there even to explain? When the bell rang for class, the person showed no intention of moving away and simply spread out their book. Xia Xingchen was annoyed that there was distance between him and Lin Yao. XXC, don't go train with him this afternoon. Sent. A red exclamation mark appeared. Forgot he was blocked, not added back yet. Xia Xingchen rarely felt so irritated, not because he thought Lin Yao would do anything with others, but because he disliked being provoked through such close contact. It pissed him off. The bell rang again for dismissal. Lin Yao got up and told the person next to him, Healy hasn't replied. I'll go to the training ground with you first. You have plans today, Xia Xingchen cut in, his voice calm. Lin Yao turned to look at him, his gaze lowering, who am I supposed to meet? Xia Xingchen lifted his eyes, staring straight at him without any disguise, me. He hadn't expected Lin Yao to be so bold, more impulsive than imagined. The corner of Lin Yao's lips flickered slightly before smoothing out again. He was just wondering, if it was jealousy on Xia Xingchen's part or merely the possessive nature of an alpha. He didn't say a word, stood up with the stack of books, and tilted his head to signal Mr. Li to go out first. Preparing to follow, his wrist was directly grabbed. Come out. Xia Xingchen's tone was bland. Lin Yao explained calmly to the boy, sorry, I have some unfinished business with him, need to go somewhere and settle it with a fight. The other one widened his eyes, do rivals even negotiate before fighting? Lin Yao nodded seriously, yes, these days it's all about scheduling fights. I'll teach you another day. See ya. Before the sentence ended, he was dragged out of the classroom, through the long corridor of the teaching building, pressed into a shadowy corner. The originally noisy voices faded away, leaving this place peaceful for the two. Lin Yao observed his expression, what do you mean by this? Xia Xingchen reached out and lightly brushed his neck, recalling their intimacy at home the other day, I shouldn't have left marks on your waist last time, they should have been here, where everyone can see. Do alphas feel this strong possessiveness towards claimed omegas? Lin Yao asked, his tone casual, is it wrong for me to know other people? It's fine, making friends with whoever you want is certainly your freedom. Xia Xingchen gripped his nape without mercy, exposing bluntly, but clearly, this guy is just your shield used to provoke me, which I don't like. Lin Yao's heart skipped a slow beat. Such unmasked possessiveness, direct, tyrannical, it hit the target. The answer to the test almost seemed obvious. He raised his eyes and challenged with a question, what if I insist? Xia Xingchen bent down, gripping his nape, giving a warning. I lose my mind easily, and I have no limits when I'm crazy. Try me. By the way, changing a character in the title was due to the strict review, I wanted it simple but apparently couldn't use words like bite or mess with anything like that either. So frustrating. I'm thinking of preparing a 4-character alternative book name in case needed. If you have any good ideas, please leave a comment. Chapter 86, do you think it's funny? Are you a dog? Opening your mouth to bite. Lin Yao couldn't see any bite marks, but he could feel the skin burning as if it had been bitten with force. He pulled up the zipper of his jacket all the way to block out the pain. Xia Xingchen looked up at him and said, you bit me too, so we're even. After finishing, he repeated again with hidden shadows in his eyes, don't bring that person up to tease me anymore, did you hear? Lin Yao has always been a stubborn person. Especially his greatest pleasure used to be provoking Xia Xingchen, and it still is now. Last time, he rarely obeyed but was teased anyway, holding back anger inside. So he said against the grain, I heard it, but I don't intend to follow through. Time is about right, I have to go for training. Xia Xingchen made a soft, tisk sound and called his name, are you serious? What do you think? Lin Yao countered. Emotions were delicately pulling and tugging, small dust particles floating in the air. Xia Xingchen stared at him for a moment and then suddenly laughed, all right. This sudden change of emotion unsettled Lin Yao slightly, confusion clouded his mind, what, all right? Go find him, come on, I'll accompany you to find him, how can I stop you from caring for your classmate? Xia Xingchen raised a hand to mess up his hair without showing any underlying emotion, come on. Lin Yao suspiciously eyed him. Was he provoked into madness? He should leave a phone number for the driver uncle, someone got annoyed by being teased, yet after delivering harsh words became abnormally peaceful. This was not following the script. How should he respond? Lin Yao glanced down and saw him rolling up his sleeves, revealing an arm with prominent veins. He thought to himself, don't beat him up to the point of injury, medical fees are expensive. Right at that moment, that guy hadn't left yet. Xia Xingchen approached, initiating a greeting, classmate, just haven't asked, what's your name? Li Konglang. The other evaluated the two who had just turned the corner, his smile freezing, you two resolve things, that fast. When they left earlier, there was an aggressive vibe, but after only a few minutes, now returning, the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Especially Lin Yao, normally with a cold and indifferent demeanor, showing little interest in anything, but at this moment, his gaze clung on to Xia Xingchen, giving off an unexpectedly cloying impression. Xia Xingchen lightly nodded, commenting, pretty cheerful indeed, let's go, aren't you wanting to learn sniping? We'll both teach you. Li Konglang, ah. Is this appropriate? Xia Xingchen kept his hands in his coat pockets, it's appropriate. We too have the best sniper scores in all of freshman year, you're lucky. Li Konglang's smile stiffened, his gaze drifting toward Lin Yao nearby, it's not wrong. Discussing what kind of experience it was when affection wasn't yet expressed but a large light bulb, metaphorically, already showed up. Upon arriving at the training ground, Xia Xingchen acted as if taking charge directly, handing over a rifle as if instructing like a coach, come, focus on the target, shoot. A bit weak, buddy, hold your breath, don't shake your hands. How did you pass the physical test for admission? Handling the gun is so unstable. Don't be nervous, I'm much gentler than Lin's student, definitely offering the best assistance and experience. His tone was very calm, yet filled with immense pressure. Lin Yao. Listening to the instructions coming one by one from the side, he clicked open Chongqing Security College's rules, beginning to research, would verbally bullying a classmate lead to dropping out? A message popped up on his phone, from He Li. Sweet pair, dinner gathering tonight, coming. Duanjing arranged a feast for Comprehensive Battle Institute students, this all-you-can-eat buffet mustn't be missed, eating until his wallet collapses. 01, where did you disappear to this afternoon? Sweet pair, secret, surprise, we'll tell you later. Sweet pair, come, opportunities shouldn't be passed. 01, okay. Lin Yao glanced at the send address, then looked up at Li Konglang who had been mercilessly bullied, offering help. Li Konglang, will you join us for dinner tonight? Ah. Upon hearing his name called, Li Konglang turned around and shifted, causing the bullet to miss. I'll go if you go. Xia Xingchen turned around, his eyes searching inquisitively. Are you also joining the gathering? Why didn't you ask me if I'd attend? Does Lord enjoy attending free buffets as well? Lin Yao arched a brow. I thought only us gold lovers liked doing such things. Lord likes eating free dinners. Xia Xingchen took Li Konglang's sniper rifle, without even aiming, with a few bangs, he shot through the moving target. He couldn't stand the slow one-by-one shooting from the other side and finished it off in one go, ran out of bullets, training is over. Li Konglang turned his head, stared at the shattered target, and swallowed hard. So powerful. It had to be said, despite being verbally bullied for half an hour, it was like attending a fast-track sniper class, progressing rapidly. But, there was this feeling that the other side was holding in anger, and this anger was directed at him. Did I offend him? Li Konglang stared at the retreating back handing over the gun to sign, sensing heat rising from every hair on his head. No, he's mad at me. Lin Yao didn't bother hiding it, inwardly cursing the driver, what a terrible move, provoking for no reason. Li Konglang looked even more serious, why? Do you need my help with anything? Lin Yao paused for a second, rarely smiling, no need, just by being here, you've already helped me. Xia Xingchen turned around just as the two were chatting happily, walking up quickly, lifting his hand to hook Lin Yao's neck to walk away. Didn't you want a freeloader on the buffet? If we go late, there won't be any left. Address. Li Konglang felt he shouldn't have been there. Sports car, two-seater, no room for him. Moreover, who drives such a flashy limited edition to pig out at a buffet? Who would believe that story? Sorry, I can't afford a four-seater, maybe you'll have to take a taxi, Xia Xingchen said considerately. My fault, I should have prepared a comfortable and spacious SUV for today's dinner long ago. Upon hearing this, Li Konglang waved his hands repeatedly. Not necessary, I'll go myself, see you later. The sports car hit the road, silence reigned inside. As they approached the destination, Xia Xingchen turned his head, his eyes falling lightly on the other person, insinuating, did you have fun today? Lin Yao turned his head to look at him, his gaze locking, his tone gaining a rare touch of capriciousness. Fun. I'll play with you then. Xia Xingchen glanced at him for several seconds, refocusing on the road ahead. Yao, I'm patient enough with you. Lin Yao realized belatedly, he'd become entirely immune to the cutesy name Xia Xingchen called him all day, its frequency outrageously high. Even so, within these simple two words, he detected traces of helpless indulgence. He raised a hand to cover his face, starting to reflect. Was he too deeply enchanted by Xia Xingchen? Therefore, he contradicted, saying, I don't like others calling me Yao. I'm not others. With a spin, Xia Xingchen parked the car in the open-air spot, turning around, pulling Lin Yao's jacket zipper that slid down back to the top teasingly, be careful, your bite marks will be discovered by everyone. Unable to keep hands off whenever they disagreed, it's really annoying. Lin Yao's cheeks flushed scarlet, breathing a few times, before opening the door and getting out. There were so many people, the place was bustling with noise as soon as he entered, seeing He Li and Qing Boyan already seated at a table far away, waving their hands at him. Walking over, he saw He Li pulling out the nearby chair, his gaze sharpening. How did the two of you get together? What about Li Konglang? He will arrive shortly. Lin Yao found it hard to say how jealousy had surfaced earlier. Admirable Lord Xia still is. Qing Boyan glanced at the car colorfully parked outside the restaurant, acting like a drama critic, one sports car and someone was excluded. Xia Xingchen sked, dissatisfied with having his little scheme revealed, please continue pretending to be a fool. Isn't he originally a fool? He Li mocked, so dumb that even painting causes hand tremors. Speaking of this, Lin Yao was truly curious what reason could deceive Healy. What did you do this afternoon? To make Healy skip class directly. Cheng Boyan slightly smiled. I told him, a newly developed medicine can turn Xia Dull into a 7-color changer. Lin Yao. This was enough to fool him away. Healy pulled out the chubby stupid bird from his pocket, gripping it tightly in both hands, displaying it. See, the higher the temperature, the more dazzling the colors, turning from pink to orange, red, purple, and if held tightest, it becomes a kaleidoscope black. Lin Yao. Just wanted to write sympathy for Xia Dull on the public screen. Seeing relatives, Xia Dull struggled to escape, trembling all over, crying loudly, my pink fur. It's gone. Xia Xingchen couldn't stop laughing, thinking to himself that he had indeed sacrificed quite a lot for the family. He consoled the other, what's so good about pink fur? You look like the king ruling over pink fur right now. Really? Xia Dai asked uncertainly, slowly puffing out his chest, becoming more confident, do I really look majestic? Lin Yao struggled to give a hearted compliment, pretty majestic, just like an obnoxious crow. Chapter 87 Dream of this kind. Xia Xingchen comforted Xia Dai in his arms, stop scaring it, or you'll make it depressed and have to console it later. Lin Yao chose to mute. A week will bring the color back, Cheng Boyan consoled, let Healy help you take some limited edition photos, how cool. Lin Yao tried to defend weakly, really, pretty cool, I think crows are the coolest birds in the world. Xia Dai, with tears in his eyes, accused, you threw me to the wicked Healy just so you can have your own little world with Xia Xingchen, that's bad enough. Then they dyed my hair black as coal. You don't have a heart. I don't. Lin Yao this time really felt wronged, we hadn't seen each other for a week until today. He was busy recently training with Pei Zhong and worried about not having time to play with it, so he specially entrusted Healy to take good care of it. How could it be for their two-world? Absurd. Xia Dai nodded painfully and reanalyzed, so it must be because after arguing with Xia Xingchen, you were too upset to care for me, thus heartlessly throwing me to the bad guy. You don't have a heart. Lin Yao. This bird, after being gone for a week, how did its mouth get better at nonsense? Xia Xingchen stroked the bird's head slowly, turned his head leisurely, and his gaze fell over, didn't you realize you're this sad? If you had said earlier, I would have gone crazy trying to get you back from Uncle Pei. Under the tablecloth, Lin Yao lifted his foot and kicked him, warning, speak properly. This feeling is like a married couple fighting, and the wife goes back to her mother's house, Healy suddenly realized, why are you two quarreling? The three present all fell silent simultaneously. Healy asked further, why aren't you speaking? Why did you fight? Can't you tell? A second silence occurred. This, even Cheng Boyan couldn't resolve. It certainly couldn't be said that because Mr. Xia licked little brother Yao for half an hour, making him furious, which resulted in blocking and Cold War. Cheng Boyan took a deep breath, stood up, I'll go get you guys something to eat. Xia Xingchen held Xia Dai into his coat pocket, I'll go too. Damn things, actually leaving this mess right here. Lin Yao pressed his lips, reached out and suddenly drank a large gulp of water in front of him, realizing only after putting it in his mouth that it tasted somewhat bitter. But indeed awkward, he silently finished all the water in the cup without a word. An attendant noticed and helped him pour a second glass. Healy watched seriously, investigating, you have something hiding from me, why didn't you tell me? Why fight? I suddenly remember, a week ago, Xia Xingchen sent you a message saying, Yao Yao don't be angry, I'm not being disgusting on purpose, I'm trying to cheer you up. Little he was closest to the truth this time. Lin Yao downed another glass swiftly, perspiring heavily, no. Are you perhaps? Healy's brain whirled quickly, eyes wide open, did you ascend to such a level that you've made Xia Xingchen follow you around like a dog? Lin Yao. That's wrong, clearly, I'm secretly in love with him. Healy clapped his hands together, eyebrows flying high, the ultimate level of rivals. It's when you make him fall for you but treat him with disdain. Brother Yao, you are truly amazing. After finishing the fourth cup of a bitter drink, Lin Yao started feeling a bit dizzy, slowing down his speech, how did you draw this conclusion? You get mad, and he pleads, what else does this indicate? Healy was extremely excited, giving him a thumb up, this trick is too powerful, no wonder my idol can do it. Keep it up, soon make dog Xia cry and ache daily, sleepless for nights just for you. Lin Yao paused for several seconds before slowly nodding, I'll try. Li Kaichang arrived late, walked up to this table, warmly greeted, you guys are ready to eat, I've been driven the long way by the driver and just got here. What's happening with Lin Yao? Lin Yao has pale skin and usually looks cold, giving people the impression of a frost-covered cold fir tree. His cheeks flushed now, his bright eyes seemed foggy. It was as if he'd drunk too much, his gaze inexplicably carried a trace of lust. Li Kaichang inwardly marveled, truly handsome. Was it because you got beat up by Xia Xingchen today? Lin Yao asked, seeing his reaction. Perhaps not drunk yet, his speech was clear. Li Kaichang chuckled uncomfortably, nothing, he's quite strong, I yield wholeheartedly. Lin Yao nodded slightly, correcting him, he is very strong. Li Kaichang's smile froze, something wasn't right, unlike usual Lin Yao, shouldn't there be a taunt instead? Still immersed in the joy of his elder brother Yao's rank ascending, he lifted up a thumb and secretly praised, I understand flattering until it backfires, your tactics are really impressive now. Lin Yao didn't understand what he was talking about and lowered his head to drink water. Xia Xingchen returned with 2 portions of meal tray, noticing something wrong immediately. Standing behind Lin Yao, he cupped his palm under Lin Yao's chin and lifted it up. Who let him drink alcohol? Ah. Was that alcohol? He Li just realized now, elder brother Yao just drank quite a few cups wildly. Don't you know how bad his alcohol tolerance is? Xia Xingchen observed the person's condition, 1 cup and he's out. The last time Lin Yao got drunk, the image of him trying to climb into his bed for marking purposes was still vividly remembered by Xia Xingchen, causing his temple veins to pulsate non-stop. He Li truly felt wronged, shaking his head saying, I don't know, I've never had drinks with him, how would you even know this kind of thing? It seems, he's fallen prey to elder brother Yao's charm and has become the ultimate dog licking everything he throws his way. Feeling his jaw fixed, Lin Yao turned his head, lightly rubbing his cheek against the broad palm instinctively. And despite being sworn enemies, in the next second, Xia Xingchen's fingertips also grazed over his lips very gently, as if in soothing response. This scene was so surreal that Li Kaichang wasn't feeling too cheerful despite his usually bright disposition. Opening his mouth hesitantly, he said, I'll go buy some antidote medicine, don't let things get messy. It's fine. Lin Yao's tone remained calm, yet, his hand gripped Xia Xingchen's unwilling to let go, just drank a little, come on, can't miss out on free all-you-can-eat buffet. Xia Xingchen had been annoyed the entire afternoon. Ignored coldly by Lin Yao for a week, and then suddenly came up a random person named Li, which made him feel irritated even though he knew it was done intentionally. However, at this moment, in such a public setting, the typically aloof demeanor showed an unguarded closeness, making the corner of his lips nearly involuntarily curl upwards. Good, let's eat. Xia Xingchen laughed and said. Cheng Boyan watched nervously, fearing that the delicate movements might expose secrets. Unexpectedly, He Li smiled like a fool, so he leaned down to ask, what are you so happy about? Watching elder brother Yao fish people, He Li whispered to him, Xia Xingchen is now elder brother Yao's lapdog. Cheng Boyan's expression changed seriously, do you know this already? Did Lin Yao just tell you? He Li nodded, his voice full of excitement. The aloof elder brother Yao simply moved a finger and played around the person like crazy, so satisfying, manipulating the deadly rival feels so good. Cheng Boyan choked, well, still hasn't understood, deviated again. Can't see they're both genuinely into each other, just waiting for the final step of confessing feelings. This isn't about pulling strings, but mutual affection, voluntary. So stupid. Pretty good, be happy if you want. Cheng Boyan placed a large plate of seafood in front of him, eat, don't talk, make sure it's worth it. Lin Yao ate a couple bites, then stood up dizzyingly, muttering lowly, going to the restroom. Xia Xingchen didn't dare let him go alone at all, getting up while pulling his hand, I'll take you there. Won't they fight when they're together? Should we follow to check? Li Kaichang looked worried. No. He Li now possessed an air of superiority looking down on Xia Xingchen, his tone extremely arrogant, let little Xia go, little Xia has great insight these days. Cheng Boyan stuffed a lobster into his mouth, you should speak less. It was originally the gathering of Combat Academy students, quite a number of classmates came. Lin Yao still retained a bit of rationality and knew to keep distance. But once drunk, emotions would amplify infinitely, completely uncontrollable. He had just stepped out of the hall, then turned around to look at the person following. What are you looking at me for? Watch the road. Xia Xingchen was worrying excessively, knowing how poor your tolerance is, why did you drink recklessly? If you do something embarrassing, you won't regret it to death tomorrow. Lin Yao felt his hand being held by him, and didn't struggle, no, my drinking character is excellent. Really? Xia Xingchen deliberately teased him, do you still remember what you did to me the last time you got drunk? Lin Yao froze, trying hard to recall, but couldn't. In his mind, fragments from dreams in recent days flashed by, causing his cheeks to slightly redden. Thus, he walked to the wash basin to splash water on his face to cool down. Why aren't you speaking, don't you remember? Xia Xingchen stood behind watching him. Lin Yao raised his eyes, meeting gazes through the mirror. His head spun a bit and words became uninhibited, I dreamed about you recently. This unexpected joy during their 1-week Cold War delighted Xia Xingchen, who drew a paper towel, wiping the water on his face and whispered softly, what did you dream about regarding me? Dreamed about you. Lin Yao paused, flashes of scenes ran through his mind but he kept them sealed tight, never mind, I'll go use the restroom. Xia Xingchen leaned against the doorframe, patiently guiding, what type of dream? Lin Yao looked down, and while unzipping his pants, his shirt tail was inadvertently pulled up. He caught sight of the remaining hickeys on his waist and murmured, erotic. Too obedient, answering whatever question was asked. Xia Xingchen's heartstrings flickered as he speculated about Lin Yao's recent attitude, is it because that day, after you went home, you dreamed about me, so you were too shy to see me? The other person didn't say anything, just quickly finished and came out after flushing the toilet. Xia Xingchen reached out to hold him back, not letting him go. His gaze swept over Lin Yao's eyebrows and eyes, you still haven't answered me. Not saying. Lin Yao pressed his lips tightly together. For the second time, he turned on the tap to wash his hands, splashing water on his face. His actions were a little flustered, even making his hair wet. Xie Xingqian extended his hand, brushing the damp hair upwards. In a gentle voice, he urged, "Then show me what you dreamed about." Lin Yao stared into his eyes, his pupils dark, like hiding stars that enticed people to fall. Dizzying and disorienting. He crouched halfway down, lifting the hem of the other's training uniform. His fingers brushed along distinct abdominal muscles, reaching deep into the lines below when veins started popping up. Xie Xingqian's abdomen tensed, a twitch in his brow. "Yao Yao, you." Lin Yao leaned closer, lightly brushing his lips against Xie Xingqian's. The moment he raised his gaze, it was as if a demon had sucked away someone's spirit. "Like this," Lin Yao whispered. "This is what I dreamed about." Chapter 88, I'm teaching you. Xie Xingqian's eyes were deep. He looked down at Lin Yao. Despite the usual expressionless face, when Lin Yao glanced up at him, his eyes had a slight upward tilt, cool and distant, yet full of intensity and innocence. "Are you dreaming such dreams?" His voice was hoarse as he restrained himself from running his fingers through his hair. Before Lin Yao mimicked him, exposing the tips of his canines and biting suddenly. Crazy. He would definitely never let Lin Yao drink again. Xie Xingqian pulled him closer, lowering his voice in warning, "Don't do that, I can't handle such temptation." "You made me," Lin Yao accused him. "I didn't say anything until you pushed it. That's my fault." Xie Xingqian bent over slightly, holding Lin Yao tightly in his arms, burying his head. "Just hold me for a while." Lin Yao stood still, letting him hold him. His consciousness was blurred, yet he liked this kind of closeness. He lifted his hand and circled the other person's waist. "Xie Xingqian, if I don't let you do it, will you feel uncomfortable?" Xie Xingqian hadn't expected him to be so straightforward about the topic when drunk. Stunned for a second, he sighed, "No, what are you thinking?" Saying whatever came to mind, Lin Yao continued, "You're sick, you need an omega, but no matter how I try to adjust mentally, I can't break through my psychological barrier. My mind is still filled with alpha concepts. You must have been feeling suffocated, right? And now you probably hate me." These words wouldn't come out in sobriety. Lin Yao usually kept his inner thoughts tightly guarded, revealing only glimpses in moments like these. "What goes on inside your head all day?" Xie Xingqian drew back slightly, fixing his gaze on Lin Yao's eyes to correct his mistaken notions. "There are many ways to make me satisfied, not just one way." Looking at him, Lin Yao didn't understand. Xie Xingqian explained further, "It's true, my head is full of extremely unpleasant ideas, like before. But there are also plenty of times when I am very pleased. For instance, when you rely on me, trust me, and willingly surrender yourself unconditionally, trembling uncontrollably yet still letting me touch you." As he moved closer, he chuckled, "Lin Yao, seeing you under my control drives me wild." Lin Yao saw the surging tides of emotion beneath his gaze. Xie Xingqian openly revealed his darker side, "I'm far more depraved than you imagine. Physically speaking, that's the lowest form of desire. If I wanted, high compatibility pheromones could easily have you under my control, but I don't prefer that method. I want the calm and indifferent you who actively opens up, eagerly comes near, unable to control oneself. Know this Lin Yao visible only to me gives me indescribable pleasure, making me go mad. Lin Yao, from the moment you climbed into my home, I've seen the signs." Lin Yao felt his heart pounding furiously, unable to fully grasp what he was hearing yet driven to a boil by his words. Still unsure about the exact nature of Xie Xingqian's feelings towards him, seemingly neither mere mutual aid in sickness nor pure affection, instead complex and tangled with raw impulses and the innate conquest mentality of an alpha. "Xie Xingqian, are you mind-controlling me?" Lin Yao stared directly into his eyes. Xie Xingqian lightly kissed his cheek and whispered softly, "I'm teaching you how to love. Who controls minds when it's simply giving you the choice? Fool. If he didn't like it, he could leave at any time, always retaining that power." Yet Xie Xingqian was the one standing uncertainly waiting for an outcome. "Did you see Lin Yao? It seems he got pretty drunk and left with Xie Xingqian." Li Kale's voice came from outside the door, sounding concerned. "I'm a bit worried about him." "Nope, only one booth is locked, and it's not likely both of them went in there together." This sounded like Duan Zheng, implying significantly, though, if they did, that would truly be repeating old mistakes. Lin Yao grabbed onto the waistband of his training uniform, his mind foggy as he mouthed silently, "We're going to be found out." Xie Xingqian responded breathily, Even now, this makes me happy too." What a pervert, Lin Yao thought dizzily, his brain filled with 4 words, gentleman turned rogue. How easy it was for him to be so delighted. "Is anyone in there?" The door to the booth was tapped on. Li Kale spoke behind the door, "Lin Yao, are you in here?" Xie Xingqian looked down, eyebrows slightly arched, seemingly without intention to help. Lin Yao turned around and coldly shouted to whoever was outside, "Do we need reminders to urinate too?" Completely different from the way he was earlier, clinging to Xie Xingqian asking whether he was uncomfortable, Xie Xingqian's fingers absently twisted and played with his strands of hair. Li Kale. After a brief pause, he cautiously probed again, "I'm just afraid that if you drink too much and pass out in there, I wouldn't dare to rush you. So, I'll just wait outside. Call me if anything happens." Lin Yao frowned and complained, "So annoying. Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze but remained silent, as though dealing with the trouble he had stirred up himself. Lin Yao suppressed the alcohol bubbling in his throat and spoke again, "You should go back first. Xie Xingchen is right here next to me." Upon hearing this straightforward response, Xie Xingchen laughed softly, and his speed of twirling the hair strands slowed down. Apparently not expecting such an answer, Li Kale was stunned for a few seconds before hesitantly asking, "Are you two together? What are you doing in there?" Lin Yao glanced at the training uniform that had been flipped up, making up an excuse offhand, "We're seeing who has better abs." Li Kale thought silently to himself, are they really drunk, feeling bizarre about such behavior, still trying to reason kindly, have you compared yet? Not yet, we need to touch them, feel their texture, Lin Yao rambled nonsensically. Xie Xingchen's voice came slowly, as he reached over to guide his hand toward his body, laughing while cooperating, "Come on, feel some more, take your time to make sure." Even Li Kale couldn't maintain his cheerfulness. He couldn't see what was happening inside through the door, but just imagining it made him uneasy. Two alphas touching each other's abs in a bathroom stall. He had come to accept dual alpha relationships quite early, so he became especially sensitive to behaviors like this during the flirtatious stage. But Lin Yao and Xie Xingchen seemed more like water and fire, impossible. Stunned for a moment, he decided to bravely join in. "I've got abs too, can I join in?" Lin Yao. How could anyone even respond in situations like these? His palm was still resting on Xie Xingchen's body, feeling the tautness beneath his skin. Sliding his hand back and forth a couple of times, before he could think of how to reply, he heard commotion outside. "What are you doing here?" someone asked. Lin Yao drank too much, and now he and Xie Xingchen are comparing abs in the bathroom. "I said mine are pretty good too and wanted to join." Li Kale repeated their earlier conversation. Lin Yao. "Calm down, killing someone is against the law," Xie Xingchen patted his flushed cheeks, kindly reminding him. This guy outside was indeed a bit unhinged, no normal person would say something like that, would they? It proved that people without a bit of madness probably couldn't get into the comprehensive battle academy. Duanjing swaggered loudly from the restroom to the hall with a microphone in hand. "Thank you all for coming, have eaten well and drank well, now let's play some little games. Rumor has it that our tyrant of the academy, Lin Yao and Xie Xingchen, are currently in the toilet comparing abs. Why don't you guys come out and let us take a look?" His voice carried far and was hard to ignore. Lin Yao abruptly yanked open the door and locked eyes with Li Kale standing outside. If looks could kill, the other party would have been stabbed 300 times by now. Xie Xingchen stood behind with his hands in his pockets, skiing softly, "This guy, too weak, already quit without throwing a punch. I didn't expect them." Li Kale opened his mouth, stuck awkwardly between them, such big mouths. Lin Yao's drunkenness dissipated somewhat, and he walked toward the hall expressionlessly. "It was just playful nonsense from drinking too much, and you actually went ahead with it." Li Kale tried to reach out to pull him back, but was blocked by Xie Xingchen sidestepping. Duanjing saw them walking down the corridor and gleefully added, "Hey, here they come. Who won between you two? Let me join in too. Let's vote today to crown an up king." "Idiot." Xie Xingchen muttered under his breath. "You must be scared, right? The top two in training results, yet unable to show basic physique management." Duanjing vented publicly his previous grievances from non-Hastar, "That's too pitiful." With great confidence, he grinned mischievously and took off his shirt in front of everyone, standing proudly, very self-assured. The venue was filled with jeers and cheering. "Look, alpha males, why are you shy? Show us. Yeah, give us a glimpse. Don't act so bashful like omegas. Compare. Compare." Drunk, Lin Yao grew particularly bold, not wanting to talk anymore, he reached out to pull the zipper of his training suit. "So troublesome." Xie Xingchen placed his hand over Lin Yao's, warning him gently, "Calm down." Lin Yao stopped briefly, "What? We'll be seen." Xie Xingchen hinted at the traces left previously. "No, I have to win," Lin Yao emphasized each word, becoming more competitive when intoxicated. Something clearly absurd once sober, but at the moment, he held on to it stubbornly. "Winning, helping you win." Xie Xingchen slid the zipper of his coat down and tossed it aside, lifting his hand to grip the collar of the undershirt underneath and swiftly pulling it halfway off. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, abs clearly defined. His wheat-colored skin glowed under the soft lighting, exuding intense masculinity. His gaze lazily settled on Duanjing as he offered a critique. "A scrawny chicken frame like yours shouldn't even dare to show, I'm embarrassed for you." Chapter 89, I like you. Duanjing's expression wasn't very good. Lin Yao picked up his clothes and threw them at him, his tone mocking, "You lost, trash." Duanjing, "Shit, it was him who competed, not you. What are you so smug about?" Lin Yao's face was cold as he held the microphone, his gaze haughty, "Boiled chicken." This insult instantly echoed through every corner of the hall via the amplifier. Everyone burst into laughter. Xie Dai strutted proudly and shouted in support, "Boiled chicken. Boiled chicken. Boiled chicken. Where did this crow come from?" Duanjing was about to explode despite trying to stay calm earlier. Glaring at Lin Yao, he retorted almost tongue-tied, "Aren't you pretty white too? Who are you talking about?" Got the guts to take your shirt off? I'm afraid you'd feel inferior again. Lin Yao turned around and glanced at Xia Xingchen, who had been defending him. After all, I just beat him moments ago. Yeah, he won. Xia Xingchen raised an eyebrow slightly. He beat me by a lot. I suggest you don't humiliate yourself. Duan Zheng. When did you two become so united? Weren't you guys fighting in the restroom earlier? Is it now trendy to have a fight and then a hug? His eyes fell on the well-defined muscles and focused on that kiss mark, sarcastically saying, oh, young Master Xia has fallen in love with a little wildcat who bit here. How about it, do you envy me having a wife? Xia Xingchen said in a light tone. Duan Zheng. Lin Yao, still lingering on the previous sentence, corrected coldly while holding the microphone, not a wildcat. He paused for a moment, then furrowed his brow muttering to himself, also not a wife. Duan Zheng couldn't bear their perfect duet and mocked coldly, are you two performing a crosstalk act? So harmonious. Healy watched down below with great satisfaction. Hey, why didn't I notice before? Xia Xingchen is really catering to Brother Yao now. Is this what a lickspittle looks like? Impressive. Xia Dai swayed his head, wiping his feathers with wet wipes. Some people's intelligence is really incomprehensibly low. Who, Duan Zheng? Healy was indeed also fed up with this fool, he's brain dead, who dragged someone out to compare abs in broad daylight. Only Xia Xingchen could rise to his bait. Cheng Boyan rarely spoke but offered some insight. Isn't there a possibility that he didn't want Lin Yao to undress, so he went ahead himself? Healy looked at the two standing at the center of attention. Has his possessiveness towards Brother Yao reached this level? Unfortunately, flowers bloom willingly, but water flows indifferently. Nonsense. Xia Dai swallowed back the memory of that moment with Rose Star, you ignorant and foolish human being. Healy pinched his fluffy neck, say another word and I'll throw you into hot pot. Lin Yao sat back down in his seat, still happy about the victory, showing rare kindness by rescuing Xia Dai and hugging him. Don't hurt it. Wah, I knew it, you still love me. Xia Dai rubbed against him and whispered, I know, that kiss mark was made by you, right? He, how reckless. Before he could finish speaking, his neck was nearly choked to death. Lin Yao shoved Xia Dai into Xia Xingchen's hands and said ruthlessly, bury it. Xia Xingchen laughed endlessly. If it weren't for the consideration that drinking alcohol would harm his health, he really wanted to feed him a little every day. A drunk Lin Yao was truly adorable and straightforward, very likable. Brother Yao, are you really drunk? Healy approached to observe him, I think you look quite sober. Lin Yao treated everyone with sharpness, because you're an idiot, you can't tell. Healy took a sharp intake of breath, clutching his chest and helping him pour white boiling water. He must be drunk, talking nonsense. I'll go buy you some medicine for drunkenness soon. Lin Yao's mouth becomes 10 times more lethal when drunk, Cheng Boyan remarked thoughtfully, didn't you get humiliated after staying with him for so long? Recalling how he embraced him earlier, Xia Xingchen smiled faintly, of course not, he was very obedient. The word obedient had no connection whatsoever to Lin Yao. Healy shivered, are you drunk too? Talking nonsense. I'm not, but I just caught a chill earlier and have a headache, I want to rest early. Xia Xingchen stood up and grabbed him, will you come back with me? Lin Yao nodded, okay. Then he shoved Xia Dai into his pocket, let's bring it home. Healy subtly sensed something was off but couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. How did this even feel like a family of 3 going out for dinner? As people were about to leave, he finally realized, wait, aren't you going back to the dormitory? Brother Yao, you're going home with him. Lin Yao was just about to nod when he heard Xia Xingchen say, what are you thinking? I'm sending him back to Uncle Pei's place. He looked up at the other party, puzzled. Do you not want me to follow? Healy was still very worried. Xia Xingchen, don't you dare leave our brother Yao halfway. Once we get home, shall I have General Pei send you a video? Xia Xingchen said. Healy crossed his arms and made a rejecting gesture, declined. Xia Xingchen chuckled and stretched out his hand to pull Lin Yao's wrist, indicating that he should go back with him. Let's go, take your time. Not until they got into the car, Lin Yao kept silent all along, lost in thoughts. Why don't you speak? Xia Xingchen was used to his silence, but this moment, he delicately felt it was different from being too lazy to open his mouth. It seemed as if he was sulking. Lin Yao tightened his lips, relaxed them, then tightened again. Xia Xingchen looked at his little movements, feeling tenderly inside. What do you want to say? Lin Yao turned his head, looking at his hair tousled by the wind, bluntly saying, I want to go back with you. Xia Xingchen's lips curled slightly, going back to my house. Why? I don't know, I just want to. Lin Yao lowered his eyes, unsure how to describe his feelings. Uncle Pei had been good to him, caring for every detail and training him rigorously, embodying both a strict father and kindness. Aunt Lin had also come over once. If it wasn't to look after Pei Xiang who was still in her 3rd year of high school, she would have moved over to live for a while. It was the first time he felt the warmth of having a home, but he was still awkwardly adjusting. It was only in front of Xia Xingchen that he could completely relax and be himself, angry, spaced out, babbling nonsense. Xia Xingchen activated the turn signal and changed direction. Alright, I'll take you back, but you need to tell foster dad, not that I lured you away. Lin Yao nodded and directly dialed Uncle Pei's number, cutting straight to the point and said, drank too much wine with classmates today, I feel a bit dizzy. I won't go back, I'm heading to Xiaxingchen's. On the other end, there was a long silence. You're determined, aren't you? And quite proud. Apparently, one hasn't yet learned how to get along with kids since they've already grown up. Pei Zhang hemmed and hawed for a while before gently reminding, you're an Omega, is it appropriate to go to his place so late? It's appropriate, he won't do anything, Lin Yao affirmed. The other party fell silent again. This is no different from what scum men say, I'll just rub against you without entering. The level of Xia family's young master is indeed too high, their own son can't possibly compete. Pei Zhang paused for several seconds and decided to threaten someone else, gently saying, all right, give the phone to Xiaxingchen. Let me remind him a few things. Foster dad wants to talk to you, Lin Yao put the phone close to his ear, he's driving, so just listen. Pei Zhang cautiously asked first, is the speakerphone on? No, Xiaxingchen replied with a smile. You'd better not take advantage of him when he's drunk, or I'll break your legs tomorrow when I go to school, Pei Zhang spoke solemnly, and then blow up your house with a warship. How does that sound? All right, understood, Xiaxingchen responded seriously. Pei Zhang simply couldn't let go, warning again, I will blow up your house. He is an Omega, and he is highly compatible with you. Can you really restrain yourself? I can, Xiaxingchen pointed subtly, your son has slept with me many times already, don't worry. Turns out our house is the eager one, Pei Zhang drew in a deep breath of cold air, almost choking himself, all right, goodbye. Xiaxingchen parked the car, got out, and opened the passenger door beside him, looking down at him, why aren't you getting out? What did Foster dad say? Lin Yao sat still in his seat, removing him from the blacklist. He said to remember to give you a cup of honey water before sleeping to help with the alcohol. Xiaxingchen didn't forget to add some points for his soon-to-be father-in-law, he worries about you and cares for you deeply. Lin Yao looked up, meeting his pitch-black pupils, his heart softening. Uncle Pei Zhang's voice was loud. Even without using the speakerphone, he caught bits and pieces, he was just afraid that the Omega lamb would fall into the tiger's mouth. But Xiaxingchen knew that he disliked the weaker status associated with Omegas, so he deliberately left it unmentioned. He was considerate, like the warm night breeze tonight, making one's heart flutter. I remembered the last time I was drunk, Lin Yao's head was actually dizzy from the wind, but he had a fleeting moment of clarity. You carried me on your back, but I told you that I hated you. He deeply regretted saying those words at the time. But there was no way to go back in time, their relationship had indeed started off with a tense, unchangeable beginning. Xiaxingchen hummed softly, his eyes dimming for a moment before he smiled and said, I know, it's fine. But I don't hate you anymore now. Lin Yao looked at him, murmuring softly. Xiaxingchen responded again, still smiling. This I already know. How do you know everything? There must be something you don't know. Lin Yao's competitiveness flared up as he grabbed the collar of Xiaxingchen's shirt and pulled him abruptly closer, until their breaths intertwined. He stared at him for a few seconds, leaned forward, and lightly kissed him on the lips before pulling away. Xiaxingchen froze, gently running his fingertips over his lower lip, where the warmth of the touch still lingered. They had shared more than one kiss before, but this one was the most innocent, yet also the most heart-stirring. Lin Yao's voice was soft, almost as if he were talking to himself. Xiaxingchen, did you know? I like you. Chapter 90, Xiaxingchen kissed me. Lin Yao's voice was very soft, almost like an illusion. But Xiaxingchen caught it. Although he had already noticed earlier, hearing him say it directly still made him unsure, you just said, you like me? Lin Yao looked at his surprised expression, and a slight smile flickered across his lips as he said proudly, see? I knew that no matter what you know, there are always things you don't. Even though he was drunk, his tongue was surprisingly agile, spouting out all sorts of tricky sentences. Xiaxingchen adjusted him upright, took out his phone, opened the camera, and whispered, say again what you just said. Lin Yao looked at him cautiously, his expression serious. What are you doing? Planning to play it on the school's big screen on repeat? You're really bad. Xiaxingchen. His awareness of precautions was indeed strong. Didn't his image in the other person's mind seem a little too calculating? Lin Yao glanced at the phone which was still recording. Outside of the frame, he reached out to pull Xiaxingchen closer, and their mouths touched. He looked at the camera, and definitively stated, Xiaxingchen kissed me. The skill of fabricating false evidence was absolutely top-notch. Instinctively, Xiaxingchen gave him a quick peck, then continued with their earlier conversation, I kissed you. Do you like me? Lin Yao tightened his lips, resolutely keeping quiet. Xia Dai popped its head out from the pocket and confirmed, you didn't hear wrong. He said it. He said it. He said he likes you. Lin Yao reached out and grabbed its neck threateningly, I'll make soup out of you. Sorry, didn't sleep all night, heard some hallucination. Xia Dai chose survival over truth-telling. The phone vibrated, Lin Yao turned his head and saw the name reminder on the screen, feeling a bit nervous. Healy, what should I do? I'm not at my godfather's house. Answer first, Xiaxingchen leaned against the roof of the car, helplessly shutting off the video first. On the other side, Healy immediately sent over a video call, checking as if it were a patrol. As soon as they connected, his eyes were fixed. Where are you? Is this your godfather's house? It looks like such a rich area. At the entrance of the garage. Lin Yao gave a curt answer. Cheng Boyan leaned over and took a look. The place seemed familiar. Behind them, that large field of golden sunflowers clearly belonged to Xie Xingqian's garden. With mischief in his heart, he said, "Wow, the sunflowers at your godfather's house look so nice." Xie Xingqian. Didn't you see them when you came last time to deliver medicine? Now you're pretending. Looks nice. Can I come take pictures one day? He Li immediately got distracted by this idea. This kind of flower house under the sun will definitely produce amazing photos. Begging you, please. Do you want to get beaten? Lin Yao's brain, even drunk, was still working, pulling out a fatal leverage point. The general said if you fail another course, you'll have to retake next year. Hit where it hurt, He Li quickly retracted his expression. Not going, won't go no matter who takes me. Shall I greet him in the video? Lin Yao made a move as if to get up from the passenger seat. No need at all, disturbing him in the middle of the night would only ensure that I fail faster. He Li replied sternly, you can't push me into the fire pit, brother Yao. I don't like you drinking. Too aggressive, no love for me at all. Outside the lens, Xie Xingqian leisurely remarked, I actually quite enjoy it. Lin Yao looked up at him, and said to the video, then hang up. Okay. Just after He Li finished speaking, he paused abruptly, wait, why do I feel something is off? What is it that feels wrong? Cheng Boyan said meaningfully, your brother Yao was safely brought home by Xie Xingqian. What's wrong with that? That's true. He Li thought the devoted dog wasn't half bad, satisfied to say, in the future, little Xie can participate more in these kinds of activities. Truly bold, thanks to the main subject's indulgence, young he also had a chance to feel vindicated. Lin Yao nodded, alright, then hang up. See you tomorrow. He hung up the video, slowly unfastened his seatbelt, got out of the car, but was blocked by Xie Xingqian who wouldn't let him leave. What's wrong? Lin Yao stood in the wind, his gaze falling on the nearby large patch of sunflowers swaying in the wind. He hadn't noticed before, but they were actually quite beautiful. It's not finished yet. Xie Xingqian blocked the way, saying slowly, repeat what you just said again. Lin Yao slowly blinked, trying to recall, do you want to get beaten? Xie Xingqian. That was to He Li, say again what came before that. Lin Yao rewound several statements ahead, clearly repeating, I'll make soup out of you. Xie Xingqian. That was what you said to Xie Dai, right Lin Yao? Playing with me? Think about what you just said to me. He appeared extremely patient but his tone was quite nasty. If you can't remember, I won't let you sleep. Lin Yao pondered for a few seconds and then realized, it's that Xie Xingqian kissed me. Xie Xingqian couldn't help but pinch his cheek hard. So you're not taking responsibility for your words? I thought you'd pretend amnesia after waking up tomorrow morning, and now you're dodging the issue already. Oh, he remembered. It was that sentence. Afraid of having evidence recorded, Lin Yao leaned over and whispered by his ear, lowering his voice, do I like you? Xie Xingqian was satisfied. Even though it wasn't recorded, this time he indeed heard clearly. He adjusted the unsteady figure upright and asked seriously, do you like me as is, or do you want to date me? What's the difference? The usually top-performing student was stuck on this multiple-choice question. The difference is, I could pretend not to hear the former, but with the latter, I can respond to you freely. Despite thinking it difficult to explain this to someone drunk, Xie Xingqian still couldn't resist wanting a clear answer. Lin Yao paused for a few seconds, struggling to make a decision without coming to any conclusion, I don't know. He thought, if Xie Xingqian goes all out, it's nothing good, it's a trap. These days I have some things to deal with. After I'm done, I'll ask you for an answer. Xie Xingqian spoke softly, with a bit often-eat intention hidden in his heart. I really like you, even more than you know. It was the first time Xie Xingqian had revealed his heart, and he was still somewhat anxious. The time and place are wrong today, and you probably won't remember tomorrow. He paused for a moment, still making a serious agreement with him, after my birthday, I will officially confess to you, and then will you be my boyfriend? Be your boyfriend. Lin Yao slowly repeated, after your birthday, we'll be boyfriends. Like a text-to-speech machine. Xie Xingqian sighed. Well, he knew talking about this now would be wasted effort. Let's go back and take a shower, then sleep. He stepped aside to let the person out, closing the car door behind them. Having come twice before, Lin Yao found the bathroom effortlessly. As he entered and started undressing, his phone on the countertop vibrated incessantly. Once unlocked, it was 3 links sent by Pei Yizhong. Don't be a love brain. Be an independent omega. Love only takes up 1/10 of life, pay attention. Master these 10 points to control the ultimate alpha. Lin Yao dropped his gaze, with his thin eyelids reddened from the alcohol steam, muttering to himself, too many words, not reading. Study, memorize. You're a unique omega, keep him at arm's length and command him, don't chase after him, understand? Lin Yao's eyes scanned the last sentence, nodding and replying. Understood. Good night, godfather. He set his clothes neatly aside and slowly walked into the shower compartment. Turning on the showerhead, drizzling water fell, washing away the drunken haze on his face. The delayed dizziness caused by intoxication made him feel very uncomfortable. The thought still lingered in his mind, it was that sentence from Pei Yizhong about keeping cool and commanding Xie Xingchen. What could he make him do? Lin Yao extended his hand, pausing momentarily on the press-activated shower gel. Turning his head towards the frosted glass door, he could see the tall silhouette outside waiting. In a high and mighty command, he said, Xie Xingchen, wash me. Chapter 91, Such a Surprise. Xie Xingchen sent Xie Dai to the downstairs room to sleep. As soon as he went upstairs, he stood by the door, worrying that Xie Dai might fall. Hearing something, he turned back. What? Help me take a shower. Lin Yao's voice came through the door, clear and cold, with a commanding tone. Although he usually speaks this way, he absolutely wouldn't say such lines and would just coldly refuse, I'm taking a shower. Get out. Xie Xingchen, holding a cigarette in his mouth, fell into deep thought. He really wanted to give him something every day. This was too forward, confessing love and taking showers, there wasn't any pretense at all, who could handle it? Xie Xingchen. Lin Yao called his name, dissatisfied. Come in. I'm coming. Xie Xingchen pressed the doorknob, entered, and his gaze slowly swept over Lin Yao. His pale skin was faintly red. Not that he hadn't seen it before, the first time they met at the beginning of school after secondary differentiation, Lin Yao had been full of thorns and rejection all over his face. But not now. Lin Yao handed the bath ball to him, saying, Washington. Xie Xingchen took it and asked curiously, how come you suddenly want me to help? Don't you feel shy anymore? Dry father said I should order you around more. Lin Yao stood still under the showerhead, urging him, you don't listen at all. Xie Xingchen couldn't stop laughing. The father-in-law would be driven crazy if he knew the opposite result happened. This matter should go to the grave. He threw off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, approached, lifted his hand to brush his wet hair to the back. Are you challenging my bottom line? You promised dry father but didn't, Lin Yao said straightforwardly. Xie Xingchen's eyes slowly scanned him, his tone very harsh, not going to do it. But can I still take advantage? Lin Yao thought for a moment, do you want to kiss me? So innocent, the idea of taking advantage only goes this far, fearing to corrupt him even further. Xie Xingchen spread the bathing liquid, utterly distracted. A bit ticklish, Lin Yao sidestepped slightly, displeased, you wash properly. If you do well, shouldn't I get a reward? We should clearly define rewards and punishments. Xie Xingchen raised his hand to cover his eyes, rinsing the shampoo foam off his head. What kind of reward do you want? Xie Xingchen originally didn't intend to do anything, just teasing him, but the more innocent Lin Yao was, the more he felt like being more devious, seeing how low his bottom line would drop for him. Do what you do in your dreams, Xie Xingchen said softly, I don't know the content, so the control is up to you. Lin Yao wanted to open his eyes, but because the water flowed from the top of his head down, his eyelids were covered by a warm palm, and he couldn't see anything. Because of this, the blurry picture in his mind became particularly clear. It was also on that sofa, but the roles were switched, and the one lying down became Xie Xingchen. Half an hour is too long, Lin Yao frowned, only 10 minutes. I'll get tired. Just such a simple sentence almost set him on fire. Xie Xingchen gritted his teeth, wrapped him in a towel, and pushed him out, suppressing his restlessness while helping him blow-dry his hair. The phone beside him kept vibrating, and he glanced at the call, finally speaking up, go lie down first, I'll answer the call. Lin Yao was lulled to drowsiness by his cat-like hair-blowing method, yawning, okay. He directly walked toward Xie Xingchen's bed, completely at ease as if it were his own home, pulling back the quilt and lying straight down. Xie Xingchen looked at him for a second, making sure he was comfortable, then turned off the light and went to the terrace on the second floor with the phone to return the call. Finally decided to answer the call, Jiang Qiran's voice came through, my dad gave me a strict command today, planning to make our arranged marriage public using your birthday. Xie Xingchen rubbed his temple, what do you think? I don't care, it's mainly about you. Jiang Qiran's tone was calm, with a broken pot throwaway attitude, we're political and business marriage tools anyway, isn't marrying anyone the same? You'd better not care. Xie Xingchen turned his head, looking through the glass window at the person lying flat in the bedroom, speaking softly, there's no way I can attend, I have other plans that day. There was a sound of a lighter sliding over on the other side, and Jiang Qiran slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, younger son of the Xie family eloping for love, pretty touching. Sometimes I actually envy Lin Yao, you would rebel against your family so much for him, I can't even imagine what your dad's expression will be like that day. He didn't consider my feelings when picking my birthday to ruin my mood, Xie Xingchen lightly snorted. I think, you'd better have another plan. Jiang Qiran's tone became a bit more serious, that old guy is so shrewd, how could he guess what you're up to? Even if you were tied up, you'd be dragged there. When it came to the critical point, Xie Xingchen fell into silence. This was also why he had just told Lin Yao that they would have to wait until after his birthday. He wanted to resolve everything so that Lin Yao could become his boyfriend in all sincerity and honesty, rather still having a nominal fiancé, causing him unnecessary unease. Xie Xingchen raised his head slightly and looked at the moon in the sky, why can't the alliance issue the certificate once we come of age? Otherwise, I could take Lin Yao to get married today. Jiang Qiran laughed upon hearing this. You get married, as long as the other party wants to marry you, you can go ahead. Honestly, good thing I don't like you, otherwise your words are too hurtful, saying such things right in front of me. Sorry. Xie Xingchen said without any sense of guilt, if you've reached the legal age, why don't you help and find someone to marry first? There was an eerie silence on the other end of the phone. After quite a while, Jiang Qiran finally muttered helplessly, are you speaking human language? Xie Xingchen originally thought that Jiang Qiran had some entanglement with his elder brother, but several months had passed, and there hadn't been any signs between them. Now Xie Xingchen even doubted whether he had misunderstood something before. He asked earnestly, seriously, who do you like? In these few days, I'll help you arrange blind dates. Afterward, we can have a sudden marriage, then both you and I will be free, isn't that great? Jiang Qiran got so angry that he hung up directly. Xie Xingchen put down his phone and went to the next room to take a shower. When he returned, since the light was not on, he wasn't sure if Lin Yao was already asleep, so he walked very slowly and quietly. As soon as he lay down on the bed and the blanket was pulled back, he felt a hand reaching out straight, pulling up his pajamas. Lin Yao had already started to fall asleep and was half asleep half awake. His mind was only preoccupied with rewards, so he murmured, 10 minutes, no more. Saying that, he pulled the covers back. Feeling the warm touch descending, Xie Xingchen gripped the back of Lin Yao's neck, almost calling him ancestor. After quite some time, he helplessly said, why are you so good at torturing people? I'm so sleepy, Lin Yao mumbled to himself. Xie Xingchen, I'm sleepy. Xie Xingchen pulled him out from under the blankets and pressed him back onto the adjacent pillow, commenting, not sentimental, sleep. Don't mess around anymore. With Lin Yao's soft confession echoing endlessly in his mind, Xie Xingchen was excited and couldn't fall asleep. He just tightly hugged him, leaning down to kiss the top of his head. Maybe due to the overly tight embrace, when Lin Yao naturally woke up, he almost suffocated to death. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found his entire face pressed against firm pectoral muscles, breathing uncomfortably. Instinctively, he twisted the wrist of the person next to him and pushed him away with his knee, pinning him down to the bed. His voice turned cold, looking for trouble. He didn't know which daredevil would sneak onto his bed to attack him. A groan came from Xie Xingchen, who had been mistakenly injured, forcing him to open his eyes reluctantly, bruised by impact. Lin Yao's hazy vision cleared a little as he muttered, am I dreaming? How did I dream about beating up Xie Xingchen again? Knee, lower it. Hand, let go. Xie Xingchen almost met his end right there. Frowning tightly, he said, I've been stifled all night, and now you need me. Are you not afraid I die here? Lin Yao was at a loss, sorry, are you feeling better? Seeing the changed expression of the other trying to please him, it was quite amusing. Xie Xingchen's expression turned delicate. A slap followed by a sweet candy. Lin Yao realized his wrongdoing and had nothing to say. Xie Xingchen stiffened his jaw and moved his hand away, whispering hoarsely, still drunk. Lin Yao stared blankly at the person for several seconds before realizing he was actually in Xie Xingchen's home. I don't remember, Xie Xingchen, looking at his vague expression, concluded, you forgot again. I knew it. Fragmented memories flickered through his mind. Lin Yao struggled to piece together disjointed sentences. I like you. It seemed there was such a sentence. But who said it? Was it something impulsive he confessed to Xie Xingchen, or was it a declaration from Xie Xingchen? Or maybe just a figment of his imagination? Finished. Afraid to ask. Xie Xingchen, seeing his solemn expression, couldn't help but feel a bit amused, if you can't remember, never mind. No need to force yourself. Did I promise you anything? Lin Yao tentatively asked. Yes. Xie Xingchen lazily looked at the person half pressing on him, reminding him of the key word, after my birthday, what you promised. After the birthday, solve that pile of mess and become his boyfriend. Lin Yao propped himself over him, blinking slowly, realizing he must have repeated this phrase more than once. After your birthday, I'll. Did you remember? Xie Xingchen observed his suddenly flushed cheeks, even the earlobes were crimson, and he reached up to rub them, you're not allowed to change your mind. Lin Yao's whole body stiffened. He thought to himself that he must have been out of his mind from drinking, how could he so recklessly allow this just because he liked Xie Xingchen? He had actually agreed to be with Xie Xingchen on his birthday. Is this, my birthday present from you? It's quite a surprise, isn't it? Chapter 92, Our Code. Xie Xingchen placed his palm on the small of his back and lightly rubbed, do you want to give this as a gift? No, I changed my mind. Lin Yao's scalp was tingling. Xie Xingchen's birthday was only a week away, too close. He still couldn't jump directly from kissing to taking the final step. At least shouldn't there be some gradual progression, as he had mentioned before, hands, legs, waist, mouth, each step breaking new ground. Xie Xingchen had no idea what he was thinking, just said, why have you changed your mind again? I'll give you something else later. Lin Yao stammered. Xie Xingchen didn't press further, fine, it's up to you. After that, Lin Yao belatedly realized he was still sitting on him, flipped over, and leaned against the headboard, did I do anything stupid yesterday? Xie Xingchen recalled, drunk Lin Yao was bold and direct, he liked it, not stupid, I thought it was pretty interesting. Buzz buzz buzz, the bedside phone vibrated. Lin Yao reached over to open it. Healy had sent an extra long video all at once. Good morning, brother Yao, have a pleasant weekend. Come enjoy the bloopers I stayed up all night editing for you last night. Sending you lots of love. Lin Yao opened it with a confused head. The footage showed Duan Zheng and Xia Xingchen on stage half naked, and he was holding the microphone cursing the other, white chicken. Lin Yao. And in the background, there were enthusiastic cheers from Xia Dai, white chicken. White chicken. At this moment, Duan Zheng started teasing about the hickeys on Xia Xingchen's abs being from a little wildcat. Somehow he had the courage to pick up the microphone and argue back. Not a wildcat, not a wife. Lin Yao wanted to bang his head until death. The worst part wasn't getting drunk, but rather after getting drunk, someone helps you keep a perfect record and detailed memory. When he backed out of the video, he saw a chat history where Pei Zhong had warned him not to get overly enthusiastic about chatting. His vision went dark. In other words, yesterday, he had embarrassed himself at the Academy for Comprehensive Combat by unknowingly giving Xia Xingchen a hickey, told Pei Zhong he would stay overnight outside, and then inexplicably agreed to sleep with Xia Xingchen for his birthday. Do you have good cemetery resources? Lin Yao's expression was calm. I think I need to pick a plot today and die. Xia Xingchen was laughing uncontrollably. Don't, it's not that bad. Lin Yao's face was like ash. It's really that bad. As they were talking, both their phones buzzed simultaneously, finding out they'd been pulled into a group, receiving a report that Qing Boyan had finally finished after a week of work. Lin Yao opened the densely packed analysis materials and exclaimed, how can people from the same dorm send such different things? Boyan, there are factors inconsistent with human composition, forcibly induced agents stronger than any on the market, judged to be banned drugs secretly researched by a laboratory. Boyan, if we must say, it overlaps partially with the Z7032 stimulant extract. Lin Yao and Xia Xingchen met eyes and spoke at the same time. Lang Village. The last time you went to the beast fighting arena, they used Z7032 to stimulate the beasts, its military banned drug. Behind Zhuang Lang must be someone, Xia Xingchen said. Using my father's connections at the time, I could only get the matching Z7033 sedative agent. You can imagine how deep his network goes. Lin Yao hummed, his muddled thought seemed to clarify somewhat. On Rose Star, he showed up unexpectedly, and Xia Dai said a batch of pink birds were taken away. I think it's more complicated than just buyers. We need to send someone new in to investigate. Xia Xingchen calculated in his mind possible trustworthy individuals. Lin Yao looked at the video that was just sent, thinking for a few seconds, what if I go inside with Healy as a server? Just right, he wanted to prepare a gift for Xia Xingchen and needed money. Previously, Pei Zhong tried to give him a card, which he refused, because he thought it wouldn't be appropriate, and didn't want to owe anyone favors. Healy. Xia Xingchen raised an eyebrow slightly. It's not that I don't trust him, but his brain is missing a gear. All I need is for him to cover for me. Lin Yao was very rational. Zhuang Lang knows I need money, so he'll hire me. Xia Xingchen thought of the previous implication made by Zhuang Lang wanting to sponsor Lin Yao, scared. Extremely displeased, I also want to go undercover for you. You're the son of the union leader, your face standing there alone would make who dare expose us. Lin Yao raised his hand and slapped his cheek, both mocking and intimate. Xia Xingchen paused for a moment due to his action, feeling a bit better. Who says I'm going to work? It's not that hard to be a financier and throw money around in places like that. Anyway, with the arranged marriage approaching, doing something to upset the old man would be a double achievement. Lin Yao choked, no other reason, just a little heartbroken over the money. My father's money, no need to feel heartbroken, Xia Xingchen said indifferently. I've been arguing with him lately, consider it as my retaliation. Immature. Lin Yao lowered his eyes, sent a message to Lang Zhuang's manager, and pulled Healy into the group chat of 3 people he had just created. 01 at Boyan, are you with Healy? Give him a quick explanation. 01, I suspect there are clues on the Lang Zhuang side, I'm planning to work tonight and check it out. Boyan, yeah, present, wait a moment. Boyan, and asterisk hashtag %, and asterisk. 01. Boyan, nothing, Healy found out we've done so much behind his back, he beat me up, he knows now. 01. Lin Yao looked seriously at Xia Xingchen, I am deeply questioning if I made the right decision. Xia Xingchen laughed uncontrollably, too late. What can you do? Keep an eye on that idiot more. Since they didn't have class on weekends, the two slowly ate their meals at home, took Xia Dai for a walk outside to stroll, then returned to prepare for the undercover mission later that night. By evening, Xia Xingchen changed to a very low-key black car and dropped him off far away, seeing Healy and Qing Boyan already waiting there. Seeing his extremely valuable coupe, Lin Yao whistled, does the harmonious director make this much money? Black-hearted hospital. Director is just the surface title, Qing family are shareholders, Xia Xingchen explained, if the first person to fire gets targeted, Director Qing could be the president of the entire Harmony Group. Or how else could you think my dad trusted me being treated by a mere director? Lin Yao was always quite hostile towards the rich, I'm fighting against all of you rich guys. Now Qing Boyan has also entered my assassination list. Xia Xingchen glanced at him and thought silently, your own father's family is quite wealthy too, but he wouldn't admit it. If General Pei knew his son suffered so much just to be a waiter, he'd probably cry for 3 days hugging the family tombstone. He tapped on the central control, pulled out a set of listening devices, unbuttoned Lin Yao's collar, and stuck one in a hidden spot. Although you're just a server, most rich people are perverts. If someone touches you improperly, just hit them, I'll take care of it. Who would dare touch me? Lin Yao's expression was cold and indifferent, with full self-awareness. I don't look either beautiful or seductive. Xia Xingchen stared at him for a few seconds, curved his index finger, hooked his chin and frankly said, you seduce me. Too direct, making people suddenly unprepared yet unable to respond properly. Lin Yao instantly stiffened, yet didn't dare to move, stammered, He Li. He Li sees it and will. It had already become dark at this time, the night covered everything. The color of their car was very deep, and itself in the dark place made the probability of being seen rather low. But the light from Lang Zhuang illuminated that area clearly, making it seem like He Li was in a well-lit spot, giving a vague tension akin to sneaking around and fearing being discovered. Seeing what? We haven't done anything, why fear he sees it? Xia Xingchen's fingers were still fiddling with the listening device, with a slight curl at the corner of his lips, but soon you won't be able to talk recklessly. To avoid unexpected incidents involving both of you, another end of this listening device, I and Boyan can hear. Lin Yao almost felt enveloped in his embrace, like afraid of being discovered, even speaking became quieter. Normally, while I work, we shouldn't communicate. But there are always breaks during work, what if you want to talk to me but fear Boyan hears? Xia Xingchen asked in a low voice, we'll sit at the performance area of corridor number 1, I'll definitely get bored. Lin Yao looked into his eyes, the top student who excelled in academics couldn't come up with an answer, what to do? Think of some codes, known only to us. Xia Xingchen's fingertip rubbed his neck gently, you say corresponding numeric code, and I will understand. Even though he didn't think they'd have such conversation, Lin Yao still cooperated, looking extremely serious, alright, tell me, I'll remember. He was simply too obedient, prompting Xia Xingchen to feel the urge to tease him again. 005, bad mood, He Li is stupid. 004, situation arises, need help. 003, warning for jealousy, keep distance from others. 002, absent-minded, miss you a bit. Lin Yao had an excellent memory, and after just one repetition, he remembered everything. He asked with great anticipation, then what about 001? It sounds similar to my name, so it must be the most important code. Xia Xingchen hummed in agreement, slowly releasing his pheromones to envelop Lin Yao, ensuring that on this night of extravagance, his body wouldn't bear the scent of another alpha. 001 is the command for Xia Xingchen to appear immediately. Lin Yao wants a 1-minute French kiss with him. Chapter 93, will always wait for you. Lin Yao and Xia Xingchen got off the car, and He Li spotted them from afar. To avoid being seen arriving together, their rendezvous point was at the back of Lang village. There were fewer people here. Still fuming with anger, He Li had a belly full of fire, you two are truly something. Giving the blood sample to Qing Boyan without telling me earlier. Do you trust him but not me? He's the biology gold medalist, scored full marks on exams, Lin Yao said. I just found out about this over a week ago. Once again shocked, He Li sucked in a sharp breath, what? This morning, didn't you say they couldn't find anyone else, so they could only borrow your crummy lab? And you, hiding that you scored full marks? Real men don't bring up past victories, Qing Boyan humbly remarked. That's why after you returned from Heng Star, you changed majors to keep it hidden, acting like an idiot. He Li gave his head a few hard punches. Thinking about the recently released failing grades compared to these two academic giants who scored perfect points, He Li winced painfully, I'm going to pass out. Am I the only one who's the worst in the dormitory? Xia Xingchen regretfully said, it's possible, but think about it, if you're so clumsy, Lin Yao still brings you along, isn't that extreme favoritism? Something felt off about those words, but He Li didn't pick up on it. His expression softened slightly as he reached out to grab Lin Yao's sleeve, cooingly saying, only you care about me. Come on, let's work. I don't want to be corrupted by those rich kids. The two entered through the employee entrance to change clothes while Xia Xingchen went into the performance hall of number 1 corridor with Qing Boyan. This area was semi-private booths with open seats. It was the usual mermaid mating show tonight, nothing worth watching, so most people came here for networking. The dim, suggestive lighting filled the room with the scent of power and greed. Xia Xingchen scanned around and recognized several familiar faces, Minister of Trade, Military District Major General, high-level activities have been frequent lately. Is there some big event happening? All events pale compared to your union with the Jiang family. So many people are seizing this chance to build connections and gain benefits, Qing Boyan chuckled mischievously. Aren't you really going to tell Lin Yao about it? Afraid he'll turn against you. Mentioning this brought irritation, Xia Xingchen leaned down to bite a cigarette, slowly lighting it, he has heavy thoughts. He'd definitely overthink it. I can handle it myself. But do you know General Pei is also on the guest list? Qing Boyan basically shared everything with his dad, receiving information faster than even this plastic friend. I'm sure by now the invitation has already arrived. Your legs are going to be broken. Recalling the previous threat about bombing the house with warships, Xia Xingchen tensed his expression. Is my old man crazy, inviting General Pei for what? After all, 30 years ago, General Pei and your father were close buddies, though they later fell apart openly. Now that people are living here permanently, it's necessary to observe proper etiquette, Cheng Boyan explained. Driven by the atmosphere, Cheng Boyan reached out and took a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and sighed, you're screwed. Xia Xingchen's temples started pulsating as he lifted his gaze. Good buddies? Those two. They had a fallout. How come no one told him about this old news? Cheng Boyan confirmed with a hum. Last night, Dad was drunk, but managed to get that info out. Biting on his cigarette, Xia Xingchen sent a message to Pei Yizhong to explain. XXC, Uncle Pei, please don't tell Lin Yao about the public engagement yet. XXC, I have a plan, there won't be any issues on that day. Pei Yizhong, get lost. Pei Yizhong, bastard. Pei Yizhong, don't mess with my son, let him stay home tonight. Xia Xingchen sighed. The simple, brutal coldness between father and son was strikingly similar. Well, the barely built-up rapport reset overnight. Could you stream live when General Pei beats you up? Seeing Xia Xingchen's defeated expression, Cheng Boyan couldn't help but laugh. I'll send huge rockets for you. Xia Xingchen leaned back into the sofa behind him, wishing he could drag the old man over for a performance-just event. In sight, Lin Yao and He Li had changed into waiter uniforms, balancing trays as they walked around various private rooms, looking quite professional. But that uniform. Black suit jacket with vacuum underneath, first button unbuttoned, showing off chiseled muscles. Even slight lowering of the head revealed irresistible charm. That face under dark blue lighting was simply the tempting sea spirit. And while delivering drinks, despite the cool demeanor, indeed someone was blatantly eyeing him up. Lin Yao, fasten your buttons. Xia Xingchen turned his head and spoke through the listening device. Uniform, He Li is the same. Lin Yao turned around, looking down at him as he replied, don't talk to me if it's not necessary. Xia Xingchen. He looked at Cheng Boyan who was watching a live stream and said calmly, how about we report this place to the police? It's such a lewd and pornographic location that even waiters are implicated. They do look good in those outfits though, Cheng Boyan commented. This place operates in a gray area, how proper could you expect them to be? Through the listening device, a customer started with harassment. Cutie, come with me tonight. Lin Yao bent down to put the wine on the table, politely declining. Sorry, no thanks. 50,000 yuan. The person openly named their price, an hour, does that work for you? Xia Xingchen spoke through the earpiece. 003, tell him to leave. Lin Yao glanced down, thinking that these rich people really had their own currency system. Back when he distributed flyers, his feet blistered and all he earned was 20 yuan per hour. They just casually opened their mouths and named 50,000, as if they were using hell money. He hated the high-handed money-flaunting behavior. He reached out and grabbed the man's wrist, his tone calm. Not enough, but breaking your wrist might be worth it. Ah. Let go. Ah. What's your name? I'm going to report you. That person grimaced in pain. Xia Xingchen muttered quietly, serves him right. Lin Yao tightened his grip, eyes slightly lowered. No name, code 01, feel free to report. After finishing speaking, he slightly bowed his head, picked up the tray, and walked away, bending over in the process which just happened to catch the light during a critical moment of the performance. The spotlight subtly illuminated the entire area, landing precisely on him. The vacuum-sealed suit nearly exposed his entire upper body without reservation. Xia Xingchen's voice became heavy, his gaze fixated on that spot as he repeated again, Lin Yao, button up. He wanted to grab Lin Yao right there in front of everyone, so seductive and disobedient, and teach him a lesson. Lin Yao raised his hand to turn off the listening device, choosing to ignore him. Lin Yao would dare do this. Cheng Boyan laughed, why not order something to make him come over? By the way, what does 003 mean? 003 means jealousy warning, stay away from him. Xia Xingchen lost his eavesdropping link and looked unwell, softly saying, if he comes over, it'll expose our undercover operation. Never mind. You're impressively patient. Cheng Boyan praised, watching the person's face change repeatedly. Lin Yao exited through corridor number 1 and passed by Zhuang Lang's lounge room, not expecting much. However, he noticed someone else besides Zhuang Lang standing on the terrace, a mild-mannered man he thought he'd seen somewhere before. Standing too far away, he couldn't hear clearly. Lin Yao completely undid the bothersome buttons, quickly ran upstairs, and hung onto the railing above the flower shelf to swing over, suppressing his breathing and making his movements as gentle as possible, barely approaching. Z7035, find buyers now, age limit below 12. That man said, price, 1 million per unit. You'll surely make big money this time, Grandpa Qing is amazing, Zhuang Lang praised, that batch of feather drugs also went out gradually. Everything goes according to plan. The man called Grandpa Qing seemed to have heard some noise, looking towards the corridor direction and stopping his words. Lin Yao tightly gripped the flower shelf, dangling midair, cautiously hooking his toes around the second-floor railing, concentrating his core strength, and swiftly leaped up. His movements were light and fast, soundless. Just as he was about to leave, he heard that man speak again. Xingqian's birthday engagement must go without any hitches. Xingqian, birthday, engagement. Lin Yao froze, turning his head to look at that man again. Finally remembered, at 15, he watched from afar as a family celebrated Xie Xingqian's birthday, except for Xie Hengji. Beside him stood this man, gentle like jade. His looks were composed and peaceful. It was his excessively gentle, loving eyes back then that made Lin Yao extremely envious. Lin Yao quickly stepped away, leaning against the end of corridor number 1, lowering his head and catching his breath. He switched on the listening device, hearing Xie Xingqian's voice through the headphones. Where did you just go? Xie Xingqian, what's your Omega father's name? Lin Yao asked quietly. What brings this question? Xie Xingqian was still immersed in the previous unpleasantness, his tone distant. Qin Yun, what's wrong? Lin Yao's eyelashes trembled slightly, his chest tightening with dull pain. So it's true, Xie Xingqian is finally going to get engaged to Jiang Qiran on his birthday. In a muffled voice, he said, nothing, just saw a guy who looks a bit like you earlier, thought it was your dad, mistaken identity, his friend isn't called that name. Xie Xingqian hummed, come inside the venue. I want to keep an eye on you, I'm worried something might happen to you. Alright, I'll be back soon. Lin Yao got up, tidying his somewhat disheveled coat, and couldn't help asking again, I was drunk yesterday and forgot. Did I promise to celebrate your birthday with you? Xie Xingqian paused for a moment before answering, of course, we agreed on that. But I haven't told you the time and address yet, 8 p.m., at my place. Lin Yao quickly made his way back towards hall number 1, looking from afar at Xie Xingqian sitting in the uppermost private box. From a higher vantage point, he looked like someone of illustrious family background. The gaze directed at him was complex, but genuine and sincere. Eyes never lie. If he hadn't told himself something, it must be because there was something unspeakable. Lin Yao thought that all he needed to do was unconditionally trust Xie Xingqian. Under the burning gaze, he raised his hand and fastened all the buttons on his suit, covering up everything that had been exposed. Xie Xingqian seemed satisfied, smiling faintly at him, good boy. Seeing Lin Yao's cool eyes curl upwards when he smiled, making it look like ripples in spring water. Now that you're buttoned up, I'll wait for you on my birthday. Chapter 94, Cosmic Spare Tire. Cheng Boyan took off his headphones, lowered his voice, and unleashed a barrage of questions. Are you staging a rebellion? You scheduled Lin Yao for 8 o'clock. Isn't the banquet at 7? I'll finish those trivial matters by 7 and meet Lin Yao at 8. Is there a problem? Xie Xingqian also muted his sound. Do you really feel so certain about that? Cheng Boyan marveled at his composure. In a broad sense, seeing Jiang Qiran at 7 and dating Lin Yao at 8 makes you some sort of time management expert among scumbags. Xie Xingqian, who had been called a scumbag twice in one night, responded. Thank you. Cheng Boyan stubbed out his cigarette, slowly remarking, it's not easy being the son of the alliance leader, not even able to choose your own marriage partner. It's meaningless. It is indeed meaningless. All these deals involving power and money in the venue lack a shred of sincerity. Xie Xingqian locked his gaze on Lin Yao, who was moving around the room, so I'll choose myself. What's Healy doing, that idiot? Cheng Boyan stood up, then sat back down and opened the surveillance system. Lin Yao, go check it out, that guy dumped a bowl of watermelon on someone. Lin Yao quickly finished delivering the alcohol and turned around, finding Healy with bloodshot eyes. What happened? The usually cheerful little dog who always carried a smile now looked disheartened, and if he had a tail, it would have certainly hung limp to the ground. He looked utterly dejected. He tried to force a kiss on me, it was disgusting. Healy wiped his hand and shouted, try touching me again and I'll dump this drink over your head too. Don't slander others, who forced a kiss on you. The other party dismissed it nonchalantly, with someone like you, do you even deserve it? Upon hearing that, Lin Yao remained expressionless, unscrewed a bottle of alcohol, and poured it directly onto the person's head. Sorry, my hands shook. Code 01, feel free to complain. Drenched like a soaked rat, the other person furiously reached out to grab him, but before touching the sleeve, Lin Yao pushed him back onto the sofa. Xie Xingqian curled his lips, speaking lazily, you said you could handle it, so be as reckless as you want. No worries, beat him up. With just that sentence, Lin Yao enjoyed the beating. The cost was working all night for nothing, both salary and bonus gone, leaving a pang of heartache. On the way back that night, Lin Yao was still muttering unhappily, damn rich people. Xie Xingqian parked the car at the small villa on the mountain, cautious not to cause any collateral damage. There are good people among the wealthy too, like your adoptive father. Lin Yao shot a disdainful glance at him. You're trying to refer to yourself, aren't you? You've worked hard today, it seems you haven't uncovered any useful information. Xie Xingqian handed over the packed late-night snack, eat something when you get home. Actually, there is. Lin Yao paused carefully, selecting his words, I actually met your father, Yun Qin. He said there's a reagent C7035, wanting Zhuang Lang to find buyers, it's for children's use, priced at $1 million each vial. Xie Xingqian froze, his eyes darkening, alright, I'll check into it. He does have pharmaceutical businesses, the military-supplied Z7032 stimulant comes from his company. But I didn't expect Zhuang Lang to be connected to him. Lin Yao hummed, observing his expression, if you think it's inconvenient, I can take care of it. After all, he's your dad. No issues. Xie Xingchen looked down, lightly brushing his fingertips against the steering wheel. I do hope he hasn't gotten involved in anything bad. But if he has, I'll say it again, I'll personally send him to the court of justice. Even saying that, a flicker of disturbance could still be seen in his eyes. Lin Yao raised his hand, speaking softly, would you like a hug? Rarely hearing such an invitation from him, Xie Xingchen leaned closer, feeling his ring finger being held gently, as soft fingertips brushed past. He whispered, what's wrong? I touched him. Lin Yao pulled back his hand, patting Xie Xingchen on the shoulder, don't worry, your dad will be fine. Xie Xingchen hummed, lowering his head, with his lips barely brushing against Lin Yao's earlobe. Before anything more could happen, there was a loud knocking at the side window, followed by noisy voices. A shadowy face of Pei Zhong appeared outside the glass, sneering darkly, what are you two doing, Lin Yao? Get out here. It was as if an old father's heart had shattered on the spot, his face red with anger. Caught in the act at such a moment, Lin Yao felt so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. He didn't even waste time talking, swiftly pushing the person away and getting out of the car smoothly, keeping a 3-meter distance apart. Late night snack. Xie Xingchen extended his hand. Lin Yao didn't have time to react before Pei Zhong snatched it, casting an arrogant glare, scumbag, leave. Xie Xingchen. His impression score plummeted directly from full marks to -100, truly irreparable. Lin Yao hinted for him to leave quickly, dragging Pei Zhong inside awkwardly, you're still awake this late. I'm worried that guy might deceive you. Pei Zhong truly felt a headache upon receiving the engagement invitation, twisting his words, why don't you cool down and not see him for now? Getting too carried away in love isn't good, you might get betrayed one day without even knowing it. Lin Yao looked puzzled, ah. Pei Zhong threw the midnight snack into the trash can, your godfather will make you something new. Don't eat his. After a moment of thought, he added, I found a new training method recently. Follow me for closed-door training this week. Lin Yao silently acknowledged that Xie Xingchen was probably very busy anyway, and nodded in agreement, all right. Good boy, sensible, said Pei Zhong while secretly playing both sides, only family ties are eternal. Love turns sour in a heartbeat, meaningless. Your godfather is here with you. Lin Yao, you should stop reading so many self-help essays. Lin Yao initially thought Pei Zhong was just joking around, but to his surprise, he was serious. Except for class time, after every session, he shoved Lin Yao into the training grounds, covering mechs, combat, and shooting drills. It seemed as though they were getting ready for the front lines. He bought a cutting machine and placed it at home. In his free time, he stayed inside preparing a birthday gift. After dozens of practice sessions, on the day of Xie Xingchen's birthday, he finally dared to place the wishing crystal stone onto the table, following the blueprint to cut. A small, beautiful gemstone was hollowed out in the center, shaped into an X, representing the Xie surname. It was absolutely perfect. What is this? Pei Zhong nearly lost it when he saw the object, are you giving him a ring? Lin Yao hummed in agreement, carefully embedding the part he'd cut out into a diamond he'd saved up to buy, then attaching it to the ring band, calmly saying, what's wrong with giving him a ring? Pei Zhong raised his hand to cover his face, thinking, at 7 tonight, he would be getting engaged to someone else. Was he giving him a ring? Too sweet, not even an interstellar spare tire had been this clingy. Being the one who missed out on educating him during his youth, Pei Zhong hesitated, carefully choosing his words, it's inappropriate. How old are you two? This is too grand. Lin Yao thought to himself that if Xie Xingchen ran away from his engagement for him, he would reciprocate with a grand commitment. It's symbolic, not like we're getting married. Pei Zhong despaired over Lin Yao's obstinacy. How dense. Out of your mind. All those expert written articles I sent you about being clear-headed and independent went to waste. Lin Yao let the words pass through one ear and out the other, carefully trying to put the two rings together before separating them again, like they were one yet independently unique. The clock's hand pointed to 6. Pei Zhong changed into a suit in the bedroom and decided to go hard, killing any hope Lin Yao had left. Do you know where I'm heading? To Xie Xingchen's engagement ceremony. Lin Yao understood instantly upon seeing his expression. Pei Zhong. Huh. Is that even human speech? He quickly stepped closer, lowering his head, wrapping Lin Yao's head with both hands forcing him to look directly at himself. Have I beaten you senseless during these days of training? Listen to what you're saying. You're making a ring while he's getting engaged. I arranged to meet him at 8. Lin Yao closed the ring box and slipped it into his jacket pocket. Pei Zhong felt dizzy, almost reaching for a respirator, yanking open the drawer and grabbing a gun, chambering it. I'll blow Xie Xingchen's brains out. Did you slip him some aphrodisiac? Chapter 95, insist on it. Lin Yao was speechless. Discussing this topic with his godfather was already awkward, and he didn't know how to explain it, merely mumbling, he promised me, he definitely won't be with Jiang Qiran. I believe him. Pei Zhong was so angry that he felt dizzy. He nodded and said, good, you wait, I'll live stream it all for you in a while. He tucked the gun into his waistband, stormed off with steam practically coming out of his ears. The driver dared not say an extra word, fearing that if the general got angry, he would be the one to get shot. Lin Yao sat at home for half an hour, feeling like a year, and finally sent a message to Xie Xingchen. 01, where are you now? XXC, at the birthday banquet hall, I'll leave soon. It wasn't a lie. Lin Yao thought that Xie Xingchen must have had his own plan. But with such a grand birthday party organized by Xie Hengji, plus Yun Qin repeatedly emphasizing there could be no mishaps, could Xie Xingchen bear the consequences if he didn't follow their instructions? He hesitated for a few seconds but still dialed the other person's phone number. The call was picked up immediately, the background sounds quite noisy. Xie Xingchen walked to the window, his usually serious expression softening a bit. What's wrong? Your dad prepared a birthday banquet for you, and you're going to just leave in a while. Is that appropriate? Lin Yao asked cautiously. What, afraid I'll get beaten up? Xie Xingchen was sitting in the restroom, beside him hung a high-end suit, catching sight of Jiang Qiran putting on makeup. Relax, I'll time it perfectly, I won't be late. The more he said it, the more anxious Lin Yao became inside. He didn't know what plan Xie Xingchen had, but it was definitely rebellious, shocking, and probably too unpredictable to tell him due to fears of more complications. What if it failed? He'd seen the tactics of Xie Hengji, a very dominating style, not something they could simply resist as mere children and make go unnoticed. Lin Yao moved his lips slightly, hinting meaningfully, Xie Xingchen, whatever happens, I hope you have a happy birthday. Xie Xingchen sensed that his emotions were off. What's wrong? What happened? Of the people nearby who knew something, he didn't think Qing Boyan or Pei Yizhong would tell Lin Yao anything. Nothing, just curious about what you're planning to do tonight, Lin Yao said, lips tight. Don't really involve me in something terrible, alright? Xie Xingchen laughed, his troubled mood lightened a bit. Are you worried about that? Then I will have to satisfy your wishes by doing something. Don't impose your dirty thoughts on me, Lin Yao cursed. I'm hanging up. After hearing that his mood returned to normal, Xie Xingchen let out a sigh of relief and whispered, alright, see you later. As soon as the call ended, Jiang Qiran slowly turned around, glaring resentfully at him. You don't even bother hiding anymore these days, have some decency, scum. Recently, the number of times he'd been called a scoundrel has added up to more than the last 18 years combined. I'll ask you again, does it really matter who you marry? Xie Xingchen said seriously without responding. Jiang Qiran leaned lazily against a swivel chair, expression calm. Sure, does it make any difference? For example, you and I have no feelings either. Xie Xingchen nodded, alright. Jiang Qiran frowned, extremely wary, fearing that this guy might suddenly rebel in a shocking way. Xie Xingchen, you don't dare to leave me alone to face the reporters. Be a human being, I really don't want this embarrassment alone on the front page. Don't worry, I won't, Xie Xingchen whispered. There was a knock at the door. He went over and opened it, revealing Xie Hengji and Director Cheng, with Qing Boyan trailing behind, looking smug. How do you feel? Xie Hengji looked at the two who were about to get engaged and showed a satisfied expression. This white suit looks good on Xiao Jiang, it suits both of you. Jiang Qiran gave a perfunctory flicker of a smile, no feeling. Xie Xingchen grinned cynically, that's fine then. Both of them looked as if they were heading to a funeral. What kind of attitude is this? Xie Hengji made a pointed remark, 19 years old already, stop acting like a child. Get engaged earlier and settle down, then you can advance in rank sooner in the military department. You've got many important things to do, love affairs should be played with only lightly. They understood each other tacitly, though they didn't name anyone specifically, but both knew they were referring to Lin Yao. The atmosphere dropped sharply to freezing point. Xie Xingchen maintained a tense expression, silent. Qing Boyan appeared to be his usual carefree self, laughing and joking. Why say such gloomy things on such a joyful day? Let me chat with the groom-to-be. I haven't attended a wedding among peers before, learning from experience, next time we can follow suit. Hurriedly signaling his father to take the alliance leader away. Xie Hengji's expression eased somewhat. Look at how conscientious Bo Yan is, help me keep an eye on him, and make sure there are no mishaps. Uncle, don't worry, I'll be keeping a close watch. When Qing Boyan saw the two leaving, his smile immediately faded. He grabbed Xie Xingchen's wrist and tilted his head, saying, come on, let's have a cigarette. The two stood on the balcony. Xie Xingchen blankly stared at the time on his watch, watching it tick by second by second. Qing Boyan handed him a cigarette, his expression also a bit melancholic. Did you see that pile of guards outside? There's no way out, buddy. Maybe you should back out now, I'll cover for you. It's fine. Xie Xingchen knew his father's style all too well, he won't completely let his guard down until the last second. If I pull out now, he will only grab me right back. Qing Boyan sighed again deeply, this is tougher than pretending to be stupid like I used to. Living in such families brought difficulties and compromises. They enjoyed money and power but had to bear the corresponding loss of freedom. It was unsolvable. Xie Xingchen asked again, did you see Uncle Pei? I just saw him, fumbling with his phone, waving it around. Qing Boyan seriously reminded, and when he sat down, he had a gun tucked into his waistband. What if he's here to shoot you? Xie Xingchen. Forget it. After this was over, he'd crawl up to his future father-in-law to apologize. At this moment, Pei Zhong was streaming video, circling around the venue, telling the person on the other side of the screen, do you see? He's currently in the restroom, not planning any future with you. Forget it, can we change someone, please? Lin Yao's fingers slightly tightened involuntarily. To say he didn't care at all would be a lie. The entire venue had been raised high, suspended in air, meticulously covered with pale blue roses, beautifully decorated as a dreamy sight. The photos by the entrance showed a perfectly matched pair, himself and Jiang Qiran. From their appearances to family backgrounds, they were perfectly matched couples. But what about him? He had nothing. He came and went alone, with only a slow-to-respond heart that had just realized the importance of the other person, even before he had properly confessed his love. What if he couldn't escape? Such an action would amount to directly opposing his family. This was something Xie Xingqian shouldn't do. If someone must step forward to take responsibility, then let it be him. Lin Yao abruptly rose, murmuring, "I'm going now." Pei Yizhong was stunned, a little unsure of how to respond. "What are you coming here for? You have to hear his personal confession before you give up." No, it wasn't like that. Lin Yao looked down, feeling as if his heart was being squeezed, pressing on all his internal organs painfully. Just before disconnecting the call, he said softly, "I want to see him, I want to ask what he's thinking." Although they had agreed to meet at 8 o'clock, he simply couldn't wait another minute or second. It was difficult to hail a cab in the villa district on the mountain, so in pain, he called the most expensive car service and rushed toward the banquet direction. But at around 6:30 p.m., traffic was severely congested. Lin Yao urged, "Can you take a different route? I'm really in a hurry." "You left at this time, it's certain you'll be late." The driver glanced at the GPS, "Fastest, I'll get you there by 7. Lin Yao's face turned deathly pale, his fingertips gripping the ring box. Never before had he felt so uneasy. In 18 years, the only unique thing he'd ever received was from Xie Xingqian, like the crystal stone of this wish island on his hand. He never thought anything needed wishing for to achieve, but now he did. He wanted Xie Xingqian. An unyielding desire, a necessity he couldn't compromise. At 6:59 p.m., Lin Yao arrived at the banquet hall and heard the host's voice echoing through the venue over the amplifier. "Let us turn our eager eyes to the door, to the engaged couple walking in, Xie Xingqian and Jiang Qiran." The venue lights dimmed, and a silhouette in black and white appeared right in the center. Lin Yao stood by the side door, ghostly pale. Had he come too late? His fingers clutched the rings tightly in his palm, and his vision blurred instantly with a mist, overwhelming sourness spreading to his chest, one idea screaming loudly in his mind. Fight for it. He couldn't just let it go to someone else. Suddenly, the lights lit up sharply, blinding Lin Yao momentarily. When he reopened his eyes, ready to dash forward, someone yanked his wrist hard. He was pulled into an extremely warm embrace. "Yao Yao, what are you doing here?" Familiar pronunciation fell into his ears. Lin Yao felt like it was a hallucination, his heartbeat stopped abruptly. He saw on stage, the tall alpha reaching up and grabbing the neck of the Omega standing in front of him, leaning in for a kiss. Jiang Qiran, looking at Xia Yinhuai in front of her, was like a puppet with steel nails driven into it, stiff and unable to move. Lin Yao broke free from the embrace and turned around, only to see the person who should have been on the stage right before him, worrying and looking at him. "Did I scare you? Why did you come here?" His insatiable desire, his unattainable longing. Lin Yao's nose tingled, and his eyes became damp, but his tone remained defiant. "Xie Xingqian, I've come to snatch you away." Chapter 96, The Wife is Still Here. Xie Xingqian lowered his head, his fingertip trailing along the corner of his eye. "Whose kiss are you trying to steal?" Lin Yao looked at him greedily and said in a low voice, "Yours, Xie Xingqian. You cannot marry anyone else." "I've never planned to marry anyone else." Xie Xingqian realized this. "When did you find out?" "A week ago." Lin Yao said hoarsely. His gaze swept over the handsome face opposite him, dressed in a custom-tailored three-piece suit that perfectly fit his figure, making the just 19-year-old seem less like a youth but more like a powerful person who could turn clouds into storms with a flick of his hand. He should be standing on the stage in this outfit, yet he appeared before him. At this moment, Lin Yao started to feel fear after the fact. Xie Xingqian was stunned for several seconds, a dense ache spreading through his chest. "You knew all along, why didn't you ask me? How did he spend the past week? Was he still worried about any mishaps every moment, or had he begun to doubt their feelings?" After all, they hadn't truly confirmed being together up to now. But even so, Lin Yao still came alone, regardless of the consequences. "I believe in you." Lin Yao tightened his lips, then relaxed, feeling contradictory saying it verbally, and explained, "But I'm still afraid, so I came." Xie Xingqian lifted his hand to embrace him, sighing an apology. "I'm sorry, it's my problem, I haven't handled it well." Lin Yao glanced over his shoulder towards the stage, and at this moment, the scene on site was already a mess. Photographers frantically taking pictures, guests whispering, the bride and groom stiffening simultaneously, and ever since the lights came on, Xie Hengji and Yin Qing's expressions have never improved. If not for being under everyone's eyes, they probably would have started asking accusatory questions with grim faces. "May I ask why the photo shows Xie Xingqian while Mr. Xie Yinhuai appears on the scene? Is this a prepared surprise or an accident? Or a malicious scam? Where is the originally scheduled fiancé Xie Xingqian? Did he elope, forcing his brother to step in as a replacement?" What does Mr. Jiang Qiran have to say about this unexpected change of the groom? Unable to confirm his son's intentions, has the union leader violated his duties as a father? A chaotic barrage of questions fired at them, and Xia Hengji's anger dropped dangerously, almost as if wanting to gun down the questioning group one by one. He turned around, suppressing his fire, and told the engaged couple, "Go rest in the room first, I'll answer the questions." Xia Yinhuai pulled the deathly pale Jiang Qiran off the stage. Watching this farce, Lin Yao murmured, "Xia Xingchen, we can't leave just like this, leaving the mess to our older brother and senior Jiang." A week before the engagement, Xia Xingchen had convinced his brother to make a complete plan and prepare what to say, originally thinking they could walk away without a scratch, a perfect plan. But something went wrong. One was the sudden arrival of Lin Yao, the other was Jiang Qiran. He grunted in acknowledgement, when reporters looked towards the side door, pulling Lin Yao into the nearby corridor. "You mustn't be photographed by the reporters, understood? I'll go check what's happening with those two." "I'll go with you." Lin Yao took out a mask from his pocket and wore it. "No problem, they won't see my face." The two quickly walked towards a separate restroom, having just swiped to get inside, when they heard a sharp slap. Both froze momentarily. In their sight, Jiang Qiran unhesitatingly raised his hand and slapped the other clean across the face. His eyes were red, his teeth gritted. "Who asked you to come? Who let you appear? Xia Yinhuai, do you feel pity for me, or do you find me laughable?" "Little 7, calm down." Xia Yinhuai tried to embrace him but was pushed away. "I don't care who I marry, as long as it's not you." Jiang Qiran enunciated word by word. "Xia Yinhuai, wasn't it you who said you hated arranged marriages, hated such loveless marital relationships, hated being tied and threatened? Are these your words? Now you're pretending to be good for me." Xia Yinhuai held his jaw tightly, silent. Jiang Qiran turned his face away, pressing down the dampness in his eyes. "I want to break off the engagement. I demand an annulment." "Little 7, that was the past, at the time." Xia Yinhuai's throat rolled slightly, unable to argue for his past self. "Now I can accept everything for you. So should I thank you for your late reaction?" Jiang Qiran laughed scornfully. "You made me feel like my choice is a joke." Xia Yinhuai closed his eyes briefly. "It's my tardiness in realization." "Are you daring to say you couldn't tell I liked you?" Xia Xingchen figured it out the first time he met me. I kept talking about how much I liked his wife, and he didn't misunderstand. "Couldn't you tell? You said you hated arranged marriages and being bound by such ties. All right. I know the two families of Xia and Jiang will have to go through this eventually, so let me be the bad guy. I'll take Xia Xingchen away, let him handle this dirty work for you. You've known all along, ignoring my feelings. Now you want to back out? Forget it." Jiang Qiran turned around, spotting the person at the doorway indifferently. "Sorry, that was a bit rude." After hearing their argument, Xia Xingchen felt quite speechless too. "I just want to ask, the both of you treat me like a pawn without even asking for my opinion." He lazily glanced at his brother and sarcastically remarked, "Oh, now I understand why you agreed so easily to replace me. You planned to snatch him from the start. You stopped causing trouble." Lin Yao reached out to pull his sleeve, dryly trying to mediate, "But at least, isn't there still room for compromise?" "No room, not getting married." Jiang Qiran stormed out. "Right now, I'll tell the reporters that both sons of the Xia family are sick, one of them I don't want." Xia Xingchen sighed. "All right, what disease do you want me to pretend I have?" Xia Yinhuai. Truly acting like a lunatic, Jiang Qiran laughed with anger. "This mess is none of my business anymore." Little 7. Xia Yinhuai has never been so humble. "I know you're very angry, but I only realized how important you are to me when you were going to marry Xingchen. I reacted slowly, I deserve it, but can you please not call off the engagement?" Jiang Qiran cast a cold look at him but said nothing. "Senior." Lin Yao called out to stop him. "Can we talk?" Jiang Qiran was startled, thinking there was no way out with all the noise outside, turning his head to say, "Sure, in this room, the only person I still want to speak with is you. These guys are all ticking time bombs." Hearing this, Xia Xingchen became very cautious. "Don't mess with Lin Yao because you're in a bad mood and take him away. It's my birthday, leave him for me, all right. Relax, no problem." Lin Yao patted his hand, calming him down, then turned and entered the inner room with Jiang Qiran. Xia Xingchen slumped onto the sofa, listlessly biting on a cigarette. "I feel like I'm about to lose my wife. What was supposed to be a great birthday had turned into a complete mess." Xia Yinhuai leaned against him with the same posture, sighing softly. "Who isn't? You'd better think of something to tell father. Once the press conference is over, they're going to find fault with the both of us." Xia Xingchen groaned. "If Jiang Qiran really calls off the wedding, things are going to explode. In that case, it's up to Lin Yao." Xia Yinhuai glanced toward that side, placing high hopes. "Does he know how to persuade people?" Xia Xingchen coldly interjected. "All he knows is how to beat people up." Xia Yinhuai. The expected Lin Yao closed the door, standing silently with Jiang Qiran by the window for several seconds before tentatively opening up. "I think, maybe you shouldn't call off the engagement just yet. Are you also siding with that dog of a brother?" Jiang Qiran rolled his eyes. "I used to like you so much." "Not exactly," Lin Yao replied. "I think you care deeply for brother. If you didn't, why would you be willing to entrust yourself to someone you completely dislike just to make him happy?" Lin Yao clenched his heart and pulled out a ring box from his pocket. This was what I intended to give Xie Xingqian today, but I haven't gotten the chance yet. If your engagement goes smoothly today, this ring, I'll never get to give away. Jiang Qiran froze, almost wanting to take a picture to commemorate the moment. It certainly doesn't seem like something the cool dude from before could pull off. Lin Yao rarely dissected himself, saying, I'm also a slow reactor to emotions, taking a long time to understand what love truly means. Thus, things with Xie Xingqian didn't progress. I think brother wasn't intentionally ignoring you, it's just hesitating in uncertain feelings, afraid to take that step forward. Even if Xie Xingqian hadn't asked for his help, he would have appeared today. How do you know? You're not him, Jiang Qiran moved his lips. Or perhaps, don't rush to call off the engagement, and test him for some more time. Lin Yao suggested, if you really get fed up, you can dump him later, venting your frustration. Jiang Qiran scrutinized him up and down, teasing, even before marrying Xie Xingqian, you're already defending the Xie family. Truly a die-hard love brain. Not exactly, Lin Yao shoved the ring box back into his pocket, glad he wore a mask to hide the redness creeping up his face. I just feel, missing true mutual affection is really regrettable. Jiang Qiran nodded, confirming again, you are a die-hard love brain. Lin Yao. Why is it so hard to say a few more words and do good deeds, yet still get scolded? The two were silent for several minutes. Jiang Qiran suddenly asked out of the blue, give me your account number. Though unsure what he intended to do, Lin Yao truthfully reported a string of numbers and continued the previous topic, consider it again. No need to reconsider. Jiang Qiran pushed open the inner room's door and walked to Xia Yinhuai under two very serious stares on the sofa, your phone. Not knowing why, Xia Yinhuai still reached out to hand it over, continuing to ask, what did you say? Are you feeling better? Jiang Qiran ignored him, bending down to input something before handing it back, letting him confirm. A ting sound echoed as Lin Yao looked at his own screen. A transfer notification appeared with an enormous amount followed by countless zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. Lin Yao glanced at the screen 3 times, uncertainly showing it to Xie Xingqian while muttering, do I just win the lottery? No, I didn't buy any ticket. Jiang Qiran said faintly, it's from big bro and sister-in-law as a gift to welcome their new daughter-in-law. Xie Xingqian sighed deeply in relief, pulling him close and stealing a quiet kiss on the top of his head. Phew, my wife is still here. Every day editing articles until near collapse, 5 rewrites, still not locked, utterly worn out. Chapter 97, I really like you. Lin Yao was a little embarrassed. One of them kept calling him husband, while the other openly referred to herself as his sister-in-law. Did they even know that he and Xie Xingqian were still not officially in a relationship? Who is your wife? He lowered his voice. You can be a husband too, we can call each other husband. Xie Xingqian didn't care about such trivial matters at all, but I prefer calling you baby. Lin Yao, just shut up. He now understood why he had always been unsure about this guy's feelings for him. This person simply spoke without thinking and spouted nonsense easily, making it hard to discern the truth amidst the excessive ambiguity. Meanwhile, after having just spent a sum of money, Xia Yinhuai was so thrilled that he wanted to spend all the remaining balance in his card. He asked quietly for confirmation, Xiao Qi, did you just say that the divorce is off? Not withdrawing from the engagement doesn't mean I accept you. Jiang Qiran raised her eyebrows, appearing as a haughty queen. I just chatted with Lin Yao, and I think what he said makes sense. I should keep dangling you on for some time, using your card, tormenting you emotionally, then kick you out when my mood is bad. That would be more satisfying. Lin Yao. You really said that bluntly, so what's the point of playing games? Xia Yinhuai, got it. Xie Xingqian knew someone's chatting skills were definitely unconventional and broke the awkwardness by saying, that still means there's room for reconciliation. Be satisfied, even if only nominally, you two are no longer engaged but ex-fiancés. Secretly celebrate. Jiang Qiran snorted lightly, you probably feel relieved because you think it won't come back to haunt you, don't you? Thank you, sister-in-law. Things seemed brighter finally, and Xie Xingqian sincerely thanked her, please help smooth things over with my father. Try to make things less serious. Lin Yao hesitated a moment, rarely saying nice words, thank you, sister-in-law. After hearing this title being used, his scalp tingled. Jiang Qiran couldn't tolerate these lovesick brains any longer and urged them, let's go if you're leaving, or soon this room will be filled with reporters, and you'll have nowhere to run. Lin Yao turned his head, exchanging a glance with Xie Xingqian, and both of them walked towards the window in perfect understanding. Could you two use the back door? Xia Yinhuai frowned, what if you break your legs? Lin Yao heard noisy sounds approaching, glanced at the other side, deftly pushed open the window, and jumped downstairs from the second floor without hesitation. Xia Yinhuai. Too reckless. A slight smile curved Xie Xingqian's lips as he turned to bid goodbye, then we'll leave it in your hands, see you later, let's stay in touch. After speaking, he leapt out of the window with a similar pose, bending his legs, and disappeared from view. In the first-floor banquet hall, Pei Yizhong looked toward the window in the middle of all the noise. A fleeting figure went by, which seemed familiar. My old eyes must be deceiving me, how could it look like my son? He supported his forehead with his hand and sent a message to Lin Yao. Hey Zhang, there was an unexpected situation at the engagement ceremony. Xia Yinhuai took his brother's place. Hey Zhang, this kid actually has a trick up his sleeve. Hey Zhang, but that doesn't mean he isn't still a scumbag. Son, watch out, maybe don't meet up with him tonight. I'll go home and make you a late-night snack. 01, on the way. 01, don't worry, I just saw him at the engagement ceremony. Hey Zhang. Hey Zhang, you, me, ah. Hey Zhang, don't give yourself away. Lin Yao abruptly covered his phone, fearing anyone nearby might see, this old man talked too frankly. His gaze fell on the bustling crowd below, murmuring lowly, is it okay to just walk away like this? Trust their PR capabilities. Xia Xingqian's tone remained light, I know that old man well. At such critical moments, what he cares most is his own image. He'll be occupied with dealing with public opinion all night, and if he wants to settle accounts, it'll have to wait until tomorrow. The words came out as if tonight was the last night of indulgence. Lin Yao tightened his lips, silent. Xia Xingqian switched to a lower-profile car, effortlessly escaping the crowded journalists at the entrance, glancing sideways at him, stop looking like we're about to commit suicide together. Don't be so serious. Will your father lock you up? Lin Yao furrowed his brows, that's what happens in dramas, failed elopement results in house arrest followed by forced compliance. Xia Xingqian laughed uncontrollably. So cute, he wanted to kiss him to death. The original plot may have been something else, but now that my brother and sister-in-law are in mutual affection, these words will be easier to make up. My father is a person with high standards. If it weren't for the Jiang family's extensive businesses in other star systems, he wouldn't even consider them. Rest assured, there will be someone suitable for him in the 9th star system. Lin Yao nodded slightly. Even though he knew that the ease of the other person at this moment was to soothe him, he still relaxed. The dashboard time showed 7:47, and the navigation indicated that there were only 10 minutes left to the destination. Lin Yao said softly, did you calculate the time? It's about 8 o'clock when we reach your place. I've calculated. I walked back and forth several times to ensure we won't be late, Xia Xingqian admitted frankly, since it's our first date, I'm very serious about it. Lin Yao was speechless. Is this considered a date? Their unclear relationship hasn't been clarified yet, so how could they jump over this step? Only now realizing his own actions from the previous elopement incident, although already showing such obvious feelings, how deeply does Xia Xingqian feel toward him? This remains unknown. But asking directly felt awkward. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Lin Yao looked down and found the dormitory group name had changed, Alliance of Smart Eggs, clearly knowing who came up with it. Sweet pear, Xia Xingqian, you actually ran away on your wedding day. I saw the news, truly impressive. Sweet pear, for now, I call you the bravest man in the 9th star system. Sweet pear, at Boyuan, are you at the scene? Send some photos of the runaway groom. Boyuan, the people have fled, and the scene is chaotic. Sweet pear, ugh, hate myself for missing the scoop, at 01, at 01, at 01, come out and enjoy the gossip. Sweet pear, where is brother Yao? The fresh gossip is going to go bad if we don't eat it soon. Lin Yao was like holding a scalded sweet potato. He was right there at the scene of the gossip feast. Actively participated in the escape. And he was next to the runaway groom. Seeing his ever-changing expression, Xia Xingqian parked the car and leaned over to look, what are they saying? Despite the earlier dramatic abduction, the sudden closeness now made Lin Yao at a loss. He averted his gaze, looking instead at Xia Xingqian's eyelashes before shifting away again, hurry, it's 7:58. Are you nervous? Xia Xingqian sensed his whole body tensing, his voice softer, my birthday, what are you nervous about? Lin Yao maintained his composure, adjusting his breathing, no. No. Then why so many small motions? Xia Xingqian reached out a finger and held up his chin, trying to say something but stopping halfway. Lin Yao glanced at the clock on the control panel, reminding, 59. Xia Xingqian smiled faintly, reaching out to unfasten his seatbelt. He sat back and opened the car door, Lin Yao quickly got out as well. He had been here several times before. Each visit was bright with lights, but today it was exceptionally dark. His house stood independently by the rear lake, neighbors keeping their distance. Under the dim twilight, it appeared more solitary than ever. As Lin Yao followed him, his peripheral vision couldn't help but scan the time on his phone screen. Exactly 8 o'clock. Below the digits was a photo taken by both of them initially. He had a bland expression while the other grinned brightly. It's 8 o'clock, Lin Yao said quietly. It's 8 o'clock, Xia Xingqian repeated his words, so, I'm here to keep my promise with you. Lin Yao felt a light glowing brighter, lifting his head as the yard suddenly lit up with twinkling lamps. The number of sunflowers in the garden had increased dramatically, spreading across everything within sight, brimming with vitality. Though sunflowers usually lower their heads in the evening, these ones proudly gazed upward, all facing him just as Xia Xingqian always looked at him, burning with intensity. Farther away was the night sky filled with stars, while nearby was a flourishing vitality, extremely breathtaking. You did all this. Lin Yao turned to look at Xia Xingqian, heart racing fiercely, his palms sweating lightly. I wanted to ask earlier, why do you grow sunflowers? Xie Xingqian's eyes were calm, but emotions surged beneath the surface. In front of him, Lin Yao looked at him with burning eyes, overlapping countless images of Lin Yao in his memory. That first tense meeting, countless attempts to ease their strained relationship only to meet barriers, silently trailing after his retreating figure through night roads, and those fleeting glances passing each other in the corridors. The coldness upon seeing him again at the start of school, yet the joy preventing sleep all night. Later on, he was willing to open his heart, returning a glance. Just like now, his eyes were not filled with hostility but soft, joyful light, not ending every encounter as the last one would, but promising countless days ahead. It felt like this journey had truly taken an eternity. Xie Xingqian gazed into his eyes and whispered softly, "Why sunflowers?" "Because the person I like has a name that hides the sun within it, so I keep looking at them, unable to control myself, completely mesmerized." The meaning of sunflowers, a silent, unspoken love. Lin Yao's heart skipped a beat. Though he knew the answer, having never been chosen with such certainty before, he still couldn't help but want confirmation again and again. "Xie Xingqian, are you talking about me?" Xie Xingqian was dressed in the most appropriate three-piece suit, prepared especially for this confession at this very moment. Having never done something like this before, the naturally gifted young man who had everything going for him lost his usual composure, standing so rigidly that his back was tense. He nodded lightly, standing now under the moonlight which seemed to pull time back 3 years. As if on a breezy evening long ago, he passed a dim street lamp at the end of a narrow alley and mustered all his courage to call out to a figure he'd been following for quite some time. "Lin Yao, I really, really like you." Chapter 98, Loving You More Than Anything. Lin Yao wasn't unfamiliar with being confessed to. In the past few years, since they were at an AO mixed school, there were bold omegas who would come during training to deliver water or letters. Some even chased after him, not letting him go home after school. Lin Yao was always distant, replying uniformly, "Sorry, I'm busy." Back then, his mind was completely focused on working part-time and studying for admission to Chongqing University. His main entertainment in free time was cursing Xie Xingqian, dull and monotonous. But at this moment, sweaty palms, difficulty breathing, his first time in 18 years feeling so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. "Xie Xingqian," Lin Yao earnestly responded to his confession, "I like you too. So obedient. So pure-hearted." Xie Xingqian stepped closer, lightly rubbing his palm on the back of Lin Yao's head, finally putting his heart at ease. "My first confession hasn't been rejected, thank you for giving me this face. Even that deserves praise." Not knowing what comes next, Lin Yao pressed his lips tightly together, unsure where to direct his gaze, his mind full of those words from just now. "Lin Yao classmate, I really, truly, like you very much." He chewed on these words over and over inside, only finally realizing something seemed off, chasing after with a question, "Wait, why did you add classmate just now? Are we not classmates right now?" Xie Xingqian smiled gently. "Not exactly." This person usually spoke without restraint, calling someone treasure wife as a joke was not unheard of. But at this moment, using such a solemnly pure term of address definitely held some special meaning. Classmates, since 3 years ago, they've always remained that way. Lin Yao suddenly looked up sharply, pressing further, "Xie Xingqian, when did you realize you liked me?" Xie Xingqian let out a light sigh. Just from this sentence, it could be sensed that something was amiss, he was far too perceptive. Under the piercing gaze of the other party, he confessed truthfully, 3 years ago, during our first martial arts session, when we were in the same group. "You beat me, you shone so brilliantly." Lin Yao was struck still, memories pulling him back into the past, murmuring aloud, "At that time, weren't we both unable to stand each other?" "It was you who couldn't stand me." Xie Xingqian's tone was calm, "It's my fault. In the beginning, I talked without restraint and hurt you unintentionally, which led to us having a poor relationship all through those 3 years, it was what I deserved." He understood why Lin Yao hated him so much. Arrogant behavior had unintentionally caused harm, making it hard for anyone to forgive easily. He just didn't know how to make amends. No, Lin Yao could not accept that past memories were merely one-sided conflicts on his part. "I wanted to punch you every day. What do you like about me?" His expression looked genuinely perplexed. Xie Xingqian chuckled slightly, "I want to know too." But no one can explain the reason behind young hearts becoming stirred. After pondering for a bit, he said, "As long as you're standing there, I already like you." Lin Yao froze on the spot, unable to move. Suddenly, their former confrontations turned into a one-sided love story of Xie Xingqian's secret infatuation. Every fight on the arena, every photo on the bulletin board, every glance that passed in the corridor, many details they ignored in the past, all these were now laid bare in front of them. Many lingering doubts finally found answers that had been delayed for a long time. "The cats in the park. I fed them for you. That time we bumped into each other while I was working. It wasn't a coincidence. That sudden notification about a good deal on a house. I arranged it. The suggestion from the grade director at graduation to take a cross-class group photo. I begged him." His voice trembled while asking, yet Xie Xingqian's answers flowed naturally. Emotions in Lin Yao's eyes were beginning to lose control. Back then, many people cheered and insisted that their 3-year-long mortal enemies should take a separate photo, finding amusement in their situation. Lin Yao refused, but Xie Xingchen stood beside him with a natural ease. The sunlight was beautiful that day, June 7th. When the shutter clicked, Xie Xingchen suddenly raised his hand, hooking Lin Yao's shoulder, losing balance and tumbling into his arms crookedly. Oh my god, look at Lin Yao's murderous expression. Hilarious. Xie Xingchen is a beast, even before leaving, he manages to piss someone off. Laughing so hard, Lin Yao probably wants to have another round at midnight because of this memory. This graduation photo is pure provocation, quite fitting ha. Not only himself, everyone thought the same thing back then, laughing away as if watching a joke unfold. Lin Yao always thought he intentionally wanted to see him get angry, teased until his temper flared, then the next second, avoided him in disdain. The photo was only taken once. Lin Yao grabbed his school bag and turned to leave without paying attention to Xie Xingchen's gaze. That was actually their first ever photo together. Wearing identical school uniforms, their black hair tied the same way, they leaned on each other, shoulder to shoulder. He didn't take that photo. At the time, he had walked away hastily, but Xie Xingchen had quickly followed behind and called out to him, Lin classmate, after graduation, would you want to see me again? Lin classmate, that's how he always called him. Lin classmate, your shoelaces are untied. Lin classmate, those heavy bags under your eyes, pulling all-nighters for good grades again. Lin classmate, dressing so lightly, is that supposed to look cool? But that day, it wasn't the usual casual, teasing tone. He was quite serious, asking whether or not Lin Yao wished to see him again. Lin Yao turned around, looking at him coldly as if listening to a joke. Of course I don't want to see you again. Xie Xingchen hesitated, pausing several seconds before finally nodding, okay. Lin Yao didn't know why at that moment, but he felt like Xie Xingchen's mood had dropped due to this answer. He softened a little and added, Xie Xingchen, I hate you, but you're a pretty good rival. Wish you success in the future. But someone like you will probably excel at anything. Xie Xingchen hummed in agreement, his lips moving slightly as if swallowing back some words. You too. Lin Yao said flatly, I'm leaving. Wait a minute. That day, Xie Xingchen had much to say. He opened his mouth again, can I borrow a pen? The principal asked me to sign something. Lin Yao casually pulled one from his school bag. It was a specially designed final exam pen meant to prevent cheating, engraved with the candidate's student number and name, 001, Lin Yao. He handed it over, you don't need to return it. That was their last conversation before parting ways. But returning to today, Lin Yao suddenly realized why the other had stayed standing there looking at him, appearing unbearably sad. Where did that pen go? He never cared to inquire. Lin Yao's throat moved as he carefully considered his final question. So, when you came to Chongqing University, even though you still can't control your fear of heights, did you change your preferences? Because of you. Therefore, after he had said such hurtful words, what kind of feeling drove Xie Xingchen to reappear, smiling as if meeting by chance and saying, Lin classmate, what a coincidence. Lin Yao couldn't hold it together anymore, turning his head, unable to meet his gaze. Xie Xingchen's affection spanned time and distance, pressing heavily on his heart now, too precious for him to know how to handle, too afraid to accept. Are you stupid? He whispered in frustration. Xie Xingchen, you're the dumbest one, who still practices unrequited love in this era. Are you primitive or what? Xie Xingchen knew he was touched. To have reached this day, all the hardship along the way hadn't been wasted. Looking at the flushed redness beneath the boy's eyes, he hated letting go but also feared embarrassing him, so he simply reached out and hugged him close. I may be dumb, but my judgment is good. Lin Yao's forehead pressed against his shoulder, smudging light water stains onto his suit, his voice muffled. You're deliberately making me feel guilty. No one has ever cared about me this much, I don't know how to deal with it. I didn't mean to make you feel guilty, I just wanted to prove something to the Lin Yao who got drunk that time. Xie Xingchen glanced down, pondering whether the word might sound too forceful, fearing to frighten him, but he eventually blurted it out anyway. I said, there will be someone who loves you more than anything. Now, do you believe me? Chapter 99, Let's Fall in Love. Lin Yao didn't expect his drunken words would be remembered for so long. He lifted his hand to encircle the other's waist, silent, with a tingling ache in his heart. He had originally thought he was walking alone through 18 years of dark roads, but it turned out that starting 3 years ago, this person became the lamppost illuminating his way home. Xie Xingchen said that he loved him more than anything. That word carried so much weight, even now, Lin Yao could only perceive a soft and blurred outline, yet he was willing to believe. If I hadn't asked, wouldn't you have never planned to say it? Lin Yao spoke with a muffled voice. I'd choose a better time. Xie Xingchen looked at his clingy appearance, his heart becoming tender. I didn't mean to evoke pity. Lin Yao stretched his arms to hold the other tighter. He didn't know how to make up for the 3 missing years in Xie Xingchen's perspective and reflected, did my words hurt you before? Not too bad. Xie Xingchen reached out and rubbed his stomach through his clothes. Don't feel burdened, that doesn't sound like you. Are you hungry? Want to eat something? No. Before Lin Yao finished, his stomach growled untimely. In the quiet night, it was quite conspicuous. Lin Yao. Sometimes he hated himself so much he wanted to stab himself just to die. Xie Xingchen loosened his grip, slid his palm down, and pulled Lin Yao towards the house, saying leisurely, I'll cook you a meal. Lin Yao raised his head, finding it novel. You know how to cook? Nope. Xia Xingchen said straightforwardly. He first recorded the person's fingerprints on his fingers before heading straight to the kitchen, taking out piles of pre-prepared ingredients. So, you can snack on some fruit first, dinner will be ready in an hour. Lin Yao sat by the crystal counter, watching him bustling around, stuffing grapes into his mouth. It's your birthday, and you're still cooking for me. I feel so guilty. I didn't invite you here to make you feel guilty all night. Xia Xingchen glanced at him. You should curse me instead. It feels strange when you're being nice like this. After just confessing their feelings to each other, it should have been full of affectionate words, but this guy seemed not to follow normal paths, leaving Lin Yao speechless. When Lin Yao saw him brutally stab a live fish, he couldn't help but guide him, stun and scale it. Xia Xingchen, do you actually have any knowledge? Who stabs directly? Xia Xingchen held the cleaver. It's already done. Because he wasn't familiar with it, he had practiced several times beforehand. The previous fish were more cooperative, and such rough handling hadn't caused much trouble. But today's fish, after leaping once, rolled on the ground 3 times, extremely stubborn. Lin Yao opened his mouth, dryly saying, never mind, it shows the fish is fresh and delicious. Xia Zhengchen picked it up to rinse, marinated the meat, and poured oil into the nearby pot. Probably because the water wasn't clean enough, there were splashes everywhere, creating chaos as he fumbled around. Lin Yao wanted to say something but held back. Bear with it, it's the young master's first attempt at cooking, no mocking allowed. While Xia Xingchen was tossing ingredients in the pan, looking somewhat professional, suddenly the fire flared up, almost igniting the smoke extractor above. His mindset remained calm, explaining calmly while flipping the pan, I saw many chefs cook like this. Lin Yao was genuinely afraid he would blow up the kitchen. He climbed off the high stool, grabbed the other person, and whispered, step aside, let me do it. Living alone for many years, cooking was the most basic skill. Lin Yao worked quickly, neatly, and efficiently, his actions as elegant as gripping his gun for sniping. Xia Xingchen followed his movements, snapping pictures and recording videos, wishing to create a museum of memorabilia for Lin Yao, though his phone kept buzzing. Big brother, Dad is here to blame. I'll take responsibility, don't spill the beans. Big brother, pretend you don't know, it's against your will. Big brother, a press conference with Shao Qi later, don't wander outside carelessly. Beware of reporters. XXC, don't worry, I'm at home. Look, Lin Yao is cooking for me. Attached were 10 photos from different angles of Lin Yao's back, and a 1-minute video of him tossing the pan. Big brother. XXC, does your wife cook for you? Big brother. XXC, sorry, forgot you're still in the probation period, not entitled to that treatment yet. Big brother, Xia Xingchen, who was the one begging me shamelessly a week ago. XXC, you didn't say you were dumb enough to fancy someone for so long without realizing it. Big brother, get lost, idiot. Xia Xingchen's mood improved greatly. He then switched back to the Clever Egg Alliance to reply to He Li's message. XXC, thank you for the compliment. The manliest man of the 9-star systems is about to have the happiest birthday. Little sweet pear, after the mess you caused at the scene, are you still in the mood to celebrate your birthday? XXC, of course, I'm having a fancy dinner right now. Just as Lin Yao finished cooking one dish, Xia Xingchen took a picture and posted in the group chat. Little sweet pear, is that it? You've really fallen on hard times. Just this dish, its appearance and color are mediocre, its craftsmanship seems very ordinary. I wouldn't touch it even if you gave me $50. Xia Xingchen looked up at Lin Yao who was still busy cooking and offered him some friendly advice. XXC, I suggest you take it back. Bo Yen, you better take it back, or you'll get beaten up. Little sweet pear, fine, since you seem determined to enjoy your day, I'll let you be happy this once. Take it back. By this point, Lin Yao had quickly prepared several dishes and also fried 2 steaks. Xia Xingchen tossed his phone aside and helped move the plates to the small garden outside. It was the first time they sat down so formally. When Lin Yao went out after washing his hands, he was a little nervous, almost tripping over his own feet. Fearful you'd get drunk, so I didn't pour any wine for you. Xia Xingchen didn't think he should take advantage of someone immediately after confessing his feelings. Looking at the person across the table, he murmured quietly, it feels like a dream. Lin Yao realized something was missing and recalled, your birthday doesn't have cake. How will you make a wish later? Shaking his head, Xia Xingchen casually replied, they booked a ridiculously grand, multi-tiered cake for me today, but I don't need such formalities. Besides, my wish has already come true. Lin Yao responded with an, oh, his finger touching a ring hidden in his coat pocket. He tensed up. Is it time to take it out now? Xia Xingchen certainly wouldn't misunderstand this gesture as a marriage proposal. The original plan was to present it during a forced elopement, to express unwavering affection, when the setting would be perfect and the timing appropriate. Now that moment has passed, and he finds himself unable to utter a word. Wait, does their mutual confession mean they're officially together now? What do couples usually do when dating? He didn't know. Surrounded by single friends, there's no one he could learn from anyway. Not to mention, putting his name alongside Xia Xingchen's was like dropping a bombshell, it's not something easily shared. Lin Yao clenched his lips and took a sip of orange juice, his eyes wandering restlessly toward Xie Xingchen. This steak is grilled to perfection, Xie Xingchen commented as he cut into it with his knife and fork before exchanging plates with Lin Yao. Watching the person before him and everything around them, it's my first time eating your home-cooked meal. I'm so happy, it's my best birthday ever. Lin Yao nodded dumbly. Happy birthday, Xie Xingchen noticed there was something Lin Yao wanted to say but couldn't bring himself to voice it. Teasing him lightly, why do you look like a robot? You're the one who looks like a robot, Lin Yao retorted, shoving a piece of meat into his mouth with his fork. Eat your food. Staring at him for a few seconds, Xie Xingchen remarked softly, Yao Yao, you look adorable when you blush. Lin Yao buried his head and stuffed food into his mouth, muttering unclear threats, I'll beat you up if you keep saying things like that. After enjoying a quiet dinner, they lifted their heads, locking eyes in what seemed like a simple glance, yet the atmosphere suddenly became a bit heated. Are you going back tonight? Xie Xingchen suddenly asked without any clear reason. Lin Yao stared at him, tongue tying itself in knots. Not exactly, wasn't that too wild? Wasn't this moving too fast? It was just the first day, and he wasn't ready. Lin Yao opened his mouth, speaking incoherently, if I don't go back. Godfather might ask questions. He knows I came to find you. Xie Xingchen hummed nonchalantly, then stay until midnight, and I'll send you back. Lin Yao blinked slowly, realizing something was wrong with his previous answer. On the first day of mutual understanding, especially on Xie Xingchen's birthday, failing to meet this simple request felt slightly inhumane. He adjusted his statement carefully, I'll tell him I'm staying at the dormitory. Xie Xingchen stood up, stopping his hands from clearing the plates, bending down lazily and said, because I lied, what if we get caught? Godfather now thinks I'm a heartless playboy, if you stayed over, it wouldn't help your reputation either. You. Lin Yao raised his hand to cover his face, muttering hoarsely, we've slept in the same bed before. Xie Xingchen truly feared hurting him and gently pulled his palm away, with more earnest tone, nothing serious, nor necessary, do what you think is right. Lin Yao made a sound of affirmation. You cooked, so I'll wash the dishes. Xie Xingchen reached up to ruffle his hair lightly. Lin Yao had just realized that he had become completely immune to such actions. At this moment, sitting in the small garden and looking at everything around him, his gaze followed Xie Xingchen's retreating figure as he went back inside. He felt like tonight was a dream. Unable to resist, Lin Yao stood up and followed in, standing outside the crystal counter as the other handed over a beautifully stacked fruit tower. Plucking the strawberry from the top and popping it into his mouth, he said, eat this for now while I quickly tidy up. Lin Yao thought that Xie Xingchen seemed to naturally know how to love. His tone and movements naturally exuded an intimacy, utterly unforced, unlike himself, who stiffly didn't know what to do, wishing he could place an order on his phone for the top 10 tips on how to date. Why aren't you saying anything? Xie Xingchen's back was to him as he bent down, putting each plate into the sink to wash carefully, then taking a clean cloth to dry them one by one. Suddenly, a pair of arms circled his waist. For convenience with housework, he had taken off his suit jacket and only wore his dress shirt underneath, allowing him to feel the warmth of the other body pressed against his. It was rare for Lin Yao to act clingy while fully awake. Xie Xingchen lowered his head, still holding a plate in each hand, and whispered gently, what's wrong? He received no answer. Just as he was about to turn around, his left hand was suddenly held down, and a ring slid onto his finger, fitting snugly into the ring finger. Lin Yao buried his head in the crook of his neck and mumbled. Xie Xingchen, I don't know how to date. Teach me. Chapter 100, You Were My First Love. Xie Xingchen lowered his eyes, and his gaze fell on the ring, his heart racing uncontrollably. This scene was almost like an illusion before death. He wanted to turn around and look at the other person, but Lin Yao held him down and spoke from behind, don't move. So Xie Xingchen just remained in that position, staring at his ring finger. It was obvious at a glance that it was made from the crystal stone given earlier. In theory, pink would make a man look particularly effeminate, but this ring had a wide band, with diamonds set all around, and a central X-shaped cut design, making it look extravagant and dazzling. Lin Yao, are you proposing to me? He asked softly. No, Lin Yao hastily defended himself, but then felt his explanation seemed weak, I originally intended to use it for abducting my bride. That's basically the same as proposing, Xie Xingchen intentionally misinterpreted him, the left ring finger signifies marriage. He could feel the temperature behind him suddenly becoming scorching hot, and the embrace around his waist tightening, yet there was no response. Xie Xingchen grabbed his hand, broke free, turned around, leaned back against the edge of the counter, and stared straight at him, shy. Lin Yao tried hard to remain expressionless but could feel his face burning, it's not a proposal, besides, it's too simple. Xie Xingchen almost melted by how cute Lin Yao's reasoning was. What about yours? This should be a pair of rings. Then, he watched him pull out a ring box from his pocket, inside which lay another ring. Back when they were on Wish Island, he had specially picked out a star-shaped crystal stone, which now had a hollow center because of its cut, as if waiting to be filled. Xie Xingchen took it out, grabbing his hand somewhat anxiously, then I'll put it on you, does this count as private vows? Lin Yao looked down at the two rings and grunted, it counts. Submissive enough not to tease or mock further. Xia Xingqian was so delighted that he wanted to immediately take a hand-holding photo and harass all his contact list friends individually, but remembered that their relationship couldn't be public yet, leaving him quite regretful. Can I send this to brother 1 and sister 1? Xia Xingqian took a picture holding his hand, going through a mental checklist, also to Boyan, only 3 people appreciate this, it's a bit few, we should expand our circle of confidence. Lin Yao, no. Jiang Qiran had already teased him endlessly upon seeing just the ring box, he dreaded imagining how long Jiang would laugh after seeing the ring itself. Xia Xingqian stubbornly said, just brother 1 and sister 1, Boyan, and your godfather, at most 4 people. He Li is off limits, he'd dig up my ancestral grave. Lin Yao abruptly raised his head, Xia Xingqian, lower your profile. It's as if you're asking to be scolded. Fine, if we're having a secret romance, then we're inevitably low-key, Xia Xingqian sighed, it's alright, I can be your lover in the shadows. Lin Yao, just temporary, my Omega identity cannot be exposed, and you wouldn't want rumors spreading about your homosexuality either, let alone your father, He definitely wouldn't approve and might attempt to break them up as in old tales. Perhaps even throwing him a lump sum of money to force him away from Xia Xingqian. Although Xia Xingqian was just teasing him, he didn't expect Lin Yao to become so concerned. He lifted his hand to rub his earlobe, I love illicit affairs, it's quite thrilling. Lin Yao's expression turned very stern. If only he could shoot Xia Hengji right away. The next second, he realized it was illegal, not to mention that man was still Xia Xingqian's biological father. Xia Xingqian had no clue what Lin Yao was thinking, but it was nothing good anyway. Giving paired rings on the first day of dating, yet claiming you don't know how to love. Xia Xingqian pushed the ring all the way down, turned over, and pressed closer, bringing the 2 gemstones together. Lin Yao felt his hand back getting extremely hot, unsure whether it was due to heat or because Xia Xingqian naturally had a higher body temperature. I really don't, he felt as if his limbs were being tamed for the first time, unable to move, I'm slow in matters of love, I don't know what I should do. Xia Xingqian stared at him, smiling seriously, then what does classmate Lin want to learn? Pure things or erotic ones? That comment burned Lin Yao's ears, causing his back to stiffen. Xia Xingqian praised, I think the pure stuff you've done has been great, including giving me a handmade ring. Probably within 5 years, I won't be able to surpass your achievement, so I can only teach you something else. Lin Yao's Adam's apple slightly moved, his throat dry, what? He could feel Xia Xingqian's kiss landing lightly on his forehead. To see where your limits are, as for me, I have no limits, especially towards you. After saying that, his lips moved down a little, and the kiss landed on the tip of Lin Yao's nose. It was light and fleeting, making one's heart tremble. Lin Yao had been teased to the point of feeling slightly suffocated by him, yet entranced by the atmosphere. He recalled previous times and slightly raised his chin. Just as he was about to respond, Xia Xingqian suddenly pulled away, but I thought it through, classmate Lin gets too easily embarrassed, so we shouldn't go too far. That's enough for today. I'll send you home. Lin Yao. Did you not kiss me when we weren't even together? Every day talking about deep kisses, now you're pretending to be pure. This thought flitted angrily through Lin Yao's mind, but he wouldn't say it, no matter what, he'd hold back. Xia Xingqian held his hand while strolling out, pushing him into the car, looking at his face cold and rigid like a suit of armor ready to flatten everything in sight, wondering if he teased him too much. But Lin Yao got too easily embarrassed, occasionally teasing him would help their relationship develop. Xia Xingqian reached over to pull the seatbelt toward him, you look so angry, in a moment dry dad will think we've split up. Then he'd definitely be very happy, Lin Yao retorted coldly, mocking him, a playboy who has dated 80 omegas, countless exes, Xia Xingqian, how many have you dated before? At this question, Xia Xingqian truly looked wronged, is what I said meaningless? I had a crush on you for 3 years, I didn't have time to date anyone else. What about before? Lin Yao continued his subtle retaliation against Xia Xingqian's past actions, recounting them with resentment, I know at least a dozen rumors, and that Zhang from the neighboring class, they're the most famous. Not knowing where this came from, Xia Xingqian broke out in a cold sweat, which Zhang, I don't even know who that is. The topic looped back around, with Lin Yao criticizing, that's why you're so good at it, kissing, flirting, all that stuff. Can't I just have rich theoretical knowledge? Xia Xingqian still wore the ring symbolizing their private vows, always feeling that the next words might ruin their feelings, Yao Yao, it's not because you didn't see those things that other boys didn't. I almost went mad with frustration and had no outlet, it would be too harsh not to let me preview, right? Turns out it was all practiced theoretically, Lin Yao's competitive streak arose. No problem, top students ace tests overnight, tonight, he would furiously watch 30 romantic films, advancing from a rookie to the strongest champion. He softly said, got it. At the red light, Xia Xingqian stepped on the brake, turning his head to look at him, really, if you don't believe me, I'll send you all my teaching materials once I get home. Lin Yao raised his hand to cover his face, grumbling a sound in response. On what basis? He became even angrier. Since neither had experience, how could Xia Xingqian act so composed, making himself seem so dull, slow to react? Xia Xingqian couldn't sit still, thinking that bad reputation clearly wasn't good, it seemed like the old accounts were being brought up again, fatal. Seeing the passers-by outside the window, he changed the subject, do you see those people we passed just now? They look like they've taken hallucinogens, smashing themselves against trees. Lin Yao's expression remained unchanged. All he could think about was, no, I need to take the upper hand. Xie Xingchen coughed lightly, glancing at the news alert popping up on the central console. Check this news, it's serious. In a certain neighborhood, several citizens suddenly went crazy biting others, falling into high fever and collapse. Could it be a mutation? Lin Yao lowered his head to search for keywords on his phone, kissing tips. Xie Xingchen added, if it really spreads and becomes a large-scale epidemic, chances are we'll also have to volunteer. Lin Yao's hearing failed, he struggled to read the text on the screen. Self-rotation style, public rotation style, maintain breathing. Xie Xingchen sped up, delivering him to Pei Zhong's doorstep. Lifting his eyes, he saw his future father-in-law standing sinisterly on the second-floor balcony, his eyes like knives. Waiting here all along, there would be no goodbye kiss. He slowly moved his hand from the steering wheel to the side and gently pinched the hand beside him within the blind spot. Boyfriend, reminder, remember to take off your ring once you get home. Lin Yao put his phone away, turning his head to look at him. Xie Xingchen whispered lowly, still mad? You were my first love, you're the only one, and there won't ever be anyone else. Lin Yao reached over and undid his seatbelt, grabbing his collar, pulling him from the driver's seat and kissing him forcefully. Xie Xingchen cursed silently in his mind, damn it, your dad is watching right now, how reckless can you be? He wanted to retreat, but Lin Yao anticipated his move, catching his hands and pinning them behind his back, pressing him onto the seat, unable to budge. Breathing completely disordered. Lin Yao half opened his eyes, his gaze slightly lowering, seeing Xie Xingchen's stiff expression and uneven breathing, feeling extremely satisfied. Thus growing more bold, he forced open the tightly closed lips, issuing a quiet command, boyfriend, open your mouth. Chapter 101, Darling, don't be afraid. Xie Xingchen mumbled, you. Lin Yao grabbed the back of his neck with the same intensity as before when he marked him. See. I learned that quickly too. Lin Yao silenced the other's voice and commanded, no talking. Xie Xingchen felt like he was going to explode, glancing out of the corner of his eye at Pei Zhong behind the car window. It was almost like being deep-fried in a pot of oil several times over. He wanted to have a proper kiss, but didn't want to be watched like this. Especially by someone who looked like he wanted to kill him. No one knew what it felt like to spend 18 years finding a son only to lose him again before they even acknowledged each other, this time to a Ghostfire teenager. Xie Xingchen pushed him away roughly, saying indistinctly, your dad. Xie Xingchen, Lin Yao said with a look of resentment in his eyes, it's rare for me to take the initiative. Xie Xingchen steadied his breathing and explained, your godfather is behind us, and he has already armed his gun. You don't want your boyfriend to die young, do you? Lin Yao turned his head blankly, stared at Pei Zhong for a second, then looked away and analyzed, I made the move just now. Xie Xingchen couldn't budge, lying there looking up at him and saying, right, the force with which you pinned me down felt like you were trying to, you know. Lin Yao. That remark was a little crude. Lin Yao wiped his face with his hand, and as he thought about the whole incident happening right under the old man's nose, he wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. His mind racing, he scrambled for an excuse, didn't you say something about the news earlier? A lot of people were going berserk, right? Any cases of hallucinating and forcibly kissing others? Let me borrow that excuse. There might be, Xie Xingchen replied calmly, even if there aren't, who can say you're not the first one with this symptom? Lin Yao nodded, getting ready to get out of the car. Xie Xingchen tapped his fingers on Lin Yao's hand and reminded him, the ring, don't irritate the old man. Just tie it around your neck with a string or something. Alright, see you tomorrow, my boyfriend. That phrase completely lost its human quality. Xie Xingchen slightly curled his lips and said, see you tomorrow, my boyfriend. Lin Yao took off the ring and put it in his pocket, got out of the car with a straight face, and saw Pei Zhong had teleported from the second floor to the entrance of the first floor. He said calmly, had a good reunion. So eager. I've been poisoned, Lin Yao said seriously, my behavior has been a bit out of control lately. Pei Zhong touched his forehead, you do feel a bit feverish, no wonder you've been acting strangely recently. Several groups of uncontrollable citizens appeared in the city tonight, spreading very quickly. He paused, alluding to something, the timing is rather peculiar. Lin Yao thought about Xie Xingchen's runaway marriage and Xie Hengji's angry expression at the press conference, moved his lips, would anyone really go so far to divert media attention? Come on, sir, aren't you holding too much grudge against the league leader? I hope I'm imagining things too much, because so far, there's no evidence for the blood plague, Pei Zhong said, it's not that I have strong hostility towards him, I've seen firsthand how ruthless he can be to achieve his goals. Lin Yao tasted the implications of his words, have you known each other well before? Yes, him, me, Yun Qing, we used to be best friends. Back then, our ambition was to excel in military, political, and commercial spheres. No need to laugh, we were young and arrogant, disliking everything about those in power, hoping to build the most ideal league. Pei Zhong spoke frankly, he became the league leader as planned, but our ideals diverged, and we became estranged. Lin Yao had experienced Xie Hengji's methods and gently nodded, you two indeed don't seem like the same kind of people. So, you two together will face many obstacles. Pei Yizhong warned him, although Xie Xingqian assured me that between you and Xie Hengji, he'd unhesitatingly choose you, he's still only 19 years old, very young, and it's hard to struggle against such immense power, especially when it involves family. Yun Qing has been very kind to him, and choosing either side would be incredibly painful. Lin Yao lowered his eyes and softly said, I know, if my family conditions were better, maybe. Not true, even if you were my son, he wouldn't agree. Pei Yizhong cut off his self-deprecating thoughts, your character is too stubborn and independent, not a pawn that can be controlled, which doesn't fit his blueprint for future daughters-in-law, that's the fundamental reason. Lin Yao, what you and Xie Xingqian need to do is become stronger and fight against him. This may be a long road ahead, so mentally prepare yourself. After all, that Jiang Qiran whom he was previously praising highly, was precisely like that. Even if dissatisfied, Xie Xingqian still methodically picked an fiancé he didn't like. If it were me, I'd absolutely make a huge scene. Lin Yao looked at Pei Yizhong and mumbled aloud, thank you for telling me so much, sometimes I really hope that I was your son. He swallowed those words back and softly said, I won't let go, so try me. Stubborn, just like my character. Pei Yizhong sighed, get some rest, your midnight snack has gone cold. After being reminded like that, Lin Yao couldn't sleep well, tossing and turning until he drifted off into a light slumber. He was awakened again by the vibration. Attention all, urgent notice. All students currently on campus at Chongqing are to immediately gather at the training ground and proceed to various pilot locations across the capital to assist in maintaining public order. Due to the rapid spread of this infection, please prepare with proper protection measures, ensure your isolation masks are worn, and follow rescue groups as assigned on site. Members of the Chongqing Guard team are to directly head to the Harmonious Private Hospital, as it is designated as the first trial point. Please ensure the safety of the civilians during the tranquilizer administration. 5 a.m. This command popped up forcibly, and alarm bells rang loudly. Lin Yao turned over and rose, heading downstairs where Pei Yizhong had already donned his military uniform and stood ready in the living room. Seeing Lin Yao descend, he raised his hand to order the driver, let's go, straight to the scene. Is it serious? Lin Yao asked while seated in the car, putting on his mask. Yes, it's like a low-end version of the blood plague, no slaughtering yet, but enough to cause chaos, replied Pei Yizhong as he tightened the lock on his mask. It was fine this afternoon, how could it have spread so quickly? Lin Yao sent a message to Xie Xingqian. 01, are you setting out? XXC, I've joined up with my elder brother and sister-in-law, we're outside the Harmony Hospital. Lin Yao whispered, there was nothing happening this afternoon, but the spread began tonight, and now tranquilizers are available. Pei Yizhong turned around to look at him, do you sense any issues? We need to take a sample of the tranquilizer for testing. Let's act separately. Lin Yao bent down to reply to the message. 01, I always feel this tranquilizer is from the same batch as the Z7035 we found earlier, maybe defective goods. For Yun Qing, why not use them? It can still leave a good impression. 01, sorry, I'm speculating maliciously about your dad again. XXC, no problem, I'll ask Bo Yen to fetch a sample. The car dropped off Pei Yizhong at another gathering area first, then circled back to Harmony. Lin Yao saw Xie Hengji far away, giving interviews to journalists. Beside him, Jiang Qiran was wearing a white coat and breathing mask, injecting tranquilizers to affected civilians, while Xie Yinhuai assisted. Everyone, there's no need to panic. This is merely caused by information pheromone disorders. Xie Hengji waved a hand to suppress the unrest below, my partner's pharmaceutical company is willing to provide free batches of tranquilizers to help alleviate discomfort. As for other areas' rebellions, police forces have been dispatched to quell them. Has the issue with your younger son running away from marriage been resolved? It turns out it was a misunderstanding between my older son and daughter-in-law, causing this embarrassing situation. It was my fault for not understanding the truth. However, controlling the infection is most important right now, and I do not wish for our family matters to occupy public resources. Perfect response, diplomatic in every direction. From afar, Lin Yao saw Xie Xingqian dressed in black tactical gear, their eyes met briefly before Xie Xingqian turned to talk with the nearby police team. It was hard to tell that they had kissed intimately just hours before. Brother Yao, you actually arrived before us. His neck was pulled back slightly, and he turned around to see Healy, Cheng Boyan is coming this way, so I followed along. Actually, it's because I'm too inexperienced. I was originally assigned to Area A3, but they didn't want me, Cheng Boyan mercilessly revealed. Healy reached out and pinched him. If you keep quiet, no one would think you're mute. Lin Yao helped tighten his face mask, though this isn't a riot area, be careful anyway. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed a passerby wildly lunging toward Healy from behind. In the next second, Lin Yao grabbed the assailant's wrist, used his knee to leverage, and pinned the person down. He confirmed with a glance, are you alright? I'm fine. Healy patted his chest and turned around to look at the restrained person on the ground. Damn, it's like they were possessed, terrifying. Loosen up. The person struggled fiercely, releasing pheromones uncontrollably. It was an omega, releasing strong pheromones in public, which was inducing the cute alphas into confusion and agitation. Reel in your pheromones. Lin Yao gripped his neck tightly and said coldly. Can't control, can't. While saying this, he was still recklessly releasing the alluring scent, causing the surrounding area to descend into uncontrollable chaos. Lin Yao's neck flared with a large patch of redness. His fingers tightened as he dragged the man toward a nearby bridge, commanding harshly, "Control your pheromones." Suddenly, restless alphas from behind rushed forward en masse, surging and struggling in chaotic layers towards the source. Lin Yao. Xia Xingqian abruptly looked up, sprinting furiously in that direction. Where are the guards? Go already. Healy was also severely affected by the Omega's pheromones but still tore himself away to restrain the frenzied alphas, shouting fiercely, "Back off, you freaks. Order at the scene is collapsing, request permission to neutralize the infected." Xia Xingqian's eyes turned crimson, carving a bloody path through the crowd, running desperately towards Lin Yao. Do not neutralize. They're ordinary civilians, there's no need for this level of action. Xia Hengji interjected indifferently, request the guards to subdue on-site and take them to the hospital isolation ward. Cold and commanding, it seemed Lin Yao's life could be easily devalued at will. Xia Xingqian stood outside the chaos, turning back to throw a deep glance. Lin Yao had been pushed perilously to the very edge of the bridge. Xia Xingqian's heart nearly stopped. Lin Yao. The frenzied alphas charged zombie-like towards the Omega under Lin Yao's grip, as Lin Yao stared resolutely at Xia Xingqian, left without other choices, only managing to flip over and jump down with the instigator in tow. For a brief moment, the world fell silent. The alpha group slipped into a short daze and gradually returned to normal after their bout of mania. Hey, what just happened? It was like we were possessed or something. Yeah, thank God that guy in black dragged the Omega away, otherwise with so many people here, a riot would have definitely occurred. That Omega's pheromones were too strong, damn, I couldn't control my thoughts. Brother Yao. Healy cried out in despair. Without hesitation, Xia Xingqian broke through the crowd and followed suit, jumping from the bridge while reaching out to grab the plummeting body. Xia Xingqian was injured, his blood scattered in the water, spreading like cypress branches across the entire area. Xia Xingqian, don't come closer. Lin Yao struggled while looking at the still nearby Omega, you'll get drawn into the high susceptibility phase. His collar had been torn open during the earlier commotion, leaving scratches inflicted by thrashing infectees on his shoulder, with his face partially covered by a mask, exposing only his cool gaze. His voice trembled, affected by the preceding mayhem and uncertainty about being infected. Xia Xingqian, don't come closer. Find a doctor. He breathed heavily, I don't want you to lose control again like last time. At this moment, Xia Xingqian was indeed tormented, strongly induced by the Omega pheromones akin to forced estrus, yet obstinately reached out and pulled him back into his embrace. Holding the trembling figure close, he loosened the mask and kissed the wound on his shoulder. Darling, don't worry, I'll isolate with you, murmured Xia Xingqian. Chapter 102, hold on a little longer. Brother Yao. Healy realized and suddenly rushed towards the bridge, imitating Xia Xingqian's attempt to jump after him. Cheng Boyan yanked him back forcefully, his rare temper flaring, is your brain full of water or something? Brother Yao, he grabbed that person to save me. Healy's eyes were bloodshot, trembling fiercely, I need to go rescue him. Xingqian has already gone down. If nothing unexpected happens, he will also be infected. Why do you want to join in? Cheng Boyan grabbed the nape of his neck with one hand and pulled him into his arms while dialing Cheng Shu's phone with the other hand. He calmly said, Dad, there are 3 heavily infected people under the bridge, Lin Yao and Xingqian are both there. Sedatives may not solve this issue, prepare yourself, we might have to clear the blood. Seeing his own son jump down, Xia Hengji had completely lost his former calmness and commanded, guards, helicopter rescue. What are you waiting for? The river water was icy cold. Lin Yao's fingers clutched at Xia Xingqian's waist, his heart burning painfully like being set on fire, yet his fingertips were freezing cold. The situation was as severe as water boiling hot. However, the expression behind the mask was unusually gentle. Xia Xingqian, are you going to die alongside me? Just started dating today, isn't it about showing some effort? Xia Xingqian observed his reaction, where does it hurt? I want to kiss you, Lin Yao spoke nonsensically, but there are too many people. The bridge was crowded with densely packed people, apart from those who were originally waiting for the sedative, there were also large numbers of media reporters. In the crowds that were thrown into chaos due to pheromone infections happening tonight, outside Hemo Hospital appeared the strongest infected individual of this incident. With his lone strength, he induced thousands of alphas into a state of madness. The hero controlling this infected individual is first-year student Lin Yao from Chongqing Military University. To prevent the infected from luring everyone else into even more uncontrollable actions, he chose to jump into the river with the infected individual, separating himself from the infection in a decisive and brave manner. Subsequently, the son of the alliance leader, Xia Xingqian, also demonstrated excellent military qualities by jumping into the river without hesitation to save lives. Both of them, as members of the Chongqing Guard team, displayed a very friendly spirit among classmates during this urgent moment. At this moment, it was exactly midnight, the sky dimly lit, only allowing for blurred outlines to be seen. Xia Xingqian's arm hooked around his lower back upwards, providing support as he reached out to remove Lin Yao's mask, leaning forward in the pitch darkness of night for an intricate and delicate kiss. Xia Xingqian. Lin Yao panicked, someone might see us. If they see us, let them. Xie Xingchen gripped his neck firmly, not letting him evade. I've been infected anyway, everything I do now is normal. Caught up in his logic, Lin Yao felt lost in a cloud, replying vaguely, you're right. Still, the kiss was cool, heavy, tinged with the taste of blood, probably left over from the wound he touched earlier, mixing into his mouth with a sensation akin to the urgency of boiling blood. Lin Yao could feel the discomfort Xie Xingchen was experiencing post-infection. He was doing his best to restrain himself. So many alphas had turned wild from the pheromones, he imagined, Xie Xingchen mustn't be having it easy either. With his consciousness gradually fading, his wounds stinging from being submerged in the river water, Lin Yao's responses slowed down. Xie Xingchen, I'm so sleepy. Xie Xingchen raised a hand, lightly patting his cheek before kissing him again. Baby, hold on a little longer, don't fall asleep. Lin Yao's awareness returned halfway, feeling the damp water on his face, unsure whether it was the river water or the wetness welling up in his eyes. Will we die? I don't know, Xie Xingchen whispered softly, it can't be that serious, everyone else seems fine. We just happened to grab the strongest infected individuals. It's bad luck. Lin Yao remained silent but could sense the disarray in Xie Xingchen's breathing within their kiss. He stretched his arms around the other's waist, floating up and down in the water, sensing the light beam from the helicopter searchlight scanning over them, instinctively breaking away from their intimate kiss. Rescue has come. Yeah, don't worry, the worst-case scenario is death, right? Xie Xingchen felt as if his internal organs were burning. I have no regrets anymore. Yet Lin Yao at this point felt regretful. Just started dating and still hadn't gotten enough of each other, he wasn't ready. Raising his head, he saw the helicopter's rotor blades spinning rapidly, dropping down a rope ladder, with rescuers descending from above. Xie Xingchen pushed Lin Yao upward, lifting his head to say, save him first, he's injured. Lin Yao was pulled up with his waist wrapped and dragged along. He turned his head, seeing Xie Xingchen still submerged in the river water, his gaze froze for a brief moment before slowly closing his eyes. With the hospital nearby, the stretcher arrived in time. Healy watched Lin Yao being fished out, his eyes tightly shut and face deathly pale, sobbing uncontrollably and unable to catch his breath. What should we do, brother Yao? Don't block the way, take him to the isolation room. Director Cheng stood by the entrance of the emergency center, pulling away a hysterical Healy and thrusting him towards Cheng Boyan. Control this one, crying's giving me a headache. Xie Hengji looked at the stretcher carrying Xie Xingchen entering afterward and said softly, treat Xingchen first. For Lin Yao, give him a sedative to maintain vital signs. Lin Yao's condition is more serious. Director Cheng moved his lips reluctantly. Delayed treatment might have caused it to spread throughout his body, which makes debridement difficult. With so many doctors at Hemo Hospital, must you personally attend to this? Xie Hengji raised his voice, you're only allowed in Xie Xingchen's operating room today. If you refuse to help, I'll take Lin Yao back to the military hospital. Pei Zhong's voice came from behind, but then how will the leader explain differential treatment when he was just carried in on a stretcher? Xie Hengji choked with frustration, you. Pei Zhong's gaze remained calm, what's your decision? You have 3 seconds to consider. Director Cheng was the best doctor for pheromone blood disorders in the 9th star system. In such cases, neither side would dare entrust the patient to anyone else. With a grim expression, Xie Hengji raised his hand and ordered, save him, hurry up. All right. Director Cheng nodded repeatedly, putting on a mask and rushing into the operating room with his assistant. Healy squatted beside them, listening to the intercom in the communication channel, feeling utterly disturbed. Why do other infected individuals calm down after an injection of a sedative while Brother Yao's condition looks so critical? Wah wah wah. Infection mutation is very common, especially given that pheromone collisions can cause further derivatives. Moreover, he was injured. Cheng Boyan covered his mouth. Stop crying, an alpha shouldn't cry like this. Your dad. Healy sniffled, taking out his phone to check his balance. Does he accept red envelopes? This is all the money I have, I'll give it all to him. Cheng Boyan sighed and wiped his tears with his hand. No, he'll try his best to save him. What if? Healy leaned against his sleeve. I heard you say something about clearing the blood earlier. Is a blood draw necessary? I have a universal blood type, my blood volume is high, take mine. Cheng Boyan stared at him for a moment and whispered, if needed, I'll call you. Healy nodded, wiping his tears on his sleeve. Okay, I'll wait here. I have a task for you. Cheng Boyan glanced at the noisy crowd. Being well known in Hemo Hospital, I cannot operate openly. Go outside and create some chaos among the queue, and stealthily obtain 2 sedatives for sample comparison. It's crucial as it concerns the analysis of Brother Yao's blood lesion. Can you manage it? Healy sniffed, nodding vigorously, yes. Cheng Boyan pulled him up from the ground. Go, be careful. Looking at the illuminated operating room, Cheng Boyan hesitated for several seconds before turning around and walking into Director Cheng's office. The patient is a secondary differentiated omega with distinctive symptoms suggesting possible large-scale infection. The virus has already spread to the heart. Director Cheng treated his shoulder wound as he explained, deep debridement is required, and corresponding alpha pheromones need to be injected. Lastly, a specialized sedative needs to be administered to finalize treatment. The assistant looked up at him. Where could we find a match? Xie Xingchen next door, they are a 100% match, Director Cheng stated seriously. However, he's also infected. I'm not sure if there will be any clashes, go ask for his situation. The assistant dialed the intercom of the adjacent room where Xie Xingqian's voice came through clearly. Draw blood, right? Sure. Don't administer inhibitors to me, the concentration of pheromones during the susceptibility period is higher. Lin Yao's eyes became moist. He believed. Xie Xingqian said he loved him more than anything. Can you accept it? Even I don't know the outcome. Director Cheng asked Lin Yao, who had yet to receive anesthesia, bending over slightly, but we have no choice but to try. You don't have any family members here, so you'll have to sign the surgery consent form yourself. If unexpected results occur, are you willing to bear the consequences voluntarily? Lin Yao forced himself to stay conscious and nodded lightly, accept. He paused for a few seconds, then quietly said, could I say something to Xie Xingqian before we begin? The assistant handed over the intercom and placed it near his lips. Lin Yao listened to Xie Xingqian's intermittent breathing coming from the other side, rolling his throat painfully and finally managed to speak. Xie Xingqian, yesterday was the happiest day of my life. Chapter 103, You Look at Me. Lin Yao's surgery lasted for a long time. Even though he was under general anesthesia and should not have felt any pain, he seemed to be back in that lab, suffering, struggling, resisting. Injection, monitor the reaction. Rapid breathing, hormone surge, elevated temperature, leading to fainting. The patient has gone into shock, perform cardiac defibrillation. The voices drifted further and further away, Lin Yao's eyes tightly shut as if reacting to stress, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. Snippets of all kinds flickered through his mind, visions of that smiling face, deep-set brows, burning gaze, looking right at him. Student Lin, what a coincidence. Lin Yao, someone will love you more than anything. Yao Yao, teach me. Yao Yao, your blushing face is so cute. Lin Yao, don't be afraid, I'm here. Student Lin, I really like you. The heart rate has returned to normal. Continue injection and perform wound cleaning. Cheng Shu glanced at the lines on the adjacent instruments and sighed with relief. Lin Yao remained unconscious for 3 days, lying inside a nutrient pod for treatment. After having blood drawn, Xie Xingqian had to be restrained to prevent self-harm. Yun Qing stood by the entrance to the ward, lips pressed tightly together, her breathing uneven. Now you're happy, getting our son involved. Xie Hengji had been busy handling public relations and was extremely frustrated. How could I know he'd follow Lin Yao and jump? This guy clearly only thinks about romance, who does he take after? If something happens to Xingqian, we're done, Yun Qing said softly. I warned you, it's too immature to let things escalate now, yet you picked this time just to suppress the wedding escape scandal, your pride's more important than the sky. Xie Hengji tightened his lips and remained silent. After a while, he turned his head toward the ward, his expression darkening. Once this incident is over, I'll deal with it. You deal with nothing, Yun Qing retorted sharply, reminding him, Pei Zhong is abnormal toward Lin Yao, it's not natural, not even like a godfather relationship. Yesterday, I got hold of Pei Zhong's leftover hair sample, guess what? It confirmed Lin Yao is alive. If this gets exposed, do you know the consequences? Xie Hengji narrowed his eyes slightly, unfazed. The lab records are destroyed. Even if they were, so what? What difference does it make? It's irrelevant now. Seeing Xie Xingqian open his eyes from isolation, Yun Qing took a deep breath, putting on a gentle demeanor as she entered. How are you feeling? Any better? Alright, Xie Xingqian moved his lips, lowering his voice. How's Lin Yao? The rejection response has passed, he woke up briefly at noon and fell asleep again. Yun Qing paused, speaking quietly, son, whoever you want to pursue, I won't stop you, except Lin Yao. It was utterly incomprehensible. Xie Xingqian laughed bitterly. Why can't it be him? Is he your biological child? Are we forbidden to interact? It's getting out of hand, Yun Qing didn't know how to explain it to him and just said, our families have an unresolvable feud, a knot that can't be untied, nor explained. If Lin Yao finds out, chances are, he wouldn't stay with you anymore. Xie Xingqian raised his eyes, staring at him intently. Almost blurted out, did the experiments involving Lin Yao have something to do with you? But asking would serve no purpose, they wouldn't admit it without evidence. Yun Qing whispered gently, I know how rare it is for you to like someone, but there's nothing to be done, it shows you two weren't meant to have fate together. Break it off while your feelings aren't too deep. Xie Xingqian stayed silent. If the experiments really had ties to his own family, what would Lin Yao's reaction be? His palms began to sweat, uneasy due to this speculation, is the sudden pheromone infection outbreak man-made or a natural disaster? Yun Qing hesitated for a moment, replying kindly, we don't know yet, still investigating. Knowing it was useless to ask more, Xie Xingqian rotated his wrist, noticing purple marks left by the already fixed bandages on his arms. Could you loosen them? My hands hurt. Don't harm yourself. Yun Qing helped him release them. If you desire, I can help find you an omega. Xie Xingqian flexed his sore arms and murmured, no thanks, I feel sleepy, please go out. Though pretending to sleep, he couldn't, having been confined in quarantine these past few days, unable to see Lin Yao, relying solely on second-hand accounts. He picked up the phone by the bed and sent Lin Yao a routine update message. XXC, woke up, feeling a bit stifled. Feeling slightly better today. Want a French kiss? During meals earlier, he also intermittently sent messages, which naturally went unread and unanswered. XXC, feeling a bit congested in my chest. Director Cheng said you're amazing, very resilient. I'll come find you when you wake up. XXC, the susceptible period is so hard to endure. Got 3 shots of sedative and 3 injections of suppressants today, about to throw up. XXC, wake up, my dear, you've been asleep for too long, lazy pig. XXC, Lin Yao, are you regretting faking your death to be with me? That's not an option, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. XXC, I have some good news, because I heroically saved you, Uncle Pei's attitude toward me has improved slightly. XXC, can't sleep at night, heard Healy crying outside. If you don't wake up soon, he'll cry himself blind. Xia Xingchen casually scrolled online, ready to put his phone away, but it vibrated. 01, woke up. Xia Xingchen froze for a moment, then abruptly sat up, catching Yun Qing talking to Director Cheng outside the door about something. He quickly called Cheng Boyan, saying right away, urgent help needed. What's wrong? Cheng Boyan had been analyzing samples these past few days, sleep-deprived and utterly exhausted. Are you feeling better? Lin Yao woke up, I need to see him. Xia Xingchen stared at the quarantine area exit. My dad and your dad are there. Distract them. Cheng Boyan raised his hand to rub between his brows. How am I supposed to get rid of them? Knock them out on the spot. Do you think they're as gullible as Healy? No way, I have to go, my wife is calling me. Xia Xingchen looked out the window, thinking aloud, I'll climb over. You just make sure they don't come in. Cheng Boyan felt a throbbing pain in his temples. 6th floor, you want to die falling down. Xia Xingchen, known for his quick actions, was already examining the terrain as he spoke. Just a short distance next to the window, easy, a simple swing will do. Hurry, distract them for half an hour, he whispered. I'm amazed by how reckless you are. Cheng Boyan got up from the resting room, shuffling around in slippers, wandering like he was strolling through his own garden until he reached the quarantine area. He stuffed his phone into his pocket without hanging up, called out loudly, Uncle Yun, haven't rested yet? Yeah, discussing Xingchen's treatment plan with your father. Yun Qing answered. Cheng Boyan glanced at the ward where Xia Xingchen met his eyes for a second before vanishing out the window. Cheng Boyan said, isn't this biological research? I'm conducting sample experiments on my own. Could you take a look for me? That's great that you're interested. Yun Qing smiled. Let me come take a look. Director Cheng, please keep an eye on Xingchen. Sure. The director looked up and almost had a heart attack. Watching, he realized no one was inside anymore. He and Cheng Boyan exchanged glances and instantly understood that this was part of a cover-up, truly impressive. Xia Xingchen flipped into Lin Yao's quarantine room. After only a few days apart, he looked even paler, his handsome pupils as if they had lost their luster, but upon seeing him, they brightened again. Shoo, lower your voice, Xia Xingchen tiptoed closer and sat on the bedside. I came through the window. Lin Yao's eyes hungrily roamed over his face and landed on his wrist, turning serious. What happened to your hands? They were tied up. After getting infected, I got restless, sedatives weren't enough. Xia Xingchen glossed over his grueling 3 days with a joke. Don't worry, I didn't cheat on you with any other Omega. Lin Yao couldn't manage a smile. He knew Xia Xingchen suffered 10 times more than other alphas, and after infection, all senses would be infinitely magnified. Not painful. Lin Yao's gaze shifted downward from his face. Xia Xingchen raised a hand to cover his eyes. His face was small, and his palm large, nearly covering the entire thing completely. In a low tone, he warned, I can't stand you looking at me like this right now, I might lose control. Lin Yao tilted his head back, his lips brushing against him. Yao Yao, stop teasing. Xia Xingchen could hardly hold back, his fingers tightening to stop him from moving, your body's still very weak. Lin Yao grabbed his hand, shifting his lips from the palm to his wrist, finally landing on the bruised wrists. Heartache clearly visible in his eyes. Xia Xingchen, maybe I should. Realizing his intention, Xia Xingchen softly called his first name, Lin Yao, you're my boyfriend, not some random tool for releasing stress. Lin Yao tightened his lips, then relaxed them. Silent, stubbornly reaching for his collar to pull him closer. I want to help you, he murmured, now I understand why you didn't care about being dirty during our time on Rose Star. Xia Xingchen didn't dare to push him hard, but in a mix of anger and irritation, he lightly but firmly pinched Lin Yao's chin as punishment. What do you think you are? What do you think I am? Am I such a brute that I can't restrain myself just because you've woken up? Lin Yao raised his knees, you clearly. Xia Xingchen gave him a fierce kiss. With one hand gripping his wrist, he pulled him closer. Chapter 104, Reckless Abandon. Lin Yao felt like every day was dragging on endlessly. Don't hide, look at me. Xia Xingchen's left hand pinched his chin, preventing him from turning away. Your phone is vibrating, Lin Yao reminded him. Maybe someone needs you urgently. My friend Bolin, I originally told him I'd leave after 30 minutes. Xie Xingchen looked down at him with an extremely harsh tone. Yao Yao, say something nice. I don't know what to say. Lin Yao's earlobes were red as blood, and he frowned. Aren't you embarrassed? Not at all, I find it very exciting. Xie Xingchen leaned down, his mouth close to Lin Yao's ear, teaching him word by word. Say, I really like Xie Xingchen. Like when he kisses my ears. Like when he holds me tighter. Like how he recklessly touches me everywhere. Lin Yao could barely bring himself to repeat them, the phrases garbled from start to finish. Each word was swallowed by a kiss, and all he wanted was to kick this person downstairs. This doesn't happen again, Lin Yao gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to hit him. Thanks, darling. Xie Xingchen was in great spirits, very polite. Before Lin Yao could insult him more, there was a loud clang, and something dark collided with the glass nearby. Xie Dai raised a hand to shield his eyes, shouting loudly, Cheng Boyan said he couldn't contact either of you two for half a day, so he let me come check. I saw nothing. Because it was worried Zhuang Lang would recognize it and capture it again, it had now fully transformed into a vivid black, and only its rolling eyes were visible in the night. Lin Yao. On the 6th floor, they locked the gate with the surveillance cameras off, but forgot about a bird that could fly again. Xie Xingchen remained calm as he walked toward the bathroom and helped open the window along the way. You two really do have fun. Xie Dai covered his face with his wings, clumsily stumbling. After 3 bumps, he finally managed to move to Lin Yao's hospital bed. Just woke up and already showing off. No wonder you're S-level alpha. Lin Yao lips moved slightly, can you stop talking? I just woke up and you're already annoying me. Why? Did he not make you happy? Xie Dai suspected something right now, staring wide-eyed, what's his deal, does he only care about himself? Lin Yao sighed deeply, you should shut up. Xie Dai indicated he didn't want to interfere in the couple's issues, flapping his wings, urging, Xie Xingchen, you should go back. Your dad will come for a checkup soon. This trip wasn't even worth chatting, Xie Xingchen thought it was somewhat disrespectful to leave this way, walking beside the bed saying, then I'll come see you tomorrow. Get lost. Lin Yao's reply was brief, pulling the blanket directly over his head. Xie Xingchen went out the same way through the window while Director Cheng was standing at the door, visibly shaken. Just seeing a figure, he rushed inside. Do you want to die or are you trying to kill me? Can you not do such dangerous things? Director Cheng felt his blood pressure rising, why can't you be decent? Xie Xingchen was feeling quite cheerful, sorry, caused you trouble. But his expression hinted that though he knew he was wrong, he'd still do it next time. Director Cheng's expression was serious, with 100% match between you and Lin Yao, both during the infection period, meeting up isn't reckless. If you lose control, we'll have a disaster. It was thoughtless on my part. Xie Xingchen's expression turned serious upon hearing Lin Yao might get affected. He promised, I won't touch him for the next few days. Director Cheng huffed coldly, you'd better not. After injecting him with sedatives, he couldn't help reminding, don't corrupt our Bolin, having love brain is unacceptable. Bolin isn't in love. Xie Xingchen said lazily. Isn't he? That alpha crying outside Lin Yao's room every day, wasn't Bolin consoling him yesterday? Director Cheng looked alert, he won't pair them both up as alphas, will he? Xie Xingchen hesitated for 2 seconds, not, likely. Seeing the varied expressions on Director Cheng's face, he smiled, I'll help you investigate. You bring him over, it's like repaying you for not telling my dad about my movements today. When Cheng Boyan entered the room, confused, he asked, did you come to brag after enjoying yourself? Nope, my dad suspects you're dating Healy, he asked me. Xie Xingchen didn't bother hiding, tossing grapes from the bedside table into his mouth. Cheng Boyan chuckled, are you kidding? How can that be? Xie Xingchen fell silent for a second then smirked, perhaps not, yet. Right, I think it's utterly absurd too. Xie Xingchen didn't dwell much on the topic and reminded them, tell Healy that Lin Yao has woken up, but don't disturb him tonight. Let him rest well. We can visit him tomorrow. Cheng Boyan nodded, tomorrow, some journalists will come by. After all, this time Lin Yao became a hero under everyone's eyes, so interviews are inevitable. Your Lin Yao is about to become a public favorite. Xie Xingchen gave a faint scoff, I'll keep an eye on him. Unexpectedly, they had entirely underestimated the media hype. It wasn't just journalists, classmates from Zhongzhan Academy, even outsiders carrying flower baskets and banners nearly overcrowded the hospital. Healy struggled inside to maintain order, draw lots. Only 30 people can see Brother Yao today. Draw the numbers here. Xie Xingchen stood outside the ward, seeing Pei Xiang and Lin Han who had rushed over from Nanhastar, you're here too, making it so grand. Brother was reportedly in great danger this time, we were all worried. Even though Dad kept saying it was fine, we still felt it best to come check. Pei Xiang knew Xie Xingchen was informed and didn't hide her intentions. Xie Xingchen's expression turned incredibly complicated. For a moment, he felt like everyone was competing with him for Lin Yao's attention, annoying. Pei Xiang pleaded, can you help us get inside? There are so many people, how long will we have to wait? Xie Xingchen remained silent, hands in his pockets of the coat over his patient gown, looking exceptionally aloof. Pei Xiang leaned closer, lowering her voice and saying deliberately slowly, if you help me go in and see him, I'll unconditionally support you becoming his husband. This sounded appealing. Xia Xingchen gave her a very calm glance, praising, General Pei truly knows how to raise children. You're thoughtful, waiting is fine. Walking ahead as one of the key figures in this incident naturally cleared a path for him. Pei Xiang and Lin Han quickly followed behind. In front of the bed was Lin Yao, his face full of resignation. Li Kaichang, nearby, having drawn the first number with lucky charm-like odds, enthusiastically read aloud from a card, this next one is from a classmate Wang of the armament department to you. He says. Just leave that there, I'll read it later when I have time. Lin Yao wanted nothing more than to close his eyes and sleep forever. Brother Yao is really tired, no need to hear more. He Li urged, Student Kaichang, you've already been here for almost 10 minutes. Time's up. Li Kaichang looked at the person on the bed with reluctance, rest well, I'll copy notes for you. Xia Xingchen leaned against the wall, his gaze idly sweeping over the other person. Despite not displaying any significant expression, Lin Yao somehow noticed his mood, jealousy creeping back in again. Lin Yao declined softly, no need, I've already finished all my courses for this semester. Kaichang, your time really is up. Come again tomorrow. He Li pulled the person out directly, next. Next. As they passed by Pei Xiang, he lit up unexpectedly, inexplicably feeling compelled to be forgiving towards her, oh, what brings you and General's wife here from so far away? You can cut in line. You're really kind. Then I'll take a small 3-minute spot. Pei Xiang carried over a large package, sitting by the bedside, brother, these VR games are for your entertainment, all shooting types. Since you have to stay here for a while, you'll probably get bored. Lin Yao's scalp tingled uncomfortably from the cloyingly sweet, brother, these young girls now were so forward. Didn't she hear he had a boyfriend last time? He lifted his eyes and saw Xia Xingchen leaning by the wall, his lips curved slightly as if smiling. This must be mockery, his vinegar barrel couldn't tolerate such trifles even till next year. Maybe I won't have time to play. With so many people around, Lin Yao couldn't say anything overly hurtful and thus spoke tactfully, I have to review for finals. Pei Xiang nodded and smiled, that's okay. I've already taken several days off. I can come every day to help brother review. She was being way too clingy, impossible to shake off. Did she really fancy him so much, calling him brother non-stop? Lin Yao glanced around, silently seeking help. Pei Yizhong and Lin Han were laughing, He Li was laughing, even Xia Xingchen was laughing. The first three were enjoying the drama. Xia Xingchen undoubtedly was being sarcastic, having a jealous boyfriend was definitely a prelude to blowing up. Unavoidably, Lin Yao sat up straight, leaned over, and cleared his throat. Lowering his voice, he said seriously, Miss Pei, I truly have a boyfriend. Please don't do this anymore. Chapter 105, really not trying. Pei Xiang looked bewildered, I know you have a boyfriend, so what's the conflict? Knowing he had a partner but still behaving this way was so reckless. Lin Yao decided to make his words clearer, so you shouldn't come to the hospital every day to accompany me, and you shouldn't call me brother. It's too ambiguous and inappropriate. It was difficult for him to outright say such a rejecting statement. She was still a young girl, but dragging it out wasn't the solution either. Especially when Xia Xingchen was just quietly looking at him, his gaze feeling heavy as it fell on him, making his scalp tingle. Pei Xiang suddenly smiled with understanding, oh, you're afraid your boyfriend might misunderstand. Lin Yao subtly sensed something was off, do you know who he is? Of course. Pei Xiang lowered her voice, I just greeted him by the door, actually, he brought me in here, with the condition that I fully support him becoming your husband. Lin Yao. Meaning, Miss Pei didn't have any feelings for him, it was merely because she called him dry father, thus following the generational hierarchy to call him brother. His calm expression cracked. Pei Xiang continued praising, you two are well matched. I like the idea of my brother-in-law. Lin Yao. Enough already. Closing his eyes, Lin Yao felt embarrassed enough to jump off a building, it was so shameful. All because of Xia Xingchen, knowing all along that Lin Yao was misunderstanding the situation, yet acted like nothing and watched from the sidelines. The original offender casually interjected from the side, if Miss Pei truly wishes to see your brother more often, she can visit every day for half an hour, there's no issue. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao opened his eyes again, giving him a cold, cutting glare. You little devil, you're done for. Pei Xiang turned to look at Lin Yao, can I? Lin Han kindly smiles gently, Xiang has been worried about you especially. She even specially took 3 days off from school. Okay. Lin Yao forced out 2 emotionless words, thinking about the earlier misunderstanding and wanting to die, but that's it for today, I'm tired. Alright, then we'll come back tomorrow. Understandingly standing up, Pei Xiang placed the large bag of gifts on the bedside. I will. Xia Xingchen started saying before being interrupted. Lin Yao didn't even pretend to act, get lost. Xia Xingchen very lightly scoffed, oh, I upset him. Hilo added fuel to the fire nearby, see. Even though you saved Big Brother Yao, don't think you'll get in good graces with him. See you tomorrow. Holding a chicken feather as an order, he proudly pushed Xia Xingchen out and turned around to take credit. Big brother Yao, you rest easy, I won't let them in. Xia Xingchen. Which means now, seeing your boyfriend also requires drawing lots. So ridiculous. Lying down on the next bed, while extending his hand for the nurse to inject a sedative, he sent Lin Yao a text message seeking reconciliation. XXC, sorry, let's find a place where no one can see us, and you can hit me. 01. XXC, seriously, I won't dodge. Let your anger out on me. 01, no. XXC, then tonight I'll turn over and flatter you to make you happy. 01. Get lost. Don't laugh, your hormones are unstable, and your condition isn't good today, the nurse reminded after checking the readings on the monitor. Don't run around recklessly. The third day is the most critical period for infection. You may experience hallucinations, so if you feel unwell, press the bell. Xia Xingchen nodded, all right. Then he forwarded the exact nurse's voice message he had pressed earlier to Lin Yao. XXC, did you hear? All my abnormal behaviors today are because of the infection period. 01, nonsense. XXC, really, I woke up dizzy this morning and haven't slept well. Now I'm tired. XXC, what if something happens after the surgery? XXC, the other day he mentioned an ancient Buddha. Let's spare some time to pray, asking the Bodhisattva to protect us. 01, dramatic again. From punctuation marks, single letters, to 3 characters, his heart melted a bit. Xia Xingchen slightly curved his lips, resting his hand on his forehead. It was a bit warm, then he changed to lying flat, sending a message to report. XXC, I do feel a little unwell, let me sleep for a bit. 01, okay. Xia Xingchen set the phone aside, closed his eyes, and quickly fell into a light slumber once more. In these past few days' dreams, this was probably the umpteenth time he dreamed of this scene. Also lying there, in an isolation room, a child lay beside him parallel, very thin and very pale, with pitch black eyes and a small mole on his nose. Draw blood. Someone said somewhere. He heard the boy beside him make a muffled sound, probably when the needle pierced through, hurting badly, but he bit his lower lip bearing it, leaving only wheezy breaths. This is the 9th time already, hoping it succeeds. Different people have different fates. If all these developments turn out to be useless, this kid has really suffered. Xia Xingchen heard someone talking about it. He turned his head, his gaze brushing past the thick needle for drawing blood, piercing into flesh, and he felt the pain too. Fixated on that small mole, wavering vaguely, somehow unknowingly it turned into Lin Yao's face. He opened his mouth slightly, his eyes full of pain. Save me. I'm in pain. Xia Xingchen's heart was as if suddenly pricked by a needle. He abruptly opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. When he was little, he had an accident. His childhood memories were not very clear. It was likely due to being infected and having hallucinations or stimuli. This was the first time he clearly perceived reality. He dropped his eyes, his gaze falling on the veins on his arm, still able to feel the pain of the blood being injected through that tiny needle. Xia Xingchen fumbled for his phone under the pillow, realizing he'd slept for 6 hours. It was already midnight. On the screen was a message Lin Yao sent half an hour ago. 01, haven't woken up yet. XXC, just woke up, had a dream. 01, dreamed about what? Xia Xingchen raised his hand to wipe off the sweat from his forehead, bending his legs, directly initiating a video call with him. Lin Yao picked up. Since only the bedside lamp was on, the isolation ward was dimly lit, only a circle of yellow light encircling his silhouette. He seemed to have just woken up too. The buttons on his collar were loose, revealing a large patch of skin. Xia Xingchen felt the panic from the previous nightmare fade away somewhat. It was just a dream after all, probably due to being hospitalized recently because of infection, combined with Lin Yao's lab matters. What did you dream about? Lin Yao was still asking the question from before. How come your face looks red? Are you feeling hot? Xia Xingchen didn't answer the question directly, merely staring at him. Your neck is red too. Did you ask the nurse to take your temperature? Lin Yao didn't expect him to observe so carefully, muttering vaguely, taken it already. Director Cheng said during the middle stage of infection, it would be like this, normal. Xia Xingchen particularly liked seeing him blushing. Describe it, what's it feel like? Lin Yao moved his lips slightly, just that. What, I don't understand. Xia Xingchen sat up a bit more, slowing down his tone. Director Cheng reminded me yesterday, saying we two shouldn't meet, or we'd ruin our harmony. Lin Yao thought he was clearly asking about his dream. How did the focus get deflected again? He dropped his eyes, coughed lightly, didn't call for you. Xia Xingchen stared at his subtle expressions, amusedly saying, you can follow my example, do what I did yesterday. You've seen me, now it's my turn to see you, fair. Lin Yao's ears were almost burning, but his expression still looked cold. What do you have in your mind every day? What could an alpha in the infection period have in their mind? Besides, you said it's normal symptoms, you have them too. Why allow officials to light fires but forbid commoners to light lamps? That's completely sophistical. Lin Yao saw he wasn't seemingly in any trouble, and spoke softly, won't talk anymore. Xia Xingchen exclaimed, leaning closer to the camera, his features suddenly magnified. Lin Yao's heart skipped a beat. Even though they were far apart, it felt like he was whispering next to his ear. Seductively tempting. Don't you want to try? I can give you remote guidance. Chapter 106, What I Owe to Lin Yao. Lin Yao cursed him, Xie Xingqian, are you a freak? How do you know I'm such a freak? Xie Xingqian stared at the face on the other side of the screen, even the corners of his eyes turned red, making one's heart itchy. If I weren't afraid of any accidents, I would climb over the window right now. Lin Yao felt as if he was thrown into a pot of oil, feeling suffocated. Really hang up, I can't handle it. He didn't have the same calmness as Xie Xingqian, he couldn't bear to display himself completely, which was shameful. Then he watched Xie Xingqian turn off the screen but kept the earpiece on. The sound entering his ears became clearer. Then I won't look, I'll just listen. Your voice is also very beautiful. Lin Yao blushed, go die. Xie Xingqian praised foolishly, the mouth-cursing people sounds beautiful too. The dark screen reflected his expression vividly. Lin Yao stared blankly for a few seconds and heard the phone say, I just had a bad dream, a bit annoyed, so I teased you. What? The doctor said that during the infection period, hallucinations might occur. I guess I stitched your experience with my own. I dreamed about your childhood in the lab. Xie Xingqian said quietly, so small, looked particularly pitiful, had so much blood drawn. Lin Yao remained silent. That experience was like hell, just fragmented memories left him breathless, dared not recall. He thought for a moment and whispered, that must be an illusion. How could we have met in such a place? If I had met you as a child, I would definitely think you were cute. Xie Xingqian closed his eyes and smiled, secretly taking candy from my pocket to tempt you. These words entered Lin Yao's ears, making him suddenly stunned. In distant memories, a hand reached out to him, sorry, here's some candy for you. Lin Yao didn't dare to eat it and kept it in his pocket, only for it to melt later during a high-temperature experiment. He got his experimental suit all sticky and was scolded again. Xie Xingqian, if I had met you as a child, wouldn't you have taken me to escape? Lin Yao stared at the ceiling, muttering, but it's still better not to, those days were too bitter, you couldn't endure it. Xie Xingqian didn't know how to answer this question. He couldn't travel back to the past, nor make assumptions stand firm, he could only offer pallid comfort, I shouldn't have mentioned this, let's talk about something else. After discharge, is there anything you want to do? I want to have a snowball fight. Lin Yao blurted out randomly, there's rarely snow in the capital, no time or friends before, never played. Xie Xingqian made a soft sound, moved by his childish wish, smiling, it's almost December. Next month I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Yao's eyes curved slightly, okay. Do you prefer the manual snowball version, the mech shooting version, or the aerial combat version? Xie Xingqian became excited, or we directly apply to the academy for a snowball fight league. You're really exaggerating. I just casually said it, Lin Yao yawned and buried his head in the pillow, a few good friends playing together would be fine. As Xie Xingqian heard his voice gradually fade, he regretted turning off the camera. The drowsy Lin Yao dropped the usual thorn he armed, feeling especially tender, like a kitten showing its belly to trusted ones, wanting to touch it. Good night, he whispered softly. Xie Xingqian stayed on the phone for 2 hours, hearing his breathing become thoroughly even before carefully hanging up. He stood up and went out of the quarantine room, wanting to find Director Cheng to ask about the exact discharge time, didn't see anyone, but noticed a flickering crimson cigarette butt at the end of the corridor. What are you being so profound for here? Xie Xingqian walked over and found Cheng Boyan full of cigarette smell, with an ashtray filled with cigarette butts next to him, not knowing how long he'd been standing there. Cheng Boyan turned around, and upon seeing him, his eyes showed panic. His hand almost burned him from holding the cigarette and stammered, why aren't you asleep in the middle of the night? Just helped Lin Yao sleep, slept too much in the afternoon, came out to get some air. Seeing Cheng Boyan smoking, Xie Xingqian felt a bit itchy, so he grabbed a cigarette, what's wrong? The experiment isn't going well. Cheng Boyan turned his head and nonchalantly blew out a puff of smoke, no, it's quite smooth. Then did you get hurt in love? Xie Xingqian's expression was relaxed, still pursuing Healy seriously. Go to hell, Cheng Boyan stared at him, hesitating to speak, pressed out the cigarette and lit another one, his hands shaking. Xie Xingqian was perceptive and clever, quickly grasping the key point, did Lin Yao's experiment discover something? I think it's better if you don't know, Cheng Boyan looked up at him, why don't both of you stop dwelling on the past? Look forward, it's more important for the two of you to be fine. Xie Xingqian saw the very troubled expression on his face and guessed, is it related to my family? You, why do you have to dig so deep? Cheng Boyan lowered his voice, we all know what Lin Yao went through in the past, no one can forgive. Xingqian, don't test feelings with this kind of thing. Xie Xingqian remained silent for nearly a minute. Then he turned to look at him, that wouldn't be fair to Lin Yao either. I can't take away his right to know the truth. Tell me what you found out. Cheng Boyan raised his hand and rubbed his face hard, you won't be able to handle it. I'm prepared mentally, Xie Xingqian guessed about 7 or 8 out of 10, what did you find out? Tell me. The two stood in silence facing each other for nearly a minute before he said again, tell me. Cheng Boyan sighed and handed over his phone, on which was a photographed electronic report. He whispered softly, when I was comparing Lin Yao's blood analysis, I originally wanted to crack my dad's database for inspiration but accidentally cracked his highest level encryption on medical observation records about you. The Xiaxingchen lesion experiment report. Patient, Xiaxingchen 5 years old. Symptom description, seizures, spasms, intermittent shock, pheromone disorder caused by an unknown injection, will undergo systematic experimental treatment. Test subject, CG01 5 years old. Experiment project, modify its body to match the patient's high similarity body data, then conduct electrocution, blood drawing, drug injection, high temperature stimulation, reasonable experiments. Patient, Xiaxingchen 10 years old. Star calendar 2 by 16 July 21st. Transferred to Heimu Private Hospital, Dr. Cheng took over the patient's treatment, except for pheromone disorder syndrome, other conditions have recovered, continue observing. Patient, Xiaxingchen 15 years old. Star calendar 2 by 21 July 8th. Differentiated into S-grade alpha with Cole syndrome, sexual addiction, as possible after effects from the accompanying experiments with CG01. Patient, Xiaxingchen 18 years old. Star calendar 2 by 24 August 31st. Regular checkup. Patient Lin Yao, originally alpha gender, suspected as accompanying subject CG01, secondary differentiated into omega due to experimental after effects. Unable to confirm identity due to missing reports upon transfer. Star calendar 2 by 24 September 9th. Patient isolated, Lin Yao's blood sample monitored with 100% matching degree, suspected after effect of forced experimentation. CG01 was Lin Yao's experiment number. The director Cheng's unconfirmed guess became confirmed when Xiaxingchen finished reading the last page of the record. Based on the report, during the 5 years of the blood plague, it is uncertain whether it has anything to do with your dad, but from ages 5 to 10, Lin Yao was your dedicated experimental subject. Cheng Boyan spoke in a low voice, before transferring to Heimu, he only served you in some laboratory. He had a better life ahead, Xiaxingchen, do you really think Lin Yao can accept that? The cigarette in Xiaxingchen's hand had burned out completely. He stood in the wind like a statue that would shatter at a touch. The inhumane experiments were because of himself. The pain of secondary differentiation was because of himself. Being unable to reunite with his family was also because of himself. Xiaxingchen cleared his throat, his voice hoarse almost beyond speech, I was too naive, reality is even harder to accept than I imagined. Cheng Boyan also found no solution, otherwise, he wouldn't have held on to this report until now, standing there for 3 hours without coming up with an answer. He said in a low voice, if you want to be selfish, just pretend you didn't see this report today. My dad won't talk about it, neither will I. Xiaxingchen fell into a long silence, not uttering a word. Xiaxingchen, if we met as kids, you would have definitely taken me and run away, right? Lin Yao said this while they were on the phone earlier. But instead of running away with him, he indirectly pushed him into another abyss. Lin Yao always says, he especially dislikes those higher-ups who destroy others' lives with ease. 3 years ago, a casual complaint from me cost him a 50,000 yuan bonus. It took me 3 years to make peace with him. This report has added 5 more years of torment on top of the already painful experiments, it was a second ordeal for him. Xiaxingchen held the cigarette between his fingers, and a long ash had built up at the tip. Yet, he only stared blankly as he spoke in a hollow voice. Every single time, he was so innocent. And yet burdened with such sin. Xiaxingchen looked down at the numbers on the report, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse. I owe Lin Yao so much that I could never repay him in a lifetime. Chapter 107, Tease Me. Xiaxingchen felt nauseous, like he was going to throw up, with stomach acid churning in his gut. He had a physiological aversion to everything he had gained and realized that no matter how much compensation there could be, it wouldn't fill the hole left by Lin Yao's past wounds. How do you think about this? Cheng Boyan sighed, do you really want to show him? Yes. Xiaxingchen nodded lightly, after the first snow, I'll give it to him. Lin Yao had just come out of surgery, his body wasn't fully recovered yet. He feared that this report would cause too much of a shock, leaving long-term after-effects. Cheng Boyan raised his hand, irritably grabbing at his hair, I really can't imagine what Lin Yao's reaction will be. Xiaxingchen slightly pulled at the corner of his lips, I don't know either. Actually, this has nothing to do with you, right? I think he is very reasonable, and he will definitely understand, Cheng Boyan paused, but emotionally speaking, it will be hard for him to face you in the short term. Xiaxingchen murmured, his voice hoarse, I'll consider the proper way to handle it. Are the test results out yet? The more calm he seemed, the more nervous Cheng Boyan became inside, yes, the Z7035 you asked someone to buy last time partially overlaps with Lin Yao's sample after the blood plague. But only partially. There are many kinds of stimulants, and even a small adjustment in one component changes everything drastically. But in fact, adding this report, we all have an answer in our hearts, don't we? Xiaxingchen whispered softly. Cheng Boyan moved his lips, without evidence, Uncle Yun, the reagents he released are all legally compliant. Even the Z7035 sold secretly to the rich went through approval. Then we'll find it. Xiaxingchen extinguished his cigarette. This experiment has been ongoing for over a decade, it won't have results in just a few days. Cheng Boyan looked at him worriedly. I know you're close to Uncle Yun, don't do anything extreme. On one side were parents who loved him endlessly, on the other, a lover finally united. This multiple-choice question would be heart-wrenching no matter which option he chose. Xia Xingchen looked down, forwarded the electronic report to his own phone, and deleted it for him. Thank you. Cheng Boyan watched as he walked towards Lin Yao's ward, wanting to say something but holding back, saying nothing in the end. Xia Xingchen gently pushed the door open and lay down beside him. His arms circled around, tightly embracing him. Xia Xingchen. Lin Yao muttered in his sleep. You're calling my name while asleep. Xia Xingchen rested his chin on Lin Yao's shoulder, feeling both bitter and sore. Yao Yao, my baby, I really don't know what to do. For the first time, he felt completely lost and helpless, every direction seeming to lead to an abyss. Lin Yao instinctively hugged him back. Xia Xingchen closed his eyes, feeling the warmth gradually soothing the stiffness that had earlier cooled to ice. Lin Yao woke up intermittently but felt a rare comfort and stability. When he opened his eyes, it was still dark, but someone new was there. He mumbled, when did you come over? There was no response. Xia Xingchen looked exhausted, with closed eyes and arms that held his waist so tightly, like steel clamps that couldn't budge. He raised his hand, tracing the other's eyebrows with his fingertips, running down from the arched brows, past the high nose bridge, to thin lips that often said things that made one blush. At least when he didn't talk, he looked halfway decent. Further down, the sharp Adam's apple, defined sharply, giving off an inexplicable sex appeal. Lin Yao leaned forward, touching those lips lightly. When attempting to withdraw, a sudden grasp on his neck pulled him closer, sealing their lips together firmly. You pretended to sleep. Lin Yao mumbled incoherently, the rest of his complaint drowned out. It was intense and urgent, as if confirming something. Lin Yao lifted his chin, did your condition act up again? Xia Xingchen simply kept kissing him, pinning him into the soft pillow while entwining into his marrow. Xia Xingchen. Lin Yao finally managed to turn his head, snatching some fresh air, pressing his forehead against him. Do you feel unwell? Xia Xingchen looked down at him, his voice low. No, I just wanted to kiss you. Lin Yao stared at him for a few seconds, sensing something was off. You. Did you have another nightmare? Yeah, a terrible nightmare. Xia Xingchen's voice was soft. I hope I wake up and find out it's all fake. Lin Yao was sure he might have been frightened by a dream. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his lips as he mocked him. You're such a big guy, you can't even tell the difference between dreams and reality. Must have lost some brain cells during the infection, stupid as if you were soaked in formalin. Keep scolding me, Xia Xingchen said. Lin Yao. Lin Yao thought to himself, maybe he really went dumb. Who would rush over just to be yelled at? Scold away, Xia Xingchen lowered his gaze, looking seriously at him. Why don't you record an abusive alarm clock for me? I'll listen to it every morning, it'll refresh my spirit. As he spoke, he fished out the phone from his hospital gown, unlocked it quickly, paused on the electronic report for a moment before sliding it away and opening the recorder app. Go ahead, curse. Lin Yao stared at him like he was watching a mental case. He didn't know whether to indulge him or stop this immediately. Xia Xingchen pressed a finger against his lips. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you feeling sexually frustrated that it turned you into an idiot? Lin Yao's expression was somewhat serious. Did you ask Director Cheng about whether your condition is a normal symptom? Xia Xingchen stayed silent, gazing at him for several seconds before lowering his head again and kissing him. Lin Yao started to feel the situation was getting serious. Normally, he would surely say some flirtatious things to tease him, but today there was nothing. When they nearly ran out of breath, Xia Xingchen let him go, whispering softly, I'll go back. Rounds will be soon. Alright, you. Lin Yao watched him anxiously. After rounds, I'll come find you. Xia Xingchen whispered lightly, no need, rest well and don't run around. Shit, this was so unlike Xia Xingchen. Lin Yao looked seriously as Xia left, mentally retracing everything from the video until now, a span of only a few hours, and the only thing mentioned was that nightmare. Could it be that Xia Xingchen projected himself into the dream, then because the infection amplified perception, it induced a kind of shared pain? That indeed could sour one's mood. In the morning, Healy came by chattering non-stop, and Lin Yao hesitatingly asked, besides having a fight, what else can help to adjust one's mood? Are you not happy? Healy looked up. Not me. Lin Yao moved his lips slightly, vaguely replying, someone else. Someone else? Who? Your godfather. Or Pei Xiang. After filtering through a few people in Healy's mind who Lin Yao might care about, none fit. But Xie Dog acted weird today. When I passed him in the hallway, he was spacing out. I almost slapped his face, and he didn't even react. Of course, this was somewhat exaggerated, it was merely flicking a hand in front of his eyes. Lin Yao slightly furrowed his brows. Right, he's been acting strange since last night. Last night? Healy caught onto the keyword. Weren't you two separated under quarantine? How did you see him? Lin Yao raised his hand to unbutton his gown, changing clothes, while his eyes wandered, encountered him when using the restroom. Healy turned his head blankly, looking at the high-end ward facilities, but isn't there a bathroom inside your room? Lin Yao was unable to patch this excuse convincingly. Before he could utter the next sentence, Xia Xingchen casually appeared at the door, waving the breakfast in his hand. Unlike his previous sneaky ways, this time he was completely unconcerned about hiding. Afraid that Xia might say something revealing, Xia Xingchen walked over, placed the breakfast on the bedside table. Then he bent down, helping him to unfasten the misaligned buttons and retighten them. You too. Can you meet during the infection period? Healy found Lin Yao's current compliance utterly bizarre. Wasn't the person with a bad mood Xia Xingchen? Lin Yao responded solemnly and formally, correct, it's because two infected individuals meeting could easily lead to mutation. For your safety, you'd better leave. Healy nodded repeatedly, you're being considerate. But, what are you two doing together? Discussing the disease conditions, Lin Yao applied the same excuse he used against Pei Yizhong effortlessly, like we both experienced dizziness, hallucinations, fever, and so on. Got it, discuss then, I'll leave first. Healy still feared being infected, bolting out of the isolation ward instantly. Xia Xingchen opened the porridge on the bedside, waited for it to cool a bit, then brought it in front of Lin Yao, open your mouth. I'll feed you. There was nothing more, genuinely just feeding meals, attentively delivering spoonfuls one after another. Lin Yao followed his motions stiffly for a whole minute, truly unaccustomed to his silence. He realized he liked the old Xia Xingchen much better. You should say a couple of sentences to tease me, or even sexual harassment will do, Lin Yao suggested. Chapter 108, Privately Pledged Love. Xia Xingchen suddenly realized that his emotions had already affected Lin Yao. He dropped his gaze, thinking he couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, before Lin Yao even received the report, he would worry to death because of his abnormal behavior. Do you want to be teased? Xia Xingchen put the bowl aside and reached out to fiddle with the newly fastened buttons. A gentleman acts but does not speak. Can I get hands-on? Lin Yao stared at him, probing. The hospital gown half open, broad palms slowly slid down from the collar as if performing a checkup. I've lost weight these past few days. My waist can now easily be grabbed. Because of his movements, Lin Yao's back tensed up. It felt right, yet somehow still off. He reached out to grab the other's wrist. Don't touch, it tickles. Didn't you ask me to tease you? I've just started, haven't done much yet, and now you're stopping me. Xia Xingchen turned things around, so what kind of teasing do you prefer? I can adjust accordingly. Lin Yao choked, forget it, do whatever. Good boy, Xia Xingchen thought that he might have to crush the lively Lin Yao again, which was cruel. He bent down and firmly embraced him, want to take a bath together tonight? Lin Yao could no longer bear it, get out, it's not allowed. Though it was a joke, Lin Yao discovered that Xia Xingchen had become particularly clingy lately. When visiting, he wouldn't climb through the window anymore, instead, he'd come in through the front door. He wanted to cuddle when sleeping and to kiss whenever their eyes met. Several times, Lin Yao nearly panicked when seeing patrol guards walk by outside. Harmony is the property of the Xia family, filled with spies everywhere, and Lin Yao sometimes wondered how he could even survive until tomorrow. Fortunately, both of them had good physical constitutions, and after only half a month, they were discharged from the hospital. Lin Yao went home to recuperate for some time with Pei Yizhong. Xia Xingchen seemed busy, but nobody knew what he was doing. Just see, once men get what they want, they stop valuing it, Pei Yizhong lectured, look, he hasn't visited you in the past few days. Don't stir up trouble. Lin Yao sat on the sofa watching military news with him, he's busy dealing with his father. With the escape from marriage earlier plus subsequent infections, there must be countless things piling up. I'm truly impressed. Pei Yizhong sighed, I hear that his dad wants to transfer him from Chongqing and has recently applied to the military department for employment. It's evident that he's trying to break you two up, isn't it? Lin Yao ate a grape without any expression, if so, there's nothing wrong with that. I can also apply next semester and get early achievements helpful for future promotions, becoming a young officer, wouldn't that be cool? Pei Yizhong. Is that the focus here? Isn't the point supposed to be whether Xia Hengji is finding ways to separate you two? Fair enough, he doesn't like me, and I don't particularly favor him either. Lin Yao felt his phone vibrate and saw that Xia Xingchen sent a message. Xia Xingchen, come out, I'm at your doorstep. Lin Yao turned his head towards the window, his expression softened slightly as he murmured softly, I'm leaving. Pei Yizhong, seeing his face, already knew something was amiss. Are you meeting with that jerk in the middle of the night? Don't call him that, it's disrespectful. Lin Yao stood up from the sofa, grabbed his coat and wore it, then wrapped the scarf twice around his neck. See you, adoptive father. Pei Yizhong muttered while pressing the acupoint and adjusting the oxygen tank, this lovebird follows whom exactly? Lin Yao rushed out and saw that today Xia Xingchen didn't bring his car, it was a small aircraft. Jumping in and closing the door, he asked excitedly, where are we going? You'll know when we get there. Xia Xingchen operated the controls, feeling better, Lin student. Tonight will be an exciting battle full of vitality. Lin Yao glanced at him, digesting the meaning for a second, then accused him, you're talking about, immediately after I've been discharged from the hospital. How beastly. Xia Xingchen couldn't help laughing and handed over a pair of gloves. I said snowball fight, what were you imagining? Your thoughts always drift somewhere inappropriate. Snowball fight. An exciting battle sounded alright, indeed. Lin Yao looked very embarrassed as he lowered his head to wear the gloves. There's no snow anyway, how can we play a snowball fight? It's about to snow right here. Xia Xingchen said, but the place I'm taking you to, it's the first snowfall of the 9th star system, the true sense of the first snow. Lin Yao didn't expect that a phrase he mentioned casually would be remembered by him. As the flying vehicle dove into the clouds, light and gentle, like being in a dream, when it landed, everything around had transformed into heavy white. What are you two procrastinating about, seriously, so slow? He Lao shouted from afar while forming a snowball to shove down Qing Boyan's neck. What are you guys doing here? Lin Yao squelched through the snow, tiny flakes gently falling onto his nose tip, feeling cool. We're also around. Jiang Qiran appeared from somewhere, her icy hands brushing against his cheek. Can your body handle it? Lin Yao nodded, his tone cool. Of course, who do you look down on? Not really, what I mean is that soon we will attack without any regard for your condition as a patient. Jiang Qiran bent down to form a snowball, grinning mischievously. Xia Xingchen said there would be a snowball fight. How could we miss out on such a fun event? It's already troublesome enough spending all day with the old man in public relations. Rarely have we come out for some fresh air. Lin Yao hesitated for a second and silently bowed his head, grabbing a large clump of snow in his hand, shaping it into a ball. It was strange, there rarely was such thick snow in the capital. Even when encountering thin layers of snow, people just hurried along their way, never having time to stop. But right now, he threw the snowball in his hand at Jiang Qiran. With a plop, it splashed open on the white feather-filled jacket. The corners of his lips slightly lifted, then let's start. Damn, Xia Yunhui, he attacked by surprise. Jiang Qiran dodged, quickly assembling teammates. Anyone, shall he right? Come on, let's form an alliance, beat them up. Just wait, I'm setting up the camera, almost done, almost done. He Lao stuck to his shooting plan, securing the tripod before dragging Qing Boyan toward one side. 4 against 1, Lin Yao suddenly became the center of attack, glaring at Xia Xingchen still fooling around with equipment nearby. He Lao, you traitor. He wiped off the snow on his head, threatening, you're dead. Big brother Yao, it's a game after all. The most important thing is to enjoy oneself. He Lao, emboldened, started throwing snowballs at him even as he spoke, forgive me this once. Surrounded, Lin Yao turned his head, Xia Xingchen, if you don't come over soon, I'll die. Why are you being ganged up on since the start? Smiling, Xia Xingchen placed an assembled snowball gun in his hand, here, giving you advanced equipment, free to shoot. Don't know, sister-in-law is too evil, actually formed factions. Lin Yao held the gun, looking extremely cool, no problem, we'll still win with 2 versus 4. Seeing the gun, Jiang Qiran jumped with anger, why don't we have guns, Xia Yunhui, what's wrong with you? I've never had a snowball fight before. How would I know these things need to be bought? Xia Yunhui helplessly started forming more snowballs, handing them over, suspecting they might have been brought together just as tools to keep his beloved younger brother's boyfriend entertained. After obtaining the snowball gun, Lin Yao's morale soared immensely. Sniping has always been his forte, there was no need for deliberate aiming, hit with every shot. He Lao cried out, not fair. I want equipment too, cheating, this is cheating. 4-on-2, and who's cheating? Watching the opponent crouch to run, showing his head only to get hit squarely in the face, He Lao got a face full of snow. Xia Xingchen looked at the person wiping out everyone around and asked smilingly, are you happy? Is the snowball fight as you imagined? Happy, much better than expected. Lin Yao clutched the gun, beaming like a little kid. Xia Xingchen thought that if the Xia family hadn't deprived Lin Yao of his childhood, he should have experienced this long ago, rather than finally coming to enjoy this first snowball fight with friends at 18. Ceasefire, apply for a 10-minute truce. Jiang Qiran waved her hand, let's hide, pause for now. Lin Yao's lip curled slightly as he grabbed Xia Xingchen's sleeve, saying, let's hide, then assassinate them. They ran behind a snow pile but accidentally both fell into soft snow. The snow had already accumulated thickly. They created a big dent, sinking further in, buried in the drifting snowflakes. Lin Yao didn't move, sprawling over Xia Xingchen using him as a warm cushion, let's just stay here for a moment, they can't see us anyway. Xia Xingchen responded with a sound, lifting his gaze to watch the snowfall land on his lover's hair top. If there were deities in this world, may time freeze, allowing them to secretly pledge their lives together forever. What are you staring at? Lin Yao slapped his face, laughing at him, stupid from getting hit by too many snowballs. Record something for me, anything. Just record a wake-up call. Xia Xingchen slid open his phone, clicking the video recording button, speaking softly, given today that you've enjoyed yourself. Through the lens, Lin Yao looked at his pitch-black eyes, then at the snowflakes drifting everywhere. Xia Xingchen, wake up, today's Lin Yao likes you more than yesterday. Chapter 109, Baby Don't Cry. Xia Xingchen looked at Lin Yao in the camera lens and then at him outside of it. From the former Lin Yao who didn't say what he truly felt, to the current Lin Yao who could openly tell him, I like you more today than yesterday, a lump formed in his throat. Xia Xingchen raised his hand to cover his face, some snow fell onto his eyelashes, melted, and slid down like tears. I like this, I'll use it every day. He carefully pressed save. Lin Yao touched his face through the glove. There's so much snow, your face is all wet, your nose is red with cold. Are you very cold? A little. To look cool, I didn't wear enough. Xia Xingchen said. Immature. Lin Yao glanced at him for a moment, took off the scarf around his neck, and tightly wrapped him up with it. When he pulled up his jacket zipper again, Xia Xingchen saw the chain hanging from his neck, with that ring passing through it, just like his own. It turned out he had been wearing it on him all along. Xia Xingchen stared at him intently. Why have you been so nice to me recently? I'll give you one more chance to rephrase that. Wasn't I nice to you before? Lin Yao fiercely slapped his face. Very nice, come here, give me a kiss. Xia Xingchen reached out and pulled him back into his arms, then leaned down to kiss him. In the distance was He Li's voice, Yao Ji, the ceasefire is over, hurry up and continue the battle. The sound of hurried footsteps came toward them. Lin Yao was frightened, his heart was beating so fast it felt like it would jump out, his hands and feet were cold but his lips were hot. He Li will see us. He whispered as a warning. Lin Yao. Xia Xingchen called his name between their kisses, if we're destined to be under the same snow. Where did you suddenly pull out such Chinese literature? Lin Yao lifted his head, looking disdainfully at him while continuing the next line, even if it means living a life together until our hair turns white, who wouldn't know these verses by heart? Xia Xingchen hummed softly, fixed his gaze on him, and smiled. He Li rushed forward with a huge snowball, abruptly hitting Lin Yao on the back of his head, yelling, what are you two doing here making sculptures? Come on. I slipped. Lin Yao swiftly flipped himself up, grabbed the snowball gun in a defensive stance, do you want more? Isn't the result already clear? He Li stood up proudly and retorted, best out of 3, 5, 7 rounds, no matter what, we play until we win. Let them win once. Cheng Boyan looked at the two of them briefly, then turned around, wiping his face with his hand. Snowfall signifies something beyond words. So damn tormenting. He Li turned to stare at him, not understanding why. Why let them win? Cheng Boyan bent his neck and pressed him into the snow, they're both patients who just got discharged from the hospital. Can't you let them have it? Too competitive. Lin Yao expressionless, no problem, no matter how many more times, you guys will still lose. Snowballs exploded on this vast open ground, like flowers blooming briefly before fading away. It was almost midnight. With all physical strength drained, Jiang Qiran applied to end the game, declaring Xia Xingchen and Lin Yao as the winners. The 6 people laid side by side in the white expanse of snow, gazing up at the sky. Truly beautiful, the first snow of the 9th star system, I'm going to cuckoo and post pictures. He Li reached up, wiping fine snow off the tip of his nose, yet remembering to take 2 more shots. Jiang Qiran curved her eyes and remarked, today is truly the happiest time in the past month. Isn't marrying me not happy? Xia Yinhuai turned around. Not really, haven't you got the numbers wrong? Jiang Qiran gave an icy look. Xia Yinhuai. Lin Yao couldn't help but laugh a bit, quietly taking off his gloves, slowly intertwining his fingers with the warm hand beside him. At this point, among this group of people, only He Li still didn't know, but there was still a thrill akin to adultery. Like sitting at the back of the classroom during student days, when the teacher turns to write on the blackboard, touching palms caused hearts to pound in excitement. Xia Xingchen turned to look at him, his handsome eyes and the mole on his nose, if time stopped right now, it'd be great. Every year it snows. Lin Yao spoke softly, this isn't the only snowfall this year either. Let's come again next time if we have the time. The adjacent He Li confidently exclaimed, alright, next time, I will surely turn over a new leaf. Xia Xingchen crossed several people to remotely call out to him, send me a copy of today's video and photos after we go back. He Li was shocked, you actually want to keep such things? Appreciate my heroic figure anytime. Xia Xingchen lowered his eyes, his gaze sweeping over their intertwined fingers, gently brushing his fingertips against his handback, repeatedly caressing tenderly and lingeringly. As the clock approached midnight, everyone finally returned to their own homes. Lin Yao sat in the spacecraft, still with an excited expression. Xia Xingchen, however, was unusually silent. The report on his phone felt like a time bomb, ticking down and counting the seconds, as he prepared to hand it over to Lin Yao soon. What if he delayed it by just one more day? It would merely delay bursting the bubble of illusion. For days now, Xia Xingchen had repeatedly gone over every word of the report, almost engraved into his mind, each character drilling through his heart painfully. He considered using it to confront old man Xia, but knowing how crafty Xia Heng and Yun Qing were, they'd likely respond with something like, we were desperate when we sought help from a private lab back then. Details about its operation or who the real boss behind it is, we don't know, it's just someone handling tasks for money on the black market. No evidence. Hence, no room for alarm. Yet the more this fact sunk in, the more Xia Xingchen felt an oppressive heaviness in his chest, unsure of whom to unleash his despair on. Why so quiet? Lin Yao turned to look at him and noticed that the spacecraft was already in autopilot mode, navigating through endless starry rivers. I just want to be quietly alone with you for a moment. Xia Xingchen reached out, pulling Lin Yao closer into his embrace. Yao, tell me about your time in the lab. Was it painful every day? Lin Yao didn't expect such a sudden question and paused for several seconds before honestly answering, yes, it hurt, but I got used to it. They'd draw blood daily, do injections, shocks, all sorts of stuff. Xia Xingqian traced his fingers across Lin Yao's arm, reaching through the distance of years to sense the young child who once endured cruel treatments while crying. I'm sorry, he murmured softly, for making you suffer, go through torment, living in hell. I am truly sorry. But it has nothing to do with you, Lin Yao replied nonchalantly, why should you apologize? This sentence pierced Xia Xingqian's heart like an icy dart. Xia Xingqian bowed his head, his lips brushing against Lin Yao's soft hair strands. Lin Yao had said before, he hated it when people touched his hair. But now, he became the exception. After 3 years, it took them a lot to mend the rifts between them. Would Lin Yao forgive him again after another 3 years? A few days ago, I received a report. Xia Xingqian couldn't bring himself to meet his eyes, staring fixedly at the window pane of the cockpit which reflected their faces. His throat tightened, each word feeling excruciating to utter. It relates to both you and me. Lin Yao froze. What do you mean? Is it related to post-infection syndrome? Xia Xingqian's Adam's apple moved noticeably as he whispered, what I told you about our past, it wasn't a dream. It really happened. We really met back then. Lin Yao frowned. Are you also a test subject? How could that be? Xia Xingqian's chest constricted painfully, trying several times but failing to voice the sentence, you've been my one-on-one experimental counterpart since you were 5. He pulled his mobile out of his coat pocket, trembling as he tapped to open the document and showed it to Lin Yao. Take a look yourself, his voice cracked hoarsely. Lin Yao lowered his gaze, fixing his sight on the summary of the report, the lesion experiment report of Xia Xingqian, test subject, CG01. What did it mean? And what relation did it have with Xia Xingqian? That rotten experiment, what connection did it have with Xia Xingqian? The records from the lab disappeared, but this is Dr. Cheng's medical notebook, which is enough proof. Xia Xingqian spoke arduously, enough proof that at least 5 years of your suffering are linked to me. You're babbling nonsense. If your brain got injured in the snow, go register for treatment. Lin Yao's voice trembled slightly, staring at the report yet afraid to flip any further. Xia Xingqian looked down, repenting with unbearable pain. Ao Yao, I'm sorry I didn't rescue you back then. It was because of me that you stayed there. It was because of me that you went through all that pain. It was because of me that you suffered the agony of secondary differentiation. I'm sorry. Lin Yao's vision blurred as he stared at the report, his whole body pinned down as though nailed to the spot. Xia Xingqian sensed his stiffness, followed by a drop falling onto the back of his hand, a water droplet, similar to the lightly fallen snow earlier. Baby, don't cry. Xia Xingqian extended his hand, gently wiping under his eyes, only to find dampness covering his palm. Lin Yao's entire body shook uncontrollably, the report dragging him right back into the hellish memories of pain, with only the embrace behind him remaining real. Xia Xingqian, I don't want to look at this. I can't understand it. I don't want to see it. Chapter 110, I'll let you go. Lin Yao felt an excruciating headache. He suddenly raised his hand and struck the phone, sending it clattering to the ground. His whole body seemed to exude an abnormal kind of panic. Xia Xingqian grabbed his wrist. What's wrong? Xia Xingqian. Pain. My heart hurts so much. Lin Yao felt as if his heart was being squeezed by a giant hand, countless needles piercing into his bone marrow, far surpassing the pain of blood extraction tenfold or even 100-fold, causing convulsions throughout his body. Long-forgotten memories and conversations from the distant past now came rushing back like a tidal wave. 01, come over for a blood draw. The young master will be coming today, so be good. 01, you look quite pitiful. Kids your age have different lives. You're here for treatment too, right? Blood draws hurt, don't they? Have some candy. My dad said I have a very serious illness and need regular blood transfusions to survive. Where do you feel unwell? I hope the next time we meet, we'll both be healthy, little friend 01. If one day we get to play outside, where would you want to go? I like snowball fights. How about you? All Lin Yao could remember saying at that time was, I've never played in the snow, never. It turned out that person was Xia Xingqian. Back then, he had despised him endlessly, giving cold stares every time they met, the rich young master whose presence led to endless experiments and blood extractions, leaving his arms full of needle marks, with nothing but endless despair greeting him each day upon waking. How could it be Xia Xingqian? Anyone else would have been better, anyone except him. Xia Xingqian was supposed to be the one who brought him out of the darkness. Why are you shaking so badly? Xia Xingqian bent down, lifting his chin with his palm for a close inspection. Is there somewhere you feel uncomfortable? Heart? Chest? Can you breathe? Don't hold your breath, Yao Yao. Lin Yao convulsed, his pupils vacant as though unable to focus, repeatedly uttering, no. With post-surgery aphasia still present, Xia Xingqian feared something catastrophic might happen, instantly altering their flight's destination. At midnight, the aircraft made an emergency descent, abruptly stopping on an open space outside the hospital. Holding Lin Yao in his arms, Xia Xingqian encountered Qing Boyan, just picking up his dad after work at the Harmony Hospital. What happened? Director Cheng, please take a look. It seems like Lin Yao has been upset somehow. Xia Xingchen handed the person in his arms over. Cheng doctor turned pale, raising his hand to summon the nurse. Take him to the emergency room. Truly, I owe you all every day. The unexpected came too suddenly, Cheng Boyan still stuck in their previous conversation about snowball fights, bewilderedly saying, wasn't he fine just a moment ago? How did this happen? On the way back, I gave him the report. He probably couldn't accept it. Xia Xingchen stood at the gate of the Harmony Hospital, lowering his head to light a cigarette. In these days, I've imagined countless reactions from him, hitting me, cursing me, making cruel remarks, breaking up with me, but I never thought that because of not being able to accept it, he would experience physical stress response. Looking at Lin Yao in that state, his heart nearly shattered. It shows that he loves you deeply, maybe even Lin Yao himself doesn't know it, Cheng Boyan analyzed. Because of the inability to accept it, his body subjectively produced a state of rejection, which is incredibly painful. So, the body triggers early stress protection. Xia Xingchen felt as if there were a dead end in front of him. He slightly tugged his lips, feeling pierced by a dull knife. I never expected that one day, I'd become the source of Lin Yao's stress response. Originally thinking step by step closer to the person he loved, eventually succeeding in entering his heart. Now he's told he can no longer get near him. Cheng Boyan cursed under his breath, why should it be this way? It's not either of your faults. Why should you two bear the consequences? Is there such an unfair thing in the world? Snow fell softly in the capital city, scattering everywhere, while Xia Xingchen gazed distantly without a word. Dr. Cheng conducted a thorough examination of Lin Yao and also called in a psychological specialist. After a series of diagnoses, Xia Xingchen was finally called outside the ward. He experienced a major shock and cannot endure further stimulation. He needs distance from that event, or that person. He's already in bad shape, old wounds piling on top of new ones. If his mental state deteriorates further, he won't pass the military tests, ending his career. The doctor instructed, for now, let him recuperate quietly, combined with psychological therapy for observation. That's all we can do for now. Xia Xingchen's heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Turning his head, he saw the face inside asleep from sedatives, clearly just discharged but brought back here again by himself. Raising his hand to cover his face, his eyes became damp with moisture. There's no family member of Lin Yao's we can notify, but we'll take good care of him, the doctor said. You can rest assured about this. Xia Xingchen stood there for a long time before realizing he had not yet given any assurance to the doctor and softly said, all right, I won't see him again in the near future. Director Cheng opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. He just raised his hand and patted Xia Xingchen's shoulder. Xia Xingchen lingered outside the ward for a long while, afraid to even step one foot inside. He could only stare through the glass on the door for what seemed like an eternity, transforming into a lifeless reef without a heartbeat, seeping out sorrow from every crack. After a long while, he finally lowered his head and sent a message to Xia Hengji. XXC, I'm leaving tomorrow. I'll transfer schools and enter military service as you suggested. XXC, are you satisfied? Then, leaning against the wall, he sent the whole story to Pei Yizhong, his father who he still hadn't dared to acknowledge. Now, he was the only person Xia Xingchen could trust. Pei Yizhong hurried over. Seeing the pale face in the ward, he lifted his hand, ready to slap the young man at the door. Xia Xingchen tightly closed his eyes. But the slap never came. He was fine when he left home, so full of excitement, how did you turn him into this? Pei Yizhong's voice quivered. He was perfectly well when he left. Sorry, Uncle Pei, I didn't take good care of him, Xia Xingchen whispered. Hit me. It'll make me feel better. Pei Yizhong's left hand hung suspended in the air for a long time, eventually falling back down after lightly tapping Xia Xingchen's cheek. Never mind, you're innocent too. I just didn't expect that the two closest friends back then would kidnap my child. The people he once trusted so much, whom he couldn't find in the entire star system during his investigation, despite their final fallout, he had never doubted them, and they were so close all along. Sorry. On this day alone, it seemed Xia Xingchen had apologized for an entire lifetime. I am really sorry. If there are apologies to be made, it shouldn't fall on you. What do you plan to do next? Pei Yizhong stared at the youthful face that used to brim with arrogance and vitality, now submerged in endless despair. I'll pretend to break up with Lin Yao because of this matter, if he still gives me the chance, Xia Xingchen said, his Adam's apple moving slightly. Regardless of whether Lin Yao wants me or not, I have to carry out this plan. I will go back to the life mapped out by my dad, stay hidden by their side, and ferret out everyone related to the lab, not missing a single one. I will personally put those who hurt Lin Yao on trial. I think, apart from myself getting involved directly, it would be nearly impossible to gather evidence. Pei Yizhong looked up. Including your two dads. During those sleepless nights before, Xia Xingchen had already made his resolution. He gave a very light nod. Including them. Pei Yizhong was stunned for a long time before warning, if you distance yourself, feelings may fade, Lin Yao might not wait for you forever. I know. Xia Xingchen replied bitterly, I don't deserve to make him wait for me. Pei Yizhong turned away and asked softly, when are you leaving? Tomorrow. In fact, I've been preparing to separate for some time. Xie Xingqian spoke softly, let me stay by his side for one last night tonight. Pei Zhong said nothing more but turned to smoke outside. Xie Xingqian stayed outside the room for a long time before finally slipping in quietly, just like how he had often sneaked into Lin Yao's room in recent days. He carefully lay down beside him, greedily tracing the features of the one he loved, yet not daring to wake him. Afraid that when he opens his eyes and sees him, his expression will be filled with fear, piercing his heart like a knife. Nurse sister. Lin Yao mumbled in his dream. It hurts so much. I don't want to get another injection. Please let me go. Xie Xingqian embraced him gently, whispering, Yao Yao, don't be scared. I'll let you go. Chapter 111, The Third Wish. Lin Yao had a dream. He dreamed that he was in the lab, surrounded by rows and rows of needles and tubes of blood. This had all become routine. He deftly rolled up his sleeve, revealing his slender, pale arms, made a fist, and extended it forward, saying, please be gentle. Just as the needle was about to pierce into his vein, another hand pulled him away, bursting through the door and running, passing one experimental area after another, rushing down desolate corridors, then struggling to open the tightly closed gate. Run, I'll let you go, don't look back. Lin Yao ran forward and plunged into a heavy snowstorm. He turned around and saw Xie Xingqian's face. It wasn't from his childhood, it was the grown-up version of him, tall and imposing like an umbrella that could shield against the rain. What about you? I'll stay here to help you seek revenge. Lin Yao frowned deeply, falling into a long slumber. Xie Xingqian originally wanted to wait for him to wake up but feared that Lin Yao might have a panic attack upon seeing him, so at 6 in the morning, he quietly left. Before leaving, he left a letter and a jar of candy, standing by the bed and gently brushing his lips with his. Even though Lin Yao was still sleeping, a tear trickled from the corner of his eyes, dampening his eyelashes. Xie Xingqian reached out, wiping away the tear and softly said, Yao Yao, please be happy. Lin Yao mumbled an indistinct, as if in response. Xie Xingqian reached for the ring hanging from Lin Yao's neck, slipped it onto his finger, then put on the other matching one himself. They intertwined their hands together to make up for the photo they didn't take on his birthday because they were too excited at the time. Initially, he thought wearing matching rings would become a regular occurrence, so he hadn't thought about recording it. Now, he wanted to capture everything related to Lin Yao by any means possible. As he walked to the door, he couldn't bear it anymore and turned back to stare lovingly at the lover lying in bed. For now, try not to think about me. I always make you sad, but Xie Xingqian will love you forever. Xie Xingqian returned home to pack some things, but there was little to take. An entire box was filled with items related to Lin Yao, the bathrobe he had worn, the pillow he slept on, the bowls and chopsticks he used, and even a bundle of sunflowers from the yard. For a long time ahead, these would be what kept him alive. He woke up Xie Dai who was sleeping and reminded him, if Lin Yao is unhappy, fly and tell me. Where are you going? Are you breaking up with your master? Xie Dai thought he was still dreaming, watching him drag a suitcase, almost blinding himself with his wings. Yes, joining the military on Ryu's star. We won't be in touch for a long time. Xie Xingqian thought that only by putting on a perfect act would the old man trust him enough to gradually reveal his affairs, those hidden and inseparable relationships slowly disclosed, giving him a chance to capture them all at once. Xie Dai was stunned for a while, lifting his wing to cover his face, hiding the distorted expression brought on by pain. What about me? Lin Yao will take good care of you. He's stubborn but kind-hearted, he won't neglect you. Xie Xingqian said softly. Your task is to make him happy, do you understand? Or I'll return across the stars just to punish you. Xie Dai stood there numbly, feeling chest pains, noticing a subtle sorrow spreading. He didn't dare to ask, he only knew that Xie Xingqian looked like he was about to cry, so he rarely rebutted. Nodding repeatedly like pecking grains, he replied, I understand. You're the best mech pet in the world, Xie Dai. Xie Xingqian raised his hand to smooth the messy fur. Xie Dai wanted to cry but realized he couldn't. So he could only stand there with his mouth slightly agape, watching Xie Xingqian stride off with his suitcase. What had been a full home for him was now being abandoned, and yet Xie Xingqian took away so little. Xie Dai suddenly flew up, flapping his wings toward the hospital room. When he arrived at the ward door, Lin Yao had just woken up and was reading the note on the bedside table. Xie Xingqian, he's leaving, Xie Dai babbled aimlessly. He's going somewhere far away and won't come back for a long time. Lin Yao simply nodded faintly, I know. Don't you want to stop him? Xie Dai anxiously paced back and forth. Won't you see him one last time? I don't know how to face him. The damp stain spread slightly on the letter in his hand as Lin Yao murmured, when he looks at me, if he notices fear in my eyes, he would feel terrible, wouldn't he? No one wants to see avoidance or terror in their lover's eyes. But he couldn't control it. That report brought back all the forgotten memories. He closed his eyes, and his mind was filled with painful fragments attacking his brain. He didn't want Xie Xingqian to see him lose control and break down again. Xie Xingqian's letter was very short, but Lin Yao understood what he intended to do. Dear 5-year-old Lin Yao. Hello, I am 19-year-old Xie Xingqian. I'm so sorry that it took me so long to realize you were trapped in such a painful hell, and this was all indirectly caused by me. Even worse, every time you saw me, it forced you to relive those terrible past experiences. So, I left without saying goodbye to your face. I'm sorry for all the pain you endured. Big brother Xiaxingchen is going to do something very important, to track down each person who hurt you and make them suffer the same pain and punishment as you did. It might be a very long road ahead, but it has to be done. When you feel sad next time, eat the candy I left for you. Remember to brush your teeth after eating them. If you meet 18-year-old Lin Yao, please tell him on my behalf that Xiaxingchen will always love him, whether or not he reciprocates. December 12, 2/24 year, left by Xiaxingchen. At the end of the letter, there was a note with an email address and password. All the evidence I found will be stored here, you can log in whenever you want. Lin Yao opened the jar of candy that Xiaxingchen had left behind, hastily grabbed one, put it into his mouth, bit down, it tasted like oranges, very sour. He thought, he should scold Xiaxingchen for leaving sour candy instead of something sweet. Then he picked up the phone by his bedside and dialed the other party's number, which was answered instantly. Yao Yao. Xiaxingchen's voice was extremely hoarse, trying to restrain his emotions as the sound of a spacecraft about to take off buzzed in the background. Xiaxingchen, sour, I got a sour candy. Lin Yao said. I'm sorry, I always make you angry, Xiaxingchen whispered softly, so while I'm gone, try to be happy. Lin Yao didn't speak, his hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. Xiaxingchen listened to the erratic breathing from the other side of the line and gently said, the doctor told me not to see you because it might stimulate you, so I couldn't say goodbye in person. After this, we should stop using our old means of contact, otherwise they may become suspicious. I know, Lin Yao lowered his eyes, I appreciate that you chose to help me. Both of them were far too rational, understanding each other's motives perfectly well, yet even so, their hearts still ached as if being pricked by dull knives. Xiaxingchen's voice grew even more hoarse, it's our Xia family who owes you, but, could we not break up? Please wait for me. This sentence was too much to ask, he lacked any position to say it. He glanced at Xia Hengji, who was urging him, and whispered, then I must go now, Lin Yao, goodbye. He solemnly called Lin Yao by his full name, these few words bidding farewell to his bitter and poignant youth, knowing that this departure would mean no return. Xiaxingchen, Lin Yao stopped him just before hanging up the phone, of the 3 wishes we agreed on, you've only used 2. Xiaxingchen was abruptly pulled back to that sunny afternoon. The first wish, tell me every time you're not happy. The second wish, see you every day, or at least once a week. The third wish, we'll discuss it another day when the weather is nice. And right now, standing in the middle of swirling snowflakes with damp eyes, unable to see a way forward, Xiaxingchen heard Lin Yao's trembling voice reply, for the third wish, whatever you say, I will agree. Chapter 112, A Little Miss You. Lin Yao was truly stubborn in words but soft-hearted. That sentence practically granted him all permissions. Xiaxingchen almost blurted out, the third wish, don't break up with me, wait for me. But this sentence almost trapped Lin Yao right there. What if, he really didn't want to wait for him anymore? Without knowing when he would return, he couldn't make any promises. Xiaxingchen lowered his eyes and whispered softly, the third wish, don't hate me, and be happy every day. Is that it? Lin Yao felt a sourness on the tip of his tongue, like an orange so sour it made his teeth hurt, and his heart too, once wishes are used, they're gone. Just that. Xiaxingchen listened to the other person's breathing, if you promise, you need to keep it, okay? Lin Yao responded softly, okay. Xiaxingchen said again, soon, I will text you saying, break up, then delete myself. Lin Yao choked slightly, okay. Xiaxingchen's fingers rubbed the edge of the phone, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, this time, I'm really hanging up, Yao Yao, goodbye. He hung up the phone, and not even a few seconds passed when he saw a message from Lin Yao. 01, Xiaxingchen, we are breaking up, we will not meet again. After replying, he only received a red exclamation mark. Lin Yao was really obedient. Whatever Xiaxingchen told him to do, he did it. Even issuing the harsh breakup statement, he handled it clumsily. Who knows if he cried while typing those words? That guy was so cool, probably not. But even though it was an act, Xiaxingchen still felt as if a sharp knife had pierced his chest, ripping open flesh, aching unbearably. If the prophecy came true, then these words would become their final exchange. He stared at his phone screen with drooping eyes, stiff like a rock frozen by the wind and snow outside, unmoving. After all that talk, Lin Yao doesn't let you go. Xia Hengji also noticed something was off about his state. He does not, saying he can't bear long-distance love and broke up with me. Xiaxingchen, mixing truth with fiction, spoke very lowly, I am indeed not a good boyfriend, putting someone in the hospital one moment and leaving because of my future the next. His expression looked heartbreakingly painful. Yun Qing raised a hand and patted his shoulder, we've always said you two aren't suitable. Breaking up now is better. You are wise, understanding what matters more. It's not too late. Xiaxingchen wanted to question, what exactly mattered? Was it sacrificing so many innocents to climb higher? Was it stealing his best friend's child for personal gain? Or blocking his son's pursuit of happiness under the guise of love? Not a word escaped his lips. In the end, he simply turned over without expression, pulling the blanket on his legs up over his head. I'm going to sleep, I'm so tired. It's not that big a deal after dating for just 2 days. Xia Hengji looked at him with irritation. Omegas are everywhere, finding a perfect one isn't easy, but finding an 80 or 90% match is plenty common. The first love, yeah, being heartbroken after your first breakup is normal, you'll get over it in a few days. Yun Qing adjusted his messy blanket for him, signaling that they should leave. Xia Shichen mulled over these 2 words, his eyes growing sore, stomach acid refluxing. First love, you know. The most precious first love, destroyed by you guys just like that. Pei Yizhong was afraid Lin Yao would feel sorrowful staying here, reliving memories, so he helped him take some time off, taking him back to South River Star for rest and training. The unfamiliar surroundings, everything around, made Lin Yao feel like he was dreaming. In due time, it'll get better, Pei Yizhong often said. Every day after school, Pei Xiong would come back to play games with him, making a lot of noise, extremely cunning, sometimes getting Lin Yao to laugh helplessly despite himself. Heo Li sent him messages daily. Bro Yao Yao, today I got 10 circles in sniper shooting. Not luck. Pure skill. Bro Yao Yao, I went to the shelter you mentioned and took pictures of cats, I'm sending them to you. Bro Yao Yao, if you don't come back soon, this dormitory might turn into Heo Li and Qin Boyan's double room. Bro Yao Yao, I found that without you and Xia Dog around, the school gets pretty quiet, it's boring. Lin Yao thought, before he believed no one loved him. Now, all kinds of people surrounded him. They all tried hard to please him so he wouldn't be sad, yet the most important one was absent. Frequently waking up in the middle of the night, Lin Yao would still unconsciously call out Xia Shichen's name, then rise in the darkness, sitting dazed for a long time. It was then that Lin Yao suddenly realized, despite being around for over 3 years, Xia Shichen had left without leaving much behind. A few photos, a ring, that was all there was. Thus, Lin Yao repeatedly watched the video from the day they had a snowball fight, to the point that he could recite the playful banter in the background with his eyes closed. If only I had known that day would be our last meeting. Lin Yao murmured to himself with his eyes closed, I should have asked Xia Shichen to record an alarm clock for me too. That guy secretly prepared everything but didn't say anything, it's so irritating. At the start of his sophomore year, Lin Yao also submitted an application to join the military. Since it was not suitable for Omegas to publicly serve, he semi-joined the jurisdiction where Pei Yizhong was stationed and formed the Daybreak Assault Team, becoming an excellent sniper renowned on the border due to his exceptional skills. Meanwhile, Xia Shichen organized another elite unit, the Dark Star Special Operations Team, specifically executing special orders from the military department. They gained great achievements with few people against overwhelmingly large enemy forces, establishing Xia Shichen's prominent reputation in the military. The young new generation junior officers joked that the commanders of the Daybreak and Dark Star teams were like kings in different regions of the Ninth Star system, each never acknowledging the other's presence. They've been sworn rivals since several years ago, they're unlikely to meet anytime soon. Word has it, they briefly shared a dorm room for half a year at Chongqing Academy, and due to constant fighting, the headmaster feared his son would be assassinated, so he hurriedly transferred them. Wow, what deep grudge could they have nurtured since they met at age 15? Just take this case when those idiots from the 7th Star system came looking for trouble. The military high command required us to cooperate with them in joint operations, but these two decided to attack at night, one leading a sudden raid and the other conducting long-range sniping, and still managed to avoid each other. You mention it, and it's true. It seems their only intersection was giving some instructions over the communicator. Yeah, though that instruction wasn't quite clear. Not sure what it meant. Not sure either, anyway, let's go eat. I'm starving. Lin Yao stood behind them, listening to the conversation between the two newly recruited soldiers, stunned and unmoving. Initially, when he saw the name on the roster, he didn't sleep all night. It had already been nearly 2 years since their separation. No news, no calls, the only connection remained through that email account. He logged in once a month, occasionally finding an updated line in it, resembling a report submitted to a superior, nothing more. Several times, he tried typing messages into the emails. Are you doing well? Getting used to life in the army? Is your dad making things difficult for you? Happy 20th birthday. Another first snow, Xia Shichen, I miss you so much. But he worried it would make things even harder for both of them in the future, fearing that 2 years had already blurred the past memories. Yet, the investigation in the lab went on indefinitely, until Xia Shichen delved deeper into it, they discovered that relationships entangled for 20 years made those 2 years merely the beginning. Thus, he painstakingly deleted each word back into blankness again. This joint operation resulted in no encounters due to the different deployment areas. Only when Lin Yao took position at the elevated point with his rifle, preparing for remote sniping, did he hear the communicator transmitting, Dark Star goes first, left 2 right 4, action. His voice was steady, succinct, and powerful, making Lin Yao feel as if his ears tingled. In the distance, the sound of explosions echoed, black and heavy, yet still revealing rolling smoke. Lin Yao targeted the hastily retreating small spacecraft and muttered, Daybreak is ready, sniping action. Across a great distance, the laser-guided sniper rifle silently emitted several blue beams, accurately hitting fast-moving targets, causing them to plummet from the sky. Commander Lin, good sniping work. Came a voice through the communicator. Commander Xie, you're not bad yourself. Lin Yao politely responded. Then they returned to their respective battles. The joint operation ended quickly. He heard from subordinates that Xie Shichen's team was set to depart immediately that night. Amid the lingering haze, Lin Yao lowered his head toward the communicator and said, "Daybreak, regroup." Static crackles sounded through the lines, and after waiting a moment, there was no reply. He climbed aboard the flying vehicle, staring at the faraway flickering blue lights, his fingers gripping the communicator turning white before letting go. "Sir, we can go now. Commander Xie says they'll handle the cleanup," reminded a person nearby. "Okay, no problem, let's go." Lin Yao watched the blue lights fading farther away, feeling disheartened. Xie Shichen might no longer be the same Xie Shichen who used to always tease him. He had grown mature, strong, and unfamiliar. "Captain Lin." The communicator suddenly transmitted Xie Shichen's voice. Lin Yao snapped back to reality, pressing the button as he lowered his head. "Go ahead. The Order 001 can't be carried out right now." Xie Shichen's voice came through the communicator. "Captain Lin, 002, acknowledge if received." "What does that mean? What's 001 and what's 002? The person beside him was utterly confused. "What is this? Haven't we agreed on this before?" But Lin Yao stood frozen in place. Only they could understand the coded messages. 001, kiss immediately. 002, missing you a little. Under the watchful eyes of all the members of the Daybreak team, Lin Yao maintained a stoic expression as he replied. "Roger that, Captain Xie, 002, take care." Chapter 113, Hated to Death. Neither of them spoke again. All frequency conversations in the communicator were recorded, and more words could not be spoken. Xie Xingchen hummed and said softly, "Received, take care." For 2 years, they had no contact. Now it seemed that relying on this simple number, they once again confirmed that each other's feelings were still there, and thus they could walk a longer road towards the future. In between, Xie Dai flew over once, on the day of Lin Yao's 19th birthday. It secretly packed a small piece of cake and flew thousands of miles to deliver it to him at the military camp. Xie Xingchen had just finished training when his subordinate saw a round black object nesting on the desk, almost smashing it with a file folder. "Is he happy today?" Xie Xingchen chased away the clumsy recruit who nearly ruined the moment, then bent down to taste the orange-flavored cake. "The surface looks good," said Xie Dai squatting beside him, chattering on. The general's family celebrated his birthday very grandly for him, inviting quite a few friends. Everyone is guessing whether Lin Yao is their son. Xie Dai paused and continued, "But after the birthday ended, I saw him staring blankly, probably thinking of you." Xie Xingchen hummed softly, "What a pity, we didn't get the chance to celebrate any birthdays together." Xie Dai looked at him, feeling like crying, "Are you happy?" Xie Xingchen hesitated for a second and smiled, "Pretty happy. Thank you for sharing this with me. But don't come too often. The old man has many informants here. If you're discovered and caught, all our efforts will be wasted." "Alright, I won't come next time," Xie Dai nodded quickly, "then I'll leave now." "Wait." Xie Xingchen stared at the piece of cake, "Tell me more about Lin Yao's recent happenings, anything goes." "He has semi-joined the workforce, having to balance both school studies and military missions. He schedules his time so tightly, he doesn't even have time to play with me anymore. But after you left, in Chongqing, he has become the unmatched first one. One-on-one fighting matches went from being against you to now being against Duanzheng. That guy seems more normal than before now. He even mentioned wanting to join the Daybreak assault team together with Lin Yao, maybe it's also due to mutual respect among the strong." Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze, only thinking that originally, all these things should have been with him. He lightly nodded, shoving the cake into his mouth. "It sounds like he's living life very hard-working, so I can rest assured." "And you?" Xie Dai tilted his head to look at him, "Do you have any words for me to convey to him?" Xie Xingchen did not dare ask until now if Lin Yao's fear of filling out reports had diminished at all. His own life was filled with dull intensive training sessions, sleeping little for fear of dreaming about him. Waking up meant endless training, forcing himself to shift focus under high pressure. His condition flared up frequently, still controlled by suppressants. He didn't want to deal with it, using this torment as a reminder of the initial harm he caused to Lin Yao. There seemed nothing good to relay, all were sad things. "Nope," Xie Xingchen smoothed its disheveled feathers, "go back now." And then he returned to the solitary battle. He gradually began to touch upon some of Xie Hengji's network, which was extensive in military and political circles, extending to other star systems, highly complex. Xie Xingchen started realizing that the laboratory was likely just the beginning of someone's desire for power. This unexpected encounter with Lin Yao during the collaboration mission might be purely accidental. He suspected it was one of Xie Hengji's tests, testing whether he had truly forgotten his feelings. Xie Xingchen did not plan to meet him in person, and the other party understood without needing to speak, so they merely communicated through the communicator and decisively withdrew after the battle. Yet Xie Xingchen wanted so much to see him now, wondering if he had lost weight, if his hair had grown longer or shorter, if he had tanned, and if he was now warmer towards people or colder. He jumped off the flashing blue-lit spacecraft and boarded a lone one that had been left behind by the enemy in the combat zone. This was far too risky an action. Others may not remember where this spacecraft originated from, but Lin Yao had a photographic memory and would absolutely recognize it at first sight. If he noticed, he might consider him an enemy soldier and shoot him dead. But he missed him too much, he really wanted to see him. Hiding in the night, Xia Xingchen silently approached Lin Yao's return flight path and paralleled alongside. "Captain, it seems someone is following us," the driver reported. Looking back, this spacecraft looks somewhat familiar. Could it be enemy troops? If they are already annihilated yet come alone, wouldn't that be asking for death? It must be some idiot straying recklessly without checking the flight route, really not afraid of colliding. Lin Yao gazed intently at the blinking monitoring screen. It was one of the earlier enemy fighters, but after the war cleanup was complete, there shouldn't be any leftovers. "Approach, parallel, don't counterattack yet," Lin Yao whispered. Received. The driver adjusted the angle, slowed down the speed, waiting for the flight behind to come closer and gradually shift into a parallel position. In fact, there was still a distance between them. However, Lin Yao caught sight of the person inside through the cockpit. Xia Xingchen. His lips moved slightly, silently calling his name. As if sensing something, Xia Xingchen activated the autopilot and turned his head, locking eyes with him. Lin Yao felt as if his limbs were nailed in place, unable to move. Only his gaze greedily traced over the other's features, making the brief moment of paralleling seem like an infinitely long stillness. His black hair had become very short, recklessly revealing profound eyebrows and deep-set eyes, with pitch-black pupils. The lower half of his face, originally covered by a mask-like iron accessory, revealed itself when he raised his hand to unfasten it, looking devastatingly handsome. "Captain, should we attack?" Xiaohe asked beside him. "No need, he's a friend." Lin Yao stared at him without blinking. Several people leaned over to take a look, discussing, "Shit, who is this ridiculously handsome guy?" "Xia Xingchen from Dark Star." Since their separation, Lin Yao hadn't mentioned his name again. These 3 words were almost burning on his lips. Each time he said a word, his heart trembled. What does he mean? After the battle is done, why is he coming onto our route? All present had heard about their discord and were muttering angrily. Could he be challenging us for an aerial fight? That's just unacceptable. After the war, we should all return home, but he has the nerve to wander around here. Exactly, knowing full well that our captain dislikes him, he dares to show up right in front of us. He deserved to have been shot dead earlier. Xia Xingchen no longer used the communicator, simply watching quietly. Lin Yao, dressed in combat gear, looked really cool, finally becoming the person he aspired to be initially. Xia Xingchen was happy for him. He knew his current behavior had crossed boundaries and he should keep his distance, but he couldn't bear to change direction. "Xia, Captain, that's enough, you've gone far enough." Lin Yao, unable to hold back, opened the communicator to remind him. "Your behavior now doesn't comply with regulations. In 5 minutes, I'll withdraw." Xia Xingchen's voice was soft, as if talking to himself. "I'm truly excited today, I want to indulge a little." "Captain, what does he mean? What exactly is he saying? Why another 5 minutes? What does he intend to do?" By the side, Xiaohe, a fiery-tempered one, lost patience. "It's already 10 minutes of parallel flying, getting any closer will cause a crash." Looking at the instrument panel, he added, "My God, does he plan to destroy both the machine and himself together with us? Damn, I'll file a report on him when I get back." "Does this count as violating military discipline?" Lin Yao stared into his eyes, saying the line every set of sworn enemies would say, "No need, it's not a big deal." His tone was cold and indifferent, making everyone feel that their relationship had hit rock bottom. Deep within his eyes, they were moist. "He's just showing off the spoils of victory, so immature, I hate him to death." Chapter 114. Long time no see. That was the brief encounter, and after a fleeting interaction, they parted ways once more. Even though they couldn't see each other, Xia Xingchen always heard updates about Lin Yao from others. Sometimes it was said in jest, sometimes as a jab. "Your arch-rival had a bigger article this time than you did, team leader Xia. Your rival got promoted to a higher rank, how can you still sleep peacefully? Your rival just broke the military record for long-range sniping. Can't lose, should we apply for an assassination challenge?" Xia Xingchen enjoyed listening to all of it. If no one brought it up, Lin Yao would truly have completely faded out of his life. Estimating the timing, when he was nearing the end of his 4th year, Xia Xingchen began creating the appearance of infatuation with someone else, posting frequent cryptic and overly sweet messages on his status, primarily for the older man's benefit. He acted so convincingly that even Cheng Boyan believed him. Grabbing his luggage at night and rushing to the military camp, he confronted Cheng with his phone. "Who is that alpha you mentioned?" "Huh. Bastard. After fighting with an alpha, he cursed me for being a dog unable to control my pheromones. What a rush, I like it. How could there be someone who doesn't talk more than 2 words? They either call me stupid or useless. What a strange case, whenever I meet him, I feel happy. Isn't it supposed to be that alphas mutually repel each other due to their pheromones? What's going on? Don't worry, he didn't add me as a friend. I'm just admiring him from afar." Comments were uniformly, "You calling this admiration from afar? It's too bold." Everyone around Xia Xingchen knew that he had fallen for an alpha. They searched high and low among the army but could not match any person to the description. Thus, during leisure time, everyone wondered aloud, who exactly is Xie Xingqian secretly pining for? Looking at his long-lost friend, Xie couldn't help but laugh. How am I such a cad? How are you not? You said you wanted to conduct separate investigations, yet behind closed doors, you shamelessly confess your feelings to another person. Cheng Boyan ruthlessly criticized while lifting his hand to choke Xie's neck, restricting his movement. It's Lin Yao. Xie Xingqian grabbed his wrist and threw him onto the sofa. Look again. Even if I look 10,000 times, you're infatuated with an alpha. Lin Yao is an omega, others might not know, but I do. Cheng Boyan looked exasperated. Wasn't Lin Yao an alpha before his second differentiation? Idiot. Xie Xingqian scolded him. Cheng Boyan. He felt absurdly traveled here just to witness someone flaunting their love face to face. Xie Xingqian looked askance with a smirk, dumbfounded, huh? Cheng Boyan bit his cigarette hanging low, truly speechless, but even I fell for it. Your father will surely believe it. Believe what? He's been asking me lately, who exactly have I fallen for? Xie leaned against the desk, lighting another cigarette slowly. I told him, since alphas repel each other anyway and he pays no attention to me, I'll keep admiring from afar. That move of yours is cruel. You used insider knowledge to deceive him. Cheng Boyan relaxed. He must think that you two are sworn enemies, allowing you full freedom to interact with his acquaintances. Xie Xingqian murmured in agreement. I've already found some lab workers from back then and a few experimental records they secretly kept. The blood epidemic, it was them, hard evidence pinned down. But their experiments didn't stop at just that massive fire years ago. I need to find a new base. A few of the officers close to my father are also now cooperating, and currently, the progress is quite smooth. Let's leave me aside. How are you doing? Cheng Boyan hummed. I've been pretty busy lately too. My application to the Military Zone Research Institute went through, and we're scattered everywhere. Huoli. Where did he go? Xie Xingqian asked. He passed the Military Zone News Department's review, officially becoming a war correspondent. Never would have thought back in our first year, that coward would actually make it to the front lines. Cheng Boyan glanced down, fearless idiot. Xie Xingqian laughed. Worried about him, aren't you? Just say it. The stubborn bonehead wouldn't understand even if I said it. Cheng Boyan mimicked Huoli's tone. Of course, those who stay in the lab are cowards. Xie Xingqian laughed uncontrollably. It's something he'd say, all right. Last week, I ran into Lin Yao. For the past half year, he hasn't returned to school. He has changed immensely. Cheng Boyan slid his finger across his face, gesturing, wearing a mask, only revealing his eyes. No wonder no one in the military suspected he was an omega. He practically looks and acts more like an alpha. His words are even more concise, extremely cool. Xie Xingqian, reminiscing about their brief meeting through aircraft screens, muttered, we were together in joint combat last time, but we never got to speak. Cheng Boyan thought to himself, such a cold person, with no contact for years, one couldn't even tell if love remained. How had Xie Xingqian managed to persevere? But Cheng still offered some reassurance, just wait a bit longer, it will be soon. Xie Xingqian poked the ash off his cigarette, pondering in his mind how much longer he needed to wait. Even he didn't know the answer. The separation had been longer and harder than he had imagined. He was unsure now whether Lin Yao was even still waiting for him. Time blurred their feelings and memories, the fleeting sweetness of before had faded into an awkward youth. Lin Yao, are there any suitors around him? Xie Xingqian asked. To say there aren't would make you not believe, right? Cheng Boyan sighed, but his heart isn't on dating. Don't worry, you won't get cuckolded. But, have you two broken up yet? Xie Xingqian stared blankly for almost a minute before quietly murmuring, no. I'm not sure. They hadn't dated long, but they'd been separated for nearly 4 years now. He was really uncertain. There was no time to indulge in sadness over lost love. What followed was the hectic wrap-up of graduation and frequent wars. Once that period was over, the high command of the military issued another order, about forming a joint special training group. Outstanding young officers from each military district and department were selected to become preparatory instructors for a 3-month term, tasked with training the top freshmen from various military academies. When Xie Xingqian heard this news, he was eating at home, without even raising his eyes. I'm not going. My ex-boyfriend is there. How embarrassing. Without needing to think, Lin Yao would definitely be among them, one of the best young officers, none better than him. Meeting and not being able to talk would be worse than not seeing each other at all. Xie Hengji, however, found this intriguing. You don't like him anymore, so what's the issue if you bump into him? Xie Xingqian snapped his head up, instantly realizing what game his father was playing, probing to see if he and Lin Yao were truly done after 4 years. After so long, you're still suspicious, old man, Xie Xingqian muttered under his breath. If you don't want to go, just find an excuse to decline. Yun Qing spoke softly, son, who exactly is the alpha you fancy? We're not so rigid. If the family background is suitable, you could bring him over for us to meet. Not suitable, I've already said, he doesn't like me. Xie Xingqian replied lazily, that ridiculous training, I don't want to go. It's a mandatory command from the military department, you must obey. Xie Hengji narrowed his eyes, you only dated for a few days and then broke up. What's embarrassing about that? Xie Xingchen stayed silent, eating with lowered head while muttering, I'll consider it. For several nights afterward, Xie Xingchen kept dreaming about Lin Yao. In the dreams, he seemed exceptionally aloof, already naturally cold-tempered, devoid of any expression, his eyes carried an overwhelming sense of indifference. Xie Xingchen, you're too slow, I can't wait any longer. Lin Yao said, stop investigating. Let's just end things here. Yao Yao. Xie Xingchen could do nothing more than call out his name, unable to utter another word. Lin Yao was cruel, back then, I gave you the chance, letting you make your third wish, but you couldn't express wanting me to wait for you. So, I'm not breaking my promise. Yes. Xie Xingchen extended his hand, attempting to embrace him, but his arm hung in the air before falling back down, I'm sorry. You've said, I'm sorry, too many times. I don't want to hear it again. Lin Yao replied, you have given several years of your life, let me be magnanimous and write it all off. Xie Xingchen felt as though his heart had been gripped tight and then released, unable to catch his breath. He looked at the person before him, composed, distant, understanding, and yet completely unlike the morning alarm voice saying, Xie Xingchen, today's Lin Yao likes you more than yesterday. But I don't want to give up on us like this. Lin Yao looked at him, enunciating every word slowly, Xie Xingchen, there are thousands of miles between us. I can't wait any longer. Xie Xingchen woke up abruptly, feeling his heart stop for a moment. Although he knew it was a dream, the dialogue felt incredibly real. Covering his face, he realized the current timing for meeting wasn't ideal, knowing well enough that there might be someone spying for Xie Hengji within the intensive training group. Still, he couldn't endure the longing. Yao Yao, I'm sorry, I can't hold on anymore. Xie Xingchen traced the photos in his album with his fingers, that youthful yet rebellious face. Let me be selfish once. Could I see you? Lin Yao had been restless all day. Since last night, his heart had hurt badly. As Duanjing accompanied him to the training base, the palpitations gradually subsided after they landed. Bro Yao. Bro Yao. Bro Yao. Look how successful I am, I'm also part of it. I'm an instructor from the news department. As soon as they disembarked from the aircraft, Lin Yao saw a shadow rush toward him, a head moving back and forth like a puppy, in uniform, you look super handsome. I missed you so much. You as an instructor. Lin Yao mocked, won't you corrupt the new recruits? Of course not. He Li saw Duanjing following behind, and he was delighted to meet an old friend in a foreign land. Cheng Boyan is also on the way. This is almost like a class reunion from our Chongqing days. The only one missing is Xie Dog. Upon hearing the name, Lin Yao was startled for a few seconds and muttered, he won't come. It was too foolish of him to show up knowing it was a test, this wasn't Xie Xingchen's style. Have you had breakfast? I brought you soy milk. He Li pulled out a soft cup and straw from his backpack. Here. Is the other one for me? Duanjing reached out naturally. He Li stepped back awkwardly, I didn't know you were here, this is for Qing Boyan. Just hold on a bit. Duanjing. Several new recruits nearby were covering their mouths, trying not to laugh loudly. Lin Yao chuckled as well, just as he was about to insert the straw, a loud sound of wind suddenly came from behind, as if a craft was landing. Is it Boyan arriving? He casually turned around, looking at the person getting off the craft, and froze. The man was wearing a solemn military uniform, looking tall and robust with a tightened waistband, and exuded a powerful presence as he approached. People were arriving in succession around them, creating quite a clamor, but Lin Yao couldn't hear anything clearly, his ears ringing from the sound of the propellers. It was like last night's dream, and the person from that dream had suddenly appeared right before him. He couldn't speak, nor dared to confirm. Even in the dreams of last night, they both tried to be restrained, fearing any slip-up that might spoil all their efforts. But now, the person was coming closer and closer, until their steps halted directly in front of him. Beside him, He Li yelled, you said you weren't coming. What's with the surprise attack? I still wanted to come, so I did. Xie Xingchen's gaze locked onto Lin Yao. He raised his hand and took away the straw from Lin Yao's hand, swiftly reversing its direction and inserting it into the soy milk cup, whispering softly, the straw is the wrong way. As he retracted his hand, his fingers inadvertently brushed against the back of Lin Yao's hand, making Lin Yao grip tightly enough to almost spill the soy milk. This was no dream. He had imagined millions of possible scenarios of a reunion, but none of them could have been today, this moment. Long time no see, you've gotten clumsy, Xie Xingchen stabilized the soy milk for him before pulling back, maintaining restraint. Lin Yao felt his icy limbs gradually warming up again, countless words clogged in his chest, unsure which would properly reflect their current relationship. After so many detours, they eventually returned to the same line from when they first met at 15 years old. Xie Xingchen, are you asking for death? Chapter 115, Don't push me away. Xie Xingchen's lips curled slightly. You're so fierce, ready to fight. Lin Yao really thought he was crazy. They had made it through the past 4 years, and now in the midst of a 3-month joint training, it would be too easy to expose their secret. He didn't know what Xie Xingchen was thinking, but they couldn't ask in public. Still, Lin Yao truly missed him. He'd been dreaming about him almost every night recently. The dreams were fragmented. Sometimes it was 7 years ago when they were still adversaries, but now through the lens of lovers, Xie Xingchen seemed irresistible. He saw Xie Xingchen feeding cats at a park near the school, so he walked over to join him. One of the cats was particularly feisty, always ready to scratch if upset. It scratched me just now, Xie Xingchen laughed. It has a temper just like you. Lin Yao grunted stiffly, why do you insist on feeding them? Xie Xingchen raised his hand, letting his palm rest gently on Lin Yao's hair, saying words that pleased him, I like doing this, willingly, even getting scratched makes me happy. Lin Yao should have scolded him, but he remained motionless. When he woke up, he thought, if only he had discovered these feelings sooner. They had wasted 3 years of close daily interaction back then. There was no need to rely solely on those faint connections across a distant star river anymore, as they had endured for years. At this moment, there was a long gap between them. Neither dared to confirm whether the other's feelings were the same as before, so all they could do was gaze silently at each other. Lin Yao moved his lips slightly, trying hard to keep his tone calm, I think you're asking for trouble. Why did you recklessly come here? How many minutes do you plan to see me for this time? Do you still love me as much as you used to? Are you here to settle old accounts or renew our connection? So many questions were stuck in his throat. For years had made them strangers again, leaving none of these inquiries voiced. Then hit me, Xie Xingchen looked into his eyes, time and place, you decide. Forget it. He Luo had matured a lot in recent years. He reached out and dragged him aside, mediating, we haven't seen each other for years. Let's not argue with him. From an outsider's perspective, both men were dressed sharply in military uniforms, their belts highlighting defined waistlines, their trousers tucked neatly into sturdy combat boots. Their similar heights combined with brusque tones created an impression of confrontation, it looked like they were about to fight. Lin Yao thought, how would Xie Hengji expect them to behave when faced with an ex-lover? Neither speaking nor deliberately avoiding each other felt too forced. Approaching casually might come off as too intimate. Returning to the state of their original acquaintance was the most skilled yet genuine mode of interaction they knew. Thus, Lin Yao nodded lightly, all right, meet me at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We can give the freshmen a good example. Xie Xingchen smiled softly and agreed without hesitation, no problem, I'll go register first. Only when he walked away did Lin Yao notice that a fine layer of sweat had soaked into his palms. It was June, far from being sweltering, yet he felt dizzy and disoriented. How come you guys fight right after meeting? He Luo muttered, if you count the beginning and the end, you've known each other for 7 years. Isn't that enough time to mend your relationship? Duan Zheng, who served in Lin Yao's platoon, weighed in confidently, maybe it's because neither can actually meet often, but news about the other always seems impressive and successful, which is quite irritating. Whenever Lin Yao sees news about Xie Xingchen, he turns away immediately, face emotionless, exactly like he does now. Lin Yao stayed silent. Ah, poor Xie dog too, He Luo rubbed his chin. In fact, Xie Xingchen had returned to Chongqing once. Lin Yao was in the army at that time, and they missed each other. When He Luo returned to the dormitory, he saw Xie Xingchen standing silently by Lin Yao's empty bed, wordless and lost in thought. How could one describe such an expression? Even though Xie Xingchen normally carried an aloof and conceited air, he appeared hollow then, his face filled with a quiet sorrow spreading slowly. Despite He Luo's initial dislike for Xie Xingchen, he empathized and felt sympathy for him in that moment. Xie. Just as He Luo was about to speak, he saw Xie Xingchen pulling out Lin Yao's chair and sitting down vacantly. His fingers traced over Lin Yao's desk absent-mindedly, as if lost in deep thought. He Luo didn't greet him, instead, he quietly closed the door behind him. He went to tell Qing Boyan, Xie dog is truly the ultimate kind of desperate lover. When he gets too emotional, it almost feels like less of a flaw. The term, desperate lover becomes a compliment, signifying the highest level of affection. Qing Boyan looked at him incredulously, and you're able to say something so philosophical? After that incident, He Luo's perception of Xie Xingchen inexplicably changed slightly. After all, he's a pitiful man who can't have the one he loves. This time he came just to see his beloved at a glance. Unfortunately, Brother Yao is as stubborn as a wooden log, only knowing how to fight. Go easy on him this afternoon when you beat him up, He Luo pleaded for mercy on his behalf. Why? Lin Yao turned his head to look at him. He Luo opened his mouth, stammering awkwardly, because. He Lu. Someone called his name from behind. When he turned around and saw Qing Boyan, it was like a weight was lifted off his shoulders, and his mind began to work again, because we were once roommates in the same dormitory. If word gets out that we fought, it'll seem like we don't stick together. Lin Yao felt like laughing, slightly curling the corners of his lips. Being in the same dorm, that's really ancient history now. Bean curd drink, He Luo extended his hand with the cup, wrinkling his nose and saying, you're too delicate, must insist on stone ground. How come you've become harder to please? Lin Yao took the straw into his mouth, expressionless, oh, so the stone ground one is for you, and I'm an afterthought. He Luo tried to explain wildly, not like that, he threatened me, and I had no choice. Who would willingly do something like this? We agreed on a trade, I'll bring you gifts. Cheng Boyan handed over the bag he was holding, a limited edition camera, with your idol's personal signature. He Luo beamed with joy, stuck the straw into Cheng Boyan's mouth. Drink, just drink, half a month's supply. Anything else? Cheng Boyan arched an eyebrow. Thanks, big brother. Although He Luo was actually older by a few months, he didn't hesitate calling Cheng Boyan big brother, then picked up the camera and couldn't put it down. Lin Yao leisurely trailed behind, tilting his head to look at Cheng Boyan. This guy, not even bothering to pretend anymore, slowly boiling the frog, was that what this was about? He held back several attempts to speak and still reminded, don't bully him. Cheng Boyan laughed innocently, I'm not bullying anyone, he wanted to call me. Lin Yao made a soft sound of disdain, commenting, don't think I don't know why you're here. Why am I here? Of course it's to watch a show. Cheng Boyan pointedly implied, isn't there anything better worth watching than two ex-lovers meeting? Lin Yao. Bad people and troublemakers can truly become good friends, full of ill intentions. This time it was a double dormitory. Lin Yao naturally stayed with He Luo. After tidying up, he went into the bathroom to change into white athletic shorts, revealing half his torso as he washed his face with cold water while lowering his head. The officers from various departments of the military zone had gathered, and they didn't yet know who among them might be Xia Hengji's informants. The sparring session this afternoon would attract spectators, and they couldn't let slip any clues. Lin Yao raised his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror, playing with the necklace around his neck. Whenever he wasn't on a mission, he wore it. But with so many eyes today, he couldn't. He took it off and placed it in his luggage, taking a deep breath before heading to the training ground. Incredible, on the first day of intensive training, Xia Xingchen versus Lin Yao. I'm from Chongqing, but their legends at school are too many, like getting each other hospitalized by stabbing each other through the waist. So these 3 months will surely spark every moment. Come on, hurry up, let's get physical. Voices buzzed below, but Lin Yao remained fixedly gazing at Xia Xingchen ascending from the opposite side, clad in black, contrasting against his own white, looking like lovers' outfits. With gloves on, both standing half-naked facing each other, they showed off muscles, lines and uncontrollable hormones just by standing there, making adrenaline surge. Commander Lin, teach me. Xia Xingchen made a courteous gesture. In a daze, Lin Yao felt countless 1v1 combat images flash before his eyes, since their first encounter 7 years ago when Xia Xingchen had said he liked him then. And now? Is his original heart still intact? Lin Yao gently lowered his chin, lifting his eyelids, and initiated the graceful sidekick to attack. Why did you come? Xia Xingchen dodged to the side, counterattacked with a neat punch, showing no sign of backing down. I suddenly wanted to see you. Lin Yao used a reverse hold, throwing him to the ground. You're too reckless. Now that you've seen me, go back tonight. He sincerely hurt for him, such a long period of staying low had passed. If everything fails because of one impulsive act, what was all that suffering for? I won't do anything. Xia Xingchen flipped up, pressing the gloves against the other's jaw. I just came to see you. For years, I'm going crazy. Their views clashed, and the atmosphere abruptly grew intense. Fists cutting through the air, panting and groaning one after another. Cheng Boyan propped his head up, muttering to himself, why aren't these two following the usual script after such a long time apart? Why are they fighting so fiercely? Brother Yao probably has a lot of pent-up resentment. Last month, our news department did a feature, and we selected both of them. They argued for half a day over whose page would be bigger. He Luo sighed. In the end, Xia Xiaodo won, and Brother Yao must have been really angry. Cheng Boyan stared at the two who were locked in fierce combat on the stage and whispered, he's angry, but it's not because of that. He Luo looked utterly confused. Then why? Cheng Boyan remained silent. He recalled last time he was still wondering how Lin Yao, such a cold person, could remain detached despite years of no interaction between them, yet Xia Xingchen had persisted somehow. Now everything became crystal clear. To see Lin Yao losing control after one meeting this way, it spoke volumes. After a prolonged tension-filled struggle, Lin Yao decisively pinned him to the ground, holding him firmly with his legs as he panted, towering over him while breathing heavily, no improvement whatsoever. As it always seemed to happen in their past encounters, Lin Yao ended up as the winner. Xia Xingchen slightly raised his eyes, spat out the mouthguard, and threw it aside. Then his hand tightly grasped Lin Yao's narrow waist, something he'd dreamed about countless times. In the next instant, he flipped over and reversed their positions, his hand clenching Lin Yao's neck tightly. To everyone else watching, it seemed like an extremely aggressive counterattack driven purely by the competitive spirit. But amidst the deafening cheers erupting across the venue, he leaned down close to Lin Yao's ear, his whisper filled with earnest pleading. Yao Yao, don't push me away. I miss you so much. Make sure to check out the extra sweet 2000-word Mid-Autumn Festival special update on Weibo's super topic Dark Star Long Yao. Chapter 116, Completely Mad. Lin Yao originally had his palm pressed against the other's shoulder, but after hearing that sentence, he stopped moving. He rarely heard Xia Xingchen speak in such a tone, one filled with pleading. It was as if Xia Xingchen truly feared being abandoned right there. But the risks were really too great. If all their efforts came to naught, wouldn't the years of hardship Xia Xingchen endured be in vain? I know, but... Lin Yao saw an unnatural redness in the other's eyes, and despite how much he held back, he couldn't bring himself to say more hurtful words. Alright, this sparring match ends with our commander Xia barely winning, let's stop while we're ahead. A pair of twins rushed over from the side of the stage, each grabbing one of the two who had been grappling on the training ground and pulling them apart. Xia Xingchen lowered his head, breathing slightly unevenly, calming himself down. Lin Yao gave him a deep look, then turned around and stepped off the field first. Just as he entered the restroom, before even having time to change back into his clothes, he saw Cheng Boyan waiting for him. My phone is for your use. Cheng Boyan handed over his own phone. During this period, if you want to talk to him, use my number. No one will trace it. Making calls, sending messages, or video chats, all are fine. Lin Yao moved his lips slightly, is this appropriate? What if someone needs to contact you? In that case, you can pass me verbal messages, no one monitors our conversations. Cheng Boyan smiled faintly. If they suspect anything due to us getting closer, even better. I don't mind being your rumor boyfriend for a while. Lin Yao looked at him gratefully, thank you. With a sigh, he spoke gently, I originally intended for him to leave, but he refused. I understand, Xingchen. He just misses you so much he couldn't resist coming. Besides military duties, every day he has to interact with so many unpleasant people, trying to extract scattered bits of information. It's too agonizing. Cheng Boyan explained on behalf of his friend. Don't be mad at him. Lin Yao's eyes carried nothing but worry, I'm not mad. I actually feel sorry for him, I fear all our efforts might go to waste. Let him stay for a while. Be careful, as long as you don't overdo it, everything will be fine. Cheng Boyan continued, the upcoming election is keeping the union leader busy. Saying this is a trial, but actually, it's because locking Xingchen up here feels safer than letting him cause trouble outside. As for breaking up, they've already come to believe you two have no ties left. Pausing for a moment, he added thoughtfully, after all, who could endure 4 years without any communication or meeting? You two truly deserve celestial accolades. Lin Yao, always a man of few words, was now completely at a loss for them, simply responding succinctly, isn't that just about enduring? Cheng Boyan bent down, tapping his fingertips lightly against the back of his phone, smiling and saying, stop enduring. The password is 0809, go ahead and use it. He's birthday. Lin Yao suddenly raised his head, his expression akin to someone who had just stumbled upon a huge piece of gossip. When did you two? Cheng Boyan made no effort to hide it, it's been going on for a while. Neither of you were around, and daily close interaction naturally sparked something. But he's clueless, endlessly talking about finding a sweet omega, stupid beyond belief. Lin Yao still couldn't help speaking very directly. What if he really finds one? After all, the omega population in the news department should be among the highest in the military zone. Cheng Boyan hummed, speaking nonchalantly, if he dares to find one, I'll tie him up. Lin Yao finally understood where the feeling of dissonance he had noticed when they first met at the beginning of school had come from. Despite occasionally making extremely astute comments, Cheng Boyan usually seemed noisy and naive. Now Lin Yao suspected those foolish midnight mutterings were all part of Cheng Boyan crafting his public persona, a frightening feat considering how meticulously planned it all was. For years had passed, and his wings had grown stronger. He no longer needed to pretend to be gentle. This moment was the real Cheng Boyan. And Lin Yao only wanted to mourn quietly for he. There was no way he'd survive this unscathed. Lin Yao hesitated a bit with his lips, then still reminded him, even though you're helping me, if you bully him, I'll beat you to death. I get it, the universe's strongest omega. Don't worry, Cheng Boyan chuckled lightly as he turned to leave, murmuring under his breath, if I were really bullying him, would I have waited this long? Lin Yao's attention was entirely on the phone. He typed in the password, unlocked it, and found Xia Xingchen's chat window, which he hadn't seen in so long. The avatar was now pitch black, quite different from how it used to feel. When he opened the status updates, though limited to a month's visibility, the few lines visible showed someone deeply in love. Today I saw him again, my AA baby. His archery stance was so cool. Love it. I've yet to catch the scent of his pheromones. But maybe Alpha's scents clash. I'll need to prepare. Today, my AA baby glanced at me, making my entire day bright. Lin Yao slid his finger across the screen expressionlessly, his mind full of questions about what Xia Xingchen was up to. Was he putting on a show and deliberately posting status updates for that old man to see? But it looked so genuine. And what was this AA? Even if it were fake, there had to be some source of inspiration. Lin Yao raised his head slightly, running through his initials, old student ID numbers, military zone codes, name abbreviations, none matched. Xia Xingchen, you're dead. He muttered softly, then realized how ridiculous it was to obsess over a random abbreviation, typing furiously. Boyan, your status is nauseating. XXC, are you jealous? Boyan. Smelly, shameless, disgusting. XXC, Yao Yao. Boyan. Not even close, how could he recognize me from just these 2 sentences? Lin Yao looked blankly at the message he sent as Boyan, rereading it 3 times, nothing extraordinary. Could Ching Boyan never say words like that? XXC, did you take Boyan's phone? Boyan, are you delusional? Obsessed with Lin Yao? Without admitting it, using Ching Boyan's name, Lin Yao typed red-faced and purposefully teased him. XXC, yeah, I've been thinking of you until I went crazy. XXC, last night I dreamt of you. Changed my mind, want to see you. XXC, in the dream, you didn't want me anymore, so sad. XXC, you won't really abandon me, will you? But the other side firmly believed he was Lin Yao, ignoring everything, spamming responses. Boyan. I told you, I'm not Lin Yao. Won't you feel awkward talking to your buddy this way? XXC, no, I enjoy it. XXC, been holding back for too long, maybe got a little mental breakdown. Let me indulge a bit. XXC, let me think you're Lin Yao, express my yearning. Boyan. Now Lin Yao had only one thing in mind, when he returned the phone to Ching Boyan, he must delete all the chat records or he'd laugh for 100 years upon seeing them. Realizing he had been gone for too long, Lin Yao quickly changed back into his training uniform and returned to the venue, sitting next to Ching Boyan and He. On stage, another group of instructors had taken over. The twins were naval officers from another combat zone, currently giving the new students an overview. How's the chat going? Ching Boyan turned to ask him. Fine, Lin Yao responded conservatively, knowing the real owner was right there. He had dimmed the glowing screen as much as possible, yet the phone kept vibrating. Probably Xia Xingchen was still going wild. Lin Yao stared straight ahead, afraid to scroll. The frequency of vibrations was simply too high, attracting attention from the side. Hey, why does Ching Boyan's phone end up with you? He leaned over, catching sight of the latest message popping up on the screen. XXC, the moment I saw you today, I wanted to French kiss you. Lin Yao. He gasped sharply, pupils widened in shock. What? 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 Was he suggesting tongue-kissing Ching Boyan? Hasn't Xia Xingchen gone completely mad from staying in the military zone for too long? Chapter 117, what a pity indeed. Healy confirmed repeatedly, is this Ching Boyan's phone? Xia dog, how could he say such perverted things? What? Ching Boyan held the water and turned his head. Xia dog is insane. He is simply. Healy suddenly looked serious, could it be that he's dating you right now? At this matchmaking remark, Ching Boyan almost choked to death. Lin Yao locked eyes with Xia Xingchen far away, gripping the phone as if it were a hand grenade, wanting to throw it straight across the venue and blow up the original instigator. How could I possibly date my buddy? You're crazy, Ching Boyan said, exasperated. He said from the moment he saw you, he wanted to French kiss you. This friendship has gone sour, Healy stroked his chin. But both of you are alphas. One was Big Brother Yao. Xia dog, being a homosexual, really targets alphas. Ching Boyan. Lin Yao. It had been too many absences, and they momentarily didn't know where to start the explanation for him. Ching Boyan also marveled at how unrestrained a certain young master had become upon their reunion, so he tried to cover up for him. He's just joking, only you'd be silly enough to take it seriously. Can friends joke about such things? Healy was shocked. I can tell you, when I first saw you, I wanted to kiss you. How would you feel? Ching Boyan's tone was calm, not at all concerned that there was a large audience listening to the lecture around them. Lin Yao, sitting in the middle, was extremely on edge. How could Healy not realize this? No, Xia Xingchen had said similar things before, like a 10-minute tongue kiss every morning. Lin Yao had thought it was merely due to a pheromone requirement during an episode. Lin Yao. Lin Yao shut off the lock screen without any expression. He wasn't in a position to comment on Healy's slowness. The person beside him remained silent for nearly half a minute, as if after deep consideration, then slowly opened his mouth. I'd feel a little strange. Ching Boyan glanced at him meaningfully, just a little. Why do you call Xingchen a pervert then? Healy fell into deep thought. Yeah, why indeed? Lin Yao, sitting between them, felt for the first time what it meant to be a third wheel. As the lecture ended, he got up awkwardly. Let's go. See you at the dinner gathering tonight. Wait for me, Brother Yao. Healy stopped thinking and followed behind. The freshmen crowded toward the exit. Lin Yao suddenly felt a touch in his palm, rough with calluses from gun use. He turned abruptly to see Xia Xingchen standing right behind him. Due to the crowd, it didn't seem deliberate, just going with the flow. Yet Lin Yao became rigid all over. How dare this man act so bold? Xia dog, I just saw the message you sent to Boyan. Healy turned his head and mocked, you're sick. Just fooling around, Xia Xingchen smiled, using the jacket in his hand as cover. His fingers brushed against Lin Yao's palm, interlacing with his. Lin Yao went stiff, focusing intently on the back of the person's head directly in front of him. The last time they held hands was already unclear, their time together was too short, and many things never had the chance to be done. And now, they weren't even justified anymore. You. He managed to utter one word before pausing, allowing the other party to continue. This simple touch caused his heart to race uncontrollably due to the fear of being discovered. Healy noticed nothing and continued chatting with him. You guys are really weird. Or maybe during the games tonight at the dinner gathering, you two should try it out. Never mind, Xie Xingchen thought about that scenario and found it somewhat nauseating. I might have nightmares tonight. Lin Yao's fingers were being slowly caressed by him, in an extremely lingering manner. Then, he felt his palm being lightly hooked, fingertips brushing over the skin, as if writing something. He struggled to identify, feeling tingles yet unsure. What did he write? Lin Yao didn't turn back. Just following the crowd out that door, the grip on his hand suddenly released. A brief, soundless touch, which even He Li hadn't noticed. After walking a good distance, he inadvertently looked back towards the opposite direction. Xie Xingchen and Qing Boyan had already walked far away, arms around each other's shoulders. Them. Could they really be flirting? He Li frowned, looking very alert. Lin Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Their various combinations, among the four people, created countless possibilities. He rarely told a cold joke. Who knows, in a few days, you might think I'm having an affair with Boyan. Ah. He Li cupped his face with both hands, wearing a painful expression. No way, that's too weird. Lin Yao gave a faint sound of disapproval. You actually believe this? That's really stupid. He Li went to contact other department instructors, and Lin Yao returned alone to the dormitory, finally having time to reply to Xie Xingchen. Boyan, don't say such things next time. You actually dared to say it to Qing Boyan. XXC, I know it's you, your tone is really easy to recognize. XXC, I briefly changed his note to your name. XXC, fortunately, his avatar isn't a selfie, otherwise, I couldn't have said it. XXC, why don't you answer me? Pay attention to me. Boyan, don't know what to say. XXC, let's call then, even video chat without talking works. Lin Yao stared at their dialogue box, finding it magical. Despite the 4 years of no communication between them, this person spoke as if he had just gone out for breakfast and returned, showing no sign of estrangement at all. He originally thought that facing Xie Xingchen again would be awkward due to all the unfamiliarity built up during those years they didn't understand each other. He feared they would never be able to go back to how they used to be. But Xie Xingchen always had this ability. With a few words, he could pull him back to when they were 18. Lin Yao sent a video call request, and the other side picked up. It looked like he had just finished showering, his hair was wet, and he was half naked above the waist, only wearing a gray pair of long pants below. Are you seducing me? Lin Yao blurted out. Did I succeed? Xie Xingchen responded half serious, half jokingly. It's been several years after all, I don't even know what flavor you are into now. We'll try them all. Actually, on the surface, he wasn't as calm as he seemed. Lin Yao had a cold personality and didn't usually express emotions. In the brief period since they'd met again, the most frequent thing he said to himself was to go home, not stay here any longer. And considering the previous SD issue of P Engineering, whether it had improved or not was still unknown, it was a healed scar between them. Xie Xingchen didn't dare to ask, fearing pressing the subject too hard might cause another psychological crisis. Xie Xingchen thought that their relationship would always be him enthusiastically making the first move, but he also feared there would be no return answers from the other end. Seeing the other staring silently at him, Xie Xingchen asked again, what's wrong? Lin Yao's gaze slid down to his chest, and he lightly frowned. When did you get that scar? Last year during a mission, Xie Xingchen casually passed over the painful memory, a bullet grazed me here. If it had been a bit further to one side, it would have pierced my heart. The military almost sent my obituary home, he added quietly. The soldiers in the alliance had an unwritten rule. When they joined, everyone would handwrite a will which would be sealed and handed over to the military office, replaced annually. If they were killed in battle, their will would be delivered to family members as the final notification. Lin Yao also wrote one, thinking hard about whom to send it to. Having no close relatives, and friends far away, he secretly chose Xie Xingchen as the contact person. If he died, at least through the layers of military approval processes, someone might know they had loved each other before. Xie Xingchen whispered, fortunately, it wasn't sent out. If that will had been sent, these past years truly would have been meaningless. Lin Yao, of course, hoped neither of them would ever reach that day, but he still asked, what did you write in your will? Xie Xingchen smiled slightly, replying slowly, since it's a will, how can I reveal its contents now? If I die in action, a copy will also be sent to you, then you'll see. You shouldn't speak so gloomily. You're such a jinx, then I never want to know. Lin Yao furrowed his brow, realizing that during times he wasn't aware of, Xie Xingchen had narrowly escaped death, leaving him feeling uneasy. If Xie Xingchen really had died, it would have been heartbreaking. Staring directly into his eyes, Lin Yao said anxiously, you're really annoying, can you please take care of yourself better? Is it necessary to make others worry so much? The corners of Xie Xingchen's lips curled upward, sensing that the old Lin Yao had come back a little. Unreservedly vibrant and alive, this kind of Lin Yao hadn't been seen in a long while. Yao Yao, curse at me a little more. I love hearing it, he said affectionately. Chapter 118, Still Don't Get It. Lin Yao stared at him for a few seconds. How do you manage to be the same weirdo after all these years? Xie Xingchen leaned back in his chair, looking very relaxed. Listening to the familiar tone, he felt that his numb senses had finally begun to slowly recover. Finally, I'm acting like a human being again. The past few years were like walking dead. He became more cheerful and relaxed, no, even weirder. You don't know. When a person is stuck in one place for too long, they will develop some very embarrassing thoughts. What? Lin Yao asked casually. Then he sensed a pause from the other side and immediately interrupted, never mind, pretend I didn't ask. Xie Xingchen stared at his red earlobes, I haven't said anything yet. Why are you so nervous? Lin Yao. From this subtle gap, he could feel that Xie Xingchen's perverted thoughts must be unsuitable for public discussion. Lin Yao was certain, definitely dirty. Come on, what do you mean by dirty? Xie Xingchen's voice was lazy. Lin Yao cleared his throat, he had been influenced by this person a bit before, and it was easy to let his mind wander into trashy territory, not saying anymore, gotta go. You haven't spoken for years, Bo Yen has contributed his phone. Are you going to hang up after just 2 sentences? Xie Xingchen wanted this video call to stay open 24 hours a day, even while showering or sleeping. Lin Yao heard the commotion outside the dormitory, people coming and going, and stayed alert, Huo Li will be back soon. We're not doing anything. What happens if he comes back? Can't I call you when he's around? Xie Xingchen asked. Lin Yao lightly curled his lips, if we're doing nothing, why use someone else's phone? Why sneak around with a video call? Does this logic even make sense to you? Pretty smart, didn't fall into the trap at all. Xie Xingchen stared at him, still wanting to ask, do you still like me like you used to? But couldn't bring himself to say it. He owed Lin Yao too much. Coming here recklessly, meeting already felt like a luxury, how could he greedily expect their feelings to remain intact? It had been more than 2 years since the last time the communication device signaled the code 002, and he didn't know what Lin Yao thought. But today, there was no rejection of holding hands, nor of the video call. At least, he's not hateful. If worst comes to worst, I can pursue him again. Seeing Xie Xingchen fall silent, Lin Yao asked, what are you thinking about again? I'm thinking where I should sit during dinner. Xie Xingchen considered the location of the long table, I definitely can't sit next to you, but would sitting opposite be okay? Lin Yao's temple started pulsating, he felt like Xie Xingchen had gone crazy. Previously, he had always been exceptionally calm, so calm that Lin Yao had once doubted whether Xie's feelings had naturally faded over time. But now, Xie risked everything to come closer. Isn't it inappropriate? Just sitting opposite, not talking. Is that really inappropriate? Xie Xingchen compromised, or diagonally across? Lin Yao, moved by sympathy, agreed, all right. They quietly stared at each other for several seconds. In fact, they rarely had such video chats before. Xie Xingchen, fearing Lin might misunderstand, explained, actually. I thought about getting a new number, to give you calls like this, but I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to control myself and rush to see you. Seeing your face, hearing your voice, will only let my longing grow wildly. Like right now, after sending messages, I want to talk, and after talking, I want to embrace. Human desires are endless, once given an inch, they'll take a mile. Lin Yao hummed, I understand. I'm not mad at you. He also thought about contacting the other party using someone else's phone. There were many people around him who had connections with Xie Xingchen. Even if the League's hand reached far, it couldn't possibly monitor everyone's communication records. But that's why he dared not. If emotions get exposed too much, it becomes harder to contain them. When contact is lost again, it becomes unbearably difficult, better to sever all thoughts directly. Yao Yao, it's almost over, Xie Xingchen said softly, I'll give you an explanation. Don't push yourself too hard. Lin Yao was not good at speaking, I'm not that anxious. Xie Xingchen recalled the person standing beside Lin Yao in the morning, his tone light, I'm in a hurry. Are you close to Duanjing now? I have to finish fast, otherwise, my corner will be dug out by others. Not bad, he's in Riyao. Their chat was random, answering each other's questions, after you left, he was the one I had a 1v1 fight with. He wasn't good before, but his character has improved a lot in the past 2 years. Xie Xingchen responded with an oh, then started bringing up old grievances in a sarcastic tone, good character, locking both of us in the restroom until we almost fought. Lin Yao. Lin Yao sensed his subtle displeasure. After some thought, he tried to explain, it's a purely teammate relationship. He has good abilities and also apologized for the previous incident, so I didn't hold it against him. Xie Xingchen had previously thought that Lin Yao was soft-hearted, which is why he could forgive so many things. But now, he disliked this soft-heartedness but couldn't interfere. After all, at the time, it was because of Lin Yao's soft-heartedness that neither he nor the Xie family were overly punished over that report. Instead, Lin Yao chose to let Xie handle the situation himself. Xie Xingchen, with an expressionless face, dissected the underlying truth, so these past few years, you and Duanjing have been pretty close. Even though Lin Yao was usually slow to notice, he caught the jealousy in Xie's tone and tried to clarify, just ordinary teammates, not really close. My teammates and I live in the same dormitory, spending every day together and going out on missions as a team. Isn't it the same with you? Xie Xingchen raised an eyebrow. I'm Omega, and I won't share a room with any Alpha besides Healy and you. Lin Yao said dryly, are you mad? I'm mad at myself. Xia Xingchen lowered his head and took a puff of a cigarette, his voice muffled. I should have been the one accompanying you. Now even a regular teammate spends more time with you than I do. He had originally thought that meeting would calm all the unpleasant feelings, but now he realized the dull pain caused by their separation. It was a trauma he might never get over for the rest of his life. Lin Yao knew that Xia was brooding but didn't know how to console him. In fact, there was a 4-year gap that they couldn't fill, and this was the inevitable pain they had to face. Xia Xingchen, Lin Yao called his name. The other only lazily responded, showing no interest. How can I make you happy? Lin Yao, who was emotionally dull, asked when they initially confirmed their romantic relationship. He needed guidance. Tell me, I don't understand. Xia Xingchen shook his head and casually exhaled a puff of smoke. You don't need to comfort me, it's because I haven't done well enough. Lin Yao felt even more down. Now that Mr. Xia was on strike, he had no guide, and thus no way to start. Right then, the sound of someone opening the door came from outside. Lin Yao whispered, Healy is back, I'll hang up. Alright, see you later, Xia Xingchen said before hanging up. Yao brother, here are all the information about the instructors you wanted. I went around greeting everyone. Healy rushed in, holding a sheet of paper and fanning himself. I'm exhausted. Aren't you antisocial? Why do you need this? Just looking at colleagues, Lin Yao glanced at the table where brief characteristics of each person were neatly written in black signature pen. He couldn't help but admire Healy's growth over the past 2 years. Collecting information was fast, impressive. Healy grinned, that's natural. I am the watchdog of the journalism department. Lin Yao wasn't sure what made being a watchdog worth boasting about. Still, Lin Yao smiled faintly, lowering his head to quickly review the stack of instructor information, speculating who might be the informer sent by Xie Hengji. The likelihood of finding an informer among the new students was low. The person must be able to monitor them easily while obeying orders without revealing themselves. They could only possibly be transferred instructors from various military branches. Adding them up, there were a total of 10 instructors. He planned to probe during tonight's dinner gathering. Did you see Bo Yan when you just came? Lin Yao now urgently needed a strategist since he had to deal with the jealous man over there. Healy suspiciously looked at him for a few seconds before tilting his head, outside in the corridor, smoking. Are you looking for him? Lin Yao hummed an affirmative and stood up, asking, do you mind? What do I care about? Healy was confused. I think something feels off about your meeting this time, especially you. You look incredibly guilty right now. Lin Yao raised his hand to touch his face, feeling that his expression shouldn't be giving anything away, not really. It's like you feel guilty for sneaking around behind my back to cheat on me with your girlfriend. Healy scrutinized his wandering eyes, although that's impossible. Our tastes should differ quite a bit. Lin Yao. One couldn't say that his description wasn't accurate. Lin Yao lightly coughed, you're overthinking this. Bo Yan isn't your girlfriend either. True, go ahead. He'll be back to the dorm soon anyway. Healy lounged lazily on the chair, sprawled out, opened the game, acting completely carefree. Lin Yao stepped out, found the person, and explained in a few words what happened with the baseless jealousy during the video call with Xie Xingchen. He sighed helplessly, we can't just ask Duanjing to leave my squad when he's doing fine. What should I do to make him happy? Bo Yan looked at him like he was a rare animal. You're actually troubled by something like this? How interesting. I think he's just insecure because of the years he wasn't around you, which is an established fact, not something that can be erased just by comforting words. You'll have to take it slow. Lin Yao nodded, that makes sense. After pausing for a moment, Lin Yao continued, since you understand so well, why haven't you started dating anyone yet? It was a jab right into his lungs. Bo Yan laughed, irritated, did Healy learn from you the skill of being emotionally clueless but verbally lethal? But Lin Yao didn't get angry, instead, he smiled gently, his eyes crinkling up. The expression no longer resembled the cold and aloof person Bo Yan saw last time, but rather an easygoing young master who had been spoiled carefree. With genuine sincerity, Lin Yao said, thanks, I'll go now. As Bo Yan watched Lin Yao turn and walk away, his back quickly returned to its usual coldness as he briskly approached the dormitory door. With a couple of knocks, he squatted down for a moment, then rose and left smoothly. It took no more than 2 seconds, as precise as completing a mission. When Xie Xingchen opened the door, all he saw was Bo Yan not too far away looking on amusedly while there was no trace of Lin Yao. Looking down at the doorstep, Xie Xingchen spotted a bright orange candy wrapped in shiny packaging paper. Just as his phone vibrated, he swiped to open the message. Have some candy, don't be sad. Xie Xingchen picked up the candy, peeled off the wrapper, and placed it in his mouth. A sour yet refreshing sweetness burst across his tongue. Lowering his head, he chuckled softly, if I still don't know how to date after this, I should just die. Chapter 119, It's You, Baby. During the instructor's dinner that night, Xie Xingchen sat across the diagonal as he had mentioned. To Lin Yao's left was Duanjing, and to his right was Healy. Feeling the heavy gaze from across the table fall upon him, Lin thought that the candy just given earlier would not be enough. The young master had been pacified for only a short while before becoming upset again. Here we have twin brothers Xiao Yi and Xiao Jiu from the armament department. Over here are Guo Pei, Zhang Yang, and Li Yishan. He Li stood up confidently to introduce everyone after recognizing them all in an instant, being very sociable. As he introduced those around, his tone suddenly became proud when mentioning, "This is my elder brother Yao from the Comprehensive Warfare Department, the strongest sniper in the 9th star system, unbeatable by anyone." "I've heard your name, Zhang Yang, the one with short haircuts," said with a smile. "All we know from our armament section is the news about Dark Star and Sunny Day constantly setting new records." Xie Xingchen replied indifferently, "Not really, Lin Yao is better than me, I'm just lucky." "That's unlike your style to be so modest." Xiao Jiu teased, "You two were fighting each other like you wanted to die during this afternoon's martial arts session, and my brother and I almost couldn't pull you apart." "Yeah, it took a lot of effort." Xiao Yi curiously looked over at the long table. "You two, there's talk about how you don't get along well, true or false?" Lin Yao and Xie Xingchen exchanged glances for a second, carefully choosing their words. Too harsh, and a certain someone would be unhappy; too light, and suspicions might arise. He selected a rather neutral term, "Our relationship is average." Well, then the young master's face fell immediately. Duanjing added on the side, "These two didn't have a good relationship back when they were classmates for several years. After one of them transferred schools, there hasn't been any real interaction between them ever since." Fine, now it was completely collapsed into rubble. Unmoved, Lin Yao extended his leg subtly, allowing the tip of his shoe to gently bump against the other's shoe, silently soothing. Xie Xingchen glanced at him briefly, but then turned his eyes away, making a sarcastic remark, "Of course not like you who understands everything about him because you're always near him." "Exactly." Duanjing said frankly, "After all, we're in the same team, and daily interactions naturally build familiarity." Xie Xingchen's tone seemed casual, but every word felt like a hidden needle. "Just how well do you understand him? What does he like to eat? What does he enjoy doing during his free time? What's his catchphrase? What does he fear? Do you know all these things?" Duanjing. Everyone at the table could sense the subtlety in the atmosphere. Zhang Yang whispered to Xiao Jiu beside him, "These people from Dark Star and Sunny Day clearly look down on each other top to bottom. The tension is palpable." Duanjing struggled to remember but finally managed to think of one point: he likes candies, especially orange-flavored ones. Especially when he's in a bad mood, he usually keeps some on hand. Xie Xingchen's original irritable mood suddenly lightened a bit as he smiled faintly. "You guess, why orange flavor?" Lin Yao bumped his shoe again, reminding him that speaking too much could lead to problems. There might be informants placed by Xie Heng among those at the table, and if something was said wrong and misinterpreted, it could be disastrous. Duanjing turned his head to look at Lin Yao. "Yeah, why? Do you like sour stuff?" "Not really, elder brother Yao didn't used to like candies." "It was from." He Li suddenly paused mid-sentence. "Wait a moment, wasn't it from when Xie Xingchen left?" That day, he went to the hospital to visit Lin Yao, lying quietly on the bed without a word, clutching a large jar of candy, eating them one after another like a machine that had been programmed. At the time, He Li thought he looked in bad shape and tried to take the jar away, but Lin Yao wouldn't let go, tightly holding onto it. Unable to do anything else, He Li asked worriedly, "Are you feeling unwell? What happened?" Lin Yao shook his head slightly. "No, it's just that my mouth tastes bitter, so I want something sweet, but the taste is quite sour." "Who gave you the candies?" He Li didn't know that Xie Xingchen had already left, only hearing Chen Boyan mention a relapse requiring further hospitalization. He assumed it was due to the snowball fight being too cold, affecting his health. Lin Yao stayed silent for a long time, so long that He Li thought he wouldn't answer the question anymore, before finally saying, "Someone important." But didn't say who. For years later, He Li re-examined this timeline and started to find it intriguing. Xie Xingchen left, yet the important person left behind a candy, which he would eat whenever feeling low, orange flavor. Chinzi, was he thinking of him? He Li sharply sucked in a breath. Good heavens, what a monumental scoop he stumbled upon. What? No, no way, this can't be. This revelation has to be shared. The topic at the event had wandered far, and someone asked Xie Xingchen, "Who exactly is the alpha you have a crush on? The alpha you fancy must be really special. Is it someone from Dark Star?" Lin Yao stopped in the middle of taking a sip of water and looked across. Xie Xingchen deflected the question effortlessly. "The name of the alpha I admire can't be disclosed." "Why call him AA, does that mean you're both into A-type relationships?" Duanjing asked. "No," Xie Xingchen smiled slightly, his gaze briefly drifting to the face across from him who was very eager for an answer. "There's another reason, it's a term of endearment." Lin Yao furrowed his brows, searching again through his initials, examination numbers, military zone codes, none contained the letter A. Term of endearment, huh? So something not related to him is called a term of endearment? Ha! Damn dog, die. Beside him, He Li recalled some of Xie Xingchen's extremely sour posts. He quickly grabbed Cheng Boyan's plate with knife and fork, clanging loudly, "Come out here, I need to tell you something." Cheng Boyan glanced at him suspiciously, stood up, and cast his eyes at the triangular conflict. He hesitated for a moment, then stepped outside, closing the door behind him. As soon as he did, Healy leaned close and whispered, I discovered a big secret. What? Cheng Boyan lowered his gaze toward him, moving closer because they were whispering secrets. It was like he leaned right into his arms. Healy worried someone might hear, so he lowered his voice. I suspect Brother Yao, that blockhead, actually bloomed after all these years, and there was mutual infatuation between him and Xie Dog in the past. Cheng Boyan was stunned for several seconds. Well, nothing seemed off. He chuckled, how did you find out? Healy laid out all the deductions he'd made starting from that candy, lamenting deeply, isn't he just in love with Xie Dog? He must feel humiliated for liking his sworn enemy, which is why he wouldn't tell me, it's infuriating. He even kept it from me. But putting myself in his shoes, I'd also feel ashamed about liking someone who insults me daily. Cheng Boyan smiled faintly. Looking at him heartbreakingly, indeed, his aesthetics aren't great, but he is of dating age now. All we can do is offer blessings. Suppress it then, let him die from pride if he won't confess either, and eventually become nothing more than a devoted dog whose feelings went unreciprocated, running away miserably to continue loving secretly rather than sticking around anymore. Oh, Brother Yao, what a stubborn blockhead. Cheng Boyan. They've been together for 4 years already, albeit in a long-distance relationship. Why are you not surprised at all? Healy regarded him suspiciously. Cheng Boyan couldn't just expose the private matters of others directly, so he dodged the heavy implications by saying lightly, I guessed as much too, I previously noticed how coincidental it was, and our thoughts lined up perfectly. That's true, I thought my clever mind could match yours, indeed proving this must be correct. Healy sighed, although I don't care for Xie Dog and sincerely hope Brother Yao remains unmatched beauty, over the past few years he didn't seem very happy, so let's say it, Brother Yao being content means everything. Got mature, Cheng Boyan praised. Healy changed the subject, let me see if I can think of any way to help bring back our sad Xie Dog. As expected, praise only lasted 2 seconds before Cheng Boyan's eyebrows twitched in caution, stopping him immediately, no, they have their own pace. Don't go causing trouble. Well, then should we just watch them like this? Healy wrinkled his nose, since meeting this time, they haven't spoken much, it seems pretty chilly. Cheng Boyan. They didn't talk, sure, but they were flirting via his phone. Lowering his eyes, Cheng Boyan saw the person leaning in closely, patted the top of his head gently, and teased, stop worrying for others, the shorter one gets when worrying about others' affairs. I'm 1.78 meters, which isn't exactly dragging anyone down among alphas, Healy straightened his back, it's just the average height of your group being nearly 1.80 meters that makes it look bad, especially Xie Dog, he grows so tall just to fill in black holes. Just as Cheng Boyan prepared to say something, he saw Lin Yao and Xie Xingchen enter the restroom nearby one after another. Cheng Boyan yanked Healy back just as he was about to turn around, raising his hand to cover Healy's eyes. What are you doing? In sudden darkness, Healy felt quite dissatisfied, want to compare heights. Fine, I lose to you, annoying. Cheng Boyan watched out of the corner of his eye as both men entered the restroom and locked the door, then ensuring no one was around, moved his palm from his eyes to Healy's head. With deliberate calmness, he said, not really, tried measuring a bit, you're not particularly short. Drinking more milk will help grow taller. Alright, I'll remember to drink every day, Healy agreed, that's enough gossiping, let's go inside. One more minute, I'll smoke a cigarette, Cheng Boyan stood at the windward side, covering for them. 4 people leaving together certainly appears less strange and intimate compared to just 2 of them disappearing abruptly. In the restroom, Lin Yao came out after finishing up to wash his hands. Suddenly, the door next to him opened, and he looked up abruptly, meeting the gaze of the person reflected in the mirror. You, just came here like this? He turned off the faucet, with water dripping from his palm. Aha, Bo Yen and the others aren't around either, no one will notice. Xie Xingchen grabbed a paper towel and walked over behind Lin Yao, extending his hand to gently dry the water droplets on Lin Yao's hands. It had been too long since they'd been so close together, nearly in a pose where Lin Yao was encircled in his arms, leaving Lin Yao stiff all over. With 10 people reduced by 4 so suddenly, really, no one will notice. We can't stop going to the restroom altogether, that would be too inhumane. Even when we didn't get along in the past, we still bumped into each other in the restroom. Xie Xingchen said. Lin Yao hummed lightly, listening quietly as their heartbeats thundered. Xie Xingchen glanced downward, his fingers intertwined with Lin Yao's, feeling his reaction. Are you nervous? No, Lin Yao looked at him through the mirror, the light dim and yellow, casting his handsome features under shadow as he watched Xie Xingchen lower his head and touch the back of his neck with his nose tip, Xie Xingchen. Just as Lin Yao wanted to turn around, he was held down, unable to move, forced to stay pinned against the sink. Why do you keep running away when you see me? Haven't you anything to say? Xie Xingchen leaned his head sideways, sniffing near the area, his lips softly grazing over. Lin Yao only felt his breath washing over, ticklish and tingly. No, I should go back. Not yet, at least ask me a question, or I won't let you go. Xie Xingchen's tone became authoritative. You don't have anything you want to ask. He knew Lin Yao paused earlier when hearing the term of endearment, clearly because it mattered to him. The term kept plaguing Lin Yao's thoughts since the morning, finding these letters to be overly sentimental and trivial. Still, he was truly curious and after hesitating for a moment, asked, the AA, that you wrote down, the dear, seems unrelated to me, is it not about me? Xia Xingchen laughed a little, like giving praise for his honesty. Good boy. Fine, then I won't ask. Lin Yao muttered lowly and attempted to walk away. But Xia Xingchen pinned him harder to the sink, his left hand grasping Lin Yao's chin, forcing him to look at their reflection in the mirror. His right hand traced slowly, first left and then right on top of Lin Yao's head, drawing the two letters, AA, slightly apart, resembling two pointy ears. Do you understand now? Lin Yao stared fixedly at the movement of his finger, realizing all of a sudden, flustered and irked, you're really annoying, I'm leaving. Xia Xingchen rested his chin on Lin Yao's shoulder, his lips touching Lin Yao's flushed earlobe. Doesn't it have anything to do with you? It's you, my love. AA, are the two little cat ears that Yao Yao hides, only I can see how adorable they are. These 2 days are tough with menstrual pain, managing just one update. But nearly 4,000 words per chapter, equaling 2 chapters, is already quite substantial. Chapter 120, You Smell So Good. Lin Yao's earlobes were crimson, as if dripping blood. He was bracing himself against the sink with his palms, feeling his just-dried hands turn damp again. After 4 years apart, he was held by an alpha, and it felt as if he truly grew ears, furry ones that were extremely sensitive. A slight brush of lips caused tingles to spread from the crown of his head all the way down to the base of his spine. Unable to tolerate being led astray by him, Lin Yao pushed himself up with his arms, ready to leave. I'm not a cat. You are. Let me sniff. Xia Xingchen repressed his playful smile, lowering his head until his entire face was buried in Lin Yao's neck crease. His breathing turned steady, inhaling deeply but sporadically. The 11th hour of their reunion. Finally, they embraced. There was nothing else either wanted. Because of the sudden intimacy, Lin Yao's pheromones momentarily flared up before retreating rapidly. But Xia Xingchen didn't overstep even a bit. Lin Yao seemed to catch on to the other's fleeting insecurity, though who exactly wasn't sure. On the surface, Xia Xingchen behaved no differently than in the past, yet they both knew certain nuances had changed. At least the Xia Xingchen of the past would never have stayed so silently embracing him for this long after losing control. Could companions matched at such high intensity really restrain themselves upon meeting again? Smells so good, Xia Xingchen whispered softly. Let me hold you for another 30 seconds. Lin Yao saw a trace of blood at the corners of his lips in the mirror and realized it came from where he had just bitten himself. The deep red mixed with his lips' color, blending in so seamlessly that one wouldn't notice unless looking closely. In this moment, Lin Yao finally noticed how much more severe Xia Xingchen's self-harm tendencies had become. When he used to suffer from episodes, he'd favor strong suppressants, enduring physical pain for the euphoria it brought mentally. Now, it appeared to be punishment, void of any sense of relief or joy. Lin Yao recalled many nights where he woke up from nightmares, haunted by the aftermath of the report. It wasn't just himself who struggled with these issues. What did you bite yourself for? Lin Yao frowned. I couldn't help it, you smell too good. Xia Xingchen lightly sniffed at him as if holding onto a real cat he didn't want to let go of. I shouldn't do anything worse to you. Lin Yao's breath hitched. On behalf of Xia Xingchen, Lin Yao asked, Xia Xingchen, did we break up? Unless things weren't official anymore, what couldn't be touched? He felt the tall alpha behind him stiffen momentarily, pausing several seconds before responding very carefully, I don't think so. After a short pause, he added humbly, you can answer otherwise if you like. The air froze briefly. The suppressed emotions inside Lin Yao simmered, but he managed to endure it before eventually snapping, cursing under his breath, I've waited 4 fucking years for you, do you think I'd give you any other answer? Your conscience eaten by dogs. The facade of normalcy since their reunion finally shattered, revealing 2 agitated hearts. Buried deeply in Lin Yao's neck, Xia Xingchen exhaled heavily, the doubts and uneasiness he harbored over the past 4 years finally settling in his heart. No. I just wasn't sure. Not breaking up is better. Bastard, Lin Yao cursed again. Holding him tightly, Xia Xingchen remained still, staying that way for a long while before lifting his head and saying, 30 seconds extra time, let's go back. Lin Yao stared perplexingly at his reflection in the mirror. Xia Xingchen bent down repeatedly inhaling and straightened his clothes. What's wrong? We can't be absent too long. His phone began to vibrate. Lin Yao carried 2 phones, one of which belonged to him, and glancing at the caller ID, which was unmarked, he paused for a few seconds before answering without hesitation. Tomorrow night, there will be a transaction involving Zhuang Lang. Are you coming? The person on the other end said. Yeah, Lin Yao replied bluntly. Send me the details and time. This one's special. Yunqing's pharmaceutical company worked overtime producing a large batch of Z7037, selling them all in one go. The buyer is from the 7th star system, making it smuggling, the other party explained. If the suspect and goods are caught together, Zhuang Lang won't be able to escape. Lin Yao hesitated for a few seconds, deep in thought, let me think about it. If anything changes, I'll let you know, the other person whispered. That's everything I know. The call ended. Xia Xingchen, hearing parts of the conversation, stared at him thoughtfully for a few seconds with an indifferent expression. I'm not asking you to stay out of it. The atmosphere, just beginning to ease, tightened once again. Lin Yao had always been stubborn about getting involved in this matter despite opposing views from Xia Xingchen. He answered coldly, it's my business. Why shouldn't I get involved? It's dangerous and easy to get entangled in. I'll handle this. Xia Xingchen had also received the information about the transaction tomorrow night when he was sitting there. They had different informants, but they ended up with the same result. Lin Yao stared at him, seemingly smiling but not quite. So you knew from the start, but spent half the time here dallying around with me instead of telling me. Xia Xingchen, did you place all the evidence in the email box without holding back, like you said? Xia Xingchen replied, I didn't hide the evidence from you, it's all there. But each dangerous deal is hidden from me, right? How did you get these injuries? Why are you so afraid of the military department sending a death notice? Lin Yao poked his chest, speaking truthfully one word at a time, because you were secretly sent on missions which weren't initially that severe, but you feared everything would be exposed. You didn't want Xia Hengji to know, so you dared not return to the military hospital, nearly costing you your life, am I right? Xia Xingchen didn't expect him to be so clever. Just seeing a wound in a video, slightly piecing it together, he could fill in the whole picture. Realizing the pain in his mouth where he had bitten himself just now, Xia Xingchen spoke softly, Yao Yao, your life used to be tough enough already. I don't want you to worry so much. But every investigation he participated in involved his loving father, who surely never endured any less hardship or pain. Lin Yao saw the heavy cross he bore. Xia Xingchen was repenting. In an extremely extreme way, risking his life, he offered himself as if performing some sort of sacrifice, crushing all his happiness before this point to prove the purity of his love. Yet Lin Yao only felt heartache. You shouldn't be angry, Xia Xingchen insisted stubbornly. That one was an accident, I handled everything else well. Lin Yao lifted his gaze, emphasizing each word, I'm not stupid. Even if you hide things from me, I can find out through other channels. If we split up and something happens, do you know what the consequences would be? 4 years of work wasted. Xia Xingchen remained silent. Lin Yao gripped his nape, forcing him to look at him, repentance isn't achieved this way. Keeping me at bay won't make me feel safe, I wouldn't even like that. If you do this, I'll never tell you about my future risky actions, and you can wait for my death notice then. Lin Yao. Xia Xingchen finally called his full name, unable to endure any longer. Am I upset? Lin Yao stated coldly. That's how I feel right now. With no expression on his face, Lin Yao criticized him. The moment I realized the truth, I had already received that almost sent death notice. After fear, infinite after fear flooded back, confirming the guess that it was akin to Xia Xingchen dying right in front of him. Xia Xingchen stared at him dumbfounded for a long while, rolling his throat before relenting, alright, but tomorrow, you truly can't go. We've already seen each other. If we both disappear again together, it will attract too much attention. We'll see tomorrow. Lin Yao glanced briefly at the screen, where they'd already been in here for close to 10 minutes. If they lingered a bit more, it might really become hard to explain. Lin Yao slightly bent his knee to brace against him. One last question, are you planning to avoid touching me until everything ends? Xia Xingchen didn't dodge, though somewhat overwhelmed. What just happened is the most we can do. We're not doing anything else. Lin Yao raised the corner of his eye, with red ears, yet spoke plainly, is this part of your penance? Thinking that you've caused me to secondarily differentiate into an omega, so you cannot confront your desires head-on. Yeah, Xia Xingchen's eyes flickered, his heart pierced painfully, we should go back. We've stayed here too long already. Lin Yao touched his lower lip gently with his fingertip, traces of blood still lingering from his earlier self-harm. Xia Xingchen turned his head, wanting to evade, but the other suddenly leaned closer. Instinctively, Xia Xingchen moved forward too. However, Lin Yao froze just inches away, changing the landing spot from lips to chin, biting down fiercely. Xia Xingchen felt his sharp teeth more like clamping onto his heart, feeling numb tingles spreading. Still, Lin Yao's taunt was harsh. Willing to hold out? Let's see how long you can last. Chapter 121, deliberately teasing you. Xia Xingchen felt rather strange. These past few years, he had lived in absolute abstinence to the extreme. Although his illness still frequently relapsed, sometimes he took suppressants, sometimes he didn't, like self-abusing with a reckless abandon akin to letting things be as they may. He even suspected himself of having succumbed to SD2, but at this moment, all it took was Lin Yao's lips gently touching his chin, not even kissing, and he instantly ignited. Yao Yao. His tone was filled with helplessness, you can't entrap me like fishing enforcement either. Lin Yao looked at him mockingly, repeating his words, doing absolutely nothing. Xia Xingchen. Alright, let's go back. Just before leaving, Lin Yao's fingers slid from the other person's nape down to the waist, exerting not too light nor heavy pressure. If we're doing nothing, why are you so tense? Xia Xingchen pressed against his palate and said nothing. So bad. Lin Yao went out first and saw Qing Boyan standing by the room door, glancing over here once, then stubbed out the cigarette and said to the person in front of him, you go in first, I need to use the restroom. Brother Yao. Healy turned around quickly, walking back alongside him, why aren't you sitting with Dog Xia this time? Why should I sit with him? Lin Yao was thoroughly confused. Healy winked and thought silently that if he knew already, why would Lin Yao pretend ignorance? It was hilarious how this cool brother played secret affection. I understand, I get it. Lin Yao looked at him like he was stupid, did you just fall into the toilet? You're speaking nonsense as though water got into your brain. Healy thought he had uncovered an excellent scoop. Looking at the other party now added a layer of pure joy. It doesn't matter, I fully understand. If you want to sit across from him, you can observe his delicate expressions and handsome face. Lin Yao. Lin Yao wasn't sure what kind of wind he had caught, too lazy to respond. Healy supported his chin and stared directly at him without any expression change, once-in-a-lifetime event, rare as ironwood blossoming. Though Healy's discernment wasn't usually sharp, this deserved recording. He pulled out the limited edition camera he just received. When Xia Xingchen sat down again later, he dedicated his first photo to his brother Yao and his object of unrequited love. I want one too. Cheng Boyan retracted his casual demeanor and faced him directly. The gift I gave you shouldn't be shot for me. Healy grumbled as he turned the lens toward him. Shoot until you die. The last documentary you shot for me was great. I watched it several times after going home, Duanjing said. Naturally, didn't you experience my skills in your freshman year? Healy adjusted the focus while chatting and taking pictures of the opposite side. I am the top editor who made you popular in the meme zone with just one video. Duanjing smiled. You used to scold me a lot. That's because you were really annoying back then, cursing all the time, and had a bad personality. Healy spoke candidly. After joining Brother Yao's team, it's almost like you've changed completely. It's mainly thanks to Brother Yao. Now I find you much more pleasing to the eye, with a bit of charm. Cheng Boyan and Xia Xingchen exchanged a glance, instantly uniting their front lines. TSK, how does this guy know everyone? He has charm. Cheng Boyan doubted this guy not only lacked intelligence but also had vision problems. Can be alright, right Brother Yao? Healy casually passed on the remark. Lin Yao raised his head, looked around under several pairs of eyes, turned his head and observed for a few seconds before giving an objective evaluation. Yes, can be alright. Xia Xingchen drank the wine in front of him with an expressionless face. I think it's average. Cheng Boyan agreed with an seeking revenge by saying, based on my aesthetics, indeed it's average. Duanjing. Are the two of you openly bullying here? You don't know how there used to be, in the department during interviews, you couldn't even find decent-looking people to put on camera. Healy was very fair. Compared to these, they'd surely be considered campus grasses. Anyone coming out of Chongqing University is bound to be good-looking, full of tall guys. The competition inside is intense, Zhang Yang joked. Was appearance inspection required for the medical checkup when entering school? Indeed, some bonuses existed. Healy gestured across the long table, extending to clink glasses with him, and started talking nonsense. For instance, good looks could earn extra credits, 5 points for someone like Brother Yao, 3 for me, and those with negative scores have to make up for it elsewhere, like morality bonus points, by helping grandmas cross the street. Everyone at the table laughed uncontrollably at his jokes. Lin Yao sipped a mouthful of the wine in his glass, observing Cheng Boyan's concerned expressions, unable to resist indulging in some drama. Healy was truly a social bandit. It was unimaginable how someone with an innocent face paired with a glib tongue would be so well-liked in the news department. You're such a sweetheart. Zhang Yang came over with the wine bottle, hooking arms with him. Add me on social media so we can hang out again sometime. What's got you smiling? Duanjing rarely saw Lin Yao with such a gentle expression. Smiling at Healy. Lin Yao paused mid-sentence, feeling a light tap on his shoe tip and looking across the table. Xia Xingchen's gaze rested on the wine glass in Lin Yao's hand. A silent reminder, you can't handle alcohol, why drink more? Lin Yao kept his eyes locked on him as he slowly finished a glass of red wine and resumed the unfinished sentence. I was smiling at Healy's comment earlier. You've got delayed reactions. Duanjing remarked. Yeah, maybe I'm slower due to the alcohol, Lin Yao said. Just then, he felt himself being bent down for a moment, noticing his calf being hooked, but as soon as he tried to break free, he was suddenly clamped, with a thumb pressing against his ankle as if punishing him. He silently looked toward Xia Xingchen. Didn't we agree on doing nothing? Why did you touch my leg? Lin Yao deftly pulled his foot back and continued drinking from the glass before him. Over the past 2 years, he had practiced and wasn't like before where one glass would knock him out, but his tolerance was still poor. Xia Xingchen, however, knew well that every time Lin Yao drank even a little, he'd quickly get drunk. The only 2 memories of this involved Lin Yao lying on his back while cutting open his wound once, and another instance confessing love under cloudy consciousness. He tried to choose an exceedingly ordinary tone. Why is team leader Lin drinking alone? True. Come on, let's raise our glasses together, cheers to celebrate the beginning of our 3-month training. Healy immediately followed the beat. Xia Xingchen. Are you not afraid of drinking your Yao brother to death here? Lin Yao showed no flush on his face yet, only slightly tipsy after 2 cups. Xia Xingchen glanced down and sent him a message. XXC, still drinking. XXC, I can't take care of you today. As his phone vibrated again, it was Cheng Boyan's message. Pulling it out now would be too blatant, especially with Healy sitting right next to him. Lin Yao quietly unlocked it, replied, and then returned his attention to the ongoing conversation. I'm not a lightweight anymore. Xia Xingchen froze momentarily. Throughout the day, from their awkward silence to the recent embrace, a heart that had been adrift for 4 years had finally found its peace. No breakup, long-distance relationship, it hadn't even sunk in fully, yet he realized they had missed each other by leaps and bounds during their silent absence. XXC, when did you start practicing? AA, during the winter when you left, had too much with dry dad. XXC, I imagine Uncle Pei should be quite good. AA, had a couple rounds on my own since then, sipped some at team gatherings, I'm no longer a lightweight. XXC, so all my worries were for nothing. Lin Yao tightened his lips, then relaxed them, sensing Xia Xingqian's dejection. This mood had come and gone multiple times throughout the day, becoming a knot between them that required much future effort to untangle. Seeing that Xia Xingqian took his time replying, he added another line. XXC, then drink less, since I can't spoil you today. No. XXC, still upset about what happened just now. No, I'm just deliberately trying to annoy you. Xia Xingqian's eyebrows slightly arched. This line was rather impulsive, so uncharacteristic of Lin Yao, yet so candidly revealing his unrestrained temper. And it gave him, for the first time after careful reuniting, a sense of solid relief. XXC, how are you planning to annoy me? Watch me get drunk but don't reach out to me. Xia Xingqian ground his teeth, certain that with just a few words, Lin Yao ignited desires he had long buried. So effortlessly without doing anything, dressed neatly, abiding by rules, sitting opposite, and with a simple text, he could feel an uncontrollable heat rise within him. Xia Xingqian lifted his eyes, seeing the person seated diagonally opposite, with slightly upturned corners of his eyes, challengingly staring back at him with fierce competitiveness. I wonder how long you'll last without touching me. Xia Xingqian smirked faintly, with a bit of mischief, making the lip shape slowly and soundlessly to him. Can't touch, but you can fantasize, can't you? Chapter 122, Knifing the Three of Them. Lin Yao's face was expressionless as he tossed back a question mark. XXC, do you want me to explain it to you? XXC, you're wearing my shirt, with 2 buttons loosely undone. Wherever you sit is fine. XXC, your skin is so pale, it easily leaves marks when pinched. XXC, but the marks can't be in conspicuous places where others might see them, so they need to be in hidden spots. XXC, but Yao Yao is very shy and would hide. As Lin Yao skimmed over these words, an image flashed through his mind. He quickly flipped his phone face down. This freak. He closed his eyes briefly, cursing under his breath. Sure enough, after a few years, this person's skills have only grown stronger, impossible to outwit. If Cheng Boyan ever sees conversations like this, he'd better just switch planets and bury himself. Brother Yao, why is your face so red? He turned around and looked at him carefully. Didn't you drink that much? Are you drunk? His hand slapped Lin Yao's cheek, kneading it back and forth, yet Brother Yao didn't react at all. He must have had too much alcohol, otherwise, if I were to rub him like this, his wrist would definitely snap in the next second. But Lin Yao could feel the gaze looking over from the other side. Xia Xingqian spoke lightly, squad leader Lin has a really poor tolerance for alcohol, isn't holding up. It sounded like a slight mockery, causing the entire table to suddenly go quiet. But Lin Yao understood. He was laughing about how Lin Yao couldn't stand up against his own challenge in just a few lines. Thus, raising his head, Lin Yao responded sarcastically, of course not as good as squad leader Xia, practice makes perfect. Xia Xingqian tried to suppress his laughter and hummed in agreement, if squad leader Lin doesn't mind, I could accompany you to practice. Surrounded by a full circle of people, he openly made this proposition. Lin Yao was about to explode but couldn't show it and instead acted calm, provocatively saying, no thanks, practicing with you, I'm afraid we'd end up fighting. There will probably be quite an intense fight, Xia Xingqian said with a lazy tone. Cheng Boyan really couldn't hear it, only he could discern the undertones and gently exclaimed, the both of you, that's enough. That's right, no fights needed. Brother Yao, doing this means you'll live alone forever. He lowered his voice, I've decided to give you 2 books in a few days to improve your chatting skills. Lin Yao reacted for several seconds. Already bought them, didn't help. You also have weaknesses, it's not easy. He lowered his voice, once I learn more, I'll come teach you. Lin Yao. Alright. In fact, he didn't understand what Lo was saying at all. Probably because of the alcohol, Lin Yao felt slightly dizzy. Supporting his chin, he thought about needing to stop training tomorrow as appropriate. On the other side, Xia Xingqian started sending messages again to harass him. Lowering his eyes, Lin Yao considered blocking him but then thought how hard-won this contact method was, so he endured. Sweetheart, shut up, send one more message and I'll block you. After receiving this message, Xia Xingqian looked at it twice, laughing uncontrollably. He irritated Lin Yao again. After the group dinner ended, he didn't send any more messages harassing Lin Yao. Only after returning to the dormitory and taking a shower did he send a proper and respectful message. XXC, good night, see you tomorrow. After finishing his nighttime routine, Lin Yao lay in bed half drowsy, seeing these 3 words brought his consciousness clearer by half. It was like dreaming. Closing his eyes, Lin Yao didn't want to fall asleep, fearing that when he opened them again, Xie Xingqian would once more turn into the captain of Dark Star seen far away on the news. Turning over, he scrolled through their chat history, which wasn't very long. Soon, he reached the very beginning, skipped a bit, and came across the previous chats between Xie Xingqian and Qing Boyan. XXC, no, I have to find him during this training session. Boyan, don't do it, hold on a bit longer, this is a critical moment, and the election is coming soon. XXC, these past few days, I keep dreaming. I dreamt he left me. I need to see him to confirm everything's fine. XXC, just a glimpse, and you should come too, covering for me. Boyan, Hilo is around anyway, originally supposed to go. XXC, fine, don't tell Lin Yao beforehand, I'm afraid if he knows I'm going, he will run away. Boyan, understood, sleep early. Boyan, last time I wanted to say, your wake-up bell, it's so sickly sweet, how could Lin Yao record that for you? Did you kidnap him? XXC, recorded during the honeymoon phase, relying on this sentence every day. They exchanged a few more sentences about other topics, pushing this conversation upwards. That's why at first, Lin Yao didn't notice the earlier parts when he grabbed the phone. At this moment, seeing the three characters, wake up bell, Lin Yao felt his heart soak in sour orange juice, both sour and numb. He was suddenly pulled back to that snowy field, where amidst the falling snow he looked at Xie Xingqian and said, Xie Xingqian woke up. Today's Lin Yao likes you more than yesterday. If it weren't for seeing the chat with Qing Boyan, Xie Xingqian probably would never have revealed all his suffering, just like after their reunion, the most heartfelt thing he had said was, don't push me away. Xie Xingqian hid all the bad emotions, clearly, he was doing poorly as well. After Hilo finished showering and came out, he saw Lin Yao entirely wrapped in a blanket, lost in thought, with slightly red eyelids. It wasn't clear whether it was due to alcohol or something else. You were saying you were tired earlier. Why aren't you sleeping? Hilo chuckled teasingly, missing Xie. Lin Yao hummed in acknowledgement. Hilo. Damn, iron trees do bloom. He, actually, admitted it. Knowing Lin Yao for 10 years, this was the first time Hilo faced such a situation. Extremely nervous, he leaned over Lin Yao's bed and asked, didn't you just see him? Do you still miss him? I miss the old him. Lin Yao, tipsy from the alcohol, spoke more straightforwardly but still kept it brief. Hilo didn't fully understand and propped his chin, trying to analyze, what's so great about the old him? But wait, why didn't you go see him back then? Couldn't, Lin Yao wrinkled his nose, I'd be found out. Hilo started to sense something off. His expression grew serious as he grabbed onto the key point, found out by whom? Xie Hengji and Yinqing. Lin Yao lowered his eyes, his thin eyelids becoming redder, they would find out and then forbid us from meeting. Hilo froze for several seconds before reacting, They know about you. This sounds just like one of those star-crossed lovers stories. Aren't you secretly in love with Xie Xingqian? Could it be that you two dated and broke up? Lin Yao denied, we haven't broken up. We've been together for 4 years. Hilo. Suspecting he might be hallucinating from drinking too much, Hilo pinched his face 3 times before speaking up, what? 4 years. You two have been together since our freshman year. Lin Yao nodded. Hilo wanted a ventilator, he was experiencing some oxygen deprivation, muttering to himself, how could I not know this? How could I not notice? The more he thought about it, the more absurd it felt. I was boasting today that I discovered evidence of your unrequited love for Xie Xingqian. Damn, turns out it wasn't unrequited love, it was longing sickness. Lin Yao stared at him for a moment and smiled slightly, you're really quite dumb. We spent all our days together back then, and you still didn't notice. What the hell? Supporting his forehead with his palm, Hilo began recalling how these two used to interact back then. It was somewhat distant and blurry, but the more he thought about it, the weirder it seemed. He lifted his head, no one could possibly figure it out, even smart Qing Boyan didn't. So don't blame me for being dumb. Lin Yao ruthlessly exposed the truth, Boyan knew in our freshman year. He helped cover for us many times. Hilo. This night, there was another heartbroken soul. Little he decided he needed to get absolutely drunk to cope with the revelation. Why didn't he tell me? Hilo, angry, took out his phone, I'll call him and accuse him. Pretending nothing last night has pissed me off royally. I'll insult him 300 times. Then the dorm room vibrated with the sound of an incoming message, coming from the pillow next to Lin Yao. With an apologetic look on his face, Lin Yao said, he temporarily lent me his number. Hilo fished out the phone and saw Qing Boyan's device, looking increasingly conflicted, he lent you his phone too. That means the tongue-kiss message Xie Xingqian sent was originally meant for you. Yes, Boyan is a good guy, Lin Yao paused briefly, giving a subtle reminder, so in the next few days, don't send messages to him. The ones you send will be received by me. Realizing what he had just sent moments ago, Hilo suddenly burst into violent coughs. Lin Yao bluntly stated, by tomorrow, I'll need to relay it to him. Your words are somewhat mushy, making it hard for me to express them, like calling him big brother and stuff. I truly can't say that. Hilo. He wanted to slaughter all 3 of them and then kill himself on the spot. Chapter 123, Like a Dream. He Liqing sincerely asked, can you forget? Not really. Lin Yao originally had been looking at her chat with Xie Xingchen. The pop-up notifications appeared from the top one after another, impossible to ignore. It was like being force-fed this information directly into her brain. Brother, I had too much to drink last night and my head is spinning. My brother hasn't replied, did he go to sleep? Well then, good night, brother. As Lin Yao recounted the lines without expression, there was an undeniable sarcastic and mocking quality to his tone. Even though Healy boasted about having thick skin, upon hearing that robotic-like intonation, he felt embarrassed. He raised his hand and rubbed his cheeks which were burning hot, nearly reaching 40 degrees. It's not like it meant anything before, so why does it sound so strange coming out of your mouth? Why do you call him brother when you're older than him by several months? Lin Yao didn't quite understand this behavior. Anyway, these two words were something Lin Yao would absolutely never be able to say to Xie Xingchen. It was just once in second year we lost a bet. Healy sighed, remembering with a face of resignation, the bet required me to call him brother for 3 years. I didn't want to, but I accepted the consequences of losing, right? I was forced, it was punishment. I thought you. Lin Yao hesitated, swallowing back the words, had some realization, but even in a punishment, there wasn't a rule requiring you to report every night via message, was there? Looks like you enjoy it. What's wrong with sending good night? We're close friends anyway. Healy said without concern, suddenly revealing a dangerous glare. But now I feel distant from them. All I want to do is stab them. Deceivers. You guys are all deceivers. Together tormenting me. Thinking about it, Lin Yao indeed felt a little guilty. At first, he didn't know how to bring it up, and later on, when they went separate ways, it wasn't necessary to mention anymore. It wasn't intentional hiding it from you. Lin Yao moved his lips slightly. Just never found the right time. Healy was completely unsatisfied with this explanation, complaining, for 4 whole years, the 3 of you deceived me for 4 whole years. Who else knows? Lin Yao listed names in a low voice, Boyan, Director Cheng, Big Brother and Sister-in-law, Godfather, both fathers of Xie Xingchen, roughly speaking, these are the people involved, oh yes, and Xie Dai. Healy. Turned out he ranked behind all these people, lowest on the food chain. His momentarily calm mood began to fluctuate again as he bounced up from the chair. Why should he have the right to know everything? And Xie Dai? I'm going to kill him together with it. He's with Pei Xiang, Lin Yao, half sober due to Lin Yao's sudden reaction, helplessly said, how can you vent this anger? Maybe beat me up. I won't fight back. Healy finally got leverage over someone, staying strong, I don't care. You two need to apologize to me. Call Xie Xingchen. Lin Yao frowned, he's asleep. Sleep. At this age, who sleeps easily? Healy wouldn't let go, snatching Lin Yao's phone and unlocking it while saying sarcastically, oh, look, the first contact in your list is your boyfriend's number. Can't send messages, but still have his phone number saved, what a grand love. Unable to control his urge to pummel Healy, Lin Yao reminded him, don't use my phone to contact him, use Qing Boyan's instead. Coldly switching phones, Healy dialed and the other side answered immediately. Indeed, it sounded like Xie Xingchen had been woken from sleep, his voice low and hoarse, Yao Yao. Not sleeping. Are you uncomfortable? Yao Yao. So you've started calling him nicknames, huh? Your Yao Yao has revealed your 4-year underground affair. In an exaggerated manner mimicking Xie Xingchen's tone, Healy mocked the 4-year concealment and angrily shifted tones, stop sleeping nonsense. Get up, both of you. Confess. Xie Xingchen paused for a few seconds, trying hard to recognize, Healy. Put it on speaker, please, Healy politely requested and upon hearing the confirmation from the other end, abruptly raised his voice, Qing Boyan, are you looking to die? Alright, no more calling each other brothers, no more sweetness. Now it's Nayugwalu Healy. Lin Yao briefly explained the situation to the two on the phone. With that, the pair over there became completely alert, knowing sleep was impossible now, and silence reigned long. Qing Boyan attempted to speak, mainly because they. Close it, Healy cut in coldly. The other side fell silent in stunned shock. Sorry, it wasn't my intention to hide it from you, Xie Xingchen had foreseen this moment 4 years ago but never imagined Lin Yao would blurt everything out drunk as a skunk. With this alcohol tolerance level, ask a couple of questions and everything spills, well practiced, tricking who? Healy holding the phone stared at Lin Yao, suddenly feeling chills run down his spine, so, you too. Really kissed on the lips. Lin Yao. He raised his hand to cover his burning cheeks, wondering if it was really necessary to go into such detail. On the phone, Xie Xingchen asked. Otherwise? Healy covered his mouth with his hand, trying hard to imagine the scene in his mind but feeling chills all over, it's unimaginable that Brother Yao would do such a thing. Qing Boyan recalled how Lin Yao used to stand on the second floor, looking aloof and elegant, ordering Xie Xingchen to come upstairs. He added quietly, your brother Yao can do many things, especially something quite sexy. Stop talking so much. Xie Xingchen made a sound of disapproval. Qing Boyan, I haven't settled accounts with you yet, are you really going to tell? Healy immediately shifted the blame, why did you keep this from me? You're dead, I'm telling you, I will remember this grudge for at least 3 years. There was an extended silence on the other side of the phone. Healy mocked coldly, are you feeling guilty now, regretting now, you? Before he finished speaking, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Healy went over to open it, only to see Ching Boyan standing there in his pajamas. As their eyes met, one looked helpless, the other's eyes were blazing. Let me explain. No way. Lin Yao held the phone, lowering his voice to Xia Xingchen on the other end. It seems like the two of us are the biggest offenders, but how come Bo Yan looks like he's having it the worst? You should thank him for helping you divert anger. Xia Xingchen smiled and said, being a decade-long friend, being kept in the dark like this, you've committed a great sin. Lin Yao clenched his lips, his gaze sweeping towards Ching Boyan by the doorway, filled with gratitude. He decided that once this time passed, he'd put his whole effort into helping Ching Boyan win Healy's affection. After the intensive training is over, I'll take you to meet your idol and have dinner together. Don't be mad anymore. Ching Boyan said. Humph. Healy's icy expression softened slightly. Ching Boyan continued, the concert tickets you wanted last time, I've already bought them, originally planning to give them to you for your birthday. That's a birthday present, don't think you can mix it up and use it as compensation this time. Healy flailed. Ching Boyan responded with a, then good-naturedly asked, you say, what will make you happy, and I'll do it. Looking at the peace-seeking scene on the other side, Lin Yao leaned on his elbow, murmuring to himself, should I give him all my bank balance to vent his anger? The salary I worked so hard to save. Greedy heartache. Xia Xingchen laughed softly, I'll help you pay this money until he gets cheered up. Lin Yao shifted into a more comfortable position, his head sinking into the pillow, drowsy, okay. You said it yourself. Healy listened carefully to everything around him, turning his head towards the two chatting on the phone, you two need to take care of me for 4 years to even out. Since it wasn't spending his own money, Lin Yao mumbled vaguely even while half asleep, alright, let Xia Xingchen transfer money to you. Tired? Xia Xingchen lowered his voice, I originally wanted to visit your dorm with him, although it's very late, it may not be entirely appropriate. It's indeed inappropriate. Lin Yao yawned. For some reason, listening to his voice gave him a peaceful drowsiness, don't know if Bo Yan can comfort the person well. He's definitely better than you, sleep well. Xia Xingchen said, and next time don't drink alcohol anymore. Every time it ends up causing new troubles. Lin Yao mumbled something indistinctly while semi-conscious. Perhaps due to their long-awaited reunion, Xia Xingchen slept soundly that night, experiencing no nightmares or anxiety for the first time in a long while, until his phone vibrated. With his eyes still closed, he unlocked the screen, and after 4 years, the familiar recording suddenly became crystal clear, like it was directly near his ear, making his skin tingle, warm and fuzzy, carrying the morning grogginess, and particularly soft. Today's Yao Yao has been so obedient, cuter than usual, say it again. He often pretended to chat with the other person when the wake-up alarm rang, but there was never any response. But today was different, the other side unexpectedly replied within the recording software, all right. Xia Xingchen abruptly opened his eyes, momentarily thinking it was a dream. But upon seeing the video call connected, his heart thumped loudly. There, Lin Yao was lying down, shirt partially unbuttoned, looking at him sleepily and softly spoke. Xia Xingchen woke up, today's Lin Yao likes you even more than yesterday.